I was just minding the store at my own shop, yet somehow ended up being visited in turn by a wealthy businessman's fiancé, a flat-chested delinquent girl, and a bunch of local thugs. I was targeted by local thugs in retaliation, run over by a luxury car, and when I narrowly survived the accident, I discovered something on my chest. A bizarre blood-red mark had appeared, and that mark, it seems to be telling me an earth-shattering secret. My name is Louis, and I'm a temporary shop assistant at a women's clothing store in the western suburbs of Linjiang City. Every weekend, my uncle would throw down $100 and dump all the shop-watching duties on me. For me, the job was easy and relaxing. Just collecting money and dressing the mannequins in new styles made the time fly by. Lei, can you come help your sister out with something? A coquettish voice called out from the fitting room. I followed the voice and saw Yun Wancho's charming face peeking out from behind the curtain. She was biting her cherry lips shyly, her cheeks flushed. Sure, Sister Chio, what do you need me to do? I asked curiously. She leaned closer to the curtain, her voice even softer. Can you come over and help your sister fasten the buttons on this dress? Hearing this, my face warmed up, and I couldn't help but ask, Sister Chio, you need help with this too? The buttons on this dress are a bit tricky to fasten. I've tried a few times and couldn't manage. Yun Wancho blinked her eyes and glanced around the shop. Seeing no one there, she added, anyway, there's no one around now. Help me fasten this, will you? If it looks good on me, I'll buy it. Alright. Blushing, I inched my way over step by step. She immediately turned her back, using both hands to cover her chest. Even so, this was the first time I had ever buttoned up a girl's clothes. My hands were trembling from nervousness. Yun Wancho noticed and giggled. Why are you so nervous? Aren't you already 18? Haven't you had a girlfriend yet? No, not yet. The more nervous I get, the harder it is to button up. Although the school forbids puppy love, let me tell you, big sister, when it's time to fall in love, you should fall in love. Otherwise, once this time passes, it'll be too late for regrets, she said with a smile, her voluminous curls swaying gently. Got it. I finally managed to button up, sweat beading on my forehead. Yun Wancho straightened her posture, her figure appearing even more graceful and alluring. She suddenly turned around, met my startled gaze, giggled again, drew the curtain, and coquettishly said, no peeking for you. I took several deep breaths to calm myself down. The new arrivals this month, I'll take all 3 of these. Please wrap them up for me, sis. She carried the clothes to the counter, beaming with a smile. My face flushed red, and I could hardly bring myself to look at her. 1,630, let's round it down. Just give me 1,600, Sister Chio. I helped her pack the clothes, and she gave me a charming smile before leaving with elegant steps. I watched Yun Wancho's graceful figure depart, then effortlessly opened a website on the cash register computer. 360 antivirus immediately popped up a warning, which I decisively ignored. Then, the website automatically opened a video window. Some inappropriate noises came from inside. At that moment, a petite figure hurriedly rushed inside. I fumbled frantically with the mouse to close it, but no matter how fast I moved, the girl still heard the sound. I blushed deeply, and she also flushed with embarrassment. Well, sorry about that, my computer got a virus. I scratched my head, trying to defend myself. The girl lowered her head, her eyes clearly filled with disdain. She said nothing, only looking around the shop in panic, her brow furrowed with unrelenting worry. Following her gaze, I looked outside and saw several yellow-haired delinquents loitering by the shop entrance, grinning with their teeth bared, staring at her with greedy eyes. I immediately understood that she had taken refuge in my shop to avoid them. Miss, are those people following you? Do you want me to call the police for you? I whispered. None of your business. She decisively replied to me and continued pretending to look at underwear. I immediately felt displeased, good intentions met with no gratitude. Miss, that row is for E cup, F cup, and C cup sizes. There's nothing in your size. I bluntly told the truth. The girl's face instantly turned red, and she bit her lip while glaring at me. You, what do you mean by that? She retorted indignantly. I didn't mean anything by it, I was just reminding you that none of these would fit you. Holding back my laughter, I answered with a straight face. She stomped her foot, walked to the innermost row, pointed at the tube tops there, and said, this should be acceptable now. Oh, tube top. This works, it suits you well. I nodded. At that moment, a yellow-haired guy outside the store lost his patience and swaggered in. Little beauty, stop pretending, you'd better come with us quietly. He chuckled. Get away. The girl yelled sharply, hastily stepping back a few steps. The yellow-haired guy reached out to grab her, and I couldn't stand it anymore. After all, this was in my shop. Hey, isn't this a bit much to do in broad daylight? I spoke up to stop him. Keep your mouth shut if you know what's good for you, or I'll smash your shop. The yellow-haired guy turned around and pointed at me, roaring. I don't like to play tough either, so I picked up my phone and turned on the camera. You're harassing customers in my store, do you believe I'll call the police? The punk saw me pull out my phone, pointed at me, muttered you've got guts, and then turned and left. 200. I picked up the tube top and named the price, and the girl actually paid. Noticing those punks were still waiting outside, I whispered to her, there's a back door next to the fitting room, you can leave through there. The girl's anxious frown instantly relaxed as she uttered a thank you and immediately headed toward the back door. To cover for her, I walked to the front door and continued negotiating with those blonde-haired guys. "Do you believe I'll chop you to death?" A blonde guy pointed at me and shouted. Seeing their overwhelming numbers and knowing how easily these ruffians could lose their temper, I decided to ignore them and turned back toward the shop. But the shop was already empty. The girl had left, but the purple bandeau she bought was forgotten on the counter. "Hey, you're tube top." When I chased to the back door, the girl was already out of sight. Seeing the girl slip away through the back door, the yellow-haired guys at the front door vented their anger on me. A blonde guy picked up a brick from the roadside and hurled it straight at the glass display window of the storefront. Crash! The glass shattered instantly. Furious and acting on impulse, I immediately chased after him. Seeing this, the blondies ran away while whistling and flipping me off, with one of them shouting, "Kid, this isn't over yet, you just wait and see." I chased after them to the roadside, picked up a brick in anger, and wanted to hurl it at those bastards. Squeak! A black BMW X6 came speeding over like crazy, suddenly lost control, and nearly grazed past me. I got brushed by the side mirror and toppled straight into the roadside greenery. The BMW X6 passed over a speed bump, causing the car body to bounce, and several jars and pots fell out of the loosely closed trunk. "How are you driving?" I crawled out from the greenbelt, looking at the mud all over my body, and my anger burned fiercely. Without a second thought, I threw the brick in my hand at the BMW X6. Crack! The rear window shattered instantly. Hearing the sound, I immediately snapped back to my senses, my heart sinking. "This is a BMW X6, how much will it cost to replace the window I just smashed?" The car screeched to a halt, and a rough-looking man's face popped out of the driver's window, yelling at me, "Fuck, are you trying to get yourself killed?" He was about to get out of the car when a voice from the passenger seat sharply yelled, "Shut up, keep driving." Although the driver was unwilling, he still obeyed and started the engine, continuing to drive away. I stood outside the greenbelt, letting out a long sigh. It seemed I'd encountered a real tycoon. They simply don't care about a piece of glass. I looked at the shattered clay pot on the ground and picked up a jade pendant from among the pieces. It is carved with an ancient beast resembling a tiger but with wings, made of fine material and quite beautiful in appearance. I rubbed off the mud on it but accidentally cut my palm on a sharp piece of porcelain, and blood immediately began to flow. Blood stained the jade pendant, and I faintly heard an earth-shattering beastly roar. I was startled and looked around, but everything remained calm as usual. I hurried back to the shop, called my uncle to inform him, and then washed the jade pendant clean. Originally a flawless white jade, the beast patterns on it had turned crimson red in the wings and eyes after being stained with my blood. It just won't wash off no matter what. I hung it around my neck and looked at myself in the mirror, thinking it was actually quite pretty. Uncle told me to close the shop door first. After taking a shower, I recalled the moment when Yun Wancho asked me to help button her blouse, and couldn't help but feel my heart surge with emotion. At that moment, a sharp pain shot through my chest, as if I had been stabbed. I clutched my chest and collapsed to the ground, curling up in agony, the pain nearly knocking me unconscious. 5 minutes later, a scorching sensation reappeared in his chest, but the pain had vanished. I looked down at my chest in confusion and was horrified to discover a crimson tattoo appearing over my heart. The stinging, burning sensation all came from this tattoo. I suddenly stood up, scrubbing vigorously under the shower, yet couldn't rub it off. I accidentally discovered that the jade pendant on my neck was missing, with only the cord left behind. And the tattoo on the chest was exactly the same as that jade pendant. Chapter 4, Keep the pictures, not the seeds. Emerging from the bathroom, Yui looked as though he'd seen a ghost, flustered and frantic, his hands instinctively rubbing his chest. This was utterly bizarre. When he found the jade pendant, he'd heard an inexplicable beast's roar. After placing it around his neck, the pendant had actually imprinted itself onto his chest, transforming into a pattern. This was utterly unscientific. How could this happen? It defied all scientific theory. Just as he stood there flustered and at a loss, the shop door swung open. His uncle arrived with a renovation worker. Without a word, his uncle began cleaning up, then helped the worker replace the shattered display window. In less than half an hour, the smashed section was completely replaced. Louis wanted to say something, but his uncle waved him off, signaling that no explanation was needed, he'd handle this himself. Louis knew his uncle had connections everywhere, he knew people in both the underworld and the legitimate world. Barring any surprises, those thugs would soon get their comeuppance. "You're okay, right?" His uncle studied him closely. More than the damaged store, he was worried about his nephew. "I'm fine." Yui shook his head. "Why are you clutching your chest like that? And why is your face so flushed? Did you download something on my computer again?" His uncle narrowed his eyes, as if he could see right through him, asking sternly. Louis naturally denied it, replying earnestly, "How could that be?" "Good. You're still young. You shouldn't be watching too many romantic films," his uncle said meaningfully. Louis didn't respond, just shot his uncle a look of contempt. Speaking of which, Uncle was the real download addict. Once, he downloaded the wrong file and sat glued to his computer for 4 or 5 hours. When Xuanlei finally finished downloading the movie, he opened it only to find it was all about the Golden Gourd brothers. He was so furious he nearly spat blood all over the screen. Enough. Go find that little bastard Wu Tao for me. That little punk has vanished again. He was supposed to watch the store this afternoon. Uncle said, answering a call, probably another poker buddy calling him to play. Lu Yi gave a curt reply, his mind preoccupied. He gathered his things and left. Finding his cousin Wu Tao was easy enough. The guy never went anywhere but the internet cafe. After walking about 500 meters, Louis slipped into the internet cafe and found him in a private booth after a quick search. The kid had a cigarette hanging from his mouth, his fingers flying over the mouse. He was playing League of Legends, his favorite champion being the great sword Garen. His skill level wasn't high though, always hovering around bronze tier. His only real talent was bullying elementary school kids, and his summoner name was fittingly called Unbeatable in elementary school. Bro, what's up? Wu Tao looked up in surprise at Lu Yi's sudden appearance. You here to queue up with me for ranked? Like hell I am. My uncle wants you to come home. Hurry up. No way. I'm in promotion matches, just 2 more wins and I'm promoted. Damn it, I'm finally going silver. Wu Tao exclaimed excitedly. Yeah, right. With your skill, silver is out of the question. Just go already. Uncle said 10 minutes. If you're not back in 10 minutes, you lose this month's allowance. Yui played his trump card. Allowance? It's just allowance. Wu Tao smirked, acting unconcerned. But after a few seconds, he whipped his head around. What? You said what? A month's allowance? His entire posture straightened as he dropped the mouse. Bro, play 2 games for me. You have to win. You absolutely have to. Louis sighed, took his seat, and began playing for him. But his mind wasn't in it. All he could think about was the tattoo on his chest. He'd planned to ask his uncle about it. After all, his uncle had seen a lot in his life. Maybe he could get some vague clues from him. But who would believe such a bizarre story? Given his uncle's temperament, not only would he refuse to believe it, but he'd also call his mother, scolding him for abandoning his studies to emulate thugs with tattoos. A scolding was inevitable. Instead of telling his uncle, he decided to figure it out himself. So he started searching online, hoping to find others who'd experienced something similar. Unfortunately, after hours of searching, he couldn't find anyone who'd encountered anything comparable. However, he did uncover the origin of the beast pattern on the tattoo. That creature, resembling a tiger but with blood-red wings, was called the Qiongqi. The classic of mountains and seas states that Qiongqi was one of the 4 fiends of ancient times, a malevolent beast. It was renowned alongside the chaos beast, the Tugu, and the Tao Tai. Legend holds that the dragon bore 9 offspring, with the 5th being Tao Tai. That Qiongqi could stand alongside Tao Tai in renown speaks to its formidable origins. As he traced the patterns on his chest, suddenly, while closing his eyes, he sensed a vast dark red aura radiating outward from him, enveloping 100 meters in every direction. Startled, he snapped his eyes open only for the aura to vanish instantly. Terrified, he closed his eyes again to try once more. This time, the moment his eyes shut, the dark red circle reappeared, radiating outward from him for 100 meters. Could this aura be emanating from the patterns? What on earth was this? Louis racked his brain in confusion. Suddenly overcome by a strong urge to use the restroom, he rose to his feet. The moment he stood up, the surrounding space twisted violently. Blinking, he realized with horror he was no longer in the private booth but had materialized in the internet cafe's restroom. This sudden occurrence made his heart pound wildly, as if he'd seen a ghost. Such an encounter brought little joy, only overwhelming fear. One moment he was in the private booth, the next he was in the restroom. He knew this internet cafe well. The private booth he'd been in was at least 50 meters away from the restroom. Yet he'd somehow ended up there in the blink of an eye. Was this a dream? He swallowed hard and pinched himself hard. Ouch. This wasn't a dream. He immediately recalled his last movement. He suddenly stood up, and the next second, he was here. So he tried to see if he could return to the booth. But when he tried to jump up, mentally recalling the booth, he still couldn't transfer back. Confused, he touched his chest. But in that instant, the space around him warped again. In the blink of an eye, he was back in the internet cafe booth. Good heavens! This isn't a dream, it's teleportation. Louis couldn't tell if he was excited or panicked. A flood of emotions made his whole body tremble. He touched his chest, and his mind once again thought of the internet cafe restroom. As a result, space twisted once more, and he found himself back in the restroom. Fortunately, the restroom was empty, otherwise, he would have surely startled someone. Louis was hooked, craving more like an addict. That afternoon, he tried it over a dozen times in the internet cafe, only stopping when a dull ache began in his chest. After countless complex emotions churned within him, the panic finally faded, leaving only excitement and exhilaration. Stepping out of the internet cafe, his gaze locked onto the China Construction Bank branch across the street. His eager eyes burned with intensity. Chapter 5, The Black Bra. What if I covered my face, suddenly teleported into the bank vault, and filled a sack with gold or cash? Wouldn't that make me rich? Louis rubbed his hands together, lost in delightful fantasy. Of course, robbing a bank was just a fantasy. After all, it was a crime. If he accidentally left any trace and got caught by the police, he'd be finished. Although his teleportation ability might evade capture, it would forever condemn him to a life of hiding in this vast world. Forget robbing banks with this power, why would he ever worry about money? Based on his experiments at the internet cafe, he could use the ability about 15 times before a dull ache began in his chest. That seemed to be the limit, meaning he could only use this power roughly 15 times a day. After the initial excitement faded and he slowly calmed down, fear began to creep back in. He returned home, locked the door from the inside, and lay on his bed, deep in thought. It wasn't the teleportation ability itself that frightened him, but the fear that if others discovered it, or if it were accidentally exposed by the media in the future, would the state send people to capture him for experimentation? This was entirely plausible. Countless sci-fi films depicted similar scenarios. Anyone exhibiting extraordinary abilities would be captured by a special government organization, subjected to endless experiments, and forced to live out their days in a laboratory, a human guinea pig. Such a fate was the last thing Yui wanted. Therefore, if he didn't want to be discovered, he could only try his best not to use this ability. After much deliberation, he resolved to live as he had before. As for his teleportation ability, he would tell no one, not his uncle, nor his cousin Wu Tao. The next day was Monday. The weekend was over, and it was time to return to school. Both Yui and his cousin Wu Tao attended Lingjiang No. 1 High School, widely regarded as the best public high school in the city. Yui had barely scraped by to get in, while his cousin Wu Tao had been pulled in through his uncle's connections and money. Otherwise, how could a gaming addict like him, who dominated every game in elementary school, possibly get into Lingjiang No. 1 High School? Bro, can you cover for me? Wu Tao whispered as soon as they stepped outside. I know you know I'm not into English. Even if I go, I won't understand a thing. Might as well go play a few rounds. Louis shot him a disapproving look, exasperated. We're seniors now. Even if you're cramming at the last minute, you should at least try, right? Cram my ass, Wu Tao waved dismissively, unconcerned. That's all bull from the homeroom teacher. Guys like me won't starve even if we never work a day in our lives. What's there to fear? He wasn't wrong, really. His dad owned an underwear shop and a rental apartment building. He was set to take over the family business, so even if he slacked off, he'd never have to worry about food or shelter. Louis sighed. This wasn't the first time Wu Tao had acted like this. Before he could say anything else, Wu Tao was already sprinting toward the internet cafe. Then how am I supposed to explain this to the homeroom teacher? Louis called after him. Just say my dad has appendicitis and I'm rushing him to the hospital for surgery. Wu Tao called back. Damn it, appendicitis again? Your dad already had his appendix removed once. Louis's face darkened as he snapped, he'll kill you for this. Heh heh, Wu Tao grinned shamelessly and vanished in a flash. Traveling alone didn't feel lonely. Louis pondered what he could do with his abilities. For instance, on a dark and windy night, suddenly teleporting into some goddess's bathroom to admire her bathing beauty. Or during exams, after the teacher collected the papers, slipping into his office while he was away to make some adjustments. He. Lost in these thoughts, Yui couldn't help but let out a shameless chuckle. He stroked his chin. Compared to grading papers, suddenly teleporting into a goddess's bath to take a peek seemed far more tempting. The distance from home to school was only about a kilometer. So unless it was pouring rain, Yui usually walked to school. At his pace, it took him just over 20 minutes to get there. Lost in thought, he soon approached the school. Though traffic was sparse on the main road this early, the area around campus was already bustling. Many street vendors had set up shop before dawn. Louis instinctively headed toward one particular stall. They sold delicious Dallon flatbreads, one of his favorite breakfast options. But just then, near the school gate, a few punks suddenly spotted him and strolled over. One of them pointed at him and said, "Isn't that the kid from the underwear shop?" Heh, what goes around comes around. We ran into him so fast. Damn it, if it weren't for him yesterday, that chick wouldn't have gotten away. That bastard even talked back to us yesterday. Guys, if we don't teach him a lesson today, he'll never learn how tough the Qiongqi society is. Get him. The 5 yellow-haired youths spoke in unison, then charged toward Yui as one. They intended to drag him into the alley and teach him a lesson. Just as Yui pulled out his wallet to pay the bill, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. He whipped his head around and caught sight of 5 familiar yellow-haired youths charging toward him, their faces twisted with murderous intent. Realizing trouble was brewing, he immediately took off running, still clutching a baked bun in his mouth. Hey! You haven't paid for that scallion pancake, the short owner called out. I'll pay next time. Yui shouted back over his shoulder as he sprinted away. The 5 yellow-haired thugs gave chase, running just as fast. They spread out to intercept him from multiple directions. You bastard! Keep running and I'll break your legs, one of the thugs threatened, his voice thick with menace. Louis certainly wasn't foolish enough to stop. But with the 5 blonde-haired youths spreading out to block his path, 2 had already cut through shortcuts to intercept him. The 3 chasing from behind were also closing in fast. Panic seized Yui. He knew if caught, a beating was inevitable. Suddenly, he spotted a dark underground garage 10 meters ahead with its doors wide open. A car was just pulling out. A sudden idea struck him, and he immediately sprinted toward the underground garage. Stop him. Don't let him escape. The 5 yellow-haired thugs closed in, forming a perimeter to seal off all escape routes. But then they suddenly saw Yui darting into the underground garage. One of them sneered coldly, "Idiot, running into a dead end. Perfect. We can take him down there where no one will see." The 5 thugs let out a savage laugh, yet they showed no urgency. They left one man to guard the garage exit while the other 4 descended together to capture Yui. The moment Yui burst into the garage, he vanished into the darkness. Closing his eyes, that crimson-hued circle centered on him reappeared. The crimson circle spanned 100 meters in all directions, meaning his teleportation had a range limit. Within this circle, he could move anywhere instantly, but beyond it, he was restricted. Yet this 100-meter radius was unfamiliar territory to Yui. Hearing footsteps approaching from outside, panic seized him. He reached for the beast-like pattern on his chest, and the space around him suddenly warped. He activated teleportation at random. When the space stabilized, he found himself in another place. Clang! He looked up and accidentally knocked over a basin. Piece after piece of lace-trimmed lingerie tumbled down, landing on him. Louis picked up a black women's bra. 34C. Chapter 6, Guardian Spirit. This was clearly the bathroom of some young woman's home. The cartoon patterns on these garments clearly indicated their owner was a vibrant, youthful beauty. The garments exuded a faint, intoxicating fragrance. Beside them stood a large bathtub, filled to the brim with water. "Who's there?" A fresh, feminine voice echoed from outside the bathroom. Hearing the commotion, she was approaching. Louis followed the sound, glimpsing a fair-skinned, long-haired figure approaching through the door crack. He quickly dropped the underwear, closed his eyes, and twisted the space around him once more. Blinking, he found himself standing on the street outside. Phew, thank goodness. Glancing around, he saw no one nearby and breathed a sigh of relief. These 2 teleports had been incredibly risky. Luckily, he hadn't been spotted. If someone had seen him, he might have made tomorrow's headlines. This time, he materialized on the opposite side of the underground garage, ensuring he wouldn't be spotted by the punk. Without delay, Yui sprinted toward the school. Passing a pancake stall, he remembered to pay for his food before entering the campus. Meanwhile, back in the underground garage, the yellow-haired thugs turned on their phone flashlights and searched the area several times over, but found no trace of Louis. The underground garage wasn't large, only about 100 square meters, and the 4 of them could easily scan the entire area. Yet no matter how meticulously they searched, they couldn't find even a trace of Louis. Finally, nearby residents suspected them of being car thieves and chased them out. The garage doors closed behind them. Strange. Where'd that kid go? How could he vanish the moment he ran down there? There were clearly no other exits down there. Had he vanished into thin air? The 4 blonde-haired chasers asked the one guarding outside, "Didn't you notice any movement out here?" The guard shook his head firmly. "Of course not. If he'd come out this way, I would have caught him." Damn it, this was weird. All 5 yellow-haired guys were puzzled. Entering the school, Yui recalled the earlier incident and felt a pang of regret. Did this mean that if he encountered such a situation again, he'd still have to flee to a deserted spot and use teleportation to escape? Those yellow-haired punks were despicable. Not only had they smashed the lingerie shop window yesterday, but today they were coming after him again. Honestly, if he had the ability, he'd love to teach those 5 a lesson. But he knew his limits. Taking on 5 of them was out of the question even one-on-one. He wasn't sure he could beat these street-hardened thugs. This thought filled him with unbearable frustration. But just then, the beast mark on his chest inexplicably began to heat up, seemingly influenced by his emotions. Then, his entire right arm suddenly swelled with muscle, becoming 2 or 3 times thicker than usual. As his arm grew, he felt a tremendous power surging within him. Even if a stone were placed before him now, he felt he could shatter it with a single punch. What the hell is this? The beast mark has this ability? Why didn't it tell me sooner? The campus paths bustled with people. Yui quickly shook himself, dispersing the force. His heart raced with excitement. Having already discovered his ability to teleport, finding a second power left him feeling no panic. If I'd known this beast mark could grant me such power, why would I have ever run? As the power in his arms dissipated, he suddenly found himself staggering slightly as he walked, his vision blurring as if he were drunk. Could this power have side effects? He hurriedly sat down on a nearby stone bench, resting for a long while before recovering. Suddenly, as he closed his eyes, he discovered a separate space seemed to have opened beneath his chest, at the Dantian location. Within that space, a faint, shadowy figure stood, hazy and indistinct. Startled, he thought it might be an illusion at first glance. But after staring several more times, he realized it was real. Beneath the beast-like pattern on his chest, a small, separate space had indeed been opened, and within that space, a faint human figure truly resided. Was this a ghost? Louis trembled, a chill running through his body. Glancing around at the constant flow of passers-by on the street, he found a sliver of courage. Suddenly, a sigh echoed from within his dantian lone, weary and desolate. "Are you human or ghost?" Louis asked in a trembling voice. The shadowy figure remained turned away from him, its voice suddenly echoing, "If you perceive me as human, then I am human. If you perceive me as a ghost, then I am a ghost." A chill ran down Yuyi's spine, a wave of coldness surging from his feet to his head. How did you get inside me? When did you enter?" The shadowy figure answered every question, replying, "Ever since the dragon soul amber was stained with your blood, I have been here." "What dragon soul amber?" asked Yui, utterly bewildered. The shadowy figure replied, "Have you forgotten so quickly? Without the dragon soul amber, how would you possess the ability to teleport and the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers? Teleportation. Superhuman strength." Louis finally understood. The dragon soul amber this figure spoke of must refer to the jade he had found, the very piece that had melted into his heart. Ever since the jade had melted into his heart, he had indeed gained the ability to teleport. Just moments ago, he had also discovered a second power. So that explosive power surging through my arm earlier, that was the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. Louis gasped, feeling as if in a dream. Your body is too frail to withstand the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. With your constitution, you can sustain it for no more than a minute. After that, you'll be unconscious for at least several hours before regaining consciousness, the hazy figure warned. Then who exactly are you? Why did you remain within my body alongside the dragon soul amber? Yui cautiously inquired. Me? I am the former owner of the dragon soul amber. I lived over 1800 years ago. Since my death, I have slumbered beneath the earth. Upon awakening now, I find the world transformed beyond recognition, a sea of change, a world utterly different. The shadowy figure sighed deeply. Over 1800 years ago? Yui hooked his finger, doing a quick mental calculation with his somewhat limited historical knowledge. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise, over 1800 years ago? That would be the late Eastern Han Dynasty, the era of the Three Kingdoms. Exactly. The Three Kingdoms era. The shadowy figure suddenly stood rigid, straight as a spear. Could you be Lu Bu? Louis speculated. As the previous owner of the Dragon Soul Amber, he too had possessed the power of instant teleportation and strength rivaling 9 oxen and 2 tigers. Among the Three Kingdoms generals, Lu Bu was the most renowned, making him the first candidate Louis considered. The shadowy figure sneered coldly. Lu Fengxian? You fool! I am not him. Then who are you? Yui pressed curiously. The shadowy figure answered slowly, I am Zhao Zilong of Shangshan, Jiayan, one of the 5 tiger generals of Shu. Chapter 7, 9 oxen and 2 tigers. Zhao Yun. As recorded in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, during the Battle of Changban Slope, he charged in and out of Cao Cao's million-strong army 7 times to rescue the young prince, Ado. Just imagine a million soldiers forming a sea of people, more than the crowds at a modern Spring Festival travel rush train station. When Louis first heard this tale, he thought author Luo Guanzhong was exaggerating. But now, knowing of the existence of dragon souls, he began to think, if one could teleport, charging in and out of a million soldiers 7 times might not be impossible. The Three Kingdoms' top warriors, 1st Lu, 2nd Zhao, 3rd Dianwei, 4th Guan, 5th Ma, 6th Zhangfei, 7th Wang, 8th Su, 9th Jiangwei. When people think of Zhao Yun, almost everyone pictures him clad in silver armor, spear in hand, a fearless, dragon-riding warrior. Unbeaten throughout his life, he was hailed as the ever-victorious general. Yet now he appeared within Yuyi's Dantian. Why are you trapped within the Dragon Soul Amber? Yui asked in astonishment. I was the previous master of the Dragon Soul Amber. After my death, my soul remained within it, awaiting the next destined individual. Does this mean my soul will be trapped here after I die? Yui worried. Not so, Jiayan sighed. Back then, I sacrificed my soul to protect Shu Kingdom for 10,000 years. Alas, human strength cannot overcome heaven's will. Shu Kingdom ultimately fell. Yui smiled faintly, inwardly marveling at Jiayan's utter devotion, truly a man of unwavering loyalty to Shu. This suddenly reminded him of a verse, the mighty Yangtze rolls eastward, its waves wash away heroes' glory, success and failure turn to dust in a flash, while green hills remain, and the setting sun glows red time and again. White-haired fishermen and woodcutters by the shore, accustomed to autumn moon and spring breeze, a jug of cloudy wine, a joyful reunion, how many tales of past and present are now but laughter and talk? The ancient Three Kingdoms fought and struggled, yet in the end, did they not all turn to dust, reduced to mere topics of conversation for later generations? So you're saying that even if I die, my soul won't be trapped within this Dragon Soul Amber? No. But if you die, I too shall perish. Zhao Yun replied with resignation. Why? Are you forever trapped here, unable to escape? Asked Yui. Not exactly. I could leave, but it depends on whether you're willing. Zhao Yun replied. Then what must be done for you to leave? Yui pressed curiously. Collect the blood from the ring fingers of 10 virgins and drip it onto the beast mark on your chest. Only then can I break free from my bonds and reincarnate. Zhao Yun explained. The blood from the ring fingers of 10 virgins? That should be easy enough. Lu Yi thought. If he was willing to pay, getting a drop of blood from girls who were still virgins shouldn't be too difficult. Take the girls in his own class, for instance. Paying each $100 for a drop of blood would be a fair deal. If 100 wasn't enough, offer 200. If 200 wasn't enough, offer 300. Anyway, with a little money, it could all be arranged. No, this blood must be blood of affection. Zhao Yun sighed, and from his tone, it was clear this was no easy task. Blood of affection? What is that? Yui asked, puzzled. Zhao Yun explained, it means the woman donating blood must be deeply in love with you. Only blood born of profound affection qualifies as affection blood. Only such blood can break the bonds of the dragon soul amber. 10 women deeply in love with me? That practically forces me to become a womanizer. Yui protested, though inwardly he was quite willing. Then Zhao Yun suddenly said, if you are willing to help me escape, I will pledge my loyalty to you and serve you with all my strength. Assist me wholeheartedly? What's in it for me? Asked Yui. I can teach you to wield the 2 powers within the dragon soul amber with greater flexibility, Zhao Yun replied. I can also impart ancient methods to strengthen your physique, enabling you to harness the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. Is that all? Asked Yui coolly. If that's the extent of it, I could figure out the techniques through practice on my own. I don't need your help. Zhao Yun's tone turned serious as he warned, while possessing the dragon soul amber grants you 2 great powers, misuse will inevitably lead to your death. But you said if I die, you die too. Would you just stand by and watch me die? Asked Yui. Zhao Yun replied, I'm already dead. If you refuse, I'd rather we both perish together. How ruthless. Lu Yi had intended to squeeze more concessions out of him, but he hadn't expected Zhao Yun to be so unyielding, even resorting to threats. Upon reflection, Yui realized the historical Zhao Yun wasn't a cunning schemer. Perhaps, if these 2 abilities were misused, they truly could cost lives. After much deliberation, he gritted his teeth and agreed. He was already in too deep to back out now. Fine, I'll help you. I demand you swear upon the dragon soul amber. Should you break your promise, after death you shall be doomed to eternal torment, trapped within the dragon soul amber forever. Zhao Yun declared with utmost solemnity. Lu Yi thought, what's the harm in swearing an oath? Who believes in such things nowadays? He simply repeated the oath as Zhao Yun instructed. But the moment the oath was spoken, the beast mark on his chest suddenly flared with heat. Zhao Yun declared, the dragon soul amber has recorded your pledge. Should you fail to fulfill this promise in your lifetime, the oath shall become reality. Lu Yi froze. It actually worked? Swearing an oath actually had power? Holy crap! 10 women who deeply loved him? That was an impossibly high bar. Even Wei Xiaobao only had 7 wives back in the day. Just as he was feeling cheated, the shadowy figure within his dantian suddenly knelt on one knee, bowed respectfully, and declared, from this day forward, I, Zhao Yun, acknowledge you as my master. You shall henceforth be my lord. You mean for a lifetime, not just a couple of years, right? Yui asked anxiously. Zhao Yun nodded. Yes, my lord. I understand it won't be easy to find 10 women who feel such deep affection for you, so there is no time limit. Hearing this, Yui finally exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. As he sat on the stone bench, talking to himself as if conversing with Zhao Yun, a pair of long, slender white legs suddenly appeared before him. A gentle female voice then asked with a smile, Lu Yi, what are you muttering to yourself about all alone? Lu Yi froze, quickly looking up to see the tall, slender figure of Xuing. She wore a pair of scholarly black-rimmed glasses, and her black uniform accentuated her curves, while beneath her white shirt, the outline of her black bra was faintly visible. Miss Chen, I was reciting my lesson, Lu Yi replied, his face flushing as his gaze shifted away from the white valley between her breasts, his expression awkward. Chen Ruoi was his geography teacher, a 25-year-old recent graduate with a tall, slender figure. Her flowing long hair had captivated countless students and male teachers alike. However, at Lingjiang No. 1 High School, all her admirers treated her with utmost respect, not for any other reason, but because her father was the principal. Class is about to start. You should be reciting your lesson in the classroom instead of sitting here, Teacher Chen kindly reminded him before striding away with an elegant gait, her white legs gliding smoothly. Lu Yi rose as well, lingering in the faint fragrance Teacher Chen left behind, his thoughts drifting away. Chapter 8, Do you still want the strapless top? For the entire morning, Yui drifted through class in a daze. He hadn't absorbed a single word from the first 4 periods. He was entirely preoccupied with conversing with his guardian spirit Zhao Yun. Since declaring him his master, Zhao Yun had devoted himself wholeheartedly to guiding him, revealing much about the dragon soul amber and imparting special techniques. For instance, teleportation could be localized. In combat, when exchanging blows, a punch aimed at an opponent's left cheek could suddenly shift direction mid-air to strike their right cheek instead. Moreover, this localized form of teleportation was difficult for others to detect. Yui grew increasingly fascinated as he listened, eager to try it out himself. After the morning classes ended, there was a 2-hour lunch break. Normally, he would go home, have lunch, take a short nap, and then return to school. Today, he planned to do the same, head home, lock himself in his room, and practice diligently. If he could master the localized shifts and harness the 9 bulls and 2 tigers' strength, he'd have nothing to fear from those yellow-haired bullies next time. But as he neared the school gate, he suddenly noticed 3 boys gathered around a girl in a hidden corner by the wall, doing something he couldn't quite make out. Through the haze, he could make out a petite figure huddled in the corner. Under normal circumstances, Yui might have simply walked away without intervening. But now, possessing the Dragon Soul Amber and 2 extraordinary powers, he felt emboldened by his newfound abilities. Without thinking, he found himself drawn toward the scene. "Hey! What are you doing?" Yui shouted as he approached. The 3 boys turned at the sound. The tallest one glared at Yui and spat out, "None of your business. Get lost. Go chill somewhere else." Their shout carried real authority. Most people would have backed off at that. But just as they turned their heads, Yui caught a clear glimpse of the girl they were surrounding. Long hair with a straight fringe, wearing a pink polo shirt and beige skinny pants that clung to her legs, showcasing her long, beautiful legs to perfection. The only pity was that her chest showed no curve whatsoever. When Yui saw her pretty face, he nearly blurted out, "It's you." The girl, upon seeing him, also exclaimed in unison, "It's you." It turned out she was the girl chased by the blonde-haired guy at the honey lingerie store yesterday morning, the one who bought a bandeau top but never took it home. Louis had thought he might never see her again, but unexpectedly, they had crossed paths today. She was also a student at Lingjiang No. 1 High School. Recognizing her, Yui walked over without hesitation, intending to rescue her right in front of those 3 boys. But the tallest, most imposing of the 3 boys reached out and shoved him hard on the shoulder. "Get lost. Are you deaf? This doesn't concern you." Louis didn't back down. He slapped the boy's hand away and said, "What kind of behavior is this? 3 guys bullying a delicate girl? Oh, you want to play the hero now?" The imposing boy glared at Louis, stepping closer and shoving him again. "So what if I do?" Unimpressed by his actions, Louis suddenly reached out too. A torrent of immense force surged forth, slamming into the burly guy and sending him reeling back 8 or 9 steps before crashing to the ground. This morning, under Zhao Yun's guidance, Yui had learned not only that teleportation could be used locally, but also that the 9 bulls and 2 tigers technique could be weakened for controlled application. His current physique couldn't withstand the full 9 bulls and 2 tigers' might. However, he could suppress it, for instance, using only the strength of 1 bull from that power. That way, he could endure it. Just now, he'd pushed with only half a bull's strength. Yet the force was still immense, sending that tall, imposing boy flying so far. What immense power! If I were to punch him with the strength of 1 ox, wouldn't I send him flying? Testing the power of the Dragon Soul Amber for the first time, Yui felt both thrilled and exhilarated. The towering, imposing boy, who had been pushed back 8 or 9 steps and crashed to the ground, suddenly roared with fury. He was built like a mountain, yet he'd been knocked down by a seemingly frail guy with a single palm strike. It was utterly humiliating. As soon as he scrambled to his feet, he swung his fist, ready to smash it into Yui. But at that moment, a commanding voice rang out nearby, "Stop! What are you doing?" Hearing the shout, Yui and the others turned to see a middle-aged, balding man walking toward them, hands clasped behind his back. This man was none other than the school's discipline director. The dean of discipline was notorious for finding fault where none existed. Any student who caught his eye for even the slightest misdeed would be subjected to his relentless punishment and lectures. The 3 boys had clearly suffered at his hands before. Spotting him, they immediately took off. The tall, imposing boy gritted his teeth, suppressing his rage. Pointing at Yui, he warned him word by word, "I'll remember this. You just wait." With that, the 3 of them ran off. The girl cornered against the wall bit her lip, shot Louis a grateful glance, then ran to his side. Grabbing his arm, she pulled him along as she fled. Louis was still dazed when the girl urged, "Hurry up. If the dean catches us, you'll be in big trouble." Oh. Everyone scattered instantly, ignoring the principal's shouts behind them. Once they reached the school gates, the girl panted slightly, her cheeks flushed. "Thanks," she said. Louis gave a hearty laugh. "Don't mention it. It was nothing." Then he remembered something and said to the girl, "Oh, right. You forgot the strapless top you bought yesterday. Want to come with me to the store to get it?" At the mention of the strapless top, the girl cast a bashful glance at her chest before shooting Louis a fierce glare. "No way. By the way, what grade are you in? Why were those bullies chasing you yesterday?" Louis pressed, his curiosity piqued. "Senior year, class 7. As for why those guys were chasing me yesterday, why should I tell you?" The girl pouted, her expression cold and distant. "Then what were those 3 guys doing surrounding you earlier?" Louis pressed. "Not telling you." The girl refused outright. Sigh. Yui sighed, feeling like good deeds go unrewarded. They walked side by side for a while. Suddenly, the girl frowned at Louis and asked, "Why are you following me?" "Who's following you? Stop flattering yourself. I'm just heading home." Louis retorted with a scoff. The girl was about to retort, but remembering yesterday's events, she recalled that Louis's residence did indeed lie in the same direction as hers. She held her tongue. They walked side by side in silence for another 500 meters. Suddenly, three figures leaped out from behind a wall corner ahead. The trio laughed coldly. It was none other than the same group of yellow-haired punks from before. Yui and the girl both startled, their first instinct being to retreat. But before they could step back, two figures surged forward from behind, trapping them in a circle. Chapter 9, A Man's Minute. Now they were caught between a rock and a hard place. 5 yellow-haired thugs had them completely surrounded, clearly having come prepared and waited here for quite some time. There was no escape for the pair. What a small world. This time, we've got you both right where we want you, saving us a lot of trouble. The most sinister-looking of the 5 thugs, seemingly their leader, held an unlit cigarette between his lips. He first signaled to his 2 henchmen to keep an eye on the girl, then strode purposefully toward Yui. You got some guts, kid. Yesterday you were all tough, huh? Playing the hero? Look at yourself, what do you think you're made of? With that pathetic look on your face? Damn, you sure ran fast this morning, ducking into the underground garage and disappearing. Now try running again, show me what you've got. The blonde punk with the cigarette in his mouth extended 2 fingers, jabbing them into Li's chest and shoving him into the corner. They'd searched the underground garage 5 or 6 times that morning and still hadn't found Louis, which had left them thoroughly frustrated. Louis, meanwhile, was seething with anger. This morning, he'd been chased all over by these 5 thugs, finally hiding in the underground garage and using the instant teleportation power of the Dragon Soul Amber to narrowly escape. Truth be told, Louis was furious. These 5 thugs had vandalized his uncle's shop yesterday to get back at him, and now they were causing trouble again today. If he could have fought them off, Louis wouldn't have run. Run, you bastard. Try running again in front of me. The blonde-haired thug stood with his hands on his hips, a vicious look on his face. Though Yui had fled once this morning, the situation was different now. Throughout the entire morning, he had received guidance from his guardian spirit, Zhao Yun, and had gained some mastery over the second power of the Dragon Soul Amber. He was just looking for someone to practice on. The first power of the Dragon Soul Amber was teleportation. Within a 100-meter radius, using his current position as the center, he could instantly move to any point. The second power, newly discovered today, was the might of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. 9 oxen plus 2 tigers when unleashed to its fullest, this force could nearly withstand a speeding truck. Run? Why should I run? Lui's face darkened as his furious gaze swept over each of the 5 yellow-haired youths. The leader of the gang grinned, slapping Yui on the shoulder. Never would have guessed you'd be so mouthy. Is it because there's a beauty waiting for you that you're putting on this tough act? The other yellow-haired youths watched Lui with keen interest. The leader's words clearly signaled their intent to teach him a lesson. Sure enough, the leader immediately gave a signal. His 2 brothers shifted slightly, opening an angle so the girl could clearly see Li's side. Since you want to show off in front of the girl, I'll grant your wish. Let her see exactly how I'm going to deal with you today. The leader spat out his cigarette, clenched his right fist, and suddenly swung it toward Yui's midsection. It must be said that facing such a situation for the first time, Yui was extremely nervous. These 5 thugs were hardened criminals who had been walking the razor's edge for years. Their innate ruthlessness and intimidating presence were far beyond what he could match. Though Lui appeared calm on the surface, his entire body trembled. He couldn't tell if it stemmed from excitement or nerves. His mind kept reaching out to Zhao Yun, silently asking what he should do. Brute strength alone, without any technique, was of little use. As the leader's fist swung toward him, Zhao Yun within his dantian suddenly spoke, against such low-caliber scum, you don't need any technique. Just punch him straight in the face. Just punch him? Yes, just punch him straight on. Zhao Yun nodded. With Zhao Yun's confirmation, Yui's right fist suddenly swelled to over twice its size. His biceps bulged dramatically, straining against his sleeve as if ready to tear it apart. With a thunderous roar, a mix of excitement, tension, and adrenaline surging through him, Yui didn't hesitate. He channeled nearly a ton of force into his entire right arm. As the blonde leader swung his fist, Yui's punch arrived first, crashing into the leader's chest. Crack! The moment his fist connected, a crisp cracking sound echoed. The blonde leader's body flew 13 meters backward as if struck by a charging bull, crashing face first onto the ground. A puff of blood spurted from his mouth. The scene stunned everyone present. The sheer force of that single punch was overwhelming. Even Yui himself was shocked by the sheer brutality of that raw power. He turned his head to face the remaining 4 yellow-haired thugs. Though shocked, they weren't about to be intimidated by a mere high school student. The leader gritted his teeth as he scrambled to his feet, acutely aware that Yui had shattered at least 3 of his ribs. In the underworld, survival depended on ruthless disregard for consequences. Once your pride was shattered, you had to reclaim it. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he suddenly reached for his waist and drew a dagger, pointing it at Yui and bellowing, "Kill him!" At his command, the other 4 yellow-haired thugs simultaneously drew daggers or fruit knives from their bodies. Lui was tense, sweat beading on his forehead. If it were bare-handed, he wouldn't fear even 10 more thugs. That earlier punch had given him unwavering confidence. But now, his opponents had drawn blades. One wrong move could draw blood or even cost someone their life. His mind immediately reached out to Zhao Yun, seeking guidance on what to do. Zhao Yun replied calmly, "What's there to fear? You're actually nervous about dealing with 5 such low-level nobodies?" Lu Yi retorted defiantly, "But they're armed with knives. You are a battle-hardened general, of course you're unafraid." "But I'm not. After all, Yui was just a high school student." Before obtaining the Dragon Soul Amber, he had been nothing but a well-behaved child. He had never encountered such a situation before. Now, surrounded by people wielding knives, his nervousness was inevitable. Knives? So what? Zhao Yun looked down on everything, his voice arrogant. Never lose your spirit. When facing an opponent, the most crucial thing is your aura. Your body is too weak to withstand the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. You can barely hold out for another minute. What? Only 1 minute? Yui swallowed hard. What could he possibly accomplish in a minute? These 5 thugs were armed with knives. Could he, bare-handed, take them all down within a minute? Louis didn't have that kind of confidence in himself. Judging by the vicious glints in those 5 thugs' eyes, they might just go all out and stab him to death. What can I do in 1 minute? Teach me. Yui asked inwardly, focusing on his dantian. Zhao Yun replied indifferently, "That depends on you. If you can't handle this minor challenge, how will you face future troubles? If you fail to overcome this trial today, it only proves I, Zhao Yun, entrusted the wrong person. Should you be killed, it would simply be fate, nothing can be forced." Lu Yi seethed inwardly. What kind of talk was this? Though furious, he recognized Zhao Yun was testing him. If he truly couldn't overcome today's minor ordeal, Zhao Yun would rather see him vanish into thin air sooner rather than later. Chapter 10, I'll lead the way in showing off. Yui took several deep breaths, reflecting. In years past, Zhao Yun charged 7 times in and out of Cao Cao's million-strong army, treating blades and spears as if they were nothing. Now that I, Yui, possess the Dragon Soul Amber, I too hold power comparable to his. If I cannot resolve even this minor trouble, I truly am unworthy to be Zhao Yun's lord. His gaze swept the room, and suddenly, Louis noticed several beer bottles placed in the corner beside him. Without a word, he immediately rushed over, grabbing 2 in each hand. Clang! The bottles flew toward the 4 yellow-haired thugs, scattering them in shock. Louis then dashed to the girl's side and said, "You go first." The girl had long since frozen in terror, her face tense with fear. Hearing Louis tell her to leave first, she paused in surprise before quickly nodding. She then took long strides with her slender legs and sprinted toward the school. Once she was gone, Yui held a beer bottle in each hand and smashed them against the wall, shattering them and revealing sharp edges. 1 minute. I only have 1 minute. Maybe less than a minute left now. Louis knew he couldn't take down 5 thugs in just a few dozen seconds. Though he possessed teleportation abilities and immense strength, he couldn't just flaunt them openly unless he killed them all to silence their mouths. Otherwise, his secret would inevitably leak out afterward. That would spell big trouble. Yet murder was illegal, and besides, he couldn't bring himself to do it. In his intense panic, he suddenly glanced at the leader with the yellow hair. An idea flashed through his mind, and he charged straight at the leader. The blonde-haired leader had already been struck by Yui, breaking 3 ribs. Though his demeanor remained fierce, he was actually quite weakened. Seeing Yui charge, he took a step forward, the knife in his hand genuinely thrusting toward Yui's body. Lui's heart skipped a beat as he watched the sharp blade flash toward him. His left hand suddenly materialized at the leader's wrist with a flash of instantaneous movement, seizing the wrist firmly. He flipped the wrist upward. Then, recalling Zhao Yun's words that momentum was the most crucial element in combat, he immediately grabbed a broken wine bottle and smashed it down hard onto the leader's head. Crack! Half the bottle shattered, and blood began to flow from the leader's head. Yi's heartbeat surged to an unprecedented high, his breathing becoming ragged. This was the first time he'd struck someone so hard, and the sight of blood had unsettled him. But he knew deep down that once he'd taken that first step, there was no turning back. Instantly, he snatched the knife from the blonde-haired leader's hand, pressed it against his throat, and roared at the other 4 thugs, "Come on! If you're not afraid of dying, try it." As he spoke, he smashed another broken bottle over the yellow-haired leader's head, sending shards flying. Blood poured from the wound, staining the man's entire face crimson. Lu Yi's face hardened, his expression twisted into a fierce grimace. In that moment, his aura reached an unprecedented intensity. The 4 yellow-haired thugs wielding knives were genuinely intimidated by his presence. The leader, who'd been smashed twice over the head with bottles, was seeing stars and could barely stand. Louis had always thought that smashing someone's head with a wine bottle, like they did in movies, couldn't be that serious. But seeing the leader's face completely drenched in blood, barely clinging to life, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Was he worried he might have beaten the guy to death? He swiftly kicked the leader away, knife in hand, ready for battle. The other 4 yellow-haired thugs gripped their knives tightly, facing him down. 8 eyes stared at him unblinkingly. Just then, from around the bend in the road, someone suddenly shouted at the top of their lungs, "The police are coming! The police are coming!" The wail of sirens followed, growing louder as they approached. The 4 thugs panicked. Two of them immediately lifted their leader off the ground, while the other two helped carry him away, pointing at Yui and snarling threats. "Kid, you're dead meat. You just wait, this isn't over." With that, they hoisted their leader and sprinted into a narrow alleyway. Hearing the sirens, Yui quickly tossed the knife he was holding into the nearby greenery. Getting caught by the police would be no small matter. Besides, there was a pool of blood on the ground here. If he were caught at the scene, it would be hard to explain. He immediately tried to run, but suddenly felt dizzy and lightheaded, as if all his strength had been drained. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. The side effects hit fast. This is it. If they take me to the station, will I end up with a criminal record? Exhaustion washed over him like a tidal wave. Louis felt weak all over, his eyes blurring until he could barely focus. Just before they closed, he vaguely saw a delicate young face leaning close. "Are you okay? Hey. After that, Louis knew nothing more. When Yui opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a wicker chair in the air-conditioned room. He looked around dazedly. Wasn't this Uncle's honey lure lingerie shop? Awake? What mischief did you get into today, kid?" Uncle asked from behind the counter, a faint smile playing on his lips. Louis sat up, still feeling sore all over. "How did I end up here? Where else would you be? Shouldn't you be in a hotel room with that little girl?" Uncle Louis chuckled meaningfully. Louis had feared he'd been taken to the police station, but thankfully the cops hadn't caught him. From his uncle's words, he vaguely guessed that the girl must have brought him back. He suddenly remembered vaguely seeing her face before he lost consciousness. "Where is she?" Louis asked. "Naturally she left. She still cares about you, you know. She asked me to tell you to be careful from now on." Uncle chuckled, then changed the subject abruptly. "When did you start seeing this girl? She looks pretty good. When are you bringing her home to formally introduce her to your uncle? She dropped you off today and left without even saying her name." "Wait, did she mention her name?" Louis had no idea what her name was. He didn't even know her surname. He stood up and stretched his limbs, wincing at the pain. To avoid his uncle's endless questions, he hurried to the attic and took out the food from the steamer basket to eat. Judging by the untouched portions, Wu Tao clearly hadn't come home for lunch again today. But Yui couldn't care less. He dug in, eating heartily. Before he knew it, he'd polished off 5 bowls of rice, emptying the entire rice cooker, yet still felt unsatisfied. Rubbing his belly, he felt both puzzled and astonished. "When did I become such a big eater?" A voice suddenly echoed faintly from his dantian. "The 9 oxen and 2 tigers technique consumes extraordinary amounts of energy. This isn't even much. In ancient times, which general didn't eat 10 caddies of rice and meat per meal? Once you fully unlock the 9 oxen and 2 tigers technique, you'll easily consume 30 caddies of food per meal." Yui was startled. 30 pounds per meal? That would make him a veritable glutton. Chapter 11, Life-Threatening. E was worried. If he really had to eat that much every meal from now on, wouldn't it scare the living daylights out of his uncle and the others? What does that even mean? A full pot of rice holds about 5 pounds. You'd need 6 full pots just to reach 30 pounds. If that didn't scare people, it would be strange indeed. Louis scratched his head in frustration, glancing at his own stomach still fairly trim. But if he ate 30 jin per meal from now on, how huge would his belly become? Zhao Yun replied, "You've surely read the records of the Grand Historian. When Lianpo was 80, he could still eat a bushel of rice and 10 pounds of meat daily, and he was just an ordinary man. So there's nothing surprising here. As for your worry about your stomach not holding it all, that's unnecessary. With your strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, your digestive system will work dozens of times faster than a normal person's. Food will be processed quickly, so you needn't fret about capacity." Lu Yi pondered this. If he truly had to consume 30 jin of food per meal from now on, he'd need to rent a place secretly to cook for himself. After polishing off the rice in the pot and the vegetables in the steamer, though still somewhat unsatisfied, Yui felt about 5 or 6 parts full. After all, he could currently only harness the strength of 1 ox from the legendary strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. He wasn't yet at the point where he needed 6 pots of rice per meal. After finishing his meal, he sat quietly, reflecting on the series of events that had unfolded that afternoon. That girl had her uncle warn me to be careful. This was something he really had to guard against. He'd struck so hard at noon, beating the leader, that yellow-haired guy, bloody and breaking 3 of his ribs. As they left, they'd made threats, telling Yui to wait. This wasn't over. These guys were part of the underworld. They had connections. If they really came after him, it would be impossible to guard against. Moreover, Yui was worried that his troubles might drag his uncle's shop into trouble. My uncle has connections in both legitimate and underworld circles. I'll need to tell him about this later. After resting for about 20 minutes, Yui went downstairs and recounted everything that had happened that afternoon. Uncle listened, his expression calm as he looked at him. A faint smile touched his lips. You beat a thug bloody? The same ones who trashed the shop yesterday? Louis nodded, then added quietly, I also broke 3 of his ribs. Ha! Broke 3 of his ribs and left him bleeding? Are you that strong? His uncle clearly didn't believe him, thinking Yui was joking. Honestly, it would be hard for anyone to believe. One man against 5, breaking the leader's 3 ribs while leaving him bloodied and battered, yet emerging unscathed himself? Uncle knew Yui inside out and naturally didn't buy it. Go chill somewhere else. Don't interrupt my news. Uncle waved him off, staring intently at his computer screen. Though the volume was off, the reflection in his glasses betrayed him completely. It wasn't news he was watching, but a steamy adult film. I'm serious, Uncle. Don't doubt me. I'm worried they'll come looking for trouble again this afternoon. If someone comes to smash up the shop again, don't blame me for not warning you. Yui said earnestly. Seeing how earnest he was, Uncle pushed his glasses up his nose and furrowed his brow slightly. Really? Of course it's true. Why would I joke about something like this? Louis sighed in exasperation, then pointed to some bloodstains on his clothes, deliberately showing them to his uncle. Seeing the real bloodstains and Louis's deadpan expression, which didn't seem like he was joking, Uncle immediately pulled out his phone and made a call. It was unclear who he was calling, but throughout the conversation, Uncle remained polite, occasionally glancing at Louis. After hanging up, his uncle glared at Yui with a stern expression. After several seconds of silence, he said slowly, word by word, you've really outdone yourself. You beat someone so badly they ended up in the hospital, 3 broken ribs, a fractured skull. Uncle slammed his phone down on the table, pointed an accusing finger at Louis, and shouted, you'd better tell me the whole story, every detail about what happened. Earlier, my uncle hadn't believed it, but that phone call had confirmed everything Louis had said was true. The call was to a local gang leader he had some acquaintance with. The moment the call connected, before he could even mention Louis, the other party blurted out about the great deeds his nephew had been up to. Uncle, of course, smiled apologetically the whole time, begging for leniency. No sooner had he hung up than he turned on Louis with fury. I didn't provoke them, they came looking for trouble. Because of yesterday's incident, they ambushed me once this morning, but I got away. Then at noon, they blocked my path again and tried to beat me up. So I struck first and knocked them out. Louis looked utterly innocent. They were going to beat you up, so you struck first and sent them to the hospital? They even pulled knives on me, Uncle. I had no choice. Uncle pointed at him, his face filled with worry. Do you even know who they are? They're from the Zhongxing Society, one of Linjiang City's 3 major gangs. You dared provoke them and seriously injured their leader, sending him to the hospital? Do you know what that lieutenant I just called said? Louis shook his head. His uncle snorted and said, that lieutenant told me those thugs have already gathered their men and are planning to take your life. Louis immediately swallowed hard. After my life? Scared now? Let me tell you, those thugs don't think twice when they get serious. His uncle slammed his hand on the table. Don't go to school this afternoon. Why? You still ask why? Those thugs are already planning to ambush you at school. You still want to go? Do you want them to hack you to death? Uncle scolded. In broad daylight? They wouldn't be that bold, would they? Louis wasn't actually that scared. What worried him was that he might drag his uncle's underwear shop into trouble. Not that bold? You have no idea how treacherous this world is. Do you know how many people die untimely deaths in Linjiang City every year? Cut the nonsense. This afternoon, you stay here and watch the store. I'll call your teacher to excuse you. Besides, I'll pull some strings to get this resolved for you. Otherwise, sooner or later, your old uncle here will have to bury you while still in my prime. Uncle said sternly. Louis opened his mouth, about to speak, but upon second thought, swallowed the words back down. His uncle and the others didn't know about his special abilities, so their concern was understandable. Uncle, can this really be resolved? Louis asked. His uncle sighed, tossed him a set of keys, and said, you watch the shop for now. I'll go try to pull some strings. If it can't be resolved, you'll have to leave Linjiang City. After walking a few steps, he turned back. Never mind. After I leave, close the shop. It's closed for the day. Go upstairs and wait for my news. Chapter 12, Love Rival? After his uncle left, Louis closed the shop as instructed, playing it safe. If those punks came back to smash the place, he wouldn't be able to stop them. And if they saw him inside, they'd probably storm in looking for trouble. After locking up, Yui returned to his room upstairs, lay on his bed, and carefully analyzed the situation. If this had happened to an ordinary person, it would indeed be a huge scandal. But then again, if it were an ordinary person, who would dare to lay such heavy blows on a street thug? Louis wasn't worried about himself. At worst, he could just use his teleportation ability to escape if he couldn't win. But even if I'm fine, what about that girl? If those yellow-haired punks really brought reinforcements to ambush her near the school this afternoon, and if they caught her? At that thought, Louis shot up from the bed. Remembering the girl, he couldn't help but worry for her. No, I have to go to the school. This whole thing started because of me. If she really gets hurt or worse because of this, I'll never forgive myself. Ignoring his uncle's warnings, he rushed downstairs and headed straight for the school. Arriving at school, it was still early, before afternoon classes began. Louis had been cautious all the way, but he hadn't encountered those yellow-haired punks or spotted any suspicious figures. As soon as he entered the school, he ran straight to class 7 of senior 3. He remembered the girl mentioning she was in that class. Louis was in class 2 of senior 3. Though they shared the same building, class 2 was on the first floor while class 7 occupied the third. He climbed to the third floor and headed straight for the classroom door. Peering inside, he saw only 7 or 8 scattered figures. The pretty girl wasn't in the classroom. Yui wanted to ask someone for her phone number so he could warn her, ideally, to tell her not to come to school this afternoon. After all, his uncle had gone to pull strings, and it wasn't certain he could handle it. If things didn't work out, those thugs would definitely come to the school to block her. Once they caught her, they might very well harm her. But Louis still didn't even know her name or surname. Even if he wanted to ask around, it wouldn't be easy. Scanning the classroom, Yui's gaze finally settled on a chubby boy sitting near the window, far back in the room. He tapped the boy's shoulder and sat down beside him. "Hey, I'm looking for someone. Is there a girl in your class about 5 feet 4 inches, really slim, pretty, with long hair and a straight fringe? She was wearing a pink polo shirt today." Louis tried to describe the girl's appearance in as much detail as possible, but before he could finish, the chubby kid turned his head. His mouth, stained black from eating chocolate, looked like he'd been poisoned. "Qiongqi, right? Qiongqi? Qiongqi is the prettiest girl in our class. She was wearing a pink polo shirt and beige pants today, right? I knew it. You guys from other classes are all drooling over our class's cabbage." The chubby kid shook his head at Louis with a skeptical look, clearly mistaking him for one of Qiongqi's admirers. "I'm not trying to pursue her," Louis blurted out in defense. Fatso grinned. "Everyone who secretly likes her says that." Louis wanted to argue, but after a moment's thought, he realized that the more he explained, the worse it would sound. He decided against it and simply asked, "Hey, do you know her phone number? Her QQ number or WeChat ID would work too." The chubby kid shrugged. "I don't have her number. Even though I'm in her class, if you want her phone number, you'll have to ask our homeroom teacher." The chubby kid expressed regret, and Yui sighed too. He certainly couldn't go asking their homeroom teacher for her number. Setting aside whether the teacher would give it to him, the real issue was why he needed it. That reason was hard to justify, and even if he told the truth, the teacher might not believe him. Just then, a handsome, sunlit boy walked in through the front classroom door. The chubby kid's eyes lit up. He immediately pointed at him and said to Yui, "Or, you could ask him." Louis glanced over as suggested. The newcomer stood about 5 feet 10 inches, radiating a sunny, approachable aura. Hearing the fat guy's words, he looked back and asked, "What's up?" The chubby kid chuckled and nosy sort himself and pointed at Louis. "This dude's asking for Qiongqi's number. Why don't you give it to him, Wu Jianfeng?" At this, the boy named Wu Jianfeng flashed a look of deep hostility. "What class are you in?" Wu Jianfeng approached, his tone sharp. "What do you want with Qiongqi's number?" Louis sensed his hostility and countered instead of answering, "And who are you? What business is it of yours what I want with Qiongqi's phone number? I'm her boyfriend." "What do you mean it's none of my business?" Wu Jianfeng lifted his chin arrogantly, his eyes looking down on Louis with a mix of smugness and sarcasm. "Boyfriend? Seriously?" Yui looked skeptical. "Of course it's true," Wu Jianfeng said with certainty. "Everyone in class 7 knows about it." Louis turned to the fat guy, seeking confirmation. The fat guy gave a slight nod, effectively confirming it. Louis shrugged, adopting a world-weary tone. "Young people these days, always rushing into relationships. Communism teaches us to study hard and strive for progress every day. What you're doing isn't right." Wu Jianfeng snapped impatiently, "Cut the crap. What do you want? If you're after Qiongqi, I suggest you give up that idea right now. Rest assured, I'm a model student. I don't engage in early romance, and I certainly don't poach others' girlfriends. I came to see Qiongqi to tell her something. Since she's not here, and you're her boyfriend, I'll ask you to pass it on to her," said Yui. "What is it?" Wu Jianfeng demanded. Louis glanced around, then motioned for him to step outside the classroom. He whispered, "You'd better call her right now and tell her not to come to school this afternoon." "Why?" "Because if she comes to class, she might be in danger. Some people from the underworld might be targeting her." Louis chose his words carefully, trying to be as tactful as possible. "All right, I got it," Wu Jianfeng replied indifferently. Strangely, he didn't press further about why people from the underworld would target Qiongqi, as if he already knew about these matters. Seeing his straightforward response, Yi feared he might not take it seriously and added, "I'm telling you the truth, not joking. You must remember to warn her." But Wu Jianfeng only gave a cold laugh. An innate arrogance spread across his face as he said indifferently, "Whether what you say is true or not, so what? This isn't your concern. Even if it's true, as long as I'm here, who would dare touch her?" "Ha!" Louis couldn't help but laugh at Wu Jianfeng's audacious boast. "As long as I'm here, who dares touch her?" What a grandiose claim. Did he truly possess such power? Louis couldn't hold back and asked, "On what basis?" Wu Jianfeng locked eyes with Yui, his voice unwavering as he enunciated each word, "Because my father is the captain of the criminal investigation squad in Lingjiang City." Is that enough? Chapter 13, Threat. Upon hearing Wu Jianfeng's words, Yui chuckled and nodded. He had to admit, with such a background, Wu Jianfeng could indeed pull off such arrogance. Under Wu Jianfeng's gaze, fierce as an animal guarding its territory, Yui shrugged and headed downstairs. Wu Jianfeng watched him descend until he rounded the corner, then called after him, "You won't need to worry about Qiongqi anymore. I don't want to see you coming to her again. I hope you understand." The tone he used was pure condescension, like a victor warning some loser to keep his hands off what he couldn't have. The unspoken message was clear: Qiongqi was already taken. There was no need to waste your energy scheming to get close to her. Lu Yi chuckled bitterly. He'd only come with good intentions to warn Qiongqi to be cautious, yet Wu Jianfeng had dismissed him as one of those lecherous toads coveting swans. This stung his pride, prompting him to retort, "Whether I seek her out or not is my own business. Even if you are her boyfriend, it's none of your concern, is it?" That remark ignited the powder keg. Wu Jianfeng stepped to the staircase, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Yui. "This was merely a well-intentioned warning," he said. "If you choose to ignore it, then should anything happen later, you'll bear the consequences yourself." "Ha!" Lu Yi chuckled twice, offered no reply, and descended the stairs. After he left, a contemptuous snort echoed through the stairwell. Just as Yui descended to the second floor, he happened upon the same three boys he'd encountered at noon when school let out. Earlier, these three boys had been surrounding Qiongqi. When Lu Yi intervened to help Qiongqi escape the situation, he had clashed with them, even knocking down the burly boy with a single palm strike. Well, what a small world running into them so soon. The moment the boys recognized Yui, they closed in. The burly one swiftly moved behind him, cutting off his escape route. Step by step, they cornered Yui against a wall in the stairwell. "You got some guts, kid. If the dean hadn't shown up at lunch today, I'd have beaten you to a pulp." The burly guy thrust his finger almost to Yui's nose. "Trying to play the hero? Putting on airs with us? You better know your place." The leader, though not the most muscular, was clearly the ringleader. He shoved Lu Yi in the shoulder. Lu Yi had been holding back some anger earlier, and now, provoked by these three, his temper flared. Clenching his fists, he demanded, "What do you want?" "What do we want?" "To beat you up, of course." The broad-shouldered, thick-waisted guy raised his fist, ready to swing it right at Lu Yi's face. The leader, however, raised his hand to stop him. "Forget it. Tiger said to let him off this time. Seems his uncle slipped Tiger a red envelope. Otherwise, we wouldn't even get a chance. Mad Dog and his crew would have chopped him up already." Lu Yi's eyelid twitched at this. His gaze flicked to the school badge on the chest of the speaker, a student named Lai Daming from Class 5, Senior 3. The other two were Jia Quan, a scrawny-looking kid, and Ma Feng, the burly one. All three were classmates. "So it was your uncle cleaning up your mess. Kid, you got lucky this time, but don't think we'll keep putting up with you. From now on, you'd better take a detour whenever you see us. If we run into you again, even if your uncle slipped Tiger a red envelope, we'll still beat you up. Every time we see you, we'll beat you up. Got it?" Ma Feng warned, his face stern. "Get lost." Jia Quan spat, his face twisted with contempt. "Hold on. We might let you off this time, but you pissed me off at lunch today. What business is it of yours that the three of us were surrounding Qiongqi? Why did you have to stick your nose in? People who screw up have to pay the price and take responsibility." Lai Daming spread his legs wide, pointing to the space between them. "Crawl under my legs, and we'll let you go today." These three were seasoned bullies. Whenever they found a target, they never missed an opportunity to trample their dignity or intimidate them into silence. Here in the stairwell, they had the numbers advantage, bolstered by Ma Feng, a burly, heavyweight fighter. Even if they were blatantly bullying someone, what could he do? He was alone. How could he possibly resist? Refuse to comply? Then the three of them would grab him and beat him senseless. Even if they did it right here, it wouldn't matter, no teachers would see. Lai Daming stared at Lu Yi with a mocking expression, his eyes urging him on. Jia Quan and Ma Feng each shoved Lu Yi, shouting, "Get in there. Don't bite the hand that feeds you." Ma Feng even raised his fist, ready to punch Lu Yi if he refused. Lu Yi remained silent, his anger burning to a boiling point. These three were truly pushing their luck. If this had been any other male student, he'd either be getting beaten up today or forced to crawl under Lai Daming's crotch. "You've gone too far, haven't you?" Lu Yi ground out through clenched teeth. Ma Feng immediately shoved Lu Yi's shoulder. "So what if we are? Cut the crap. Crawling or not?" His fist rose even higher. Jia Quan gloated from the sidelines, "Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Who in all of Lingjiang No. 1 High School doesn't know Brother Ming? You're so blind as to provoke him yourself. You're lucky he didn't beat you bloody. Crawl already while there are few people around. Once the crowd gathers, you'll be utterly humiliated." In fact, several students had already gathered to watch in the stairwell. With about 20 minutes left before class, many students were heading back to their classrooms. Passing the stairwell, they saw Lai Daming and his two friends cornering Yui. Sensing a spectacle, they pointed and whispered. Some sympathized with Yui, while others, like Jia Quan, gloated, eager to see him humiliated. Facing Lai Daming and his two friends closing in, Yui suddenly nodded. Just as he was about to deliver a kick straight to Lai Daming's groin, a commanding voice boomed from the lower part of the corridor. "What are you doing?" At the sound, everyone turned to look. There stood the bald-headed Dean of Discipline, making another appearance. The onlookers scattered like startled birds the moment they spotted him, terrified the principal's wrath might spill over onto them. Lai Daming patted Yui on the shoulder and said, "You got lucky this time." He then turned and headed upstairs, calling out, "Let's go." The chubby Ma Fong and the skinny Jia Quan followed suit. Chapter 14, Tonight's the Night. After Lai Daming and the others went upstairs, Yui hesitated for a few seconds before also heading up. Though his classroom was on the first floor, he didn't want to risk being scolded by the principal. He'd rather take a detour through the second floor and exit from the other side. "You! Stop right there!" Just as Yui was about to ascend, the dean extended his hand, deliberately pointing at him and ordering him to come down. Lu Yi's movements froze instantly. He turned around, his expression shifting completely as he flashed a smile brighter than the sun itself. "Principal, is there something you need? Come down." The bald-headed principal wasn't one to be swayed by smiles. His stern, aged face remained as unyielding as iron, utterly expressionless. The small eyes hidden behind thick reading glasses radiated authority. Lu Yi had no choice but to comply and step down. "I seem to recall seeing you around noon today. You were getting physical with someone near the school gate, weren't you?" the bald principal inquired sharply. "No way. That never happened." Lu Yi played dumb, feigning confusion. "Don't deny it. I clearly saw you," the bald principal insisted, pointing at Lu Yi with unwavering certainty. His small eyes held a distinct firmness. Lu Yi was puzzled. Lai Daming, Jia Quan, and Ma Fong had all been there at noon too. Why did the principal single him out? Earlier, Lai Daming, Jia Quan, and Ma Fong had all gone upstairs right under his nose. Why was Lu Yi the only one called out? This is unfair. "I'm innocent, sir. I wasn't touching anyone. Here's what really happened. Those other students wanted me to join their basketball team. But you can't just tell me to play, I need to try it out first, right?" After finishing his explanation, Louis glanced at the principal's bald head and couldn't help but recall the Boang anti-hair loss shampoo commercial. Before he could finish the classic ad line, he saw the principal's face suddenly darken. He immediately changed his tune. "I just said I needed to think about it, but they wouldn't let me. They insisted on dragging me out for a meal. You know how it is, director, once you've eaten someone's food, you owe them a favor. I couldn't very well let them treat me, so I tried to decline. That's when we ran into you. We were afraid you'd get mad, so we left." "Really, it's nothing." This flurry of nonsense was so far-fetched that the director couldn't be bothered to listen any longer. Waving his hand dismissively, he asked, "Then what were you two doing just now?" Lu Yi's mind raced as he came up with an excuse. "It's still about that thing. Since I refused to join their basketball team, they wanted to challenge our class. We just happened to run into them earlier, and they wanted to deliver the challenge." The principal stared at him for a long moment before finally saying, "Playing basketball is good exercise. Why did you refuse?" Lu Yi instantly stood ramrod straight, his expression one of self-sacrifice as he passionately declared, "Our teacher said we should study hard and strive for progress every day. It's already the second semester of senior year, and the college entrance exams are approaching. As a senior about to take the university entrance exams, I'm awaiting my country's call and am eager to contribute my share to socialism. I simply don't have the time." That's true." The principal was finally persuaded by this impassioned speech. He nodded, showing understanding. "Principal, class is about to start. May I return to the classroom?" Yui gestured toward the classroom and then at the time displayed on his wristwatch. "Go ahead." The principal waved him off, ultimately letting him off the hook. Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Slipping past the principal, he patted his chest. Thank goodness he'd gotten through it. If he hadn't, he'd probably have been sent to stand on the playground for at least an hour or two. The moment he returned to the classroom, his phone vibrated. He pulled it out to see his uncle calling. Lu Yi answered, and his uncle's voice came through immediately. "Where the hell have you been? I told you to stay home. Why haven't I seen you around?" Recalling what Lai Daming and the others had said earlier, Yui felt a surge of anger. He retorted, "Uncle, did you just go out to stuff red envelopes into someone's hands?" "Who told you that?" his uncle asked after a moment's pause. "Uncle," Yui said indignantly, "from now on, you don't need to worry about me anymore. If they want to cause trouble for me, let them come. I'm eager to see who's really untouchable. Stop talking nonsense. How old are you, spouting such foolishness? Do you really think you can take on those people? I've already handled today's matter. Stop your idle chatter and come back here immediately," his uncle said sternly. "I'm already at school," said Yui. "Didn't I tell you not to go to school this afternoon? I've already settled things with them, but if you run into their people again, they might not kill you, but they could still beat you up. Why won't you listen?" Uncle was a bit angry. He had repeatedly warned Yui before leaving. Lu Yi replied calmly, "What's meant to happen will happen. There's no escaping it. Besides, there are several important classes this afternoon. I'm afraid I'll miss them. Uncle, ready to scold him further, paused upon remembering that Yui was a senior about to graduate. The curriculum was indeed intense now. He paused and said, "Fine. If you're going, just be careful." MHM. Louis responded calmly on the surface, though his mind was anything but tranquil. "Uncle, I have a question." "What is it?" "Those thugs are all from the Qiongqi Society, right? You mentioned it's one of Lingjiang City's 3 major gangs. Do you know what businesses they control?" Louis asked. He felt compelled to take action, otherwise he'd be wasting his abilities. "Why do you ask?" his uncle inquired. Louis smiled and offered an excuse: "It's to better avoid them. If I know which businesses belong to them, I can steer clear in the future." Uncle, sensing his nephew was teachable, replied, "Qiongqi Society has many businesses. I don't know the specifics, but their 2 biggest are Hongtian Entertainment City and Zhongxing Hotel. Beyond that, I'm not sure." "Got it, uncle. Gotta head to class now. Bye," hanging up. After hanging up, Yui murmured the names Hongtian Entertainment City and Zhongxing Hotel under his breath. His mind was already making plans. Tonight he would act. Chapter 15, The Inflatable Doll. Back in the classroom, Louis sat down and began plotting the specifics of tonight's operation. Despite his special abilities, many things still required careful advance planning. Before afternoon class began, his cousin Wu Tao arrived. They were in the same class and sat close together. Wu Tao plopped down in his seat, looking thoroughly disgruntled, likely another crushing defeat in League of Legends. "What's up, E?" Wu Tao glanced at Louis out of boredom. He saw Louis pulling out his phone, zooming in on a map of Lingjiang City. 2 locations were marked with special attention: Hongtian Entertainment City and Zhongxing Hotel. Louis had even adjusted the scale to meticulously measure the street locations, widths, and distances between these 2 spots. Studying architecture. Yui blurted out casually, jotting down his measurements on a piece of paper as he spoke. This was crucial for him, as his teleportation ability only worked within a 100-meter radius. If he was going to make his move tonight, he needed to plan every possible route meticulously. "What? Studying architecture? You?" Wu Tao wore a look of utter disdain, clearly convinced his cousin Louis wasn't cut out for it. Louis frowned. "What? You don't think I'm cut out for it?" Wu Tao nodded emphatically. "Of course you're not cut out for it. Get lost." Louis continued meticulously recording measurements. Suddenly, a mental map formed in his mind. Every building in Lingjiang City was marked, as if an electronic map had been etched into his memory. Stunned, he heard a haughty voice from his dantian: "You needn't take notes. With the dragon soul amber within you, your memory is now photographic. Not just a mere city like Lingjiang. Even if you scanned the entire map of China, you could memorize it completely." "Really? Is this real?" Louis was utterly stunned, his pen slipping from his trembling hands. A photographic memory, such an incredible ability had been bestowed upon him. This meant his academic fortunes were about to turn around completely. Of course, the haughty voice from his dantian elaborated. "The dragon soul amber itself possesses recording capabilities. Now that it's fused with you, everything you see will be recorded by it. And what it records will be shared with you, thus forming the so-called photographic memory." Louis couldn't believe it. He immediately pulled out his English textbook, flipped to the vocabulary index at the back, and read through 5 pages in one breath. These words had once seemed harder to memorize than classical Chinese, but with the dragon soul amber, the effect of photographic memory seemed genuinely to have manifested. As soon as Yui closed his eyes, the words he had just seen began swirling around in his mind, one after another. He immediately challenged Wu Tao: "Test me on a few words." Wu Tao frowned, looking utterly baffled. "What's the point? E, why are you suddenly quizzing me on words? Cut the nonsense. Don't tell me you're trying to become a top student. Your English has never even passed. Cut the crap. Just ask me," Yi said impatiently, closing his eyes and urging him on. Though puzzled, Wu Tao pulled out a brand new English textbook, flipped to the vocabulary list at the back, and stroked his chin thoughtfully before asking, "The word for beauty?" Without hesitation, Yi blurted out, "Beauty." Wu Tao's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Long legs?" Without hesitation, Yui answered, "Leggy." "Holy crap, E, when did you get so damn good?" Wu Tao was startled at first, then shook his head. "No way. You must see these words all the time. Those don't count. I'll ask 2 more. Louis shot Wu Tao a withering look. What did he mean, words he sees all the time? Did Wu Tao really think his big brother was that sleazy? The word for underwear? Wu Tao asked without hesitation. Without hesitation, Yaij blurted out, "Briefs." Wu Tao gritted his teeth, suddenly pulling out his trump card, "Inflatable doll?" The moment those words left his mouth, several girls in the class heard them and turned their heads, glaring at Wu Tao with disdain. Wu Tao, however, was completely focused on Yui. He saw Yui frown, hesitating for just a second or two. The word inflatable doll wasn't in the dictionary, but Yui noticed words automatically forming in his mind. He said, "Inflatable doll." Holy crap, you know that? Wu Tao was stunned and was about to ask more. But Yui cut him off, afraid the kid would embarrass himself in front of all the girls by asking about vibrators or vibrating eggs. Wait, what's up? We agreed to be slackers together, but now you're secretly trying to be a nerd? That's not your style. Wu Tao protested. Lu Yi ignored him, flipping through his English vocabulary list. He covered the translations, focusing only on the Chinese words, silently translating them in his head. He worked his way through the entire list from start to finish, discovering he remembered every single word perfectly. His blood surged with excitement. With a skill like this, how could he not become a top student? But he quickly regained his composure and asked the guardian spirit within his dantian, by the way, this photographic memory ability won't it have any side effects? He knew all too well that overusing teleportation caused his heart to ache as if pierced by needles. Exerting superhuman strength for more than a minute left him exhausted, even fainting. The haughty voice from his dantian replied, rest assured, the photographic memory carries no side effects. As long as the dragon soul amber remains on your person, this ability will persist. Should you ever lose the dragon soul amber, you will lose this power. Understood. Pressing his chest, Yui vowed never to let such a precious treasure slip from his grasp. He immediately pulled out all his textbooks, preparing to review everything from his freshman year to senior year all by himself. Even when class began, he continued skimming through his old textbooks at lightning speed, paying no attention whatsoever to what the teacher was lecturing about at the front of the classroom. By midway through the first afternoon class, Yui had already finished all 3 years of high school history textbooks. He promptly tossed them into his desk, pulled out his Chinese language textbook, and prepared to study Chinese. The teacher at the front of the classroom was passionately lecturing about World War II, pacing toward the front of the room as he spoke. When he reached Yui's desk and saw that he was reading a Chinese textbook during a history class, his displeasure was evident. Yui, he said sternly, stand up. Chapter 16, showing off at the drop of a hat. Startled by the teacher's call, Yui froze, looking up at the history teacher and asking, is there something you need, sir? The history teacher pushed his glasses up his nose, his face stern and accusatory. This is a history class, yet you're reading a Chinese textbook. Have you already mastered history? And I've been talking myself hoarse up there, did you even listen? I know all that, Louis nodded. The history teacher snorted derisively. You know it all? Fine. Then let me ask you a few questions to see if you truly understand or are just pretending. If you can't answer, you'll stand in the hallway during my class from now on. Clearly, reading a Chinese textbook during history class had deeply annoyed the teacher. Had Yui admitted his mistake when questioned earlier, the teacher might not have escalated to such a demand. But Lu Yi's response that he knew everything was clearly a case of stubbornness. The history teacher folded his arms behind his back, paused briefly, and decided not to make it too easy. He then asked, I won't make it too difficult. Just tell me the dates of the 10 major battles of World War II. At that moment, the entire class's gaze was fixed on them, most eyes carrying a hint of schadenfreude. Though Wu Tao usually enjoyed teasing Yui, in this critical moment, he embodied the spirit of a good Chinese cousin. He swiftly flipped through the history book, locating the dates of each battle. Then, with his mouth agape, he dramatically traced the timeline with his finger, intending to signal the answers to Yui. This question was no simple task. Some dates were key points emphasized by the teacher, so everyone knew them, but others weren't covered in detail, and no one had bothered to memorize them. It's safe to say that without cheating, no one in the entire class could have answered it completely. Wu Tao was putting on quite a show, gesturing with his fingers to mark the timelines, when suddenly, the class monitor, Chen Xiaoling, tattled to the teacher, Teacher, Wu Tao is helping Louis cheat. The moment those words left her mouth, the history teacher immediately turned to look. Wu Tao instantly activated his acting chops, spinning around to sit up straight, eyes fixed on his nose on his heart, not looking sideways. Only after the teacher's gaze shifted away did he clench his fists fiercely at the class monitor. His furious gaze clearly conveyed, if you weren't a girl, I'd beat you senseless after school today. But Chen Xiaoling only lifted her chin, unfazed and defiant. As a class officer, she truly upheld impartiality. Under Chen Xiaoling's fixed stare, Wu Tao could only shrug helplessly at Yui, signaling regret. With a faint sigh and a solemn expression like a warrior facing his final battle, he waved to Yui. This is all I can do. Lu Yi, however, never glanced in his direction. After a brief pause, he answered on his own. The Polish Blitzkrieg began September 1, 1939, and ended October 1939. The Battle of Dunkirk began May 19, 1940, and ended June 8, 1940. The Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor commenced at 7:58 a.m. on December 7, 1941, and concluded around 9 a.m. on December 7, 1941 Hawaii time. The Battle of Britain began in July 1940 and ended in October 1940. The Battle of Moscow commenced in September 1941 and concluded in December 1941. The Battle of Midway began at 4 a.m. on June 4, 1942, and ended on June 6, 1942. The Battle of Guadalcanal began in July 1942. The Battle of Normandy began on June 6, 1944, and ended in August 1944. The Battle of Berlin began in March 1945 and ended on May 1, 1945. The Battle of Okinawa began in April 1945 and ended in July 1945. Many students in the class had prepared to watch the spectacle. If Yui couldn't answer, the history teacher would expel him from the classroom to stand in the hallway as punishment. But after this series of answers was delivered, everyone was stunned. At first, many thought he was guessing wildly. Yet Yui answered swiftly, hesitating only briefly at the start, then delivering the rest with remarkable speed. Several students pulled out their textbooks and reference materials to verify the answers, only to discover with astonishment that every single detail Yui provided was correct. He not only stated the starting date but also the ending date, his expression radiating complete confidence. When he finished, even the history teacher looked at him with newfound respect. The teacher had deliberately tried to stump him, yet he had actually answered correctly. Then let me ask you this, what were the exact dates of the global anti-fascist war? The teacher inquired, pushing his glasses up his nose. Louis paused briefly once more before answering. The European theater began on September 1, 1939, and ended on May 8, 1945, a total of 4 years, 8 months, and 8 days. The Soviet-German theater began on June 22, 1941, and ended on May 8, 1945, lasting 3 years, 10 months, and 17 days. The Pacific Theater began on December 8, 1941, and ended on September 2, 1945, lasting a total of 3 years, 8 months, and 26 days. The China Theater commenced on September 18, 1931, and concluded on September 2, 1945, lasting a total of 13 years, 11 months, and 16 days. As he rattled off the answers one by one, the entire class was left speechless. Even Chen Xiaoling, the class monitor who had previously reported Yui to the teacher and cut off his cheating opportunities, was stunned. She was undoubtedly the top student in class too, yet if she had been asked these questions, she wouldn't have been confident in answering them either, and Yui had provided such detailed responses. As for Wu Tao, his jaw nearly hit the floor. In his mind, he was just the guy who spent all his time glued to the computer watching adult films. How had he suddenly become so impressive? All right. The history teacher suddenly waved his hand, signaling Yui to sit down. As the saying goes, 3 strikes and you're out. As a teacher, he couldn't be too hard on the student. Since Yui had answered his 2 questions consecutively, and so thoroughly and completely at that, there was nothing more to say. You studied well, but don't get too cocky, you know, the history teacher reminded him. Louis nodded, his expression earnest and receptive. Before long, the class ended. The moment the bell rang and the teacher called dismissed, Wu Tao immediately rushed over to Yui, grabbing his arm. His eyes sparkled with curiosity, like he'd just witnessed Ultraman being defeated by a monster. He eagerly asked, "Brothery, how did you suddenly get so good? I never see you studying." Louis shot him a look and said, "Do I need to tell you when I read books? We're not kids anymore." He then patted Wu Tao's shoulder and said with an air of worldly wisdom, "It's already the 2nd semester of senior year. The college entrance exams are coming up soon. Even if it's cramming at the last minute, we should make an effort. If we don't get into college, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Don't you agree? So of course I need to read more." Wu Tao nodded in deep agreement. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. With he working so hard, he couldn't afford to lag behind. So, with solemn earnestness and passionate fervor, he declared, "Looks like I need to buckle down and study too. I've decided I'll start with some erotic novels." Chapter 17, The Moment of Counterattack. Throughout the 4 afternoon classes, Yui never saw Qiongqi appear. At the end of each period, he would stand outside the classroom, hoping to catch a glimpse of her. If he was lucky enough to spot her, he was determined to tell her in person to be careful. But even by dismissal time, she hadn't appeared. Perhaps something had delayed her from coming to school this afternoon, or maybe she was just a bit late and had gone upstairs during class time, which was why Yui hadn't seen her. Still, Yui couldn't bring himself to go upstairs and look. Qiongqi's boyfriend, whenever he spotted Yui, would pounce on him like a mother hen protecting her chicks, singling him out with particular hostility. Yui didn't want to face that cold stare. He wondered how she was doing. Ishi sighed, stretched his limbs, and left the classroom with his cousin. "What's up, E? You're always peeking outside during breaks. Got a crush on some girl in another class?" Wu Tao raised an eyebrow, his keen senses picking up on something. "You know Qiongqi?" Louis asked casually. "Ha? Qiongqi? The one from class 8? She's the class beauty. Your standards aren't low, e.g.?" Wu Tao asked with admiration. "Spill it, when did you hook up with Qiongqi? Get lost. I was just asking. Who said I hooked up with her?" Louis snapped. Wu Tao grinned, winking suggestively. "So, you've got a crush on her? Cut the crap. Well, if I got her phone number for you, would you want it?" Wu Tao said with a smug look. "You can get her number?" Yi looked astonished. He never knew his cousin, who only played video games and bullied elementary school kids, had this kind of influence. "Underestimate me? Don't you know who I am? Your cousin here has gaming buddies all over school. Just ask around and I'll get it done in no time. But even if I get her number, if she ignores you, there's nothing you can do about it. Wu Tao looked at Louis with deep sympathy, his expression like watching a toad trying to eat a swan. Then don't worry about it. Just get me her contact info first. We'll talk about it after that, said Louis. See? Still won't admit you've got a crush on her? The moment I mentioned getting her number, look how frantic you got. Wu Tao chuckled slyly. Cut the crap and hurry up. I've got urgent business. Louis snapped. Fine, I'll ask her right now. But EGE, you better remember this, you owe me a favor. Next time, if there's a chance, you'd better keep helping me get out of class. Wu Tao pulled out his phone and got to work. It didn't take him long to get results, no wonder he had friends all over campus. Only, what he got wasn't a phone number, but a QQID. After giving the number to Yui, Wu Tao sighed and said, as your cousin, this is all I can do. The rest is up to you. Without a word, Louis immediately added the friend request. He waited by the classroom door for over 10 minutes, but received no response. Only after Wu Tao urged him did he finally head home with his cousin. The moment they stepped out of the school gate, 3 figures blocked their path. The trio blocked their path. The tallest among them strode forward, his thick hand clamping onto Yui's shoulder as he shoved Wu Tao aside. Get lost. This doesn't concern you. Hey! What do you think you're doing? Wu Tao immediately shouted, sensing their hostile intent. I said none of your business. If you don't get lost, you'll get beaten too. The tall man pointed at Wu Tao menacingly, his warning sharp. As he spoke, he forcibly dragged Louis into a narrow alley outside the campus, clearly intending to avoid the crowd and teach Louis a lesson. Wu Tao, you go ahead. Louis remained calm, then cooperatively followed the tall boy into the alley outside the school. These 3 were undoubtedly Lai Daming, Jiaquan, and Ma Feng. Earlier that day, they had ambushed Louis in the stairwell, but before they could teach him a lesson, the head of discipline had arrived. Now, with nothing better to do, Lai Daming deliberately waited by the school gate after classes, lying in ambush for Yui. The moment he spotted him, Lai Daming immediately signaled Ma Feng to go and grab him. Now, leaving Wu Tao behind, the trio dragged Louis into the alley, ready to attack. Though Wu Tao didn't know the details of their conflict, even a fool could guess the situation from the scene unfolding before him. Watching Louis being led into the alley by Lai Daming and his 2 friends, Wu Tao didn't act impulsively. Instead, he suddenly turned and sprinted back toward the school, seemingly without a clear purpose. Lai Daming and his 2 accomplices dragged Louis over 100 meters down the alley before shoving him into a corner. Alright, Lai Daming sneered at Louis. The last 2 times we crossed paths, the dean showed up just in time to bail you out. Lucky for you. But now, let's see who comes to your rescue this time. He exchanged a knowing glance with Ma Feng and Jiaquan, and all 3 spread their legs wide. What do you want? Louis asked calmly. What do we want? Ha, what do you think? You're Yui, right? Don't accuse us of bullying you, we're decent folks, known for being reasonable. Now I'll give you one chance, crawl under each of our crotches in turn, then bark like a dog 3 times. We'll wipe the slate clean. How about it? Lai Daming said with a mocking grin. You're pushing it a bit too far, aren't you? Louis retorted. Ha! Too much? Is this too much? If it were truly too much, we'd have beaten you senseless long ago so badly your own mother wouldn't recognize you. We're giving you one chance. Take it or leave it. The skinny Jiaquan chimed in, spreading his legs wide. Hurry up and crawl through. Urged the burly Ma Feng, who stood at 1.8 meters tall and weighed over 180 pounds, towering like a small mountain. He was the primary combatant among the 3. Louis's brow furrowed deeply. We're all from the same school. You don't have to be so ruthless, do you? Cut you off? Aren't you the hero saving the damsel in distress? Trying to impress Qiongqi? You ruined Minga's plans, and now you're calling us ruthless? Don't you find that hilarious? Jiaquan sneered. Ma Feng raised his fist impatiently, urging, cut the crap. Get in or get out. If you don't, you'll have to deal with the consequences. Louis nodded. These 3 deliberately sought to provoke him over a minor friction, they dared to humiliate him like this. Since they showed no regard for their shared school ties, Louis felt no obligation to honor them either. Fine. I'll crawl. The words barely left his mouth when Louis's foot shot out, connecting with Lai Daming's groin. A blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered, erupted instantly. Chapter 18, 100,000 yuan. The instant his first kick connected, Yui spun around and delivered another blow, this time to Jiaquan's groin. A second piercing scream followed immediately. Lai Daming and Jiaquan howled in agony, curled up on the ground, clutching their groins with both hands, writhing in pain. Louis intended to deliver another kick to Ma Feng, but time was running out. Enraged, Ma Feng swung a punch straight at Louis's face. Louis suddenly unleashed half his strength, no fancy moves, no special techniques, just a simple, brutal fist countering fist. Thud. Physically, Yui was nearly half Ma Feng's size. Normally, such a direct clash would have left Yui severely disadvantaged. Yet, the moment their fists collided, a sharp crack of dislocation echoed. Ma Feng let out a strange cry as his burly frame stumbled backward uncontrollably, halting only after retreating 10 steps. 2 fingers on his right hand had dislocated in the clash, the pain making him grimace in agony. He stared at Yue in disbelief. How could such a small frame unleash such overwhelming power? Impossible. I refuse to believe it. The burly Ma Feng refused to accept this. When it came to fighting, few in the entire senior class could match him. Yet today, he'd been driven back by someone so small. Though 2 fingers were dislocated, he gritted his teeth and charged at Yue, intent on landing a few kicks. Lui stood his ground, his right hand gathering half a bull's strength. As the fatso Ma Feng lunged with a kick, Lui crouched low and countered with a punch. Thud. This time, Ma Feng was sent tumbling. He rolled 5 or 6 times before coming to a stop, his hands and feet throbbing in pain, unable to get back up. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the alley's exit. Lui followed the noise and saw a man charging in, a fruit knife clutched in his hand, his expression menacing. He charged forward, bellowing, "Who dares touch my cousin?" This man was Wu Tao. He had rushed into the school earlier, and no one knew what he was up to. Now he had actually brought a knife. He yelled loudly, but when he saw what was happening inside the alley, he froze on the spot. He had expected Yue to be beaten senseless by the 3 men, but to his astonishment, Yue stood unscathed. Instead, the 3 who had dragged him into the alley now lay sprawled on the ground. Even the burly Ma Feng was no exception. What the hell? Wu Tao was utterly baffled. Lui walked up to Lai Daming, crouched down, and slapped his cheek. "You wanted me to crawl between your legs, right? Still want it?" Lai Daming, after all, was a notorious bully at school, accustomed to arrogance and tyranny. Having unexpectedly suffered a loss today, he refused to back down. Glaring at Yue, he snarled, "You dare kick me? You're dead meat, you. Do you know who I'm with?" Lui, seeing his defiant tone, immediately slapped him hard across the face, leaving it red and swollen. "Who's dead, huh? You." Lai Daming still refused to back down. Suddenly, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain between his legs, he scrambled to his feet and lunged at Lui. Jia Quan, also enduring pain, charged forward to grab Lui's legs. Lui stood unmoved, delivering 2 swift kicks that sent both men crashing back to the ground. Lai Daming and Jia Quan yelped in agony, curling up in pain. Wu Tao watched the scene intently. Now he saw it with his own eyes. Lai Daming and his 2 buddies had all been taken down by Yue alone. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Not only had Brother Yi been impressive in class today, but he'd also proven himself formidable in a fight. To think he could even knock down the burly Ma Feng, it was unbelievable. After a moment, Wu Tao waved the knife in his hand. He'd gone to great lengths to borrow this weapon. He had to at least show off a little. He charged forward, mimicking the gangsters in movies, pressing the knife against Lai Daming's shoulder. His face twisted into a menacing grimace as he snarled, "You've got some nerve, huh? You actually dared to mess with my cousin? Who gave you the guts?" Lai Daming was notoriously arrogant and bullying, relying on his connection to a gang boss outside school to terrorize others. But he'd never had a knife pressed against his throat before, a real knife, no less. "What are you doing?" Lai Daming visibly flinched, frozen in place as he watched the cleaver warp his gaze. "You think I won't slice you up?" Wu Tao raised the knife, threatening him. "Murder's illegal. You dare?" Lai Daming summoned his courage and shouted. "Watch me." Wu Tao raised the knife high, grabbed Lai Daming's hand, and made a sudden downward motion as if to slice through his 5 fingers. "No!" Lai Daming simply didn't have the nerve. As the cleaver was about to come down, he frantically pulled his hand back and began struggling. Wu Tao stopped the blade just in time. Truth be told, he'd only meant to scare Lai Daming. He wouldn't have dared to actually cut him. Fortunately, Lai Daming was a coward and started screaming so quickly. Even if he hadn't yelled, Wu Tao wouldn't have gone through with the slash. "You dare touch my cousin again? Huh?" Wu Tao barked. "No, I won't," Lai Daming conceded, suppressing his anger and shaking his head quickly. But inside, he was thinking, "Damn it, you wait. I'll find someone to cut you both to pieces." Lui, however, hadn't taken them seriously at all. Suddenly, he walked over to Lai Daming and said, "I'll ask you a question. At noon, you said my uncle gave someone a red envelope. Who did he give it to?" The moment Lai Daming saw Lui, he wanted to spit out some threats. But the thought of getting beaten up again if he did made him hold back. He answered truthfully, "Of course it was Brother Hu. Who else could it be?" "Who is Brother Hu?" Wu Tao asked, utterly confused. He still didn't grasp what was happening. Lai Daming retorted, "You guys don't even know Brother Hu? Humph. He's one of the 4 great masters of the Zhongxing Society, with over 500 underlings under him. I'm the one who hangs out with Brother Hu." He played his trump card, hoping to intimidate Lui and Wu Tao. But Lui couldn't care less about this tiger brother. He pressed on, "So those punks I beat up and sent to the hospital were also from the Zhongxing Society? What's their connection to Tiger Brother?" "They're under Mad Dog. Mad Dog is also a leader in the Zhongxing Society. If Tiger hadn't spoken up for you today, you'd have been hacked to death on the street by his men," Lai Daming said through gritted teeth. So how much did my uncle slip tiger brother in that red envelope? You know? Yui pressed. Lai Daming sneered coldly. 100,000. Your uncle sure is generous, he handed over 100 grand in one go. Brother who slipped 50,000 to Mad Dog to smooth things over. Otherwise, do you think you'd still be alive today? 100,000. Uncle actually spent 100,000 yuan to smooth things over for Louis. Chapter 19, Artistic Performance. What 100,000? What happened? Wu Tao looked utterly confused, completely clueless about what was going on. Lu Yi's expression darkened. His uncle hadn't mentioned a word about spending 100,000 yuan to buy his peace of mind over the phone. For the sake of this nephew, perhaps he didn't even care about the 100,000 yuan. But Lu Yi felt guilty. This whole mess was entirely his doing, yet his uncle had to spend money to buy his peace of mind. Wu Tao, we're not going home for dinner tonight. We're treating ourselves to a fancy meal at a hotel. Yi suddenly announced. Wu Tao's eyes lit up at the mention of a feast, but he shrugged and said, Brothery, I'm broke. Lu Yi replied, I don't have much either, but those three probably do. Lai Daming's expression darkened instantly. Realizing what was coming, he clutched his pockets tightly. What? What are you guys planning? Robbery is illegal. Hand it over or face the consequences, Yi said bluntly. Wu Tao brandished his cleaver to intimidate them. Without waiting for them to hand over their wallets, he proceeded to search them all. These three seemed to come from well-off families. Their combined pocket money totaled over 2,000 yuan. It was Wu Tao's first time doing this, and he felt uneasy and nervous. He tugged at Lu Yi's sleeve and whispered, Brothery? Are we really robbing them? Robbery is illegal. Who says this is robbery? What do you know? You saw it with your own eyes. Those three picked a fight with me. This is compensation for my emotional distress. Got it? Lu Yi retorted with righteous indignation. Wu Tao raised an eyebrow, then nodded in strong agreement. Right, exactly. I saw them drag you into that alley with my own eyes. Plenty of others saw it too. They were the ones picking on you. This money is the least they owe for the mental distress they caused. You're making false accusations. Jia Quan was furious enough to spit blood. The three of them had intended to teach Louis a lesson, but instead, Louis had turned the tables on them, snatched their wallets, and then turned around and accused them. It was truly a case of losing both the battle and the war, a bitter pill to swallow with no way to vent their grievances. Slander who? Wu Tao retorted, brandishing a knife at Jia Quan. There are surveillance cameras outside the school. Even if we report this, the evidence is on our side. What can you possibly say? Jia Quan tried to protest, but Lai Daming shot him a warning glance, signaling silence. This time, no matter what, they were screwed. For now, they had to endure. Once they got through this, they could call on Brother Hu to take care of those two little punks. Brothery, should we add another safeguard? Wu Tao suddenly had an idea, thinking of a foolproof plan. What kind of backup? Asked Louis. Wu Tao whispered a few words in his ear. Upon hearing it, Louis laughed and cursed, You're something else, coming up with this. Then, the two cousins grinned maliciously as they closed in on Lai Daming and Jia Quan, cornering them against a wall. 20 minutes later, Wu Tao and Yui emerged from the alley. As they walked, Wu Tao pulled out his phone and pulled up several images. Holy, these photos are professionally shot almost like nude art. Louis admired the images, offering generous praise. Of course they are. I took them. Professional quality, no doubt. Wu Tao chuckled and then asked, Hey Yi, what was that about Brother Hu and 100,000 yuan you guys were talking about earlier? What's that all about? No rush. I'll tell you all about it over a big meal later, Louis replied. Where are we going for the big meal? Wu Tao asked. Zhongxing Hotel. Louis stated directly. What? Zhongxing Hotel? That's a 5-star establishment. One meal there will practically wipe out these 2,000 yuan, Wu Tao said regretfully. That amount could buy him internet cafe cards for half a year of gaming. That's nothing. Tonight, I'll make sure you come back loaded, said Louis. Wu Tao listened excitedly, studying Louis intently. Brothery, you seem different lately. Not only are you acing your studies, but you can take on 3 guys at once in a fight. It's unbelievable. You haven't gone and taken some magical elixir like those protagonists in fantasy novels, right? Like, completely transformed? The two cousins had grown up together since childhood, knowing each other inside out. The Louis of the past was nowhere near as formidable as he was now, which was why Wu Tao was speculating. Louis heard this but offered no explanation. Though Wu Tao's guess was wildly off base, it wasn't entirely far-fetched when you thought about it. If someone were to write a fantasy novel based on Yu Yi's recent experiences, it would be a perfect fit. Dragon Soul Amber? Zhao Yun's guardian spirit? Who would believe such things were real? I've said it before, we're no longer children. From now on, we must act more maturely and learn to shoulder responsibility. When you grasp this truth, you too will transform, Yui declared with feigned profundity. Wu Tao scratched his head, half understanding. Regardless, he still felt that if he had to describe Yui in 2 words right now, it could only be awesome. Where'd you get that cleaver? Put it away, you're scaring people. Once they hit the street, Yui quickly motioned for Wu Tao to stow the knife. Wu Tao chuckled. Borrowed it from the school canteen lady. Wait for me at the gate, I'll return it first. The two of them moved swiftly away. But after they left, Lai Daming and Jia Quan in that dark alleyway hastily grabbed a newspaper to cover their private parts. They crept along cautiously, like Japanese soldiers sneaking into a village, trembling with fear. Every few steps, they ducked and hid, terrified of being seen. Ma Feng, you bastard, hurry up and look around. See where those 2 jerks dumped our clothes. Lai Daming shouted at the fat Ma Feng, his anger boiling over. Fatso Ma Feng limped along, 2 fingers dislocated and the sole of his foot bruised from a punch by Yui. He was the only one spared from being stripped naked. Earlier, Yui and Wu Tao had intended to take a few artistic photos of the chubby Ma Feng too. But he was simply too large. Stripping him would have been no easy task. So they abandoned him, leaving only Lai Daming and Jia Quan stripped bare. Before leaving, Wu Tao had playfully taken all their clothes with him, and no one knew where he tossed them. Found it! Found it! Fatso Ma Feng searched along the path for quite a distance before finally spotting their clothes beside a garbage pile. Hurry up and bring them over! Lai Daming called out. Then he and Jia Quan scrambled to get dressed. Jia Quan shivered as he said, Brother Ming, we can't just let this slide. They've gone way too far. Lai Daming growled, you tell me? I'm calling Brother Hu right now. Those 2 bastards are dead meat. But they took pictures of us. What should we do about that? Jia Quan asked, both embarrassed and worried. Just as Lai Daming pulled out his phone to call Brother Hu, Jia Quan's mention of the photos made him snap it shut. Damn it, he cursed. Chapter 20, First Move. After leaving the school, Lui and Wu Tao hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Zhongxing Hotel, a 5-star establishment under the Zhongxing Group. Stepping out of the cab, they stood before the hotel's gilded entrance, both feeling a bit intimidated. This was a place frequented by big shots, with a minimum spend of 800 to 1,000 yuan. Brother are we really going to dine here? Wu Tao counted the cash in his hand, his voice lacking confidence. With this much money, how many dishes can we even order? Who cares? We're already here, are we just going to stand outside? Yi retorted impatiently. But what if we don't have enough money? Wu Tao asked. If we don't have enough, Yi replied, I'll cover it. Do you even have any money on you? No. After some hesitation, the two of them entered the hotel together and even booked a private room. When the waiter brought the menu, Wu Tao was stunned. The minimum charge for a private room in this hotel was 2,888 yuan. Combined, they only had about 2,300 yuan. Glancing at the prices, even a simple vegetable dish cost 120 yuan per plate. Wu Tao hesitated, then handed the menu to Yui. Brother Yi, you order. Lu Yi, however, took the menu without hesitation and ordered 20 dishes, selecting the most expensive items. The total bill came to over 20,000 yuan. Watching the waiter leave, Wu Tao gripped Lu Yi nervously. Brother Yi, do you realize what you just ordered? I roughly calculated this meal alone is at least 20 grand. Where are we supposed to get that kind of money? Don't worry about it. I'll cover the bill in the end. Today, Lu Yi was determined to splurge big time. At the very least, he needed to recoup the 100,000 yuan his uncle had spent to buy him peace of mind. Sit tight. I'll be right back. Lu Yi motioned for Wu Tao to stay put before exiting the private room. He made his way to the hotel lobby and approached the elevator area, where floor plans for the entire building were usually displayed. He scanned the area and found one. The floor plan was marked in great detail, what was on the first floor, what was on the second, and so on for the third and fourth floors. The Zhongxing Hotel had 18 floors in total. The bottom 3 floors were dedicated to dining, entertainment, and leisure facilities. For instance, the first floor was for dining, the second floor for massages and swimming. Scanning the diagram, his gaze settled on a specific room on the 8th floor labeled Manager's Finance Office. Earlier that afternoon at school, he had already worked out the precise details of his plan for the day. He had glanced over the entire floor plan once, and his photographic memory had committed it to memory completely. He then passed through a secluded service corridor, noting the fire alarm devices mounted on the walls. He knew the location of the finance office. Generally speaking, there were only 2 places in the entire hotel where money was kept, the front desk and the finance office. The front desk was always manned, making it impossible to access the cash there. That left only one option, the finance office. But what if someone was in the finance office? Upon seeing the fire alarm, he immediately devised a plan. Activating this device would inevitably cause a commotion. When the hotel management came out to handle the situation, that would be his moment. Louis could swiftly slip into the finance office and make off with the loot. Once his plan was set, he didn't press the alarm immediately. Someone had seen him coming earlier, and if the alarm went off now, suspicion would inevitably fall on him. So he deliberately made a trip to the restroom before returning to the private room. By then, the waitstaff had already served the dishes truly lightning fast. Staring at the table laden with delicacies, Wu Tao could only watch helplessly, not daring to pick up his chopsticks. The moment Yui returned, Wu Tao fixed him with a pleading gaze, his eyes seeming to ask, "Brother-y, are we really going to eat this? This table of food costs over 20,000 yuan. Lu Yi shot him a look and said, "The food's already here. Why stare at it instead of eating? So I really should eat?" Wu Tao picked up his chopsticks and asked, "Eat? Stop talking. I'm picking up the tab." Lu Yi replied, then pushed open the private room's restroom door. "So private rooms have restrooms? If I'd known, I wouldn't have run so far. Wu Tao, you start eating. I'll be right back." With that, Louis slipped into the private room's restroom and locked the door behind him. Immediately, a floor plan of the entire hotel materialized in his mind. He first zeroed in on the corridor with the fire alarm system he'd spotted earlier. That corridor was a service passage, rarely used by anyone. Immediately, Louis pulled the towel he'd prepared earlier from his pocket, covering his face with it. He quickly touched the dragon soul amber pattern on his chest, mentally focusing on his destination. Swipe. A miracle occurred. He instantly materialized in the corridor he had been in before. Seeing no one nearby, he swiftly pressed the fire alarm button, wrapping his finger in his sleeve to avoid leaving fingerprints. After pressing it, he touched his chest again. Swish. He returned to the private room's bathroom. He exhaled a long breath. Using this special ability for the first time to do something wrong felt both thrilling and terrifying. The moment the fire alarm activated, the piercing bell echoed throughout the entire first floor. Many guests, hearing the alarm, rushed out of the hotel in a panic. Wu Tao heard it too and immediately shouted, "Brother-y, the fire alarm's going off in the hotel. Could it be a fire? This is our chance. Should we get out of here fast?" Louis snapped back, "Get out? Is skipping the bill our style? You're not needed outside. Keep eating. And you? Why aren't you coming out? Constipated or something? You're the one with constipation." Lu Yi didn't bother arguing with Wu Tao. He checked the time and waited 3 minutes before pressing the pattern on his chest again, setting his target for the 8th floor. The range of his teleportation was 100 meters in all directions. As long as the distance didn't exceed 100 meters, whether moving up or down, he could reach it instantly. "Hope the finance office is empty." Muttering under his breath, Yui touched the pattern on his chest, mentally locking onto the finance office's location. Swish. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the private room's restroom and materialized in a high-end, luxurious office. The office was spacious. Upon entering, he landed near the window. Not far away, the ringing of a phone echoed, accompanied by a woman's moans. Startled, he quickly hid behind the curtains. Then he heard a woman panting softly, "Manager Pan, is something going on downstairs? Why are the phones ringing non-stop? Damn it, what a buzzkill." Chapter 21, Opening the Safe. A gruff male voice answered. He jumped out of bed, picked up the phone, and after a few words, started cursing. "Manager Pan, what's going on?" the seductive voice asked from the other end. The gruff man cursed. The fire alarm on the first floor suddenly went off. "Downstairs is already in chaos. Damn it, these useless bastards always pick the worst possible moment to ruin my plans." Despite his ranting, the man still took the time to tidy up, making rustling sounds as he presumably dressed. "Let's go. Come with me." Once dressed, the man called out. The woman hummed in response and began tidying herself. Before long, the pair walked out together. The instant they exited, Yui peered through the curtains gap and saw a female secretary in thigh-high stockings, wearing a form-fitting business skirt and high heels, following behind a burly man as they left. Clang! The moment they exited, they slammed the door shut. Louis remained hidden behind the curtains until all sound of footsteps faded before emerging. His first action was to lock the door from the inside. This way, even if someone returned unexpectedly, they wouldn't be able to open it. The entire room, though lavishly decorated, was permeated with an intense, decadent atmosphere. What the man and woman had been doing earlier was obvious. This manager-secretary scenario was a common trope in Japanese erotic films. But Yui couldn't care less about what they'd been up to. His priority now was to get his hands on the money. Since this was the finance office, cash should be here. For such a large restaurant, all accounting and financial records would likely be handled here. Reviewing the entire hotel floor plan, there was no second finance station besides this one. Louis began rummaging through drawers and cabinets. In one desk drawer, he casually found 5 stacks of cash. Each stack likely held 10,000 yuan, meaning 5 stacks amounted to 50,000 yuan. Besides these, there were some loose bills scattered about. Louis didn't leave a single 50-cent coin behind, stuffing everything into a plastic bag. It was his first time doing something like this, and he was trembling with fear, his heart racing. After taking the money, he was ready to leave, but then he thought his uncle had paid 100,000 yuan for his safety. He had only taken a little over 50,000 yuan, barely half. He should at least take back the full 100,000 yuan. There should be more in the safe. Behind this desk, embedded into the wall, was a safe. The safe was locked, requiring both a key and a passcode to open. Louis had neither key nor code. All he possessed were his fists. He clenched his fist, then pressed against the safe. Fortunately, this safe wasn't particularly high-end. He reckoned that with brute force, he could probably smash open the lock on the safe. No, he couldn't use his fists. Even if he had the strength, his knuckles weren't hard enough. One punch like that would surely break his bones. He searched the room and found a machete leaning against the bed behind him. The blade was quite impressive, likely Japanese-made. It felt heavy in his hands. He weighed it in his hands, then stepped back a few paces from the safe. Suddenly, he lunged forward and thrust the blade into it. The blade's tip, concentrated with all his strength, plunged into the safe like it was tofu, and it actually went in. Open. Louis gripped the blade tightly, then swung it horizontally with a loud clang. The safe door split open, revealing a large gash. He followed up with a punch, driving the cut metal plate inward until it buckled. A fist-sized hole gaped in the safe. Clang! Louis tossed the knife aside. Peering through the hole in the safe, he was astonished to discover it was indeed filled with stacks of cash. Stacks upon stacks lay neatly arranged, at least 1 million. I won't take more than what's rightfully mine, he thought. I'll only take back what my uncle gave me. Louis took 5 more stacks and tossed them into a plastic bag. But then he remembered the banquet table he'd ordered downstairs, which must have cost over 20,000 yuan. Without hesitation, he grabbed 5 more stacks and stuffed them into the bag. That feast, he decided, would serve as Zhongxing Society's apology to him. After gathering the money, Louis carefully covered his tracks. His hands never touched anything directly. He used his clothes as a barrier, ensuring no fingerprints were left behind. After confirming he'd left no trace, he prepared to unlock the door and return to the first floor. But just as he approached the doorway, the lock clicked, the sound of someone inserting a key. Louis's footsteps halted abruptly. His heart skipped a beat as he silently cursed. Damn it! They're back. Someone's returned. I didn't expect them to be back so quickly. Huh? Why won't this door open? A rough male voice sounded outside. He seemed puzzled, twisting the key several times without success. Manager Pan, could a thief have gotten in? Came the inquiry from the secretary in the stockings and short skirt. How could that be? Look around, what kind of thief would dare come here to steal? Manager Pan replied haughtily. But it seems like someone locked it from the inside, the secretary pointed out. Manager Pan tried several times himself and realized the lock was open, but a small latch inside had been secured from the inside, making it impossible to open with the key. This is the finance office, you know. If a thief really got in here. Damn it! If there really is a thief, I'll chop him to death. Manager Pan declared, then began ramming the door, trying to force it open. Louis panicked, quickly ducking behind the curtains. He clutched the money tightly to his chest, his right hand tracing the patterns on his chest as he mentally mapped the coordinates of the first floor. Bang! Manager Pan was a towering figure, built like a tank. With 3 brutal, brute force slams, he actually managed to break the door open. Clang! But the instant the door burst open, Yui teleported from the 8th floor finance office to the bathroom of the 1st floor private room. In the finance office, Manager Pan burst through the door and immediately spotted the curtains across the room fluttering. He rushed over and yanked them open, but saw not a soul. He then pulled back the curtain on the other side, but again, no one was there. Just then, the female secretary dressed in thigh-high stockings and a short, form-fitting skirt shrieked in terror, Manager Pan, look. She pointed toward the safe. Just minutes ago, it had been perfectly intact, but now a hole the size of a fist gaped in its surface. Chapter 22, A Big Bag of Cash. Are you done yet? Why aren't you coming out? Why is it so quiet? Should I call 911? Wu Tao yelled from the private room, his heart still pounding with anxiety. This meal was so expensive, and although Louis kept insisting he'd pay, Wu Tao didn't even have 100 yuan on him. How could he possibly cover it? So Wu Tao had barely touched his food. He'd lost his appetite and was in no mood to eat. Like a nagging wife, he kept urging Louis to come out. Stop yelling. I'm coming out. Louis deliberately flushed the toilet before emerging from the bathroom carrying a plastic bag. Ha? What's with the plastic bag? Is that the kind they give women in restrooms for sanitary pads? You actually have that kind of preference? Wu Tao stared at the plastic bag in Louis's hand, utterly bewildered. Go to hell. Yui flung the plastic bag at him. Wu Tao quickly dodged it, genuinely afraid the bag might be from the restroom, the kind used for sanitary pads. Otherwise, how would Yui have gotten a plastic bag, bulging with contents, when he'd gone in empty-handed? Don't regret it if you don't catch it. Louis clapped his hands, sat down, and began eating without any pretense. You didn't really put used sanitary pads in there, did you? Brother you've got some serious taste. Wu Tao joked while eyeing the plastic bag. He could tell it was heavy. If it were pads, it shouldn't be this weight. So he tried opening it. As soon as he untied the knot, what met his eyes was a blaze of red bills. Holy! 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 Wu Tao jumped in surprise, shouting the phrase 3 times before quickly scooping up the bag. He rubbed his eyes, afraid it was all a hallucination. When he fully opened the bag, it was indeed packed to the brim with money 100 yuan bills. Is this real money? Wu Tao stared at Yue in disbelief. Of course it's real money. What else would it be? I said I'd treat you to a meal. Did you really think I'd bring you here to freeload? Lu Yi said with a proud grin. Wow, Yi, you're something else. Where'd you get all this? You can even pull this much cash out of a bathroom trip. Should I go to the bathroom too? Wu Tao was both shocked and delighted. Don't ask. If you don't ask, I'll split it with you. But if you want to know the details, you get nothing. Your choice. Lu Yi bluntly presented him with an ultimatum. Seriously? If I don't ask, you'll really split it with me? Of course. I always keep my word. Lu Yi smiled faintly. Though he'd retrieved the money, he couldn't return it to his uncle. Its origins were too murky to justify. Besides, Wu Tao was his uncle's only son. Spending it on him served the same purpose. Wu Tao retied the plastic bag securely, clutching it to his chest. I've made up my mind, he declared. Even though I'm dying to know where this money came from, I want half of it even more. So you don't need to tell me. With that, he burst into hearty laughter. This was enough for years of internet fees. With this money, he wouldn't have to shamelessly beg his father for pocket money anymore. His mood lifted instantly, and he began eating with renewed ease. While the two brothers dined contentedly, chaos erupted in the 8th floor finance office. Manager Pan had summoned all the security guards, demanding an explanation. He'd also notified the surveillance room, issuing a strict order to catch the thief who'd stolen from his safe. But the incident was utterly bizarre. Earlier, when the first floor incident occurred, Manager Pan had received a call and left with his secretary for just over 10 minutes. Upon his return, his office had been ransacked. Not only had the 50,000 yuan he just put away in his desk drawer vanished, but the safe had been opened and over 100,000 yuan stolen. Yet the thief's actions were peculiar. The safe contained several million in cash, yet the thief only took over 100,000 yuan. Combined with the 50,000 yuan from the desk drawer, the total amounted to just over 150,000 yuan. Manager Pan instructed the security room to retrieve the surveillance footage. Yet after thorough review, no unauthorized individuals were found entering the 8th floor hallway. The surveillance had been continuous. The hallway footage showed Manager Pan and his secretary leaving the finance office and then returning. During that entire interval, absolutely no one had entered the finance office. The security team leader from the monitoring room was summoned to the 8th floor. He conscientiously recounted the situation to Manager Pan. But Manager Pan refused to believe it. Furious, he shouted, "Damn it! If no one came in, then who opened my safe? Who took my money? Ghosts?" But the surveillance footage truly shows no suspects. Within that hour, the 8th floor corridor was only traversed by you, Manager Pan, and Secretary Fong, the security guard said innocently. Cut the bull. You saw the scene yourself. This was clearly deliberate. Today, no matter what, I want you to catch that damn thief. He got into my office so easily and smashed the safe. It's probably someone on the inside. If I find out who did this, I'll kill him. Manager Pan threatened. Qiongqi restaurant wasn't run by one person. It was jointly funded by all the major leaders of the Qiongqi society, each holding shares in it. The missing 150,000 yuan affects every leader. This is a major incident. But no matter where they looked for clues, they found nothing. The thief was careful, leaving no trace behind. Brother Pan, maybe we should report this to the police? If we hand it over to them, they might actually uncover something. Someone suggested. The moment the words left his mouth, Manager Pan's hand shot out, slapping him hard across the face. Are you out of your mind? Our Qiongqi society has this kind of incident and you want to call the police? Don't you care about the shame if word gets out? Besides, the cops would love to raid our place, hoping to find evidence of our crimes. And you want me to call them? Are you asking for a beating? The man clutched his face, nodded repeatedly, and retreated. Lu Yi couldn't care less about the 8th floor incident. He and Wu Tao stuffed themselves silly. Truth be told, these expensive dishes tasted remarkably different. The ingredients were top-notch, and the presentation was exquisite. Wu Tao's belly was already round, yet he kept eating. Finally, the two left the private room in utter disarray before settling the bill and preparing to leave. Before settling the bill, Yui reminded Wu Tao not to flash his wealth, so he pulled out 30,000 yuan in advance. They called over the waiter and settled the bill in one swift transaction. Then, the two brothers slung their arms around each other's shoulders and strode out of Qiongqi restaurant with a swagger. Using Qiongqi society's money, they had eaten for free at the society's own restaurant and walked away with over 100,000 yuan. They hailed a cab home, then slipped quietly into their room to divide the loot. Wu Tao took 50,000 yuan, leaving the rest to Yui. As agreed beforehand, no questions, no money asked, and you lose it. Wu Tao asked nothing. As long as he got his cut, he couldn't care less about the source of the money. Brothery, if there's another job like this, remember to bring me along next time, Wu Tao said, still wanting more. Sure. Lu Yi agreed readily. Chapter 23, The Fury of the Tiger. After dividing the money, Wu Tao happily returned to his room. Like a mouse hoarding grain, he clutched the 50,000 yuan tightly to his chest, afraid his father might see it. But his father wasn't home tonight. Alone in his room, Yui's heart still raced as he replayed the day's events. He had to admit this had been far too risky. Success without detection had been pure luck. Unless absolutely necessary, he must never again put himself in such danger. At the very least, he needed absolute certainty next time. Lu-yi murmured to himself. Since acquiring the Dragon Soul Amber and unlocking the ability of instant teleportation, he had grown increasingly reliant on this power. This ability was far more impressive than anything seen in American blockbusters like Spider-Man or Iron Man. If he truly wanted to become a major criminal and rob banks across the country, even if the military were deployed, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. Teleportation was indeed powerful, but it had one glaring flaw: the range was too limited, confined to a radius of only 100 meters centered on himself. Zhao Yun, I ask you, can the power of instant teleportation be enhanced? Yui inquired of the guardian spirit within his dantian. Certainly, Zhao Yun replied. Ever since acknowledging Yui as his master, he had devoted himself to assisting in whatever Yui desired. Even regarding today's disreputable act of stealing money from the Zhongxing Hotel, Zhao Yun, given his stature, had refrained from voicing any objections. Perhaps to an ancient man like him, settling scores swiftly was the truest expression of character. After all, ancient times lacked the strict legal systems of today. Paying with one's life for murder or repaying debts was considered a natural law. How then can this power be enhanced? Lu-yi beamed at the prospect of strengthening such abilities. Imagine one day his teleportation could span an entire province or nation, drinking atop Egypt's pyramids in the morning, then devouring KFC while embracing the Statue of Liberty by afternoon. Zhao Yun in his dantian replied, You should recall I told you, should you one day obtain the blood of 10 women bound by affection, I too shall find liberation. In truth, it's not just that. Your own power depends upon it as well. Only by finding women who hold affection for you, taking the blood from their ring fingers, and dripping it onto the mark upon your chest, can your abilities evolve. The task of gathering love blood felt daunting to Yui. Not just 10, even one would be incredibly difficult. Making a woman feel affection for him was no less challenging than crossing mountains and rivers. Yet despite the difficulty, he wondered how much this ability would amplify if he obtained a woman's blood of affection. Zhao Yun in his dantian replied, One woman could double your strength. What? Double? So if I obtain a woman's blood of affection, my instantaneous teleportation ability could extend to 200 meters? And my strength could increase to the power of 2 oxen? Yui asked in astonished delight. Such an increase was truly substantial. Yet amidst his elation, a faint disappointment surfaced. A woman doubles it, he mused. Doesn't that mean even if I gathered the love blood of 10 women, I could only freely traverse within 1,000 meters? He had been dreaming of circumnavigating the globe in a single day, and now he felt a pang of disappointment. Zhao Yun, residing within his dantian, chuckled, I understand your thoughts. It's not impossible. Gathering 10 women's blood merely meets the baseline requirement to unlock my power. It doesn't mean you can't continue collecting more afterward. You can still seek new blood, and it will remain effective. If you manage to gather thousands or tens of thousands in the future, traversing the 3 mountains and 5 great peaks in a single day wouldn't be beyond reach. Yui rolled his eyes. Thousands? Tens of thousands? Do you think this is shopping at the market? How could one possibly gather thousands or tens of thousands of such things? Getting 10 is already defying the heavens. Heh, where there's a will, there's a way. Anything is possible. Zhao Yun chuckled from within the dantian. Lui waved his hand dismissively, thinking to himself, even someone as formidable as Wei Xiaobao only had 7 wives. What merit could he, Lui, possibly have to surpass Wei Xiaobao? Right, a woman can only double my power. If I want to fully harness the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, how many women's love and blood would I need to gather? Lui asked urgently. The power of instant teleportation was crucial, but the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers was equally vital. Sometimes, dignity, love, family bonds, and money, the law couldn't protect them in time. Only by possessing sufficient power could one safeguard what truly mattered. Take last time when he was surrounded by a gang of thugs. Had he not possessed the strength of 1 ox, he would have been beaten senseless by them, and worse, he would have lost all dignity in front of Qiongqi. Therefore, strength was essential. And it had to be formidable. Theoretically, 9 should suffice, Zhao Yun replied. 9? How could 9 be enough? 9 would only amount to the strength of 9 oxen. Asked Yui. Zhao Yun explained, tiger strength differs from ox strength. The tiger embodies rage and might. If you possess sufficient fury and imposing presence, perhaps after gathering the love essence of 2 or 3 women, it might manifest. It's unpredictable, do you understand? I see. Lui understood. Tiger power differs from ox power. It manifests automatically when 2 conditions are met, rage and authority. If rage reaches its peak, it might trigger the strength of 1 tiger. If sufficient majesty follows, it could unleash the strength of 2 tigers. Combined with the strength of 9 oxen, that would be the true power of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. You needn't think so far ahead now. With your current physique, you can barely withstand the strength of one ox. How could you possibly handle two? Zhao Yun remarked calmly. Yui gritted his teeth. Didn't you say there's a way to train me? Let's start tomorrow morning. He knew his own frail constitution well. Even one ox's strength for over a minute would overwhelm him, causing him to faint. 1 minute is far too brief. My lord, are you certain? I never joke. If I undertake something, I see it through to the end. Even as your lord, once you commit to following my instructions, you must persevere to the very end. Zhao Yun stated sternly. Yui knew Zhao Yun never joked. He inwardly cursed the rigidity of ancient men. To ensure his future bragging rights, he readily nodded his agreement. Then Zhao Yun began explaining the training regimen. The moment he finished, Yui inwardly screamed with regret. Carry 100 gene of weight while running 10,000 meters. And that was just the beginner's regimen. The training would last 3 months. Could we try a different approach? Yui asked with a smile, adopting a conciliatory tone. Zhao Yun gave a slight snort and immediately fell silent. Hey, don't be like that. I was just joking. I promised, so I'll see it through. Fearful of offending Zhao Yun and being ignored forever, Yui swallowed his pride and kept quiet. I was the one who wanted to train, so train I will. Chapter 24, Willpower. Oh, and one more thing I feel it's absolutely necessary to tell you. Zhao Yun and the Dantian suddenly grew serious as he spoke. What is it? Speak. Yui listened attentively. Zhao Yun continued, ever since you obtained the Dragon Soul Amber, its continuous depletion has left its residual power nearly exhausted. Its capabilities can only sustain you for 2 or 3 more uses at most. What? Only 2 or 3 more uses? How could this be? Lu Yi demanded urgently. He had just agreed to the grueling training regimen, and now this devastating news. Truly, misfortunes never come singly. All power in the universe exists in balance, Zhao Yun continued. The way of heaven permits no infinite energy. Though the Dragon Soul Amber is an ancient marvel, it too must obey this law. Consider your television or computer, they require electricity to turn on. You can't simply flip the switch and expect them to work without power. Yui asked curiously, you actually know that televisions and computers require electricity to turn on? Zhao Yun, after all, was a man from over 1800 years ago. That he knew such things was indeed strange. Zhao Yun replied, it's not strange. The Dragon Soul Amber is imprinted upon you. I can absorb all manner of information and knowledge from the outside world, including your memories. What you know, I know. What? You can see my memories? Doesn't that mean I have no privacy in front of you? Lu Yi exclaimed. Zhao Yun replied, rest assured, I will not access your personal privacy. I only retrieve memories related to knowledge. Furthermore, if you wish to prevent me from seeing certain things, you may seal the Dragon Soul Amber and activate its lock mode. There's actually a lock mode? How does one lock it? Yui asked urgently. Personal privacy did need protecting. Otherwise, always being watched by Zhao Yun even if he was dead for over 1,000 years would feel unsettling. Imagine finding a girlfriend later and having him watch during intimate moments. How embarrassing would that be? Zhao Yun replied, that's simple. Just place your hand on the Dragon Soul Amber's imprint and say seal. It will temporarily shut down. When you wish to reactivate it, press it again and say unseal. That's all there is to it. Upon hearing this, Yui immediately put it to the test. He pressed his hand over the mark on his chest and declared, seal. The moment the word left his lips, his dantian instantly reverted to its ordinary state. Even the Dragon Soul Amber mark vanished. He tried to contact Zhao Yun again, but found he couldn't reach him. How astonishing. As Yui marveled at this, he also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Dragon Soul Amber possessed this function, otherwise, he truly feared that if his family ever saw the tattoo on his chest, it would be difficult to explain. Next, he pressed his hand once more onto the mark where the Dragon Soul Amber had been and uttered, unseal. The mark reappeared, the mist within his dantian parted, and a hazy figure materialized once more. Excellent. This feature is truly invaluable. But back to the matter at hand, you mentioned the Dragon Soul Amber's power is finite. What exactly does that mean? Yui inquired. Zhao Yun explained, the Dragon Soul Amber requires a specific force to drive it, a force known as wish power. It's akin to the wish power generated when temples are built and Buddha statues erected for worship. Only with this wish power can its energy be drawn upon endlessly. Wish power? How am I supposed to obtain such a thing? Am I to carve a statue of myself like those Buddha figures and have people worship it? Yui grimaced. Wish power is no easy thing to come by. Even if he had a statue made of himself, who else would worship it besides himself? He wasn't the Tathagata, Guanyin, or the Jade Emperor. Wait, you were the previous Dragon Soul Amber's owner. Where did your willpower come from? Yui asked. Since Zhao Yun had held the amber before, he must know how to gain it. Zhao Yun replied, I command 1,000 troops. My soldiers are my wish power. Hearing this, Yui paused in surprise. Right. Zhao Yun was one of the 5 tiger generals of Shu back in the day, commanding countless soldiers. His command drew crowds of followers. That too was a form of wish power.
And me? How can I obtain willpower? Yui pressed him. The indistinct voice within the dantian replied, "That I cannot say.
You must discover it yourself. After all, I was merely a military commander in my time, not a strategist. Had Mr. Zhuge still been alive, he might have been able to resolve this matter for you." The Mr. Zhuge he referred to was none other than Zhuge Liang, the man whose achievements overshadowed the 3 kingdoms and whose genius devised the A-trigram formation.
Zhuge Liang has been dead for so many years.
Asking him to solve this problem for me is nothing but a pipe dream, Yui sighed.
Moreover, Zhuge Liang is an ancient figure.
Even if he were to come to the modern era, it's uncertain whether his brilliance could be fully utilized.
Then you'll have to figure it out yourself. You have only 3 chances left.
Once those are spent, if you cannot replenish the willpower, you will never be able to wield its power again, Zhao Yun stated.
What about the ability to memorize everything at a glance? Will that be unusable too?
Yui pressed. That one won't be affected, Zhao Yun replied.
Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his photographic memory remained, how could he not find a way to gather wish power? Read more books, and a solution would surely present itself.
He immediately dashed to the study, hauling back a mountain of books. With his photographic memory, he could read anything first and worry about the rest later.
Reading more couldn't hurt. Not too many, just 10 books a day. At this rate, holy crap, wouldn't Jinghua and Zeta be mine for the taking? Lu Yi muttered to himself.
Jinghua University and Forbidden City University were the nation's top 2 institutions, with millions of candidates scrambling to get in each year.
Throughout his first and second years of high school, Lu Yi's grades had been mediocre.
But now, armed with his newfound photographic memory, if he still couldn't get into Jinghua or Zeta, he might as well find a block of tofu and smash his head against it. Of course, expanding his knowledge and getting into a top university were secondary goals. What he wanted most right now was to find a way to collect wish energy. After moving the books to his room, he locked the door from the inside to avoid being disturbed by Wu Tao or his uncle. As he opened the books one by one, the scenes that met his eyes suddenly left him speechless. Louis scratched his head, staring at the books with their proper covers, titles like the Tao Te Ching, Zhuangzi, and Comprehensive Mirror for Aid in Government.
But when he opened them, what did he find? The plum in the golden vase? The young wife by Jie? How was anyone supposed to study properly? No need to guess, these were undoubtedly his uncle's stash. He'd resorted to this shameful trick of swapping out the covers for these impure novels with proper ones. Louis gritted his teeth and made a difficult decision. I'll start reading these books. Chapter 25, Carrying 100 Pounds.
The next day, at 4 in the morning, Yui was roused by his guardian spirit, Zhao Yun. A jolt of power surged from his dantian, sending a shiver through his body and instantly waking him. Glancing at his phone, he saw it was only 4 a.m. still dark outside.
Time to rise. Training begins now.
Zhao Yun's guardian spirit's voice was cold and stern.
This early? Training at 4 in the morning? Lu Yi was filled with resentment.
In ancient times, men rose at the cock's crow.
4 a.m. is hardly early.
If not now, when? The guardian spirit Zhao Yun said sternly.
Alright, I'll get up now.
Facing Zhao Yun's sternness, Yui reminded himself that he had made a promise to him. If he casually brushed it off, he might anger this old-fashioned ancient man. After dressing, he opened the door and went to the storage room to fetch the exercise equipment. His uncle also enjoyed exercising, so there was no need to buy equipment, everything was already available at home. Dumbbells, leg weights, lead weights, they had it all. Following Zhao Yun's instructions, Yui stubbornly loaded himself with 100 jin of weight, staggering with every step. He had asked Zhao Yun if they could start lighter, perhaps 40 or 50 pounds, since his frail frame struggled to endure a 100-pound load from the outset. His guardian spirit Zhao Yun retorted, "We don't have the luxury of time for gradual training.
You've made many enemies.
If your physical strength doesn't improve rapidly, it's only a matter of time before someone cuts you down. If you don't want to die young, keep your mouth shut.
As a man, what's a little hardship?"
He had intended to retort, but upon hearing those final words, he found himself powerless to argue.
What's a little hardship for a true man? Fine. 100 pounds it is. I'll push through.
Behind my uncle's house was an open-air community sports complex with a kilometer-long synthetic running track. For now, Yuyi's training was only at the beginner level, so running 10,000 meters was sufficient. Once he adapted to running, intermediate and advanced stages would bring additional exercises. Zhao Yun had mentioned that even fierce warriors like Guan Yu and Zhang Fei had trained this way in their early days.
Lu Yi gritted his teeth and gave it his all.
He rested for a few minutes after every short stretch. Though he only needed to run 10,000 meters, it took him a full 3 hours to complete it. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the track afterward, nearly passing out. After resting for over half an hour, he dragged his weary body home. To his surprise, Wu Tao was still sleeping in. His uncle, however, was awake. He hadn't known where his uncle had gone the previous afternoon. Seeing Yui return from his workout early in the morning, drenched in sweat, his uncle was astonished. "Hey kid, since when did you become so diligent?"
"I'm learning from you, uncle." Louis wore a loose-fitting sweatshirt. If he'd taken it off then, revealing the weights strapped to his body, it would have startled his uncle. "You just worked up a sweat, not the time for a shower. Sit down and rest a bit, grab some breakfast. I need to head down to open the shop," Uncle said while eating his bread. Then, as if remembering something, he asked, "Those thugs from the underworld didn't cause you trouble yesterday afternoon, did they?" "No." Louis shook his head. He hadn't seen yellow hair near the school yesterday afternoon. "That's good." Uncle nodded. As for the 100,000 yuan he'd spent to buy Louis peace of mind, he never mentioned it, not once. Louis had his own secrets too. He wouldn't tell his uncle that he'd already gotten that 100,000 yuan back. "Uncle, you weren't home yesterday afternoon. Where did you go?" Louis asked curiously. "Something happened in the western suburbs of Lingjiang yesterday. I went to check it out," his uncle replied casually. "What happened?" Louis asked curiously. He knew that if even his uncle had gone to see the commotion, it couldn't have been an ordinary matter. The western suburbs have had continuous rain lately, causing multiple landslides. And guess what? Some farmers recently discovered ancient structures exposed in those collapsed areas. Yesterday, experts from all over the city rushed over. The matter even reached the capital. Not only were all security forces in Lingjiang City mobilized, but armed police were also dispatched to cordon off the area completely, Uncle explained. "So, Uncle, did you see anything noteworthy?" Louis asked. "I saw plenty of exhumed remains, but experts say the ancient tombs there date back at least 1800 years to the late Eastern Han Dynasty. Unfortunately, this site was discovered too late. Grave robbers got there first. So yesterday, aside from some useless bones, we found basically no burial artifacts. The capital is taking this extremely seriously and has ordered a thorough investigation to track down the tomb raiders." At this point, Uncle chuckled and said, "It's been days since it happened, and there were no witnesses. How easy do you think it will be for them to catch the tomb raiders?" With that, Uncle waved his hand, signaling he needed to go tend to his shop and couldn't chat further. Louis hummed in acknowledgement, then sat on a stool, his mind drifting as he replayed the keywords, 1800 years, ancient tombs, grave robbers. Unconsciously, his thoughts drifted to the dragon soul amber. He had stumbled upon it by accident, and the guardian spirit dwelling within was also a figure from over 1800 years ago. Could there be a connection between these two things? This reminded him of that mud-splattered BMW X6 that had nearly hit him back then. The dragon soul amber had fallen out of that BMW X6 trunk. Back then, the trunk was so overloaded it wouldn't close properly. When the car hit a speed bump, several jars and pots tumbled out and the dragon soul amber happened to be inside one of those earthenware jars. Louis immediately questioned his guardian spirit, Zhao Yun, about the matter, hoping to learn if he knew anything. But Zhao Yun claimed he knew nothing. Before the dragon soul amber was awakened, he had been in a deep slumber. He had no idea how the dragon soul amber had come into being. After a brief rest, Yui went to eat breakfast, only to find himself ravenously hungry. The 2 servings of noodles with eggs left by his uncle weren't nearly enough to satisfy him. He then pulled all the bread from the refrigerator and grilled 2 pounds of hot dogs. Only after devouring these did he finally feel somewhat better. Yui discovered that without drawing upon the power of the dragon soul amber, his appetite hadn't changed much at most, it was only twice what it used to be. Now, however, even after just a workout, he needed such a large meal. He had truly become a glutton. At this rate, such a voracious appetite would inevitably draw the attention of Wu Tao and his uncle. It seemed he should start looking for a place to rent outside the house. Chapter 26, Point-by-Point Confrontation. After finishing his meal and resting a bit, it was already 8:30, long past class time. But Louis had already called the homeroom teacher to excuse himself, and incidentally, had also requested leave for Wu Tao. As for the reason for the absence? Well, he could only burden his uncle once more, claiming that Wu Tao's appendicitis had flared up again. He couldn't bear to imagine what would happen if his uncle found out. He might tear them both apart. After finishing his morning workout, Yui had been so exhausted he could barely crawl. He wanted nothing more than to lie down and never wake up. But he discovered that if he ate enough, his stamina recovered remarkably fast. This fully confirmed what his guardian spirit, Zhao Yun, had told him. His digestive system worked several times faster than a normal person's. As long as he ate, his energy recovery was also several times faster than average. This was a silver lining in his misfortune. At least he didn't have to worry about being sidelined for days with aching muscles after a single workout. Pulling Wu Tao off the bed, the two headed to school. As they approached the entrance, they encountered a familiar figure, Cheningxi. Surprisingly, she was also arriving for class at this hour. As soon as Yui spotted her, he called out. Cheningxi turned at the sound, met his gaze, and offered a faint smile. What a coincidence! Wu Tao, standing beside them, stared at Louis as if he'd discovered a new continent. He never imagined Louis actually knew Class 8's class beauty, Cheningxi. And the Cheningxi rumored to be as cold as ice toward others had actually smiled at Louis. You two chat. I'll head out first. True to his role as the perfect cousin, Wu Tao promptly played matchmaker and dashed off, refusing to be a third wheel. Though he was dying to know how Yui had managed to win Qiongqi over, he figured he'd have plenty of time to ask him about it after school that afternoon. Louis gave a wry smile and shrugged before turning to Qiongqi. By the way, you didn't come to class yesterday afternoon, did you? I did, Qiongqi replied. But I didn't see you. I actually wanted to tell you something, Louis said. He had been waiting in the hallway at every break yesterday afternoon, but hadn't seen Qiongqi until the end of the day. I came during class time, Qiongqi explained. I had to leave early after the last period because of something. What is it you wanted to tell me? Perhaps because Yui had once saved her from trouble, she remained relatively polite toward him. At least much more so than during their first meeting. It's about those thugs from yesterday, Louis explained. I'm worried they might come looking for trouble. I just wanted to warn you to be careful. Qiongqi shrugged indifferently. Whatever. I'm used to it. Used to it? Yui was baffled. What did she mean by used to it? Had she grown accustomed to being harassed by those yellow-haired punks? Qiongqi shook her head, unwilling to elaborate. Why did you come so late today? Were you okay yesterday? At the mention of yesterday, Yui scratched the back of his head. Speaking of which, I should thank you for walking me home. Before I passed out, I heard sirens and was terrified the police would take me away. Qiongqi suddenly chuckled, then pulled out her phone and selected a ringtone. The device emitted a whirring sound. She giggled playfully. You mean this? Huh? What? This? This was it yesterday? Yui stared in disbelief. Qiongqi chuckled. Of course. If I'd really called the police, do you think you'd have gotten away? But honestly, you were pretty brutal when you got physical. You beat those thugs to a pulp. There was no other choice in that situation, Yi said helplessly. But you know, it did show some real manliness. Much better than those effeminate wimps. Qiongqi gave him a deep look. Louis laughed heartily. Being complimented by a beauty was a pleasure indeed. But thankfully I didn't run off and helped you. Otherwise, you might have been hacked to death by those thugs. They're uneducated and act without considering the consequences. You should be more careful than me. Qiongqi said with a serious expression. I'm fine. After all, this is a society governed by law. We should trust the party and the state. Those thugs are the scum of society. In broad daylight, I doubt they'd be so bold. Louis declared with righteous indignation. As they spoke, a figure about 5 feet 10 inches sprinted toward them from the direction of the playground. Dressed in athletic gear, he appeared to be one of the school's sports scholarship students. From a distance, he joyfully called out, Xiaoxiai. After the shout, he noticed the boy standing beside Qiongqi. His pace quickened as he approached. Why is it you? The boy's face hardened, his brow furrowing instantly. Like an animal defending its territory, he radiated hostile intent. Why can't it be me? Louis stood tall and straight, his presence matching the other boy's intensity. This boy was none other than Wu Jianfeng, the same one who had warned Louis yesterday afternoon not to bother Qiongqi. Rumor had it he was Qiongqi's boyfriend. Have you forgotten what I told you yesterday? Wu Jianfeng, relying on his status as a sports scholarship student and his imposing stature, immediately placed his hands on his hips, adopting a threatening posture. Louis was a bit on the skinny side, but he still stood at 182 centimeters, slightly taller than Wu Jianfeng. Yet he didn't take Wu Jianfeng's threats seriously at all. Sighing, he turned to Qiongqi and said, How could your taste be so bad? You chose someone like him as your boyfriend? Qiongqi shot him a glare. You're the one dating him. Who said I have a boyfriend? Ha? He's not your boyfriend? Louis looked utterly stunned. Of course not, Qiongqi replied firmly. Wu Jianfeng couldn't take it anymore. How dare you criticize him like this in front of Qiongqi? He strode over in 2 strides, shoving Louis with his hands and bellowing, What did you say? Got the guts to say it again? Louis swiftly parried his hands and retorted without flinching, So what if I do? You're clearly not her boyfriend, yet you're puffing yourself up pretending to be. I knew it. How could Qiongqi have such terrible taste? Out of all the people she could have chosen, she picks you as her boyfriend. It was all Wu Jianfeng's fault for his rude attitude yesterday. If he'd been nicer, Louis wouldn't be confronting him like this today. You bastard, you're asking for it. Wu Jianfeng was thoroughly enraged. His fist shot up, aiming straight for Yui. At the critical moment, Qiongqi shouted, Wu Jianfeng, what are you doing? Wu Jianfeng's fist hurtled toward Li's face, yet halted abruptly just 10 centimeters away. It wasn't Qiongqi's shot that stopped him, but a sudden realization, striking Louis in front of Qiongqi would only play into Li's hands, tarnishing his own image in her eyes. Chapter 27, The Value of Art. With that thought, Wu Jianfeng withdrew his fist. From an angle hidden from Qiongqi's view, he growled a warning to Louis, Just you wait. Louis smiled faintly, utterly unfazed. Immediately, Wu Jianfeng turned his head away, ignoring Louis completely. He addressed Qiongqi, Xiaoxiai, the painting teacher is leading a group to paint the bamboo grove on the backfield today. I was sent to notify you. Let's hurry over. Okay. Qiongqi replied, then waved goodbye to Lu Yi before following Wu Jianfeng. As Wu Jianfeng led her away, he pointed at Lu Yi from an angle where Qiongqi couldn't see, his mouth forming the words, "Kid, you just wait." Lu Yi suddenly rummaged through his backpack. Since Wu Jianfeng held such a grudge against him, he didn't mind provoking him a little more. He rummaged through his backpack and called out to Qiongqi, "Qiongqi, wait up. I've got something for you." "What is it?" Qiongqi stopped upon hearing his voice. Lu Yi ran over, pulled her hand, and thrust a women's bandeau into it. Before Qiongqi could react, he dashed away, calling back, "This belongs to you. I should give it back." This bandeau top was something Qiongqi had bought herself, paid for with her own money, so naturally it belonged to her. Qiongqi stared blankly at the item in her hand. Then, 2 blushes instantly spread across her cheeks. She quickly tucked it away into her bag. But Wu Jianfeng had sharp eyes and had already recognized what it was. It was clearly a camisole designed for young women. How could that bastard Yui have slipped something like this into Qiongqi's hands? And she had actually accepted it? What was going on? Had Yui just said he was returning it to her? Could it be that pervert Yi had stolen her undergarments? The thought made Wu Jianfeng want to chase after and beat the crap out of Yi. Qiongqi shot a resentful glare at Yui's retreating back before turning and striding off toward the rear playground. Wu Jianfeng stood rooted to the spot for a long while, torn between following Qiongqi to the back playground and chasing after Yui to confront him. After much deliberation, he decided to chase after Qiongqi instead, because Yui was already sprinting away and had entered the classroom building. "Hey, Xiao Xi, what's going on here?" Wu Jianfeng called out as he chased after her. Lu Yi returned to the classroom just as class ended. Wu Tao spotted him and couldn't help but ask about his relationship with Qiongqi. Lu Yi couldn't be bothered to respond. He simply tossed out a warning, "Next time you want pocket money, don't ask questions." Then Wu Tao reluctantly suppressed his curiosity and returned to his seat. After all, pocket money was far more important than gossip. Soon, the bell rang for the next class. Just like yesterday, Lu Yi buried himself in his books. With his photographic memory, self-study proved more effective than classroom instruction. Everything he read was stored in his Dantian space. He was confident that by reviewing all the textbooks and materials from freshman to senior year, passing the college entrance exam would pose no problem. Before he knew it, lunchtime arrived. The moment class ended, 3 figures appeared at the entrance of class 2. Lu Yi was still reviewing his math textbook, having already progressed to senior year materials. He had committed to memory all the mock exam papers previously distributed by teachers, along with every problem-solving method. He wasn't in a hurry to leave after class, as he had no intention of going home for lunch. His appetite was enormous now, and he simply wouldn't be satisfied eating at home. Anyway, he had money on him, so he could find a restaurant outside and eat his fill. "Bro, check who's outside the classroom," Wu Tao remarked, noticing the 3 figures at the entrance and nudging Lu Yi. Lu Yi turned his head and saw 3 figures standing at the classroom entrance, none other than Lai Daming, Ma Feng, and Jia Quan. Ma Feng's arm was already in a sling, suspended by a white cloth around his neck. 2 fingers had been dislocated in yesterday's beating. Lai Daming and Jia Quan both wore grim expressions. When they saw Lu Yi turn around, Jia Quan beckoned him over, signaling for a private word. "Broy, should I go get a knife?" Wu Tao sensed they were planning revenge, so his first thought was to grab a knife for self-defense. "No need. Come on, let's go together. Let's see what tricks those 3 have up their sleeves." Lu Yi showed no fear of them. With a quick nod, he followed Wu Tao out of the classroom. Lai Daming and his 2 accomplices led the 2 of them out of the teaching building to a secluded, deserted spot. Then Lai Daming spoke up. "Just get to the point. What are your terms?" Lu Yi asked in bewilderment. "What conditions?" Lai Daming frowned and said, "We're all classmates from the same school. Don't push things too far. I'm talking about the photos you took yesterday. What conditions do you want before you'll delete them?" "Oh, you mean that? I almost forgot." Lu Yi recalled that yesterday afternoon, he and Wu Tao had stripped Lai Daming and Jia Quan naked and taken several artistic photos. It had been Wu Tao's idea, claiming it was to prevent them from causing further trouble. "Rest assured, as long as you don't keep bothering my brother, these photos won't be leaked," Wu Tao said. Lai Daming waved his hand dismissively. "Cut the nonsense. Just name your terms. If this isn't resolved, I won't sleep a wink. My dad always said there's a solution to everything, so don't play games." "Money? Goods? Just say it." "Heh," Lu Yi said with interest. "So you're willing to buy your way out with money?" Lai Daming fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a brand new iPhone. "How about this, you give me the phone that took the picture, and I'll give you this new one. That should work, right?" In his mind, penniless guys like Lu Yi and Wu Tao couldn't possibly afford the latest Apple model. Presenting this phone should make them both eager to accept. Sure enough, Wu Tao's eyes lit up, and he was genuinely tempted. But Lu Yi cut him off. "Forget the phone. We're patriotic young men who only support domestic products. If you really want to buy it back, here's the price." He held up 5 fingers. 5,000?
Lai Daming raised an eyebrow, his face dripping with contempt. He knew this phone could fetch far more than 5,000 if sold. He sneered inwardly at Yui, thinking what a country bumpkin who didn't know anything. Louis shook his head, dismissing the 5,000 figure with a snort. Seeing this, Lai Daming lost his composure. His facial muscles twitched as he asked doubtfully, 55,000? Only then did Louis give a light hum of acknowledgement. Damn it, why don't you just rob me? Lai Daming exploded on the spot, bellowing. Chapter 28 Desperate dogs will jump over walls. If this had been yesterday, 5,000 might have been enough for Yui to agree readily. After all, for high school students, that was already a considerable sum. But yesterday evening, Yui had become a 10,000 yuan man. After bringing out so much money from Zhongqing restaurant, would he even bat an eye at a mere 5,000? 5,000 yuan was neither here nor there to him now. And to be honest, he didn't want to delete the photos. If he did, who knew what trouble Lai Daming and his crew might stir up next? Deep down, he never intended to blackmail them. Offering 50,000 yuan was merely to make Lai Daming back down. If Lai Daming left him alone, he wouldn't keep the photos. After all, he wasn't the type to indulge in such twisted pleasures. But Lai Daming was convinced he was trying to extort him. He glared at him now, teeth clenched, his eyes so fierce they seemed ready to shoot sparks. Jiaquan jumped up, pointing at Yui and shouting, "Don't push it too far. If this blows up, nobody wins. You don't have to buy them. I've already promised as long as you don't bother me again, I won't leak your artistic photos," Louis said. Wu Tao stared at Louis in astonishment, thinking, brother, he really dares to name his price just those few photos, and he wants 50,000 yuan. TSK, if I'd known, I would have taken more. Lai Daming glared at Louis angrily for a long moment before demanding, is there absolutely no room for negotiation? None. I've made it clear, as long as you don't bother me again, your privacy won't be compromised. Louis had been perfectly straightforward. But Lai Daming didn't trust him. With those photos in his hands, he simply couldn't relax. Fine, Lou. You've got guts. Just you wait. Hearing Louis's resolute tone, Lai Daming knew he wouldn't budge. Either they gave up on the photos, or they'd have to fork over 50 grand to buy them back. But 50,000 yuan? Even with Lai Daming and Jiaquan's decent family backgrounds, they couldn't scrape that together on short notice. You just wait. Jiaquan echoed, and the three stormed off. They wanted to corner Yui and beat the crap out of him, but the three of them together couldn't take him on, especially with Wu Tao standing by his side. So they had no choice but to leave. After walking over 100 meters away, Jiaquan, his face dark, asked Lai Daming, brother Ming, what do we do? That little bastard actually asked for 50 grand. Who's got that kind of money? Damn it, I don't even have 50 grand in my annual allowance. Lai Daming's face darkened too, his lungs nearly bursting with rage. From freshman to senior year, he'd always been the one bullying others, never the other way around. But this time, he'd been pushed around and he couldn't fight back. Damn it, after school today, we're taking him down. Fatso Ma Fong gritted his teeth. He'd dislocated 2 fingers and remembered this grudge well. Lai Daming shot back immediately, get him? Can you even beat him? That question shut Fatso Ma Fong up instantly. Truth be told, he couldn't. Louis might look skinny, but his explosive strength was terrifying. Yesterday, they'd only exchanged 1 punch, and Ma Feng's fingers were dislocated. At 1.8 meters tall and 180 pounds, Ma Feng was a formidable presence. Barely 5 people in the entire school could match him in strength, and those 5 were all heavyweights. Yet yesterday, he'd been knocked flat by Yui, a guy half his size, without even a chance to fight back. If you can't beat him, shut him up, Lai Daming snapped. So what now? Just let it go? Ma Feng asked. He was the type with no backbone, all brawn, no brains. That. How could we just let it go? Who the hell do you think I am, Lai Daming? You expect me to swallow this humiliation? No way. I'll make him pay for this. Lai Daming declared, his emotions boiling over. Jiaquan asked, brother Ming, are you thinking of asking brother Hu for help? Exactly. Get brother Hu to handle it. Make him pay. Beat him to a pulp. See how he dares to act so arrogant then. Lai Daming declared. Jiaquan took a deep breath, doubtfully asking, but didn't you say brother Hu took money from his uncle? He already promised not to get involved. If you go back to him now and ask him to act, will he agree? Hearing this, Lai Daming hesitated. Brother Hu had indeed taken money from Louis's uncle, and it seemed they shared some connection. Otherwise, when Mad Dog's guy got beaten up by Yui and ended up in the hospital, Mad Dog would have already sent people to take Yui down. It was Brother Hu who mediated and calmed things down. If Brother Tiger won't act, we'll approach Mad Dog. Mad Dog is notorious for valuing money over life. We'll give him some cash to break Li's arms and legs, then let him spend half a year in the hospital himself. Lai Daming said viciously. Zhongqing society had 4 major leaders, but their real names were rarely known. Peripheral figures like Lai Daming only knew their nicknames, Brother Tian, Brother Hu, Brother Ba, and Mad Dog. Mad Dog was a rising star, notorious for his brutality.
Legend had it that at 16, he single-handedly took down 9 enemies with just a knife. He ended up in prison until his 40s, but upon release, Tiangu, Hugo, and Bago recognized his potential and elevated him to become the 4th hallmaster of the Qiongqi society. Today, he commands a force of no fewer than 500 underlings, solidifying his status as a formidable figure. Mad Dog rose to fame early, but his reputation as a formidable force only solidified in recent years. After all, he spent so many years behind bars that his earlier exploits were little more than legend. In recent years, however, his decisive and ruthless actions have gradually restored his formidable reputation. He is notorious in the underworld for 2 vices: greed for money and lust for women. As long as you had money enough to pay and came to him with a problem, he would handle it. As long as there are women, as long as you can afford to offer a great beauty, if you have a problem, he can also help take care of it. That's the kind of man he is. How much cash do you have on you? Lai Daming demanded, holding out his hand. Ma Feng rummaged in his pocket and pulled out 500. Jia Quan pulled out his wallet, looking reluctant. Damn it, hand it over. Such a small amount and you're being so coy. Lai Daming snatched Jia Quan's wallet, pulled out all the 1,000 or so yuan inside, then tossed the empty wallet back to Jia Quan. Then Lai Daming pulled out over 2,000 of his own. All 3 men's money combined amounted to about 4,000. Bro Ming, is this really enough to bribe Mad Dog? Jia Quan was deeply skeptical. After all, Mad Dog was the head of a major faction in the Qiongqi society. Could a mere few thousand yuan sway him? Lai Daming narrowed his eyes, his face contorting into a ferocity unbecoming of his age. Mad Dog himself is out of reach, he said. But we can definitely sway the brothers of that yellow-haired guy in the hospital and with money to spare. Chapter 29, You Go First. After leaving school, Yui also made an excuse for Wu Tao to go home for dinner alone. He intended to find a hotel by himself, book a private room, and eat at his leisure. After all, with his enormous appetite, it wouldn't be good if Wu Tao found out. Wu Tao was quite happy to oblige. As he left, he teased, I know you're going to break up with Chening. Nice work, E. Teach me how to pick up girls sometime. You're usually so quiet, but you managed to land the class beauty from class 8 in no time. Get lost. Yui waved him off, refusing to engage in idle chatter. Wu Tao chuckled and walked away, heading straight for the nearest internet cafe to kick off his League of Legends journey. Lu Yi stood at the school gate, pondering which restaurant to eat at, when a familiar voice suddenly called out to him. Heading back? A slender figure appeared, asking him. Lu Yi turned his head. Seeing who it was, none other than Class 8's class beauty Qiongqi, he'd intended to say no. But the moment he saw her exquisite face, he found himself nodding involuntarily and uttering a soft MHM. Perfect timing. I was heading back too. Want to walk together? Qiongqi tilted her head, looking at him. Sure. Lu Yi agreed immediately. This was exactly what he wanted. Walking alongside a beauty was such a delightful prospect. Qiongqi smiled faintly. It seemed that after Lu Yi had helped her twice, she had begun to regard him as a friend, no longer as coldly as before. Qiongqi was dressed lightly for the warm weather, cream-colored cropped pants, a light blue t-shirt, and her hair pulled back in a ponytail, giving her a sunny, carefree look. She carried an easel on her back and held numerous paintbrushes and paint boxes in her hands. Are you an art student? Studying ink wash painting? Lu Yi asked, glancing at the paints. Yes, I've loved traditional Chinese painting since childhood. I've been practicing since elementary school and haven't stopped since, Qiongqi replied. Your home must be pretty far from school. Why not eat in the cafeteria instead of running back? Lu Yi inquired. The school cafeteria serves meals every day. Students who live a bit farther away usually choose to eat here. Aside from the food being a bit bland and lacking in meat, it's passable. Lu Yi and Wu Tao dislike waiting in lines, so they usually go home for meals. Besides, Uncle's cooking is quite good, so naturally they choose to eat at home. It is quite far. Qiongqi nodded, her gaze thoughtful. Then why do you still go all the way back? Lu Yi asked. Qiongqi gave a symbolic smile and said, because I need to go home to boil medicine. Alright, enough talk. Let's go. Medicine? What kind of medicine? Could someone in her family be sick? Even if someone was ill, why would it fall to her to care for them? Where were her parents? Her grandparents? But such matters weren't something to pry into. Yui kept quiet and set off with her. After taking a few steps, a trail of footsteps echoed behind him. A boy carrying a basketball caught up, calling out, Xiaoxiai, wait up. Louis recognized the voice instantly and cursed inwardly, knowing it was that annoying Wu Jianfeng again. I'll walk you back. Wu Jianfeng caught up, panting heavily. Seeing Louis trailing behind Qiongqi again, he couldn't hold back this time. Grabbing Louis's shoulders, he shoved him aside. Why is it always you? How thick-skinned can you be? Wu Jianfeng, what are you doing? Before Louis could respond, Qiongqi had already stepped in to defend him. This shameless man keeps harassing you. I'll help you get rid of him. Wu Jianfeng glared at Louis, his tone threatening. Qiongqi snapped back, who asked for your help? Who said he's harassing me? He's my friend. Don't you dare touch him. Xiao Xi, don't let him fool you. You can tell just by looking at him that he's no good, Wu Jianfeng slandered. That's none of your business, okay? You're not my anything. Why do you always meddle in my affairs? Qiongqi was clearly annoyed. Xiao Xi, I'm doing this for your own good, Wu Jianfeng spread his hands helplessly. I just don't want you to be deceived. This guy is no different from those lecherous scoundrels. He's only getting close to you with ulterior motives. Ha! Bad motives? And yours are so pure? Qiongqi and I are just friends. Why do you have to think so dirty? Lu Yi couldn't help but retort. Shut your mouth. Have you forgotten my warning? Lu Yi's words ignited Wu Jianfeng like a lit fuse. He flung the basketball to the ground, grabbed Lu Yi's shoulders with both hands, and lunged forward. Let go of him, Wu Jianfeng. Qiongqi suddenly pointed at him sternly and shouted. Wu Jianfeng's chest heaved violently as he gripped Yu Yi's shoulders, desperate to strike him right then and there. Are you going to let go yet? Qiongqi shouted again, her voice filled with fury. Wu Jianfeng snorted, finally releasing his grip. After calming himself slightly, he said, Xiao Xi, I'll drive you home. No need. I'll walk back myself. Qiongqi turned and walked away on her own. Lu Yi ignored Wu Jianfeng and followed suit. Wu Jianfeng caught up and blocked his path. Are you really this shameless? Still clinging to her? Who's shameless? My place is in the same direction as hers. If I don't go this way, where else would I go? And you're not even her boyfriend. Why are you meddling so much? Louis shoved him aside and continued walking forward. Qiongqi, walking ahead, suddenly turned back. She looked at Wu Jianfeng intently and said, Wu Jianfeng, I once thought you were someone worth associating with. I hope you don't disappoint me. Wu Jianfeng nodded, no longer blocking Lu Yi's path. Yet every time his gaze met Lu Yi's, it concealed a deep, murderous fury. He swore he desperately wanted to beat Lu Yi to a pulp. Lu Yi hadn't laid a finger on him from start to finish. After walking some distance with Qiongqi even turned back to say, I'm sorry. Lu Yi shrugged with apparent magnanimity. It's fine. Under the circumstances, it's understandable. Qiongqi had witnessed Lu Yi's ruthlessness toward those yellow-haired thugs. He'd single-handedly beaten their leader so badly his skull split open, landing him in the hospital. Given that ferocity, if Lu Yi truly wanted to settle things with Wu Jianfeng, the latter would have suffered long ago. And Wu Jianfeng had only targeted Yu Yi because of her. That's why she felt guilty towards him. After walking for a while, when they reached the alley intersection from last time, a group of yellow-haired youths suddenly jumped out from all sides again. This time there were more 14 of them. They surrounded the pair. Several familiar faces immediately pointed at Yu Yi, shouting, It's this kid. He's the one who beat old Cat so badly he ended up in the hospital. It's him. The old cat they referred to was none other than the gang leader whose head had been split open by Yu Yi last time. Seeing the overwhelming numbers, Lu Yi immediately grabbed Qiongqi's delicate hand and pulled her behind him, whispering, If you get the chance, you leave first. Chapter 30, Overbearing. With so many of them showing up this time, Yu Yi strongly suspected they were specifically targeting him. Needless to say, the hatred in their eyes alone made that abundantly clear. Since they were after him, he naturally didn't want to involve Qiongqi. If you're here for revenge, it has nothing to do with her. This is between men, let's settle it ourselves. Spare the woman, will you? Yu Yi addressed the crowd. The thugs all sneered. At a time like this, you're still thinking about others? You think you have the standing to negotiate terms with us? Two men in their 30s, clearly hardened veterans of the underworld, exchanged a few words before striding toward Lu Yi. Lu Yi silently gathered his strength. With the enemy holding the numerical advantage, he knew breaking the stalemate required capturing the king first, crippling one of them to make an example and intimidate the rest. Otherwise, even if he could defeat them all single-handedly, he wouldn't have the energy left to protect Qiongqi. Moreover, his one bull strength could only be sustained for a single minute. 1 minute was far too short. If he couldn't eliminate these thugs within that minute, they would eliminate him. But just as Yu Yi tensed, the two men spoke again. The man in the shirt waved at Yu Yi dismissively. You dared send old Cat to the hospital. Though I'd love to cripple you, you're lucky this time. Brother who gave his word, and we can't disobey him. So get out of the way. This doesn't concern you. With that, the man stepped forward and shoved Lu Yi aside. What the hell are you doing? She didn't provoke you, it was me. If you've got the guts, take it out on me. She's got nothing to do with this. Lu Yi was stunned. This time, the trouble wasn't for him, it was for Qiongqi. I said this has nothing to do with you. If you don't get lost, I'll still lay a hand on you. You believe me? The other bald man was far more menacing. His words dripped with a thick, murderous intent. But wrongs have their rightful targets. She didn't provoke you. Why pick on a defenseless woman? Lu Yi retorted. Ha, that's none of your business. This little chick's family has deep-seated grudges with our Zhongxing society. You're right about settling scores with the right people, that's exactly why we're after her. The shirt-wearing man sneered, then turned to Qiongqi. Hey, sweetheart, tell me, am I right? Qiongqi remained silent.
Surprisingly, for a young woman, she appeared remarkably composed in this tense situation.
Her lively eyes darted around the room, searching for an opening to slip away. But this time, there were simply too many of them. There was no way she could slip away. Feud? Yui grew even more puzzled. Wasn't the feud between Qiongqi's family and the Qiongqi society exceptionally deep? What was going on here? How could that be? It didn't make sense. Wait.
Louise suddenly recalled their first meeting. Qiongqi had been chased into the Honey Lure lingerie store, cornered with nowhere to go. That time, it was only thanks to Louis opening the back door that she escaped. Later, they'd been cornered by Lao Mao and his crew right here.
Louis had assumed they'd targeted him last time.
But now it seemed highly likely they'd been after Qiongqi all along, and he'd merely been caught in the crossfire. Moreover, he distinctly remembered when he warned Qiongqi to be careful on her way home after school, she had casually replied with just 3 words, "I'm used to it."
Used to it?
That meant she must have been frequently cornered and chased by these people, so she had grown accustomed to it. But why would she be like this? Given her character, though Yi wasn't particularly close to her, he was certain she wasn't the type of troublemaking delinquent who went around picking fights.
The only plausible explanation might be trouble at home. Perhaps her family elders had some conflict with the Qiongqi society. Unable to directly confront her family, the gang members took it out on her instead. The thought made Louis' blood boil. These bullies picked on the weak and targeted girls. What kind of men were they? No matter what, Yui felt he couldn't stand by and watch Qiongqi suffer at the hands of these thugs. "Come with us, sweetheart," the shirt-wearing man said, beckoning her with a crooked grin. "Mad Dog's been thinking about you.
He says if you're his mistress for 3 months, your family's debt to us will be wiped clean."
The bald man was even more direct. He stepped forward, reaching out to grab Qiongqi, intent on dragging her away by force. Louis clenched his fists, ready to step in and rescue Qiongqi.
But just then, a car horn blared from the roadside.
A man in police uniform leaned out the window and shouted, "What the hell are you doing?"
It was a patrol car with 3 officers inside.
Responding to the shout, the vehicle quickly pulled over to the curb.
The 3 officers stepped out, accompanied by a young man in athletic gear carrying a basketball. Wu Jianfeng. As soon as the door opened, he was the first to jump out, rushing anxiously to Qiongqi's side. He immediately asked with concern, "Xiaoxi, how are you?
Did they do anything to you?" Qiongqi shook her head, indicating she was fine. Then the 3 guards approached, pointing at the group of thugs and barking, "What are you doing? Illegal assembly? Huh? What are you trying to pull in broad daylight?"
The thugs shrugged and took a few steps back.
"Officer, which eye of yours saw us gathering illegally?
We're just out enjoying the sun, passing through here."
"Are we not allowed to walk on the street? Sunbathing? I clearly saw you intimidating students. Is this another extortion scheme?" one guard demanded sternly.
The man in the shirt spread his hands.
"We're innocent, officer. We just happened to cross paths. This isn't extortion. Don't judge us unfairly, we're law-abiding citizens."
"Oomph.
Good citizens?
You're nothing but scum of Lingjiang City," one guard sneered.
"Hey, officer, that's not fair. That's defamation. We have rights too. Cut the crap.
You either get the hell out of here now, or you're coming back to the station for a cup of tea with me," the lead guard snapped sternly.
"Forget it. Keep your police station tea for yourselves. We're not interested."
The man in the shirt waved his hand, signaling his crew to disperse.
With the police here, they couldn't force Qiongqi to stay.
They came and went in a flash, each puffing on a cigarette and whistling as they left. After they were gone, Wu Jianfeng turned to the 3 guards with gratitude.
"Thanks a lot, Uncle Wang and the rest of you."
The lead guard chuckled.
"No big deal. Why be so formal with your uncle? Your dad and I were brothers in the same company back in the day. Come on, it's on my way anyway. I'll give you guys a ride."
"Great."
Wu Jianfeng was overjoyed.
He immediately said his goodbyes to Qiongqi and urged her to get into the patrol car, offering to drive her back. She was reluctant at first, but after Wu whispered something to her, she stopped objecting. Before leaving, Qiongqi told Yui, "Take care, and goodbye," then climbed into the vehicle.
Wu Jianfeng didn't rush off, seemingly lingering deliberately until last.
Only after Qiongqi was seated did he approach Louis, fixing him with a challenging stare. His tone dripped with sarcasm. "Don't get ahead of yourself, frog trying to eat swan meat.
You're not worthy of Xiaoxi. I'm sure you know that deep down, right? Take what just happened, for instance. If I hadn't shown up in time, could you have protected her?" Louis opened his mouth to retort, but Wu Jianfeng waved him off. "Save your breath," he cut in. "You know exactly what would have happened to you if I hadn't arrived in time. But I'm a noble soul, no need for thanks. I don't want them anyway. If you know what's good for you, stay away from Xiaoxi from now on." With that, Wu Jianfeng flashed him a contemptuous middle finger, let out a cold laugh, and turned haughtily to get into his car. 31 We've taken the job.
Watching the patrol car gradually fade into the endless stream of traffic until it vanished.
Recalling Wu Jianfeng's earlier words, Louis felt so enraged he could barely contain his laughter. If Wu Jianfeng hadn't arrived in time, he wouldn't have been able to protect Qiongqi? He wouldn't even have been able to protect himself? And for that, he'd actually been looked down upon by Wu Jianfeng. His clenched fist slowly relaxed as Yue exhaled. Forget it. Not worth the trouble. After the thugs left, they headed straight toward the school. Since Qiongqi had been taken away in the patrol car, even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare pursue her again. This time, they could only silently lament their loss. If they wanted to catch her, they'd have to wait for another chance. But just as they neared the school, 3 students suddenly blocked their path. The leader sported a buzz cut and a square jaw, radiating an air of arrogance and tyranny from head to toe. The other 2 students formed stark contrasts in both physique and height. One stood at 1.8 meters tall, his weight easily exceeding 180 pounds. The other was short and scrawny, looking downright shabby. Hey guys, wanna chat? The buzzcut guy said with a smirk. What the do you have to talk about? Get lost. The yellow-haired guy cursed, telling them to get the hell out. The buzzcut guy gave an awkward smile. Come on, guys, don't be like that. We're all part of the Qiongqi society, we're family, right? You lot? You're part of the Qiongqi society too? The blonde-haired guy scoffed, clearly skeptical. The buzzcut guy declared proudly, truth be told, we're under Tiger's wing. You lot are with Mad Dog. It's no surprise you don't know us. We've got a deal brewing and we're wondering if you'd be interested in partnering up. The other thugs were about to scoff at him, but the redhead seemed to recognize him. These 3 students, they do look like they're with Tiger. I think I've seen them with him a few times over at the entertainment complex. The buzzcut guy immediately nodded. Yeah, that's right. Hearing this, the shirt-wearing guy and the bald guy turned to the buzzcut guy. You're blocking our path. What kind of business is this? In a nutshell, we want to cripple someone. No need to kill him, just break his arms and legs so he spends a year or so in the hospital. The buzzcut guy sneered. Huh, beating someone up? That's easy enough. But even if you're with Tiger, do you have the money to pay us? The shirt guy took a drag on his cigarette and said casually. Usually, they took on similar jobs collecting debts, blocking storefronts, teaching stubborn holdouts a lesson during evictions. They handled these gigs regularly, and as long as the price was right, they were happy to oblige. The buzzcut guy pulled 2,000 yuan from his pocket. Is this enough? You think we're beggars? 2,000? You want us to break someone's legs for that? 2,000? That'll barely cover breaking one arm. Even the blonde-haired guy couldn't stomach the offer, the price was far too low. The buzzcut guy seemed to realize 2,000 wouldn't cut it. He chuckled, pulled out another 1,000 from his wallet and said, 3,000 should do it, right? 3,000 is still too little. Though the man in the shirt said this, he snatched the money into his hand. He counted it. Hold your horses about it being too little. Once you know who I want you to beat up, you'll be more than happy to take it, the buzzcut guy said with a grin. Haha, who are you beating up? Name names, someone joked. Don't tell me it's Brother Tiger? The remark made the whole group burst into laughter. The buzzcut guy laughed along and said, stop joking around. How could I dare lay a finger on Tiger, brother? The person I'm going to beat up, you all know him too, and you definitely want to take him down yourselves. As he spoke, the buzzcut guy gave a knowing glance to the skinny, short guy beside him. The skinny guy immediately got the hint, pulled out his phone, and pulled up a photo. The photo was clearly taken surreptitiously. Though not very clear, the person in it was instantly recognizable. The skinny, short guy held the phone screen toward the group of thugs and declared, it's him. Him? That kid? You want to beat up that kid? So it's this kid. Ha, everyone wants to take him down. Looks like he really is a piece of work. So it was him, the kid who beat Old Cat and sent him to the hospital. All the thugs present recognized the person in the photo as senior high student Louis, whom they had intercepted just minutes earlier. You're with Tiger's crew, and you're trying to ambush this kid? Didn't you hear Tiger's orders? This kid is off limits. The shirt-wearing guy took a drag on his cigarette, then blew a smoke ring right into the buzzcut guy's face. This buzzcut guy was none other than Lai Daming, who harbored a deep grudge against Louis. He sneered coldly. Of course I wouldn't dare defy Tiger's orders. But that kid only gets Tiger's protection because his family stuffed Tiger's pockets with cash. Truth is, Tiger couldn't care less about him. Besides, Tiger only promised to spare his life, never said anything about keeping his limbs intact, did he? Heh, so young, yet so ruthless. The man in the shirt remarked on Lai Daming's words, then paused and added, but you're right. It seems brother who did only promise to spare his life. So, big brother, are you in? Lai Daming asked with a smile. The shirt-wearing man didn't reply. Instead, he looked at the other thugs and asked, what do you think? Old Cat was beaten into the hospital and hasn't come out yet. This is indeed embarrassing. Although Mad Dog gave Tiger Brother face and warned us not to mess with that kid, neither Tiger Brother nor Mad Dog ever said they'd keep his limbs intact. Old Cat's incident cost us major face. If we don't redeem that honor, it'll forever be a stain on our branch. Old Cat is a member of Mad Dog's faction.
If word gets out that he was beaten into the hospital by a high school kid, it won't reflect well on us.
At the very least, the other three factions will mock us, saying Mad Dog's crew is going downhill, can't even handle a high schooler. Let's get him. Damn it, I've been itching to take him down for ages.
We shouldn't have let him go earlier.
Since Tiger and Mad Dog didn't say we had to keep his limbs intact, as long as we don't kill him, it's fine.
He sent old Cat to the hospital, now it's his turn to taste that same medicine.
What the hell is this using his own methods against him bull? Damn it, if you're uneducated, shut your mouth.
That's called using their own methods against them.
Had ha.
As they spoke, the shirt-wearing man divided the 3,000 yuan in front of everyone. Then he turned to Lai Daming, the buzzcut guy, and said, "Kid, we're taking this job. You three just wait for the good news."
Alright. Lai Daming nodded with satisfaction, clearly pleased.
He wasn't worried these guys would take the money and run if they did, he could always go to Brother Hu to get his money back. But judging by the murderous intent in their eyes, there was no doubt these men wouldn't disappoint Lai Daming.
Lu Yi couldn't escape this afternoon's fate. Chapter 32, Bonding Time. Lu Yi never intended to go home in the first place. He hadn't planned on returning home, there simply wasn't enough food there.
So he turned back midway, crossed to the opposite street, and entered a familiar restaurant.
He reserved a private room and settled in.
Back in the day, whenever it poured, he and Wu Tao would skip going home and come here for a big meal instead. They'd gotten to know the owner over the years. Today, he ordered 15 dishes all by himself. As soon as the food arrived, he dug in voraciously. He kept asking the waitstaff to refill his rice bowl. By the time he was done, he'd polished off nearly 2 large pots of rice before finally feeling satisfied. Most of the dishes on the table were also wiped clean. He rubbed his stomach, yet it still hadn't reached full capacity.
Having special abilities was great in every way except for eating. That part was just embarrassing.
Yui sighed. He still remembered the look the waiter gave him when bringing the last pot of rice. As if he were a starving ghost reincarnated, someone who hadn't eaten in half a year. But it didn't matter much. He didn't know the waitstaff anyway, and he couldn't care less how anyone in this restaurant looked at him. In a place like this, as long as you could afford it, no one would bat an eye at how much you ate. After settling the bill, Yui stretched his limbs. Since acquiring the Dragon Soul Amber, his slender frame had developed muscles in unexpected places, even without formal training.
Still, it wasn't enough. Supporting even a single ox's strength felt strained. Rome wasn't built in a day.
His guardian spirit, Zhao Yun, had said that the accelerated training method he practiced would take at least 3 months to show real results.
3 months, Louis asked the guardian spirit in his dantian. How strong will I be then? That depends on you.
If the results are significant, you could wield the strength of 2 oxen.
If not, you'll at least extend the duration you can use the strength of 1 ox.
The guardian spirit in his dantian replied.
Increased duration? Lu Yi pressed. Were you able to wield the full 9 bulls and 2 tigers back in your day?
Mastering the full 9 oxen and 2 tigers' power is no simple feat. Even I, in my prime, could only command the strength of 3 oxen, the guardian spirit Zhao Yun replied calmly.
You could only wield the strength of 3 oxen back then? Yui was astonished.
He had always believed Zhao Yun could fully harness the 9 oxen and 2 tigers' might. He never imagined Zhao Yun himself would admit to mastering only 3 oxen's strength.
3 oxen's strength? Do you consider that weak?
Do you even know how powerful a single ox is? The guardian spirit Zhao Yun replied indifferently.
He calculated in his mind.
He had no clear concept of the strength described by the ancients as the strength of 1 ox.
If he took a yellow ox as a reference, the impact force of 1 ox would be at least 1,000 jin, right? Of course, some oxen might be stronger. Taking the lowest estimate here, 3 oxen would mean 3,000 jin of force. With such power, wielding a spear on the battlefield could indeed make one unstoppable. Note, according to records, Bruce Lee's punch power reached 350 pounds during his lifetime. Over 300 jin, and his inch punch could send a man flying. Calculating 1 ox's strength at 1,000 jin indeed represents the minimum standard. Yet when Yui wielded half an ox's strength, each fist possessed 500 jin of force, already surpassing Bruce Lee's peak. Such power transcends the mortal realm. Louis stroked his chin in thought before finally accepting it. He recalled that activating the Dragon Soul Amber required emotional blood. Zhao Yun's ability to unlock the strength of 3 oxen was already quite remarkable. Moreover, even if you were to one day truly attain the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, it would be useless without a body capable of matching it. You simply couldn't sustain such power. The guardian spirit Zhao Yun stated. He nodded in agreement, acknowledging the logic. It was like building a bridge. If the foundations weren't solid, the structure would collapse easily. As this thought crossed his mind, Yui suddenly pointed at a poster advertising a gym by the roadside, featuring a muscular male trainer. Pointing at the trainer, he asked, if one trains their body to that level, how many oxen strength could they wield? At most 1 Newton.
Guardian spirit Zhao Yun delivered the answer decisively.
Ha? Someone that big can only handle 1 Newton of force?
Yui was puzzled. Guardian Spirit Zhao Yun explained, the physiques forged by your era's fitness culture are nothing but greenhouse flowers. Without delving into other examples, just compare them to rural folk. Any random villager can carry hundreds of pounds on their shoulders and run like the wind.
But could this seemingly strong muscle man do the same?
Hearing Zhao Yun's words, Yui found them quite reasonable. The more he thought about it, the more sense it made.
Big muscles don't necessarily mean great strength. Take weightlifters, for instance. They aren't all muscle-bound, yet their power dominates the world. What's the principle behind this? Yui inquired.
Guardian Spirit Zhao Yun replied, I cannot explain the exact mechanism, but ancient training began with strengthening the bones, then the tendons, and finally the body itself. My training of you in long-distance weight-bearing runs builds endurance, the foundation for bone fortification.
Bones form the body's framework.
Those with stronger bones undoubtedly possess greater strength.
Hearing this, Yui gradually understood.
As he spoke, he walked toward the school. To outsiders, he appeared to be talking to himself. Only he knew he was conversing with his guardian spirit.
Hey, kid, looks like you're rolling in dough. Eating out all by yourself in the middle of the day? Why not treat us to a feast?
Suddenly, someone blocked his path up ahead, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Louis snapped back to reality and glanced over, just catching sight of the shirt-wearing guy and the bald guy leading that gang of yellow-haired thugs.
What do you want? Yui's first instinct was to take a few steps back.
Unless absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to get tangled up with these guys. While his power could certainly take them all down, and with Qiongqi not around to hold him back, he could basically go all out and slaughter them without restraint. But he was acutely aware that his powers could only be used 3 times.
Until he found a way to collect more willpower, each use meant one less chance remaining.
He didn't want to waste precious opportunities on these scum.
Better to go to the Zhongxing Society and collect another payment. Haha, what do you think I'm going to do?
The shirt-wearing man chuckled eerily, made a gesture, and then 7 or 8 yellow-haired men surrounded Yui. The bald man jumped straight beside Yui, slapping a thick hand on his shoulder and dragging him toward an alleyway.
Come on, let's bond a little. Chapter 33, Knives Out. What are you doing?
I've got no feelings to exchange with you lot.
Yui struggled, trying to break free.
But the bald man's arm was too thick and powerful. His grip on Yui's shoulder felt like an iron band clamped down, impossible to break free. A dozen or so thugs crowded around, blocking his escape.
Don't talk like that, the shirt man sneered. You sent old cat to the hospital. We haven't settled that score yet. How can you say there's no bond to share? He clapped his hands, and the bald man and his crew dragged Louis swiftly into a narrow alley off the main road. Besides, we weren't planning to touch you this time. After all, Tiger ordered us to spare your life. But you know who you've crossed. That guy paid us to beat you into a hospital bed. Now we've got 2 scores to settle. Once inside the alley, the dozen or so yellow-haired thugs deliberately blocked both exits. This ensured passers-by outside couldn't see what was happening within.
Then the shirt-wearing man and the bald man cornered Louis against a wall. Louis's mind raced. The man in the shirt had mentioned someone paying to have him beaten into a hospital bed. Louis couldn't think of anyone he'd recently offended. If he had to name names, Wu Jianfeng was one, and Lai Daming was another.
But Wu Jianfeng's father was in the police force.
He'd already flexed his authority in front of Yui before he wouldn't need to hire these thugs to deal with him now. So, aside from Wu Jianfeng, the only suspect left was Lai Daming.
Was it Lai Daming who paid you to come after me? Louis asked. What Lai Daming? We don't even know his name. We just take money and solve problems for people. Plus, we were helping old cat get some payback.
The shirt man said in a low voice. The shirt man and the bald man were clearly seasoned thugs. Their styles were starkly different. The shirt man was a smooth talker, while the bald man was direct, preferring to get straight to the point without much chatter. The bald man had already retrieved a brick from a corner of the alleyway, weighing it in his hand. It seemed he intended to use it to break Yui's hands and feet.
Come on, cooperate a little and you'll suffer less.
We'll call 120 for you later. After that, just behave yourself and stay in the hospital for a few months. Once you're out, you'll be as lively as ever.
The shirt-wearing man gestured to Yui.
But of course, Yui wasn't about to cooperate so easily. He took 2 steps back, his body pressed flat against the wall. There was nowhere left to retreat. It seemed that this time, no matter how much he dreaded using his frenzy power, he had no choice but to unleash it. He had only 3 chances left, each one precious. If these thugs forced him to waste one, he'd make sure they'd never forget it.
Don't push me. Yui glared at the shirt-wearing man and the bald man, issuing a warning. The shirt-wearing man reacted as if he'd heard the funniest joke. Force you? So what if we do? At this point, what can you possibly do? Call 110? Even if you did, would the police arrive in time to save you? He clenched his jaw. I don't want to fight you. So don't push me. If you force my hand, I'll make every one of you regret it.
Ha! The shirt-wearing man chuckled.
Damn it, enough talk.
The bald man, with his explosive temper, grabbed a brick and swung it at Yui's shoulder, aiming to disable his arms.
Louis took 2 rapid, deep breaths.
Suddenly, he roared, his entire right arm swelling as he met the brick with a punch, slamming it back at the bald man. He had no choice. In the end, he had to resort to the power of the dragon soul amber. You've pushed me too far. Lu Yi abandoned all restraint. His right hand channeled the full force of a bull. Since he could only sustain it for a minute, he might as well unleash the most ferocious assault to cripple them all. If you want to cripple him, you'd better be prepared to be crippled by him first. Crack! The sheer ferocity of that single punch spoke volumes. Yui was truly enraged. These men had forced him to expend a precious use of the dragon soul amber. Now that the opportunity was spent, it couldn't go to waste. With a sharp crack, the brick in the bald man's hand snapped clean in two, shattered by Yui's brutal force. The bald man was simultaneously knocked back over 10 steps, his entire right arm numb as if hammered by a sledgehammer. Lu Yi roared, charging forward and delivering another punch, this time to the shirt man's midsection. The single blow sent the shirt man flying. Blood spurted from his mouth as he hit the ground, clutching his stomach and unable to rise. The other dozen or so yellow-haired thugs hadn't initially grasped the full extent of Yui's savage power. Seeing him dare to strike back, they instantly charged forward as a group, unleashing a barrage of punches upon him. Yet Yui dispatched them one by one, sweeping through the crowd like a whirlwind. Each punch to their chest, shattered ribs, strikes to shoulders or arms resulted in fractures and dislocations. A bull's strength was not something ordinary men could withstand. Want to cripple me? Bring it on! Bloodshot veins strained in Yui's eyes. His fighting style lacked technique, relying purely on brute force. Earlier, over a dozen thugs had struck him with fists and kicks. Some had even used sharp objects, tearing several bloody gashes into his flesh. His clothes were shredded, blood staining them crimson. But Lu Yi, desperate to save time, paid no heed. After knocking down a dozen or so yellow-haired thugs, he charged straight at the bald man. The bald man was the most vicious, the same one who had earlier wielded a brick aiming to break his hand. Seeing Yui charging toward him, the bald man showed a hint of fear. Yui's behavior was too bizarre, his strength too overwhelming. 10 yellow-haired punks had been unable to restrain him earlier. This time, the bald man immediately stepped back to evade Yui, simultaneously reaching behind him to draw a dagger. The sight of the dagger sent a chill through Lu Yi's entire body. This was a deadly weapon. If wounded by it, he'd be cut open from head to toe. But Yui had no other choice. He could either charge forward recklessly or submit. Yet submission meant his limbs would be broken. Rather than endure that fate, he would fight to the death. Thus, facing the blade's edge held by the bald man, he roared and charged forward with savage ferocity. The bald man struck without hesitation, thrusting his dagger straight at Yui, utterly unconcerned about taking his life. Lu Yi dodged swiftly, yet his reflexes faltered by a split second. The razor-sharp blade pierced cleanly into his left shoulder blade, blood gushing forth instantly. Chapter 34, The Qiongqi Society's Doing. Ah! The dagger pierced his shoulder blade, the bone-piercing pain instantly sending a jolt through Yui's nervous system. He roared in agony, his brute strength erupting as he suddenly grabbed the bald man's wrist and twisted it backward. Snap! The bald man's right arm dislocated with an audible crack. Ah! Yui yanked the dagger from his shoulder blade and thrust it into the bald man's shoulder blade, stabbing him 10 times in rapid succession. Dare to wound him with a blade? He would repay it tenfold. All 10 blows landed squarely on the bald man's shoulder blades. While not fatal, they rendered his hands completely useless. Even if healed, his hands would never regain their strength. Blood splattered all over Lu Yi after the 10 stabs. Fortunately, he wore a gray shirt, and the bloodstains weren't too conspicuous. But this scene was witnessed by other thugs, who were utterly stunned. What a terrifyingly ruthless individual. Was this really just a high school student? How could he strike with more savagery than seasoned thugs? After stabbing the bald man, Yui suddenly lunged toward the man in the shirt. With a swift slash of his dagger, he plunged it into the man's thigh. Grabbing the shirt-wearing man by the collar, Yui warned, "I told you not to mess with me. I'm letting you live this time, but if there's a next time, I'll take your lives." Fierce. At this moment, Lu Yi truly embodied ruthlessness to the fullest. His fierce aura and raging fury permeated the air. His sheer presence alone towered over these thugs. Even the seasoned veterans, the shirt-wearing man and the bald man, were trembling with fear. They stared at Yui as if they were looking at a ferocious beast just released from its cage. A beast is not to be provoked. Oomph. Abandoning the shirt-wearing man, Yui sprinted like the wind toward the street outside. He treasured every minute, the guardian spirit within his dantian constantly counting down the time. 5 seconds. Only 5 seconds left. The cry echoed from within his dantian. Lu Yi's current physique wasn't robust enough. If he used less than half-bull strength, he'd be utterly exhausted after 1 minute. But if he exceeded half-bull strength, he'd collapse after a minute, his body unable to withstand the strain and succumbing to exhaustion. Lu Yi sprinted with all his might. He was still too close to the crime scene. If any other members of the Qiongqi Society arrived and spotted him, his fate would be grim indeed. Therefore, in these 5 seconds, he must cover as much distance as possible. But how fast could he possibly go in 5 seconds? The streets were packed with pedestrians, and teleportation wasn't an option.
Moreover, this area was unfamiliar territory. Even if he could teleport, he wouldn't know where to go. What if he ended up in someone's bedroom? He'd be mistaken for a burglar for sure. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. He had no idea how far he'd run. As his body neared collapse, he forced himself to reach a crowded area. Thud. The moment the countdown ended, his body gave out. His vision went black and he collapsed motionless onto the ground. Lu Yi's fall caused a stir among passers-by. Blood stained his clothes, though his gray t-shirt somewhat concealed it. The blood on his arms and face was impossible to hide. Though many people passed by, few had the kindness to approach and check on him. Just then, a girl carrying school supplies passed by and witnessed the scene. She was about 5 feet 4 inches, with smooth, jet black hair, wearing a purple dress. She circled around Yui once, then approached him and gently tapped his shoulder. Yui, Yui. The girl clearly knew him. When her calls failed to rouse him, she immediately pulled out her phone and dialed a number. After losing consciousness, Yui remained completely unaware of his surroundings. Whether he was being carried or dragged, he felt nothing. When he gradually regained consciousness, he found himself in a hospital. The sight of the white blankets and sheets startled him. Had he really ended up in the hospital? Could it be that the Qiongqi society had caught up with him and broken his limbs? He frantically checked his limbs, finding his feet and right hand functional, but his left shoulder throbbed with excruciating pain. He looked down and saw his left shoulder heavily bandaged. Squeak! The ward door suddenly swung open. You're awake, kid? The visitor was none other than his uncle. Uncle, what are you doing here? Yui was utterly bewildered. His uncle glanced at him and said, if I hadn't come, you'd still be lying on the street right now. Either the Qiongqi society would have taken you away, or the police would have arrested you. How did you know about me? Before losing consciousness, Louis had only 5 seconds. He hadn't had time to call anyone. I didn't know either, but your little girlfriend called to tell me. To be honest, that girl seems pretty quiet and pretty. When are you going to bring her back and formally introduce her to your old uncle? Old uncle said with a smile. What the hell? I don't have any girlfriend. Louis was utterly baffled. Uncle chuckled, this girl isn't the same one from last time. Looks like you're quite the ladies' man at school. But hey, you're still young, don't get too carried away. Louis grew more confused by the minute. I don't even have a girlfriend, okay? Who called you? I don't know her either. Seems like one of your classmates. She was in a hurry about something. She left right after I arrived. Uncle paused, then began describing her. She was about 5 feet 4 inches, with long hair, wearing a purple dress. Pretty cute. 5 feet 4? Wearing a purple dress? Louis couldn't place her at all. Just then, the hospital room door swung open once more. Wu Tao peeked in cautiously. Spotting his dad and Yui, he realized he hadn't come to the wrong place and slipped inside. What happened? I rushed over as soon as Dad called, thinking something terrible had happened. But you don't look too bad. Wu Tao scanned Louis from head to toe. Aside from bandages wrapped around his shoulder blades and chest, there were no other visible injuries. No sooner had he finished speaking than his uncle smacked him hard on the back of the head with a hammer, yelling, "You little brat! What kind of language is that? Not a single nice word." Ow! Wu Tao rubbed his head and pressed on, Who the hell did this to you? Did Lai Daming and his crew do it? The only enemies Wu Tao knew of were Lai Daming and his 2 buddies. But while those 3 ruled the school like kings, acting all high and mighty, he'd never heard of them actually going so far as to stab a fellow student. His uncle patted his shoulder and said, stop guessing. This time, it was the Qiongqi Society. Chapter 35, Victoria's Secret. Qiongqi Society? Gu, when did you cross them? Wu Tao had always been kept in the dark, so hearing that members of the Qiongqi Society had attacked Louis left him stunned. Don't pry into things that aren't meant for you to know, Uncle interrupted Wu Tao before he could say more. Then Uncle asked Louis, you remember what the men who attacked you look like, right? Yes. Yui nodded. The leader wore a shirt with an iron tag around his neck. There was also a bald man. Both looked to be in their 30s or 40s. Uncle nodded, committing the descriptions to memory before pulling out his phone and dialing a number. The moment the call connected, he snorted coldly. Brother who, you know the saying you take someone's money to solve their problems. But this time, you're not exactly being a friend. As he spoke, he walked out of the hospital room. Clearly, he didn't want Yui and Wu Tao to overhear this conversation. Wu Tao was baffled, but Yui understood perfectly. His uncle was going to demand an explanation. He had slipped brother who a red envelope containing 100,000 yuan earlier, and brother who had promised to smooth things over. But now that Louis had been beaten up, his uncle naturally had grounds to demand an explanation from Tiger Brother. What the hell happened? How did you get mixed up with the Qiongqi Society? Did they find out about that last time? Wu Tao paused, then suddenly remembered that the Qiongqi Hotel was under the Qiongqi Society's umbrella. Last time, the 2 of them had walked away with over 100,000 yuan, no small sum.
If the Qiongqi Society was targeting Lu Yi over that, it made perfect sense.
If you want to cut next time, don't ask questions. EE couldn't be bothered to explain.
Wu Tao, feeling awkward, shrugged and changed the subject.
By the way, when did you start hooking up with Chen Xiaoling, the class study committee member? When did I hook up with Chen Xiaoling? Lu Yi retorted irritably.
Wu Tao whispered, it was her who sent me the message about you through the class 2 chat group at lunch today.
Right after that, I got a call from my dad. Did something happen between you two? Is that why you're covered in injuries? Cut the crap.
Lu Yi waved his hand dismissively, taking a deep breath as a strange feeling washed over him.
Chen Xiaoling? Chen Xiaoling? So Chen Xiaoling was the one who called uncle this afternoon? Why would it be her?
Before Lu Yi could process it, the ward door swung open again. His uncle put away his phone and returned.
The moment he entered, he pointed at Lu Yi and snapped, "You little bastard, you're something else."
I was planning to demand an explanation from someone else, but instead, they came demanding it from me. You actually sent over 10 members of the Qiongqi Society back to the hospital, and they're all seriously injured. At least 10 have broken ribs.
That bald guy?
You stabbed him 10 times.
Another guy got stabbed in the thigh. You're a ruthless little bastard. It was clear uncle was furious. Lu Yi quickly explained the entire incident, recounting every detail from start to finish.
Wu Tao listened beside them, his jaw dropping in shock. He didn't know the specifics, but he understood that Yui had single-handedly injured over 10 people.
Among them were 2 veteran thugs from the Qiongqi Society.
One had been stabbed once in the thigh, while the other had taken 10 stabs to the shoulder blade.
That was brutal, downright savage.
That bald guy stabbed me in the shoulder right off the bat. He stabbed me once, so of course I stabbed him back 10 times. If I didn't show them what I'm made of, they'd definitely come looking for trouble again next time, Lu Yi explained. His uncle frowned at him and asked, there were over 10 of them, and you were alone.
How did you manage?
This was the most puzzling part.
Uncle had watched Lu Yi grow up.
From childhood to adulthood, Lu Yi had never studied any martial arts.
He had always been an ordinary, unremarkable good boy.
His performance this time was truly astonishing. Truthfully, his uncle had already found it odd last time when Yui beat Old Cat so badly he ended up in the hospital. From what he knew, Old Cat had also had the numbers on him then, yet Yui still came out on top.
This time, it happened again.
Led by 2 seasoned thugs, over 10 people ganged up on him, yet he single-handedly took them all down.
It was utterly unbelievable.
As the saying goes, when things are out of the ordinary, there must be something fishy.
This was definitely not normal.
Lu Yi thought for a moment before saying, actually, I've been studying martial arts lately. And I know those thugs are nothing but paper tigers.
Don't be fooled by their fierce appearance, they're just bullies who pick on the weak. As long as I show enough ruthlessness, they'll back down.
I struck first, so I gained the upper hand.
Is that all? Asked his uncle. What else could it be? Lu Yi countered.
His uncle nodded in agreement.
He couldn't think of any other explanation.
The only plausible explanation was that his nephew was a natural-born fighter, which explained his actions. Don't worry about this, Uncle Lao reassured him.
Those you beat won't pursue it. Ultimately, it was their fault. Brother who explicitly ordered them not to touch you, yet they disobeyed. He's personally guaranteed me no one will challenge you again.
Besides, after your brutal display, few would dare provoke you now. His words carried a hint of amusement.
That was certainly true.
Lu Yi's performance this time had been astonishing. After this incident, anyone daring to provoke him would have to think twice.
Uncle, I want to be discharged. Yui suddenly stood up from the bed. With your injuries, you need to stay at least 2 more days for observation, Uncle said. The knife wound on Lu Yi's shoulder was quite severe. Recovery wouldn't happen overnight. It's unnecessary. I feel perfectly fine.
With the college entrance exams approaching, I should return to school to study, Lu Yi insisted. Uncle hesitated slightly at his words before replying, all right, I'll consult the doctor.
If it's permissible, I'll arrange your discharge.
With that, he reached out and gave Wu Tao another tap on the head. Wu Tao, lying there, got caught in the crossfire and shouted, Dad, why are you hitting me again?
Uncle retorted, look at your cousin so driven. Yet you just waste your days gaming. If you ever match his ambition, I'll be smiling in my sleep. How am I not ambitious?
I've been working hard to read books lately, Wu Tao retorted indignantly. Birds of a feather flock together.
Under EGE's brilliant leadership, I've been putting in a lot of effort too.
Dad, you can't be so biased only seeing EGE's hard work and ignoring mine.
Is that so? Uncle eyed him skeptically.
Of course. I've been reading late into the night these past few days. I even know how many times you got up to use the bathroom, Wu Tao continued, his voice full of righteous indignation. His uncle fought back. It seemed like just last night he had indeed seen Wu Tao's room light still on. Seeing him so confident now, he began to believe it.
Well then, keep it up, Uncle Wu said, leaving with a satisfied look.
Wu Tao immediately stood up straight, his chest puffed out, a look of pride on his face. But if Uncle knew he'd been burning the midnight oil flipping through a Victoria's Secret lingerie show magazine, he'd have flipped him over on the spot. Chapter 36, The Power of Healing. Finally, Yui was discharged from the hospital, but the doctor emphasized that although he could leave, he still needed 3 days of injections. After all, he had been wounded by a blade, and his chest had also been scraped by some unidentified metal, requiring both a tetanus shot and anti-inflammatory injections. After settling the bill and completing the discharge procedures, he followed his uncle home. His coma had lasted quite a while. When he finally woke up, it was already evening, and school had long since let out. At home, his uncle prepared dinner. After the three of them ate together, his uncle told Yui to go to bed early. Yui obediently returned to his room. After closing the door, however, he couldn't rest. He found that after the wounds were treated, they weren't particularly painful. Moreover, having been unconscious for so long in the hospital, sleep was impossible now. So he picked up some books to read, proper books, of course. His reading speed was astonishingly fast. He could finish a thick book in barely half an hour and commit its entire contents to memory. The Dragon Soul Amber's gift of photographic memory differed significantly from those born with such abilities. Across the Huaxia continent, and indeed the entire world, individuals born with photographic memory were not uncommon throughout history or even today. At least a dozen such people could be identified nationwide. Research indicated that photographic memory was actually an abnormal brain phenomenon in layman's terms, a pathological condition. Many individuals with autism or Asperger's syndrome, often termed adult autism, possess extraordinary memory capabilities. Even figures like Newton and Einstein exhibited symptoms of autism. For those born with this photographic memory, it can be a profoundly troubling gift. Every experience and image they encounter is recorded in meticulous detail, leaving no room for omission. At night, the moment they close their eyes, the entire day's memories play back like a documentary, replaying every detail without omission. Even memories from 2 or 3 days prior continue to surge in like a relentless tide, overwhelming their minds. Such experiences might feel novel once or twice, but when they occur daily, they become a torment. It's like digital junk files in a computer. If you don't clear them out, the system slows down. This is precisely why, throughout history, those blessed with a natural photographic memory have not necessarily all become great talents. Many have been driven mad by their own tedious memories. Yet Yui's ability was different. Everything he recorded was stored within the space of the Dragon Soul Amber. Like an external hard drive or USB flash drive for a computer, this thing belonged to him yet did not belong to him. From the perspective of what belonged to him, the memories stored within the Dragon Soul Amber were always at his disposal. Yet it was not entirely his own. Unlike those born with photographic memory, he did not experience his mind automatically replaying the day's memories like a video reel the moment he closed his eyes at night. This was the greatest advantage of such an ability. This injury of mine. I doubt it'll heal in less than 10 days or half a month, Yui sighed, glancing at the bandages on his body. Without recovery, he couldn't continue his training. But then, a voice from the guardian spirit within his dantian spoke, who says it'll take 10 days or half a month. With the Dragon Soul Amber in your possession, if you act like an ordinary person in every way, wouldn't that make you as weak as a dried fish? Possessing the Dragon Soul Amber means you're destined to be extraordinary. A minor injury like this? It'll heal completely overnight. What? Healed overnight? Don't be ridiculous. Yui couldn't believe it. This defied all scientific logic. He had suffered a knife wound. Even with the strongest healing abilities, it was impossible for such a deep cut, one that had severed tendons and bone, to mend in a single night. What's impossible about it? Have you forgotten the medical text you just read? It clearly states that supplementing with zinc, vitamin C, and protein accelerates wound healing. With your constitution, if you supplement adequately, healing overnight isn't beyond the realm of possibility. The guardian spirit in his dantian stated with certainty. Really? Could it truly be so? Yui immediately stood up. If this held true, he was eager to test it. He instantly recalled the book he'd read earlier. In his memory, he saw that zinc was primarily found in seafood and animal organs: oysters, lean meat, pork liver, fish, egg yolks, and so on. Among these, oysters had the highest zinc content. As for vitamin C, that goes without saying, everyone knows it. Lemons, oranges, basically any yellow-colored fruit is rich in vitamin C. For high-protein foods, it's all about meat, beef, eggs, and fish. So why not go out for a big meal and test it out? The thought made him eager to act. While his uncle and Wu Tao were still quiet, he slipped out of the house alone. This outing for a big meal would inevitably involve another feast, so it wasn't convenient to bring Wu Tao along. He didn't go far, settling on a fancy restaurant less than a kilometer from home. He booked a private room and proceeded to order dishes. He chose a large hotel because they offered the most diverse selection of dishes. At smaller restaurants, even if he could afford it, he might not be able to order everything he wanted. After getting the menu from the waitress, he ordered over 30 dishes in one go, plus more than 10 fruit platters. "Sir, you've ordered so many dishes they won't all fit on the table," a waitress kindly reminded him. Beyond the practical concern, she also had an unspoken worry. Ordering this much alone wouldn't be cheap, and she feared this student-looking man might not be able to afford it. Was he just messing with them? Lu Yi understood her meaning perfectly. Right in front of her, he pulled out a thick wad of cash and said, "No problem. Bring me whatever I order, and the table won't be too full. Besides, I can settle the bill right away." Seeing his generous gesture, the waitress had nothing more to say. After all, Lu Yi was clearly well stocked with cash. Satisfied that he wasn't short on funds, she gave an awkward smile and withdrew. The dishes arrived swiftly. Yui devoured 7 or 8 fruit platters first, his stomach still empty. He then ordered every remaining fruit platter on the menu. His voracious eating and drinking genuinely astonished the waitress. Next, a large table was brought in, already laden with dishes. Louis practically devoured the food, plate in hand, his stomach seemingly bottomless. No matter how much he ate, he never felt full. After devouring most of the table, he felt an intense itch at his wound and couldn't resist scratching it. He'd heard that wounds itched as they healed. Could it really be working? He immediately stripped off his clothes and carefully unwrapped the bandages layer by layer. The bandages were stained with blood, and peeling away the innermost layers caused a faint, dull ache. When he finally removed all the bandages, he saw that the wound on his shoulder had already scabbed over. Moreover, the scab was turning black, a true sign of impending healing. Chapter 37, Night Encounter with Yun Wanqiu. It really worked. Yui was thrilled. He had only eaten half the food on the table, yet his injury had healed significantly. If he ate more, wouldn't he recover completely immediately? The guardian spirit in his dantian spoke, "I told you long ago your digestive system operates at several times the efficiency of an ordinary person. Your absorption of nutrients from food is also many times greater. Such results are only natural." Back in the day, when charging into battle, which general hadn't taken a few arrows? Which commander hadn't been pierced by a spear? Even for ordinary people, eating more helps wounds heal faster, let alone someone like you. Lu Yi found this reasoning compelling. His appetite grew with every bite, and he polished off everything on the table. He then summoned the waitstaff and ordered every remaining dish on the menu. As the servers exchanged puzzled glances, he added, "Oh, and bring me 2 more pots of rice." By the time Yui had eaten his fill, it was already 10 o'clock at night. This time, he was genuinely full. Rubbing his belly and surveying the table's utter devastation, he found his own appetite terrifying. No wonder those waitstaff had regarded him like a monster. After settling the bill and preparing to leave, he suddenly heard a commotion erupt from another private room. A slender, graceful figure stormed out, flinging open the door with a slam. Her soft, delicate voice rang out angrily, "What do you take me for?" The woman was stunningly beautiful, standing at least 5 feet 7 inches tall. Her high heels accentuated her long, slender legs. Her auburn hair cascaded in waves, and she wore a rose-red midi skirt that revealed a slender stretch of her snow-white legs. Even from behind, it was clear this woman was stunningly beautiful. Her waist was tightly cinched, her arms fair and delicate. "You need to understand I'm your girlfriend, not some woman you hired," the woman exclaimed passionately to someone inside the private room. Smack! The moment the words left her mouth, a slap landed squarely on her face. It was loud enough to draw startled glances from many passers-by in the hotel. "Crazy woman, did you take the wrong pills tonight? I just asked you to accompany us for a couple drinks, and this is your reaction?" A man in a suit approached, grabbing her hand and pulling her back. "Apologize to these 2 friends of mine right now." The woman clutched her face, suddenly shrieking as she swung back and slapped the man across the face. Then, crying, she pushed him away and ran out of the hotel. The man in the suit flew into a rage, ready to chase after her and teach her a lesson. But seeing the crowded hotel lobby, he muttered, "You'll pay for this later," before storming back into the private room and slamming the door shut. Lu Yi frowned. He had always despised men who habitually raised their hands against women, especially beautiful ones. Watching the red-clad figure leave the hotel in tears, he felt an uncanny sense of familiarity with that retreating silhouette and followed her out. Outside the hotel, he spotted the woman in the red dress crouched on the steps, sobbing uncontrollably. Lu Yi approached, and only when he came around to face her did he recognize her. "Sister Qiu? How is it you?" This woman was none other than Yun Wanqiu, the petite yet sophisticated young lady who frequently shopped for lingerie at Honeylure. She was a true beauty. Louis had envied her boyfriend more than once, wondering if he must have stepped in dog poop in a past life to deserve such good fortune to have a woman like her. But today, upon seeing her boyfriend, he felt nothing but disappointment. How could such a beautiful woman like Sister Qiu end up with a boyfriend who showed her no tenderness or care? Yun Wanqiu's face was streaked with tears, her sobs filled with deep hurt. When she heard Yu Yi's call, she lifted her head. Recognizing him, she suddenly stood up and threw herself into his arms. Clinging to his shoulders, she began to cry openly. Lu Yi was utterly flustered. He swore this was the first time in his life, aside from his mother, that a woman had embraced him. The sensation was both warm and overwhelming, especially with Yun Wanqiu's ample bosom pressed firmly against his chest, leaving him suddenly parched. His entire body stiffened, utterly at a loss.
After a long moment, he finally remembered that in such situations, the male lead on TV would usually pat the female leads back to comfort her. So he mimicked the gesture, extending his stiff hand to gently stroke Sister Chio's beautiful back. His throat moved several times as he searched for comforting words, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't find the right thing to say. After all, he didn't know the specifics of what had just happened and feared he might overstep. Chio's sister clung to his shoulders, weeping for what felt like 20 minutes before her sobs gradually subsided. Sigh. Lu Yi sighed. He understood that Yun Wanqiu must have been deeply hurt. In her overwhelming grief, seeing a familiar face like his had naturally made her seek solace. Perhaps in her eyes, she had always regarded Yui as a younger brother. Therefore, she likely had few defenses against him. When the sobbing subsided against his shoulder, Yui promptly pulled tissues from his pocket and offered them to her. Yun Wanqiu slowly released her embrace around him, took the tissue, and wiped her face. She rarely wore heavy makeup, so even after sobbing uncontrollably, her beauty remained undimmed. Her long lashes fluttered, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with vitality. Her large, autumn-hued eyes were merely streaked with a few red threads, yet her allure remained captivating and enchanting. She managed a faint smile, her face as fresh as a newly blooming flower. She pressed her pink lips together, then reached out with her delicate white hand to pat Lu Yi's shoulder softly. "I'm so sorry," she murmured, "I've gotten your shoulder all wet." "It's nothing. It's my honor to be there for Sister Chio when she needs a shoulder to lean on." Yui carefully chose his words as he spoke nervously. In the past, whenever he met Yun Wanqiu, it was almost always at the Honey Lure lingerie store. And every time Yun Wanqiu went to buy lingerie, she would always tease him, whether intentionally or not. Like asking him to fasten her bra hooks, or having him check if the new lingerie looked good on her. Each time left Yui flustered and nervous. Yet whenever she saw his anxious expression, she'd find it amusing, her smile blossoming like spring flowers, radiant and charming. Well, after just a few days apart, your little mouth has become quite the chatterbox." Yun Wanqiu chuckled, as if her earlier tears had washed away all her unhappiness. She seemed to have forgotten it all, reverting to her former self, that lively, beautiful little empress. Chapter 38, Escorting the Young Lady Home. Facing Yun Wanqiu, Yui remained intensely nervous. Perhaps it was because he had always regarded Sister Chio as a goddess in his heart, so feeling a bit flustered in her presence was only natural. "Where are you headed so late at night?" Yun Wanqiu asked him with a sweet smile, her graceful figure captivating as she regained her elegant goddess aura. Lu Yi scratched his head, thinking to himself, she probably still doesn't know I followed her out of the hotel. Earlier, she'd been crying and hadn't noticed anyone around. So when she bumped into Yui, she assumed he was just passing by. Lu Yi pondered. Since she didn't know he'd been dining inside too, he might as well play along with her assumption and say he was just passing by. After all, that slap, if she found out he'd witnessed it, would surely make things awkward between them. "I'm exercising. Every evening, I jog a few kilometers along this path." Lu Yi easily found a plausible excuse. "Youth is truly wonderful," Sister Chio murmured with a smile, tilting her snow-white swan-like neck and pouting her rosy lips. "But aren't you still young, Sister Chio? Why do you act so old and serious, as if you're much older?" Lu Yi remarked. "I'm not exactly young anymore," Sister Chio murmured softly, her lips parting gently. Her sparkling eyes gazed at the bustling street, its lights and reflections dancing, lost in thought or memory. "You look at most a year or two older than me. How can you not be young?" Lu Yi retorted. Though he knew Yun Wanqiu was 24, he had to admit she maintained herself exceptionally well. Her skin was smooth and elastic, as delicate as a baby's, complemented by her naturally beautiful features and tall, slender figure. Truly, if she were seen on campus, many would mistake her for a student. "Do I really look that young?" Yun Wanqiu's eyes flickered with mischief, radiating 100 charms. Women always relish compliments about their youth and beauty, and she was no exception. Of course, Sister Chio is so beautiful, naturally gifted. "If I told anyone you were my classmate, no one would doubt it," Lu Yi said with utmost seriousness, his gaze darting timidly across her chest as he thought to himself, Sister Chio may look young, but the places that should be full are anything but small. She giggled softly, covering her mouth with her slender jade-like fingers, their nails polished to a glossy sheen. A jade bracelet, translucent as water, adorned her fair wrist. "Seems I was right, you've gotten quite the silver tongue lately. Confess now, have you already gotten a girlfriend? Boys are usually a bit dull before they have one, but once they do, they suddenly become sharp as a tack. I think that's exactly what's happened to you." Yun Wanqiu narrowed her eyes, grinning as she looked at him and asked. "No way. I'm the type no one would ever want." Yui shrugged, looking utterly helpless. "Don't put yourself down like that. From this sister's perspective, any girl who ends up with you would be incredibly lucky," Yun Wanqiu said with a smile. Under the dim streetlight, she in her red dress resembled a rose just blooming in the grass, exquisite and luxurious. "But I bet your standards are too high, you pick and choose until you can't find anyone good enough, right? Tell me, what type do you like? I know quite a few girls myself. If you have any preferences, I could help introduce you to someone."
Yun Wancho teased, seemingly having already forgotten the unpleasant events that had occurred in the hotel earlier. Louis looked at her awkwardly, unable to hold back the words that slipped out. Actually, I like someone just like you, Sister Chio. The words had barely left his lips when both his face and Yun Wancho's fair complexion flushed, tinged with the soft glow of sunset.
What's so great about me? You can find anyone you like, just don't choose someone like me.
Yun Wancho sighed deeply, a hint of loneliness flickering in her beautiful eyes. As she spoke, she suddenly swayed on the staircase. Her hand clutched her head as she nearly lost her balance. Yui swiftly reached out, wrapping his arms around her slender waist to steady her.
Sister Chio, what's wrong?
A faint lavender fragrance wafted from Yun Wancho mingled with the unique, elegant scent of a woman utterly intoxicating. Her jade-like fingers gently massaged her temples. Biting her lip, she replied, nothing.
Probably just another bout of hypoglycemia. Should we go to the hospital? Louis asked urgently. No need. Can you drive? Yun Wancho suddenly asked him. Yes. Louis nodded.
Just last year, a driving school had held a promotion at their university, and he and Wu Tao had both taken lessons together. Yun Wancho pulled a set of keys from her handbag and pointed to a red Audi S6 parked in the open-air lot outside the hotel.
Then could you do me a favor and drive your sister home?
Sure.
Louis took the keys, helped her into the car without hesitation, and drove them back. The hotel itself wasn't far from their residence, only about a kilometer away. It took just a few minutes to arrive.
Guided by her, Yui entered the luxurious villa community opposite her uncle's house for the first time.
This complex was one of the most expensive areas in Lingjiang City.
Within the gated community, there were only a handful of villas. In terms of environment alone, it could be considered first-rate. It featured an artificial lake, man-made hills, and a vast recreational area. When he dropped her off at her doorstep, she still looked dazed and disoriented. So Yui got out of the car and continued supporting her as they entered the house.
Hypoglycemia. Louis immediately searched for information on hypoglycemia.
He had read quite a few medical books over the past 2 days. As soon as his consciousness entered the Dragon Soul amber space, he recalled some previously studied memories. Hypoglycemia is a syndrome caused by various factors, characterized clinically by low venous plasma glucose, commonly known as blood sugar levels, sympathetic nervous system excitation, and cerebral hypoxia. Symptoms typically include sweating, hunger, palpitations, trembling, and pallor. Severe cases may also manifest as mental confusion, agitation, irritability, or even coma. After reviewing this scientific information, he recalled how to treat the condition. A fleeting thought brought him a solution. He immediately helped Yun Wancho sit on the living room sofa, then located the kitchen. From the cupboard, he found some brown sugar, dissolved it in warm water, and brought her a cup. The book mentioned that in such cases, promptly replenishing sugar levels could alleviate dizziness within 15 minutes.
Chapter 39, A Man's Jealousy.
By the time Louis brought the brown sugar water, Yun Wancho had already stretched out horizontally on the sofa. Her long, slender legs were slightly bent from the reclining position, pale and delicate. Her red dress barely concealed the perfect curve of her legs, and her snow-white feet seemed like masterpieces, flawlessly fair.
Louis's heart raced at the sight.
Daring not to linger, he placed the drink on the coffee table and said, Sister Chio, hypoglycemia symptoms will pass once you replenish your sugar levels.
Drink this brown sugar water, you'll feel better soon.
Meishem, Yun Wancho murmured softly, rising slightly to take the cup and sip it gently. She then smiled at him.
You're quite the caring one, aren't you?
Louis blushed at the compliment and replied, it's nothing.
Just common sense. Yun Wancho pointed at the cup of brown sugar water and said, I mean this. The temperature is just right, not too cold, not too hot. The sweetness is perfect too. Does someone in your family have hypoglycemia too?
Not really.
Louis shook his head.
Yun Wancho sighed. It seemed a man's thoughtfulness and tenderness were truly innate. Some possessed it without needing to be taught, while others could never learn it no matter how hard they tried.
Seeing the loneliness in her eyes, Yui guessed, could it be she was implying her boyfriend had never treated her this way?
If that were true, if her boyfriend was someone who never showed her tenderness and even resorted to violence, why would she stay with such a man?
Unfortunately, these were questions Yui couldn't bring himself to ask. First, he wasn't related to Yun Wancho in any way.
Second, prying too deeply into her personal life would likely make her feel uncomfortable and resentful. Watching Yun Wancho sip her sweet soup, Yui stood nearby, beginning to observe the mansion's decor and layout. The grand hall lacked gaudy opulence, instead radiating an ancient elegance. Mahogany display cabinets and coffee tables, though seemingly simple in design, were pieces that anyone with even a passing knowledge of antiques would recognize as priceless. The entire mansion was spacious, and the living room's layout bore a striking resemblance to the style of Suzhou gardens. Beyond each window, a different vista unfolded. Merely standing in this room offered a sense of visual delight, as if surveying the entire landscape.
Numerous display cabinets held various bonsai arrangements.
Among them, camellias were the most abundant. Blooming in 3 colors, they were a riot of vibrant hues. Varieties include hexagonal crimson, champion red, crown, crimson claw hibiscus, pink glow, red dew treasure, azalea red camellia, red courage, flowered crane feather, and the renowned 18 scholars. Their blooms are enchantingly vibrant, radiating serene beauty as they nestle together in layers, their colors deep and their fragrance rich. Within this antique-style residence, they form an especially delightful landscape. Upon closer inspection, these bonsai must be meticulously pruned regularly. Only through such careful cultivation and trimming could these flowers bloom so splendidly. Sister Cho, do you prune all these camellias yourself? Asked Yui. Well, yes. When I'm bored and have nothing to do, tending to the plants is about the only thing left. Honestly, I just trim them randomly, replied Yun Wancho. They look quite lovely. You clearly put a lot of effort into them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be thriving so beautifully, Lui complimented. Truthfully, I prefer painting, though I haven't picked up a brush in ages. Why? Are these paintings on the wall yours? Several ink paintings hung on the living room walls. Judging by their composition and brushwork control, these pieces were of exceptional quality. Yes, I painted them a couple of years ago. Yun Wancho replied. I had no idea Sister Chiu was so skilled in painting. I've actually been wanting to learn Chinese painting myself. Sometimes I feel its beauty is truly unmatched. The depth of its artistic conception is something other forms of painting simply can't rival, Louis said sincerely. Traditional Chinese painting is indeed profound and intricate. If you're interested in learning, I could teach you. Yun Wancho suddenly smiled. Really? Having such a stunning beauty teach me painting would be a dream come true. But teaching you won't be free. Yun Wancho gave a sly smile, her lively eyes twinkling. I can pay tuition. Yui quickly offered. Money wasn't an issue for him now, he could certainly afford the fees. Sis doesn't want any tuition fees from you. Here's the deal, if you truly want to learn, Sis can teach you. All you need to do is give Sis a discount whenever Sis goes to your store to buy lingerie each month. How about it? Yun Wancho said with a smile. That's it? Yi asked in surprise. What else? Did you really think I care about your tuition? Yun Wancho shot him a seductive, captivating glance. Perhaps because she genuinely had too much free time on her hands, she was quite pleased to have someone need her help, especially within her area of interest. Alright then, it's settled. Lui said. Sure. Whenever you're ready to learn, just let your sister know. Yun Wancho replied readily. Seeing her agree so readily, Yui was itching to start lessons tomorrow. After all, spending time daily with a beautiful older sister was a rather delightful prospect. But as they spoke, the sound of a car engine cutting out suddenly echoed at the villa entrance. Then, hurried footsteps approached from outside. Wancho? Wancho? A man's voice called out as he stepped into the house. Upon entering the living room, he witnessed the very moment of Lui and Yun Wancho chatting and laughing together. He immediately frowned, staring at Yui several times before shifting his gaze to Yun Wancho. His questioning eyes demanded, Wancho, who is he? Though Yui was merely a high school student, he was still a man. Finding himself alone with a woman stirred an instinctive sense of rejection and hostility within him. What business is it of yours who he is? Yun Wancho's tone was far from friendly, clearly still stung by that slap at the hotel. How could you bring a stranger home? The man appeared heavily intoxicated, his face and neck flushed crimson, his speech thick with alcohol. Oof. If he hadn't driven me home, I might have ended up dead on the street. Liang Jun, what exactly do you take me for? Yun Wancho set down her glass, her emotions suddenly flaring. What could I possibly think of you? Of course, I regard you as family. Is that even a question? The man replied. Yun Wancho's full chest heaved as her pretty face darkened with displeasure. She opened her mouth to retort, but seeing Louis standing nearby, she felt it inappropriate to argue in front of him. Instead, she addressed him, Louis, it's getting late. You should head back first. Thank you for escorting your sister home this time. Oh. Louis, ever the tactful one, nodded and withdrew from the mansion under the man's hostile glare. Chapter 40, the more you stand up, the better. Louis departed discreetly, offering a polite nod as he passed the man. The man appeared to be around 27 or 28, dressed in a suit and tie, yet sporting long hair tied in a ponytail like an artist. Gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose gave him an air of scholarly refinement. Yet his stern expression made it clear he was no pushover. Louis's friendly nod met only a cold stare in return. Feeling rebuffed, Louis gave up on further interaction and swept past him, exiting the premises. After he departed, the mansion echoed once more with a man's demanding voice, Late Autumn, who exactly is he? Heh, Yun Wancho scoffed coldly. You're questioning me like this, do you think he's a lover and I'm an adulteress? That's not what I meant. I just wanted to tell you that you shouldn't bring a stranger home. The man said sternly. He's just a child. Liang Jun, are your thoughts really that sordid? Do you think I, Yun Wancho, am some kind of loose woman? You've seen him before, who is he? The nephew of the owner across the street at Honey Lingerie. If not for him today, I'd have been run over on the street. You come home and start yelling and questioning me, what's the meaning of this? Yun Wancho said, her emotions running high. What exactly happened? The man inquired.
Then, perhaps noticing the cup of brown sugar water, he seemed to grasp something. Your low blood sugar flared up again? How are you feeling now? Better? Stop pretending to care. If you truly cared, you wouldn't have hit me or made me entertain clients. You saw your friends leering at me, yet you still forced me to drink with each of them. Do you think I'm a prostitute? Shut up. Those two friends are crucial to us, do you understand? The Liang family's revival depends on seizing this opportunity. If the Liang family can turn things around, it will lift your Yin family too. Can't you see the bigger picture? The man said earnestly. Ha! So that's why you're willing to make me serve drinks, even sleep with them? Yun Wanqiu sneered. Stop imagining things. It's just a couple of drinks. Are you losing your mind today? Thankfully, those two guests didn't get angry, or this whole deal would have fallen through. The man said, closing the door tightly behind him. Gradually, Yui could no longer hear their voices. Stepping outside their fence, Yui let out a long sigh. A phrase sprang to mind, a flower planted in cow dung. A woman as wonderful as Yun Wanqiu, and she ended up with a man like that. Leaving the villa complex, he returned home past 10 o'clock. His uncle's room was already silent, probably asleep long ago. His uncle always had the good habit of going to bed early and rising early. As for Wu Tao, the light in his room was still on. But Louis didn't need to guess what he was watching. Lying on the sofa, Louis took out his phone and opened QQ, only to find a message notification. He tapped it open and saw a prompt, Qiongqi has accepted your friend request. Only then did he recall that he had asked Wu Tao for Qiongqi's QQ number and then clicked to add her. Wu Tao had told him that many people at school knew Qiongqi's QQ number, but whether you could add her depended entirely on personal luck and charm. At the very least, Wu Tao's own group of friends had tried to add her before, only to be completely ignored. Clicking on her profile picture, it was grayed out she was probably asleep by now. Suddenly, a pop-up window appeared from a group chat. A girl's profile picture asked, Louis, how are you? Is it serious? Who was this? Louis tapped to open it and discovered the girl was from Class 2's group chat. Scanning the names, he recognized it was Chen Xiaoling. He immediately replied, it's just a minor scrape, nothing serious. Thanks for your concern. As for this class monitor, though she was pretty arguably Class 2's most beautiful girl, her looks weren't much different from Qiongqi's. But she was always so stern, giving off an icy vibe that kept everyone at arm's length. Her mind was solely focused on academics, and she was strict and impartial. If anyone whispered during class or broke the rules, she would silently note it down and report it to the teacher. Consequently, many male classmates disliked her, even resenting her. Wu Tao, for instance, found her quite irritating. Wu Tao had tried to skip class several times using stomachaches as an excuse, only to be exposed by her. She happened to spot him sneaking into an internet cafe off campus and reported it to the teacher, resulting in Wu Tao being punished with writing a 1,000-word report. Whenever Wu Tao brought this up, he gritted his teeth in anger. As for Yui, he used to talk in class too and had been caught by her several times, so he didn't have a good impression of her either. Now, he felt there was nothing to say to her either. He just said thanks and left it at that. But Chen Xiaoling replied, glad you're okay. Seeing you covered in blood scared me half to death. What exactly happened this time? Can you tell me about it? Louis smiled inwardly, thinking, if I tell you, won't you just tattle on me again? So he gave a perfunctory reply, what could it be? I was mugged on the street, fought back, and you saw the rest. Oh? So that's what happened. Those villains are really bold, attacking in broad daylight, Chen Xiaoling replied. Yeah, pretty bold. But I really have to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, I'd either be at the police station or have been taken away by those thugs. Louis expressed his sincere gratitude. I just happened to be passing by. It was no big deal, Chen Xiaoling replied, sending a smiley face emoji. But don't worry, I won't tell anyone in class about this, not even the teacher. Reading this reply, Yui was utterly astonished. What on earth was going on? The iron-fisted class monitor wasn't going to snitch? Well, thank you then. Even though this happened off campus, if the teacher finds out, she'll surely say I'm hanging out with unsavory characters again. Yui replied. Teachers aren't as strict as you think. Actually, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Go ahead. Truth is, you have solid potential. If you put in a little more effort, you could easily be among the top students in class. That's why you shouldn't be hanging out with slackers like Wu Tao. If you buckle down now, getting into a good university is totally within reach. Well, you don't know this, but Wu Tao is actually my cousin. He's not unmotivated either lately, under my guidance, he's started working hard too. Really? If that's the case, that's great. Chapter 41, the first glimpse of his true potential. Oh, right, how did you get my uncle's number? Louis suddenly remembered this. He'd heard from his uncle that Chen Xiaoling had called to inform him. Chen Xiaoling sent a piggy face emoji and replied, of course I got it from the homeroom teacher. But I didn't mention your situation. I just called to ask, and the teacher told me. Louis finally understood. He thought to himself, no wonder she's the homeroom teacher's favorite, she got his uncle's number so easily.
If he had asked the homeroom teacher, he'd probably have been grilled like he was being interrogated, with endless questions.
If your injury isn't serious, will you be back for class tomorrow? Sure, it's just a superficial scratch. Nothing to worry about. See you tomorrow then. It's getting late, I need to sleep. Alright, good night. Good night.
After ending the chat, as a guy, he figured he should take the initiative.
So Yui clicked to add her as a friend.
Before long, the other party responded, accepting the friend request. After that, he scrolled through QQ but couldn't find anyone else to chat with.
Lu Yi returned to his room and started reading.
He increasingly felt that reading more books was beneficial for him. Just like today when Yun Wanqiu had a hypoglycemic episode, if he hadn't read several medical books, he wouldn't have known how to handle it. Immediately, he headed back to the study, gathering a large stack of books to bring back to his room. He set himself a plan: read at least 5 books every day. With that pace, his knowledge would be astonishing after a few months. Of course, the books on the shelves at home didn't cover a very broad range of knowledge, and some were rather superficial. To learn more, he'd have to go to the bookstore himself someday and buy some useful books.
He read indiscriminately, devouring everything.
Regardless of the subject, he committed each book to memory after a single reading.
Medical texts, scientific works, historical volumes one after another. He could typically finish an entire book in half an hour. That night, he finished 2 books before retiring. It was getting late, and he still had to continue his training in the morning. Exercise only yields results with consistent effort.
The next day, he rose early once more, not of his own accord, but roused by his guardian spirit, Zhao Yun. As soon as he was roused, he tiptoed to the equipment room.
He strapped on the same weights he'd used the day before, then slipped into loose-fitting clothes.
From the outside, there was no sign he was carrying any extra weight. In reality, however, the weights suspended from his body exceeded 100 pounds. Compared to yesterday, he felt slightly more at ease today, no longer struggling as much. When he asked his guardian spirit Zhao Yun why, Zhao Yun explained it was due to the high-protein diet he'd consumed the previous night. Typically, someone who rarely exercises would experience severe muscle soreness the next day after sudden exertion. Yet today, not only was Yui free of soreness, he felt exceptionally well. The reason was his recovery ability was several times that of an ordinary person. Combined with the high-protein supplement from last night, his ligaments and muscles had been repaired and nourished. That's why today he appeared more energetic and physically robust than yesterday. Even so, by the time he finished his 10-kilometer run, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Upon returning home, luckily his uncle wasn't there, but Wu Tao had gotten up unusually early today.
Seeing Louis return drenched in sweat, he looked astonished. "Brothery, what are you doing? Working out, can't you tell? You're crazy. Your injury isn't even healed yet, and you're exercising? Are you trying to tear open your wound and bleed to death?"
Wu Tao exclaimed in shock.
Yui chuckled and said, "It's not that serious. I know my limits." With that, he headed to the equipment room. Only after closing the door did he remove the weights strapped to his body. Finally, he had breakfast with Wu Tao. During the meal, something occurred to Yui, and he asked Wu Tao, "Do you know about Chen Ying's family situation?" "Huh? Chen Ying quitting her family's business? Why do you ask? You didn't actually fall for her, did you?" Wu Tao's eyes widened. "Like hell I am. I'm just curious. Heh, liking someone is just liking someone. What's there to hide? Besides, we're not kids anymore. It's perfectly normal to be in a relationship," Wu Tao said with a grin. He rolled his eyes, not bothering to explain. Trying to reason with Wu Tao was like lecturing a thug on culture. "I definitely don't know anything about her family, I'm not in class 8. But hey, even if I don't know, since EGE brought it up, I'll definitely ask around for you. After all, she might be my future sister-in-law. As a good Chinese cousin, it's time to show some Lei Feng spirit," Wu Tao declared without hesitation. He let out a wry smile and let him be. Wu Tao had plenty of shady friends, gathering intel was second nature to him. After that, the two headed to school. Along the way, they encountered no trouble whatsoever. As for those thugs, since brother who had personally guaranteed it to uncle this time, it was unlikely any foolhardy ones would dare cause trouble for him again. By the time they reached school, it was already past 9. They were hopelessly late. Fortunately, their uncle had arranged for them to be excused from class today. They could stride into the classroom with confidence, fearless and upright. When class monitor Chen Xiaoling saw Lu Yi and Wu Tao arrive, she acted exactly as she always had, her face showing no particular emotion. Seeing her demeanor, Louis seriously doubted whether the person chatting with him last night was really Chen Xiaoling. At least on QQ, she had shown some warmth and enthusiasm, but in person, she was back to her usual cold, unyielding self. The second period bell rang shortly after they entered the classroom. It was math class. The math teacher was notorious for handing out tests at the drop of a hat, and this time was no exception. He brought in a stack of papers and distributed them immediately upon starting the lesson. A math diagnostic assessment was about to begin. Wu Tao inwardly groaned at the boredom. The test paper in his hands might as well have been written in hieroglyphics. He scanned it left and right, finding nothing he understood, and promptly laid his head on the paper to sleep. As for Louis, he wasn't strong in math either. But the moment he received the test paper today, he found he could understand the multiple choice questions, word problems, and calculation questions. From the space within the Dragon Soul Amber, various formulas suddenly flew out and appeared in his mind. In an instant, his pen moved with divine precision as he swiftly filled in the answers on the paper. The math teacher paced sternly around the classroom, hands clasped behind his back, vigilant against cheaters. When he reached Yui's desk and saw the rapid pace of his writing, he cast a few glances his way. From freshman to senior year, the math teacher had a general grasp of every student's abilities in the class. In his memory, Yui certainly wasn't considered an outstanding student. Now, seeing this average student pick up the exam paper and write so quickly, the teacher couldn't help but wonder if he was just scribbling randomly or filling in answers haphazardly. But after observing Louis solve several problems, the math teacher suddenly pushed his glasses up his nose in surprise and uttered a deep Chapter 42, Soaring to New Heights. The math teacher was clearly astonished. What he saw wasn't haphazard scribbling. Instead, Yui solved the problems with remarkable fluency, as if he'd known the answers all along. Each formula, each step of the derivation, was crystal clear. He seemed utterly confident. Not bad, the math teacher praised, nodding. He realized he might have overlooked the student before. After all, the test he brought today contained problems he'd carefully selected, none of them easy. Yet this student, whom he had previously regarded as merely average, had answered every single one correctly. Earlier, he had reviewed the papers from the front of the class. Even the top students hadn't written as quickly as Yui. I remember your grades being average before. Are you suddenly going to soar to the top? He asked. Alright, let me test you. The math teacher seemed genuinely intrigued now. He wanted to know if Louis truly possessed genuine talent or if it was just a fluke. Pointing to a calculation problem on the test paper, he asked, this step here, if you were to break it down further, how would you proceed? Louis smiled faintly, his hand moving swiftly across the paper without hesitation. In the blank space beside the question, he rapidly wrote out another set of calculation formulas, ultimately arriving at the answer. His pen glided effortlessly across the page, never pausing. Well now, you've really got it. I asked you to break it down, and you actually knew a second method to solve it. Not bad at all. The math teacher was deeply gratified, nodding approvingly. The moment the math teacher spoke, many students in the class turned to look at Yui in surprise, their expressions filled with curiosity. Louis's recent behavior had indeed been peculiar. It seemed to begin during history class 2 days prior, when he had stunned everyone by perfectly answering the history teacher's question. Today, during the math diagnostic test, he had earned such high praise from the math teacher. It was well known that the math teacher rarely complimented students, and publicly praising someone in class was even rarer. Yet today, he had lavished praise on Yui without reservation. Could it be that this slacker, Yui, was finally turning over a new leaf? Chen Xiaoling, hearing the math teacher's praise from afar, quietly fixed her clear gaze on Louis. Her lips curved slightly, revealing an almost imperceptible smile. Then she turned back to focus on her own exam paper. The math teacher stood beside Yui, watched him solve a few more problems, nodded with satisfaction, and then walked away. When he reached Wu Tao's desk, he tapped the sleeping student, drool dripping from his mouth, and said with exasperation, if you want to sleep, go home and sleep. Wu Tao jolted awake, sat up straight, and picked up his pen only to find he couldn't even solve the multiple choice questions. The math teacher departed in disappointment, letting out a long sigh. Wu Tao wiped the drool from his test paper, his mind still replaying the dream he'd just had. In the dream, Wu Dalong had just stepped out to sell his baked buns, and he had just entered Pan Jilian's room. Just as things were about to happen, the math teacher interrupted him. As the saying goes, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. With that single knock, the teacher had knocked away all his treasure, leaving him with a look of deep resentment. In the end, the entire exam was completed in just half the class period. This was all thanks to the Dragon Soul Amber's power. Every textbook, reference book, and exam paper he had ever reviewed, every question he had ever seen was stored within the Dragon Soul Amber's space. Within that space, this knowledge would automatically integrate and derive various algorithms. This allowed him to write with divine ease, feeling remarkably relaxed. Through the Dragon Soul Amber's analysis, Yui himself retained a deep memory of that knowledge. This made him suddenly realize that learning wasn't actually that difficult. Having grasped the joy within it, he even wanted to shout, I'll lead the way in studying, and was itching to do 2 more sets of papers to reward himself. When class ended, Yui continued reading, while Wu Tao efficiently went to inquire about Cheningxi's whereabouts. Chen Xiaoling, however, unexpectedly approached Louis with a practice question booklet, seeking his help. Louis, I'm stuck on this problem. Do you happen to know how to solve it? Louis glanced at her in surprise. This usually cold-hearted study committee member was actually asking him for help. In class, if even Chen Xiaoling couldn't solve a problem, who else would dare claim to know the answer? A surge of pride welled up in Louis. Taking the worksheet, he glanced at it and said, this one? It's not that difficult. He pulled out his pen, sensing the formula transmitted from the Dragon Soul Amber. As he wrote, he explained the solution to Chen Xiaoling. After finishing the first method, he could readily offer a second, a third. He spoke eloquently, radiating an air of scholarly grace. Chen Xiaoling listened attentively. After hearing his explanation, she smiled and nodded. You really are amazing. I've been stuck on this problem for ages, and you've got so many solutions. No wonder even the math teacher praises you. With your skills, if you keep this up, getting into Peking University or Tsinghua University should be no problem. Louis feigned a sigh and said, actually, I'd rather keep a low profile. Chen Xiaoling chuckled, unable to hold back her laughter. Just a little praise, and you're already floating on air. You need to catch up in other subjects besides history and math. Relying solely on those two won't be enough. Yeah, let's encourage each other. Yui nodded. Alright, let's encourage each other. Chen Xiaoling picked up the reference materials, gave him a meaningful look, then returned to her seat. The third and fourth periods were still review classes, passing quietly. At noon, Wu Tao quietly told Yui he'd found out about Chen Ying's family situation. The two then left school, found a hotel, booked a private room, and began discussing it over lunch. You really found out about her family situation? Of course. With me on the case, is there anything I can't find out? Besides, quite a few people know about her family situation. What exactly is going on with her family? Lu Yi asked. Wu Tao sighed. To tell you the truth, she's actually a remarkably resilient girl. Her family used to be quite well off. Her father even ran his own company. But then something happened, and the business collapsed, leaving them with a huge debt. Then, just 2 years ago, her father suffered a stroke. He's now paralyzed on one side, completely incapacitated, and can't even speak. Chen Ying has been caring for her father while attending school. What? Lu Yi exclaimed in shock. Apparently, her father had borrowed a huge sum from loan sharks hoping to make a comeback, but ended up unable to repay it. Trouble followed them constantly, forcing them to mortgage their house. Even then, the loan sharks wouldn't let up. That's why they moved to the old family home. Luckily, it's right next to the police station, so no one dares bother them there. Wu Tao shrugged. Chapter 43, Flirting Techniques. You're saying this happened to her family 2 years ago? So that means ever since her freshman year of high school, her family fell on hard times, and those people from the underworld started constantly causing trouble for her? Yui asked. That's right. Her father's bedridden and can't even speak, yet those thugs won't leave them alone. The debt of the father is paid by the daughter, so she's constantly harassed by street punks. But she's pretty tough a girl dodging those guys for 2 or 3 years without any major incidents. Of course, a boy in her class has been a big help too, Wu Tao explained. That Wu Jianfeng guy, right? Lu Yi knew without needing to guess. Yeah, that's the name I think. Hey, Yi, how'd you know? Did you already cross paths with that Wu Jianfeng guy? He chuckled. He's the son of the criminal investigation squad captain, you know. Pretty intimidating. Rumor has it even the principal owes his dad a favor, so the principal treats him with respect. In Class 8, most people already assume he's Chen Yingxi's boyfriend. Of course, Chen Yingxi herself has never confirmed it, but she hasn't denied it either. Wu Tao sighed and said, Brothery, if you really want to pursue Chen Yingxi, you have to take out this rival. What do you say? How about after school this afternoon, we knock that Wu Jianfeng out cold? Just like we did with Lai Daming and the others last time, give him a few artistic photos. It seemed Wu Tao had tasted success from the previous incident. After those artistic photos were taken, Lai Daming and his crew not only stopped acting recklessly but actually lowered their tone and were even willing to pay a high price to get them back. So he figured the same trick would work on Wu Jianfeng. Take pictures, my ass. You know his dad's the captain of the criminal investigation squad, how dare you take his nudes? How about we just blindfold him and beat him up? Cut the crap. That Wu Jianfeng guy? I'm not even bothering with him. Lu Yi shrugged. He genuinely didn't see Wu Jianfeng as a serious rival since he wasn't truly pursuing Chen Yingxi. There was no question of love triangles or rivals. He had Wu Tao look into Chen Yingxi's affairs for 2 reasons. First, he was curious why she kept getting intercepted by street thugs. Second, they'd been through tough times together, and Yui felt it wouldn't hurt to lend her a hand. After all, Yui now possessed the means to assist others. How much did her father borrow from loan sharks back then? Lu Yi inquired. How should I know? I only got the gist of it by trading a pack of cigarettes for the info. For the details, you'd have to ask Chen Yingxi herself, Wu Tao replied. After a pause, he looked at Yui and said, Brothery, you wouldn't be thinking of paying off her family's debt, would you? Lu Yi remained silent. Wu Tao chuckled and said, come on, with the little money you have, it probably wouldn't even cover a fraction of their debt. You said you didn't know how much they owed, Yi retorted irritably. Then how can you be so sure my money wouldn't cover it? Last time he took a total of 150,000 yuan from the Zhongxing Hotel. He spent nearly 30,000 on meals and gave 50,000 to Wu Tao, leaving him just over 60,000. For a high school student, this was already a substantial sum. If this 60,000 could help Chen Yingxi's family, Yui wouldn't hesitate to contribute. He didn't need it himself right now.
If this money could free Qiongqi from those people's clutches, he'd consider it a good deed, accumulating some karma for himself. Bro, you have no idea how huge their old mansion was. It was almost the size of a soccer field, with an outdoor swimming pool and enough luxury cars to fill the entire garage. Her dad used to be a big shot in Lingjian's business circles. With a family background like theirs, do you really think they'd be unable to pay off a small debt? Even if they've fallen on hard times, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Forget 60,000, I bet they could easily cough up 600,000. What do you think? Wu Tao said, taking a swig of beer. Hearing Wu Tao's words, Louis looked at him in surprise. That kid Wu Tao usually only plays games, but when he gets serious, he actually has some brains. His analysis makes perfect sense and is quite reasonable. Broy, here's what I think, if you really want to win over Qiongqi, you should approach it through her father. Wu Tao said this with deadpan seriousness, his demeanor making him look like a seasoned player in the game of love. Louis remained silent, nearly frowning as he stared at Wu Tao, signaling him to continue. Wu Tao launched into his explanation. Qiongqi is a devoted daughter. Her father's been paralyzed for nearly 3 years, and she's been taking care of him all this time. If you make an effort to drop by more often, help out with things, your chances of winning her heart would be much higher. Where'd you pick up all these tricks? Lu Yi asked. Just some wisdom from someone who's been there. Experienced? Lu Yi retorted. My ass. The only time you got close to a girl was back in kindergarten when you helped your desk partner check why she didn't have a chick. Since then, have you ever even interacted with another girl? Without hesitation, Louis exposed Wu Tao's past glory days. Wu Tao used to brag about this incident as a badge of honor, claiming it proved he knew how to charm girls even back in kindergarten. Back then, he sat next to a girl. To help her check why she didn't have a little wee-wee, he pulled down her pants. The next day, her parents came looking for him. They didn't scold him, though they gave his uncle a good dressing down instead. Heroes don't boast about past exploits. Let bygones be bygones. Wu Tao waved his hand dismissively, adopting a world-weary expression as he chuckled, but what I just said is definitely worth considering. Why not give it a shot, E? What if it works? Louis stroked his chin, pondering. Even if he wanted to help Qiongqi, he couldn't just act on his own whim. What if she didn't appreciate it? It seemed he should first gauge Qiongqi's attitude. After lunch at the hotel, Wu Tao made his exit first, diving straight into an internet cafe to defend his dementia. Feeling restless and preoccupied with Qiongqi's family situation, Yui decided to follow Wu Tao's suggestion and visit her home. He hailed a taxi by the roadside and headed toward the police station. Wu Tao had mentioned her hometown was right across from the police station, so it shouldn't be hard to find. It was his first visit, and Yui hadn't intended to actually go inside her home just to look around from the outside. Chapter 44, The Reason. The police station wasn't far from here. Walking would take about 20 minutes. By taxi, it was only a few minutes away. Upon arriving, Yui didn't get out of the cab. He asked the driver to pull over briefly so he could glance around before leaving. Across from the police station was a row of commercial buildings. The first floors were all shops, but just looking from the street, he couldn't tell which one was Qiongqi's home. With no other option, he turned back and asked the driver to take him to the nearest Xinhua bookstore. He intended to buy some practical books. He had already read most of the textbooks at school, but to expand his knowledge, he decided to buy more books. He wanted to cultivate the habit of reading several books every day. After all, with his photographic memory, it would be a waste not to use it. He wouldn't need to memorize the vast amount of knowledge, just reading it once would suffice. Arriving at the bookstore, he got out of the car and headed straight for the medical science section. He selected several thick, practical-looking books. He believed that reading more books on medicine and medical science would always be beneficial. He also picked up books on traditional Chinese medicine, acupuncture, massage therapy, anything useful, really. He devised a reading plan for himself. Each month would focus on a different subject. This month would be medicine, next month, art and painting. If he kept this up, it wouldn't be long before he could at least rival those so-called scholars. After selecting 10 books and paying, he hoisted them onto his shoulders to carry home. The distance wasn't far, and lugging them back could serve as exercise. But as he neared home, on a road, he suddenly saw a slender figure being chased by several people, also running swiftly in this direction. Lu Yi stared intently. The figure in front, who else could it be but Qiongqi? Lately, she seemed to be getting chased more and more often. Panting heavily, she clearly had been pursued for quite a distance. Seeing this, Yui dropped the books from his shoulders onto the ground and called out loudly to Qiongqi. Qiongqi heard the call and ran toward him. Louis took a few steps forward, pulled her behind him, and said, "It's okay, don't worry. Once we're here, no one will dare touch you." It wasn't because this place was near his uncle's house, but because Yui had confidence in himself. He believed that after repeatedly sending members of the Zhongxing Society to the hospital, he had established a formidable reputation. If anyone still had the audacity to provoke him, he wouldn't hesitate to send them to the hospital again. This time, brother who had personally issued an order, no one was to seek revenge against Yui. Four thugs in their 20s, panting heavily as they caught up, spotted Qiongqi hiding behind Louis and shouted at her, "You little! If you know what's good for you, come with us now."
Think you can keep running every time? Do you really think you can escape forever? What do you think you're doing? Trying to kidnap a woman in broad daylight?
Louis's righteous voice rang out in rebuke.
Who the hell do you think you are? Mind your own damn business and get lost. One thug, not recognizing Louis, immediately hurled insults. On this street, if you want to touch her, you'll have to ask me first.
Louis showed no fear of their numbers or intimidation, his tone cold and firm, his resolve unquestionable.
Ha! Tired of living, are you?
Another thug drew a steel pipe from his waist, poised to strike.
Louis pointed at the surveillance cameras outside nearby shops and said, "Bite? Are you sure you want to fight?"
The two hot-headed thugs couldn't care less about cameras. They closed in, ready to attack Yui. But just then, one of the four thugs grabbed the two and pulled them back, whispering something in their ears.
After listening, the two frowned, pointed at Yui, and asked, "You're that kid named Yui?" "That's me. I was wondering who was talking big." "So it's you. Ha! You really think having Tiger Brother's protection means you can act however you want? Tiger Brother did say his brothers shouldn't touch you. He takes money to solve problems. But Tiger Brother is Tiger Brother. Qiongqi society isn't just run by him. There's also Sky Brother, Mad Dog Brother, and Boss Brother. Tiger Brother ordered us to spare your life and we'll show him respect. But that doesn't mean we'll tolerate your nonsense forever. Mark my words, this woman has nothing to do with you. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Mad Dog ordered this job. If you piss him off, well, figure out your own fate." The thug's expression turned vicious as he spoke coldly. Among the four titans of Qiongqi society, Brother Tian, Brother Ba, Brother Hu, and Mad Dog Brother, if you asked who was the strongest, no one could say for sure. But when it came to who was the most ruthless, everyone would point to Mad Dog without hesitation. Mad Dog was a savage. At 16, he took on 9 men alone, each armed with a knife, and cut them all down, staining the street red with blood. After serving 24 years in prison, his menacing aura hadn't faded. If anything, it had grown sharper and more unstoppable with age. Anyone who ever crossed Mad Dog met a grim fate. Take a recent case, a developer wanted to buy a plot of land, but one holdout refused to move. The developer brought in Mad Dog to persuade them. Mad Dog agreed, sending his men to deliver an ultimatum, vacate within 3 days. Naturally, the holdout wasn't about to comply. First, it was their ancestral home, how could they just abandon it? Second, the developer was offering a ridiculously low price. Yet, precisely 3 days later, the head of the household was involved in a car accident that shattered both his legs. The family's eldest son also suffered an accident, his hand severed for no apparent reason. But the misfortune didn't end there. On the 4th day, the youngest son unexpectedly fell and dislocated his leg. By the 5th day, they dared not delay the move any longer. They contacted relatives and friends and hurriedly relocated. Mad Dog never did things by the book, his word was law. That time, he showed mercy. Had he not, the family's fate would have been far more tragic. The four thugs before him now invoked Mad Dog Brother's name to intimidate Yui, warning him not to meddle in affairs beyond his control or standing. "I'll ask just one thing," Yui demanded. "Where are you taking her? And what for?" The four thugs chuckled ambiguously. "Her family owes Mad Dog money and keeps dragging their feet on repayment. Plus, Mad Dog has taken a fancy to her looks. So, what we're taking her for, you should know, right?" Chapter 45, Standing Up. The phrasing was subtle, but the meaning was crystal clear. Mad Dog had taken a fancy to Qiongqi's looks and demanded she become his mistress for 3 months before he'd drop the matter. "So she owes your Mad Dog a little money? How much?" "I'll pay it off for her." "Is that not acceptable?" Blood rushed to Yui's head, and without a second thought, he blurted out this response. "Ha! Pay it off for her? That's some bold talk. Think you can afford it?" The four thugs sneered with contempt. Louis knew deep down he probably couldn't cover it, but the words were already out. How could he back down now? He turned to Qiongqi and asked, "How much does your family owe them?" Qiongqi bit her red lips and snapped indignantly, "My family doesn't owe them anything." "No debt? Hey, you little, don't spout nonsense. Your old man borrowed a ton of money back then, it's all in black and white, no denying it. You think you can just walk away from the debt?" the four thugs shouted. Qiongqi retorted, "My family sold the big house to pay back the money my father borrowed. We paid you back long ago." The four thugs sneered coldly, "Paid? You only paid back the principal. You're in high school now, don't you know that principal is principal, and besides the principal, there's also interest? You're talking nonsense." "We paid back every penny, interest included," Qiongqi insisted. "You paid the money, that's true. But whether you paid it all off, we don't know. Anyway, Mad Dog says your family still owes us. So you still owe us. If you can't pay, then you'll keep Mad Dog company for 3 months. After 3 months, this debt is wiped clean." The thug said. "You're completely lawless." Qiongqi retorted fiercely, though she was powerless. She'd reported this to the police, but it was useless.
The police couldn't protect her 24/7, and she had no solid evidence, so she could do nothing against these people. Killing demands retribution, debt demands repayment. That's the natural order of things.
What's so lawless about that? Who's to blame when your father borrowed so much money? You borrowed it, you can't pay it back. Is that our problem?
The IOU was written in black and white, the interest rate was clearly stated.
Mad Dog never wrongs anyone. If you know what's good for you, you'd better come with us now. Just 3 months.
If you're willing to keep Mad Dog company for 3 months, not only will your family be exempt from repayment, but if Mad Dog's in a good mood, he might even give you some cash, the thug said.
Cut the crap.
I said I'll pay off her family's debt. Louis blocked Chen Ying's path, preventing the thugs from touching her. Kid, you really intend to pay off her debt? The thug asked, sensing Louis wasn't joking.
Just tell me how much they owe. There has to be a figure, right? Louis said, his mind made up.
Louis, mind your own business, Chen Yingxi suddenly snapped through clenched teeth.
Louis looked at her and said, we've been through thick and thin together. If I can help, I will. Money is just an external thing.
You don't need to refuse. Chen Yingxi opened her mouth as if she had something to say, but the words died on her lips. She seemed at a loss for how to speak. Don't worry, I still have some spare cash.
If you feel bad about it, you can always pay me back later.
Yui continued to reassure her.
But our family truly doesn't owe them any money anymore. Chen Yingxi insisted stubbornly. Louis sighed, lowering his voice. These people, we can't afford to cross them. If paying them off means avoiding trouble, then so be it. Lately they've been coming after you constantly.
You might evade them once or twice, but eventually they'll catch you.
Just give in. Hearing this, Chen Yingxi fell silent.
Kid, you said you'd pay off her debt. Don't come crying to us later, the thug warned.
Cut the crap. How much does her family owe? Yui demanded. How much they owe? We underlings wouldn't know.
Since you've chosen to pay, go talk to Mad Dog face to face. The thug gestured invitingly, preparing to lead them to Mad Dog.
Why not just call and ask? Louis retorted. Brother Mad Dog's number isn't for just anyone to call.
Besides, this matter involves things we're not qualified to meddle in. So you'll have to talk to Brother Mad Dog yourselves.
Then I'll go alone. She doesn't need to come. Louis, bold and fearless, showed no hesitation. That won't do. She's the one involved in this, not you.
If you go, you both go together, the thug insisted.
Louis glanced at Chen Yingxi.
He felt this matter needed closure. Since he'd chosen to repay the debt, Mad Dog probably wouldn't harm them.
Fine, I'll go.
But if Mad Dog refuses to reason and tries anything, I'll beat him to a pulp.
Louis silently vowed to himself.
If these 4 thugs knew about his wild thoughts, they'd surely turn pale with fear.
Who was Mad Dog?
His reputation preceded him. Across the entire city of Lingzhong, the only person daring to harbor such thoughts about Mad Dog was probably Yui, a fearless young bull unafraid of tigers.
Then let's go. Louis nodded. Louis, Chen Yingxi cried out, suddenly grabbing his arm.
She was deeply worried.
Louis patted her hand. Don't be afraid. I'm here. This has to be resolved. Otherwise, you'll live in fear every day. Since we've chosen to repay the debt, they won't dare do anything to us. If they try anything, I'll fight them to the death and make them regret it.
His tone was unwavering, carrying an unquestionable resolve.
Chen Yingxi gazed deeply at Louis.
This matter had nothing to do with him whatsoever, yet he was willing to go this far for her sake. This stirred something strange within the young heart of Chen Yingxi. Truthfully, Chen Yingxi also wanted this matter resolved. If it remained unresolved, she would live in constant fear. Fear while going to school, fear while coming home, fear even when running simple errands. Others had tried to help her before. Take Wu Jianfeng, for instance. He'd used his father's connections to warn off some local thugs. But what good did that do? It didn't address the root of the problem. This time, Louis was stepping in to defend her and even planned to confront Mad Dog. She was terrified. She'd heard of Mad Dog, a truly vicious man, the kind who'd take a life over the slightest disagreement. She didn't want to go, but seeing Louis's resolute expression, she felt maybe this time things could turn out differently. So she gritted her teeth, as if making up her mind.
All right. Chapter 46, Mad Dog.
Chen Yingxi agreed to accompany him not only because of her trust in Yui, but also because it meant placing her entire well-being in his hands.
What if Mad Dog brother attacked her without warning once they arrived? What then?
Mad Dog's crew outnumbered them, while Yui was alone and vulnerable, just a high school student.
How could he possibly stand up to those seasoned thugs? So making this decision required immense courage and trust. Louis was no fool, he understood this well.
Secretly, he vowed that if Mad Dog dared to make a move this time, he would protect Chen Yingxi's safe departure even if it meant killing Mad Dog himself. Thinking this, Yui couldn't help but smile. Before finding the Dragon Soul Amber, his life had been simple, his fate straightforward. But after discovering it, a cascade of events had unfolded. Many things that once seemed utterly unrelated to him now appeared one after another. And now, he was even entertaining the insane notion of killing Mad Dog, something he would never have dared to imagine before. The thugs made a call, and moments later, a car pulled up.
Let's go. If you want to see Mad Dog, hop in.
The thugs motioned for them to get in. The two sat separately, Qiongqi in the front passenger seat, while Yui sat in the back, sandwiched between the two thugs.
After about 20 minutes of driving, they arrived at Hongtian Entertainment City, a venue renowned throughout the city. This entertainment complex was the largest and most famous in Linjiang. Lui knew this entertainment complex was also under the Zhongxing Society. Named Hongtian, the characters Hongtian actually represented the name of the society's top leader, Brother Tian. Though Brother Tian was the Zhongxing Society's primary figurehead, the complex bearing his name didn't mean it was solely his asset. All of Zhongxingshu's holdings were jointly owned by the four top leaders, each holding a share.
As the car pulled into the entertainment complex's parking lot, over a dozen men in suits and ties approached after they got out. They glanced at Lui and Qiongqi before gesturing for them to follow. Qiongqi looked terrified, her delicate face already pale. Though she was often chased by street thugs and wasn't particularly afraid of ordinary ones, these men in suits resembled professional bodyguards from TV shows, tall, muscular, and imposing. This sight made her instinctively fearful. Not just her, even Lui, seeing this kind of display for the first time, felt tense. But he couldn't afford to show it. He knew that if he appeared nervous, Qiongqi would only become more frightened. Summoning his courage, he gave Qiongqi a resolute look before the two followed the men upstairs. They reached the third floor, where the entire level was dedicated to billiards. Under the bright lights, many scantily clad women wore high-slit dresses, stockings fully exposed, some even baring their white thighs. Clackety-clack. The clatter of balls colliding echoed through the space. Occasionally, when a ball would drop into a pocket, a chorus of cheers and whistles would erupt from the crowd. The women mingled with oddly dressed men, seemingly unconcerned as the men freely groped their bodies, occasionally slapping their firm, rounded buttocks. Qiongqi dared not look around, carefully following behind Yui like a silent little lamb. Lui strode confidently, his nerves hidden beneath a surface of perfect composure. Finally, they were led to a pool table in a corner where a man and a woman were playing. The man, in his 40s, was broad-shouldered and stocky, his bare torso crisscrossed with numerous knife scars like a web of insects. A thick chain hung around his neck, and every movement radiated an air of arrogant dominance. The woman beside him, in her 30s, sported permed curls and wore revealing clothing. Her figure was voluptuous, with curves in all the right places, and her black stockings were undeniably alluring. The men in suits brought Yui and Qiongqi to this place without uttering a word. Barring any surprises, the shirtless man was likely the notorious Mad Dog. At the moment, Mad Dog hadn't finished his game, so the men in suits dared not interrupt him. They stood by, waiting quietly. Qiongqi was extremely nervous, pressing close to Yui and gripping his arm. Even through the sleeve of his shirt, Yui could feel her palm was drenched in sweat. The shirtless man's skills were truly lacking, while the woman seemed somewhat better. Yet she was clearly holding back, deliberately avoiding victory. They battled back and forth for over 10 minutes, scoring only 2 or 3 goals. At this pace, the game would last at least an hour, possibly longer.
Don't just stand there like a fool. Sit down.
Lui's legs were numb from standing. Without thinking twice about his outsider status, he took the initiative, found a nearby high-end sofa, and sat down with Qiongqi. No sooner had they sat down than a burly man in a suit approached, glaring at him coldly.
Who gave you permission to sit? Is this a seat you're allowed to occupy?
The sofa where Yui and Qiongqi sat was the most luxurious and high-end in the entire venue. It was clearly reserved for people of status, or more likely, Mad Dog Brothers' exclusive seat. Even the usual men in suits dared not sit there casually, yet Lui showed no sign of being an outsider, taking Qiongqi and sitting down without hesitation.
Get off, the man in the suit barked. Startled by the man's tone, Qiongqi started to rise.
But Yui pressed down on her shoulders, preventing her from standing.
Lui retorted, you invite someone over, and then won't even let them sit? Is this how you treat guests? Guest my ass. What kind of guest are you? The man in the suit swung a kick toward Yui's leg. The man wore leather shoes, and if that kick connected, it wouldn't be light. Lui snorted coldly. A thought struck him, why not intimidate the man right off the bat?
He suddenly lifted his foot, channeling half his bull-like strength into his right leg. Then, with a sudden thrust, he met the man's kick head-on. Crash! The collision sent the man reeling backward like he'd been hit by a bicycle, stumbling 8 or 9 steps before crashing to the ground. The other men in suits, witnessing this, were instantly consumed by rage. How dare someone lay a hand on their man in this place? It was like looking for trouble in a dark alley. One of the men grabbed a beer bottle and advanced toward Yui. Lui reacted just as swiftly, snatching an ashtray from the nearby coffee table and pointing it at the man.
You want to start something? Think you can bully a lone guy? If you do, you won't regret it. The beer bottle-wielding man snorted coldly. Being warned by a high school kid felt like an insult. He raised the bottle, ready to smash it into Yui's head. But at that moment, the man playing pool set down his cue, grabbed a towel, wiped his hands, and said calmly, hold on. Chapter 47, Making You Bleed. The shirtless man spoke up. After wiping his hands, he tossed the towel onto the table and walked over. His face was stern, commanding respect without anger. His gaze first landed on Qiongqi, and he couldn't help but curve his lips into a deeply interested smile. Then his eyes shifted to Yui, and his smile vanished instantly, replaced by a hint of displeasure. Dog brother, this kid's got no manners. Should we drag him out and teach him a lesson? The big man who'd been kicked by Yui approached and suggested to Mad Dog. Mad Dog shot him a cold glance, then swung his hand, slapping the man hard across the face. Useless scum. What good are you lot to me? Mad Dog was furious, clearly venting his anger over the suit-clad man being kicked down by Yui. After all, these burly, imposing men in suits had been knocked down by a mere high school student, utterly humiliating. But the burly man in the suit had his own grievances. Only he knew the sheer force behind Yui's kick. It felt like being rammed by a young bull. How could he possibly withstand that? Naturally, he was sent reeling backward. But Mad Dog paid no heed to such details. He only saw the suit trying to intimidate Yui, only to get intimidated himself. Yes. The suit retreated, having taken a slap, and dared not utter a single complaint. Kid, you've got guts. Know where you are? Mad Dog spoke, sipping tea from a cup as he spoke. His words, of course, were directed at Yui. Isn't this the third floor of Hontian Entertainment City? Where else could it be? Lu-yi replied. Oof. To strike someone in my presence. Youngsters these days are getting bolder by the day. Mad Dog abruptly set down his teacup, beckoned Louis with a finger, then pointed at the suit-clad man Louis had kicked to the ground. Kneel now and bow your head to this subordinate of mine in apology. I'll let bygones be bygones. Though the man in the suit hadn't gained anything and had lost face, as Mad Dog's subordinate, his loss of face meant Mad Dog's reputation was tarnished too. Therefore, despite his anger, Mad Dog had to restore that lost face. I came here with sincere intentions to discuss business with you, and this is how you treat us. If that's the case, there's nothing left to talk about. Qiongqi, let's go. Yui snorted, grabbed Qiongqi's hand, and was about to lead her away. Qiongqi's palms were indeed drenched in cold sweat. She was utterly tense. When Ludi grabbed her hand and urged her to leave, she immediately complied and followed him out. Mad Dog's expression shifted slightly. Before he could speak, over a dozen men in suits approached, blocking the path. Do you take my words as bull? Mad Dog spat, his expression radiating pure, unadulterated menace. Lu-yi, however, still clutched the glass ashtray in his hand. He pointed it at Mad Dog and retorted, fine, consider it bull. So what? If you piss me off, I'll beat you so badly you'll end up crippled in the hospital. The words were barely out of his mouth when the men in suits nearly lunged forward, closing in to surround him. But Mad Dog erupted in a thunderous laugh. Pointing at himself, he sneered, you're going to beat me into the hospital? It sounded like the funniest joke he'd heard in his 40-plus years of life. Who was he? Mad Dog ruled Cold River City. No one had ever dared utter such words to his face. Even behind his back, few dared entertain such thoughts. I've crippled several of your men already. What's stopping me from crippling you too? You think I can't do it? Lu-yi stared back at him, his gaze unyielding. The moment he arrived, he'd seen Mad Dog's lack of sincerity in negotiating. And during the game, Mad Dog's eyes kept darting toward Qiongqi. This made Yui realize that if he remained silent and both he and Qiongqi acted like obedient children, they might end up achieving nothing in the negotiations or even getting away. So rather than that, he might as well go all out. If things escalated to the point of no return, he wouldn't hesitate to cripple Mad Dog, then teleport away with Qiongqi. He had studied the building's layout upon arrival. If they could slip into a corner, he'd teleport them both out. If not, teleporting in front of everyone wouldn't matter. He'd take the risk. As long as Qiongqi was safe, that was all that mattered. She had come to him unharmed, and he would ensure she returned home unharmed. As for crippling Mad Dog, Yui believed that if he gave it his all, it should be within his capabilities. At worst, he'd unleash all his strength, combined with the power of teleportation, to suddenly appear behind the Mad Dog and deliver a fatal blow. Even if he didn't kill him, he'd cripple him. The idea was reckless and audacious, utterly heedless of the consequences. But in this situation, Yui had no time to weigh the consequences. He relied solely on his burning passion and youthful recklessness. Ha! Mad Dog roared with laughter before addressing the suited thugs. Did you hear that? This little kid actually says he's going to cripple me? One of the men in suits suddenly lunged forward, kicking toward Yui. Daring to speak to Mad Dog like that was a taboo. Though Mad Dog hadn't explicitly ordered action, his underlings understood they needed to teach the kid a lesson. Mad Dog didn't even bother to stop the big guy. Seemed like he was giving him the green light. Qiongqi grew increasingly tense, gripping his arm tightly. Don't be afraid. Lu-yi remained composed. Seeing the man charge, he suddenly channeled immense strength into his right fist. As the kick came, he sidestepped it and swung his arm with brutal force. Thud. Brute force was unmatched, unstoppable. With the full might of a bull, a sharp crack echoed as Lu-yi's arm swung like an iron hammer, smashing into the burly man's calf. Not only did it nullify the kick's force, it sent the man flying 2 or 3 meters. Landing on the ground, the man clutched his calf and howled in agony. Lu Yi's swing showed no mercy. He was certain the man's shin bone was shattered. Crack! Suddenly, the glass ashtray in Lu Yi's hand shattered on the ground, revealing its sharp edges. He bellowed, "If any more of you reckless bastards dare to cause trouble, I'll make you bleed." Chapter 48, The 7-Day Pact. Ah! Ah! The man with the broken leg writhed on the ground, his face drained of color from the agony. Mad Dog approached him, gave him a quick check, then waved his hand, signaling for someone to carry him to the hospital. Lu Yi's display had indeed served as a deterrent. None of the other men in suits dared to charge forward recklessly. What brutal strength breaking a leg with a single punch. No wonder you're so cocky, kid. Mad Dog sat down nearby, lit a cigarette, and beckoned to Yui with a finger. Got business to discuss? Come over here. He gestured to the other men in suits, signaling them to back off. The men in suits were astonished. Lu Yi had been so brazen, yet Mad Dog had tolerated him, not striking him down. This was unprecedented. But Mad Dog chuckled and said to Yui, "If you were a man in your 20s or 30s, daring to act so insolently before me, you'd have been hacked to death long ago, understand? But you're just a high school kid. I won't bother picking a fight with a youngster like you." After hearing this, Yui sat down across from him with Qiongqi. Mad Dog glanced at Qiongqi a few more times before asking Lu Yi, "You're her boyfriend?" "Yes." Lu Yi nodded, answering without hesitation. Qiongqi bit her lip and glanced at him. Her face held nothing but tension, no other emotion visible. "And?" Mad Dog exhaled a smoke ring, smirking coldly. "So this time you came looking for me, my guy said you're here to pay back the money? You're paying it for her?" "Yes, I'll pay it back. After settling the debt, I ask that you stop sending people to harass her," Yui stated. Mad Dog snorted coldly, flicking ash from his cigarette. "You don't exactly look like some rich kid's son, do you? You mentioned crippling a few of my guys before. That rings a bell. You must be the kid Tiger wanted to protect, right? I know your background pretty well. Can you even afford to pay her back? Whether I can afford it or not, there must be a figure, right? If I can't afford it, it's none of your business. Just tell me straight, how much does she owe you?" Lu Yi cut to the chase. Mad Dog keeps his word. "If you can really pay it off, once the money's settled, I promise no one will bother her again." Mad Dog finished speaking, then held up 6 fingers. 60,000? Lu Yi naturally started guessing from the lowest figure. Mad Dog snorted derisively. 600,000? Yi frowned slightly. 60,000, Mad Dog said flatly. Her father repaid the principal. But over the years, the compounding interest has ballooned to 60,000. If you want to cover it, bring 60,000. Qiongqi, though nervous and fearful of Mad Dog, couldn't help but speak up. How could there be that much interest? Mad Dog replied coolly, 60,000. No need to question it. If you don't believe me, go ask your father yourself. There are 2 copies of the promissory note he kept. 1. Review the terms and interest rates clearly before discussing it with me. But before Qiongqi could say more, Yui stepped in to stop her. Lu Yi knew that if Mad Dog had made such a claim, it wouldn't be without basis. Even if the 600,000 yuan were fabricated, could the 2 of them really reason with Mad Dog and reduce that sum to nothing? That was utterly impossible. So, kiddo? 60,000 isn't exactly pocket change, is it? Even your uncle might not be able to cough up 60 grand on the spot. Still want to pay it off for her? Mad Dog sneered. 60,000 yuan for ordinary people, it was a colossal sum. For high schoolers like them, it was nothing short of astronomical. Lu Yi and Qiongqi weren't even classmates, let alone close friends. They'd only shared a hardship or 2. Their bond certainly wasn't worth 60,000 yuan. Qiongqi bit her lip as she stared at Lu Yi. She knew he couldn't possibly come up with 600,000 yuan. If he changed his mind now and refused to help her repay the debt, Mad Dog would definitely keep her. But then, Yui slammed his hand on the table, his tone as resolute as ever. A man of his word is a man of his word. So what if it's 600,000? 600,000 it is. I'll pay it back. Very well, Mad Dog said, extending his hand. Hand it over. But I don't have it right now. Yui's tone softened slightly. Kid, are you messing with me? Mad Dog narrowed his eyes, his tone suddenly turning colder. 60,000 isn't a small sum. I promise to repay you, but you must give me some time, Louis said. Give you time? They've owed me money for years, hasn't that been enough time? Mad Dog retorted coldly. That was time you gave them. But now it's me. This is just stalling, right? Planning to flee Lingjiang City? Let me tell you, kid, you'd better not even think about it. Because if I catch you, the consequences will be dire. Mad Dog declared. Give me 1 month and I'll repay every cent. I can make the first payment today. I have 60,000 on me. The rest will be paid in installments within the month. How does that sound? Louis pulled his bank card from his pocket. The 60,000 was already deposited inside. 7 days. Mad Dog made a gesture. I don't have much patience. I can give you a chance, but only 7 days. If you can't come up with the rest of the money in 7 days, then. He suddenly pointed at Qiongqi and declared, if the money isn't enough, the person will pay. 7 days is too short, Louis protested. You have no choice. Mad Dog glared at him, suddenly radiating an intense aura of murderous intent. Mad Dog's fearsome reputation was earned through bloodshed. The sheer intensity of his killing intent was something no ordinary thug could match. Facing him, Yi found himself inexplicably gripped by extreme nervousness. All his composure was a facade. The moment he stepped inside, panic had already set in. Now, under Mad Dog's piercing, murderous stare, his panic intensified. If he hadn't been seated, his legs would likely be trembling. 7 days. The time was indeed far too short. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to accomplish. But given Yi's capabilities. Unbidden, Yi's thoughts drifted to the finance office on the 8th floor of the Zhongxing Hotel. He bitterly regretted not taking more when he had the chance last time. If he emptied the safe then, he'd likely have walked away with over $1 million. That would have easily covered this 60,000 yuan debt with money to spare. Zhongxing society had pushed things too far. Taking their ill-gotten gains shouldn't have weighed on his conscience at all. Unfortunately, his first theft attempt had been timid, his courage insufficient, and he'd foolishly believed in not taking more than his share of illicit wealth. But now? He didn't think that way anymore. After the debt is repaid, you promise to stop having people harass her. I hope you keep your word. Louis said. Naturally, Mad Dog replied indifferently. Then I accept. 7 days it is. Settle the remaining debt within 7 days. Louis agreed, thinking to himself that he certainly couldn't come up with 600,000 yuan. His only option was to make another trip to the Zhongxing Hotel. Chapter 49, Astonishing Brute Strength. Kid, don't make empty promises in front of me. When I say 7 days, I mean 7 days. If you can't raise the money within that time, you should know what the consequences will be, shouldn't you? Mad Dog exhaled puffs of smoke and tapped ash from his cigarette. I know, Louis replied. The consequences were obvious enough. Given Mad Dog's style, if he didn't follow through, the outcome was plain as day, maimed or dead. Since you know, that's settled. I'll await your good news. Mad Dog flicked his cigarette into a trash can, then gave the woman in the short skirt a playful pat on the hip. Come on, play another round with me. The woman picked up her cue, shot him a coy glance, and swayed her captivating hips as she began setting up the balls. Can we go now? Yui tugged Qiongqi's hand and asked Mad Dog. Mad Dog didn't respond, merely waving his hand to signal they could leave. For the next 7 days, I hope your people don't show up again. If you delay my fundraising, things could get messy, Louis warned. Mad Dog ignored him, but a burly man in a suit interjected, Kid, don't push your luck. What kind of tone is that when talking to Dog Brother? Louis said nothing more, pulling Qiongqi step by step toward the exit. He moved slowly, not because he didn't want to hurry, but because the scene had left him deeply shaken. Most people would have been trembling in fear by now. He had to admit he was incredibly lucky. Despite suddenly attacking and even hitting Mad Dog's men, Mad Dog hadn't pressed charges. Had Mad Dog pressed charges, today's events would never have ended so easily. Moreover, Yui had unleashed the power of a bull. Though he stopped immediately after using it, it had only lasted a few seconds. It still placed a heavy burden on his body. He felt utterly exhausted, especially in his right hand. But right now, he couldn't show his fatigue, which was why he was walking so slowly. Qiongqi was tense, her hand clasped by Yui. She feared several people might suddenly rush up from behind and surround them. Several times she wanted to look back, but Yui caught her glance. Don't look back. Keep walking straight ahead. Once we're out of here, we'll be fine. Hearing Yi's words, Qiongqi nodded obediently and didn't look back. Finally, the two left the 3rd floor and took the elevator down. They had entered through the back door earlier, which was deserted. Now, they exited through the main entrance. The main entrance was bustling with people coming and going, making it relatively safer than the back entrance. Yet, the moment Louis and Qiongqi had departed, several burly men in suits suddenly surrounded Mad Dog Brother. One whispered, Brother Dog, you really think the kid can raise 600,000 within a week? He's clearly mocking you. How could you possibly believe him? Another thug chimed in, Brother Mad Dog, that kid's way too disrespectful. You treat him like a kid and don't pick fights, but he just pushes his luck. It's outrageous. A kid who doesn't know his place needs a lesson. Mad Dog tucked away his cue, letting out a cold laugh. Overstepping his bounds? I actually see a bit of myself in him back in the day. That's precisely why I'm cutting him some slack. As for whether he can raise 600,000 within a week, it's not about belief. He's young. You've got to give him a shot. What if he does pull it off? Then what? Just like me back in the day, I was nothing but a low-level thug. Who could have predicted I'd become a big shot like I am today? But how could that kid compare to you, Dog Brother? Dog Brother's charisma is unmatched in Lingjiang City. I suspect this kid is just stalling for time. He might very well slip away. If they leave Lengjiang City and never return, we'll never collect this debt. Dog brother, the man whose leg was shattered by Yuyi's punch earlier, was now being supported as he approached. His face twisted with fear and resentment as he pleaded, Dog brother, how can you let that brat walk free? That arrogant punk dared to strike in front of you and even threatened to cripple you. If we don't teach him a lesson, word will spread, and will be the laughingstock of the underworld. His leg had been shattered by Yuyi's punch, the pain excruciating. Dog brother had sent him to the hospital, but he'd endured it, choosing not to go immediately because he wanted to see how Dog brother would deal with the kid. Yet in the end, Dog brother merely exchanged a few words with the kid before genuinely letting them go. This left the young man seething. He immediately called over several brothers to help him over and urged Dog brother to make an example of Yui. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to command respect. A gang leader threatened by a high schooler who vowed to beat him into the hospital. It was an outrageously arrogant threat, one that would be laughable if it got out. Mad Dog finished his shot, casually glancing over at him. Suddenly, without a word, he grabbed his cue and swung it down with fury, smashing it into the head of the man Louis had previously beaten. Crack! The club snapped clean in two from the blow, and blood began streaming from the man's head, bright red and flowing freely. Brother Dog, calm down. The other black-clad thugs rushed over, pleading for mercy. The beaten man clutched his head, his vision darkening. His legs had already been broken earlier, leaving him severely injured. Now, with blood pouring from his head, he collapsed unconscious on the spot. Mockery? You useless trash can't even handle a high schooler, yet you dare stand before me talking about mockery? Mad Dog roared with fury. Ignoring the man's critical injuries, he lunged forward and delivered a final kick, sending the man crashing to the ground. What good are useless men like you? Mad Dog spat, then gestured. Take him to the hospital. Once he's healed, he needn't show his face here again. The man was immediately carried away. The remaining black-clad thugs trembled, their faces flushed with shame. Earlier, when Yui had lost his temper, though they outnumbered him, not a single one had dared to step forward. It was indeed a disgrace. They were all seasoned thugs, yet they couldn't bring themselves to confront a high school student barely 18 or 19. Even though Yui seemed abnormal and possessed astonishing brute strength, if they had attacked him together, they could have subdued him. Even crippling or killing him would have been no problem. But then, with a single punch, Yui shattered one of their comrades' legs. That moment had planted a seed of fear deep within them, making them hesitate, afraid to be the first to act. Brother Mad Dog, that guy's got a point. If word gets out we just let him walk away like this, it won't look good. One of Mad Dog's right-hand men finally spoke up. The others dared not say anything, relying on him to speak for them. What's the rush? Mad Dog switched to a different cue, weighing it in his hand. It's only 7 days. We can settle the score after that. Chapter 50, Du Hong. Lu Yi and Chen Ning left Hongtian Entertainment City. As soon as they stepped onto the street, they hailed a taxi and drove away. Lu Yi was worried Mad Dog might change his mind at any moment. If he did, that would be a real mess. Fortunately, they managed to leave without incident. Reclining in the back seat of the taxi, Louis finally relaxed, letting out a long sigh. Where to? The driver asked. Louis glanced at Qiongqi and said, take her home first? Then he told the driver, to the police station. The moment the words the police station left his mouth, however, Yui realized he might have let something slip. Sure enough, Qiongqi stared at him with her beautiful, wide eyes, filled with confusion. How did you know my home is near the police station? Louis blinked, gave an awkward smile, and said, I heard it from someone, but I don't know if it's true. It's true. My house is right across from the police station, Qiongqi replied, then tugged at her hand, looking slightly embarrassed. Only then did Yui realize he'd been holding her hand tightly the whole time. He quickly let go. Thanks for this time, Qiongqi said. But that person wanted such a huge sum. I feel so indebted to you, Louis. This wasn't even your business, yet you got involved. For now, the problem was temporarily resolved, but it was only a temporary reprieve lasting 7 days. If she was willing to sacrifice certain things during these 7 days, she could leave Lengjiang City and never return. Then, no matter how powerful Mad Dog's influence became, he wouldn't be able to touch her. But if she left, Lu Yi would become the target. Even if Lu Yi also fled, his relatives would likely suffer the consequences. Qiongqi had overheard from some street punks that Yu Yi's uncle was acquainted with Brother Hu. In that case, you could run away from the monk, but you couldn't run away from the temple. Unless her uncle's entire family moved away permanently too. Lu Yi closed his eyes, relaxing his body, and said, it's fine. Heaven never closes all doors. 60,000 is a tall order, but it's not entirely impossible. What chance? Qiongqi asked curiously, staring at him. Lu Yi gave a mysterious chuckle. I can't tell you now. I'll let you know in a few days. With that, he actually fell asleep amidst the car's jolts. Seeing this, Qiongqi didn't disturb him. Watching his peaceful slumber, she bit her lip, lost in her own thoughts. Midday was rush hour, and traffic was heavy. After driving for over half an hour, they finally pulled up beside the police station. Qiongqi woke him up and said, Lu Yi, we're here. Ha? Lu Yi jolted awake, glancing out the window to confirm they were indeed at the police station. Would you like to come over to my place? Chen Yingxi suddenly extended the invitation. She felt that since Yui had been such a great help this time, and now that they were right at her doorstep, it only made sense to invite him in for a visit and get to know each other better. Is that okay? Lu Yi scratched his head. What's there to be convenient or not? Chen Yingxi shrugged. All right then. Lu Yi stepped out of the taxi and followed Chen Yingxi into the third building across from the police station. As they walked, she explained to Yui that this building had been constructed by her father years ago and had always been leased out. It was still rented to others now, and it was entirely thanks to the rental income that their family had managed to live comfortably until now. Otherwise, the year her father suffered a stroke and became paralyzed, they might have ended up on the streets. The building was somewhat old, with 9 floors in total. The first 8 floors were all rented out, while the 9th floor was where they lived. Though dated, the building was equipped with an elevator. Upon reaching the 9th floor, the elevator doors opened, and Yui immediately caught the scent of potent Chinese medicine wafting through the air. Oh no! Chen Yingxi, upon smelling this scent, immediately dashed down a corridor to an open balcony. She opened a security door to find a kitchen inside. Perched atop the cabinets, an electric herbal decoction machine was billowing steam. She rushed over, cut the power, and carefully poured the contents into a cup. To her surprise, the entire pot of medicine yielded only half a cup. Phew! Chen Yingxi patted her chest, feeling incredibly lucky. She then invited Yui to sit in the living room while she carried the half cup of medicine to feed her father. Yui naturally followed along to take a look. When visiting someone's home, one should at least greet the parents. Entering a room, he found it immaculately tidy. Upon a white bed lay a dignified middle-aged man, his eyes tightly closed, utterly motionless. Uncle? Lu Yi knew the situation, but he asked deliberately. He suffered a stroke, compounded by emotional distress. He hasn't regained consciousness in the past 2 years, Chen Ying explained. And your mother? Lu Yi inquired. Chen Yingxi opened her mouth but ultimately shook her head, saying nothing. It was clear there was a story behind her mother and not a pleasant one, which is why she chose silence. Do you usually take care of your uncle by yourself? Lu Yi changed the subject. I couldn't manage it alone. A friend of my father's often comes to help. Otherwise, I'd be completely overwhelmed. Chen Yingxi smiled, deliberately emphasizing the word friend. It seemed likely that her father's friend wasn't a man, but a woman with whom her father shared a special bond. True friends show themselves in times of trouble. Louis sighed inwardly, and suddenly, medical explanations and knowledge about strokes began to surface in his mind. He instinctively reached out and placed his fingers on Chen Yingxi's father's wrist to take his pulse. He had studied pulse diagnosis in books before. Yet everything he had ever learned, filtered through the dragon soul amber, became effortlessly assimilated within him. You know medicine? Chen Yingxi asked, noticing his action. I know a little, Louis replied, though inwardly he was analyzing the situation. Chen Yingxi's father's condition seemed to fall under the category of internal wind stroke, a type mentioned in the medical classic Shanghan Luan. The Jin Gue Yao Lu also referenced it, providing detailed descriptions and treatment methods. Have you tried Du Hong? Yui suddenly asked. What's dying? Chen Yingxi looked utterly bewildered. She had no idea what dying was. Dying is a Chinese medicinal herb. It dispels wind and expels cold, but it's also toxic, Lu Yi explained. Chen Yingxi shook her head. I don't know about these things. All these herbs were prescribed by an old TCM practitioner recommended by my father's friend. We tried Western medicine before, but nothing worked. So now we're grasping at straws, trying these herbs. Oh. Yui didn't offer much further comment, since he'd only read a few books himself. Chapter 51, 100 yuan per pound. Why not take your father to a larger city for a second opinion? Louis suddenly asked. Since Chen Yingxi's father had such a close female friend, she could certainly ask for her help to take him to a larger city and a better hospital. Chen Yingxi gave a bitter smile. Better hospitals in bigger cities cost money. We've tried before, but nothing worked. Most doctors say my father's condition makes it highly unlikely he'll ever wake up. Truthfully, if your family had left Lengjiang City back then, you could have lived quite well. With today's land prices, selling that house of yours should fetch tens of millions without a problem, Lu Yi remarked. Land prices in Lengjiang City have skyrocketed in recent years, and their place is right across from the police station prime real estate with a generous lot size. Selling it for 20 million shouldn't be a problem. Chen Yingxi shook her head. This isn't just my father's. Actually, this building was left by my grandfather, it's our ancestral home. My father has a brother. They've never gotten along, and this house actually belongs to my uncle. All these years, he's been kind enough to let us live here and even allowed us to rent out the lower floors. That's already been more than generous. Lu Yi nodded, picking up on the unspoken meaning. Lu Yi, come out here for a moment. I need to talk to you. After administering the medicine, Chen Yingxi called out to Lu Yi and led him to the living room. Can you really come up with that 600,000 yuan? Chen Yingxi asked, visibly embarrassed. She knew it was a substantial sum, almost astronomical for an ordinary family. Even close relatives might hesitate to lend such a large amount all at once. Yet Yui had no connection to her whatsoever, not even remotely related, and not even a classmate. And yet, precisely because of this, Yui was determined to repay her 60,000 yuan. So when she spoke, Qiongqi clutched the hem of her shirt, her voice so low she could barely hear herself. Lu Yi, however, smiled and said, "Yes, didn't I tell you earlier in the car? It might be a bit difficult, but if you really want to get it, you should be able to manage it." Qiongqi hesitated, her mouth opening and closing as she stammered. Lu Yi saw through her thoughts and said, "You don't need to think about gratitude or repayment. If you have the means someday, you can pay me back slowly." Qiongqi nodded, offering a bitter smile. This was her only option. In her current state, she couldn't possibly repay Yi's kindness or repay this debt of gratitude. "Did you eat lunch?" Lu Yi suddenly asked her. Qiongqi returned daily to administer medicine to his father. Today, she'd been intercepted by those thugs and Han-Ti made it back in time, nearly letting the medicine in the pot boil dry. "No," Qiongqi shook her head. "Then let's go out to eat." "My treat," Lu Yi said with a smile. He still had a few thousand yuan left on his card. He'd only spent 60,000 at Mad Dogs. "Let's not go out. Why don't you just eat at my place? If, you don't mind," Qiongqi suggested. "Of course not. You can cook?" Lu Yi was genuinely surprised. Girls who could cook were rare these days. "Of course I can. If I couldn't cook, I'd starve to death." Qiongqi shot him a look, then poured him a glass of water before heading into the kitchen to get busy. Lu Yi took a sip of water and suddenly felt that Qiongqi actually had a touch of domestic grace about her. In less than 10 minutes, she emerged carrying 2 plates, one with pasta and the other with a steak. Her own plate held a very small portion, likely because she usually ate alone, so she gave most of hers to Lu Yi. The pasta looked rather ordinary in color, but the steak was cooked with remarkable flair. Lu Yi immediately took a bite. Though the pasta didn't look impressive, it tasted surprisingly good. "Ha, you're quite the cook," Lu Yi praised before cutting into the steak. Her steak wasn't Western style but Chinese style, crispy on the outside, sprinkled with cumin and Sichuan pepper powder, quite reminiscent of Sichuan cuisine. After just one bite, Yui was already raving about it. He devoured the entire plate in no time. This beef tastes amazing. You might not even find this flavor in restaurants." Yui's sincere praise rang true, it really was exceptional. Qiongqi, pleased to hear her cooking praised, shared, "I've loved Western cuisine since I was little, but I also adore certain Chinese dishes, especially Sichuan flavors. That, well, must be inherited from my mom. She's an amazing cook and I learned everything from her. Here, I have some steak left. I'll give it to you." Seeing Louis still wanting more, she smiled and picked up her own steak from her plate to give to him. "You're giving me all of it? What about you?" "I'm a girl, girls can get by on less food." Lu Yi nodded. Girls really don't need to eat much to stay in shape. He didn't hesitate, devouring the steak Qiongqi had passed over in just a few bites. Whenever he tapped into the power of the dragon soul amber, his appetite surged, demanding copious amounts of food to replenish his stamina. Especially after exerting tremendous effort, the hunger in his stomach became particularly pronounced. When using teleportation, however, the energy consumed was primarily mental, so it didn't necessarily make him feel hungry. Qiongqi stared blankly at Yui as he finished another steak. "Is that enough? Want some more? Is there more?" Yui asked, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. He had to admit Qiongqi's steak was truly delicious, and the high-protein beef perfectly suited his physical demands. "Of course there is. I always prep my lunch in advance, which is why I only needed 10 minutes in the kitchen. There's still some steak left. If you want more, just pop it in the oven for a few minutes to reheat," Qiongqi explained. Lu Yi scratched his head, hesitating to speak up. Qiongqi responded cheerfully, "Boys naturally have bigger appetites. If you want more, just say so, no need to be coy." "All right then. All right, give me a few minutes." Qiongqi left the kitchen and returned a few minutes later carrying a large plate of steak. "This is all the beef left in my house," Qiongqi said with a smile. "If it were just for me, it'd last 3 days." Louis rubbed his hands together and dug in again. As he ate, he said, "You really know how to cook steak. How about this? From now on, make a little extra every day and sell it to me, okay?" Louis realized this was a clever solution. Eating 10 pounds of something like rice would feel overwhelming, but 10 pounds of beef seemed manageable. Plus, it was easy to carry, he could even stuff it into his backpack. "Sure thing. How about 100 yuan per pound?" Qiongqi's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she smiled. Chapter 52, I'll count to 3. "Sure." Qiongqi had meant it as a joke, but Yui immediately agreed. He didn't think it was expensive at all. If he could get 10 jin of her beef every day, it would be just like eating at a hotel, only much more convenient. "I was just joking. You actually took me seriously?" Qiongqi shot him a playful glare. "If you really want some, I'll bring you a little extra when I make extra portions." After all, Yui had done her a huge favor this time.
If he also helped her pay off the 600,000 yuan debt, she'd owe him an enormous debt of gratitude. A little beef was nothing, just a small gesture.
No, I mean I want it every day. 100 yuan per pound is totally fine with me. Yeah, just give me 10 pounds daily. Louis said with dead seriousness, sounding anything but joking. You're serious? 10 pounds? Every single day? Can you even eat that much? Qiongqi shot him a disbelieving look. Louis nodded. I can finish it. It's not just for me anyway, my uncle's whole family will be eating it. But you can't eat beef every single day, right? You'll get sick of it. Qiongqi said. No problem. I love it. I could eat it every day and never get tired of it, Louis said with a smile. Fine then. Starting tomorrow, I'll help you cook it. Actually, making this steak is pretty simple. I can teach you the method and you could make it yourself. Cooking is a profound art. Everyone's flavors turn out differently. Even if you teach me, I might not master it. You should just keep cooking for me. I'll pay for it, Louis said. Seeing his greedy expression, Qiongqi couldn't help but laugh. Alright then, no need to buy it. Here's the deal, you buy the ingredients, and I'll cook it for you. Then, should I deliver it to you every day, or will you come pick it up yourself? I'll come pick it up myself every morning, Louis replied. He figured since he had to do his morning long-distance runs anyway, he might as well use the opportunity to run from his uncle's place to Qiongqi's house daily. After finishing his run, he'd immediately get to eat beef, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Fine. Qiongqi agreed. Buying ingredients wouldn't require going far. Right below Qiongqi's apartment was a small supermarket with a wide variety of items available. Louis simply left his bank card behind. There were still a few thousand yuan in it, which he designated as the food budget. After finishing their meal, he excused himself to leave. Qiongqi needed to visit her father's friend, while Louis had to return home to bring the books he'd bought back to his uncle's place. He'd bought the books at the store earlier, but because of the incident with Qiongqi, he'd ended up leaving them at a neighbor's doorstep. Immediately, to conserve his energy, he hailed a taxi back home. Arriving at his neighbor's doorstep, he was relieved to find the books he'd purchased were still there. He immediately picked them up and returned to his uncle's house, moving the books to his own bedroom. Taking advantage of the remaining time before noon, he finished reading a medical textbook before rushing off to school. This time, he didn't encounter Qiongqi again. Instead, he ran into Wu Jianfeng, who had always treated him like an enemy. He stood right at the school gate, as if deliberately waiting for Louis. Louis approached, ignoring him completely. But just as he was about to step through the gate, Wu Jianfeng moved. He extended an arm, blocking Louis's path. What do you want? Louis demanded. I want to beat you up. Wu Jianfeng suddenly grabbed his collar and raised a fist. Beat me? Try it, Louis sneered coldly. Don't think I'm joking. I told you to stay away from Xiao Ci. Why didn't you listen? Still dreaming of a toad eating swan meat? With your family background, what can you offer her? Can you protect her? When trouble comes, won't she still rely on me? Wu Jianfeng declared arrogantly. His words carried weight. Last time Qiongqi encountered thugs on the street, it was he who had brought patrol officers to defuse the crisis. As for Louis, in his view, had he not intervened, Louis would have certainly gotten beaten up. On several occasions, he'd even felt a twinge of regret wishing he'd arrived just a little later. That way, he might have witnessed Louis getting beaten up. So because I'm close to Qiongqi, I'm a toad trying to eat swan meat? And what about you? What are you? Louis retorted. Me? You saw it yourself. Only I can keep her safe. Without me, she'd have gotten into trouble multiple times, you know? Oomph. A coward like you wouldn't know that, would you? You just do shady things behind the scenes, trying to secretly hook up with Xiao Ci, sweet-talking her into it, right? Wu Jianfeng despises people like you the most. Wu Jianfeng said passionately. You protect her? Your so-called protection is just a band-aid solution. What good does it do? Louis asked with a laugh. Wu Jianfeng declared, as long as she stays with me, there's no need to talk about treating symptoms or root causes. With me here, backed by my father's influence, who in all of Lingjiang City would dare touch her? Oof. Let me reiterate, Qiongqi and I are just ordinary friends. You needn't be so fixated on me, Louis shrugged. Bull. You're lying. Think I didn't see? You followed Xiao Ci to her place at noon today. Oof. They wouldn't even let me in, yet you stayed there for over half an hour. Oof. I have to admit, your schemes do work on her. But this is my final warning, don't deceive her. Stay away from her. Wu Jianfeng warned. So he actually knew about Louis going to Qiongqi's place at noon today. No wonder he reacted so strongly. I've never deceived her, Louis retorted. Stop trying to pull the wool over my eyes. I see right through you. Aren't you just lusting after Xiao Ci's beauty? Doesn't your own class have a beauty named Qin Xiaoling? Why must you fixate on Xiao Ci? Wu Jianfeng said. You're just being unreasonable. Let go. Louis demanded, trying to pry Wu Jianfeng's hand off him. Wu Jianfeng raised his fist. Xiao Ci was around before, so I held back. But don't think I can't handle you. Even if I don't lay a finger on you myself, I have at least 10 ways to make you regret this. So take my words seriously. Louis listened with growing irritation. From the very beginning, he had never harbored any romantic intentions toward Qiongqi. Standing up for her and helping her repay the debt stems solely from his belief that with great ability comes great responsibility. Besides, Qiongqi was a friend he'd known through thick and thin. Helping her was only natural. But Wu Jianfeng's jealousy had reached such a fever pitch that in his eyes, Yui now appeared as a despicable, shameless, vicious, and vile little man. I'll count to 3. Louis pointed a finger at him, his demeanor suddenly turning icy. Chapter 53, Another fight begins. With someone like Wu Jianfeng, Yui saw no point in further discussion. Understand this, I'm warning you now. Wu Jianfeng glared at him. Though Louis was taller, Wu Jianfeng's physique was more imposing. As the school's athletic star, his fierce expression carried genuine menace. 1. Louis ignored him, counting aloud by himself. 2. If he didn't let go by the count of 3, Louis truly intended to get serious. With someone as stubborn and unreasonable as Wu Jianfeng, politeness was pointless. Treat him with courtesy, and he'd only take it as a sign of weakness. But just as he finished 2 and was about to say 3, a figure bounced over from the school gate, shouting brotherly the moment he appeared. It was Wu Tao. The kid had just crawled out of the internet cafe. Despite resolving just 2 days prior to buckle down and study hard, he couldn't resist popping in for a few rounds of League of Legends. Now, knowing he had 2 homeroom periods that afternoon and dared not be late, he timed his return to school perfectly. But the moment he reached the gate, he saw Wu Jianfeng grabbing Li's collar, fist raised, seemingly ready to strike. Holy, you dare touch my brother? As the ultimate loyal cousin, Wu Tao scanned the area, snatched a brick from a wall corner, and charged forward, raising it high as if to strike Wu Jianfeng. Seeing Wu Tao's fierce expression and sensing that Yui was serious this time, Wu Jianfeng shoved him aside with one swift push. Louis brushed off his clothes as Wu Jianfeng warned him again, "Don't let me catch you bothering Xiao Ci again. You'll regret it." With that, Wu Jianfeng turned and walked back to school. Louis sneered coldly and retorted, "What business is it of yours? Don't go thinking you're her boyfriend. Even if you were, so what?" Hearing this, Wu Jianfeng's advancing body froze. He whipped his head around, pointed at Yui, and said, enunciating each word deliberately, "Then you try." Louis didn't respond, merely withdrawing his gaze with disdain. Wu Tao tossed aside the brick and chuckled. "Brothery, your love rival sure seems to have a lot of hate for you. Rivals my ass." Louis shot Wu Tao a dismissive look before striding through the school gates. Wu Tao followed him in, chuckling as he said, "Brothery, that Wu Jianfeng is really too arrogant. He actually dared to confront you at the school gate. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll never learn the meaning of fear." Louis shrugged. "Forget him. I never took him seriously anyway. Hey, do you have enough spending money?" "Plenty. That 50 grand is still mostly untouched. If I budget carefully, it'll last me through college." Wu Tao snapped his fingers, calculating. "Once I'm in college, buying inflatable dolls, who needs those? I'll get a girlfriend. Yeah, then dates, movies, hotel rooms, 50 grand should cover it pretty well. So do you still want to save more?" Louis asked him. "Of course I do." Wu Tao replied immediately, his eyes lighting up as he pressed, "Brothery, you got another way to make some cash? Take me along." "All right. This afternoon after class, we'll go together. This time, I'll make sure you come back loaded," Louis said. He'd already made up his mind. The Zhongxing society bullied others with impunity, committed every kind of evil, and had no conscience or morality. So he saw no reason to show them mercy. He'd take their own money, give it back to them, and then, just in case, take a little extra. Louis had only 3 teleportation opportunities left. So he decided, if he was going to take anything, he'd take millions. Once these 3 teleportation opportunities were exhausted, he didn't know if he could find a way to replenish his willpower. Without sufficient willpower, he would lose access to this ability entirely. Great! Wu Tao was thrilled. Last time he'd gotten 50,000 in pocket money. If he got another 50,000 this time, he'd have 100,000. Wow, that could even buy a car. During the afternoon's 4 classes, Yui listened attentively to every lecture. He discovered he already knew everything the teachers were explaining, and in many areas, his understanding was even more profound than theirs. Perhaps it was because he had read so many books, and through the Dragon Soul Amber's ability to synthesize all knowledge, his comprehension even surpassed the teachers. Both the math and history teachers, having previously asked him questions where he delivered excellent answers, now regarded him with newfound respect. Moreover, in recent days, teachers of Chinese, politics, and other subjects had also noticed him reading other books during class and posed questions to him. His answers, rich in historical references and spanning ancient and modern knowledge, gave the impression of a true scholar. Consequently, even his homeroom teacher now regards him differently, viewing him as a top-tier student in Class 2, on par with Chen Xiaoling. As for Wu Tao, every teacher's assessment of him could be summed up in 2 words, speechless. The guy hasn't made a single bit of progress. He's basically forgotten most of what he learned in his first and second years of high school. Teachers just turn a blind eye to students like him, not bothering to intervene much. After all, it's the last semester. Once the college entrance exams are over, they won't have to see him anymore. During class, Wu Tao looked like an 80-year-old grandpa, listless and half dead. But the moment the dismissal bell rang, he sprang to life as if fully recharged. This time, he was unusually eager, offering to carry Li's bag. The two brothers hurriedly left the school grounds. Along the way, they didn't run into Qiongqi. And Louis didn't want to run into her either. He had no intention of involving her in tonight's operation. Some things were simply inconvenient to do with a girl around. This time, Yui had prepared more thoroughly. Perhaps it was a case of learning from past mistakes. Drawing on his previous experience, he had made a point of visiting a discount market beforehand, purchasing a cheap outfit and stuffing it all into his bag. This was to facilitate changing into the clothes during the operation. Even if caught on camera, he could simply shed the clothes after the deed and remain unrecognizable. He also bought plastic gloves and a mask, ensuring he was fully equipped. Wu Tao covered the cost of these items. Louis had not a penny left on him. He'd even given his card to Qiongqi to cancel. Wu Tao stared blankly as Louis shopped for these items, especially that shirt emblazoned with the Hongtai pig feed logo. He couldn't fathom why anyone would buy such clothing. But since it was what Louis insisted on buying, Wu Tao didn't say much. Once everything was bought, the two hailed a taxi. As soon as they got in, before Louis could say a word, Wu Tao, as if he'd known all along, excitedly told the driver, "Driver, take us to the Qiongqi Hotel." Chapter 54, 45,000. Indeed, Louis had once again set his sights on the Qiongqi Hotel. The reason was simple: he was familiar with the place, having been there once before, giving him some experience. Moreover, last time he'd seen at least 1,000,000 yuan in that safe. If he encountered it again, he'd take every last bill without hesitation. Last time, it was his first time doing something like that, and he'd felt a significant psychological burden. But now, as he grew more familiar with the Qiongqi society, that burden had completely vanished from his mind. The Qiongqi society itself earned the vast majority of its wealth through illicit means. Since it was ill-gotten gains anyway, taking more of it didn't warrant any guilt. "Brother E, shall we fill the table with dishes again today? How about a bottle of 82 Lafite?" Wu Tao rubbed his hands together. He vividly remembered Hong Kong movies where characters casually ordered bottles of 82 red wine. It looked extravagant, high-profile, and classy, something ordinary people couldn't afford. Louis shrugged. "Sure. Whatever you want, just order it." "Ha! Seriously? Then I'll order a few extra bottles." "You're picking up the tab." "Ahem, then let's stick to beer." Entering the hotel, they followed the waiter to the same small private room they'd reserved last time. The minimum charge for the room was 2,000 yuan. This time, Yui didn't plan to overspend either, so he told Wu Tao to just order a few thousand yuan worth of dishes. While Wu Tao was ordering, Yui took another stroll outside. This time, he unexpectedly stumbled upon some good news. As he stepped out into the lobby, he saw a man in a suit and tie walking arm in arm with a woman in a business suit, laughing and chatting as they left the hotel. Louis recognized both of them immediately. The man was none other than the manager of this Qiongqi hotel. Last time, Louis had heard the female secretary address him as Manager Pan. Louis recognized his voice, height, and build in that same secretary in the business suit. She was the one who'd been with Manager Pan in the private room last time, doing things best left unseen. Black stockings, business skirt. Her outfit hadn't changed much since then. Well, what you wish for comes to you. Truly, heaven favors me." Joy welled up in Yui's heart. Originally, his greatest concern was that someone might be in the manager's office. Therefore, before taking action, he could only proceed as he had last time: first trigger a fire alarm to create a commotion, prompting Manager Pan to come out and take charge of the situation, then slip in while the coast was clear. But now, that step was unnecessary. Since Manager Pan had already left with his secretary in his arms, it naturally meant the finance office was unoccupied at this moment. If not now, then when? Watching Manager Pan and his secretary leave the hotel, Yui immediately rushed toward the private room he had reserved. Upon entering, he found Wu Tao gone, but both their backpacks still sat on the chairs. He immediately pulled out his phone to call Wu Tao, intending to ask where he was. But just as he reached for his phone, he saw Wu Tao emerge from the private room's restroom. Wu Tao looked utterly bewildered. He recalled that last time, Yui had entered the restroom and emerged shortly after carrying a bag of money. This time, he seized the moment before Yui went in and rushed to investigate. But all he saw inside the bathroom was a toilet and a sink, nothing else. Well, there was a trash can next to the toilet, and inside it was a plastic bag, the kind women use for sanitary pads. Seeing Wu Tao emerge, Yui promptly turned off his phone and tossed it into his backpack before diving into the restroom and locking the door behind him. He called out to Wu Tao, "I'll be right back. Don't bother me. Once all the dishes are served, just start eating without me." "Oh," Wu Tao replied, scratching his head. "Brother E, can you pull money out of thin air again? I just peeked inside, there's nothing in there." "Cut the chatter. If you want money, don't ask questions.
Yi's voice echoed from the bathroom. Hearing this, Wu Tao quickly dropped the subject.
Money was far more important than curiosity.
He thought of how comfortable his future college life could be buying whatever he wanted: phones, computers, inflatable dolls.
Forget the dolls. If he bought anything, it should be a real girlfriend.
While Wu Tao was lost in his fantasies, Yui sat on the bathroom toilet, took a few deep breaths, then pulled out the cheap outfit he'd bought, the one with the Hongtai pig feed logo, from his backpack and changed into it. He also put on gloves and a mask, fully equipped. After dressing, he glanced at his reflection in the mirror and felt quite pleased with himself. Even his own mother wouldn't recognize him in this disguise. Too bad I only have 3 teleportation chances left. Thankfully, Manager Pan and his secretary have already left. Otherwise, I'd have wasted another one luring the snake out of its hole. Suddenly, Yui touched the Qiongqi brand on his chest, mentally calculating the distance to the manager's finance office. Whoosh! He vanished from his spot and reappeared behind a curtain near the window in the manager's old office. This spot was highly concealed. Upon arriving, he didn't rush to move but first listened intently for sounds inside. Only after several full minutes did he confirm the room was truly empty. Then he stepped out from behind the curtain. He discovered the door lock had been replaced with a new one, and the door itself had been swapped out for a higher-grade security door. However, Louise suddenly froze in shock. He discovered that the spot where the safe had been last time was now empty. After he had violently forced open that safe last time, the original spot was now completely empty. The second thing he saw after stepping out from behind the curtains was the safe spot, but it was completely empty. No safe? He hurried over, dreading the possibility that this attempt would be in vain. He knew he had only 3 teleportation opportunities left. Entering this place had already consumed one, and teleporting back would use another. That would leave him with just 1 remaining. This meant that if he failed this time, it would spell complete failure. He absolutely had to get the money. He began rummaging through every chest and cabinet, opening each one to inspect its contents. He reached the drawer by the desk from last time. When he pulled it open, thankfully, several stacks of cash remained inside. But the total was only around 40 or 50,000. Louis found a plastic bag and packed all the money inside before continuing his search. He even turned over the bed in the manager's finance office, but unfortunately, there was truly no money left here. As if to guard against another theft, the safe was no longer there. The bulk of the cash wasn't stored here. Although there were 40 or 50,000 yuan in the desk drawer, Yui needed at least 600,000. Compared to that enormous sum, the small amount was merely a drop in the bucket, far from enough. This is bad. What should he do now? Chapter 55, The Surveillance Zone. The manager's office held no money. This meant that no matter what method Yui devised, raising 600,000 yuan was impossible. The plastic bag contained only the 40,000 to 50,000 yuan retrieved from the desk drawer, utterly insufficient. Mad Dog had made it clear, the entire 60,000 yuan must be repaid within 7 days, no installments allowed. If they couldn't repay the 600,000, Mad Dog's temperament meant he would definitely retaliate violently. When that happened, Qiongqi would likely face grave danger. As for Yui himself, he probably wouldn't be in much trouble, but his uncle's family would likely not escape unscathed. In the parking lot of the Zhongxing Hotel, a man and woman were passionately kissing inside a Porsche Cayenne. The woman's uniform was already half undone. Her sensual, crimson lips emitted intoxicating sighs as her long, stocking-clad legs wrapped around the man's waist. The man savored her tenderness while watching a video on his phone. This couple was none other than Manager Pan and Secretary Feng. They had originally planned to go shopping, but after getting into the car, a sudden surge of passion overcame them, and they couldn't resist becoming intimate. Manager Pan habitually pulled out his phone, intending to play some adult content to heighten the mood. Instead, he spotted a surveillance app on his screen and, on a whim, tapped into it. This surveillance software had been installed by one of his subordinates. After the manager's finance office was robbed of over 100,000 yuan last time, Manager Pan had been reprimanded by several higher-ups. Following that incident, he had instructed several subordinates in the surveillance room to install a pinhole camera in the manager's finance office. The finance office fell under his jurisdiction, so naturally, he controlled the camera himself. Otherwise, wouldn't others catch him and Secretary Feng getting intimate in the office? So he had one of his guys install a mobile terminal app on his phone for 24/7 monitoring. Through this app, he could see what was happening in the manager's finance office anytime, anywhere. Manager Feng's alluring body was wrapped around his, radiating the seductive charm of a mature woman that could intoxicate any man. Manager Pan was parched with desire, itching to have a 300-round battle with her right there in the car. But when he opened the monitoring app, he saw crystal clear that someone was actually wandering around inside the manager's office at that very moment. The intruder wore a mask and a shirt emblazoned with the Hongtai pig feed logo, rummaging through drawers and cabinets in search of money. Witnessing this, Manager Pan erupted in a torrent of curses. Damn it! They're stealing from me again. Thank God I installed those cameras, and thank God the new safe hasn't been delivered yet. Otherwise, the loss would have been huge. After cursing, Manager Pan hurriedly motioned for Secretary Feng to step aside.
He quickly pulled up his pants, fastened his belt, and rushed back inside. Secretary Fong, still feeling unsatisfied, cooed in a sweet voice, "Manager, you're already like this, and you still want to leave?" Manager Pan cursed again, flinging his phone at her. "Damn it, see for yourself. We've been robbed, how could I not leave? I'm taking men to break his legs right now." Secretary Fong, her delicate figure slightly exposed, caught the phone and glanced at it. She gasped, quickly pulling her clothes back on as she exclaimed, "There really is a thief." Manager Pan opened the car door and hurried back to the hotel. As soon as he arrived, he summoned all the security guards to act together, rushing toward the 8th floor. This time, Manager Pan was determined to catch that little thief. Last time, over 100,000 yuan had been stolen, earning him a severe scolding. While he didn't have to pay it back, several thousand yuan were his own money, leaving him extremely furious. Within minutes, all the security guards at Qiongqi Hotel assembled at his call. Manager Pan divided them into 2 teams, one to the 9th floor, the other to the 7th, sealing off all exits. He himself headed to the 8th floor, determined to see what kind of thief was bold enough to steal twice from his establishment. 3 security team leaders accompanied Manager Pan, while Secretary Fong followed behind in her high heels. She too was curious to see what kind of person this petty thief was who dared to steal here twice, and how he had managed to slip in. Walking while holding her phone, she watched the live feed on the screen and informed Manager Pan, "He hasn't left yet. He's practically ransacked the entire room." "Damn it." Manager Pan hurried along, striding swiftly, leading the 3 security captains as they rushed to the manager's finance office. He thrust his key into the lock and twisted it, determined to open the door. Meanwhile, inside the room, Yui heard the commotion. He hurried behind the curtains, immediately touching the ancient beast pattern on his chest. With a whoosh, he vanished from his spot and appeared in the bathroom of his reserved private room the next second. Clang! The door to the manager's office burst open. The 3 security captains, batons raised, charged in first. Manager Pan flexed his muscles and bellowed, "Drag that little thief out here. I'll cripple him myself." He clenched his fists, knuckles cracking audibly. The 3 security captains switched on their stun batons, powerful devices that could instantly knock someone unconscious and render them helpless. The moment they burst in, they began searching every corner of the room. Manager Pan remained stationed at the doorway, with Secretary Fong standing directly behind him. "Secretary Fong, did you see where that little thief hid?" Manager Pan asked. Secretary Fong shook her head, scanning the room as she replied, "I didn't see him. The camera is only installed near the desk, so it only covers that small area. The rest of the room isn't visible." This arrangement was actually Manager Pan's own request. He feared his underlings might get bored and start snooping on his surveillance feed. If he'd installed cameras covering the entire finance office, it would have inconvenienced his future intimate moments with Secretary Fong. So he instructed his men to place the cameras only near the desk. This allowed them to monitor a fairly large area, primarily ensuring the cash storage spot remained visible. Though they hadn't spotted where he was hiding, they were certain he remained inside the room. Secretary Fong stated this with absolute confidence in her sweet voice, for mere seconds earlier, she had glimpsed the little thief's figure. In such a short time, there was no way he could have escaped. Remember, this was the 8th floor. Manager Pan had blocked the only exit, leaving only the windows as potential escape routes. But jumping from such a height meant certain death. Chapter 56, No One in the Room. Manager Pan, there's no one in the room. The 3 security captains unanimously confirmed they had thoroughly searched every corner inside and out. The room wasn't large, just 30 square meters. With the clutter and cabinets accounted for, you could practically see everything at a glance. In such a small space, hiding someone without being noticed was impossible. Bull! How could no one be here? Surveillance footage showed that thief just a minute ago. Where could he have gone in that minute? Manager Pan cursed, accusing the 3 of not taking their job seriously. Did you check the cabinets? Did you look under the bed? Did you inspect the bathroom entrance? We did. We did. The room is this small, we searched every possible spot. The 3 security captains insisted they had thoroughly combed the room. Damn it! You searched everywhere and still can't find him? Are you kidding me? Manager Pan refused to believe it. He stormed in himself, starting with the cabinets. After the cabinets, he checked under the bed. After the bed, he rushed into the bathroom. He searched every nook and cranny, inside and out, before finally bursting out, fuming, "What the hell? Where is he? Impossible. I clearly saw him just a moment ago." Manager Pan approached the window, pulled back the curtains, and spotted 2 footprints on the floor near the ground. "Here!" Manager Pan shouted, pointing at the footprints. The presence of footprints proved that a thief had indeed been here. The footprints were wet, clearly indicating the thief had stepped into the room with wet feet. But it was strange there were no footprints anywhere else in the room, only a wet mark by the curtain. The 3 security captains approached. Suddenly, one of them remarked coldly, "There are no footprints anywhere else in the room, only here." He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present understood his implied meaning: it might be a ghost. The footprints were faint, and indeed, no other footprints were found anywhere else in the room, only a few beneath this window.
There's a security grill outside the window, making it impossible to get out. This proves the thief couldn't have escaped through the window. Manager Pan, how about we get a shaman to perform some rituals? The other security captain chimed in.
Bull. I don't buy that nonsense. I clearly saw the thief.
Manager Pan shouted. But you searched the room yourself, there was no one there, the three security captains said in unison. Over the years, Qiongqi society had done its share of shady deals. The higher up you went, the more questionable their dealings became. Those three security captains, being uneducated, tended to be superstitious. Moreover, they had all seen the surveillance footage of today's burglary in the room, and it was undeniably accurate. The video clearly showed the thief rummaging through drawers and cabinets. After entering, they had indeed found the place in disarray, thoroughly ransacked. The over 40,000 yuan from Manager Pan's desk drawer had vanished again. Yet the entire room was sealed, the security grills remained intact, the door hadn't been forced open, and the thief vanished without a trace.
What on earth was going on?
By all logic, this seemed inexplicable, so they could only turn to supernatural explanations.
Beads of cold sweat formed on Manager Pan's forehead.
Though his tone remained firm, a lingering doubt had taken root in his own mind.
This was too bizarre.
The previous theft, amounting to over 100,000 yuan, had followed the same pattern. Afterward, no traces of the thief were found, and no one knew how he had escaped.
This time, it was the same.
Secretary Fong simply stood outside the door, not daring to enter. She had overheard the three security captains' conversation. Being timid, she felt a chill run down her spine the moment she heard their words and couldn't bring herself to go inside. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. All those times she and Manager Pan had been intimate in there, had they been watched the whole time by whatever it was? The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine.
Manager Pan, what should we do about this? Should we perform a ritual?
Just say the word, and I'll find someone immediately. The three security captains looked at Manager Pan, waiting for his decision. Manager Pan's face twitched.
What the hell are you talking about? He snapped. Ghosts? Ghosts? I don't believe in that crap.
With this video, I can finally give Tiange and the others a proper explanation.
This really isn't my fault.
With that, Manager Pan hurried out of the finance office. The three security captains followed him out as if they were afraid of ghosts. Meanwhile, back to Yue. He had returned to the private room's restroom. The floor was indeed wet, which explained why he left several footprints when he teleported to the 8th floor finance office. He hadn't even noticed this detail himself.
Are you coming out yet?
If you don't hurry, I'll finish eating. Wu Tao called out from inside the private room.
Lu Yi stuffed the plastic bag into his backpack.
He counted the money he'd taken, this time only 46,000 yuan. It was nowhere near the 60,000 he'd expected.
Disappointment and desolation washed over him.
After this teleportation, he had only one chance left. But that final chance was unusable. If he had only one attempt, it would be a one-way trip. For instance, even if he tried robbing a bank, he could get inside but never get out. Squeak! The bathroom door swung open. Yue emerged with a sullen expression, already changed back into his clothes.
Brother E, what's wrong?
You look like you're constipated, Wu Tao mumbled with his mouth full of 2 chicken drumsticks.
Nothing. Didn't get the money this time, so I can't give you any. Lu Yi said.
He only had 46,000 yuan in his bag, which he needed to save for Qiongqi. Though it was still short, he decided to think of another way, so he couldn't share with Wu Tao this time.
What? Didn't get the money?
Wu Tao shrugged nonchalantly.
Fine then.
At least treating me to a meal was decent.
Do you know any quick ways to get money? Lu Yi suddenly asked.
Stealing again was out of the question. His teleportation ability had run dry, leaving him with no way back.
He had to find another solution. Quick money? Wu Tao didn't hesitate. Plenty of ways. How much do you need?
The more, the better, Lu Yi replied.
Well, there's being a gigolo, selling blood, selling kidneys, selling.
Enough already. Lu Yi shot Wu Tao a withering glance. This kid never says anything serious.
Might as well ask a computer.
Right, Ego, if you don't want to be a gigolo or sell organs, there's only one way left. Wu Tao said with deadpan seriousness.
Lu Yi shot him a disdainful look.
What way? Wu Tao rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling.
Gambling. Small bets to make ends meet, big bets to strike it rich. Haven't you heard? Chapter 57, Small Bets for Fun. Gambling?
Louis fell deep in thought, silently repeating Wu Tao's words. Small bets keep the family fed, big bets make you rich.
Where'd you hear that? Movies. Isn't that how it is in Hong Kong films?
Millions and tens of millions flying around making money seems so easy.
Wu Tao replied.
Upon hearing it came from movies, Yue waved his hand dismissively. Go chill somewhere else.
You actually believe what's in movies?
Still, Louis stroked his chin, feeling perhaps he really could give it a shot. After all, he didn't have much money on him, not even enough to cover the change from 60,000. If he used it to try to placate Mad Dog would definitely go berserk.
Where can we gamble? Do you know? Lu Yi asked. Hongtian Entertainment City, of course. Don't you know that? You know about that? How did you find out? And you're my dad's nephew? He gambles there all the time, and you don't even know? Uncle really did love playing cards.
He loved them so much that he'd play any game, big or small. Usually, he'd play high-stakes games. If someone called, he'd be there in a flash. But if some old folks were playing mahjong and needed one more player, he'd go if they asked.
Louis genuinely hadn't realized his uncle had ever frequented casinos. You probably don't know this, but my dad was the real gambling addict back then. He'd hit the casino at Hongtian Entertainment Center almost every other day. Later, I went with my mom to catch him. Wasn't that why she went back to her parents' place? Wu Tao shrugged.
His mother had been back at her parents' place for over 2 years now. Why she'd gone back in the first place, Yui didn't know. All he'd heard from his uncle was that his aunt had a job back there.
Now, hearing Wu Tao's explanation, he finally understood the reason. His aunt wasn't always absent. She'd still come back during holidays to see Wu Tao and Louis. She was quite easygoing. So she'd gone back to her parents' home out of anger, and she'd been gone for 2 whole years? And her husband hadn't even tried to persuade her to come back? Louis smiled bitterly. Wu Tao waved his hand dismissively, looking like he was well acquainted with this pattern. They both have terrible tempers. Don't even get me started. When I was little, they had a fight and didn't speak for 5 years. They finally made up, but, sigh. I doubt Mom will be back before 5 years are up this time. You're taking this pretty calmly for a son, huh? What can I do? Besides, she does come back. She always returns for holidays, right? And who knows, maybe Dad has secretly tried to reach out. We kids just stay out of their business. You know the exact location of the casino at Hongtian Entertainment City? Of course I know. I've been there many times. I know it like the back of my hand. Wu Tao looked utterly confident. He clenched his jaw, slapped his backpack, and seemed to make up his mind. All right then. After we eat, we'll head over to Hongtian Entertainment City.
Mad Dog is at Hongtian Entertainment City, but that doesn't really matter.
He promised not to cause trouble for 7 days anyway. Brother E, you really want to gamble? Do you even know how? Wu Tao asked. Who doesn't know how to play cards? Yi shot him a dismissive look. I mean skill. Dad says card games are a science. They involve mathematical probability. Take mahjong, for example.
He can calculate the exact tile someone needs to win based on what they've played and discarded.
People with good memory can calculate it very accurately, Wu Tao said earnestly. Lu Yi chuckled. Memory? With his memory these days, who in the world could surpass him? Why don't you call my dad and ask him? Wu Tao suggested. Seriously? Asking Uncle to teach us gambling? That's just asking for a beating. Seems about right. Wu Tao chuckled. After finishing their meal, the 2 brothers prepared to leave. The moment they stepped out of the private room, they heard a commotion outside. Listening briefly, it seemed a thief had struck, but the culprit had vanished without a trace. The entire building was now being searched. The theft had occurred in the manager's finance office, with tens of thousands of yuan missing this time. Several waitstaff were discussing how Manager Pan had clearly seen someone on the surveillance footage, yet upon entering the room, found no trace of anyone. Some suspected ghosts, but Manager Pan refused to believe in superstition. After deliberating, he ordered a full-scale search of the entire building, determined to catch the thief wearing the Hongtai pig feed shirt. As they walked and listened, the moment Wu Tao heard the words Hongtai pig feed, he suddenly looked at Yui. His mouth opened, but no words came out. Others might not know, but he was well aware. He had accompanied Yui to a discount market and had coincidentally bought a cheap shirt bearing the Hongtai pig feed label. Seeing the hotel was crowded, Wu Tao held his tongue. Only after they'd left the hotel and stepped onto the street outside did he bring up the matter. Lu Yi shrugged. What does that have to do with me? Bro, I remember the shirt you bought had that same Hongtai pig feed label, Wu Tao insisted emphatically. I've been eating in the room the whole time. I never went out. What the hell does that have to do with me? Besides, who's to say someone else didn't buy that shirt? Lu Yi retorted. True. Wu Tao paused, realizing the logic. He had indeed been eating in the room the whole time except for bathroom breaks. Stop spacing out. Let's go to Hongtian Entertainment City. Hailing a cab by the roadside, the 2 brothers headed straight for Hongtian Entertainment City. Upon arrival, Louis found a secluded spot, pulled the cheap outfit from his backpack, and tossed it into a trash bin. Just as they were about to enter Hongtian Entertainment Center, Louis received a call from his uncle, who asked why they hadn't returned yet. Louis chuckled and explained he was taking Wu Tao to the library to study, adding they'd be back later. Hearing this, their uncle praised Louis for his diligence and even commended Wu Tao, saying the kid had finally gotten his act together. After hanging up, they soon encountered several familiar faces at the entrance, the suited thugs under Mad Dog's command. 3 of them strolled out leisurely. Spotting Louis, they chuckled in surprise. Hey, it's you. What's up? You came looking for Mad Dog so fast? Got the money ready already?
Yui carried his backpack, bulging as if filled with cash, leading them to mistakenly believe it was stuffed with money.
Louis shrugged and replied, "What's the rush? Didn't we agree on 7 days? This is only the first day, we still have 6 days left."
With that, he swept past them, leaving a bewildered Wu Tao behind, and entered the entertainment complex. Wu Tao was brimming with questions, but to prevent him from asking more, Yui pulled out his old trick: if you want more pocket money in the future, don't ask. And just like that, Wu Tao obediently stopped asking. Guided by Wu Tao, the two descended to the basement's second level.
The space was dimly lit by a yellowish glow.
Behind an iron door, the clamor of voices surged out. Wu Tao approached the door and pointed inside, saying, "Brothery, it's right here."
Chapter 58, A Brutal Solution.
Beyond the iron door lay a long corridor flanked by several guards. Upon seeing Louis and Wu Tao approach, several immediately stepped forward to block their path.
"What are you doing here?"
Perhaps because they looked too young, the guards didn't believe they were here to play, but rather to cause trouble, so they tried to block them out. "Of course we're here to have fun," Wu Tao replied. He then whispered to Yui, "There used to be no guards here.
Looks like they've tightened security lately. Just you two? Coming here to play? Got enough cash?" the thugs asked, cigarettes dangling from their lips.
"Of course we do." Yui pulled out a stack of 100 yuan bills from his pocket and waved them in his hand.
Whoa, never would have guessed.
Seeing he was loaded, the thugs didn't bother blocking them after all. Zhongxing society runs this casino, so casino rules apply. These thugs might extort people elsewhere, but they'd never dare do it here.
Because if they did, they'd ruin the reputation of Zhongxing society's casino. Once that reputation was ruined, who would dare come here to play? Go on in. The gatekeeper waved them both through. Wu Tao led the way. As they passed through the long corridor, the space ahead was flooded with light. Fluorescent tubes made it as bright as day. The interior decor was fairly ordinary, yet the place was surprisingly crowded. At least 40 or 50 people were playing. Wu Tao first led Yui on a tour of the place, broadening his horizons, before asking, "Brothery, have you made up your mind? What do you want to play?" Louis was visibly nervous.
It was his first time in such a place, and his first time playing cards.
He genuinely couldn't decide what to play. Though he knew a little about everything, he excelled at nothing.
After 2 years away, the place hadn't changed much.
Wu Tao looked around and said, pointing to a small window in the corner, "Brothery, if you want to play, you need to exchange chips there first. Before, 5,000 was the minimum denomination. Now, I'm not sure." Louis glanced around and noticed some windows covered with blackout curtains. Curious, he asked, "This is the basement level, so why is there light outside the windows?" Wu Tao chuckled. "The terrain slopes down from front to back. Don't let the basement fool you. Behind this wall lies the street. The decor's shoddy, but the escape route's solid. My dad told me Zhongxing Casino's been running this long without ever getting busted." "The street is right outside that back wall?" Yui instinctively moved closer to the wall, peering out. Though the windows were covered with blackout fabric, glimpses of the outside could still be seen through the gaps. Indeed, it was a main street. Through the gaps, he could see the colorful neon signs of the shops already lit up. "Ha!" Louis suddenly rubbed his chin, his gaze shifting back to the chip exchange window. "That small room was built right against the back wall. Let's go get some chips to play with." Louis called out, then followed Wu Tao to the small window. Inside the window sat a woman in a professional suit, rapidly counting money with lightning-fast precision. It was clear she had an accounting background. Beside her lay stack upon stack of counted money, each bundle containing 10,000 yuan. Every time 1,000,000 yuan was collected, she would pack it into a box and place it on a display shelf in the back. Seeing the money, Yui couldn't help but ask, "Is running a casino that profitable?" Wu Tao shot back instantly, "Are you kidding? Rich people lose millions overnight. What do you think? Casinos are places where people lose far more than they win, yet they keep coming back relentlessly. It's a strange phenomenon," Louis remarked with a smile. Wu Tao said, "Everyone understands that logic, but those addicted to gambling don't care about logic. They're chasing the thrill. Anyway, unless you have a serious gambling addiction, you'll never understand." Louis nodded. He truly couldn't understand. For some, the urge to gamble is as hard to shake as an alcohol addiction. Even knowing the consequences, they can't stop pulling money from their pockets. When they first start playing, they aim to win, but after losing, they want to recoup their losses, only to end up losing everything. Exchange chips 5,000. Yui pulled out half a stack of cash, ready to try his luck. "Minimum 10,000. The woman inside replied expressionlessly. "Then I'll exchange 10,000. Yui pulled out the other half of his stack and placed it together. The woman inside took the money, ran it through the bill validator twice to confirm it was 10,000, then tossed 2 chips to Yui. Each chip was engraved with the number 5,000. Louis picked up the chips, handed one to Wu Tao, and said, "Take this and play." Wu Tao, of course, didn't hesitate. He snatched the chip and scampered off, eager to play dice. 5,000 yuan was too small for anything else. Only dice betting big or small was straightforward and simple: bet right, win, bet wrong, lose. Lu Yi, however, didn't rush to gamble.
Instead, he surveyed the surrounding layout, his gaze once again settling on the small room where chips were exchanged. That little room held at least tens of millions in cash. The boxes displayed in the glass case, any one of them contained over 1 million.
This stirred a desire within Yui.
If only I'd known, I wouldn't have wasted those 2 teleportation opportunities at the Zhongxing Hotel.
Had I come here instead, I would have gotten what I wanted long ago.
At the Zhongxing Hotel, Yui had squandered 2 teleportation opportunities, yet only managed to secure a little over 40,000 yuan. That paltry sum was like a drop in the bucket, utterly useless. Had he arrived at the casino earlier, he would likely have set his sights on that small room long ago. Now, with only one chance left, he could do nothing. Lu Yi sighed, preparing to follow Wu Tao's lead and try his luck at the dice tables. Just then, a voice echoed from his dantian, who says one chance is useless. One chance can still get you money. There was no doubt this was his guardian spirit, Zhao Yun, speaking. He rarely spoke, but when he did, his words were almost always meaningful.
Lu Yi perked up immediately. How can I use one chance?
If I try to teleport in, I might get in but never get out.
One chance can only be used once.
The guardian spirit Zhao Yun in his dantian replied, though you have only 1 teleportation opportunity left, don't forget you still possess your second ability, the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers.
That small room's wall doesn't look particularly thick. At worst, you can just punch through it. Lu Yi was stunned. Break through the wall? That would turn a stealthy theft into an outright robbery truly bold. Chapter 59, Punching Through That Wall. Break through that wall?
Yui's heart pounded wildly. He looked at his bare hands. Breaking through the wall with his fists alone would be incredibly difficult. Even with immense strength, his fists weren't as hard as the wall. But if he had a large iron hammer and could borrow the brute force of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, then breaking through that wall wouldn't be a problem. Yet with so many people in the casino, and someone inside that small room, avoiding their notice would be no simple feat. The only solution was to clear the place entirely. As this thought crossed his mind, a brilliant idea suddenly struck Yui. He smiled faintly, showing no urgency. If this plan were to be executed, careful preparation was essential. He immediately followed Wu Tao over to the dice gambling table. Several middle-aged men were already playing there, betting heavily. The minimum wager was 1,000 yuan. Wu Tao had tested the waters twice and, surprisingly, had actually won, now holding 2 green 1,000 yuan chips. Spotting Yui approach, he proudly displayed his winnings. Brother E, look, my luck's been pretty good. Wu Tao only bet 1,000 each time, winning 2,000 after 2 consecutive wins. Lu Yi remarked, why not go bigger? If you'd bet 5,000 all in, you'd have 15,000 now. No rush, Wu Tao replied.
This isn't something to rush.
As if following his own strategy, he continued betting in increments of 1,000. Lu Yi walked to the table and, without a second thought, dumped all 5,000 into the underbet.
Brother E, that's way too risky. If you lose this bet, you'll be wiped out. Wu Tao cautioned. Lu Yi chuckled, fortune favors the bold. How else would you know without trying?
When the dealer opened the dice cup, the numbers revealed 1, 1, 3, a total of 5 points.
Small.
This time, Lu Yi had indeed bet correctly. The casino promptly paid him a 5,000 chip payout. Holding 2 5,000 chip stacks, Yi chuckled.
See? I'm suddenly 4,000 bucks ahead of you. Wu Tao wasn't convinced.
He'd bet on high and lost, leaving him with only 6,000. Lu Yi had just won 5,000 in one go, so yes, he was indeed 4,000 ahead.
I can play big too.
Wu Tao grabbed his 6,000 chips. When the dealer shook the dice again, he hesitated briefly before placing his chips on the big bet. This time, Yui followed suit, placing his bet on big as well.
Dice gambling was all about probability. Betting on big or small was equally unpredictable.
Once all bets were placed, the dealer opened the dice cup again.
But once more, it was small. 1, 2, 3. 6 points small.
Those who had bet on big slapped their hands in frustration, exclaiming, oh no.
Wu Tao's face darkened. Brother E, it's all your fault.
You insisted on betting big, and now all gone in one roll. Lu Yi chuckled, his true intent lying elsewhere. Losing 10,000 yuan didn't faze him. He knew full well that without X-ray vision, winning 60,000 through gambling was nearly impossible.
Even if he did win that much, who's to say the casino wouldn't come after him? Let's go. Since we lost, we might as well leave. Yi was preparing to buy the tools for the job. Hey, E, how about a few more hands? Let's try to win back what we lost. Wu Tao rubbed his hands together, reluctant to give up. Just moments ago, he'd had 7,000 yuan, and now it was gone. He wanted to recoup his losses. Don't be foolish. Gambling in a casino, newcomers wanting to win, losers wanting to recover their losses, that's the mindset you have. Anyone with that mindset ends up losing everything they have. Then why did you bring me here to gamble? Just to see what it's like. But I'm not happy about it. Wu Tao said. Then do you still want more money? If you do, follow me. No more talk. Lu Yi said decisively. Of course I do.
Wu Tao immediately had nothing more to say and followed him out of the casino. Actually, while the two of them were inside gambling on dice, several burly men in suits had followed them in. They scanned the situation, saw the pair losing money, chuckled, then all retreated to report back to Mad Dog. When Wu Tao and Yui walked out of Hongtian Entertainment City onto the street, a burly man in a suit pointed at the two figures on the road from behind a transparent display window on the third floor. "Dog brother," he said, "looks like those two came over to gamble at the casino this time." Mad Dog stood bare-chested, the long knife scars on his body writhing like crawling insects. His neck shifted slightly, creaking with each movement as he asked, "So they must have lost, right?" Big Dog is spot on. "They did lose," the man in the suit confirmed. "Oof. How many ever win at the casino?" "Two idiots, thinking they could make money off the house. Utterly foolish." Mad Dog snorted coldly, lit a cigarette, and took a drag. "Still, those two left after losing 10,000 yuan. At least they knew when to quit. Keep a close eye on that girl. Don't let her slip away. I said I'd give them 7 days. They're untouchable for that period. But after 7 days, if they can't come up with the money, well, then send the girl to my place. As for this kid, you know what to do with him, right?" "Understood, dog brother." Rest assured. Lu Yi and Wu Tao left and headed straight for the hardware market. Along that long street, they checked out several shops before Louis finally bought a sledgehammer the size of a human head. It weighed a full 60 Gene, the kind used in mines to smash rocks. Wu Tao was utterly baffled, having no clue what Louis was up to. But Louis told him, "If you want the money, don't ask questions. This time, it's guaranteed." Hearing that, Wu Tao had nothing more to say. After buying the hammer, Yui purchased 2 sets of clothes and masks, this time preparing one for Wu Tao as well. "We also need a vehicle," Louis stated. "A car is essential. If we try to escape on foot, we'll definitely be caught. With a car, we can make a clean getaway. Let's just buy one." Yui decided to purchase one himself. No need for a sedan, a motorcycle would suffice. So the two of them shopped around again and bought a 3-wheeled motorcycle near the farmer's market. Hatted and hammer-wielding, they rode off on the 3-wheeler. Their appearance was the spitting image of young farmers fresh from the urban-rural fringe. "Brother E, you're not seriously taking me to mine, are you? I've got parents to support and kids to feed. Dig my ass. Cut the chatter. We're leaving soon." Louis glanced at the time on his phone while mentally mapping out the route. He'd already studied the entire map of Lingjiang City, memorizing every detail within the Dragon Soul Amber's spatial realm. As the thought formed, streets began to glow in his mind, weaving themselves into the shortest possible shortcut route. This is the route. We'll depart at 9:30. Chapter 60, Plan unfolds. Before the operation, Louis and Wu Tao changed into the newly purchased outfits, plain blue suits, complete sets. Over these, they donned standard reflective vests worn by sanitation workers. With this outfit and a white mask, they did look somewhat like employees of a waste management company. At 9:30, they began their operation, the tricycle moving slowly. If not for the mask, Wu Tao would never have agreed to this job. How embarrassing it would be if someone he knew recognized him. Passers-by who saw them assumed they were garbage collectors. Finally, Louis guided Wu Tao along the route he de-mapped in his mind, reaching the street behind Hongtian Entertainment City. After carefully surveying the terrain, he instructed Wu Tao to park the tricycle at a 3-way intersection and wait there. "Wait here for me," Louis instructed sternly. "Remember, you're not to go anywhere until I come out. You must wait here. Don't worry, Egu. I'll handle business right here on the tricycle, won't budge an inch." Wu Tao vowed emphatically. Louis was speechless. He picked up the hammer and walked away. After he left, Wu Tao tilted his head and glanced at the skyscraper across the street, muttering to himself, "Why does this building look so much like Hongtian Entertainment City?" Louis crossed the street and made a call from a public phone booth. This call wasn't for his uncle or anyone else, it was for the Lingjiang City Police Department. The call was answered almost immediately. "Hello, this is Lingjiang City Police Department. How may I assist you?" A woman's voice came through the line. "Officer, hello. I discovered a large-scale gambling operation with significant stakes, and there are people using drugs." Yui exaggerated the situation as much as possible. "What? Gambling? And drug use? Where is this happening?" "Right now, on the second basement level of Hongtian Entertainment City. There's a large gambling den down there with many people gambling. Please come quickly and arrest them." "All right. What's your name? Home address? Phone number?" "Officer, I can't tell you that. My dad is gambling there too. He never learns his lesson. I'm calling so you can arrest him and make him reflect on his actions. Please hurry over." "All right. But what's your name? What's your ID number? We need to record this, but we won't tell your father." Beep. Louis hung up the phone. Though he'd only exchanged a few words, he was already sweating profusely. He hadn't expected reporting a crime would involve so many questions. Louis stashed the hammer away, feeling a bit uneasy. He hadn't given his ID number earlier. Would the police station send officers to patrol the area? If they didn't, his plan for tonight would be ruined. His plan was to first call the police, get them to patrol the area, and scare off all the gamblers and casino staff. Once the place was empty, he would suddenly rush in, grab the money, smash through the wall, and slip out. Timing was crucial for the getaway. He believed the optimal moment would be during the police patrol. By then, the gamblers would have fled, and the small room where chips were exchanged would be filled with incriminating evidence. It would be impossible to move everything quickly, so that room would surely be sealed off. Louis could then seize the moment to burst in, grab the money, smash the wall, and vanish. Now, he needed to wait patiently. The success of his plan hinged entirely on whether the police would mobilize. After waiting roughly 20 minutes, an exciting sound suddenly echoed. Police sirens blared from the direction of Hongtian Entertainment City's main entrance. Hearing this, Yui instantly perked up. Clutching his hammer, he hurried toward the location of the basement level. This street was lower in elevation, directly facing the basement level. Relying on his memory, he counted each window one by one, his gaze finally settling on the 7th window. He recalled that the small room where the casino exchanged chips on the B2 floor was just behind the 7th window. Without delay, he dragged his hammer to the 7th window, crouched down, and strained his ears to listen for any sounds inside. Unfortunately, the wall seemed thick and well soundproofed. He couldn't hear a thing. But through the blackout curtains covering the window, he could see all the lights inside suddenly go out. It appeared the police had indeed heeded his warning and were investigating the basement level. Yui gripped the hammer tightly. He knew the lights were turned off merely to throw off suspicion. When they came back on, it would be the moment the police entered to conduct their patrol. And that would be his moment to act. Meanwhile, in the basement, a man missing 3 fingers on one hand snarled angrily, "Damn it! If I find out who called the cops, I'll tear them limb from limb. Boss, all the gamblers have been sent to the first floor arcade. The gambling area is cleared out, all equipment is in the chip room, and the doors are locked. Everything's under control." A young-looking henchman ran over to report. "All right, then. Let those cops in," Boss Bao ordered. The cops had actually arrived long ago, but they were blocked by the henchmen guarding the entrance. This allowed time for the cleanup inside. 8 officers had arrived, but over 20 Zhongxing society henchmen lined the casino passageway, forming a human wall that blocked their entry. "Listen up, you're obstructing justice. Every one of you is coming with me to the station," a male officer warned sternly. But the henchmen weren't afraid of death. "Come on, arrest me," they said. "I haven't done anything wrong. Blocking the way is a crime that's called obstructing official duties. Then arrest me. Go ahead." The thugs played the fool. Just then, a man in a suit emerged from the passageway. "What's going on here?" he asked. "Why aren't you cooperating with the officers? Such rudeness is unacceptable." He approached the officers with a smile and said, "My apologies, officers. Our new hires are from the countryside. They're rough around the edges and don't know the rules. Please bear with them." The officers snapped back, "Then clear the way. We received a tip about illegal gambling here. Is it true or not?" "Gambling? Ha! As if that could be possible." The man in the suit laughed dismissively. "Then move aside. We need to take a look." The officers barked. The man in the suit cooperated readily, gesturing for everyone to step back and clear the path. "This area is under renovation and has always been empty. There's no gambling going on here. Someone must have played a trick on you." Chapter 61, The Box's Contents. The 8 officers weren't about to take the man in the suit's word for it. They pushed past the crowd and quickly entered the room. "Turn on the lights." "Switch on the lights inside," one officer shouted. The man in the suit obligingly clapped his hands, and the lights came on. The room was indeed empty, completely devoid of anything suspicious. Paint buckets were scattered about, giving every appearance of an active renovation project. Officers were law-abiding citizens. How could we be gambling? I told you renovations were underway. Do you believe me now? Someone must have tricked you all. Honestly, people these days have no conscience. They make false reports at the drop of a hat, not realizing a single call wastes our precious police officers' time. As he spoke, the man in the suit pulled out expensive cigarettes and offered them to the officers. But none of the officers accepted them. They searched the premises thoroughly but found absolutely no evidence. Without proof, they couldn't touch these people. Just then, a deafening roar erupted from the chip exchange room inside the casino. Boom! Boom! Whatever someone was doing inside created an enormous commotion. The 8 officers, who had been preparing to leave, heard the noise and immediately pointed at the small room, demanding, "What's going on in there?" The man in the suit looked slightly uneasy. He chuckled awkwardly and said, "It's a storage room for miscellaneous items." "What's that noise?" "Open the door and let us see," the 8 officers demanded in unison. "That won't be necessary, officers. There's really nothing in there, just some dirty stuff. Why don't we go upstairs for some tea and chat instead?" The man in the suit rubbed his hands together, his face wearing a fawning expression. "Cut the crap. We want to see what's in that room." "Officers, give us some face, will you?" the man in the suit said, clearly annoyed. "Give you what face?
We're doing our job according to the law. Hurry up and stop wasting our time. The officers refused to budge. Just then, the man with the severed fingers emerged and asked, "What's going on? Officers, what's this about?" The officers turned to see him and adopted a slightly more courteous tone. They likely recognized him and had heard of his notorious reputation. The leader greeted him, "So it's you, Brother Ba. Didn't expect to disturb you. We're here on a routine tip someone reported illegal gambling and drug use at this location. Just checking things out." Gambling rings? Drug users? How could that be? How could such things happen on my turf? Bagu spoke with an air of authority, an aura that brooked no argument. Boom! Boom! Two deafening crashes echoed from the chip room. Hearing the noise, Boss Ba frowned. His piercing gaze suddenly fixed on the man in the suit, as if demanding an explanation. But the man in the suit looked just as confused. He shrugged, having no idea what was happening in the chip room. All the gambling equipment had been stored in the chip room earlier, and the man in the suit had personally locked the door. Before he left, there wasn't a single soul inside. So why were there still sounds coming from within? Boom! Boom! Two more thunderous crashes echoed as Yui, wielding a hammer inside, pounded the wall with brute force. But the wall's sturdiness was beyond his expectations. This hard? If he couldn't break through, he was in trouble. After several consecutive blows, Yui had only managed to create a hole the size of a human head. Thud thud, the hammer struck again, gradually enlarging the hole. But to make it large enough for him to squeeze through, it needed to be at least 4 times bigger. Outside the chip room, 8 police officers had gathered. Pointing at the door lock, they said, "Boss Ba, there's so much noise in there. You should open the door and let us take a look, right?" Brother Ba narrowed his eyes into slits, clearly displeased. "Gentlemen, why not do me a favor and join me upstairs for some tea? Brother Ba, we should handle this strictly by the book." The officers weren't having it. Seeing this, Ba Go had no choice. Even as one of the Zhongxing Society's top figures, he couldn't openly defy the police. "Brother Ba, if you don't open the door, we'll have to force it open ourselves," the police officer stated. Boss Ba's expression shifted several times before he gestured to the man in the suit to unlock the door. Yes. The man in the suit grabbed the key and went to unlock the door. But when he inserted the key into the lock, he couldn't open it no matter how he tried. He turned around. "Boss, the lock has been bolted from the inside." Boss Ba's anger flared. "Didn't you lock the door? Who else could be inside?" I don't know," the man in the suit replied innocently. He truly had no idea. When he'd left, the room had been completely empty, absolutely nothing inside. But now, boom! Boom! 2 more thunderous crashes echoed as Yui gritted his teeth and pounded relentlessly, finally blasting a hole large enough for him to squeeze through. He could already hear someone trying the lock, but thankfully he'd bolted it from the inside. Seizing the moment, he grabbed 4 cash boxes in one swift motion from the shelf, tossed the hammer aside, and leaped through the hole, boxes in hand. He had exerted his full strength for nearly a minute. Given his constitution, he would have passed out completely after that. So he sprinted at his absolute fastest, like a cheetah, charging madly to the 3-way intersection. Before Wu Tao could react, he leaped onto the vehicle and shouted, "Go! Move it!" The words barely left his mouth before Yi collapsed, too exhausted to utter another syllable, slumping lifelessly into the truck bed. "Igu! Igu! What's wrong with you?" Wu Tao called out several times, but he knew that Yi had ordered him to leave quickly because something serious must have happened. He immediately started the engine, and the 3-wheeled motorcycle sped away at full throttle. Brother E! Brother E! Wake up!" Wu Tao shouted repeatedly while driving, but there was no response. Several times, glancing back under the streetlights, Wu Tao saw Yui clutching 4 boxes. The boxes looked strangely familiar to him. He had no idea where he had gotten them. Driving the tricycle, he raced 10 kilometers non-stop, weaving through the city in a panic. Finally, not knowing where else to go, he ended up at the cold riverbank, a desolate stretch of land. The night was still, the moonlight like water. The cold river surged with powerful waves, and the riverbank was refreshingly cool. Wu Tao parked there, turned off the engine, and immediately jumped down. He shook Lu Yi. "Brother E, what's going on here?" He carefully examined Lu Yi's body, finding not a single scratch. He checked his breathing, which was steady and even. It seemed he had simply fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion. Wu Tao's curiosity piqued. He shifted his attention and took a box from Lu Yi's hands. Click, click. He released the latches on both sides of the box. When he lifted the lid, Wu Tao's mouth dropped open, his eyes bulging like those of Ultraman. Chapter 62, Holy! Holy! Wu Tao stared at the neatly stacked bundles inside the box, swallowing hard. The sheer excitement, shock, and astonishment he felt could only be summed up with one word: holy. Holy, holy, holy. Wu Tao lost count of how many times he yelled holy. Finally, he wiped his hands, glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, and reached into the box to pull out a stack of bright red bills. They were all 100 yuan bills. He picked up one bundle and counted it: 100 bills, 10,000 yuan.
Inside the box, 5 stacks stood vertically in 5 rows. Each row had 5 bundles in one position, totaling 50,000. 4 rows multiplied by 5 bundles each equaled exactly 100,000.
Holy a million. A whole million.
Wu Tao swallowed hard, then pinched himself hard. Only when he felt a sharp pain did he realize this wasn't a dream, it was real. He closed the box, then opened several more in quick succession.
Inside each one was the same sight piles of cash. Holy, egu, we're rich. We're rich. A million in each box, 4 boxes means 4 million. Wu Tao was babbling incoherently. Happiness had come too suddenly, he clearly wasn't mentally prepared.
Meanwhile, down in the underground casino of Hongtian Entertainment City, the commotion caused by Yui smashing through the wall had drawn the police's attention to the chip room. Because the door inside was locked from the inside, the officers were delayed for over 10 minutes before they finally managed to open it. As the door swung open, a thick dusty odor flooded out. Everyone covered their noses as they saw the room filled with swirling dust and debris. A massive hole gaped in the wall facing the street, and the chip room was in utter disarray, littered with gambling paraphernalia.
8 officers entered and immediately spotted mountains of chips piled high.
One officer promptly pulled out his phone to call headquarters. Proof they were looking for was finally in hand.
With evidence secured, they could now make arrests and proceed according to the law. Boss Ba, didn't you claim you're law-abiding citizens who don't gamble in groups? Then what's all this? The officer asked with a smirk. Boss Ba gave a cold chuckle. I have no idea. This isn't my concern. I don't run this place.
With the truth exposed, Boss Ba shifted blame and turned to leave, leaving the man in the suit to handle the aftermath.
Boss Ba, you're not leaving. You were here too. We've found evidence.
You'll be coming with us to the station, a cop said, blocking his exit. Don't push it too far, Ba Gu said coldly.
This isn't about being ruthless or not. It's about the law and the rules. Without rules, there's no order. We kindly ask for your cooperation, Brother Ba.
If you're innocent, you'll just need to give a statement.
The officer explained.
Brother Ba reluctantly stayed behind, his fierce gaze fixed on the man in the suit.
His eyes seemed to demand, what the hell is going on here? The man in the suit looked utterly innocent.
He had no idea what had happened.
Why was there a huge hole in the chip room?
He had locked the door, and there was clearly no one inside. Within minutes, a fleet of police cars arrived. Soon, officers swarmed the basement level of Hongtian Entertainment City. They sealed off the area and took all relevant personnel into custody. Immediately, all the gambling equipment and chips from the chip room were cleared out. The remaining illicit funds were also retrieved, over 6 million yuan, packed into separate boxes. Although the police raid failed to apprehend any gamblers, the discovery of this evidence was sufficient to hold the operators accountable. Boss Ba and his entire crew were taken away. With all the evidence against them, they had no grounds to argue. Boss Ba remained silent, but his rage boiled over internally. The police had only recovered over 6 million yuan in illicit funds, indicating that at least 4 million yuan had been stolen from the chip room. The casino's chip room maintained a daily cash reserve of 10 million yuan as capital to ensure operations. Today's customer turnout was lower than weekends, but they should have taken in at least several 100,000. With only 6 million left, that meant at least 4 million had been stolen. Who did this? Who the hell did this?
Boss Ba's arrest sent shockwaves through the entire Qiongqi society.
Mad Dog, Tiger, and others rushed to the scene, questioning relevant personnel to gather information. But those involved only had partial knowledge. What audacity to target our Qiongqi society. Get someone to pull strings and check the surveillance footage from nearby streets. I'll see which bastard did this. Mad Dog was furious, ordering his men to investigate.
Tiger Brother, meanwhile, used his connections to secure Ba Ji's release from the police station. That night was anything but quiet.
By the cold riverbank, Wu Tao was jumping up and down with excitement, so thrilled he'd already jumped into the icy river for several baths. He waited by the riverbank for over 2 hours before finally hearing Yui cough. Rushing over, he helped Yui to his feet. Brother E, you're finally awake. What happened? You just passed out suddenly. You scared the hell out of me. If it weren't for the fact that you had no wounds and your breathing was steady, I would have rushed you to the hospital already, Wu Tao said. Lu Yi sat up and asked for water. Wu Tao pointed toward the Lang River. I didn't bring any water. If you want to drink, you'll have to go get some from the river. How long was I unconscious? Yui asked, his entire body still aching. The wall on the second basement level of Hongtian Entertainment City was exceptionally sturdy, built with 3 layers of bricks. Had Louis not unleashed his full strength, he never would have broken through it. Swinging that 60-pound iron hammer had left his arms' tendons numb even now. This was due to his constitution not particularly robust, hence these various issues. You slept for over 2 hours, Wu Tao reported, glancing at his phone. Why'd you come here? Did anyone follow you? Or spot you? Lu Yi asked. No one's following us, and no one spotted us. Riding a beat-up tricycle, who'd pay us any mind? Wu Tao shrugged. Let's go back. We can't stay here long.
We need to take these things back and hide them first. Lu Yi pointed at the 4 boxes. Wu Tao nodded. We definitely need to take these things, but what if Dad finds them when we bring them back? Wu Tao knew these things weren't exactly obtained through legitimate means, but he couldn't be bothered to care about that. His dad, however, was another story. No worries, just be careful. At this hour, Uncle should already be asleep. Lu Yi gave a quick signal, then had Wu Tao start the tricycle's engine. They rode the sleek, unregistered new tricycle straight toward home. Chapter 63, Dividing the Loot. They entered through the back door, abandoning the new tricycle in the square of the rear residential complex. Each man carried 2 boxes as they slipped quietly into the house. Wu Tao went first, opening the door to check for any signs of movement. Satisfied his father was indeed asleep, he motioned for Lu Yi to follow him upstairs. Then the 2 of them slipped into Yu Yi's room together. They placed the 4 boxes on the bed, opened all the lids, and revealed a sea of red banknotes. Lu Yi suddenly glanced at Wu Tao and said, "Did you sneak a peek at what was inside?" Wu Tao chuckled, his answer implicit. "You've done a great service tonight. Take whatever you want," Lu Yi declared generously. He felt no need to be stingy with this cousin. His uncle's family had always treated him exceptionally well, so he regarded Wu Tao like a real younger brother. With this fortune now available, aside from the 600,000 yuan needed to pay off Chen Ying's debt, Wu Tao could take any amount he desired. "Brother Yi, you're serious? Take whatever I want?" Wu Tao's eyes lit up. With this money, he could practically be a tycoon. University life would mean doing whatever he pleased. He'd buy the best phone, the highest spec computer, and a girlfriend with the biggest bust, preferably foreign, 1 white and 1, no, scratch that, forget the black one. I'll just take 1 box. Wu Tao hauled away a crate of cash, perfectly satisfied. 1,000,000 yuan in 1 box was more than enough for him to splurge. He knew how hard he had worked to get this money, and with Yi's current influence, he trusted Yi would give him more later. So for now, 1,000,000 was plenty. "Fine, you can take the money, but the box isn't convenient to carry out, you know? You'd better hide this cash in your room first and deposit it in the bank later," Lu Yi reminded him. Lu Yi was also concerned about whether the bills might have been flagged. Each bill had a serial number, and if those numbers had been recorded, it would take a long time before the money could be used again. "Then I won't hesitate, Brother Yi." Wu Tao scampered back to his room, grabbed a blanket, dumped all the cash from 1 box onto it, wrapped himself up in the blanket, and crawled inside, locking the door behind him. Lu Yi also emptied the money from the boxes, stuffing it into the wardrobe before shoving the 4 boxes under his bed for safekeeping. Once the money was in hand, the weight on his shoulders suddenly lifted. With this money, Qiongqi wouldn't have to live in fear anymore, and he wouldn't have to worry about Mad Dog coming after his uncle. He took some money out of the wardrobe to examine it. Some bills were brand new, bearing serial numbers, while others were old with jumbled serial numbers. Louis dared not spend the brand new bills carelessly, at least not yet. He set aside all the worn bills, which made up the bulk of the total, nearly 2 million. Louis took 60 bundles and stuffed them into his backpack, planning to deposit them tomorrow. Paying Mad Dog in cash would be too conspicuous, a bank transfer would be safer. Since these old bills lacked sequential serial numbers, depositing them at the bank posed no significant issue. With that settled, Yui closed his eyes and fell asleep. He slept soundly through the night. At 4 in the morning, he was jolted awake again, his body tingling as if electrified, and he sprang from the bed. It was his guardian spirit urging him. Daily exercise was non-negotiable. So he geared up and headed out for his long-distance run. This time, instead of heading to the square behind the residential complex, he ran toward Qiongqi's home. He had made arrangements with Qiongqi. She would prepare 10 pounds of steak for him daily, and he had already paid his food expenses. He focused on his breathing rhythm throughout the run. Whoosh, whoosh, and the continuous exercise made him feel much more adapted than on his first day of training. After taking occasional breaks, he finally arrived at the building where Qiongqi lived after running for over 50 minutes. He was already panting heavily from exhaustion. He didn't go upstairs. Showing up at someone's home this early in the morning wasn't polite, so he sent a QQ message calling out to Qiongqi. "I completely forgot to ask for her phone number." Fortunately, she replied almost immediately after he sent the message. Qiongqi sent a sleepy emoji and asked, "Why are you up so early?" It was still before 5 o'clock, exactly 4:57, just 3 minutes shy of 5. Louis sent a sheepish smile and replied, "I'm used to exercising early in the morning. I'm already downstairs at your place. Did you get the steak ready today?" "It's ready." Qiongqi sent a wrinkled nose emoji, then added after a moment, "Hold on, I'll freshen up and bring it down." "All right," Louis replied, then sat down below to wait patiently. After 10 minutes or so, Qiongqi came downstairs. She was still in her pajamas, covered in cartoon patterns, looking sleepy-eyed. "You're way too early, it's barely past 5. The early bird catches the worm." "More like an early worm getting eaten by the bird." Louis scratched his head sheepishly. "Then I'll come find you later next time." 5 o'clock really is too early, especially since it wasn't even 5 when I sent the message earlier. "Never mind. I was about to get up to boil the medicine anyway."
Hey, today's steak a full 10 pounds, no skimping on the weight. Qiongqi grinned mischievously as she handed Louis a food bag filled with steak.
10 whole pounds heavy as can be. Thanks a bunch. Louis rubbed his stomach.
Perfect breakfast was sorted. Truth be told, he'd been starving last night, but he'd been too exhausted to stay up, so he'd gone to bed early.
You're welcome. $100 a pound, you paid for it anyway. Oh, by the way, what's your phone number? Louis suddenly asked. Why do you need my number?
Qiongqi asked, her eyes widening.
Well, it'll be easier to just call you directly in the future, Yi said, feeling a bit awkward. Qiongqi smiled. Fine. But remember it well, I'll only say it once. If you can recall it, great. If not, don't blame me. Alright, go ahead. When it came to memory, who could Louis fear?
Not only could he store everything he saw in the Dragon Soul Amber's space, but he could also remember everything he heard.
Qiongqi immediately rattled off a string of numbers, 1337, 387, 6156. Louis immediately grabbed his phone, jotted down the number, and dialed it. Sure enough, Qiongqi's phone began ringing. You actually remembered it? Qiongqi looked genuinely surprised. She deliberately rattled it off quickly just to tease Louis, never expecting him to actually write it down. Louis chuckled, waving at her with his steak. See you at school. Qiongqi pouted, watching Louis's receding figure as she muttered under her breath, big dummy. It's Sunday today, no classes. See you at school, my foot. Chapter 64, Stream Division. Running home took longer than the trip there. He arrived home just after 6, bumping into his uncle coming downstairs.
Seeing Louis drenched in sweat from his outdoor workout, the old man immediately started scolding him.
Your wound isn't even healed yet, and you're exercising? Don't you know your own limits? Louis gave an awkward smile and insisted his injury was fine.
Besides, he'd only been taking a walk, which wouldn't affect the wound much.
Truthfully, his injuries had long since healed, though his uncle remained unaware.
A stab wound to his shoulder would normally take at least 100 days to fully recover, which was why his uncle had scolded him. But upon hearing Louis claim it was merely a stroll, and seeing how alert and energetic he appeared, he let the matter drop. Returning to his room, Louis retrieved the steak and devoured it. 10 pounds of steak went down smoothly, leaving him feeling utterly satisfied. It evoked that ancient saying, Lianpai is old, but can he still eat? After filling himself up, Louis felt he could rival any ancient general ready to mount his warhorse and charge into enemy lines. But just as his heroic ambitions began to stir, Zhao Yun, the guardian spirit in his dantian, crushed them. With your current physical condition, you want to fight on the battlefield? You're nowhere near ready.
Is that so? Louis retorted defiantly. I ran much faster today than the past few days and returned by 6.
Usually, he didn't return until after 7 o'clock, and the first time he'd even come back close to 8.
Returning just after 6 today was indeed much faster than before. I must admit, you modern people have far more balanced nutrition than those in our era. Your recovery is stronger, and your replenishment is better. Reaching this level is indeed fast for you.
But when it comes to fighting on the battlefield, you're still far from ready. Zhao Yun delivered the blow without mercy.
Then what level would be considered not far behind? Yui asked. Zhao Yun replied, how did that massive iron hammer you wielded last night feel?
Too heavy. It was exhausting to swing.
My wrists still ache from the strain, Yui admitted frankly.
The soreness in his arm ligaments was actually related to the thickness of that wall at Hongtian Entertainment City. The wall was simply too thick, making each strike incredibly taxing.
Zhao Yun, the guardian spirit, suddenly inquired, do you know how much Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade weighs? Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade?
Without hesitation, data flashed through Yui's mind, and he blurted out, the Romance of the Three Kingdoms states it weighs 82 jin.
Note, the novel is purely fictional, so please don't take the data too seriously.
Long swords were actually quite rare during the Three Kingdoms period.
According to historical records, Guan Yu might have used a spear instead.
But hey, it's fiction, let's just go with the 82 jin green dragon blade for the sake of fun. Also, ancient measurements differ from modern ones, so let's just overlook that.
Quite right.
The green dragon crescent blade weighs 82 jin, 22 jin heavier than the 60 jin iron hammer you wielded today.
What do you reckon? How far do you fall short of Brother Guan?
On the battlefield, Brother Guan wields his blade with one hand, striking through 1,000 miles.
Such arm strength, how much do you think you lack? Zhao Yun pressed further. Lu Yi gave an awkward chuckle.
This time, he truly understood how far he fell short. Last night, he had carried that massive iron hammer over using both hands, half dragging, half carrying it. But if you train diligently, Zhao Yun, the guardian spirit, continued, just meet the basic training standards in 3 months, and your physical strength will surge dramatically, far surpassing what it was before. A sudden question arose in Yuyi's mind. Could it be that Brother Guan, with his immense strength, also possessed the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers? Yes, he possesses the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. Like I did in my prime, he wields the might of 3 oxen at his peak. Guardian spirit Zhao Yun nodded.
What? He has it too? Doesn't that mean he possesses Dragon Soul Amber as well? Lu Yi asked. Yes. He has it too? You have it too? How many dragon soul ambers exist in the world? Lu Yi asked. He had believed his single dragon soul amber was unparalleled, yet now discovered others existed. 9.
There are 9 dragon soul ambers in all of creation.
9. You've heard of the Three Kingdoms warrior rankings, right? Asked the guardian spirit Zhao Yun.
Yui nodded, hesitated slightly, then replied, there are many versions of the rankings, but the most widely circulated one is, 1st Lu, 2nd Zhao, 3rd Dianwei, 4th Guan, 5th Ma, 6th Zhangfei, 7th Wan, 8th Su, 9th Jiangwei.
So these 9 great generals are the possessors of the 9 dragon soul ambers? Exactly.
Each of the 9 great generals on that list possesses a dragon soul amber, the guardian spirit Zhao Yun stated. But there were many other renowned generals in the Three Kingdoms era such as Wei's Zhangliao, Su Huang, Zhang Yi, and Eugene was Lusun, Zhang Qin, Wang Gai, Zhu Geku, and Taishir Xiai and Shu Zuiyin, Guan Ping, Liao Hua, Xiaoheba, Ma Dai, Deng Jing, and others. These generals were all highly renowned.
How could they have made their mark in history without dragon soul amber? Lu Yi asked doubtfully.
The guardian spirit Zhao Yun chuckled and replied, they certainly did not possess them. But you must understand this, the power of the 9 dragon soul ambers can be dispersed.
Distributed. Exactly.
Take the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, for instance. In our era, even the most physically formidable individuals could scarcely withstand the full might of 9 oxen and 2 tigers.
Moreover, obtaining such power was exceedingly difficult.
Therefore, many chose to share the power. Shu's Guan Ping received his share from Guan Yu, Wei Yan from the veteran general Huang Zhong. Others like Zhang Liao received theirs from Lu Bu. All their powers originated from those 9 dragon soul ambers.
Zhao Yun explained.
How exactly can that power be shared with others? Asked Yui. He thought, if such power could be distributed, perhaps Wu Tao could also experience the sensation of possessing such extraordinary abilities.
Do you want to share your power with others? I was merely inquiring.
I advise you, my lord, not to entertain such thoughts.
Why?
Some are unworthy of such power. Once they obtain it, they may lose themselves and walk down a path of no return.
Take your cousin, for instance. He's too impulsive.
If he were to wield power recklessly, given the prevailing attitudes of your era, it would be no surprise if he were seized for experimentation.
Zhao Yun stated.
Within the Dragon Soul Amber, Zhao Yun could access knowledge and developments from the outside world through Yui. Thus he understood that displaying superhuman abilities in this era would likely lead to being captured for experimentation.
Quite right.
Yui wholeheartedly agreed with this assessment. Wu Tao was indeed too impulsive, acting recklessly and carelessly. He truly wasn't suited to wielding such power.
Chapter 65, The Ancient Tomb Complex of Lengjiang City.
After a brief rest, Yui headed out to prepare for school. Just as he stepped through the door, he bumped into Wu Tao.
The kid was empty-handed, clearly heading to the internet cafe again. Heading to the internet cafe?
Yeah,
wanna join me for some League of Legends?
Wu Tao beamed, still buzzing from his big win last night. He barely slept, yet his energy was sky high.
Play your ass off. Aren't you going to class? Yui snapped irritably. Class? You must be dreaming. Today's Sunday, no classes.
Wu Tao shrugged, waved at Lu Yi, and said, see you later.
Sunday? Today's Sunday?
Lu Yi pulled out his phone to check the date.
Sure enough, it was Sunday.
He scratched his head in confusion. He'd already made plans to meet Chuning after school. Looks like he'd mixed up the days. Even though they were both in their final semester of senior year, they still had one day off each week. Sunday was their only day to rest.
It was already Sunday.
If he'd known, he should have planned his day better.
Well, it wasn't too late to make plans now.
Louis took his time, showering and changing into fresh clothes, before bumping into his uncle returning home.
He glanced at Louis and asked, where's that kid Wu Tao? Is he up yet?
As the model cousin, Yui felt it was his duty to step in and rescue his cousin at this critical moment. He replied, he's up. He dashed off to the library first thing. He's been quite motivated lately.
Good.
Your homeroom teacher called to tell me about your progress. Very impressive.
Many teachers have started to see you in a new light.
Keep it up, and getting into Peking University or Tsinghua University shouldn't be a problem.
If you make it, it'll bring some glory to your old uncle here.
I'll be able to brag about it proudly when I tell your mom, uncle said with a smile. Previously, when the homeroom teacher called, it was either to report on Luo Yi and Wu Tao's misdeeds or for other educational matters. But 2 days ago, the homeroom teacher of class 2 called for the first time ever. It was to praise him.
The teacher genuinely lavished praise on Lu Yi over the phone.
The homeroom teacher asked uncle to keep him motivated, saying that as long as he maintained this level, getting into a good university would be no problem, and even top schools like Peking University or Tsinghua University were within reach.
Lu Yi chuckled awkwardly.
It felt like the first time his uncle had ever praised him like this, and he was a bit embarrassed. Birds of a feather flock together, uncle said.
That old saying really holds true. Now that you're motivated, Wu Tao's started working harder too. If he passes all his classes on the next monthly exam, I'll take you both on a trip abroad.
Really?
You little rascal, you doubt my word? Of course it's true. Then it's settled. Where should we go? Anywhere you want. Great. Uncle, I can't watch the store for you today. I want to go out and have some fun on my own. Louis said this early on.
Usually on holidays, his uncle would drag him along to help watch the store.
We're not opening the shop today. What are your plans? His uncle asked.
Hearing the shop wouldn't open, Louis felt puzzled but shook his head.
I want to hang out with my classmates. Hang out with classmates? Well, go ahead then.
I was actually planning to take you to the city museum if you had time, to broaden your horizons.
But since you want to go play, never mind.
His uncle waved his hand dismissively.
The city museum? Haven't we been there several times already? What's so interesting about it?
Louis curled his lips. He had visited the city museum the first time he came to Linjiang City, and there wasn't much to see inside.
What do you know? Remember that heavy rain last time?
A huge area collapsed in the western suburbs, exposing an ancient tomb complex.
Officials took control, and after days of excavation, most of the artifacts have been recovered and are now on display at the museum.
They say the tomb dates back over 1,800 years late Eastern Han or Three Kingdoms period.
My classmate works at the museum and snagged me 2 tickets. Today is the opening exhibition, not open to the public yet. You need these passes to get in. But if you're not coming, I'll find someone else. Uncle said. Count me in.
Yui immediately changed his tune.
I've never seen anything from the Three Kingdoms period.
I want to go and broaden my horizons.
All right. The opening exhibition starts at 8. Let me freshen up and we'll head out. By the time Uncle finished his errands, it was already past 8.
He had his own car, a domestic sedan with a few years under its belt. The two drove around most of Linjiang City before finally arriving at the city museum. This place was rather remote and covered a large area.
Previously, the museum hadn't had much to boast about. Aside from some calligraphy by Revolutionary-era elders and a few items from the late Qing dynasty, there wasn't much else.
But now, a cluster of ancient tombs had been discovered on the western outskirts of Linjiang City, a truly remarkable find. And what made it even more extraordinary was that these tombs dated back over 1,800 years. If the museum could unearth valuable artifacts from this site, it would prove that fame comes not from size but from significance.
The Linjiang City Museum would gain renown overnight. Uncle, since your classmate works at the city museum, have you heard anything about any particularly significant finds? I wouldn't know about anything that significant, and besides, it's classified. Why would he tell me?
But honestly, my biggest motivation for going this time is to catch a glimpse of Cao Cao's authentic calligraphy, Uncle Cao said.
Cao Cao's authentic calligraphy?
Yes. When Cao Cao led his troops south to attack Eastern Wu and suffered defeat at the Battle of Red Cliffs, he composed a poem called Short Song.
You must know it? Of course I know it. The moment Yui thought of Short Song, the entire poem automatically surfaced in his mind, and he couldn't help but recite it. With wine in hand, I raise my cup and sing, how short is human life? Like morning dew, days pass bitterly fast. With heartfelt passion, I sing, yet sorrow lingers on. How can I ease my sorrow? Only Du Kong. Your robe is green, my heart is longing. But for your sake, I've pondered until now. The deer bleats softly, grazing on the wild herbs. I have honored guests, playing the zither and blowing the panpipe. Bright as the moon, when can I pluck it? My sorrow wells up within me, unceasing and unending. Crossing fields and paths, I've come to visit you. Though we part and reunite, our hearts remember old kindness. The moon shines bright, stars few, crows and magpies fly south. Circling the tree 3 times, which branch can they rest upon? Mountains never tire of height, seas never tire of depth. Duke Zhou spit out his food to receive guests, winning the hearts of all under heaven. Indeed, this is the Short Song. An authentic manuscript. During the Three Kingdoms era, bamboo slips were apparently the official writing medium. How is it possible that after so many years, it hasn't decayed? Yui was greatly astonished. His uncle glanced at him in surprise. You know quite a lot. Bamboo slips were indeed the primary medium for preserving documents and archives during the Three Kingdoms period, but paper also existed then, as did silk. This particular copy of Short Song was written on silk, making it a truly rare treasure. Chapter 66, The Devil's 1 Foot Taller. The Three Kingdoms era saw bamboo slips and paper coexisting, each gaining prominence at different times, though their uses differed. Bamboo slips were reserved for formal documents like official records, while paper played a secondary role. Silk, being prohibitively expensive, was never a primary writing medium. The fact that this unearthed Short Song was written on silk makes it truly remarkable. Combined with its age and the fact that it was penned by Cao Cao himself, it is indeed a rare treasure. Truth be told, Yui couldn't care less about the Short Song or Long Song. He had long suspected that the ancient tombs unearthed in the western suburbs of Linjiang City were connected to the dragon soul amber he carried. Moreover, Zhao Yun had recently mentioned that there were actually 9 pieces of dragon soul amber in total. This prompted Yui to investigate whether the museum held any of the remaining fragments.
Uncle, I recall you mentioning last time that the tomb complex wasn't initially discovered by the authorities, but rather by a group of tomb raiders who beat them to it, right?
Have those tomb raiders been apprehended yet? Yue inquired. He had originally found the dragon soul amber when it fell out of the open trunk of a high-end BMW X6.
Unfortunately, he hadn't memorized the parking spot number, or else he might have been able to trace some clues.
Grave robbers aren't that easy to catch, Uncle Lao said.
Besides, the ancient tombs were found in the wilderness. There are no cameras out there, and hardly anyone passes through that area. To this day, the authorities haven't found a single clue.
But I heard the losses weren't too bad.
More artifacts were unearthed later, probably because those thieves were in a hurry and didn't have much time to loot the tombs.
Oh. Yue pondered thoughtfully. Before long, the two arrived at the city museum entrance, parking the car in the lot first.
A large crowd had already gathered here, clearly consisting of Cold River City's elite.
Today marked the inaugural exhibition of the newly unearthed treasures, an event reserved for the privileged few.
My uncle had managed to secure 2 tickets through a classmate who worked there.
Here, take the ticket. You need it for entry, so don't lose it.
I'll just run to the restroom first. Uncle Yi took a ticket from his wallet and handed it to him before hurrying off to find the restroom.
Louis held the ticket, observing the bustling crowd at the city museum entrance.
Suddenly, a familiar silhouette caught his eye. The figure was graceful and elegant, with slender, straight legs and a waist that seemed almost too delicate to hold. Her skin was exceptionally fair. She wore a sun hat, a white princess-style blouse, and a black pleated skirt that fell just above the knee. Her slender, rounded calves were encased in snow-white silk stockings. The ensemble made her appear as though she had stepped straight out of a painting of fairy. Yes, a fairy. In Yui's heart, she had always been like a fairy. Her back turned to Yui, she gazed upward expectantly, seemingly waiting for someone. Her silky hair, gleaming like black pearls, cascaded lazily over her shoulders and back. From the side, her left hand gently cradled her chin, her delicate face radiating a milky smoothness. Her lips were a delicate pink, like the petals of peach blossoms in March, fragrant and enchanting.
Sister Chiu.
Louis approached, suddenly patting her shoulder and calling out to her. This beauty was none other than Yun Wanqiu. Startled by the tap on her fragrant shoulder, she spun around, lightly patting her ample chest. She shot Louis a playful glare and cooed, "Oh, it's you. You scared me half to death.
Are you here to see the artifacts too?"
"Yes.
My uncle's classmate works here and gave him 2 tickets, so I tagged along."
Yui waved the tickets in his hand.
"By the way, Sister Chiu, are you waiting for someone?"
Yun Wanqiu pursed her rosy lips, flashed a charming smile, and batted her eyes as she said, "Yes, I was waiting just for you." Louis was practically electrified by that flutter of her eyelashes, and he chuckled awkwardly.
"Don't joke around. You must have come here with your boyfriend, right?" Yun Wanqiu didn't answer. After a pause, she said, "This is actually my first time here." "Are you familiar with this place?"
"Familiar?
I've been here several times before, though there wasn't much worth seeing back then.
This time, they say some treasures have been unearthed."
"My uncle came specifically for Cao Cao's authentic calligraphy," said Yui. "Then could you show me around?"
Yun Wanqiu asked with a sweet smile.
"Of course. I'd gladly die 1,000 deaths for Sister Chiu if you need me."
Yun Wanqiu giggled, poking his shoulder with her jade-like finger. "You really are getting more and more smooth talking. You weren't like this before." Back then, Yui would blush at the sight of any beauty, especially when encountering a petite yet alluring woman like Yun Wanqiu. Her captivating charm and feminine grace were utterly devastating to him. Every time she came to buy lingerie, he'd be so flustered his heartstrings would tighten to the breaking point. Yun Wanqiu, for her part, had grown accustomed to teasing him with subtle, occasional flirtations. Seeing his awkward reactions always amused her greatly. But now, Yui truly wasn't the same as before. After obtaining the Dragon Soul Amber, he had done several things he never dared to do before. Having experienced things he once couldn't even imagine, his entire outlook on life and values had changed. So now, even when facing Yun Wanqiu, he wasn't as nervous as before. "You always used to tease me, Sister Chiu, making me feel awkward every single time. Now I get it when the chance comes, I have to give it right back," Yui said jokingly. Yun Wanqiu's lips curved upward slightly, her ample chest lifting as she replied, "So, by your logic, you're planning to tease your big sister now? Well done, you. You haven't even grown up yet, but your nerve sure has grown fast." "I'm definitely grown up already, okay." Louis straightened up indignantly. At 1.8 meters tall, his imposing stature did lend him a certain air of authority when he stood up straight. Yun Wanqiu covered her mouth with a giggle, her eyes sparkling like water. She whispered softly in his ear, "But that's just being a big boy. Wait until you have a girlfriend and truly experience the taste of a woman, that's when you'll be truly grown up." As Yun Wanqiu spoke, a faint, sweet fragrance wafted from her delicate lips. Her breath tickled Li's ear with every word, sending a tingling sensation through his skin and stirring something deep within him. What was this? This was called the devil outsmarting the saint. He'd been planning to tease Yun Wanqiu, only to be outmaneuvered by her words in an instant, left speechless. Only after he had a girlfriend and truly tasted the essence of womanhood would he be considered truly grown up. Such words were indeed decisive and direct.
Chapter 67, Vow Power. Yue was genuinely embarrassed.
Yun Wanxiu's words touched on intimate matters, leaving me still a virgin unavoidably flustered.
Seeing his discomfort, Yun Wanxiu covered her rosy lips and giggled coquettishly. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Come on, show your sister around properly.
Yun Wanxiu glided along with graceful steps, her long, slender legs straight and delicate.
Louis nodded, his face flushed crimson, then stepped into a luminous corridor.
Along both sides of the corridor were glass display cases, behind which lay the newly unearthed artifacts. The initial section displayed bronze artifacts, bells, spears, swords, and the like, all heavily damaged. Given Lingjiang City's geography, the western outskirts couldn't possibly be a formal burial ground. It was likely an ancient battlefield or similar site.
Soldiers fell in battle, then were all thrown into a mass grave.
Or their bodies were simply left exposed in the wilderness, gradually covered by sand and soil over the centuries.
This raised another question in Yui's mind. Historical records indicate Zhao Yun's death should not have occurred in Lingjiang City.
He should have perished in what was then Western Shu, the Shu region.
How did his remains end up here in Lingjiang City?
Geographically, Lingjiang City fell under the jurisdiction of Jing Province at that time, which later became part of the state of Wu.
Yet no one could answer this question for him.
Not even Zhao Yun himself. Though Zhao Yun was the guardian spirit within the dragon's soul amber, before it was activated, he had been in a deep slumber, knowing nothing.
Hey, Miss Yun, what a coincidence. Never imagined bumping into you here.
Yun Wanxiu and Yui had only glanced at the bronze artifacts for a moment when a man suddenly approached them. The man appeared to be in his early 30s, dressed in a sharp, well-tailored suit that gleamed with expensive craftsmanship. A gold Rolex watch adorned his wrist. Though somewhat ostentatious, his appearance undeniably suggested a man of considerable status. He wore a faint smile, his long face giving him a rather sharp, monkey-like appearance. As he spoke, his greedy eyes kept wandering over Yun Wanxiu's ample chest and her slender, straight legs, filled with deep lust. The moment he caught that lecherous gaze, Yui felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Though Yun Wanxiu wasn't related to Yui in any way, indeed, they shared no connection whatsoever, he still disliked seeing her scrutinized by another man's gaze.
Yun Wanxiu also felt a twinge of displeasure, though she didn't show it. She simply said, "So it's you, Mr. Liu. Isn't Liang Jun looking for you? Didn't you run into him?"
The man shrugged and smiled. "I haven't encountered Mr. Liang, but meeting you here, Miss Yun, is truly a rare stroke of luck.
Would you do me the honor of joining me for coffee at the cafe across from the museum?" "I'm afraid not," Yun Wanxiu declined politely.
"I'm here specifically to view the artifacts. I've only just arrived, so perhaps another time."
But the man pressed on relentlessly.
Clapping his hands, he declared, "All right then, it's settled."
"You say next time? Next time it is. Next time, Miss Yun, you absolutely must accept our invitation."
When Yun Wanxiu said next time, anyone with even a shred of self-awareness would understand that next time was code for refusal. Yet this man took it at face value.
After saying that, the man didn't press the matter further. He stood there and performed a standard gentlemanly bow before walking away. After he left, Yui couldn't help but remark, "He's got some nerve." Yun Wanxiu smiled and said, "Ignore him. Let's focus on our business."
The man walked about 10 meters before turning back. His burning gaze swept over Yun Wanxiu's beautiful back, slender waist, pert hips, and jade-like legs, accompanied by a series of appreciative whistles. Licking his lips, he let out a sinister chuckle before disappearing into the crowd. After viewing the bronze artifacts, jade pieces began appearing further along. It must be said that this ancient tomb complex had indeed yielded quite a few treasures. Louis noticed among the jade pieces a flawless white jade disc, pure and immaculate. Even compared to the legendary he sure by, it would likely hold its own. Even more astonishing was a white jade hollowed-out multi-layered sphere, a sphere within a sphere, each layer distinct. Such craftsmanship was nothing short of divine. Louis had seen such hollowed-out multi-layered spheres carved from ivory before, but this was his first encounter with one crafted from jade. Who would have thought craftsmanship over 1800 years ago could be so exquisite, Yui sighed. Yun Wanxiu covered her mouth with a charming smile and said, "Beyond this, ancient masterpieces abound."
"Isn't the plain silk monk's robe unearthed from the Western Han Dynasty famously renowned?"
"They say it's folded 10 layers thick, yet you can still read the text on a newspaper."
Louis nodded.
Such craftsmanship truly defied the heavens. Even with today's advanced technology, it would be difficult to recreate the wisdom of the common people from that era. Further along, calligraphy and paintings came into view. The first to catch the eye was a scroll of calligraphy and painting, bearing the 3 characters, the ode to the goddess of the Luo. This work was penned by Chao Ji, and the goddess of the Luo referred to Jinji. Jinji was renowned as a great beauty during the 3 Kingdoms period. She was initially married to Yuan Shi, the second son of the powerful warlord Yuan Shao. After Cao Cao defeated Yuan Shao, he seized all his concubines. Jinji's beauty and grace deeply pleased Cao Cao, yet his son Xiao Pai publicly requested her as his wife before all officials. Cao Cao was displeased. He had intended to take Qiongqi as his own concubine, but his son Xiao Pai had beaten him to the request. Having made the request, Xiao Pai could not be denied, so Xiao Qiao granted Qiongqi to him. Truth be told, the Qiao family members were all quite lustful. After Qiongqi married Xiao Pai, Xiao Zhi saw her several times and secretly fell in love with her. The ode to the goddess of the Luo River was composed for her. Consequently, Xiao Pai harbored deep dislike for Xiao Zhi. For Xiao Zhi to harbor such thoughts toward his brother's wife was truly an outrage against heaven. Though he could compose poetry within 7 steps, his character was that of a dissolute playboy, indulging in revelry and whining about trivial matters. This ode to the goddess of the Luo River was nothing but a joking uncle indulging in fantasies about his own sister-in-law. Yet at that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from Yu Yi's dantian, declaring, "There is wish power." The mention of wish power instantly perked up Yu Yi. His eyes darted left and right as he demanded, "Where is this wish power?" He desperately needed this power. Without it, his teleportation ability was useless, rendered completely inoperable. Yesterday, when he went to the casino at Hongtian Entertainment City to collect money, he had used up his last instance of teleportation. Without it, he could no longer wield this power. Thus, upon suddenly hearing the guardian spirit in his dantian declare the presence of wish power, he was instantly overcome with excitement. Where is the willpower? Chapter 68, a solution comes to mind. What exactly is wish power? Zhao Yun once said, establishing a temple to receive offerings can yield wish power. Becoming a general and commanding an army can also yield wish power. Put simply, wish power arises when many people chant your name and hold you in high esteem in their hearts. For instance, when people visit Guanyin temples to worship Guanyin, they burn incense and pray to Guanyin Bodhisattva, seeking her protection. As believers chant Guanyin Bodhisattva's name, they also reverently elevate her to an extremely high status in their hearts, thus generating wish power. Within the military, a general's words are law. Military orders are as unyielding as mountains. Once a general issues a command, soldiers must obey without question. Thus, in the hearts of soldiers, the general becomes a godlike figure. Consequently, when soldiers utter the general's name, wish power is also generated. Yet here in this museum, Zhao Yun actually sensed this power of prayer? Where then does this wish power reside? The willpower resides within those calligraphy and paintings. The guardian spirit within his dantian explained. Wish power within these paintings? Could these works truly gather such energy? Yui examined them, but alas, wish power remained invisible. Yet Zhao Yun could sense it. Yes, there is indeed a trace of will within these paintings and calligraphy, though it is very faint, the guardian spirit Zhao Yun explained. Lu Yi stroked his chin in thought. Could these unearthed paintings and calligraphy truly contain wishful energy? As he pondered, voices around him began to murmur, is this the genuine ode to the goddess of the Luo River? Could it actually be Qiao Zhi's original? If so, this piece would be incredibly valuable. Qiao Zhi composed poetry in 7 steps back in the day, one of the 3 geniuses of the Qiao family. His authentic works are rare indeed. The 3 literary masters of the Qiao clan, also known as the 3 masters of the Jianan era, were Qiao Qiao, Qiao Pai, and Qiao Zhi. Throughout history, the Qiao family father and sons demonstrated remarkable talent in politics, military affairs, and literary creation. A single family producing 3 literary masters is truly rare throughout the ages. Indeed. There's also the short song here, though we can't confirm if it's Qiao Qiao's genuine work. If it is, then our Lingjiang City Museum will finally have a true crown jewel. Whether it's authentic is still hard to determine. We can only say it's highly probable, but that requires extensive expert appraisal to confirm. Even if it isn't authentic, it still originates from over 1800 years ago, a rare treasure in its own right. Indeed, indeed. The crowd chatted away, among them socialites and some old scholars who appeared highly erudite. Amidst their discourse, the guardian spirit within his dantian suddenly sensed something and alerted him. It has increased again. Upon hearing this, Yui seemed to grasp the meaning instantly. He thought to himself, I see. This is another form of wish power. This ode to the goddess of the Luo River must be the genuine article. That's why whenever they recite Qiao Zhi's name, this calligraphy manifests wish power. With this realization, he continued observing and eventually confirmed his suspicion. The more people recited Qiao Zhi's name, the more potent the wish energy became. Lu Yi suddenly asked, since there's wish energy here, can I absorb it? Zhao Yun in his dantian chuckled, of course not. It's like someone worshipping Guanyin. It wouldn't make Earthstore Bodhisattva suddenly manifest, right? Qiao Zhi's wish energy belongs to him. Only by generating your own wish energy can you utilize it. Does my own wish energy really require me to build a temple? Lu Yi sighed wryly, picturing himself erecting a shrine with his own statue. Only ghosts would worship there. Wait, couldn't I utilize your vow power instead? Yu Yi inquired. The Dragon Soul Amber originally contained some residual vows, but Lu Yi had drained them completely. These stored vows had originally belonged to Zhao Yun. My lord, though you may use my willpower, it does not truly belong to you. Each time you draw upon it, it drains at a rate of 10-fold. Had this willpower remained within the Dragon Soul Amber for my own use, it could have sustained me for hundreds of times over. But my lord is my lord, and I am I. Though you may draw upon my willpower, the cost is too great. Moreover, I, Zhao Yun, was but a mere warrior. I have been dead for so many years now, unlike those literati who leave behind literary treasures for others to admire. Thus, once my willpower is depleted, it is exceedingly difficult to replenish.
Zhao Yun stated.
Hearing this, Yui felt rather disappointed. He had thought erecting his own statue was unrealistic, but establishing a shrine to Zhao Yun might at least attract some pilgrims. Yet upon hearing Zhao Yun's words, he couldn't help but abandon the idea. If Zhao Yun's wish energy were used for his own purposes, each use would consume 10 times the amount.
Calculating it this way, it simply wasn't worth it. I suddenly have an idea. What if I paint calligraphy or artwork, sign my own name, and if it's good enough, sell it? If the market response is strong and demand outstrips supply, that should generate wish power too, right? Lu Yi pondered.
Zhao Yun replied, that should work.
But could my paintings even sell? Forget paintings, Lu Yi couldn't even draw.
He'd dabbled in sketching back in elementary school, but that barely counted.
How could mere doodles ever grace a formal hall?
My lord, do not belittle yourself.
Dragon Soul Amber is extraordinary, especially our Qiongqi Amber. Not every piece possesses the gift of photographic memory. Now that you have this ability, wouldn't it be effortless to memorize the works of masters and then reproduce them from memory? Zhao Yun suggested. Now that you mention it, there's some logic to that. With my photographic memory, if I memorize the master's paintings thoroughly, copying them would be almost like tracing over tracing paper.
With decent painting skills, achieving 7 or 8 parts similarity isn't impossible. Yui stroked his chin, finding Zhao Yun's suggestion quite constructive, perhaps worth a try.
But if I imitate a master, I'd need to use their signature. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth anything. Yet if I use someone else's signature, wouldn't I just be doing all the work for them? Lu Yi sighed again upon realizing this.
Zhao Yun interjected, no, as long as it's painted by the Lord himself, there's no issue.
At worst, the Lord could simply adopt a pen name identical to that of the master painter, couldn't he? That's right. I didn't expect you to be so clever. Yui laughed. That is indeed a solution. A pen name is also a name. For instance, if imitating Tang Bohu's paintings, Yui could adopt the pen name Tang Bohu. Though somewhat opportunistic, it's not a bad approach.
Settled then.
I'll try it out when I return. Yui made up his mind. Chapter 69, My Weapon.
Yui, what are you spacing out about? Yun Wanqiu suddenly blinked her large eyes and asked.
Ha?
Louise snapped back to reality at the sound, chuckling awkwardly. These characters are beautifully written.
I got a bit lost in admiration. You know calligraphy?
Yun Wanqiu smiled faintly. Not really, he admitted, just a bit of an interest in the subject.
By the way, Sister Qiu, about that thing you mentioned last time, does it still stand? Yui asked earnestly. Last time? What did I say?
You mean teaching me how to paint?
Oh? You actually want me to teach you? With my level of skill, aren't you afraid I'll mess you up?
Yun Wanqiu teased playfully.
Not at all.
I can tell Sister Qiu's painting skills are exceptional, no less than those of renowned masters.
Lu Yi replied.
He had seen Yun Wanqiu's paintings and acknowledged their high quality. Though he wasn't an expert, from an ordinary person's perspective, they were truly impressive.
All right then. If you don't mind my modest skills, I can certainly teach you. When would you like to start? Yun Wanqiu inquired. The sooner the better. Lu Yi replied.
He didn't need any famous master to teach him now. The masters in Lingjiang City probably weren't that great anyway, and he couldn't afford to hire a top-tier master from the mainland.
Moreover, Yui possessed a photographic memory.
What he urgently needed now were the fundamental skills of painting, mastering all the basic techniques. As for the more advanced techniques, he believed that with his memory, he could imitate them even if he had to piece them together haphazardly. Therefore, whether the teacher was a renowned master or not was not particularly important. What mattered was finding a diligent and responsible instructor willing to teach all the fundamental skills.
Lu Yi believed Yun Wanqiu would be perfect. Then let's start this afternoon. I have plenty of time anyway. How about 1 hour of instruction each day?
Yun Wanqiu proposed.
Sounds good. It's settled then. Alright, come straight to my place this afternoon. I have painting supplies at home, though they've been in use for ages. Since you want to learn, I'll give them all to you.
Yun Wanqiu said readily. Thank you so much, Sister Qiu.
No need to thank me.
Just remember, next time your uncle's shop gets new lingerie, you've got to give your sister a discount.
Absolutely, absolutely.
With Yun Wanqiu's agreement secured, Lu Yi was overjoyed. If he could truly master painting, the day he could collect wish energy would be within reach. Just as they were talking, a man suddenly walked over. He sported a buzz cut and wore an expression of cold indifference. He was handsome enough, but his demeanor was so icy it radiated an aura of distant aloofness.
Wanqiu, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to wait outside?
The man approached and addressed Yun Wanqiu directly.
Wait for you?
I waited outside for nearly an hour.
Since you didn't show up, I naturally came in to look around myself. Yun Wanqiu replied flatly. Lu Yi remained silent. He recognized this man. It was none other than Yun Wanqiu's boyfriend, Liang Jun. They had already met once before at Yun Wanqiu's villa. Didn't I tell you? I was waiting for two important guests, the man said. Mr. Lu, right? I saw him earlier. He went in ahead of you, Yun Wanqiu replied. Hearing this, the man frowned. He got in before me? He muttered, looking somewhat deflated. Since he's already seen it, I suppose there's no need for me to go in now. Then his gaze shifted to Yui. This time, he didn't target Yui directly. Instead, he treated Yui as if he weren't there and said to Yun Wanqiu, let's go home. I've only just arrived and haven't seen everything yet. You want me to leave already? Yun Wanqiu protested. What's so great about this junk? If you want to see something worthwhile, I'll take you to the Palace Museum another day. That's where the real treasures are. This place is just a pile of rubbish not worth your time. Liang Jun retorted. Then why did you buy me a ticket and bring me here in the first place? Yun Wanqiu retorted angrily. You decide when we come, and you decide when we leave. Can't you show me a little respect? Yun Wanqiu's retort clearly annoyed Liang Jun, though he didn't show it outwardly. He only said, let's discuss this when we get back, okay? I'll go back on my own after I'm done. If you want to leave, you can go by yourself. You? What's wrong with me? Can't I even have this measly half hour to look around the museum? Fine. If you want to see it, then go see it. Liang Jun coldly dropped the line and stormed off. Lu Yi stood silently nearby. Both times he'd witnessed Yun Wanqiu and Liang Jun, they were arguing. They didn't look like a couple at all, more like sworn enemies locked in a never-ending feud. Let's go, Lu Yi. We'll take a look around the back. Yun Wanqiu composed herself, acting as if nothing had happened. Okay. Yui followed, though his mind was filled with questions he dared not voice. After passing several shop windows, Louis suddenly realized they could see the square outside through the glass. Out on the plaza, Liang Jun had met up with two men. One of them was none other than Mr. Lu, the man who had previously approached Yun Wanqiu, struck up a conversation, and tried to invite her for coffee. Facing them, Liang Jun was exceedingly polite, practically bowing and scraping like a Japanese man, as if afraid of not being hospitable enough. Sister Cho, who are those two? Yui couldn't help but voice his curiosity. Yun Wanqiu followed his gaze and saw the scene outside the plaza. She pursed her lips, initially reluctant to speak, but then changed her mind and said, I don't know them well either. They seem to be from the capital, and both have the surname Lu. Liang Jun treats them like honored guests, hoping they can help his company regain its former glory. In my opinion, those two are completely unreliable. Perhaps realizing she'd said too much, she quickly changed the subject. Forget about them. Talking about them only spoils the mood. Let's keep walking further back. The museum had indeed added many new exhibits. The excavation of the ancient tomb complex had truly put the city museum on the map. Following this corridor, the further one went, the more precious the artifacts became. A jade suit with gold thread stitching drew many gazes. Through the glass case, visitors stared wide-eyed, murmuring in awe. Further along, an exceptionally unique battle robe was displayed, alongside a pure white spear mounted on a stand. This spear, measuring 2.5 meters in length, gleamed silver bright. Its razor-sharp tip emitted a chilling, icy radiance. Upon seeing this weapon, Zhao Yun, the guardian spirit residing within Yu Yi's dantian, suddenly trembled. As if reunited with a long-lost comrade, he exclaimed, bright silver spear. My weapon. Chapter 70, A Familiar Sight. The bright silver spear, also known as the dragon's gallant bright silver spear, belonged to Zhao Yun. Outside the glass display case, many people pointed at this weapon, offering their appraisals. After so many years, it remained as bright and silver white as ever, like snowflakes in the summer sun. Wow, this spear is no ordinary thing. It's completely bright silver, and after all these years, it hasn't suffered a single scratch. It's nothing short of a miracle. Indeed, preserving it so perfectly is no small feat. It seems our Lingjiang City Museum is truly about to make a name for itself. Hey, guess whose weapon this is? Someone asked excitedly. How could we possibly know? During the Three Kingdoms period, Lingjiang City belonged to the Jingxiang 9 commanderies. Judging by the spear's color and exceptional craftsmanship, it does resemble the legendary weapons of Ma Chao or Zhao Yun. But that's clearly unlikely. By the late Three Kingdoms era, the Jingxiang 9 commanderies were under Wu's control, and neither Zhao Yun nor Ma Chao died here. Exactly. Zhao Yun's tomb is in Jinping Mountain, Sichuan, while Ma Chao's lies near Dingjun Mountain in Qiongqi, completely unrelated to our area. As the saying goes, a mountain needn't be tall to be famous if it harbors immortals. Even if this spear's original owner was ordinary, if we insist on claiming it belonged to Ma Chao or Zhao Yun, its value would skyrocket. Quite right, ha! The scholars chuckled. In fact, many ancient artifacts unearthed with unclear origins are often attributed by experts to renowned masters. This instantly elevates an obscure piece to world-renowned status through its association with a celebrated name.
Lingjiang City, when measured against the nation, is actually an obscure little district. If it truly produced a few items connected to famous figures, this museum alone could potentially drive the entire economy of Lingjiang City. The power of will emerged my own willpower. At that very moment, Zhao Yun sensed a wisp of willpower belonging to himself. It seemed these old scholars, by accident, had chanted his name several times, thus generating this willpower. How much willpower? Yue urgently inquired. If substantial, he could devise another plan returning to intensify the propaganda and secure more willpower for Zhao Yun. Not much, Zhao Yun replied. Just a wisp. This amount is utterly useless to you, my lord. How many people's willpower would be needed for me to use it once? Yue inquired. Zhao Yun explained, at this rate, the wish power of 1,000 people would allow you to use instant teleportation once. Because using my wish power for you requires 10 times the cost. If it were your own wish power, then the wish power of 100 people would suffice. That many? Yue drew in a sharp breath. 100 people's willpower for a single use? That condition is truly demanding. At the same time, he deeply regretted how he'd casually used teleportation for fun in the past, wasting countless opportunities. Thinking back now, it was truly a pity. My lord, would you retrieve the bright silver spear for me? The guardian spirit Zhao Yun suddenly made a request. What? You want me to retrieve the bright silver spear for you? Yue immediately glanced around. Are you kidding me? That spear is in a museum now, it belongs to the state. Taking it would be a major crime. Guardian spirit Zhao Yun replied, the bright silver spear is my weapon. Should it return to my grasp, it could enhance your abilities, lord. For instance, in moments of peril, I could possess it to ensure your safe escape. Hearing Zhao Yun's words, Yue hesitated. Retrieving the shining silver spear would allow Zhao Yun to possess him? How incredibly powerful would that be? Though teleportation could aid escape, it was too precious. Each use consumed the willpower of 100 men. Now, Yue had no remaining opportunities. Though he could still draw upon the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, facing overwhelming numbers or opponents armed with blades and spears remained perilous. Allowing me to possess you for battle differs from the 9 bulls and 2 tigers' power. After use, it won't cause your lord to faint. You could say it's an additional ability with absolutely no side effects, the guardian spirit Zhao Yun added. The more he spoke, the more tempted Yue became. Obtaining the bright silver spear would mean gaining an additional ability with no side effects whatsoever. It was utterly tempting and incredibly practical. Without the bright silver spear, can you not possess me for battle? Asked Yue. No, Zhao Yun replied. I am merely a mass of spiritual energy. Yet the bright silver spear was my weapon in life. It holds a special bond with me, capable of awakening dormant powers within me. Only by possessing this spear can I engage in possession combat. With that, Yue gritted his teeth. It seemed he truly had no choice but to take it. This shining silver spear must be obtained. But taking it? Absolutely not in broad daylight. With so many people around now, it's simply not feasible. Tonight, then, he resolved silently. I'll return after dark and find my chance. The rest of the tour held no interest for Yue. His mind was entirely consumed with how he would seize the gleaming silver spear tonight. This municipal museum, though only a city-level institution, had unearthed so many artifacts that security personnel were everywhere. This made Yue incredibly nervous. If he really tried to take the bright silver spear tonight, there was an 80% chance he'd have to fight these guards. After wandering around for about an hour, they finally reached the rear section displaying landscape paintings. These caught Yun Wanqiu's interest, and she lingered to examine them. However, the Three Kingdoms era hadn't produced many renowned painters, and the surviving works were mostly damaged. After a brief look, the two prepared to leave. As for her uncle, she had no idea if he'd finished using the restroom. Since Yue hadn't seen him, he simply decided not to worry about it. Lui, would you like to have lunch with me today? Yun Wanqiu asked as they left the museum. Sure, I'd love to. Spending time with a beautiful lady like you, even if it's just a casual stroll with no particular purpose, is a delightful prospect. Yet, this didn't quite go as Lui had hoped. Just as they were heading toward the parking lot, a Maserati honked its horn. A head popped up from behind the window and called out, Wanqiu, we're done here. We should be going. The voice belonged to none other than Liang Jun. From inside his car, Lui noticed that the two Mr. Lius were also present. Trailing behind the Maserati was a black BMW X6. Inside the BMW X6 sat a young driver, while the passenger seat held a middle-aged man clutching a cane. It seemed this BMW X6 was part of Liang Jun's group. Hearing Liang Jun's call, Yun Wanqiu stood still for a few seconds before turning to Lui with an apologetic look. Before she could speak, Yue smiled and said, It's fine. Why don't you go ahead, Sister Qiu? I came with my uncle anyway, so I'll wait for him. After you finish lunch, I'll come find you this afternoon to learn painting. Yun Wanqiu smiled sweetly at his words, nodded with a soft then extended her snow-white hand, waved goodbye, and walked into the parking lot to start her own car. Lui stood at the entrance, watching them drive away one after another.
Not getting to have lunch with the beautiful sister left him with a faint sense of regret. But suddenly, he uttered a soft "huh?" His gaze fixed on that black BMW X6 as he murmured to himself, "Why does this BMW X6 look so familiar?" Chapter 71, Lip Reading. Familiar. Indeed, very familiar. The same black color, the same model, though plenty of people in Linjiang City drove this particular type of car, Yui couldn't shake the feeling that something about it was familiar. This car, why does it look so much like the one that crashed into mine back then? Louis scratched his head and muttered. He recalled the first time he met Qiongqi. To help her out of trouble, he had offended a gang of punks, resulting in a large window at his uncle's shop being smashed. He had chased after them, intending to smash one of them with a brick, but as he reached the roadside, he was grazed by a suddenly speeding BMW X6 and fell to the ground. Luckily, he'd been a split second too slow. Had he been any quicker, that BMW X6 would have plowed right through him. Afterward, in a fit of rage, he smashed the rear window of the car with a brick. The driver didn't react at all, just swayed the car slightly before speeding away. All things considered, Yui was grateful to that car. Without it, he never would have obtained the Dragon Soul Amber. Without the Dragon Soul Amber, he would still be the ordinary person he once was, perhaps never making any significant impact in his lifetime. Like a grain of sand falling into the ocean, it might not even create a ripple. But after obtaining the Dragon Soul Amber, his fate underwent a fundamental shift. He had already accomplished several things he had once dared not even dream of. He had come into contact with many people who had once seemed unreachable and untouchable. Deep down, he was truly grateful for that car, even if it did carry suspicions of tomb raiding. It couldn't be that coincidental, could it? Yui muttered to himself before calling his uncle. Since the beautiful lady had already left, he'd have to take his uncle's car back. But when he called, his uncle said he was meeting some classmates and wouldn't be back for lunch today. Louis grumbled a bit, and his uncle invited him to stay for lunch, but he declined. Dining with a bunch of old men would inevitably lead to them bringing up this, and that's something Louis had no interest in. Though his uncle wasn't coming back, he handed Louis the car keys. Louis went inside to grab the keys, then started his uncle's old car to head home. But less than a kilometer from the museum, he spotted that familiar BMW X6 parked by the roadside. The driver jumped out, quickly plastered a notice on a wall, then hurried back to the car and drove off. Louis drove slowly. After the BMW X6 had departed, he pulled up to the wall and saw a notice posted there offering high prices for amber. The paper featured a photograph of an ordinary piece of amber, accompanied by text that read, "High-priced purchase of all types of amber. 4 pieces of exceptional quality and great age, please contact me. Each piece may be valued at over 1 million. Contact number 180XXXXXXXX. Louis chuckled involuntarily. High-priced buyback of all kinds of amber? Is amber really that valuable? Online sellers offer all kinds of amber. Top-tier pieces fetch tens of thousands, while inferior ones can be had for a few hundred. Even the finest amber rarely exceeds 100,000 yuan. Offering over 1 million? Either they're scammers or they're out of their minds. Wait, amber? Could they be after Dragon Soul Amber? If it is Dragon Soul Amber, then 1 million yuan purchase price isn't just reasonable, it's practically a bargain. Could it be that the people who nearly hit me last time were actually them? Louis was suspicious. After all, the coincidences between the two were striking. But Dragon Soul Amber is an ancient relic. Very few people even know it exists. If these people are truly after Dragon Soul Amber, does that mean they also know it exists in this world? Or could it be that, besides mine, other Dragon Soul Amber has already surfaced in this world? Louis stroked his chin. He recalled his guardian spirit Zhao Yin mentioning that 9 Dragon Soul Ambers existed in the world, each possessing unique divine powers. If other Dragon Soul Ambers had indeed surfaced before his, and their owners learned that Louis possessed the Qiongqi Amber, what would the consequences be? No need to guess, they would undoubtedly stop at nothing to seize it. This filled Yui with a deep sense of crisis. He thought to himself, I must conceal my special abilities from now on. I absolutely cannot use them recklessly. If they were exposed, not only would the National Research Institute capture me for experimentation, but the owners of the other Dragon Soul Amber would also secretly set their sights on me. He continued chasing in his car. The black BMW X6 kept sticking high reward wanted posters at regular intervals. As they neared the city center, they suddenly changed course and headed toward the western suburbs. The western suburbs? Wasn't that where the ancient tomb complex had been discovered? What were they doing heading there? That area should be under official control by now. There were 2 routes to the western suburbs. One was a direct road from downtown. The other passed right by the entrance of Uncle Yui's honey lingerie shop. Curiosity piqued, and with no pressing matters to attend to, Yui decided to follow them in his own car to investigate. Based on the information he currently possessed, the Qiongqi Amber in his possession likely originated from that ancient tomb. Since that tomb was the burial place of the Qiongqi Amber, he wanted to see for himself what it was really like. Entering the western suburbs, he noticed numerous official vehicles along the route.
Although the city museum had already exhibited the first batch of burial artifacts today, the true scale of this ancient tomb, its size and the sheer volume of its contents would likely take a year or two to fully uncover. The black BMW X6 didn't drive further in. Instead, it pulled over to the roadside as it approached the western suburbs. Yui followed suit, parking his car by the roadside before getting out and walking over. He tiptoed along, pulling out his phone to snap photos here and there, blending in as a tourist to avoid drawing attention. After walking along the barren hillside for a while, he suddenly found himself on high ground overlooking a hollow. Sure enough, a large patch of fresh earth had been excavated. Around the perimeter of that area, officials had erected a wire mesh fence to seal it off from the outside world. Inside the protective perimeter, guards were stationed at regular intervals, maintaining a tight security presence. Louis noticed the two individuals who had gotten out of the BMW X6 also sneaking up to another high point. They were peering through binoculars toward the location of the ancient tomb. The two exchanged whispers as they observed, but the distance was too great for Yui to overhear their conversation. He silently lamented the missed opportunity. Suddenly, Zhao Yun, the guardian spirit residing in his dantian, spoke up, "My lord, though you cannot hear their words, you can discern their general conversation through lip reading." Lip reading? Yes, the legendary art of lip reading. By reading their lips, one can discern what they are saying. Chapter 72, Scheming. Lip reading techniques had existed since ancient times. For instance, scouts gathering intelligence could discern enemy soldiers' conversations from afar, uncovering classified information. Even today, some maritime personnel abroad receive specialized training in lip reading to interpret conversations on other vessels or from shore personnel. Lip reading, especially for Chinese speakers, allows one to grasp the gist of a conversation based on lip movements alone, achieving at least 60% accuracy. Immediately, Yui focused intently, his sharp gaze fixed on the person engaged in conversation. Damn, I never imagined this ancient tomb would be this vast. What we dug last time was just the tip of the iceberg. Now it's all been taken over by the authorities. Even if we wanted to sneak in, there's no way. The young driver said. The middle-aged man held binoculars and leaned on a cane. His legs were a bit weak, but he was only in his 30s or 40s. He must have injured his foot before, which is why he always carried a cane. Suddenly, he lowered his binoculars and said, "Impossible. Our excavation site was precisely calculated by an expert. If that thing truly exists, it should be in the main burial chamber. The other areas, though spacious, are merely auxiliary burial chambers. You saw that yourself." The driver said, "Brother Jiang, but that doesn't quite add up either. Were we really digging in the main burial chamber last time? Why did we only find pots and jars after digging? After cleaning them out, we discovered nothing but ashes among the shards. Yet the other burial chambers held so many treasures. Today at the city museum, we saw countless valuable artifacts, a jade burial suit with gold thread, even suspected genuine calligraphy by Cao Cao and Cao Ji. Those are the real treasures." "Damn it, you idiot." Brother Jiang suddenly swung his cane and smacked the driver on the head, yelling, "Worth money? What the hell do we need valuable things for? Even if they're worth a fortune, how much could they be worth? A few million? A few tens of millions? That's peanuts. Do you know what the boss wants? He wants to restore our family to its former glory, to make it shine again, to build a Fortune 500 company. That's the goal we're fighting for, and you're obsessed with some jade suit? Brother Jiang, I was wrong. I just meant it's a shame those artifacts got confiscated by the authorities. You agree, right?" The driver gave an awkward chuckle. "There's nothing to regret. Last time, we definitely didn't dig in the wrong spot. The boss even specially hired a descendant from a provincial tomb raiding clan to assist us. That tomb raider's location was absolutely correct. It matched the spot calculated by that master back then. No mistake. As for why the main burial chamber only had pots and jars? Ask me? I have no clue. I really don't know what the boss was thinking, insisting on finding some piece of amber? And it had to be amber with weird patterns carved into it." The driver looked troubled and grumbled, "I've heard of people going into tombs to look for gold, silver, and jewelry, but this is the first time I've heard of someone going down specifically to dig for amber. Is there even amber in tombs? The boss says it's there, so it must be. Even if it isn't, we have to help him find it. Cut the nonsense. Once we get back, you keep posting those notices. The boss said it might not be in that tomb, but even if it isn't, we have to try our hardest. Even if the odds are 1 in 10,000. If we find that peculiar amber, the boss said everyone involved will be rewarded handsomely. You'll get your share too," Jiang Gu said. Got it. The driver nodded. Then the two said no more, picking up their binoculars to peer deeper into the distance. Louis watched their lips intently. Only now did he withdraw his slightly bitter gaze. By reading their lips, he had roughly grasped what they had just discussed. Indeed, they were after the dragon soul amber. Though they themselves didn't know what it was, their boss certainly did. Could there truly be another dragon soul amber in this world, one that appeared before my Qiongqi amber? Lu Yi pondered. He also wondered, was their boss Liang Jun or those two Mr. Lius? Today, the two had followed closely behind Liang Jun's car, indicating a definite connection between them.
Let's go. No point lingering here. We need to find a way to bribe a staff member. We can't get directly involved in this ourselves, but we can have someone act as our eyes. Brother Jiang urged them on, then left the hidden location with the young driver. They walked onto a main road and headed openly toward the excavation area. Lu Yi remained put, watching as they were stopped near the entrance gate. This area was sealed off, unauthorized personnel wouldn't be allowed in. Brother Jiang flashed a smile, suddenly producing something from his person. He showed it to the guard and exchanged a few words. Exactly what was said remained unknown to Yui. The distance was too great, he couldn't make out their lip movements. The guard appeared to accept something from Brother Jiang before instructing him and the driver to wait outside while he went inside to report. Seeing this, Yui didn't linger any longer. He knew staying here wouldn't yield any further insights. Having grasped the general outline of the situation was sufficient for now. His immediate priority was to gather more willpower to restore his teleportation ability. Additionally, he planned to steal Zhao Yun's bright silver spear tonight. Currently, the spear remained in Lingjiang City, making its theft relatively straightforward. But if, in time, the shining silver spear were forcibly transported to the capital and placed in the Imperial Museum, then even if Yi were given 10 times his current courage, he wouldn't dare attempt a heist there. Therefore, he must act swiftly. However, this plan could only be executed after nightfall. For now, he needed to find somewhere to fill his stomach, then visit Sister Chiu to begin learning painting. Lu Yi returned to his car, turned it around, and headed straight back into the city. He found a random place for lunch, then parked the car in his uncle's backyard. Next, he slipped into the luxury residential complex across the street. When Sister Chiu was at the city museum, she had told him to come find her in the afternoon. The most appropriate time would actually be after 2 o'clock, but he was a bit impatient, so he arrived early. Yet upon arriving, he unexpectedly overheard a conversation he shouldn't have heard. Chapter 73, A Deal. Entering the luxury residential complex across the street, one first passed through a leisure area designed like an imperial garden. It featured rockeries, an artificial lake, cascading fountains, and schools of fish swimming freely. It must be said that the environment of this high-end villa community was truly exceptional. It ranked among the finest in Lingjiang City. As Louis traversed a gravel path through the woods and rounded a decorative shell wall, he happened to overhear two voices conversing inside a car. The car's front end was partially visible, allowing Yui to clearly recognize it as the Maserati Liang Jun had driven earlier that day. Moving silently behind the shell-adorned wall, Louis made not a sound. These past days, he'd trained with weights every morning. Having grown accustomed to the added burden, he now felt as light as a feather without them. It was said that in ancient times, some practitioners of lightness skills employed similar methods. Precisely because of this, his entire approach was utterly silent, leaving the people conversing inside the car completely unaware. That ancient tomb in the western suburbs? We paid a fortune to have it divined. If we hadn't unearthed so much today, I'd have thought the tomb held no so-called dragon soul amber. But you saw it at the museum, plenty was excavated, including rare treasures. Even if ordinary folk couldn't recognize them, you and I certainly could. Authentic works by the Chao family, father and son, a complete jade burial suit with gold thread, and a gleaming silver spear. What struck me most profoundly was that silver spirit felt extraordinary. I even sensed an incredible power emanating from it. If I'm not mistaken, it might very well be Zhao Yun's weapon. Even if not, it's undoubtedly something Zhao Yun once wielded. Why do you think it's Zhao Yun's weapon? Not Ma Chao's? Ha, little brother, that's where your lack of reading compared to mine shows. Anyone who studied history knows the gleaming silver spear was Zhao Yun's signature weapon. And I'm only suggesting the possibility it doesn't mean others in that era didn't imitate it. Either way, that thing is extraordinary. It's probably the most precious artifact on Earth this time. What if the tomb in the western suburbs truly holds no dragon soul amber? Then it's gone. What else can we do? For over 1,000 years, most dragon soul amber has lain buried deep in the earth. How could it be so easily unearthed? With treasures this precious, we can only approach them with the mindset that finding it is our fortune, and not finding it is our fate. As for Liang Jun, that young upstart has no shortage of ambition. He even wants to leverage our Lu family's power to restore his Liang family's former glory. Why bother with him? He's blinded by greed. We can exploit that very trait. Once we've used him up, we'll simply cast him aside. That Liang Jun, I can't stand the sight of him. But his girlfriend? Now she's another story. Those legs, I could play with them for a year and never get bored. And that waist, those hips, Another voice chuckled wickedly, you bastard, your lust is stirring again. If you fancy his girlfriend, just tell him. He's so greedy for profit, give him a taste of the sweet stuff, and he might even hand his girlfriend over to you on a silver platter. Bro, you put that idea in my head. I won't hold back then. Fine, go ahead and have your fun. Just don't bring her back to the Lu family. Also, that gleaming silver spear in the Lingjiang City Museum, I think we shouldn't let it slip away. Any discerning eye can see its extraordinary value. It's still in Lengjiang City now, which is the best time to make our move. Once it's transported away to the capital, it'll be too late to act. The steady voice continued. So, what's your plan, old buddy? Steal it? Yeah, that's exactly what I had in mind. How about this? I'll try my luck tonight. Want me to come with you? You? No need. More people just make us a bigger target. I'll handle it alone. As for you, just enjoy the taste of Liang Jun's girlfriend. Truth be told, she is quite the looker, pretty tempting. Oh, what was her name again? Yun Wanqiu. Look at your memory. Heh, it's about time. Give Liang Jun a call and tell him to hurry up. There are still things he needs to handle. Got it. Then, the sound of a phone ringing filled the car. Louis, separated from them by a wall, heard their entire conversation clearly. A sudden, inexplicable rage flared up in his chest, nearly erupting. These two actually had designs on the bright silver spear too, and they decided to make their move tonight. Moreover, that sleazy voice in the car was actually plotting against Sister Qiu, intending to possess her. This was utterly intolerable to Yui. He recognized that lecherous voice. It must belong to Mr. Liu, the man who had coincidentally encountered Yun Wanqiu at the city museum that morning. Louis had disliked him from the start, but never imagined he harbored such vile intentions in private. That Liu fellow claimed he'd give Liang Jun a taste of something sweet, then get Liang Jun to willingly offer Sister Qiu to him for his amusement. Would Liang Jun really do that? Doubts began to surface in Louis's mind. From the moment he first laid eyes on Liang Jun, Yui had been skeptical of his character, convinced Sister Qiu had chosen the wrong man. It was like a flower planted in cow dung. Why would Sister Qiu, with her stunning looks and figure, have blindly chosen Liang Jun? This was a question Yui had longed to ask Yun Wanqiu. If Liang Jun dares to do this, I'll make sure you never walk straight again. Louis clenched his fists, vowing silently. Not long after, a figure emerged from Yun Wanqiu's villa. It was Liang Jun. He approached politely, holding a stack of documents. My apologies, both of you. Though it took a while, I'm glad to report everything has been found. It's all here, not a single item missing, Liang Jun said politely. Before these two Mr. Lius, he bowed and scraped, showing not a shred of arrogance. All right, now that everything is accounted for, we can depart, the steady voice commanded. Good. Liang Jun climbed into the passenger seat on the other side. Just then, the shady voice chimed in, Mr. Liang, I have a deal I'd like to propose. I wonder if you'd be interested? Oh? What kind of deal does Mr. Qiongqi have for me? Liang Jun asked with a smile, clearly intrigued. No rush. Let's discuss it slowly as we drive, the sleazy voice chuckled. The car started up and drove away from there. Chapter 74, Once. Yui wanted to hear the outcome, but in the end, he didn't get to hear it because the car had already driven far away. Only after the car vanished from sight did Yui fully reveal himself, then walk toward Yun Wanqiu's villa with a slightly heavy heart. He pressed the doorbell at the entrance. Yun Wanqiu was naturally at home. Hearing the chime, she opened the door and immediately smiled brightly. You really came. And so early. Have you had lunch yet? As she spoke, she opened the door for Yui. Louis stepped inside, scratching his head. I have. But I suppose I was a bit too eager. If you're planning to rest, Sister Qiu, I can come back later. You're already here, so come on in. Yun Wanqiu beckoned him with a smile, inviting him inside. As soon as Yui stepped inside, he saw the living room already filled with painting supplies, canvases, paints, all kinds of brushes, everything imaginable. And it was clear these were all high-end materials. Yun Wanqiu had promised to teach him painting, and she certainly wasn't joking about it. Truthfully, I've never really been one for afternoon naps either. Though everyone says women need plenty of sleep for good skin, I've just never gotten used to taking them. Yun Wanqiu had already changed into a new outfit, a long dress in inkwash colors that gave her an especially ethereal air. Her delicate little feet were adorned with white rabbit flip-flops, while a sliver of her fair calf peeked out. She lazily swept back her milk-smooth hair, her posture languid yet radiating the youthful vitality and allure of a woman in her prime. She resembled the most exquisitely blooming rose. Sister Qiu, Louis suddenly recalled what he'd overheard behind that wall earlier. The words nearly slipped out before he could stop himself. But after uttering just 4 words, he hesitated. This was hearsay without proof. Yun Wanqiu might not believe him if he spoke without corroboration. What is it? Is there something you want to say? Yun Wanqiu blinked, her fair face flushed with a faint blush, likely the rosy glow from the steam after her bath. Yui hesitated, then quickly changed the subject. Actually, I was just wondering, is learning to paint difficult? Well, Yun Wanqiu's bright eyes twinkled as she smiled. It's neither easy nor hard. It depends on one's talent. Some pick it up effortlessly, while others struggle no matter how hard they try. So before you start, I'll test your aptitude. If you're too slow, I won't teach you. Alright, I'm willing to take the test. Yui was brimming with confidence. He refused to believe that with his exceptional memory, he couldn't even learn to draw properly. Come, take a seat. Have you studied painting before? Does sketching count? Sketching counts, but honestly, it has little to do with traditional Chinese painting. Chinese painting emphasizes artistic conception and capturing the spirit. The essence lies in mastering the wind and bone. This shares a certain kinship with Western oil painting. Oil painting also focuses on capturing the spirit. Up close, you might not see much, but step back and that quality emerges naturally. Chinese painting, however, is even more demanding in this regard. Before you can paint, you must first master brushwork. When creating, you must precisely control the rhythm of light and heavy strokes. The subtle layering of color all must be executed with perfect precision to produce a fine piece. Without sufficient brush strength, the result is merely a casual doodle. Once Yun Wanqiu entered her working state, she was utterly focused. Yui listened intently to her explanations, committing every crucial point she shared to memory. Yun Wanqiu took out a set of painting tools, laid them out on a small table, and began sketching with a simple ink brush on a pure white sheet of paper. With just 2 or 3 simple strokes, she sketched the outline of a proud plum blossom. She then softened the brush slightly to outline more branches, first vigorous and powerful, struggling upward in harsh conditions, enduring and thriving. What initially appeared as random strokes suddenly coalesced into a harmonious whole. This was the essence of spatial relationships, emphasizing solidity in the foreground and vagueness in the background, with near elements larger than distant ones. When spatial relationships were handled skillfully, even casual strokes appeared logical and never jarring. Next, Yun Wanqiu switched to a different brush, dipped it in a touch of pink watercolor, and began dotting accents across the painting. Her strokes were remarkably swift. At first glance, they seemed simple and effortless, but closer observation revealed technique in every seemingly casual stroke, light at the tip, heavier in the middle. This layering created a truly magical effect, as if flowers bloomed under her skilled hand. Throughout this process, Yui remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on Yun Wanqiu's technique, movements, and every minute step, not missing a single detail. Within mere minutes, Yun Wanqiu completed a painting of plum blossoms standing proud against the snow. The painting was simple, devoid of rich coloration, just a solitary tree and a dozen or so plum blossoms. Yet the mood was palpable. Though no snow was depicted, the blooming blossoms evoked a season blanketed in white, the sky a vast expanse of icy cold. Amidst this harsh environment, the plum tree stood tall, blooming defiantly against the wind. From afar, the blossoms seemed alive, embodying a spirit of resistance against nature. If one were to inscribe a poem upon it, Lu Yu's ode to the plum blossom felt too bleak and sorrowful. Wan Nengxi's plum blossoms proved far more fitting. From afar I know it's not snow, only the subtle fragrance drifts near. How beautiful, Lu Yi praised. Yun Wanqiu giggled coyly. Now is not the time for flattery. I'm testing you. Since you've studied sketching before, you should have some foundational skills. Now, quickly imitate the plum blossom painting I just drew. Ah, Sister Qiu, you only taught me once and now expect me to paint it myself? Of course. I'm no professional teacher, I don't teach dullards. I only teach geniuses. Though I showed you just once, it depends on how much you grasped. Draw now. It's fine if it's not perfect. Yun Wanqiu moved her stool back, sat down, and watched with a smile. Alright then. Yui also spread out a blank sheet of paper. Mimicking Yun Wanqiu's earlier actions, he first prepared all his materials. Then, his mind began replaying every detail of Yun Wanqiu's painting process. With his photographic memory, he could vividly recall every stroke Yun Wanqiu had made, even the subtle variations in pressure. Lu Yi gritted his teeth. Though forced into this position, he wasn't entirely without confidence. He dipped his brush in ink and began to apply it to the paper. Chapter 75, Spring Bamboo Shoots After the Rain. With that first stroke, the profound memory flowing within him, he painted without a moment's hesitation. The brush tip danced across the paper like a dragon soaring and a phoenix flying, almost identical to Yun Wanqiu's own brushwork. Yun Wanqiu sat elegantly in a wicker chair, watching him paint. She held a freshly poured glass of orange juice in her hand, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of her lips. The plum blossom painting she had just completed was indeed the simplest. It was quite common for beginners learning traditional Chinese painting to start with the 4 gentlemen, plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums. Yet as Yun Wanqiu painted this proud plum blossom, the tree itself was rendered with simple, sparse strokes, while the blossoms themselves contained considerable technical skill. Her plum blossoms weren't merely smudged dots, the petals were delicate, the colors distinct, with slender stamens emerging from the center. This was absolutely beyond a beginner's grasp. Even if a novice could mimic the shape of her blossoms, they'd struggle to master the layered brushwork and precise color application. Capturing the essence of the flower was exceedingly difficult. Typically, novices would overcomplicate matters at this stage, ruining an otherwise fine painting by turning the plum blossoms into a messy, unrecognizable scribble. Yet with Yui, things were different. At first, Yun Wanqiu had watched with playful curiosity, wanting to see how Yui would paint those plum blossoms. Yet as she watched, she too grew slightly dazed. She forgot to drink the orange juice she held in her hand, her beautiful, autumn water eyes fixed only on the brush in Yui's hand. Lu Yi moved with deliberate ease. The time Yun Wanqiu had spent earlier seemed to be replicated precisely in his own process. His hand moved like a copying machine. The size of Yun Wanqiu's painting matched his own perfectly. The placement, distance, and depth of color were astonishingly identical. He seemed to grasp the very essence of the plum blossom petals, capturing the rhythm of the brushstrokes with perfect precision. The shades of color, deep and light, were truly identical to Yun Wanqiu's painting, even the stamens were indistinguishable. Louis! Yun Wanqiu gasped in astonishment. What is it, Sister Cho? Louis finally paused after the last stroke, a thin sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead. He had poured every ounce of concentration into deciphering the memories within the dragon soul amber and meticulously following their instructions, a process that drained his energy. Exhausted after completing the painting, he sank into a chair and exhaled a long, weary breath. Yun Wanqiu set down her juice glass and approached him. Her delicate jade-like hands picked up both paintings for comparison. Staring at him in astonishment, she demanded, "Tell me honestly, brother, have you truly never studied painting? Or are you deceiving me?" "I genuinely never studied traditional Chinese painting. Back in elementary school, I only learned some basic sketching. I'm telling you the truth, not a single lie. If you don't believe me, ask my uncle." Lu Yi shrugged. Then, out of curiosity, Yui went to examine his own paintings. He wanted to see just how different his work was from Yun Wanqiu's that it had caused such a strong reaction. Little did he know, the moment he looked, he was stunned himself. He discovered his painting was identical to Yun Wanqiu's in every detail, top to bottom, left to right, every aspect was exactly the same. While painting earlier, he hadn't glanced at Yun Wanqiu's work once, focusing entirely on reading and memorizing. He'd relied solely on memory, never expecting such an outcome after finishing. Was this genius? Even a genius might not achieve this. To paint an exact replica, even the most talented master of imitation would introduce subtle differences in distance, layering, or the intensity of colors. Unless tracing directly over the original, absolute sameness was impossible. Yun Wanqiu placed the two paintings side by side, comparing their distances and tones. Astonished, she exclaimed, "This looks like a photocopy. How did you do it?" Lu Yi shrugged, his expression innocent. "I just studied your painting carefully, memorized your brushstrokes and rhythm, then copied your technique and tempo to create this piece." "Huh? You just copied my brushstrokes and rhythm to create this?" "Yes. You're an incredible genius. If that's how it works, what would happen if you mastered every painting technique?" Yun Wanqiu's mouth fell open in astonishment. She'd been studying painting for over a decade, yet this was the first time she'd heard of a prodigy like Yui. He'd never studied traditional Chinese painting before, yet after just one glance, he could produce an identical piece to hers. It was utterly unbelievable. "Come on, sister, I won't believe it until I see it. Let's paint another picture. Observe my brushstrokes and rhythm again, then copy it for me." Yun Wanqiu laid out a fresh sheet of paper. This time, she painted bamboo. Bamboo proved trickier than plum blossoms, its joints and stems striding upward. The true measure of an artist's skill and finesse lay in rendering the dense foliage. This time, Yun Wanqiu didn't paint a simple beginner's sketch. Instead, she painted a scene of spring bamboo shoots after rain, a composition she had painted hundreds of times before. This composition was large in scale, featuring swirling clouds above and barren earth below. Yellow bamboo shoots emerged in rows from the earth, springing up after the rain, glistening with dewdrops, crystal clear and translucent. Among them stood bamboo stalks, each possessing an indomitable spirit. These were not the humble bamboo with bowing leaves, but rather the rugged, resilient variety rooted firmly in broken rock, enduring countless trials and tribulations, remaining unyielding against winds from all directions. Yui watched her brushstrokes without blinking. Halfway through, he realized this painting was no simple work, it was far beyond what a novice could produce. Yun Wanqiu painted this very picture to test the limits of his imitative skills. Earlier, he had copied the proud plum blossom painting with photocopier-like precision. But what about this spring bamboo shoots after rain before him? Could he replicate it? Yun Wanqiu found this deeply intriguing and eagerly anticipated the outcome. Painting was her own passion, a realm she cherished, so upon discovering Lu Yi's artistic talent, she responded with boundless enthusiasm. The painting took nearly 40 minutes from start to finish. After Yun Wanqiu set down her brush, she rubbed her slender wrist and said with a light laugh and eager anticipation, "Did you see clearly? Now paint another one for your sister to see." "Okay." Lu Yi picked up his brush, ready to begin as instructed. But suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. What if I impress her too much? Would that be a problem? Shaking his head at the thought, he decided there was no need for concern in front of Sister Chiu. Besides, he himself wanted to see if he could replicate the scene of bamboo shoots emerging after the rain. Alright, I'll draw it now. Chapter 76, Master's Notes. This post-rain spring scene proved far more challenging than the previous painting, so his progress was slow. All told, it took Yui 1 hour and 20 minutes to complete the painting. The moment he set down his brush, Yun Wanqiu swiftly took down the painting and held it up next to her own work for comparison. Once again, her moist little mouth gaped open in astonishment. "You truly are a genius among geniuses." Louis examined it himself and discovered that, just like last time, despite the increased difficulty, he had rendered it perfectly identical, not a single difference. "Wow, you're truly incredible.
Yun Wanqiu seemed even more delighted than Lu Yi himself. She suddenly stepped close to him, leaning her head forward. The sweet fragrance of a young girl instantly filled the air. Then, in his dazed state, Lu Yi suddenly felt her kiss his left cheek. She kissed him. Truly, she kissed him. Her lips were so soft and fragrant. Yui swore she was the first woman besides his own elders to ever kiss him of her own accord. Yet before he could fully process the sensation, she had already withdrawn her petal-soft lips. Never having studied painting, yet she managed to replicate my post-rain bamboo shoot painting. It's nothing short of a miracle. I've decided, I'll teach you everything I know. Back when I first took up painting, my ambition was to carve out a niche in the domestic art scene, to establish my own corner of the world. Looking back now, how naive and idealistic the dream seemed. Sister Qiu, your painting skills are remarkable. If you continue to study, you might just have a chance. Honestly, I think you're already on par with those so-called masters. Don't try to comfort me, little brother. You've never formally studied painting. How could you possibly grasp the difference between a true master and an amateur? Dreams are just dreams, after all. So my dream ultimately fell short. By now, that original aspiration has grown hazy in my heart. Lu Yi, I'll teach you painting, but will you promise me one thing? Yun Wanqiu swept her bangs back, her clear, beautiful face radiating sincerity. Yes, of course. Sister Qiu, just say it. Though my skills may not rival those of the great masters of Chinese painting, I've studied for over a decade and have mastered every technique. If you ever become famous, don't you dare forget your big sister. Yun Wanqiu said with a smile, her radiant smile captivating all who saw it. Of course not. How could I ever forget you, sister? Yu Yi assured her earnestly. Good. And you must promise me this: if you choose to study, you must carve out a place for yourself in the domestic art scene. When that day comes, let your sister bask in some of your glory. Yun Wanqiu extended her slender fingers, her tone earnest. Alright, I promise. Lu Yi's original purpose in learning painting was to emulate the works of masters. If he truly mastered the art, he would undoubtedly make a name for himself in the domestic art scene. Very well. Starting today, I'll formally teach you painting techniques. You may come to me daily. I have little else to occupy my time. If I can nurture your talent, it would be the most meaningful thing I've ever done. Yun Wanqiu spoke with solemn earnestness and hopeful determination. She herself had once harbored such dreams, but family circumstances had forced her down a path beyond her control. Gradually, her original aspirations drifted further and further from the life she was living, becoming memories she could never retrieve. Because of this, she hadn't touched her painting tools in 2 years. Now, witnessing Yu Yi's remarkable talent in painting felt like suddenly reawakening that old obsession within her heart. It was as if she had rediscovered that familiar feeling from the past. However, she no longer wished to paint herself. Instead, she wanted to place her hopes in Yu Yi, hoping he would grow into talent and carry her dreams upward with him. Lu Yi was still young, with hope and time to strive. As for her own current predicament, it was clear she had lost her former state of mind. With a restless heart, dreams could not take shape. When one loses their true self, past dreams become impossible to dream, impossible to think. So she could only place her dreams upon Lu Yi. Come, Yun Wanqiu said with evident confidence, I'll teach you the most fundamental techniques now. Since you learn so quickly, I believe it won't take long before you master everything I know. Given your current status, you should be able to make a stunning debut. Lu Yi was still just a high school student. If he mastered all the techniques, it would mean he had truly entered the inner sanctum of the art. For a teenager to reach that level in traditional Chinese painting was indeed something that would turn heads. Originally, Yun Wanqiu had planned to teach him only 1 hour each day. But once she resolved to cultivate Yu Yi into a master, she completely lost track of time. That afternoon, Yu Yi stayed at her home for over 4 hours, lingering until dusk. Yun Wanqiu was still teaching him the fundamentals, afraid she hadn't covered enough. Yet, just before 5 o'clock in the evening, the front door of their living room opened from the outside, and a man's figure stepped inside. His face was grim, his expression clearly displeased. It was unclear whether he'd encountered trouble outside or was angry upon seeing Yun Wanqiu with Yu Yi. But there was truly nothing between Yu Yi and Yun Wanqiu. They were simply in the middle of the living room, each holding a paintbrush. Yun Wanqiu taught earnestly, and Yu Yi learned diligently. Wanqiu, what are you doing? The man approached and suddenly spoke, interrupting Yun Wanqiu's instruction. Can't you see I'm teaching my apprentice? I may not paint anymore myself, but I've finally found a talented student. I'm determined to teach him, Yun Wanqiu replied. Even if you must teach, can't you choose a better time? What time is it now? The man glanced at Lu Yi and added, your family won't worry about you staying out this late? Compared to last time, he sounded slightly more polite. Yet Yu Yi could still detect the thick implication of a dismissal in his tone. Not one to cling stubbornly, Yu Yi rose immediately and said to Yun Wanqiu, Sister Qiu, let's call it a day. You taught diligently, and I learned earnestly before I knew it, it was this late. I really should be heading back. Hearing this, Yun Wanqiu set down her brush and replied, very well, you should head back first. Feel free to come find me anytime. Alright.
Yui nodded kindly to Liang Jun before taking his leave. Wait a moment, Yun Wanqiu called out. I recall having several very practical books. Take them with you too. Read them whenever you have time, they should be quite beneficial. With that, she dashed into the room and soon emerged carrying several volumes.
These were not printed copies, but handwritten manuscripts likely transcribed techniques, making them exceptionally valuable.
Yui hesitated.
These items must hold special significance for Yun Wanqiu, they were priceless treasures.
Accepting them felt inappropriate. Yet, upon reflection, he realized his most urgent need was gathering willpower. After some consideration, he decided to take the books. Chapter 77, Worries. After Yun Yue departed, only Liang Jun and Yun Wanqiu remained in the villa. Yun Wanqiu busied herself packing away her easel and paints, her body slightly bent forward, revealing an alluring curve of her back. Her jade-like legs were long and slender, her fragrant buttocks firm and pert. Just then, Liang Jun hurried over, wrapped his arms around Yun Wanqiu from behind, and began trying to tear off her skirt. What are you doing?
Yun Wanqiu recoiled like a startled fawn, shoving Liang Jun away as she shouted, Liang Jun, what do you think you're doing?
Liang Jun's eyes burned with hunger as he panted, Wanqiu, we've been together this long. Isn't it time you gave yourself to me? You'll be mine eventually anyway, why wait until after we're married? No, Liang Jun. I expect you to respect me.
Yun Wanqiu clutched her sketchpad to her chest, her expression guarded.
Respect?
Respect only comes after a man and woman sleep together. You're such a stunning beauty living under the same roof as me every day, yet you never let me touch you.
Do you know how unbearable it is for me to hold back? You don't want me to go out and find other women, do you?
Liang Jun refused to give up, still trying to close the distance between them.
If you want to go out and find other women, go ahead. I won't stop you.
Yun Wanqiu bit her lip as she spoke, revealing a hint of fear in her eyes as she faced Liang Jun.
But you know I only have eyes for you. I only want to be with you. Liang Jun suddenly lunged forward, arms outstretched to embrace her.
Yun Wanqiu screamed, hurling her sketchpad at him. With a flick of her wrist, she delivered a resounding slap across his face. Then she turned and hurried back to her room, slamming the door shut behind her.
The slap seemed to snap Liang Jun out of his daze.
He walked step by step to Yun Wanqiu's door and knocked. From inside, Yun Wanqiu's voice immediately echoed, Liang Jun, you promised me you wouldn't force me until I agreed. Her voice carried a hint of tears. Liang Jun's earlier roughness had genuinely frightened her.
I'm sorry. Liang Jun sighed, though his expression betrayed deep reluctance.
He had indeed promised Yun Wanqiu before that he wouldn't force her, that he'd wait until she was willing before sharing intimate moments with her.
But you've had other women all along, haven't you?
I could ignore that, pretend I never knew.
But if I respect you, please respect me too, okay?
Yun Wanqiu said, her voice trembling with tears.
What woman? I don't have any woman outside. Liang Jun suddenly frowned. You don't have to lie to me. Once, I followed you in my car and saw you hugging a woman. Before, I thought that if I married you, I'd just go along with whatever you wanted.
But you're doing this before we're even married.
It doesn't matter though. I need something from you. But my minimum requirement is that I keep my body pure until after we're married. Before that, I'll never give in. Yun Wanqiu said. You followed me? Liang Jun was instantly enraged by this, kicking the door hard. You actually followed me? I see other women?
I'm a normal man with normal needs.
Those women are just flings. And you dare accuse me? I haven't even mentioned what you do bringing men home.
If I hadn't come back, who knows what you two would have gotten up to. When Liang Jun got worked up, he spoke without thinking.
How could I bring men home?
Since I've been with you, I haven't set foot outside the house.
How could I even know any men? Yun Wanqiu cried. Ha! I'm talking about that boy from earlier. If I hadn't come back, would you have kept him overnight? Liang Jun sneered. You're talking nonsense. He's just a kid. A child? Ha! 18 or 19? He's old enough to know about women's pleasures. And you still treat him like a child? Stop deluding yourself, will you? I only saw his remarkable talent for painting and wanted to teach him everything I know. Must you crush even my last shred of hope? You destroyed my dreams before. Do you understand what it means to lose one's dreams? It leaves a person like a walking corpse. Do you grasp that? Fine, I'll grant your wish. But let me make this clear, I never want to see him here again. At the very least, I don't want him showing up at our house after I return. With that, Liang Jun kicked the door hard once more before walking away. Liang Jun knew full well that Yun Wanqiu wasn't the type to cheat, and Louis truly seemed like nothing more than an honest student. But Liang Jun was seething with anger that needed venting, so he kept bringing up Li's affairs again and again. Besides, he genuinely disliked Yui hadn't liked him since their first meeting. Louis knew nothing of what transpired inside the villa. He had long since departed. Clutching the books Sister Chiu had given him, he hurried back home. Lying on his bed, he closed his eyes to review everything Sister Chiu had taught him, striving to master it. Though Sister Chiu had only taught him for one afternoon, she had covered an immense amount of material. For most people, absorbing so much information at once would be overwhelming. But Yue was different. Possessing the special space of the dragon soul amber, he had astonishing memory. Once he committed something to memory, he could immediately integrate and master it. This ability far surpassed that of someone who merely possessed the talent of photographic memory. After reviewing the material once or twice, Yue found he had fully memorized everything taught that day. He had mastered the techniques and methods, and even without imitation, he could now paint a picture that wasn't too bad. Next, he took out the books to examine them. These volumes were indeed precious, bearing inscriptions from numerous individuals. A simple online search by name would reveal they were all renowned masters of Chinese painting. Each volume encapsulated the essence of its owner's unique strengths. Louis flipped through more than a dozen pages, discovering that each master had their own distinct characteristics. Some were also dedicated to imitating ancient masters, writing down notes on techniques and insights they had gained. After reading them, he gained considerable insight. Lost in the books, he realized it was already 7 or 8 in the evening. He calculated the time and realized he should attend to an important matter. If he delayed, that thing might slip away forever. After all, he had overheard the two Mr. Lius discussing it that afternoon. They were clearly very interested in that thing, and one of them had even mentioned he would make his move tonight. What if he encountered that Lu tonight? What then? Yue stroked his chin, then recalled how they had also schemed against Yun Wanqiu. Rage surged up, his fist clenching as he muttered to himself, "He'd better not cross my path. If I see him, I'll knock him flat." Chapter 78, Another Person. Louis set out, but before departing, he needed to prepare disguise, clothing, masks, and such. While working on these, a thought suddenly struck Yue. Didn't American blockbusters feature characters like Spider-Man, Green Lantern, and Iron Man? And what about Superman, who wore his underwear on the outside? They all had distinctive costumes that made them instantly recognizable. Should I get myself some distinctive gear too? Who knows? Maybe I could become Lingjiang City's very own folk hero. Louis pondered this with growing interest. It was indeed a constructive idea, and the more he thought about it, the more playful his mood became as he mulled it over. But for now, he didn't have time to make anything special. He could only grab the outfit he'd worn last time from the box under his bed. Then, he quietly slipped out of his room. After confirming his uncle and Wu Tao were both asleep, he tiptoed downstairs. He mounted the newly purchased 3-wheeled motorcycle, revved the engine with a roar, and sent a thick plume of black smoke billowing into the air. It must be said, though cheap, this 3-wheeler had surprisingly strong horsepower. Along the way, Yue mentally mapped out the shortest shortcut route. The tricycle sped like the wind, knocking over several trash cans, and finally, after 25 minutes, he arrived. But he didn't get too close. Instead, he stopped in an alley across from the city museum. After dismounting, he immediately pulled on the clothes he'd worn last time over his current outfit. He skipped the reflective vest, the thing was too conspicuous and easy to spot. He pulled his baseball cap down lower and adjusted his mask for a tighter fit. Satisfied with his disguise, he crossed the street and approached the city museum. The museum was long closed for the night. The tall iron gates were tightly shut, and beside them stood a security guard booth. Inside, the lights were blazing, and a guard was talking on his phone. Clearly, sneaking in through the main entrance was impossible. Louis approached the side wall, which was exceptionally high, over 10 feet tall, with a smooth surface and sharp steel spikes along the top. Climbing it would be no easy feat. Louis tried several times, but each attempt ended with him slipping back down before reaching the top. Scanning the surroundings, he found nothing suitable for a foothold. Finally, he pulled out his leather belt. Swinging it a few times, the steel buckle caught on one of the spikes. Seizing the momentum, Yue charged forward, grabbing 2 spikes with his hands. These steel spikes looked sharp but were merely for show. He carefully climbed onto the wall and lowered his belt inside. It would come in handy when he made his escape. He then leapt from the top, landing on the grass below. Rolling upon impact to absorb the shock, he darted into the green belt. The area was densely planted with trees, and the night was quiet. The grass on the ground was thick and lush, so the sound of Yue's descent was minimal, going unnoticed by the security personnel. After all, this was just a city museum with relatively lax security. Had this been a museum in the capital, merely scaling the wall would likely have been enough to get him spotted. Louis slipped through the greenery into a darker corner, then gradually made his way toward the closed exhibition room. The viewing room was locked, its interior illuminated, with surveillance cameras concealed in every hidden corner. Infrared cameras could clearly capture any movement outside, even in complete darkness. Louis quickly adjusted his cap and double-checked his mask, ensuring that even if caught on camera, no one could recognize him. He then circled around and approached the window near the area where the bright silver spear was displayed. During the day, he had noticed several sections of the viewing room lacked walls, replaced instead by glass display cases. Once he reached one of these spots, he could simply remove the glass panel and slip inside with ease. Louis licked his lips. He didn't have any particularly sophisticated tools on hand. The best tool for breaking glass was actually a glass cutter, a specialized blade with an extremely fine diamond tip at the end, making it exceptionally sharp. Cutting glass with it was like slicing tofu. But such a tool wasn't something he could easily get his hands on at a moment's notice. Running his hand along the ground, Yui couldn't help but smile. When it came to cost effectiveness, what could beat a brick? Zhao Yun, once I obtain that gleaming silver spear, how do I fuse it with you? Yui inquired. He'd seen the spear during the day a full 25 meters long. Such a lengthy weapon would be rather inconvenient to carry. My lord, you needn't worry about that. Once you possess the bright silver spear, simply point it at the mark upon your chest. It will automatically be drawn into the Dragon Soul Amber's space, where I shall then control it. Alternatively, you may activate the fourth ability Spirit Manifestation, allowing me to temporarily possess your body to aid you in resolving matters. Guardian Spirit Zhao Yun replied eagerly. With the bright silver spear now within reach, he too was eager to reclaim it. So that's how it works. Then I can rest easy. Otherwise, such a long bright silver spear would be impossible to carry away openly, especially since I can no longer use teleportation. Louis hadn't brought his phone, but gazing at the moon, he estimated it must be around 10 o'clock. The lights around the museum were still too bright. He wondered if they'd stay on all night. If they did, that would be a bit of a problem. Ah well, never mind whether they turn off the lights or not. I'll wait a bit longer. As long as those guards quiet down, I should be able to make my move. Ideally, midnight would be the best time to strike when people feel most weary and their senses are dulled. But I came early to beat that Mr. Liu to the punch. Whoosh! Suddenly, over 50 meters away, a faint shadow flickered and vanished, seemingly darting toward this direction. Having fused with the Dragon Soul Amber, Yuyi's senses were exceptionally sharp. The moment he detected movement, he immediately dropped to the ground, hiding himself within the dense thicket of trees, not moving a muscle. Through the dense foliage, he suddenly spotted a dark figure appear 7 or 8 meters ahead, moving toward the glass display case of the viewing room. Blazing speed. Lu Yi gasped inwardly. Not only were the figure's movements utterly silent, but they moved like the wind, truly astonishing. Chapter 79, Silver Spear. Return. The shadow approached the viewing room's display window, then pressed itself against the wall, motionless, seemingly observing the surroundings. After a full 4 or 5 minutes, he made his next move. First, he pulled a suction cup from his pocket and pressed it against the glass. Then, he drew a knife from the boot on his foot. Using the suction cup as a pivot point, he began cutting into the glass. As the blade sliced through, a large circular hole soon appeared in the glass. A glass cutter? This guy is seriously professional. Yui marveled inwardly. The man was indeed highly skilled, first securing the suction cup to the glass before cutting, ensuring the severed pane wouldn't suddenly crash to the ground and make a noise. Once the circular hole was cut, the man pulled away the suction cup. The severed glass pane fell into his hands, and he carefully placed it onto the grass. Then, with agile ease, he slipped through the hole in the display window. Seeing this, Yui immediately got up and approached. He was convinced that if his hunch was correct, this dark figure was none other than the so-called Mr. Liu. The shadow's chosen starting point directly corresponded to the location of the bright silver spear and a set of special armor. While the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind, I'll wait here for you to emerge. Louis concealed himself in a blind spot, patiently awaiting the figure's exit. His grip tightened on the brick in his hand, poised to strike the shadowy figure at the opportune moment. Whether he was Mr. Liu or not, whether he came to steal the bright silver spear or not, knock him out first. Once the museum theft was reported, the authorities would inevitably seek accountability. Knocking this person unconscious here and capturing them red-handed would surely lead investigators to search for clues on their person. Moreover, if this individual truly was Mr. Liu, it might even uncover the origins of the Liu family. The backgrounds of those two Mr. Lius also piqued Yuyi's curiosity. What kind of status could they possibly have that made Liang Jun so shamelessly fawn over them, trying to extract benefits from them? Louis had recently gained some insight into Liang Jun's character. The man was undeniably talented, having built a logistics company from scratch within 5 years of graduating university. His assets now exceeded 10 million, making him a respectable figure in Lingjiang City. Achieving this in just 5 years was a testament to his capabilities. However, his abilities seemed limited to that. His company had been stagnant for the past 2 years, unable to make any progress. Even so, he was a man with reasons to be proud. Yet, in front of those two so-called Mr. Lius, he was bowing and scraping, head nodding and fawning. This alone was enough to show that those two Mr. Lius were no ordinary figures. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so humble. Whoosh! Suddenly, a silver flash shot out from the viewing room. Louis focused his eyes and realized with shock that the silver light was none other than the bright silver spear. So the intruder had indeed gone to steal the bright silver spear. Now he had fired the spear out first. Then, from the slit in the window, another object was tossed out. It was a suit of armor, the strange armor displayed alongside the bright silver spear. The thief was greedy, seemingly thinking, since I'm already here, stealing one is stealing two is stealing two, and decided to take several more items from inside. Louis knew the items inside were protected by anti-theft systems. One wrong move would trigger alarms, summoning guards. Yet despite stealing the silver spear and armor, not a single alarm sounded. This alone showed the thief possessed extraordinary skills. If I had attempted the theft, shattering the glass display case would have undoubtedly set off every alarm. In that case, I could only grab the gleaming silver spear and flee immediately. But now, the bright silver spear had already been stolen. Seizing the moment before the thief emerged, Yui suddenly burst out from a blind spot behind the wall. He snatched up the spear and, seizing the opportunity, also grabbed the armor. Since the thief had already taken it out, why not take it? After grabbing both items, the person inside still hadn't noticed. They must have been stealing something else. After 5 or 6 breaths, a sharp shout came from the cut-open window hole, "Who's there?" The shout was followed by an immediate attempt to chase him out. Lu-yi grabbed the gleaming silver spear, hoisted the armor onto his shoulder, and without a word, hurled the brick he held straight into the window opening. Clang! The brick missed its target, crashing onto the floor with a sharp clang that echoed clearly in the still night. The next instant, an alarm blared from within the viewing chamber. It turned out the room was equipped with a sound-activated security system. The loud crash of the brick hitting the floor had triggered the alarm. Oh no! Louis let out a sharp gasp and, without a word, sprinted away along the original route like a rabbit. The shadowy figure swiftly emerged through the window opening and charged after Yui in the direction he had fled. Mid-stride, Yui swiftly undid his shirt buttons, revealing the Qiongqi amber mark etched upon his chest. He then pointed the silver spear's butt end at the imprint. With a sharp swish, the mark vanished instantly. "Bright silver spear, return!" An ancient, weathered voice echoed from his dantian. The previously blurry form of his guardian spirit, Zhao Yun, seemed to solidify considerably upon receiving the bright silver spear. "Can this armor be stored too? It's not exactly light," Yui sighed inwardly. "This armor is likely leather armor, forged from special hides." The guardian spirit Zhao Yun in his dantian suddenly spoke, "This is soft rhinoceros armor, extremely precious. Forged from rhinoceros hide, it deflects blades and is reserved for nobility. As it is not mine, it cannot be stored within the Dragon Soul Amber." "Then it's just dead weight?" Upon hearing it couldn't be stored in the Dragon Soul Amber's space, Yui immediately considered discarding it. Carrying this thing would make escape difficult. With the alarm already triggered, if pursued, this armor would only slow him down. "My lord, since this treasure has been obtained, why not keep it? It may prove useful later. This armor is among the lightest of its kind, it should be no burden to you," advised his guardian spirit, Zhao Yun. "Are you kidding? This thing weighs at least 20 or 30 pounds. Yui grumbled, but he heeded Zhao Yun's advice. Instead of discarding it, he donned the armor while running. Wearing it was certainly easier than carrying it on his shoulders. "Halt!" Just as Yui slowed slightly to put on the soft rhinoceros armor, the black figure behind him caught up. With a flick of his wrist, 3 icy stars shot from his palm, piercing Yui's body. Chapter 80, Spirit Summoning Spear Slays. Thud. 3 dull thuds struck Yui's back. The pain made him grit his teeth so hard tears nearly sprang from his eyes, feeling as though his scapula had been nearly pierced through. "Dodge!" Zhao Yun, the guardian spirit, suddenly shouted a warning. Hearing the shout, Yui twisted his body and rolled sideways. Clang! 3 more sharp metallic clangs echoed. In the dim light, he saw 3 objects, like steel nails, embedded deep into the concrete wall, piercing right through the tiles. Unconsciously, Yui touched his own back. Had he been struck by such a thing just now? "Don't look back. The soft rhino armor saved your life, Lord. Without it, your body would have been pierced through," the guardian spirit Zhao Yun said. "What?" Hearing Zhao Yun's words, Yui's anger flared. Who was that shadowy figure, striking with such lethal force? A single blow aimed to take his life? "Don't just stand there. Get out of the way." Zhao Yun shouted again. Lu-yi obeyed, immediately retreating another 7 or 8 meters into the dark forest. He was panting heavily. The enemy's projectiles were too formidable. Fortunately, the 3 steel spikes had struck his back and been blocked by the soft rhinoceros armor. But what if they had aimed for his head? How could he have defended against that? "I sense the power of Crimson Eagle Amber," Guardian Spirit Zhao Yun suddenly declared. "Red Eagle Amber?" "Yes, it is the Crimson Eagle Amber. This sensation feels so familiar, it is the very Crimson Eagle Amber possessed by the old General Huang Zhong in his time," the Guardian Spirit Zhao Yun said solemnly. Whoosh! Suddenly, 3 more steel nails shot toward him like a chain of bullets. Thud! All 3 embedded themselves into a large tree, missing Yui's head by a mere 10 centimeters. "Hurry! Seek cover in densely wooded areas." The Crimson Eagle Amber possesses the ability to see clearly regardless of daylight or darkness. Fleeing into the shadows is futile, head for the trees. Moreover, it wields terrifying skills like triple arrow barrage and 100-step archery. "You must move swiftly," Guardian Spirit Zhao Yun shouted urgently. Whoa! 3 steel spikes shot toward him again. This time, Yui couldn't dodge them, they grazed his chest. If not for his soft rhinoceros armor, he would have been struck down once more. Damn it! How can I counter Red Eagle Amber with all his abilities? I can't just let him chase me like this. Yui refused to accept defeat. That shadow had dragon soul amber, and so did he. Since they both possessed it, who feared whom? My lord, if you could still use teleportation, you could easily kill him in an instant. But now, you cannot wield that power. Isn't that obvious? If I had teleportation abilities, would I even need to ask you? If teleportation were still an option, Yui would have used it to escape long ago. Why would he still be here, hunted down? The wailing sirens pierced the quiet night, their sound clear and distinct. Dozens of guards appeared instantly, sweeping the area with flashlights. Lui even heard the howling of guard dogs. This was serious. Who would have thought the city museum kept large guard dogs? Once unleashed, who could possibly escape? They had to get out of here fast. Lui glanced back at the wall, pinpointing the spot where he detied his belt. Whoa! But just then, 3 more whistling sounds sliced through the air, grazing his shoulder. Bang! A steel spike shot through the shoulder buckle of his soft rhino armor, snapping it clean off. Damn it, they're still coming? Think I'm a sick cat just because I haven't roared? Lui gritted his teeth, snatched a stone from the ground, and suddenly hurled it with all his might at the dark figure 20 or 30 meters away. Thud! The stone missed its mark, deflected by the figure's evasive movement. Zhao Yun, the guardian spirit in his dantian, suddenly warned, "My lord, I've told you before that man possesses the Crimson Eagle Amber. He sees the night as clearly as day, with vision several times sharper than ordinary men. Your chances of ambushing him successfully are extremely low." Then what should I do? Yui asked anxiously. If I don't deal with him now, once those guards unleash their dogs, I'll just be waiting to be captured. His teleportation ability was unusable. Even with his superhuman strength, it had its limits. If he faced overwhelming numbers, escape was impossible. And if he were caught stealing from the city museum? He didn't know the exact severity of the charge, but he knew for sure he'd be looking at least a decade behind bars. He had the prime of his youth ahead of him, he didn't want to waste it behind bars. If the Lord wishes to eliminate him, then eliminate him. The guardian spirit Zhao Yun suddenly spoke coldly, his voice thick with murderous intent. How should we eliminate him? Yui asked within his mind's eye as he sprinted through the jungle. The dark shadow pursued relentlessly behind him. He dared not stop the moment he paused, the enemy would surely launch hidden weapons. Didn't I tell you? Once the bright silver spear is in place, my lord can activate the 4th ability, summoning the guardian spirit. All you need to do now is press the mark on your chest and silently chant "Summon the guardian spirit" 4 times. That will allow me to possess you, said the guardian spirit Zhao Yun. Alright. Yui responded decisively. Zhao Yun was about to step in personally. Fine by him, this would let Yui witness just how formidable Zhao Yun truly was. Come forth, spirit manifestation. Reaching out, he placed his hand over the mark on his chest and pressed down without hesitation, then silently chanted the words in his mind. The words barely left his lips when his entire body jolted as if electrocuted. He stood rigid as a spear, planted firmly on the ground. Whirling around, his eyes blazed crimson. With a sudden leap, Yui shot upward over 2 meters, violently snapping a branch from a tree. He stripped away the leaves with his bare hands, fashioning it into a makeshift wooden spear. Though the bright silver spear was on Yui's person, it had already returned to Zhao Yun's possession, so he couldn't draw it for use. The moment the wooden spear took shape, red-eyed, Yui charged back through the thicket. Instead of retreating, he advanced, lunging directly at the dark figure. Oomph! As the distance closed, the dark figure coldly sneered, seeking death? With a flick of his arm, 3 more icy stars shot forth. It seemed he too had realized that attacking Yui's body would be futile since he wore the soft rhinoceros armor. These 3 icy stars targeted the 3 vital death points on Yui's head. A hit would mean instant death. Yet Yui moved like a ghost, leaping up with sudden agility. He ignored the 3 steel spikes, letting them strike his body. Like a ravenous wolf, he lunged forward, his wooden spear thrusting with savage force. Within a second, he covered 20 meters. The sharp spear pierced the dark figure's chest before it could dodge. Blood spurted out with a gush, splattering Lui's face. But Yui didn't stop there. With overwhelming force, he pushed the shadowy figure back 18 meters. The figure coughed up blood continuously, utterly powerless to fight back. Woof! Just then, the sound of barking echoed through the woods. Several wolfhounds had been unleashed and were charging toward them, their movements illuminated by sweeping flashlight beams. Lui glanced back, hesitation vanishing instantly. He sprang upward, using a tree branch to propel himself forward. With a single somersault, he cleared the 3-meter-high wall and landed nimbly on the ground. Then, with astonishing speed, he dashed toward the location where the 3-wheeled motorcycle was parked. Chapter 81, Sun and Moon Essence. Huff! A ragged gasp echoed through the dark alleyway. Lui lay sprawled across the cargo bed of the tricycle, gasping for breath. The state of spirit manifestation had vanished and his guardian spirit, Zhao Yun, had returned to the special space within his dantian. With this state gone, Yi felt excruciating soreness throughout his entire body. His waist and legs were particularly affected, his muscles nearly cramping. The series of actions Zhao Yun had performed earlier demanded extreme difficulty and immense exertion of power.
With Yuyi's current physical condition, sustaining such demands proved exceedingly difficult. However, Lu Yi was now filled with excitement, astonishment, and deep concern.
Zhao Yun's first strike had not disappointed him.
It was overwhelmingly powerful, dashing 20 meters in a single second, releasing the wooden spear and piercing the opponent's chest with a single thrust. These actions flowed seamlessly, leaving the enemy utterly unable to evade.
Was this the combat prowess of an ancient general renowned for single-handedly defeating 1,000 foes? So powerful. When will I ever become as strong as you?
Lu Yi's heart pounded wildly, yet he couldn't help but ask aloud. Guardian Spirit Zhao Yun replied respectfully, "My lord, if you intensify your training, after 3 months of foundational exercises, your physical constitution will already be quite solid. Then, by diligently practicing other ancient training methods, becoming as strong as I am won't be difficult."
He wasn't merely consoling Yu Yi.
With the Dragon Soul Amber, Yu Yi's transformation into Zhao Yun's caliber was indeed only a matter of time.
Woof! The sound of dogs barking continued to echo.
It seemed the guards had realized someone had escaped over the wall and had already given chase. But the streets were deserted and wide open. Aside from the occasional passing car, there was hardly a soul in sight. Earlier, Yui had fled in his spirit manifestation state, moving with ghostly speed. Naturally, they wouldn't catch any trace of him now. Moreover, that wounded shadowy figure had likely been subdued by the guards. Lu Yi remained motionless in the alley. He knew the wisest course now was to make absolutely no sound. If he jumped on a tricycle and sped off immediately, it would only arouse suspicion, perhaps even trigger a police pursuit. Sure enough, after a cursory search of the area, those people returned to the museum. Seizing the moment, Yui swiftly mounted the tricycle and pedaled toward home. Though his entire body throbbed with pain, he gritted his teeth and pushed on. Tonight hadn't been a loss, he'd gained much. Besides the bright silver spear returning to its place, he'd also picked up a piece of soft rhinoceros armor. And it was thanks to that armor that he hadn't been killed by that shadowy figure.
Zhao Yun, I have a question.
That shadowy figure, you pierced his chest with your spear.
Is he dead?
Lu Yi paused before asking, his concern palpable. From childhood to adulthood, he had never even killed a chicken. And this time, although Zhao Yun had struck the shadowy figure, it was through his own body. He bore at least half the responsibility.
Killing someone.
Not only was it a crime, but it would also leave a deep shadow in Yu Yi's heart. In fantasy novels, people kill at the drop of a hat, murdering over the slightest disagreement.
But in the real world, killing isn't that simple.
First, you have to overcome your own moral barrier. Many who accidentally kill someone carry that shadow for life, haunted by demons year after year. Though the shadowy figure tonight was despicable, when Zhao Yun's spear pierced his chest and gravely wounded him, Yui felt no remorse or pity. After all, the shadowy figure had intended to kill him earlier, firing steel spikes one after another. Had Yui not been wearing soft rhinoceros armor, he likely would have been slain already. Yet even so, when Zhao Yun's spear pierced the shadowy figure's chest and a spray of blood splattered onto Yui's face, Yui felt an intense wave of nausea. The metallic stench of human blood made his entire body tingle and his stomach churn. It was unbearably unpleasant. He won't die. The spear pierced his right lung but missed the heart. With your era's medical technology, saving him won't be a major issue, the guardian spirit Zhao Yun stated with certainty. Over these past days, he had gained considerable understanding of this era through Yui. Thus, he had acted with restraint, knowing exactly how far to go. Killing was nothing to him, but for Yui, it was a major event. First, Yui was still merely a student. Moreover, if someone died, this incident would inevitably trigger a thorough investigation. Who could guarantee Yui hadn't left any trace behind? And if that shadowy figure survived, the authorities would undoubtedly capture him and interrogate him relentlessly. Speaking of which, this ability to manifest the spirit of Zhao Yun is incredibly useful. But how many times a day can it be used? Lu Yi asked. It was far more powerful than the 9 oxen and 2 tigers technique. Even if he mastered the 9 oxen and 2 tigers technique completely, it would still be mere brute force. But manifesting Zhao Yun's spirit was different. Once Zhao Yun's spirit possessed him, the skill and aura he possessed were far beyond what Lu Yi himself could ever achieve. 7 days, replied the guardian spirit Zhao Yun.
What? Only once every 7 days? Yui was deeply disappointed. Such a powerful technique, yet it could only be used once every 7 days? My lord, you must understand that I have been dead for over 1800 years. What remains now is only a lingering spirit and an unyielding will. Manifesting the spirit is a tremendous drain on me. Each time I use this technique, I must replenish myself by absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. 7 days between uses is already quite rapid. Zhao Yun explained. The essence of the sun and moon? How does one absorb that? There's no need to actively seek it out. Simply remain beneath the sky each day, absorb the sun's essence during daylight hours and the moon's essence at night. The Dragon Soul Amber possesses an automatic gathering function, deliberate absorption isn't required. Oh, I see. Is there any way to accelerate the absorption? No. Alright.
The motorcycle sped through the streets and alleys.
Before heading back, Yui deliberately took a detour around the city outskirts and visited the banks of the Lingjiang River. He couldn't keep wearing this outfit, he'd committed 2 crimes in it already. Plus, tonight at the city museum, he had no idea if security cameras had captured his appearance. So, for safety's sake, he removed his clothes, hat, and mask, tossing them into the surging waters of the Lingjiang River. He then returned home in his original appearance. He couldn't bring himself to abandon the tricycle motorcycle. It had cost several thousand yuan and was still brand new. Moreover, it hadn't been registered yet. Vehicles like this were a dime a dozen in Lingjiang City. He was confident keeping it wouldn't cause any trouble. After settling everything, he returned home and parked the tricycle in the square behind the residential complex as usual. Entering the house, he found it quiet. His uncle and Wu Tao were both fast asleep. He stretched lazily, first stashing the soft rhino armor away, then taking a shower. Afterward, he settled comfortably into bed and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 82, The Investigation. Meanwhile, at the city museum, numerous police cars had already pulled up, joined by ambulances that had also arrived on the scene. In the ambulance, a man lay covered in blood, several nurses pressing down on his wounds. A tree branch had pierced his right chest. Medical staff dared not pull it out immediately, instead cutting it in half. Now they were rushing the patient to the hospital for emergency surgery. Xiao, you take your men and follow the ambulance. Report any developments to me immediately. Furthermore, regardless of whether this patient survives or not, no unauthorized visitors are permitted until I give the order. Anyone who tries to visit will be arrested. A stern-faced middle-aged man in uniform exuded an air of authority without needing to raise his voice. Yes, Chief. Officer Xiao Zhao led 5 or 6 men, following the ambulance as it departed. Outside the museum's viewing area, an elderly man in a Mao suit, roughly 60 years old, hurried over and addressed the chief. Chief Wang, this must be thoroughly investigated. We've lost 2 of our most precious artifacts. I had already sent photographs of them to the capital earlier. Then orders came down from above, mandating that these 2 items, along with several others, must be transported to the National Museum in Beijing. Now, overnight, 2 have vanished. How am I supposed to account for this? The elderly man spoke anxiously, sighing repeatedly. Don't fret too much, Director Song. This isn't something we can rush. I'll have someone review the surveillance footage first. Also, could you give me a detailed account of what happened during the incident tonight? Director Wang said, then dispatched several people to the security office to investigate the surveillance footage. The city museum has cameras installed in many areas, some quite discreet. Reviewing the footage should yield some clues. I'm not entirely sure of the details myself. I'd better have the night watchman explain it to you. Curator Song called out a few times, summoning the night guards to come over and recount the events to Director Wang. One of the guards explained, the night started off calm. We were sitting in front of the surveillance screens, monitoring every corner. Around 9, nearing 10, an alarm suddenly sounded from the exhibition hall. That's when we realized something was wrong. By the time we arrived, the person was already gone. We even brought guard dogs and searched nearly every area of the museum. In the end, we found the injured person near the perimeter wall. Beyond that, we know nothing else. It goes without saying that tonight's artifact theft wasn't the work of a single individual, it was definitely a gang operation, Director Song speculated. As for the injured man, I suspect he was targeted for murder over a dispute over the loot. Director Wang smiled faintly and said, solving a case can't rely solely on speculation. This is what we'll do, I'll personally review the surveillance footage. With that, Director Wang led several people to the security room. Inside were 4 monitors, each displaying 7 or 8 feeds. It was clear the city museum had at least 20 to 30 surveillance cameras installed outside. Inside the security room, officers had already been reviewing the footage. They narrowed the time frame to between 9 and 10 p.m., meticulously scanning the footage over and over. Anything? Director Wang asked as soon as he arrived. We have something, Director, replied one officer. Oh? Where? Let me see. Director Wang walked over, and the officer played a clip from 9:17. The footage was pitch black. The camera must have been hidden in a concealed location, resulting in monochrome images. Infrared cameras produce color footage in lit conditions but switch to black and white in complete darkness. The officer zoomed in on the scene, revealing a dark figure darting swiftly across the frame. Over a minute later, another figure followed. This one was captured in full view, even facing the camera directly. This figure was dressed in clothing resembling that of sanitation workers, wearing a mask over their face and a cap on their head. Chief, another camera captured a different set of footage. The officer switched the feed and once again observed the figure in sanitation worker attire passing in front of the camera. The exact number of perpetrators involved remains unclear at this stage, the officer stated. It seems we'll have to wait until the injured party recovers sufficiently to extract information from him. Otherwise, we'll struggle to uncover much. Director Wang nodded silently, lost in thought. Curator Song, however, suddenly erupted in anger, pointing at the security guards and shouting, "Look! Open your eyes and look!
You claim to be watching the monitors constantly, yet these criminals operated right under your noses, and not one of you noticed a thing. The security guards were too intimidated to retort. Truthfully, even those assigned to monitor the cameras all day couldn't maintain constant vigilance. Sometimes they'd glance away, chat among themselves, or just go through the motions. After all, there weren't that many issues to begin with. It wasn't just them, security guards everywhere were mostly the same. No one could keep their eyes glued to the screens the entire shift. There were always moments of slack. Had you spotted them earlier and sounded the alarm sooner, our museum's 2 priceless artifacts wouldn't have been stolen. You bear undeniable responsibility for this incident. Director Song unleashed a torrent of scathing criticism. The officers reviewing the surveillance footage had already conducted some data analysis on the masked individual using 2 video recordings and additional analysis. The target is approximately 1.8 meters tall with a lean build. But with the mask and hat, we couldn't discern any other distinguishing features. Chief, we really can't make out anything else. The officers all reported the same. Commissioner Wang nodded, then turned to Director Song and asked, Director Song, in your opinion, what kind of people would steal these artifacts? Director Song replied, it's obvious they're the same kind as those tomb raiders. They have a keen eye for recognizing the value of these items. Alas, what a pity. Director Song, as far as I know, these artifacts haven't been publicly exhibited yet, have they? Director Wang inquired. Of course not. Today is the inaugural exhibition. Only those with invitation cards can enter. As he spoke, Director Song suddenly seemed to realize something. He looked at Director Wang, his expression turning startled. Director Wang, are you implying? Precisely. Museum policy prohibits photography, and today is the inaugural exhibition. So, aside from the first group of visitors who saw these artifacts, who else could know about them? Director Wang's eyes flashed with sharp intelligence. He patted Director Song on the shoulder and said, Director Song, please provide me with the list of the first group of invited visitors who came to view the artifacts. Turning to the officers reviewing the surveillance footage, he added, pinpoint that masked individual. Then compare the visitors who came during the day, match their physique and height to find the closest match. Compile that list and hand it over to me. Yes, sir. The officers immediately complied. Chapter 83, The Pursuit. The next day, before dawn, Yui rose as usual. After being roused by Zhao Yun for several consecutive days, today he rose of his own accord, having set an alarm. He reasoned that being jolted awake by an alarm was preferable to Zhao Yun's calls. Each time Zhao Yun roused him, he released an electric-like force that startled him awake from deep sleep. After donning the 100-pound weights, he slipped out quietly and ran toward the direction of Chen Ying's home. This time, his pace was faster than ever before. He deliberately brought his phone and set a timer. From his home to Chen Ying's residence, the run took only 52 minutes. My speed keeps increasing. With my current physical condition, I could even join a specialized training class. Yui was delighted. His guardian spirit, Zhao Yun, remarked, naturally. In your era, Lord, material resources are abundant, unlike our time, when such conditions were unthinkable. You can eat whatever you desire. The more comprehensive and ample your nourishment, the faster your physical transformation will progress. Keep this up, and within 3 months, you'll achieve a qualitative leap. Mei Chem, I will persevere. Yui nodded. This tangible progress was incredibly motivating. He too wanted to become as formidable as Zhao Yun. Ideally, he'd one day defeat all foes effortlessly, without needing to exert every ounce of strength. Wiping away sweat, Yui's pace gradually slowed. When he reached the building where Chen Yingxi lived, he found a slender figure already seated on a bench below, smiling warmly as he approached. You're always so punctual, she murmured, still clad in loose pajamas, her long hair cascading lazily around her shoulders. You're up early too. Yui smiled back. That's all because of you. If I didn't get up, I'd probably get a call from you nagging me, Chen Yingxi chuckled softly. Not at all. If you want to sleep in, that's absolutely fine. I can come later from now on. Louis scratched his head. Just teasing. It's almost 6 already. I should start boiling the medicine soon. Chen Yingxi stood up, reaching behind her to hand him a 10-pound bag of beef wrapped in a food bag. Louis took it, his mouth watering. Chen Yingxi tilted her head, watching him with a smile. Hey, don't you get sick of eating steak every day? Not at all. I could eat it forever and never get tired of it. Louis answered without hesitation. His craving for steak stemmed from 2 reasons. First, it tasted genuinely delicious, and second, his body demanded it. After every workout, his body required massive amounts of protein to repair and rebuild. It was a primal need. Naturally, he'd never tire of it. Chen Yingxi bit her lip, a faint smile playing on her lips as she nodded. What's wrong? Nothing much. Chen Yingxi shook her head, offering a faint smile before fixing him with a curious gaze. Did you go to class yesterday? Yesterday? Yui paused, then suddenly realized. When they parted yesterday, he told Chen Yingxi he'd see her at school, but yesterday wasn't a school day at all. It was Sunday. He immediately laughed. I forgot yesterday was Sunday. Qiongqi crossed her arms behind her back, her toes lightly touching the ground as she took a few steps. Well, I should go upstairs to prepare the medicine.
Okay, then. See you at school today. Haha, sounds good.
After saying goodbye, Yixian couldn't resist pulling out the steak halfway home. He ate while running, finishing it by the time he arrived. Rubbing his belly, he thought, 10 pounds of beef just the right amount.
Upon returning, he noticed his uncle hadn't gone out for his workout today.
Instead, he had turned on the TV and was watching the Lingjiang City channel, which was airing a news report.
Louis didn't pay much attention.
He first unloaded his weights, then took a shower. After that, he symbolically ate a bowl of breakfast his uncle had made.
Uncle, why didn't you go exercise today? Louis asked curiously.
His uncle chuckled.
I just wasn't in the mood today.
I got woken up by a phone call earlier. Turns out something big happened in the city last night.
Police might even come questioning me later. What? The police are questioning you? What did you do? Did they find your big treasure sword out there? Louis exclaimed in shock. His uncle immediately smacked him on the head and said sternly, Big sword? What big sword? Do I look like the kind of person who would do something like that? You do. Louis nodded emphatically. Seeing his uncle's face darken, he quickly amended, You don't.
After all, in Li's mind, his uncle had long been the image of a movie downloading maniac. Once, he'd waited for hours to download a movie, only to find it was a cartoon about the little golden brothers.
Actually, it's about last night at the city museum.
There was a theft last night. Several items were stolen, and a suspect was seriously injured but has been apprehended, Uncle sighed. Hearing this, Yui felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The culprit behind this incident was none other than himself.
Has the police found anything? Yui asked urgently.
Since this matter involved him, he was naturally very concerned.
What could they possibly find?
I saw the news earlier. The police are keeping their statements reserved and haven't said much yet.
But judging by the situation, it seems they don't have any leads. Uncle said. Then why do you think the police will come to talk to you later?
Well, my classmate called earlier to give me a heads up. Here's the situation. Last night, the police reviewed the perimeter surveillance footage from the city museum. They spotted 2 figures in the recordings, and one person's image was captured. However, that person was wearing a mask, a hat, and clothing similar to a sanitation worker's uniform.
With such limited information, it's practically impossible to track anything down. But Director Wang is sharp.
He figured it out on the spot. The suspects might be among the first group of invited guests who entered the museum today to view the artifacts. After all, only those guests would know which precious artifacts were on display. So, if my guess is right, it won't be long before the police come knocking.
Uncle shrugged. Louis listened with bated breath. Wearing a mask? A hat too? And dressed in clothes similar to a sanitation worker's? Wasn't that exactly him? Uncle glanced at Yui, noticing his growing anxiety, and chuckled. Why are you so nervous?
Anyway, this has nothing to do with us. When the police come, it'll just be a formality. They'll ask a few questions and that's it.
What about me? Will they come to school to question me too? Louis asked anxiously.
From his uncle's tone, he sensed the police had some formidable people involved. Louis was clearly uneasy, afraid they might uncover something suspicious.
Don't worry. They'll only question me.
You were just with me, and I'm your guardian.
They won't bother you. Now eat up and get back to class.
Oh, and go wake up that kid Wu Tao.
You're so diligent every day, and he's still sleeping in? That's just unacceptable.
Oh.
Chapter 84, The Duplicate.
Wu Tao, who hadn't gotten enough sleep, felt like he'd lost half his life, yawning constantly on his way to school.
Louis, however, wore a look of deep concern. He couldn't shake the worry. Would the police really trace it back to him? Wearing a mask, a hat, and clothes that looked like a sanitation worker's uniform.
During last night's operation, he hadn't realized at all that surveillance cameras had caught him and it was a clear shot of his face. That was incredibly careless. Thankfully, he had the mask and hat on, otherwise, he'd be in big trouble.
Bro, why the long face? Did you confess to Qiongqi and get rejected? Wu Tao suddenly glanced at him and blurted out. Go chill somewhere else.
Louis waved him off, not wanting to engage in small talk. Wu Tao sensed the mood and backed off when Yui ignored him. But in his mind, Yui was still pondering, logically, as just a high school student, the police shouldn't suspect me.
And who was that shadowy figure yesterday? Was it really that so-called Mr. Liu?
If he'd had time yesterday, Louis would have definitely gone to see the shadowy figure's true face. Unfortunately, the crowd had gathered too quickly, leaving him no chance to investigate. What a pity. That person must have had the Crimson Eagle amber on them.
If I could have gotten my hands on that too, wouldn't I be even more formidable? Louis mused inwardly.
Zhao Yun had mentioned that each type of amber possessed distinct powers. The Crimson Eagle amber belonged to Huang Zhong, one of Shu's 5 tiger generals. The venerable General Huang Zhong remained formidable in his old age, once battling Guan Yu for 3 days without defeat. His piercing arrow had nearly slain Guan Yu. Even at the advanced age of 72, he decapitated Xiahou Yuan, the Great Wei General, striking fear into the hearts of all.
So what special abilities did the Crimson Eagle Amber possess?
As far as Yui knew, it granted Eagle Eye's vision that defied darkness and daylight, granting astonishing sight. It also enabled chain shot, firing 3 arrows simultaneously with devastating force. Beyond that, it possessed the even more formidable 100-step arrow, though the shadowy figure last night hadn't demonstrated that ability.
These abilities alone were enough to make Yui envious.
What a pity. There's nothing to regret, the guardian spirit Zhao Yun suddenly interjected.
Huh?
Why do you say that?
Louis asked curiously.
Guardian spirit Zhao Yun explained, if I'm not mistaken, the amber on that person isn't genuine amber.
It's a derivative imitation, what your era would call a replica. A replica? Meaning it's not genuine?
Yui understood exactly what a replica meant, like the phones, watches, and computers sold on Taobao. They look identical, but they're fundamentally different.
Some are refurbished second-hand goods, others are high-quality counterfeits. Naturally, it's not genuine. If it were real, that man wouldn't be so easily defeated. Authentic Crimson Eagle Amber possesses not only the 3 abilities you know of, Lord, but also a most extraordinary power, invisibility.
When not attacking, he can enter a state of concealment. It was with this very ability that the old General Huang Zhong, at Dingjun Mountain, cleaved the Wei General Xiahou Yuan in 2 with a single stroke.
What? Invisibility?
Yui's jaw dropped. The ability was indeed astonishing and incredibly alluring. Just imagine, if one possessed the power of invisibility, moving freely through this materialistic metropolis, how utterly exhilarating that would be. So, the Crimson Eagle Amber on that person last night was merely a replica. Replicas have their pros and cons.
The fact that he possessed both eagle eyes and chain arrows suggests his replica wasn't too shabby.
Even so, if I could get his Crimson Eagle Amber, I'd gain another skill. That way, I wouldn't have to resort to exerting every ounce of strength or summoning my spirit every time I faced a problem.
Lu Yi said.
It's useless, Zhao Yun explained. These replicas are usually custom-made for a single user.
No one else can utilize them. What? That's how it works? Indeed.
Consider this, only 9 Dragon Soul Ambers exist in the entire realm. Yet during the 3 Kingdoms era, renowned generals were as common as sand, easily numbering over 100. That abundance was precisely due to these replicas.
But replicas cannot be transferred.
Thus, even mighty warriors vanished like waves on the river, flowing eastward never to return. Sun Tzu was such a case, Taisher Ci was another.
Replicas existed back in the 3 Kingdoms period?
Of course.
Plenty of them.
I even suspect someone might have been pulling strings behind the scenes, using these replicas to stir up chaos. If there hadn't been so many replicas back then, perhaps the realm wouldn't have been torn into 3 warring states.
So how exactly were replicas created? Could they be made without restriction? Of course not. Creating replicas requires borrowing energy from the original. Generally speaking, who would willingly part with their original? Therefore, anyone who could obtain a replica was clearly no ordinary person.
I see. Yui nodded, then asked, yesterday, you nearly struck down that shadowy figure.
Based on your senses, could that shadow have been one of the 2 Lu Masters? I cannot say. Zhao Yun answered decisively. I am not omnipotent.
That person was masked.
Unless the veil is removed, I cannot know.
If it wasn't one of those 2 Mr. Lius, we're in trouble. Yui suddenly stopped in his tracks.
Wu Tao, walking beside him, noticed his sudden stillness and asked, Brothery, what's wrong? Lost in thought? You go ahead to school. I've got something to take care of.
Lu Yi tossed out the words, then abruptly turned and sprinted back the way they'd come. An important thought struck him. If the shadowy figure last night wasn't Mr. Lu, then Sister Chiu was in grave danger. Because yesterday afternoon, he had personally overheard one of those 2 Mr. Lius plotting against Sister Chiu. Though he didn't yet know Liang Jun's stance on the matter, judging by the 2 Mr. Liu's impression of Liang Jun, it wasn't impossible that Liang Jun might betray Sister Chiu for some benefit. Therefore, Yui now intended to warn Sister Chiu to be wary of those 2 Mr. Lius. He should have said this yesterday, but with Liang Jun present, he held his tongue. Now, recalling it, he deeply regretted his silence. If that Mr. Lu had made his move last night, it would have been too late for regrets. Louis clenched his teeth and sprinted like the wind. Within minutes, he reached the upscale residential complex across from his uncle's underwear shop. Panting, he dashed to Yun Wanqiu's villa. Just as he was about to press the doorbell through the fence, he spotted a graceful figure watering peonies in the outer courtyard. Those peonies were blooming in all their vibrant splendor. Chapter 85, Recognition. Seeing Yun Wanqiu watering flowers so calmly suggested nothing had happened last night, which eased Yui's mind slightly. Glancing around, he noticed 2 cars parked beside the villa, a Mercedes and a Maserati. The Mercedes belonged to Sister Chiu, while the Porsche was Liang Jun's personal vehicle. The fact that Liang Jun's car was still there meant he hadn't left yet. Sister Chiu, Yui called softly, careful not to raise his voice lest it alert Liang Jun inside. Hey, Yui? What are you doing here? Isn't it way too early for you to be out?
Shouldn't you be at school? Yun Wanchio was curious to see him outside. It was Monday, and logically, he should have been in class at this hour. Sister Cho, come here. I need to tell you something. Lu Yi beckoned her over. Yun Wanchio giggled, setting down the watering can and flicking the droplets from her hands as she approached. What is it? All this mystery?
When she reached the fence, Lu Yi cut straight to the chase and tactfully explained how those two Lu gentlemen were scheming against her. He didn't know how to preface such a matter, and with Liang Jun at home, he couldn't risk him coming out unexpectedly.
So he skipped the preliminaries and went straight to the point: the two Lu gentlemen's scheme.
Of course, he didn't mention overhearing their specific conversation from yesterday afternoon. Their language had been too crude, so Yui simply warned her to be cautious around those two.
You say those two Mr. Lius have designs on me? How did you find out?
Yun Wanchio watched him with keen interest, her large, clear eyes black and white like rippling autumn water fluttering with a lively sparkle.
I happened to overhear some of their conversation yesterday. Lu Yi explained.
He knew Yun Wanchio might be skeptical if he revealed this, but if he disclosed more facts, she might have no choice but to believe. He paused briefly, gathering his thoughts before continuing. They also mentioned Liang Jun wanting to curry favor with them, hoping to leverage their influence to grow his company.
Precisely because Liang Jun has something to gain, they might target you through him.
Sure enough, the moment those words left his mouth, Yun Wanchio's smile vanished. She herself was privy to some information and knew a little about the backgrounds of those two Mr. Lius. And Liang Jun was indeed trying to curry favor with those two Mr. Lius to expand his own company and broaden his business operations. Liang Jun was a capable man. Starting from scratch in his 20s, he had built an industry that held significant sway in Lingjiang City, becoming a well-known businessman there. Yet his influence seemed confined to Lingjiang City alone. Unsatisfied with this, he sought to climb higher, break out of Lingjiang City, and restore his company to the peak of its former glory, reviving the splendor of his ancestors' era. This was precisely why Liang Jun treated the two Mr. Lius with exceptional courtesy, showing them more respect than he did his own elders. On multiple occasions during dinners out, Liang Jun flew into a rage at Yun Wanchio for refusing to drink with him, even going so far as to slap her face. Afterward, Liang Jun apologized. Yun Wanchio once asked him, was it worth it? Did those two Mr. Lius truly possess the influence to help his enterprises break out of Lingjiang City? To conquer the nation? To reach the world? Faced with this question, Liang Jun answered with only one word, a very decisive word: yes. Yun Wanchio knew Liang Jun wasn't stupid, quite the opposite, he was sharp. The two men who inspired such unwavering faith in him were definitely no ordinary figures. Right now, the fact that Yui could utter those words proved he had likely overheard their conversation. Otherwise, he would never have spoken such things. Of course, perhaps they were merely joking. I just came to check on you, Sister Chio, to give you a heads up. If you ever run into trouble, you can call me. I'll be the first to rush to your aid when you're in danger, Lu Yi declared, patting his chest. Yun Wanchio smiled sweetly, giving Yui a meaningful look. You seem quite concerned about your sister, aren't you? Of course. If anything happened to you, Sister Chio, who would teach me painting? Lu Yi replied. Oh, so it's because you're afraid no one will teach you painting? No. I don't want anything to happen to you either, Sister Chio. After all, I really dislike those two people too. Giggle. Alright. What time is it now? You should be heading to class. I've taken note of what you said. Yun Wanchio flicked a strand of her silky, milk-white hair from her shoulder. Her graceful figure radiated a unique feminine charm at every moment. Louis kept his gaze fixed, unable to wander. When it came to goddesses, he always felt they were meant to be admired from afar, not approached lightly. But at its core, this was simply shyness, a feeling common among boys who hadn't spent much time around women. Well, I'll be off then. Goodbye, Sister Chio. Yui waved and started to leave. Yet after taking only a few steps, Yun Wanchio called after him, Hey! Didn't you say I could come to you anytime if I needed help? Aren't you going to give me your number? Perhaps Yun Wanchio felt that what Yui said wasn't entirely impossible. So she thought that if something like that really happened, Yui might just become her savior. After all, Yun Wanchio didn't have many friends, and those she truly trusted were even fewer. Her young apprentice, Louis, clearly seemed trustworthy, which was why she proactively asked for his number. Louis promptly gave her his number. After jotting it down on her phone, Yun Wanchio deliberately dialed it to test the connection. Hearing the ringtone, she nodded and waved, saying, Hurry off to school now. Okay. After parting ways, a weight lifted from Louis's heart. As he left the villa complex and reached the gate, a black BMW X6 suddenly pulled up. Louis stepped aside to let it pass. Spotting the vehicle, he couldn't help but glance at it several times. The license plate ended with 19. Wasn't this the very car that had visited the museum? Why had this car suddenly appeared here? Louis had been wondering all along about the man who always carried a cane and was called Brother Jiang. Who exactly was the boss he kept mentioning? For whom was he working? Now that this car had entered the compound, could it mean their boss was Liang Jun? Louis didn't follow them inside. Regardless of who Brother Jiang worked for, he wasn't a major player, so there was no need to pay him special attention. But just as Yui was walking toward the school, two people inside the BMW X6 suddenly began talking.
Brother Jiang, that guy back there looked kind of familiar, don't you think?
The young driver said, glancing back through the side mirror. Brother Jiang, seated in the passenger seat, replied nonchalantly, of course he looks familiar.
Didn't we see him at the museum yesterday?
He was with the boss's girlfriend then.
Seems the boss really dislikes that kid. I'm not talking about yesterday, Brother Jiang.
I mean the last time we were on a toon rating job, or rather, on our way back from the job.
I think we ran into that kid again.
If I remember correctly, it was him. That bastard even grabbed a brick and smashed our car window. The young driver said indignantly. Seeing Yui twice in a row had reminded him of their first encounter, and the more he thought about it, the more certain he became that Yui was the one who smashed their car window back then.
Are you sure?
Brother Jiang suddenly frowned.
I'm sure.
I saw him yesterday, and then again today.
It suddenly reminded me of that day. It absolutely was him. No doubt about it.
The young driver stated with certainty.
Reverse.
Brother Jiang suddenly ordered, gesturing as he spoke, chase after him and stop him.
Chapter 86, seems familiar. The BMW X6 spun sharply and sped off. In moments, it caught up to Yui.
The front end suddenly veered across the road, blocking Yui's path.
Yui halted.
The door swung open, and the young driver leaped out, fixing his gaze on him. Then a middle-aged man emerged from the passenger seat. His legs were clearly problematic as he leaned on a cane.
Kid, you recognize us?
The young driver's face was stern, his tone cold.
Yui recognized them, of course, but he certainly wouldn't show it.
He immediately took a few steps back, feigning alarm as he asked, who are you?
What do you want? Damn it, you smashed our window last time. Already forgotten?
The young driver rolled up his sleeve, almost ready to lay hands on Yui.
Hey, don't be so rude.
The middle-aged man patted the young driver on the shoulder, motioning him aside.
Then he turned to Yui and said, young man, you should remember us, right? Yui shook his head.
The middle-aged man pointed at the BMW X6 and said, then you should at least recognize this car. Back on that highway in the western suburbs, you smashed the window of my car with a brick.
You don't want to admit it?
The young driver pointed at Yui and declared, this kid right here. I remember it clearly, he's the one who smashed the window. Yui had initially suspected they had some ulterior motive, but he hadn't expected them to be here over a broken window. He immediately relaxed a little, though he still wore a look of indignation as he said, oh. So it was you guys.
You were driving that car back then. And you have the nerve to complain? You nearly ran me over. If I hadn't reacted fast, I'd be dead now. And you have the audacity to confront me? You were the ones breaking traffic rules that day. What do you want now? Money? Let me tell you, I'm not paying a cent. Even if this goes to the police, I'm in the right. Oh ho, you've got some nerve, talking back like that? The young driver raised his fist, ready to strike. He was hot-tempered and quick to fight, used to settling disputes with his fists. In his view, this kid, Yui, needed a lesson to learn his place. But once again, Brother Jiang stepped in to restrain him. Smiling warmly at Yui, he said, young man, don't be afraid. Rest assured, we're not here to demand compensation. That time, we were clearly in the wrong. Besides, it's just a car window, no big deal. However, there's something else I'd like to ask you. I hope you'll answer honestly, okay? That attitude was more reasonable. Yui snorted softly, shot the young driver a withering glance, then turned to Brother Jiang, ask whatever you want. Seeing his cooperation, Brother Jiang's smile broadened.
Suddenly pointing at the BMW X6 trunk, he said, when we crossed paths that day, something seemed to fall out of the car as it hit the speed bump.
Right? Did you notice? Brother Jiang remembered that day vividly.
They'd been rushing back from the western suburbs. Passing by the Honey Lure lingerie store, their car skidded on the muddy road due to the speed bump, nearly hitting Yui. Later, as they passed by Yui, several bottles and jars seemed to fall out of the unclosed trunk. Brother Jiang had actually seen it in his side mirror, but he didn't get out to retrieve them. He figured they were just a few bottles and jars, no big deal if they were lost. But now, thinking back, perhaps those fallen bottles and jars contained something they had been searching for, something they had wanted for a very long time. For days now, their boss had ordered them to find a certain item at any cost, and they'd been pouring their hearts into the search. They distributed flyers and plastered posters countless times. Throughout Lingjiang City's alleys and courtyards, their posters were everywhere, high reward for unusual amber. Yeah, you were driving so fast back then, and the trunk wasn't even closed. Who knows what was in there? It looked packed to the brim. Yui didn't deny it. Since the other party already knew something had fallen out of the car, denying it now would only make them suspicious. We weren't really carrying much that time, just some equipment. We were helping someone move, and there was so much stuff that the trunk ended up jammed shut. Since you saw things fall out, kid, did you notice anything crystal-like among them? Yui shook his head decisively. Just a few broken pots, that's all.
I really don't know why you'd pack so many old pots. They all fell and shattered on the ground. In the end, the cleaning lady tidied up the mess. As I said before, we were just helping someone move. Those broken pots, though damaged, still belong to someone else. We couldn't just abandon them. Brother Jiang sure has a way with words. But Yui knew better. This man was a wolf in sheep's clothing, smooth talk on the surface, but every word was pure nonsense, not a single truth among them. Helping someone move? What a load of crap. They were clearly looting tombs in the western suburbs. That whole truckload was nothing but stolen artifacts from the graves. Kid, listen up. Whether you found that crystal-like thing or not, let's keep things separate, okay? Here's the deal, I'll show you something first. With that, he gave the young driver a knowing glance. The driver immediately pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. There, printed boldly, was the very advertisement they had been posting. Kid, take a look. After you see it, think carefully. See if you recall ever seeing anything like it. Brother Jiang pointed to the image of Amber, coaxing him gently. If you have seen it, or if you have something like this at home, we're willing to buy it at a high price. Even if you found it for us back then, I'll give you the same price. How about it? Most people hearing this would be completely baffled. But Yui knew this guy had ulterior motives. If he really found out Yui had picked up their stuff, he probably wouldn't pay a single penny of that high price. He'd just force Yui to hand it over at knife point. Yui wasn't stupid. He certainly wouldn't admit it. Besides, the Dragon Soul Amber was so precious that their so-called high price was only a little over $1 million. After all, Yi had once robbed a casino and walked away with 4 million yuan effortlessly. A mere million yuan, what was that to him now? Amber? That rings a bell. Louis stroked his chin thoughtfully. Chapter 87, Countering Their Own Scheme. Really? You remember? Tell me, where did you see it? Hurry up. Brother John's mood instantly heated up at the mention of Louis's recollection, his eyes seeming to sparkle with excitement. That thing was something their boss dreamed of obtaining. Though they didn't know its purpose, they knew that once found, their boss would never shortchange them. In fact, he'd explicitly promised them a 10 million yuan reward for locating it. 10 million? What did that even mean? Since ancient times, money had made the devil grind. The millstone people risked their lives for wealth, birds died for food. In a place like Lingjiang City, possessing 10 million would make one a respectable local tycoon. One would never have to worry about anything for the rest of their life and could live freely and comfortably. That's precisely why Brother Jiang and the young driver were working so hard. I only have a vague memory of it. Suddenly, I can't recall the details. But do you really mean what you said? If we find this amber, would you genuinely spend over $1 million to buy it? I'm just a high school student, don't try to pull a fast one on me, said Louis with an innocent look. Kid, what are you talking about? Why would we deceive you? We're upstanding citizens who obey the law and keep our word. Brother Jiang chuckled. Louis nodded, glancing at the BMW X6. He said. If you can afford a luxury car like that, you probably aren't scammers. That's more like it. We're definitely not scammers. Take your time, think it through, and let us know if you remember anything. If you do find it, we'll pay top dollar. Brother Jiang's smile was gentle, like that of a docile goat. But Yui knew full well he was at best a wolf in sheep's clothing. Earlier, Yui had intended to deny everything outright. But then he thought, maybe he could use this chance to really screw them over. Money offered on a silver platter, to refuse it outright would be a betrayal of heaven and earth, wouldn't it? So, he vaguely replied that he had a faint recollection. Honestly, it's slipping my mind right now. Why don't you leave me your number? If it comes back to me, I'll give you a call. But you better not try to pull a fast one on me if I do find it. You promise to pay top dollar, right? Louis acted like a country bumpkin with a sudden windfall, terrified of losing his fortune. Yet the more he acted this way, the more reassured and satisfied Brother Jiang became. Nodding, Brother Jiang said, rest assured, we'll honor our word. As for your number, I'll give you mine instead. Louis gave his number, and Jiang pulled out his phone to dial it. Only when he heard Li's phone ring did he nod with satisfaction. I gotta head to class now. If I don't leave soon, I'll be late. If I remember anything about the amber, I'll call you guys. Alright, it's settled then. With that, Yui took his leave. But after taking only 5 or 6 steps, Brother Jiang called him back. Louis stopped and asked, what is it? Is there something else? Brother Jiang smiled. Nothing really. It's just getting late. Let me walk you part of the way. Which school do you attend again? Lingjiang No. 1 High School. Alright, hop in. We'll give you a ride. How can I possibly accept that? No need to feel awkward. Think of it as making up for what I owe you from last time, Brother Jiang said, motioning to the young driver to start the car. He then personally opened the back door for Louis. Louis didn't refuse. A free ride to school? Why pass it up? He got in without hesitation. This left the young driver looking a bit displeased, but out of respect for Brother Jiang, he kept his thoughts to himself. As the car started moving, Brother Jiang asked Louis a few more questions during the ride. This time, he didn't bring up Amber. Instead, he inquired about Lu Yi's name, what grade he was in, and so on. Lu Yi wasn't afraid of him knowing his information. After all, with these people's connections, even if he didn't tell them, they would find out sooner or later. Lu Yi? What a name. I recall a famous figure from ancient times also named Lu Yi, a general of the state of Yan, I believe. In 284 BC, he commanded a coalition of 5 states against Qi, capturing over 70 cities. It stands as a renowned example in Chinese military history of the weak defeating the strong. Many compare him to Guanzhong. Young man, you bear that name too. It shows your father has high hopes for you. Brother Jiang spoke at length. Yui merely chuckled in agreement, offering no reply. It must be said, this brother Jiang was quite knowledgeable. Off the cuff, he could recount the origins of Yui, the renowned general of the late Warring States period, without missing a single year. One could say he must have studied history quite deeply. Truth be told, Yui's name did carry some connection to that ancient general. When he was born, the TV was airing Romance of the Three Kingdoms, specifically the scene where Zhuge Liang outdebates the scholars. Someone mocked Zhuge Liang, asking if he ever compared himself to Guanzhong or Yui. Guanzhong, the renowned chancellor of Qi, assisted Duke Quan of Qi in dominating the Central Plains, holding sway over the realm. Yui, the celebrated general of Yan, seized 70 cities of Qi in a single fury, achieving victory against overwhelming odds. Both were men of extraordinary talent who saved the world. Lu Yi's father happened to see this scene while his grandmother asked him what name would be good for the child if born. Without hesitation, he decided to name his son after Yui, inspired by the television's portrayal of his formidable reputation. Speaking of this, Yui often marveled at his good fortune, grateful he wasn't named after Bao. Had he been, his father with his artistic inclinations might well have named him Bao Shuya, emulating ancient figures. Driving to school took only minutes, a walk would have been 10 or 20 at most. Though they drove slowly, they still arrived in just 4 or 5 minutes. Before getting out of the car, Brother Jiang pulled out his wallet, took 5 red bills, and shoved them into Yui's hands. Yui froze, staring at him, unsure what he meant. Brother Jiang smiled and said, "Last time, it seemed like the car grazed you. To apologize, take this money, consider it our compensation." Lu Yi took the 500 yuan. Honestly, he found it pitifully small. That near miss had nearly sent him flying. 500 yuan wouldn't even buy enough spicy snacks to calm his nerves. Brother Jiang, however, failed to notice Lu Yi's thoughts. He believed 500 yuan was already generous for a high school student. Chapter 88, Cheating. 500 yuan was a bit stingy, but since it was offered, Lu Yi wouldn't refuse. This money would be enough to treat Wu Tao to a meal at the small restaurant tonight. "Thanks, guys." Lu Yi waved goodbye and sprinted through the school gates. Only then did the young driver grumble indignantly, "Brother Jiang, why be so polite to him? Why give him money? Last time he smashed our car window, we should be the ones settling the score with him. It's just a piece of glass. Why dwell on it?" Brother Jiang chuckled. Those who achieve great things don't begrudge small expenses. If you can't even part with this little money, how will you ever make big profits? But it really wasn't necessary. He's just a kid, a high school student. 100 or 2 would have sufficed. Earlier, when you mentioned paying handsomely, I saw his eyes light up. Someone like him, if he really found that alien Amber, would definitely try to contact us. We wouldn't have to give him a single cent, the young driver argued. Xiao Qiong, that's not how it works. What if he really has seen what we're looking for? A measly 500 is nothing. I'd pay 50,000 if I had to. Don't forget, if the station finds that thing, the boss promised a 10 million yuan reward per person. With 10 million in your pocket, would you even care about this? Anyway, I don't think we should be so polite to him. What does he think he is? Worth having Brother Jiang personally drive him to school? The young driver protested. Xiao Qiong, you really think I came here just to drop him off? Brother Jiang sneered. Young driver, Brother Jiang, could it be you have other motives? Of course. This kid claims he remembers him. Even if there's only a sliver of a chance, we can't let it slip. Now, go check it out. His name is Yui. He says he's a student in class 2 of senior 3. Go verify if what he says is true. Brother Jiang said. The young driver instantly understood. So Brother Jiang hadn't brought Yui to school out of kindness at all. He was here to track him down. Once they knew which school and class he attended, they could pin him down. Finding Yui would be as easy as catching him at school. Got it, I'll go right now. The young driver felt a bit better about it. Otherwise, he thought it was beneath both Brother Jiang's status and his own to personally drive a high schooler to school. A little over 10 minutes later, the young driver returned, reporting to Brother Jiang, "Brother Jiang, that kid's a bit dim-witted, but he told the truth. He really is a student in class 2 of senior 3. Seems like he's actually a pretty good student with above-average grades and good behavior." Fine. Now that we know, let's get going. Brother Jiang said. The young driver got back in the car, made a U-turn on the spot, and drove off. Lu Yi arrived at the classroom, unaware of the events that had unfolded. The first class of the day was geography, taught by the beautiful Ms. Chen Ruoi. Ms. Chen Ruoi was tall and slender. At school, she usually wore the standard teacher's uniform, a pencil skirt and a crisp white blouse. Sometimes she'd wear black or white stockings, perfectly accentuating her beautiful legs. A pair of black-rimmed glasses sat upon her nose, lending her an air of quiet elegance. At school, she was undoubtedly the sex symbol in the eyes of 80% of the male students. Today, beneath her white blouse, the faint outline of a rose-pink shape was visible once more, undoubtedly her lingerie. After all, teacher Chen Ruoi had studied abroad and returned as a returnee, so her style was naturally bolder and more open, nothing to be surprised about. Paired with her stunning beauty, it was simply a delight to behold. Countless students, and even male teachers, harbored secret crushes on her. But because she was the principal's daughter, many timid ones could only admire her from afar, not daring to make the slightest improper advance. With the college entrance exams drawing ever closer, various diagnostic tests began arriving in rapid succession. In the first class period, Ms. Chen Ruoi immediately distributed the test papers. She explained that she had carefully selected questions frequently appearing in past exams to gauge everyone's level. As for exams, Yui naturally felt no pressure. Recently, teachers from every subject had begun to look at him with newfound respect. In history class, he could recite any historical event backwards and forwards. In politics class, he was practically able to recite the entire criminal law and national law. In English class, aside from his oral skills being a bit weak, tackling written questions was a breeze, a piece of cake. As for math, needless to say, even Chen Xiaoling, the top student in the class, had sought his help. And in Chinese class? This guy quoted extensively from various sources, and his essays were exceptionally polished. In short, he had completely transformed from an average student in the teacher's eyes into a top-tier student like Chen Xiaoling. The moment the test papers were handed out, a note suddenly appeared on Yuyi's desk. Shoo! Wu Tao gestured from the side, signaling that the note came from his Chinese good cousin. Louis shot him a withering glance before unfolding the note. Scrawled in messy handwriting were the words, "Bro, give me a hand on this test. Help me ace it so Chen Ruoi, that gorgeous girl, will finally notice me. Plus, I can brag to my dad back home." After reading it, Yui crumpled the note into a ball and tossed it into his desk drawer. He then gave Wu Tao an OK sign. He certainly wouldn't be stingy with Wu Tao. While handing him the answers outright wasn't exactly the right way to go about it, given Wu Tao's current level, even if he buckled down now, it was too late to catch up. Since Wu Tao wanted to impress the gorgeous Chen Ruoi and show off to his uncle back home, he might as well help him out. Without delay, Yuyi's pen flew across the paper. For every answer he wrote, he deliberately lifted the test paper slightly higher. Wu Tao instantly became intensely focused, copying down every answer Louis wrote. After all, geography questions weren't like Chinese essays requiring personal reflections or insights. For Chinese, he could only copy the multiple choice and fill in the blank questions, the rest still required his own work. But geography? He could copy the entire thing from start to finish. Wu Tao's eyes were sharp, and his pen flew across the paper as he copied. The thought of soon leading the show-off parade filled him with uncontrollable glee. When teacher Chen Ruoi walked by to patrol the classroom, he sat up straight, eyes fixed straight ahead. But the moment she turned away, he stretched his neck like the tallest animal in the zoo, a giraffe, and peered intently at Yuyi's exam paper. Back and forth they went. By the time class ended, he was the first to hand in his paper, beaming with excitement. Running his fingers through his hair, he felt triumphant. Finally, he could show off his prowess. He thought proudly. Yet he failed to notice that in the names section of the exam paper, the word Zila had been written alongside his own. Chapter 89, I Promise to Give It Back. That afternoon passed quite easily, and Wu Tao was undoubtedly the happiest. After handing in his paper, he was elated for the entire afternoon. In his mind, he could already see the beautiful teacher Chen Ruoi, her eyes brimming with affection, smiling warmly as she praised him from the podium. The very thought of it filled Wu Tao with uncontrollable joy. After school, Yui called Wu Tao over, planning to treat him to a meal with the 500 yuan pocket money he'd earned that day. Not far from the classroom door, they ran into Qiongqi from class 8. She stood by the roadside, smiling as she held some art supplies. Spotting Yui and Wu Tao approaching, she greeted them proactively, looking as if she had deliberately waited there for them. Hey, never thought you and Qiongqi would get this far. Are you two officially together now? Does that mean I have to start calling her sister-in-law? Wu Tao blurted out, his words suddenly murmuring in Lui's ear. But his voice wasn't exactly quiet. Not only did Yui hear it, but Qiongqi herself caught it too. What nonsense are you talking about? The words came out in unison from both and Qiongqi. I'm not talking nonsense. It's obvious to everyone, Wu Tao protested innocently. Qiongqi flushed but ignored Wu Tao. Wu Tao sensed the tension, patted Lui's shoulder, and gave him a meaningful, knowing look. Brother he said, maybe you can treat me to dinner next time. I won't be the third wheel this afternoon. With that, he bowed respectfully toward Qiongqi and called out, see you tomorrow, future sister-in-law. Lui was speechless. Qiongqi's almond-shaped eyes widened as she glared at him, both embarrassed and annoyed. She almost reached out to hit him, but Wu Tao had already bolted away, vanishing in a flash. Don't mind him. He's always been like this, a big kid who never grew up, Yui said apologetically.
Qiongqi shrugged, glancing at him, then hesitated as if she wanted to say something.
What is it? Lu Yi asked her.
The words Qiongqi wanted to say seemed incredibly difficult to utter.
She bit her lip, hesitated for a long moment, then finally asked, that thing you promised Mad Dog last time, can you really do it? Should be. Why? Lu Yi was confused. Well, Mad Dog's people showed up outside the school again.
Qiongqi had already finished class and was about to head home. She had to prepare medicine for her father every day, so her homeroom teacher allowed her to leave a little early. But today, the moment she stepped out of the school gate, she ran into Mad Dog's men. She then tried the back gate, only to find it blocked as well. Left with no choice, she had to wait in front of the classroom building for Yui to finish school. Last time, to help her, Louis had agreed to repay Mad Dog 60,000 yuan within 7 days. Once the debt was settled, Mad Dog would wipe the slate clean with her family. Qiongqi found it incredibly awkward to bring this up. After all, the sum was enormous, and Yui wasn't even related to her. Mentioning it made her feel embarrassed and uncomfortable.
They? You mean Mad Dog's people? Yeah. There are still several days left. Why are they pushing so hard? Lu Yi frowned.
The day agreed with Mad Dog was Saturday, and today was Monday, only the third day, not even halfway through the week.
Come on, I'll walk you back. Alright. Lu Yi escorted Qiongqi out of the school gate. Sure enough, several thugs were blocking the entrance. As soon as they appeared, a crowd immediately surrounded them. Leading them were 2 burly men in suits.
Those privileged enough to wear suits were typically Mad Dog's direct underlings, essentially small-time bosses.
Lu Yi and Qiongqi didn't back down.
They walked straight toward the 2 men in suits. A crowd of thugs instantly swarmed around them, but the suited men waved their hands, signaling for the others to relax.
What's this about?
Louis spoke up, addressing the suit-clad leader.
Weren't we given 7 days? The man chuckled. 7 days is 7 days.
Dog Brother's word is law, he never goes back on his promises.
Then what's the meaning of you guys ambushing us here today? Nothing much. Just that half the time is almost up, so we came to remind you.
Dog Brother said that even though he gave you 7 days, interest still accrues daily. Every extra day adds 1,000 in interest. After 7 days, even if you've scraped together the money, you'll owe 60,700 yuan.
Got it?
The man in the suit spoke indifferently, his tone condescending.
1,000 a day? Why don't you just rob people? Yui fumed. Even for loan sharks, this was outrageous. There was absolutely no bottom line here.
If you're not satisfied, Dog Brother said you could consider 2,000 or 3,000 in interest per day instead of 1,000.
The man in the suit chuckled. It was blatant extortion, but what could you do about it?
In this world, might makes right. Whose fists are strongest, whose power is greatest, that's whose voice carries weight.
Fine, 1,000 it is. Money matters, I'll figure it out. No need for you lot to come hounding me.
And please don't come bothering us near the school grounds again.
We're students, after all.
If the teachers catch wind of this, it won't look good.
Lu Yi said.
Ha, rest assured.
As long as you pay up, we won't bother you again. The man in the suit said.
Now that we're done talking, can you leave, said Yui. The man in the suit nodded, then waved his hand and led his crew away. He had indeed only come to deliver a message to urge Lu Yi to hurry up.
60,000 yuan was no small sum. Even Mad Dog would be concerned about that amount.
Qiongqi followed silently beside Louis, her anxiety palpable. She knew raising 600,000 yuan would be extremely difficult. Louis was currently staying with his uncle, who merely ran an underwear shop.
Could he really come up with that much money?
If he couldn't, the consequences would be far-reaching. Not only would Qiongqi's family suffer, but Louis's uncle's family would be dragged into the mess as well. Louis suddenly smiled, seemingly sensing Qiongqi's worry.
Don't worry, he said. I've actually already secured the funds. 60,000? That's more than enough.
He deliberately wanted to ease Qiongqi's mind, to stop her from living in constant fear, so he told her the truth.
Really?
Qiongqi stared at him blankly, her eyes unconsciously welling up.
Of course it's true. You don't need to feel burdened by this. Think of it as me lending you the money.
You can pay me back once you've earned it, Louis said with a smile.
MHM. Qiongqi nodded firmly. I promise I'll pay you back. Chapter 90, Conflict.
Last time, Louis had taken over 4 million from Zhongxing Society's casino 4 boxes, each containing 1,000,000 yuan. He'd also snatched tens of thousands from the Zhongxing Hotel. After giving Wu Tao 1 million, he still had over 3 million left. For a high school student, he was practically a tycoon now. But he didn't plan to rush the repayment. If he paid back too easily, it might give the other party ideas. After all, these were underworld types, they'd do anything for money. He had to be cautious. Since Mad Dog had given him 7 days, he'd repay it on the 7th day. As for the so-called penalty of 1,000 yuan per day for delay, Louis couldn't care less. After all, this money belonged to the Zhongxing Society. Even if they charged 10,000 yuan per day, he wouldn't object. Worst case, he'd just spend it all and borrow more from the Qiongqi society later.
That's what they call fleecing the sheep. Alright, no problem. I'll walk you back, said Louis. Chening replied, and the two walked side by side.
Yet at that very moment, not far from the school gate, a pair of eyes had been watching them the entire time. The owner of those eyes was none other than Wu Jianfeng, the man many assumed was Cheningxi's boyfriend. His expression was grim as he sat in a private car, accompanied by several men in uniform. Clearly, these were police officers, friends of his father or the like. After school today, he had seen a group of thugs gathered at the school gate, seemingly targeting Cheningxi. Wu Jianfeng had offered to handle the situation himself, but Cheningxi refused his help. Instead, she had run back to the classroom building specifically to wait for Louis from class 2. This infuriated Wu Jianfeng. What was so great about Louis? Could he really help her? Just like last time, when she and Louis were surrounded by a gang of thugs. Hadn't he arrived just in time to save the day? If he hadn't shown up promptly, Louis would have gotten beaten up for sure, and Cheningxi wouldn't have fared much better. After his offer was rejected, Wu Jianfeng dashed outside the school grounds. Just then, several uncles, friends of his father, happened to be passing by. He hailed them down, asking them to wait a moment and lend a hand. He was determined to see just how much help Cheningxi could actually get from Louis. What influence could someone like Yui possibly have? He had neither family connections nor background. In the end, wouldn't it still fall to him to clean up the mess? So he sat in his car, waiting for his chance to shine. He wanted Cheningxi to understand deeply that within this school, only he, Wu Jianfeng, could protect her. Only he, Wu Jianfeng, was worthy of her. Seated in his car, Wu Jianfeng waited expectantly. He assumed that after Louis called out, he'd get beaten up. He swore that if Louis got beaten this time, he wouldn't intervene immediately. He'd only step in after Louis had been beaten and Cheningxi was in danger. Only then could he truly demonstrate his worth. But to his surprise, after waiting so long, the outcome was that the thugs didn't lay a finger on Louis. Instead, after just a few words from Yui, they simply walked away. Wu Jianfeng angrily got out of the car and dismissed his father's friends. They were all public officials, helping him fight injustice was within their purview. But when it came to matters of romantic entanglements, they couldn't conveniently intervene. These uncles of his had met Cheningxi several times before. They had always assumed she was genuinely Wu Jianfeng's girlfriend and had even privately praised him, saying he was lucky to have found such a beautiful girlfriend. But today, they witnessed the scene. Cheningxi didn't stay with Wu Jianfeng. Instead, she walked away with another guy. Even the most dense person could see what was happening. After the car drove away, Wu Jianfeng gritted his teeth and walked to the school gate. From afar, he watched the two figures walking side by side, his lungs nearly bursting with rage. Back when I offered to help her, she never refused. She even treated me like a real friend. But ever since that damn Louis showed up, she changed. Today, when I offered to help her, she refused, insisting on waiting for Louis instead. Oomph, Louis. Wu Jianfeng seethed with hatred for Louis. Just then, he heard three people standing under a billboard nearby, apparently pointing at Louis and Cheningxi as they talked. That bastard Louis from class 2 actually hooked Cheningxi. Ming, he's getting more and more cocky. And we've still got that dirt on him. What if one day he accidentally spills our secrets? We'd be ruined. We wouldn't be able to operate in Lingjiang City anymore, a scrawny man said. Like I need you to tell me that? But what can I do? Brother who has spoken, no one touches him. Plus, Mad Dog seems to have made some kind of deal with him too, telling his men to keep their hands off. Even if I wanted to hire someone to cripple him, I couldn't find anyone. One of the three, a student with a closely cropped buzz cut, said angrily. So we're just supposed to stand by and let him run wild? What about his cousin, that Wu Tao guy? Last time he even pulled a fruit knife on us. If we're settling scores, we need to take him down too, declared another burly, rugged-looking man. Damn it, you two just keep whining and always make me figure things out. What the hell am I supposed to do? Can't you think for yourselves, snapped the buzzcut guy, known as Minggu, in irritation. Just then, Wu Jianfeng walked over, glanced at the buzzcut guy, chuckled, and said, Hey, isn't this Lai Daming from class 5? Got beef with Yui? Hearing this, the three turned their heads and laughed in unison. Oh, it's Wu Jianfeng from class 8. Everyone says Cheningxi is your girlfriend, so why is she running off with Luoi from class 2 now? What's that called? What kind of hat are you wearing? Lai Daming sneered sarcastically. Then that guy named Jia Quan, who looked rather sleazy, suddenly chimed in, Green. A green hat, you know. Yeah, exactly. Green hat. Ha! The trio burst into uncontrollable laughter. Wu Jianfeng's face darkened instantly. He raised his fist, ready to attack the trio. But the moment he moved, Ma Feng, a burly, broad-shouldered guy standing at 1.8 meters tall and easily weighing over 180 pounds, immediately stepped forward. What's that? Want to fight? We're just telling the truth. If you don't like it, get lost. Chapter 91, Conspiracy. Wu Jianfeng's family background was indeed formidable, commanding respect from many. But that held no sway over Lai Daming and his crew. The three had long been the school's bullies, backed by their own well-to-do families, which gave them the capital for their arrogance. Before Yui had any conflict with them, hardly anyone in the entire senior class dared to provoke the trio. They'd even forced numerous students to drop out. That's how tyrannical they were. So, when it came to Wu Jianfeng, the three of them showed him no respect whatsoever. They started right off with cold, mocking words. "I'm not here to pick a fight." Wu Jianfeng sized up Ma Feng. The guy was too big, fighting him wouldn't be smart. Besides, he wasn't here for a brawl. "I just wanted to tell you guys, I'm not too fond of that Louis either. Maybe we've got something in common there." "Ha! Of course you do. Your girlfriend got snatched away, no wonder you hate him. But what the hell does that have to do with us? Got the guts to beat up Louis? Get your girlfriend back?" Jia Quan sneered mercilessly. Wu Jianfeng seethed inwardly but forced himself to remain calm. "Aren't you guys itching to take him on too? Why don't we team up and give him a beating?" "Team up? You think you're worthy of teaming up with us? Who do you think you are? Don't think your dad being a cop makes you special. Even if he is a cop, he wouldn't abuse his power to help you steal back your girlfriend, right?" Jia Quan chuckled. Wu Jianfeng held back his rage until his eyes turned red. Suddenly, he lunged forward, ready to strike. Jia Quan, quick to read the situation, immediately backed up several steps and hid behind Ma Feng. Lai Daming spoke up then, waving his hand to silence Jia Quan. He turned to Wu Jianfeng. "Admittedly, the three of us are itching to beat him up. But we can't act ourselves. Both the underworld and Zhongxing society have issued orders not to touch him. So we're stuck. If you want to team up, I'd like to hear your viable plan." Lai Daming phrased this quite artfully, saying they were unable to act personally. In truth, the three of them were simply no match for Louis. They had tried to fight him before, only to be beaten down and photographed in rather compromising positions. Naturally, he wouldn't admit such things himself. Wu Jianfeng, however, asked curiously, "Oh? The mighty Zhongxing society actually declared that no one can touch him? What kind of background does this Louis have?" As far as he knew, Yui came from a completely ordinary family, living with his uncle. And his uncle was just a seller of women's clothing, hardly a distinguished background. Yet this man could get the mighty Zhongxing society to declare that no one was to touch him? "He's got no ing background," Lai Daming retorted. "Just a generous uncle." To protect him, his uncle stuffed 100,000 yuan red envelope into Brother Hu's pocket. Brother Hu handled things for him. That's why everyone on the streets gives Brother Hu face. Otherwise, he's nothing. So it was all about bribes. A flash of contempt crossed Wu Jianfeng's eyes. He'd thought Yui had some serious clout? Turns out it was just about slapping down cash. This made him think. Today, Yui only exchanged a few words with those thugs before letting them go. Looks like it was all about the red envelope too. I thought he was some big shot, but it turns out he just spent some money to show off in front of Xiao Ci. You guys really are thick-headed. If Zhongxing society won't act, why wouldn't you ask other gangs? Lenjiang City isn't just home to Zhongxing society. Besides them, there's still the Black Dragon Society and the Four Seas Alliance. Why not ask them? Wu Jianfeng sneered coldly. You know nothing. The burly Ma Feng suddenly interjected. Don't you know Ming is Tiger's unofficial underling? Asking him to approach the Black Dragon Society or the Four Seas Alliance would be slapping Tiger in the face. If Tiger found out, do you know the consequences? Lai Daming was a young rich kid who'd idolized the life of the triad since junior high. By chance, he'd met Brother Hu. He always presented himself as generous in front of Brother Hu, who, seeing his sense of propriety, took him on as a nominal underling. Because of this, Lai Daming had always been arrogant and reckless. But precisely because he was Brother Tiger's underling, he absolutely couldn't associate with members of the Four Seas Alliance or the Black Dragon Society. If Brother Tiger found out, they didn't know what severe consequences would follow, but they knew for sure they'd be shunned by all three of them afterward. This was the code of the underworld, somewhat akin to the ancient distinctions between social classes. For instance, if a disciple of the beggar's sect sought help from the Shaolin monks whenever trouble arose, it would be a clear violation of the rules. To turn to outsiders instead of one's own when facing problems, was that not a sign of contempt for one's own? Moreover, Brother Tiger had explicitly warned that no one should touch Yui. Not only had they defied him, but they'd even enlisted another gang to do it. There was no doubt Brother Tiger would be furious upon learning this. Simple, Wu Jianfeng declared decisively. If you can't handle this yourselves, I'll step in. You step in? Exactly. I happen to know a big shot in the Black Dragon Society. If I ask him to step in, he'll surely give me some face. But even if I ask him, we'll need to cover his expenses. If the three of you really want to beat up Louis, we can pool our money, right? Wu Jianfeng said. Seriously? You know a Black Dragon Society big shot? I heard your dad's a cop. How do you know someone like that? Precisely because of my dad's connections will he show some respect. Anyway, you don't need to meddle in my affairs. I'll ask you just one thing, are you willing to chip in? Wu Jianfeng said decisively.
Pooling money isn't impossible, but who knows if you're just messing with us. If we don't beat up Louis afterward, won't our money just go down the drain? Jiaquan said, clearly reluctant to part with his cash. Heh, you three still think I'd steal your money? You know your roles at school better than anyone. If you don't trust me, find someone to come with me to meet that Black Dragon gang boss. Seeing it with your own eyes should settle it, right? Wu Jianfeng said, determined this time to teach Louis a lesson. Lai Daming thought for a moment and said, fine. I'll trust you this once. Lai Daming also harbored deep hatred for Louis. Knowing that Wu Jianfeng's girlfriend had been stolen by Louis, he recognized that Wu's anger was entirely genuine. Immediately, the three of them pulled out their wallets and began pooling their money. Then, Lai Daming slapped Jiaquan on the shoulder and said, you go with him. Chapter 92, Style. Yi and Ingqi walked home together. Having offered to walk her home, he naturally dropped her off first. Only then did he turn back. Seeing that it was still early, he sent a message to Sister Chiu, asking if he could take painting lessons. If he wanted to learn painting, he could join the school's special talent class. They set aside several periods each day with dedicated teachers instructing students in painting techniques. But Yui found the pace too slow. Those teachers covered only 1 or 2 things per class, and their skill level didn't match Sister Chiu's. He had seen the teachers' paintings too. Compared to Sister Chiu's, they felt more technical and less spirited. This only strengthened Louis's resolve to learn from Sister Chiu, and she truly taught exceptionally well. After sending the message, he received a reply almost immediately. Opening it, he saw Sister Chiu had sent a smiley face followed by 3 words, hurry over. Seeing those 3 words, Louis broke into a smile and immediately dashed toward the luxurious residential complex across from his uncle's house. When he arrived at the entrance of Sister Chiu's villa, she was already waiting for him. The electric gate opened automatically, letting him in. Before stepping inside, Louis instinctively glanced at the parking spot. The Maserati wasn't there, meaning Liang Jun hadn't returned yet. This brought him a sigh of relief. Liang Jun always made him feel uncomfortable whenever he saw him. Since Liang Jun wasn't home, it was naturally the best outcome. Come in quickly. Today, sister wants to test you. Haven't you forgotten what you learned yesterday? Yun Wanqiu was quite enthusiastic about teaching Louis painting. Leading him into the living room, she saw the easel and tools already set up. As soon as Yui approached, he picked up a brush and, applying the techniques taught yesterday, sketched a simple painting. Yun Wanqiu examined it, nodded approvingly, and praised, you have an excellent memory. You've retained everything I taught you. And you must have reviewed the handwritten notes I gave you last night, correct? You must understand those notes were handwritten. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't have parted with them. They contain invaluable insights and techniques from many renowned masters across the country. I can tell you've studied some basic techniques from books, but they're not quite there yet. Please teach me, Sister Chiu, Yui requested earnestly. He had indeed reviewed some techniques last night, but merely studying bookish methods without hands-on instruction proved insufficient. Books mostly contain theoretical knowledge. No matter how much one learns, it remains mere armchair theory. Only through hands-on instruction can one truly grasp the essence. Chinese painting is profound and vast. Mastering it thoroughly is no easy feat. As for the techniques behind ancient masters' works, you must master the fundamentals yourself before delving into their study. Later generations' interpretations inevitably vary. No one can perfectly replicate or imitate them. So, setting aside the ancient masters, let's discuss several renowned modern painters. Foremost among them is the venerable Bai Shi. Bai Shi's shrimp paintings are world-renowned. His style is refined, unadorned, and executed with concise brushwork. His works radiate an earthy quality, making him a true artist who captured the essence of common folks' lives through art. Then there's Su Beihong. His style is bold and spirited, his brushwork masterful. His works evoke feelings that shift between melancholy and heroic passion. A truly great modern painter who perfectly fused Eastern and Western artistic traditions. Yun Wanqiu spoke while pacing the living room. Today she wore a purple t-shirt and snow-white skinny pants that accentuated her legs, making them appear even longer and more slender. The purple t-shirt added a sunny vibe to her appearance. She spoke with great earnestness. Beyond these two, there's Zhang Daqian, a truly formidable figure. He initially made his living by imitating others' paintings. He once masterfully replicated the landscape works of the ancient master Ao, deceiving countless domestic experts. He's hailed as the greatest Chinese painter in 5 centuries. His career unfolded in 2 distinct phases, early imitations of classical works, and later mastery that blended Western techniques to render landscapes with unparalleled brilliance. His Lake of Love once fetched over 100 million at auction. Can you grasp the magnitude of that? Louis took a deep breath. Until today, he had been completely unaware of these facts, a complete layman when it came to paintings. Hearing Yun Wanqiu describe these masters and the staggering value of their works left him speechless. A single painting costs that much? It's more profitable than running a business, Louis mused. In painting, you can't be a jack of all trades. Some specialize in animals, some in landscapes, some in flowers and plants, some in architecture. Mastering every field is impossible.
Even masters like Bai Shi and Zhang Daqian weren't strong in every area. So, if you truly want to make a name for yourself in the art world, you must first identify your idol, set them as your goal, and even imitate them in the beginning.
Yun Wanqiu said.
Then who was your idol when you first started learning painting, Sister Qiu? Asked Yui.
My idol was Zhang Daqian.
His style was exquisite, romantic, and free-spirited, with brushwork that was liberated yet restrained. He excelled at capturing flowers from life, and his works often evoked a sense of leisurely, bourgeois elegance.
Some call Zhang Daqian the romantic poet of the art world, and that's no exaggeration. Let me show you a few of his paintings. With that, Yun Wanqiu pulled out a tablet and displayed several photos.
The images depicted lotus flowers, plum blossoms, azaleas, everything imaginable. The colors were vivid and saturated, truly infused with a romantic sensibility.
Zhang Daqian was that skilled? His early landscape paintings were already masterful, and later he excelled at flowers and plants too?
He must have reached that level of consummate mastery to achieve such skill.
Otherwise, how could any of his paintings fetch over 100 million yuan? Alright, now it's your turn. Pick a style you like first. Yun Wanqiu said.
I'll go with Zhang Daqian too. Yui pondered briefly before replying.
Why?
When I watch you paint, I often sense a grand, untapped energy within your strokes. I actually think you'd be better suited to study Fu Baoshir's style. Yun Wanqiu said earnestly. Fu Baoshir's paintings are grand and majestic in style, with bold, unrestrained brushwork that exudes a spirit of devouring the world and embracing the mountains and rivers. It bears a striking resemblance to the style you sometimes subtly reveal.
This man is no ordinary artist either.
In 2016, his painting Lord of the Clouds and the Grand Minister of Fate also fetched over 100 million yuan at auction, reportedly selling for 2.3 billion yuan.
Note, the author isn't making this up, the information is accurate. Yet Yui nodded decisively.
I still choose Zhang Daqian.
Chapter 93, the auction begins. Why?
Yun Wanqiu observed him with keen interest, her slender white arms resting on a square table. From Yui's vantage point, he could see the graceful curve of her fair neck and the deep, luminous hollow of her collarbone. Most captivating of all, beneath that pale skin, a mysterious silver groove faintly emerged, utterly mesmerizing. Louis quickly averted his gaze, not daring to linger, and replied, because Sister Qiu, you've mastered his techniques. If I were to study Fu Baoshir's style, you wouldn't be able to teach me with the same ease. Besides, Zhang Daqian's early landscape paintings achieved a level of realism that could fool the eye. Their grandeur and scale speak for themselves.
I believe taking him as a model would be an excellent choice.
Yun Wanqiu chuckled softly, gliding over with graceful steps.
You're quite clever. You're right, if you wanted to learn Fu Baoshir's style, I couldn't teach you much. I could only introduce you to a friend of mine. Perhaps with my recommendation, he might take you on as a disciple. But since you've chosen Zhang Daqian, sister here can certainly teach you. Yui nodded.
He knew Yun Wanqiu once had her own dreams, and now she'd placed those dreams in him. Naturally, he'd make her happy. This once he wouldn't choose any other master. That way, if he ever became famous, he could proudly tell others that Sister Qiu taught him painting. Let her bask in that pride too. Alright. Since you learned so quickly, today I'll teach you some real skills. Listen carefully, watch closely, and if anything is unclear, feel free to ask me.
Got it.
In early summer, the sky usually stayed light late into the evening. At 5 or 6 o'clock, the sun still hung low in the western sky. After school that afternoon, Yui walked Shenning home and arrived here around 5:30. He hadn't quite noticed how time slipped by, and suddenly 2 hours had passed.
Today, Yun Wanqiu focused on teaching landscape painting.
She instructed with great earnestness, imparting genuine skills to Yui.
Yui committed everything to memory, following Yun Wanqiu's rhythm with his brush to create paintings identical to hers. The results of his work deeply pleased Yun Wanqiu. She grew increasingly convinced that Yui was a true prodigy, one who might very well shine brightly in the domestic art world someday. And if the day came when the whole nation knew that Yui's teacher was her, then that would mean her dream had been fulfilled. Time slipped by unnoticed.
As it neared 8:30, 2 beams of light suddenly streamed in from outside, followed by the sound of a car engine. There was no doubt about it, Liang Jun had returned. Through the glass display window, Yun Wanqiu could clearly see it was indeed that Maserati. Yun Wanqiu and Louis noticed the light at the same time.
Yun Wanqiu murmured in surprise, didn't he say he wouldn't be coming home today? With that, she suddenly grabbed Yui and headed toward her room.
Opening the door, she pushed Yui inside and whispered, hide in there first.
Don't come out until I call you. Why? Louis was utterly baffled. He hadn't done anything with Yun Wanqiu that needed hiding, he was merely learning to paint. Don't ask questions. Just listen to your sister. Go sit in the room for now. Yun Wanqiu instructed him before closing the door.
Louis hesitated, about to speak, but then reconsidered. After all, Liang Jun was her boyfriend. And since her boyfriend didn't particularly like me, she needed to consider his feelings.
That was understandable.
With that thought, he felt relieved. Though he always felt a bit like a flower planted in cow dung when Sister Qiu chose Liang Jun as her boyfriend, they were living together now, family. Since Sister Chio was kind to him, he naturally had to consider her feelings too. So he did as she asked and found a spot to sit in the room. The room was filled with a fresh, enchanting scent of very distinctive perfume. A row of hangers displayed an array of women's lingerie and underwear, nearly causing Yui to bleed from his nose. Needless to say, this was undoubtedly Sister Chio's boudoir. Ha! She told me to hide in her boudoir. Doesn't she fear Liang Jun suddenly barging in? Doesn't she share a room with Liang Jun? Curious, Lui glanced around. There wasn't a single item belonging to a man in this room. Only women's belongings. This confirmed that this must be Yun Wancho's personal room. If Sister Chio and Liang Jun lived together, shouldn't they share a bed? Why were they sleeping apart? Lui stroked his chin, puzzled. Nowadays, which couple living together wasn't inseparable? It was indeed rare for someone like Sister Chio to share a roof yet sleep in separate rooms. Squeak! The sound of the living room door opening echoed through the house, not exactly quiet. Lui heard the commotion and immediately approached the door, pressing his ear against the panel to listen to the sounds outside. He heard two men laughing and talking. One voice was Liang Jun's, while the other belonged to that sleazy Mr. Liu. Late autumn, bring the wine. Mr. Liu Qiongqi and I have business to discuss. Go to the cabinet and fetch that bottle of Bordeaux from my collection. Liang Jun's voice rang out. Then Yun Wancho's voice joined in. Didn't I tell you not to bring people home for drinks? Thud. The moment Yun Wancho finished speaking, a loud thud echoed as a hand slammed down on the table. Liang Jun's voice shot back sharply. What kind of attitude is that? I'm out there killing myself to close deals, finally land a business opportunity, and come home to celebrate, and this is how you treat me. Liang Jun, please show me some respect. Yun Wancho said sternly. Respect? You're lecturing me about respect now? Oomph. I'm drinking at home tonight, and I don't care what anyone thinks. Liang Jun's tone was hostile, clearly agitated from drinking heavily elsewhere. Mr. Liu Qiongqi, who had returned with him, remained silent throughout. If you want to drink, it's none of my business. I don't care. Do whatever you want. Yun Wancho gathered her painting supplies and prepared to return to her room. Liang Jun suddenly sprang to his feet, charging forward in a few strides and kicking an easel away. You're painting again? Painting? I hate painting the most. How many times have I told you? Go get me some liquor. Now. Liang Jun, Yun Wancho is furious. But Liang Jun suddenly bellowed drunkenly, you won't listen to me, huh? If it weren't for my help, your father would have been dead long ago. Now you won't listen? Fine. Starting next month, I won't give a single penny. Let's see how your father manages then. Hurry up and get me some liquor. Chapter 94, The Spiked Wine. Drunk and unrestrained, Liang Jun unleashed a torrent of words he'd never dared utter before, spilling them all at once. Yun Wancho trembled all over as she listened, her teeth clenched so hard against her lips that blood seeped out. Hurry up! Liang Jun's voice grew louder. Yun Wancho hesitated, her eyes reddening. She blinked, forcing the mist from her gaze to dissipate, then gave a cold laugh. Fine. I'll get it. But just then, Mr. Liu Qiongqi, who had remained silent, spoke up. He smiled and said, Mr. Liang, why get so angry? A beauty like Miss Yun deserves to be cherished and protected. Your attitude is truly rude to such a lovely lady. Liang Jun waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. Women are always like this. You can't spoil them. If you don't give her a taste of her own medicine, she'll never listen. My apologies for the spectacle. Not at all, not at all. Come, sit down and continue drinking. Though Liang Jun reeked of alcohol, his eyes were clear and sharp. He'd never invited anyone to drink at his home before. This was a first. And it was also the first time he'd spoken to Yun Wancho like this. Moments later, Yun Wancho brought the liquor, placed it on the table, and turned to return to her room. Liang Jun took it, swiftly uncorked the bottle, and poured 3 glasses. With a flick of his finger, a white pill barely half the size of a button dropped into one of them. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact with the liquid. Liang Jun swirled it briefly before calling out to Yun Wancho, Wancho, come here. Yun Wancho halted but didn't turn around, nearly saying, Liang Jun, don't push me too far. Liang Jun chuckled. Don't talk nonsense. How could I force you? This time, I absolutely won't pressure you. I just want you to come over and have a drink with Mr. Liu. You can choose to drink this cup or not. But if you do drink it, I'll spare no expense to send your father abroad for treatment. It's up to you. With that, he placed the cup on the table and picked up another to drink with Liu Qiongqi. Yun Wancho stood frozen in place for a long moment before finally turning back. You mean it? She asked. Just one glass? Exactly. Just one glass. Once you drink it, you can return to your room. I promise to spare no expense in curing Uncle Yan's illness, Liang Jun stated. Fine. I hope you keep your word. Hearing this assurance, Yun Wancho walked over, picked up the glass of red wine, and downed it in one gulp. Seeing this, Liu Qiongqi clapped his hands and laughed. Miss Yun truly has a remarkable tolerance for alcohol. Not only is she beautiful, but her drinking posture is absolutely exquisite. Why don't you sit down and chat? Yun Wanqiu ignored Lu Changqing, fixing her gaze solely on Liang Jun. I hope you keep your word.
Of course. Liang Jun replied expressionlessly.
Then Yun Wanqiu turned and walked back to her room. As the door slammed shut behind her, the others outside chatted idly.
Liang Jun glanced at his wristwatch and asked, Mr. Lu, is this medicine you gave me truly effective?
Lu Changqing narrowed his eyes into slits, a suggestive smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
This is a special remedy. Fastest takes a minute, slowest takes 5, it always works.
Meanwhile, in Yun Wanqiu's boudoir, Yui immediately supported her as soon as she returned. Her face was flushed crimson, and she staggered slightly with each step.
Sister Qiu, what's wrong? Yui asked urgently.
I'm fine, Yun Wanqiu replied before sitting down on her bed. Clutching her forehead, she felt as though a whirlpool had formed inside her head, spinning relentlessly. Suddenly, her eyelids grew heavy. She rarely drank and had a low tolerance, yet this was the first time she'd ever experienced such effects. Lu Yi had pressed his ear against the door, listening to the voices outside. Though he couldn't see, he pieced together what had just happened from the sounds. He watched Yun Wanqiu's face grow increasingly flushed. Her once elegant, snow-white neck now glowed like blood-red jade. Her deep collarbone outlined a faint peach blossom hue, and her chest was dotted with pink. Sister Qiu. Just as Yui was about to ask her what was wrong, he suddenly saw her beautiful eyes close. Her delicate body collapsed onto the bed like soft cotton. She seemed utterly exhausted the moment she fell asleep. Lu Yi immediately took her pulse, feeling it beat at an alarmingly rapid rate 2 or 3 times faster than normal. This was abnormal, extremely abnormal. Even someone who strictly avoided alcohol wouldn't become like this so quickly after drinking a single cup. Yui recalled his own experience with alcohol during the New Year's celebrations. His uncle had always warned that children shouldn't drink baijiu, but he and Wu Tao had defied the superstition, each downing a large cup. Half an hour later, the effects kicked in. They couldn't tell east from west while walking and collapsed onto the bed, sleeping for hours before waking up. But what Yun Wanqiu had just drunk, according to Liang Jun's earlier description, seemed to be Bordeaux red wine. Red wine isn't particularly strong. 1 glass wouldn't normally get someone drunk. It shouldn't have made her like this so quickly. Louis suddenly had a dreadful suspicion. Could Sister Qiu have been drugged? But wasn't Liang Jun her boyfriend? Why would he drug her? If a couple wanted to get intimate, would they really need drugs? Had Liang Jun truly agreed to that condition of Mr. Lu's? Just as Yui was lost in thought, the door suddenly rattled as someone fumbled with the key outside. Oh no! Yui immediately scanned the room. It wasn't large, making hiding difficult. He glanced under the bed, too low, impossible to crawl into. Then he looked at the wardrobe stuffed with clothes, no quick hiding spot there either. Finally, he chose to hide behind the curtains. The room's curtains were thick and provided excellent light blocking. Louis grabbed a few pieces of clothing and tossed them into the corner, covering his feet. While his body could be concealed behind the curtains, his feet would still be exposed. Covering them with the clothes provided only a makeshift disguise. Squeak! The door opened and the room's light flickered on. In the warm, pink-hued space, Yun Wanqiu's slender form lay in an M shape on the pristine white bed, her eyes tightly shut, her pink lips slightly parted. Footsteps approached the doorway. 2 figures stood there, observing the scene. Then a voice chuckled, "See? Isn't it incredibly effective?" A lecherous voice chuckled hollowly, its tone dripping with greed and lust. As he spoke, the lecherous man began to shed his coat, ready to enter the room, but was stopped by Liang Jun. "Mr. Liang? What do you mean? Didn't we already agree? I don't trust verbal agreements. I have a document here. Sign it, and once you do, I'll keep my word. I'll give you Yun Wanqiu's first time." Liang Jun pulled out a document from his pocket. "Poof. You actually prepared a document? Fine. Since that's the case, I'll sign it right now." The sleazy man took the pen, scribbled carelessly in several signature fields, then smiled indifferently. "Now, Mr. Liang, are you satisfied?" Liang Jun paused briefly before saying, "Wanqiu is pure. Even I haven't touched her. I hope that after you take her, you won't let her know it was you." "Fine, I'll grant your wish. After I'm done, I'll come out immediately and let her believe it was you." "Heh, you're quite the strategist. All right, you can leave now." As the sleazy man spoke, he began unbuttoning his pants, unbuckling his belt, and urging Liang Jun to exit before closing the door behind him. Chapter 95, Taking Action. The door slammed shut. The sleazy man chuckled lewdly as he shed layer after layer of clothing. Hidden behind the curtains, Yui clenched his fists so tightly they nearly burst with rage. Liang Jun had actually taken this step, betraying Sister Qiu for some benefit. He was willing to use her body as a bargaining chip to secure Mr. Lu's cooperation. Shameful. Utterly shameful. Louis pressed stop on his phone's recording. From the moment the door opened, he knew Liang Jun's intentions were impure. He had to capture this evidence so Sister Qiu could see Liang Jun's true colors when she woke. Wow, those legs, that waist, those breasts, that face, all breathtakingly beautiful. And yet, despite having such a beauty at his disposal, Liang Jun hadn't even touched her. What a fool.
Women are like flowers and plants without a man's nourishment, how could they ever bloom properly? The sound of footsteps approached as Mr. Lu reached the bedside. As he spoke, his hand moved to undo Yun Wancho's trouser buttons, intending to strip them off. Louis was furious beyond control and was about to strike when a voice from his dantian suddenly cried out, "My lord, do not act rashly. I sense the aura of Crimson Eagle Amber emanating from this man as well." "What? He too? So the man you stabbed through the chest at the museum was another Mr. Lu?" Louis asked.
"I wasn't entirely certain before, but since this man also carries the aura of Crimson Eagle Amber, it's almost certainly him," Zhao Yun replied.
Rustle. A sudden rustling sound echoed.
Yun Wancho's trousers seemed to have been stripped off. The lecherous man sucked in a sharp breath, rubbed his hands together, and gazed at the exquisitely crafted, snow-white, jade-like pair of slender legs.
He immediately lunged forward. Lu Yi could endure no longer.
If he hesitated further, Sister Qio would surely face grave danger. In that instant, he no longer cared whether the man truly possessed any red eagle amber. Tearing open the curtains, he channeled the full force of a bull into his right fist. In a single stride, he lunged forward and struck Mr. Lu squarely in the back. Mr. Lu, bent over to embrace Yun Wancho's slender frame, had no idea a third person was in the room. Lu Yi's punch carried the brute force of an entire ox. With a sharp crack, the blow shattered his vertebrae. Mr. Lu let out a blood-curdling scream as he flew 3 meters backward, slamming into the opposite wall and drawing blood from his forehead. Louis showed no mercy, immediately pursuing him and delivering another punch to the back of his head. Mr. Lu never got a clear look at his face before being knocked unconscious.
The room was brightly lit.
Mr. Lu stood completely naked, while on the bed, Yun Wancho's trousers had indeed been removed, revealing her snow-white, slender legs.
Fortunately, she was wearing underwear. Otherwise, this Lu fellow would have taken advantage of her. Unable to contain his rage, Yui suddenly aimed a vicious kick at the center of Mr. Lu's legs. Mr. Lu's body convulsed violently. Blood suddenly gushed from between his legs. That crippling kick had severed his manhood, robbing him of his essence and ensuring he could never harm another woman again. Louis gasped for breath, his heart pounding wildly. Earlier, he'd heard Zhao Yun mention the scent of red eagle amber on the man, so he'd struck without mercy. He'd even used his fastest speed. Fortunately, it had worked otherwise, he would have had to rely on the spirit manifestation to have Zhao Yun intervene. Now, as he flipped the unconscious Mr. Lu over, intending to break a few more bones, Zhao Yun called out, "My lord, your power is too great at this moment. If you strike him again, he might die. In your era, the crime of murder carries a heavy penalty." "So what?" Louis seethed with fury, nearly disregarding everything and striking the man dead. But then it struck him, if Master Lu were beaten to death here, he could slip away, but it would inevitably drag Sister Qio into trouble. Unconsciously, he lowered his raised fist. "I truly wish I could kill him," Yui gritted out. Not only did he want to kill Master Lu, but he wanted to kill Liang Jun too. How dare Liang Jun betray the goddess in his heart? It was an unforgivable crime. Such a vile scoundrel deserves death any time, but there's no need to rush. Your lordship must consider your own safety. This man carries red eagle amber, indicating the Lu family's background is no simple matter. If it attracts powerful individuals who then trace the clues back to you, it won't bode well for you, Zhao Yun advised. After all, the other Mr. Lu had been stabbed through the chest by Zhao Yun at the city museum, yet he hadn't died. If this incident were linked to that, it might give those with ulterior motives a trail to follow. Most crucially, if he were to die here, it would implicate this woman. That surely isn't an outcome you'd wish to see, Lord. Zhao Yun stated. Truth be told, Yui didn't care about anything else, he only worried about dragging Sister Qio into trouble. Very well, I won't kill him this time. Yui glanced at the chest of this Mr. Lu and indeed saw a crimson eagle mark. Is there any way to destroy his amber? Certainly, Zhao Yun replied. But I would advise against it, my lord. After a brief pause, he added, this man's crimson eagle amber seems rather weak. Normally, someone possessing crimson eagle amber would be highly vigilant. Yet this man entered the room without noticing a single clue. This indicates his amber's energy is minimal, so destroying it would serve little purpose. The conventional methods of destruction are either killing him, having him remove it himself, or using amber to counter amber. My lord cannot kill him at present, so destroying his crimson eagle amber would require using amber to counter amber. Yet employing this method would openly reveal that a second type of amber has emerged in Lingjun City. As your power has not yet truly matured, I advise against such action. Knock knock. Just then, a voice drifted in from outside the door. Mr. Lu, what's wrong? What happened? The voice belonged to Liang Jun. When Yuyi's first punch struck Mr. Lu, he let out a piercing scream. The sound was loud enough for Liang Jun to hear. Lu Yi remained silent, suddenly turning his gaze to Yun Wancho on the bed. Her body was flushed crimson, as if blood might drip from her skin, while she murmured incoherently in her sleep. Liang Jun called out from outside, receiving no reply. He fumbled for his key, intending to unlock the door and investigate. After all, he truly didn't want to let Mr. Lu take Yun Wancho's first time.
But the stakes Mr. Liu had placed this time were impossible to refuse. Louis glared toward the door, seething with rage so intense he nearly wanted to beat Liang Jun into the same state as Mr. Liu. But then he thought Sister Chio's condition was still unclear. He couldn't afford to delay. If prolonged inaction led to dire consequences, it would be too late for regrets. Instantly, he snatched a snow-white pleated skirt from the coat rack, scooped Yun Wanqiu into his arms, grabbed a key from the bedside table, and charged to the window. He punched through her window with such force that the security bars shattered.
Liang Jun sensed something terribly wrong.
He flung open the door, only to find Yun Wanqiu's figure already gone by the time he burst in. On the floor lay Mr. Liu, completely naked, sprawled out. Blood trickled from his forehead, and his most fundamental part was also bleeding. Roar! The roar of a car engine echoed. Liang Jun dashed to the window and saw Yun Wanqiu's Mercedes C200, now driven by the mysterious figure, had smashed through their home's guardrail and sped away.
Chapter 96, The Truth.
Liang Jun wanted to chase after it to see who had taken Yun Wanqiu away, but the car sped off so fast it vanished in an instant. He could only grit his teeth and stamp his foot in frustration. He immediately called security, instructing them to check who was driving the car. The entrance to the residential complex had gatekeepers who rigorously inspected all incoming vehicles. Beep beep. The call connected quickly. Liang Jun immediately told the guard to keep an eye out for a Mercedes-Benz C200. The guard chuckled upon hearing his request and replied, "Mr. Liang, right? We all know that Mercedes C200 belongs to your girlfriend. So as soon as it arrived, we let it through. Rest assured, we wouldn't dare neglect Miss Yun." Yun Wanqiu's beauty had even caught the security guard's attention, so the moment he spotted the Mercedes C200, he politely opened the gate.
Liang Jun nearly cursed under his breath.
He pressed urgently, "Did you see who was driving? What did they look like?"
"Well, that's a strange question. Why would you even ask? Wasn't it your girlfriend driving?"
The security guard was genuinely puzzled. To be honest, he hadn't really looked closely. As soon as he saw the Mercedes C200 approaching, he immediately pressed the button to let it through.
Realizing further discussion was pointless, Liang Jun hung up.
He approached Lu Changqing and shook him several times, but the man remained unresponsive. He checked his breath. Thankfully, there was still a faint sign of life, proof he wasn't dead yet.
He immediately dialed emergency services. Getting Mr. Lu Changqing to the hospital was the priority. Whoever had taken Yun Wanqiu might reveal their identity once Lu regained consciousness.
Meanwhile, Yun drove Yun Wanqiu's C200 out of the city and arrived at a riverside spot in the suburbs. After he had stolen the Zhongxing Society's casino last time, Wu Tao had also driven the tricycle to this spot. The riverside was relatively quiet, and few people came here at night.
Sister Chio. Louis stopped the car, got out, and opened the trunk.
Yun Wanqiu lay on the seat, her long, white legs slightly curled. Her skin was fair and smooth, like white jade. She slept deeply, yet her mouth kept murmuring, her breath coming in soft, faint gasps. Her chest rose and fell rhythmically, and the youthful feminine aura radiating from her body was enough to intoxicate any man. Seeing no response, Yui picked up the snow-white pleated skirt he had brought with him and began dressing her. He then touched her forehead. It felt scorching hot, like burning coals. Though Yun Wanqiu was beautiful, and she would surely be unaware if he took advantage of her now, Yui was not that kind of man. She had been kind to him, teaching him painting, and she was his goddess untouchable. So, he dressed her in the skirt, never looking where he shouldn't, never touching what he shouldn't.
"Zhao Yun, do you know how to treat this condition?" Yui asked anxiously. "My apologies, Lord.
I am but a warrior, unversed in the ways of medicine. Truth be told, you have read many medical texts. Your knowledge far surpasses mine," Zhao Yun replied.
"The medical texts I've studied all deal with orthodox, complex ailments. How could there be a case like this?" Lu Yi pondered. Could it be like in those martial arts novels, where only with her, can her condition be lifted? But after a moment's thought, he shook his head. Modern medicine had already proven that the notion of a woman needing to be with a man to counteract a poison was pure fantasy. Throughout Chinese history, no one has ever invented such a drug. At best, certain substances might have aphrodisiac effects, but they could never transform a reserved woman into someone utterly uninhibited and without boundaries. Beyond that, there's another type of drug, a sedative. The substance administered to Yun Wanqiu tonight was likely the latter. However, the rapid rise in her body temperature suggested it also possessed potent aphrodisiac properties. Lu Yi pondered briefly before suddenly dashing to the riverbank. He stripped off his t-shirt, dunked it in the water, and hurried back to drape it over Yun Wanqiu's forehead. He also turned on the car's air conditioning to cool her down as much as possible. Based on the drug's mechanism, it had an onset phase, an active phase, and a transition phase. Since it had taken effect so quickly, its duration likely wouldn't be too long. Louis planned to wait a while longer. If the high fever persisted after an hour or two, then taking her to the hospital would be the only option. Taking her to the hospital under these circumstances would undoubtedly be humiliating. That was precisely why, after bringing her out, Yui hadn't rushed her to the hospital immediately. He wanted to protect her reputation.
But if the high fever persisted, it would cause significant harm to her body.
At that point, going to the hospital would be unavoidable. Sister Qio, wake up.
Lu Yi pinched her filter, hoping to rouse her. She felt the pain, yet her eyes remained stubbornly shut.
Helpless, he could only wait.
After about 20 minutes, luckily, Yun Wanqiu's temperature began to drop. Lu Yi called out to her again and pressed her filter point. This time, the pain jolted her awake. As her eyes fluttered open, her vision was hazy, and her entire body felt utterly drained. She lay limp against the seat. The car's interior light was on. It seemed to take her a long time to focus and recognize the person before her.
Lu Yi? Where am I?
My head feels so dizzy, and my vision is blurry. Yun Wanqiu pressed her fingers to her temples. Yui fetched water from the trunk and handed it to her. Sister Qio, drink some water first. It helps dilute the effects of whatever drugs they gave you.
Drugs?
What drugs? Yun Wanqiu took the water, feeling genuinely parched. After a few sips, her vision gradually cleared. She realized she was inside a car, but it was clearly not at home. Instead, it had been driven out to the wilderness.
This startled her, especially since Lu Yi wasn't wearing any clothes, standing bare-chested before her. Lu Yi, how did I end up here? What happened?
Yun Wanqiu grew cautious, pulling back slightly. She covered her chest with both hands. Seeing her reaction, Yui realized his lack of clothing might have startled her. Though younger than her, he was now a man, and there was an undeniable difference between the sexes. He shrugged, picked up his soaking wet clothes from another chair, and explained, "Your forehead was burning hot earlier, Sister Qio. So I took off my clothes, soaked them in water, and used them as an ice pillow for you." With that, he began putting his wet clothes back on.
You still haven't told me how I got here. What exactly happened? Yun Wanqiu demanded.
Lu Yi sighed inwardly, thinking how fortunate he was to have recorded evidence. Otherwise, how could he possibly explain bringing her to this remote wilderness alone, just the two of them?
It wouldn't be surprising if Liang Jun ended up turning the tables on him later. Sister Qio, I recorded something. Listen to this first, and you'll understand.
Lu Yi opened the audio file on his phone, and voices began to play.
Chapter 97, A Gift for You.
The recording was crystal clear, beginning with the voices of two men conversing.
Lu Yi let her listen alone while he paced outside.
Zhao Yun suddenly said, "My lord, this woman taught you painting. Though she has done you a favor, there is one aspect you must guard against."
Which aspect? Yui inquired.
Zhao Yun replied, "That Mr. Liu you knocked unconscious, though he never saw your face from start to finish. Don't forget, if this woman accidentally lets something slip, it could completely expose you, my lord."
Yi pondered briefly. That was indeed something to guard against.
That Liu fellow had been beaten unconscious and struck with the childless and barren kick. Though he himself never saw it, not even in his wildest dreams could Liang Jun have guessed. But if Yun Wanqiu were to inadvertently mention it in their presence, they would know that it was Yui who had dealt with Mr. Liu. "I'll speak with her about this later."
Yui sighed. He understood Yun Wanqiu needed time alone after hearing that recording.
Liang Jun, her boyfriend, had done this to her, treating her like merchandise and selling her to Mr. Liu. This was deeply traumatic for her, perhaps even a lifelong shadow. After 10 minutes or so, as expected, the sound of sobbing drifted through the carriage, heartbreakingly sorrowful.
Louis hesitated for several minutes before walking over.
He pulled a pack of tissues from his pants pocket and handed it into the compartment. Not knowing how to console her, he simply sat beside her in the back. As Yun Wanqiu wept, she suddenly threw herself at him. Just like last time, she buried her face in his shoulder, tears streaming down her cheeks. Actually, being able to see someone's true colors through this incident wasn't so bad. Louis pondered this for a moment before suddenly saying it aloud.
Yun Wanqiu didn't respond, still sobbing.
Louis continued, "Honestly, I've always felt Liang Jun wasn't good enough for you, Sister Qio. You have such a great figure and beautiful face.
To be honest, I've always seen you as a goddess in my heart.
Seeing Liang Jun's true colors this time means you can escape this misery sooner, which is actually a good thing. Moreover, I can assure you, Sister Qio, that Mr. Liu absolutely did not take advantage of you,"
Yui declared, patting his chest.
Xiao Yunwan sighed regretfully. "I truly never imagined Liang Jun could be this kind of person.
He wasn't like this before. He used to be completely devoted to me.
Though I never truly loved him, sometimes I thought that if things could stay this way forever, even becoming his woman might be a viable option.
But what difference would that have made?"
She suddenly wiped away her tears, as if resigned to her fate.
"What do you mean? What difference would it make?"
"With someone like that, Sister Qio, you should cut ties immediately and never speak to him again,"
Lu Yi declared.
Yun Wanqiu shook her head.
"You don't understand." "What don't I understand?" "I understand everything." "You do?"
Yun Wanqiu's long lashes glistened with tears as she looked at him.
Lu Yi nodded.
"From what Liang Jun said, it sounds like Sister Qio's father has some illness that needs his help, right?"
Yun Wanqiu sighed.
She hadn't intended to mention this to Yui, but since he'd already guessed, she saw no point in hiding it. Nodding, she said, "I was raised by a single parent.
My father struggled to raise me. Now he's fallen ill, and I'll do whatever it takes to cure him even if it means sacrificing myself. What of it? What kind of illness could possibly require such a sacrifice from you, Sister Qio? A car accident. It's been 3 years now. Since the crash, he's been bedridden, a vegetative state. Multiple internal organs ruptured, even destroyed. These past 3 years, just to keep him alive, we've nearly depleted our family's savings. If not for Liang Jun these last 2 years, my father would likely have passed away long ago. He knew that replacing organs was indeed prohibitively expensive. Replacing multiple organs was even more costly, and even if he survived, his life expectancy would be drastically reduced. Yun Wanqiu's determination to save her father was truly relentless. Shouldn't he be better by now? Hasn't the transplant happened yet? They haven't replaced any yet because the number of organs needed is simply too great. Domestic doctors won't even attempt it. They're only keeping him alive with medication, but this situation can't last. The doctors say they can only sustain him for another 3 months. If the surgery isn't done within that time, domestic doctors won't perform it. So you plan to send him abroad? Yes, that's our only hope now. At this point, she suddenly laughed bitterly. I have no skills of my own, just a useless woman. Who can I rely on? Now, I can only depend on Liang Jun. Even if he treats me this way, so be it. If he truly wants to sell me to someone else, I'll let him. As long as he keeps his word and does everything in his power to save my father, nothing else matters to me. Sister Qio, how can you think like that? It's just money. How much does the surgery cost? I'll figure it out for you. Lu Yi's blood boiled, and he blurted out impulsively. Yun Wanqiu chuckled softly, slipping her arms off his shoulders. She patted his hand gently and said, Alright, I know you care about me, but this is a favor you simply can't grant me. After all, Yui was just a high school student. And Yun Wanqiu knew full well what his background entailed. His uncle merely ran an underwear shop. With such a family background, what real help could he possibly offer her? No way. I won't stand by and watch my goddess get trampled by someone like Liang Jun. The words burst out of Lu Yi's mouth. Yun Wanqiu chuckled softly. Goddess? I'm not worthy of that title. Who says you're not? In my eyes, you are my goddess. I've never seen a woman more beautiful than you, sister. Lu Yi declared passionately. And he meant every word. While TV stars were numerous and stunning, their beauty was often enhanced by makeup. Sister Qio, however, radiated natural beauty without it a heavenly beauty, a natural grace. In his heart, she surpassed those entertainment industry women 100-fold. Moreover, girls like Chen Xi at school might be pretty, but they were still so green. Sister Qio possessed a mature beauty that young girls could never match. Qiu Wanqiu suddenly gazed at him with a smile, saying nothing. Her eyes, like scissors cutting through water, were particularly expressive. That gaze made Yui feel suddenly awkward. Do you really think sister is beautiful? Lu Yi nodded. Then would you like me to give you something? Yun Wanqiu paused, then moved slightly closer to him. What is it? Lu Yi asked curiously, watching Yun Wanqiu's expression. For some reason, he suddenly felt very nervous. Yun Wanqiu bit her lip, as if suddenly resolved to something. Amidst Lu Yi's tension, she leaned in and kissed him on the lips. Chapter 98, Maintaining. Her soft lips carried a sweet fragrance, instantly freezing Yui stiff as a wooden statue. Zhao Yun, the guardian spirit within his dantian, sensed the moment and promptly shut down the dragon's soul amber. He too averted his gaze. Lu Yi stood frozen for a long moment. His stiff hands lifted slightly. He recalled how in TV dramas, at this point, the man would embrace the woman and passionately respond. But just as he mustered the courage to try, Yun Wanqiu flicked her silky, milk-white hair and smiled at him. This is my first kiss. Though Liang Jun is my nominal boyfriend, I never let him touch me. Since he's selling me to someone else, I might as well give it to you instead. Sister Qio. Lu Yi felt his mouth go dry, his blood surging through his veins. Yun Wanqiu suddenly pressed her lips to his ear, blowing a breath of warmth as she whispered, Do you think I'm cheap? Not at all, Lu Yi shook his head hastily, replying earnestly. Then I'll give you my most precious thing too. Do you want it? Haven't you always wanted to become a man? Yun Wanqiu said, lifting her long skirt slightly to reveal a pair of beautiful, slender legs. At that moment, Lu Yi's testosterone had completely overwhelmed his intelligence, clouding his analytical, judgmental, and decision-making abilities. Yun Wanqiu suddenly stripped off her clothes, seemingly throwing caution to the wind. As her t-shirt fell away, her smooth, snow-white skin was dazzlingly exposed. Lifting her jade-like leg, she straddled Lu Yi's lap, her eyes closed as she murmured, Hold me tight. Lu Yi's arms moved like a machine, responding automatically to her words as they lifted to encircle her waist. Soft, warm flesh, something he'd only ever read about in books, was now his to experience firsthand. His heart pounded twice as fast as usual. You know what to do next, right? Yun Wanqiu asked him. I know, Yui answered blankly. He'd seen this kind of thing countless times in high-definition movies. Teachers like Yui Hatano, Maria Ozawa, and Sara Iwai had taught him so many moves, yet he'd never had the chance to use them.
He had the theoretical knowledge, but no practical experience.
Then let's do it.
Be gentle with your sister, Yun Wancho murmured softly. At those words, Yui could hold back no longer. He wrapped his arms tightly around her soft, slender waist, burying his face deep into her warm, fragrant embrace. His hands, skilled at handling lingerie, glided down her smooth back, poised to undo her final barrier.
But just then, hot droplets began falling from above, landing on his face.
They slid down his face and into his mouth, salty and bitter tears.
Lui froze, lifting his head to look at Yun Wancho. She was crying. Sister Chio. Sister, it's okay.
You can do whatever you want, Yun Wancho said with her eyes closed.
Lui sighed deeply but did not continue. Yun Wancho's tears were like an alarm bell, jolting him awake. Such an opportunity presented itself, something many could only dream of. He desired it himself, yet now his heart wasn't in it. He refused to take advantage of her vulnerability or accept such charity. If love between a man and a woman amounted to nothing more than this, what difference was there between it and the animalistic release of beasts? He picked up Yun Wancho's clothes, handed them to her, and said, Sister Chio, to be honest, I'm deeply moved. But I feel that if I were to do this, I'd be no different from that Liang Jun. Don't you regret it? This chance only comes once. If you miss it, the next time might be when I'm no longer pure. If that's the kind of chance it is, I'd rather not have it. Yui declared firmly. He knew Yun Wancho appeared reckless on the surface, willing to throw caution to the wind and risk everything. But deep down, she was a girl who valued her dignity above all else. If she truly made such a mistake, it would inevitably cause her profound emotional pain. Yun Wancho stared blankly, offering no reply. Lui glanced out the window and suggested, how about we get out and walk around?
Meshem, she murmured, sliding off his lap and stepping out of the carriage.
Lui followed her out, and together they walked to the banks of the Lingjiang River, sitting down on a large rock. I'll say it again, if it's money you need, I can help you find a way. But I also hope you won't go back to Liang Jun. Lui spoke earnestly. Yun Wancho gave a self-deprecating chuckle. A useless woman like me, if I don't go back to Liang Jun, would you support me? Sure. Yui agreed without hesitation. Don't be silly. You're still young. I'm not that young. Yun Wancho smiled faintly and nodded. True. In that moment of impulse, I really did act like I wasn't. Lui flushed. Sister Chio, I'm serious. If you need money, I have some. Well, I can come up with 3 million. If that's not enough, I can find a way to get more. Last time, he'd taken over 4 million from Zhongqing Society's casino and split 1 million with Wu Tao. In a few days, he'd have to repay 60,000 to Mad Dog, leaving him with just over 200,000. But that million he'd given Wu Tao wasn't needed right away. If Yun Wancho needed it urgently, he could retrieve it and return it to Wu Tao later when he got more money. He wasn't short on cash anyway. Where'd you get all that money? Yun Wancho was genuinely surprised when Lui casually mentioned 3 million. Well, I've been dabbling in investments and such. That's how I made it, Lui replied. I didn't know you were so capable. Still, it's not quite enough for me. Then how much do you need? You must have a rough estimate, Lui pressed. About 20 million, Yun Wancho sighed. 20 million. Lui pondered. Actually, back at the Zhongqing Society casino, if he'd taken all those boxes, 20 million would have been possible. Come to think of it, 20 million wasn't that much after all. He immediately replied, I can come up with 20 million. Sister Chio, promise me you won't go back to Liang Jun, okay? Yun Wancho looked at him in surprise and shook her head. Don't joke with me, brother. 20 million isn't 2,000, it's no small sum. I truly can do it. Or, Sister Chio, give me some time. I promise I'll make it happen for you, okay, said Yui. He genuinely didn't want her to go back to Liang Jun. Her heart was already dead now. If she returned, she might just throw caution to the wind and let Liang Jun treat her however he pleased. He didn't want to see that outcome. Are you serious? Yun Wancho stared at him. Of course I am. You're offering me this much money, are you seriously trying to keep me as your mistress? Yun Wancho flashed a dazzling smile. Then consider it keeping me. I just don't want you going back to Liang Jun, Lui said with a serious expression. Chapter 99, Well Kicked. Lui and Yun Wancho stood by the riverbank, bathed in the hazy moonlight, talking for a long time. Lui kept pleading with her not to go back to Liang Jun. Seeing how earnest he looked, Yun Wancho couldn't bring herself to refuse and finally agreed. Truthfully, she still doubted Lui's claim that he could secure 20 million. As she'd said before, 20 million wasn't 20,000, it was an amount most people never earned in a lifetime. Moreover, her father couldn't afford to wait any longer. He needed surgery within 3 months, and preparations alone would take at least 1 month. That left Yui with only 2 months to raise the funds. Who in all of Lingjiang City could possibly earn 20 million in 2 months? Even Liang Jun couldn't manage it. Yet despite her doubts, Yun Wancho chose to trust Yui this once. Why are you being so kind to me? Yun Wancho suddenly asked. Didn't I already tell you? Sister Chio, you're the goddess in my heart.
Besides, you're also my teacher, you're supposed to teach me painting, Louis answered with solemn sincerity. Earlier in the carriage, I said I'd give you my most precious possession. If I offered you that chance again now, would you still want it? Moonlight bathed her graceful form, revealing every curve. And now she was saying this, would you still want it? It was a temptation that seeped into his very bones. Undeniably, Yui even felt the urge to pounce right then and there, but he gritted his teeth and held back. Honestly, I really like you, Sister Qio, and I truly want to accept it. But I still feel this isn't the right occasion. If one day you willingly give me your most precious thing, I'll definitely accept it. Yui said, his face flushing with embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Yun Wanqiu chuckled softly. She extended a slender finger and tapped Louis on the head, saying, you really are just a child. I'm not a child anymore, Louis retorted. Right, not a child anymore. Well, you could barely be called a young man. Too bad I'm too old, sister. Otherwise, I might actually have fallen for you. Yun Wanqiu chuckled. You're not much older than me. I'm already 19. If you're willing to wait for me, sister, in 3 years I'll definitely marry you. Shoo. Just as Yui was about to say he would marry her in 3 years, she pressed her slender, white finger against his lips and said softly, little one, let me teach you something, never make promises to women lightly. Many women are foolish enough to take them seriously. I'm not joking. I'm serious. If you're willing to wait 3 years, I'll marry you. Louis stood up, his words solemn and resolute. To this day, Yun Wanqiu remained the most beautiful and captivating woman he had ever encountered. To marry such a wife would make dying worthwhile. He had always assumed Sister Qio had a boyfriend, that she was already taken. But now he learned she and Liang Jun were only nominal lovers, and her most precious treasure remained untouched. This revelation instantly stirred direct thoughts within him. Sister, I'm 23 this year. In 3 more years, I'll be 26. Won't you think I'm too old? How could I? 26 is still young, you know? It's the most beautiful age for a woman. Hee hee, you really are getting better at sweet talking. Honestly, you never had a girlfriend in school? Yun Wanqiu asked with a smile. No. Louis shook his head. Well then, if I'm still unmarried by 26, I'll just come crash at your place. Remember, you're the one who said you'd marry me. She batted her eyelashes, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Fine, I'll wait for you to come stay with us. Louis was actually quite pleased. After half-joking, half-serious banter, Yui brought up the matter at hand. Sister Qio, there's something I need you to promise me. What is it? Go ahead. When I brought you out this time, Mr. Lu didn't know it was me, and neither did Liang Jun. So if anyone asks about it later, sister, please don't tell them it was me who brought you out, Louis said. Alright, I promise. But I have a question, how did you manage to get me out? I'm a grown woman. They couldn't have just watched you take me away without stopping you, could they? Yun Wanqiu narrowed her eyes at him. Yui scratched his head, finding the answer surprisingly difficult. After a moment's thought, he decided to tell the truth. The situation was urgent. I pried open your security window and carried you out through it. He only said pry open, not smash open. Everyone knows how sturdy security grills are. If one punch could break it, that would be astonishing. Earlier you said Mr. Lu was going to harm me, and Liang Jun didn't enter the room. So what happened to Mr. Lu in the end? Yun Wanqiu pressed on. I knocked him unconscious. I saw he was about to harm you, sister, so I couldn't hold back. I hit him hard and even kicked him between the legs, Louis said awkwardly. Yun Wanqiu chuckled softly upon hearing this, then clapped her hands and exclaimed, well done. That kick was for me, sis. Then, her face flushing, she added, but you really didn't take advantage of me? No, absolutely not. Louis shook his head firmly. Then what about my pants? I remember wearing long pants. How did they turn into a skirt? Yun Wanqiu asked. He was in such a hurry to pull down your pants, Sister Qio, and the situation was urgent. I attacked him the moment he got them off. So, he really didn't have a chance to take advantage of you, Louis explained. Fortunately, you still had underwear on underneath, covering your most precious parts. It's not like Mr. Lu took advantage of you. On summer beaches, there are plenty of women wearing even less. Then what about this skirt? Did you help me put it on? Yun Wanqiu's face flushed crimson, her beautiful autumn water eyes fixed intently on him. Louis felt tense under her gaze and nodded. I couldn't very well let you wear just underwear, could I? He casually picked up the skirt. So, do you think my figure looks nice? She suddenly leaned closer, her voice laced with temptation. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful, Louis blurted out. Immediately after, he shook his head hastily. No, I really didn't peek at your body. Seeing his flustered state, Yun Wanqiu couldn't help but smile. She pursed her lips and murmured softly, actually, it wouldn't have mattered if you had. After all, you saved my virtue. Chapter 100, Parting. Hearing this, Yui instantly regretted his restraint. Back then, when Yun Wanqiu hadn't been wearing pants, those legs had been so long and fair, like a manga-style beauty straight out of a comic, truly anime-esque. But he felt it wrong to take advantage of the situation and hadn't dared to look longer. Now, hearing Yun Wancho say it really didn't matter, he instantly regretted not taking a few more glances back then. His eyes involuntarily drifted to the portion of Yun Wancho's calf exposed beneath her white pleated skirt. Her legs lay flat on the floor in an M shape, their slender contours still visible through the soft fabric. "Hey there, little guy, what are you looking at?" Yun Wancho caught his gaze and tapped his forehead again. "If you try to look now, big sister won't let you see anymore." Louis sheepishly averted his gaze, quickly glancing toward the surging waves of the cold river. Yun Wancho covered her mouth and chuckled. "Now you know what it means to miss your chance, right?" Louis's face flushed with embarrassment. As they chatted, Yun Wancho gradually smiled more often. Yet it couldn't be denied that tonight's events still left a heavy knot in her heart. It wasn't something she could simply forget. Though she appeared carefree now, who knew if she'd sink back into melancholy once alone? It must have been around 11 at night when Louis glanced at the time and decided it was getting too late. He offered to take her back to rest. Yun Wancho agreed. Louis drove her back to the city in her car, intending to book her a room at a hotel. Returning to Liang Jun's place was out of the question, and Louis's uncle's home had no spare room. Besides, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to bring Yun Wancho back so openly. But just as they were about to get out at the hotel, Yun Wancho stopped him. "No need for the hotel," she said. "Just take me home." Louis frowned at her immediately. "Sister Qio, didn't you promise me you wouldn't go to Liang Jun's place?" Yun Wancho shot him a playful glare. "Who said anything about Liang Jun's place? That's his home, not mine. Sister has her own home, you know. Or did you think I sprang from a rock and have no place to go?" Louis immediately scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. He had overlooked that point. "Well, no. Sister Qio, where is your home?" "In the southern district of the city." Lingjiang City wasn't huge, but it certainly wasn't small either. Locations like Uncle Louis's house and Liang Jun's mansion were both in the West District. Developed 7 years ago, the West District had become Lingjiang's second economic hub, with many major transportation hubs concentrated there. The Southern District, by comparison, was more remote, and its architecture was relatively outdated. Buildings from the 60s and 70s could still be seen throughout its streets and alleys. It felt like a condensed version of Lingjiang City from a decade prior. The journey from the West District to the South District took about an hour. Guided by Yun Wancho, Yui drove her to her home. Her home here was also a standalone courtyard, quite spacious. Within the high walls stood a 5-story Western-style building. "This is my home," she said. As the clock neared midnight, Louis politely offered to take his leave. Yun Wancho tried to keep him, saying, "Thank you for bringing me home tonight. Why don't you stay over? We have plenty of empty rooms. Besides the 2 maids and my father, there's no one else here." "I'd rather not," Louis replied. "I have classes tomorrow. Going to her place this late at night, if the housekeeper saw him, who could guarantee she'd keep her mouth shut?" If Liang Jun found out through the housekeeper that he was the one who brought Yun Wancho home, then he could piece together the rest of the story. Though Yui desperately wanted to stay, he politely declined for safety's sake. "Take the car back. I have another vehicle at home. It's so late now you won't catch any other rides," Yun Wancho said. "It's fine. I won't take the car. Taxis are easy to hail on the roadside. I'll just take one back." Louis had no intention of driving her car home. A car was also conspicuous. If someone recognized it, suspicion would fall on him. "A taxi? Can you even get one this late?" Yun Wancho glanced down the street. The roads in the southern part of the city were relatively quiet at this hour. "I can get one, don't worry. But Sister Qio, you promised you really can't go looking for Liang Jun again." "I'll figure out the money, I'll definitely get it for you," Louis reminded her once more. "Fine, I promise. Besides, do I really seem that pathetic to you?" "Nonsense. Sister Qio isn't pathetic at all. I'm just worried you'll do something foolish again because of your father's situation. Don't worry. I trust you. I'll wait for you. Then starting tonight, will you stay at your hometown forever?" "What else could I do? Staying at home is fine, but it'll be a bit inconvenient for me to come find you after school to learn painting," Louis said with a hint of regret. "Nan City is quite far from here, about an hour by car. Rushing over every day after school would be a real hassle." "Silly." Yun Wancho gave him a playful glare and said, "With how advanced the internet is now, can't we just video chat face to face? I can live stream the lessons from here." "Oh, right. That's perfect. It's settled then." With that, Louis waved at her, already walking away as he spoke. He'd noticed the lights coming on at Yun Wancho's house. Someone inside must have heard the commotion. "See you, Sister Qio." He quickened his pace, not wanting to be spotted by the housekeeper or anyone else. Yun Wancho opened her lips, but before she could say more, his figure vanished into the vast darkness of the night road. Standing at the doorway, she hesitated for a long moment before finally opening the electric gate and stepping inside. Meanwhile, Louis raced down the road, his mood unusually exhilarated. Though he hadn't fully savored the taste of a woman tonight, at least he'd been kissed. That kiss was a bit short, it ended before I could savor it. He grinned foolishly, thinking back. If he responded passionately then, the kiss surely would lasted longer. Regardless, today marked his first intimate encounter with a woman. Yet amidst his excitement, worry crept in. 20 million yuan. Yun Wanqiu's father needed 20 million yuan for his overseas surgery. That astronomical sum of cash, packed into boxes like last time, would fill exactly 20 containers. How on earth was he supposed to get it? Raid the casino violently like last time? But he no longer possessed the ability to teleport. Chapter 101, Broken Promises. The urgent priority remained gathering willpower. Yui sighed and resolved to try his hand at it tonight upon returning home, reproducing a famous painting to gauge how much authentic power he could channel. Out on the main street, it was indeed hard to hail a cab this late at night. But in this era, he wasn't worried about getting one. He pulled out his phone, used an app to call a ride, and after waiting just over 10 minutes, the car arrived. He got in and headed straight back to the North City district. It was already past 1 o'clock when he got home, but Yui still couldn't sleep. He found a sheet of drawing paper, cleared all the books off his desk, and spread the paper flat. With all his painting supplies ready, he was prepared to test his current skill. Since Sister Chiu had taught him Zhang Daqian's signature techniques, he decided to emulate one of the master's paintings. Zhang Daqian had countless masterpieces. Works like Love Scar Lake, which had once fetched over 100 million at auction, were beyond Yui's current ability. Mastering such a piece required far too much skill. It wasn't something that could be imitated overnight. After much deliberation, he settled on another piece, Lady Hongfu, a painting dedicated to the figure of a woman. This painting carries the distinct style of Dunhuang murals, executed with remarkable artistry. It fetched a high price of 71.3 million yuan at the 2013 Polyspring auction. Most crucially, this painting was privately owned, making it extremely rare to see in public. If he could create a lifelike, highly realistic imitation, it might just pass as the genuine article. Before putting brush to paper, Yui first immersed himself in preparation. He searched for a high-resolution version of the painting online, then committed every detail to memory. He committed every nuance to memory, not overlooking the slightest detail. Maintaining this state of intense concentration for over half an hour, he reviewed the image twice more in his mind after memorizing it completely. By the time these preparations were complete, it was already 3 in the morning. But he couldn't afford to dwell on it. Having promised Yun Wanqiu he'd raise 20 million, he had to spare no effort in finding a way. With preparations complete, he picked up his brush and began. Phoenix hairpins, cloud-patterned robes, flowing pearl-trimmed skirts. The figure of the red flute maiden was enchanting, yet within that enchantment lay an air of dignity and composure. This was a form of contradiction. Allure and dignity were inherently at odds, yet Master Daqian had blended them masterfully. Lai, drawing on the knowledge taught by Sister Chiu and his own self-taught insights, spent 1 hour and 20 minutes completing the painting. By then, it was already past 4 o'clock. Upon finishing the painting, he felt his mind was exhausted. Glancing at the completed work, at first glance, it truly looked identical to the digital version. From within his dantian, Zhao Yun remarked, "My lord, your painting skills have now reached a level of perfect realism. With the superior memory techniques of the Dragon Soul Amber and your own innate understanding, I believe it won't be long before you can create even more profound works." After resting for a moment, Yui examined it closely but shook his head. "You don't understand painting, so it seems lifelike to you. But from my own perspective, I still haven't mastered many of the finer details. However, I can try again and again. With practice, skill will naturally come." He put away the painting and lay down to sleep. Because of the painting today, Zhao Yun didn't urge him to train. As soon as he lay down, he plunged into deep sleep. Ever since his first day of training, he had found it easy to slip into deep sleep. Science had long confirmed that just 3 hours of deep sleep were sufficient to restore one's energy and vitality. He woke at 7:30, called Wu Tao for breakfast, and then headed to school. Li Yi's mind was entirely consumed by his painting. Even while walking, he was lost in thoughts about how to refine yesterday's details, giving him a distracted, absent-minded air. Wu Tao didn't say much today. He walked while holding his phone, chatting with someone, smiling like a fool. Louis glanced at him several times before asking curiously, "Who are you chatting with? You seem so happy? Met this girl playing LOL? Same city as me. Heard she's got big boobs and fair skin. Just met her a couple days ago, but she keeps bugging me to play. Said if I help her climb the ranks, she'll..." Wu Tao suddenly lowered his voice, grinning lecherously. "She'll offer herself to me. Holy, is that for real?" Lu Yi was shocked. Are girls really that open nowadays? Of course it's true. Why even question it? Wu Tao sneered with contempt. This isn't anything new. Haven't I told you before? Playing games online gives you a much better chance of meeting girls. Just wait and see, Even though you've hooked up with Qiongqi now, if we're talking efficiency, I'll probably lose my virginity before you do. Wu Tao spoke with unmistakable pride. Lu Yi stared at him in disbelief. Him?
With his skills that only dominated elementary schoolers? With skills like yours, you think you can pick up girls? Hard to believe. Yui didn't mince words, poking at his weak spot without mercy. Your big sword Garen can only bully elementary school kids. Face a real player, and you'll get crushed instantly. If that girl actually approached you, she's either blind or has water in her brain. Wu Tao bristled. You're underestimating me, aren't you? Let me tell you, I've finally reached gold tier. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. What? Weren't you still bronze? When did you climb to gold? Heh, that's what they call money talks. I shelled out a little cash, got top players coaching me daily, and my rank shot up. That's strategy, got it? Wu Tao said, unwilling to waste more words. He held his phone, letting out a few idiotic chuckles after every sentence. Lu Yi couldn't be bothered with him. But as they neared the school gate, he spotted a slender figure standing by the left entrance, craning her neck to look around. The moment she saw him, she waved eagerly. Alright, Qiongqi's looking for you. Can't stand you two showing off your love in broad daylight. I'm off. Wu Tao had spotted Qiongqi long ago. Dropping that line, he headed into the school first. Lu Yi walked over to Qiongqi. As soon as he approached, he heard her voice tinged with slight reproach. You don't keep your word. What promise did I break? Lu Yi asked, utterly baffled. Here, Qiongqi said, pulling a food bag from behind her back and handing it to him. Chapter 102, The Art Teacher. After handing him the food bag, Qiongqi turned to enter the school gate. Only after taking it did Yui recall that he hadn't gone to exercise this morning, meaning he hadn't picked up the steak. For the past few days, he'd arrived at Qiongqi's building around 5:30 every morning. She'd grown accustomed to him picking her up, and he realized she must have waited alone all morning today. The thought filled Lu Yi with regret. Last night, he'd been so absorbed in painting that he'd fallen asleep immediately after finishing. Only now did he realize he should have sent her a text to let her know. Qiongqi, wait! Lu Yi called out, rushing after her. What? Qiongqi was already heading toward the back playground. As a special talent student, she often sketched and painted there. I had something to do last night and ended up going to bed very late. That's why I couldn't get up early this morning and forgot to text you. I'm sorry, Lu Yi apologized. Why apologize? I'm not blaming you. But I feel it was my oversight, my lack of consideration. I should apologize. Alright, I accept it. But it's almost 8 o'clock now. Why are you following me? I'm going to sketch. Are you coming too? Qiongqi hugged her sketchpad. Lu Yi nodded and replied, yes, I actually have something to discuss with your specialty teacher. What kind of business? Well, I have an antique painting at home. It's just sitting there unused, and no one in my family collects art. I'm thinking of selling it, but I don't know how to go about it. That's why I wanted to ask your specialty teacher for advice. They're masters of traditional Chinese painting and should know something about this. Lu Yi spoke honestly. However, while the request for advice was genuine, the claim about owning an antique painting was a lie. He didn't have a damn antique painting at home, all he had was the fake he'd cobbled together last night. Hearing this, Qiongqi suddenly bit her lip and lowered her head, looking somewhat apologetic. Noticing her reaction, Yui quickly clarified, don't misunderstand. My family genuinely has no interest in collecting art. Keeping it would be a waste, better to sell it. MHM. Qiongqi murmured softly, her head still bowed, lost in her own thoughts. Perhaps she thought Yi was forced to sell his family's ancient paintings to repay her 60,000 yuan debt. This made her feel she owed him far too much. Arriving at the back playground, many gifted students were already painting there. Bathed in the morning light, they depicted all manner of subjects. Both boys and girls were present, though the girls outnumbered the boys. Their skill levels varied wildly. The more talented ones produced work that was passable, while the less skilled were essentially just scribbling. Comparing these works to his own, a sudden surge of confidence welled up within Yui. For someone like him, who had only studied painting for a few days, to produce work approaching master-level quality with the power of the Dragon Soul Amber was truly remarkable. Their art instructor, however, was a man in his 30s. He wore his hair long and was dressed in a long-sleeved linen shirt with distinctly Chinese motifs. His features were handsome and dignified, giving off an air of steady composure. Qiongqi arrived, set up her painting supplies, and began working. Lu Yi, however, approached their teacher and watched him paint. After a few moments, Yui suddenly realized this teacher possessed considerable skill. At the very least, he was highly professional. It seemed his previous notion that school teachers were of low caliber was mistaken. This teacher's style differed greatly from Sister Chio's. He excelled at achieving great artistry through simplicity, creating grand and expansive works that radiated power without overt display. He was currently painting a landscape, towering, precipitous mountains and surging, majestic waters. This style resembled that of the renowned master Fu Baoshi and was also strikingly similar to Yui's own innate artistic inclination. Sister Chio once remarked that Li Yi's brushstrokes naturally radiated dynamic energy, suggesting he study Fu Baoshi's paintings. Yet Lu Yi refused, insisting he would only learn what Sister Chio herself studied. Now, looking at this teacher's work, he felt that if he were to learn from it, he might find it more natural and effortless. Maybe I should join the special talent class tomorrow? The thought suddenly crossed Lu Yi's mind. But he quickly dismissed it. No, Sister Chio knows about my uncanny ability to mimic and she's family, she wouldn't harm me. But this teacher? Who knows? If he discovered my talent for imitation, it could spell trouble. With that thought, he dismissed the idea. The teacher spent a full half-hour sketching this simple landscape painting before setting down his brush to study his own work. Suddenly, he seemed to notice someone had appeared beside him, a stranger. You don't seem to be a gifted student, do you? He inquired, speaking in a soft, measured tone. Hello, sir. I'm not a special talent student. I'm from Class 2, Senior 3, Yui replied. Class has already started. You should be in the classroom, not here flirting with girls. The painting teacher chuckled softly, mistaking him for someone who had come to flirt. At this remark, many art students nearby burst into laughter. It must be said, the art specialization class really did have quite a few pretty girls. Perhaps boys had often come here to flirt in the past, leading the teacher to make such an assumption. Teacher, you've misunderstood. I'm not here to flirt, but to observe and learn. I also have a question I'd like to ask you, Louis said earnestly. Feel free to speak. The teacher looked at him. Louis paused, thinking it might be too forward to bring up the ancient painting in his family right away. Instead, he began by praising the teacher's work. Teacher, this painting radiates a vibrant energy. Mountains tower majestically with grand momentum, water surges silently yet powerfully. Though executed with simplicity, it reveals profound skill. You must be quite adept at the style of the venerable Fu Baoshi. Oh? Hearing such praise, the teacher began to regard him with new respect, thinking to himself that this student might not be here merely to flirt after all. You flatter me. How could my work be compared to Master Fu Baoshi's? I wouldn't call myself proficient, just scratching the surface. That you see these qualities in my painting shows you understand art to some degree. Alright, what else is on your mind? The painting teacher wasn't one for beating around the bush, getting straight to the point. Chapter 103, One Last Heist. As someone in the art world, do you know how to sell a famous painting? Seeing the teacher cut straight to the chase, Yui didn't beat around the bush either and voiced his question directly. A famous painting? Who's the artist? The painting teacher seemed slightly intrigued. Well, it's like this. My family has a painting my father acquired from somewhere years ago. He claims it's by Zhang Daqian. Since no one in our family is into collecting, we're thinking of selling it, Louis explained. Mr. Zhang Daqian? His paintings are truly remarkable. If it's an authentic piece, its value would be staggering. Actually, if it were his work, you wouldn't need to consult me, you'd have plenty of channels to sell it. The painting teacher remarked. Louis nodded in agreement. You're right, master. Places like the Antique Street have many shops that buy old paintings and calligraphy. But they tend to rip people off whether it's genuine or fake, they'll drive the price down hard. Louis knew a bit about this himself. Beyond that, there were pawnshops, but those places rarely offered high prices either. The reason he came to the school to ask the painting teacher was because he believed the teacher, as a professional artist who made a living from painting, must have some understanding of the trade. Moreover, he believed the painting teacher would be particularly interested in a work by Zhang Daqian. After all, it was like a swordsman hearing of a legendary sword emerging, or a blade master hearing of a renowned dagger appearing, who wouldn't want to see it for themselves? Has your painting been authenticated by an expert? The art teacher inquired. No, but several knowledgeable people have seen it and said it resembles an authentic piece, Louis replied. If it resembles an original, then which painting by Zhang Daqian is it? What is its title? The painting teacher inquired. Without hesitation, Yui thought for a moment and said, The Lady Hongfu. The Lady Red Robe? The painting teacher pondered upon hearing the name, then said, I've heard of this painting. It sold for over 70 million yuan at the 2013 Poly auction. You have this painting in your collection? Yes, it's definitely the lady with the red scarf. I have no idea where my father acquired it. That's actually why he sent me to school, to ask someone knowledgeable. That's why I came to you, sir. Lu Yi's lies flowed more smoothly with each word. When the Lady Red Robe was auctioned off, no one knows who ultimately acquired it. Since your family also has a copy, send me a high-resolution photo sometime. If your painting is indeed an authentic Zhang Daqian, I might be able to help you find a sales channel, the art teacher said. Sure enough, he was genuinely interested. A swordsman hearing of a legendary sword or a sword manual emerging would naturally want to see it for himself. Really? Master, I'm truly grateful, said Yui appreciatively. No need for formalities. If it is genuine, I too would love to see Master Zhang Daqian's brushwork up close, the painting teacher said, then provided his contact information to Yui. After receiving the contact information, Yui took his leave. Before departing, he walked over to Qiongqi to glance at her painting. She was working on a landscape depicting a sunrise over mountains and rivers. Her brushwork was conventional and proper, showing more adherence to established techniques than innovation. She still hadn't broken free from the constraints of a novice. Not bad. I've got class now. Keep at it. With that farewell, he dashed off.
Meanwhile, on the track behind the schoolyard, athletic prodigy Wu Jianfeng glared hatefully in their direction, his gaze fixed on Yu Yi's retreating figure until it vanished completely.
Your triumph won't last long.
Wu Jianfeng gritted his teeth under his breath. Over the past few days, whether due to Yu Yi or not, Qiongqi had deliberately distanced herself from him. When he spoke to her, her attitude had changed markedly from before. Now rumors were spreading throughout the school that Qiongqi and Yu Yi were dating. Wu Jianfeng felt like he was wearing a green hat. His girlfriend had been stolen right from under him.
It was utterly humiliating.
Hearing these whispers repeatedly, Wu Jianfeng felt an overwhelming urge to kill.
Shao Si, just you wait. One day you'll see that I'm the one who truly suits you.
Drenched in sweat, Wu Jianfeng ran hard into the morning sun. It was already mid-May, and June would arrive in the blink of an eye. This year's college entrance exams were scheduled for the 7th and 8th of June, meaning the senior year semester was drawing to a close. Ela had already reviewed the entire high school curriculum from freshman to senior year on his own. His formidable memory allowed him to effortlessly solve any problem he encountered. In stark contrast, Wu Tao remained as lifeless as a dried fish, unable to turn over. In class, he either slept or read novels, not ordinary ones, but those of a certain nature. By the time he arrived at the classroom, the first period had already ended, and it was break time. Given his current behavior, he figured telling the homeroom teacher about being late wouldn't be a big deal. Yet upon returning to the classroom, Wu Tao was nowhere to be found. It wasn't until just before the next class began that he emerged from the homeroom teacher's office, his face dark and sullen.
Lu Yi, seeing his gloomy expression, was puzzled. What's up? How come the homeroom teacher had time to chat with you today? Talk my ass. He just gave me a thorough dressing down. Ugh, poor me.
I was hoping to impress that gorgeous teacher, Chen Ruoi, but now I've probably left a terrible impression on her.
Wu Tao sighed heavily. Lu Yi retorted, during the geography exam, didn't I show you the answers? And didn't you copy them all? You were even the first to hand in your paper. Isn't that enough of an impression? Impress my ass.
It's precisely because I copied from start to finish that the teacher caught me, and it was Miss Chen Ruoi herself who reported it to the homeroom teacher.
Geography isn't Chinese.
Even if the answers are identical, it doesn't prove you copied.
The problem is, I copied the name on the exam paper too.
Wu Tao said, nearly wanting to bang his head against the wall.
Put. Lu Yi nearly spit out his water. Then he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hey, Yi, have you no heart? I'm so upset, and you're laughing? Whose fault is that? I copied the entire paper for you, and you went and copied the name too.
You've got no one to blame but yourself for being more of a hindrance than a help.
Broy, I've realized I'm just not cut out for studying.
Look at me, I've been hitting the books day in and day out, but my grades haven't budged an inch. With less than a month left before the college entrance exams, you're probably cruising into top-tier universities like Beijing University or Zhejiang University, while I'm struggling to get into a third-rate school.
Wu Tao looked gloomy, then his eyes lit up. How about this, he suggested. Brother Yi, take me on one more job. Once I've got more capital, I'll start some business or something.
That way, even if I don't get into college, at least I'll live a carefree life.
Lu Yi shot him a withering look. You think pulling off a heist is that simple? Like it's just a walk in the park? But Yi Gu, you're the one with the skills. Besides, no one's ever caught us, right? Wu Tao chuckled.
Lu Yi kicked him to shut him up, warning him never to mention this in public. Then he dropped a bombshell. Since you want one more job, after school today, I'll take you on one more.
A big one.
All right. Wu Tao perked up instantly, strutting like a cockerel pumped full of hormones, his chest puffed out and his head held high.
Chapter 104, Encounter on Antique Street.
At noon, Louis kept his promise and treated Wu Tao to a nice meal off campus. The afternoon classes were spent reviewing and doing practice papers, a routine that repeated almost daily. Honestly, if the school allowed it, Louis would rather skip classes altogether. He'd already mastered all the material. Even if the college entrance exams were held immediately, he'd feel little pressure. But the school naturally wouldn't agree to that. First off, the homeroom teacher wouldn't allow it. Ever since Yu Yi's performance had made all the teachers take notice, the homeroom teacher had already designated him as a key student for special cultivation. This was common practice among homeroom teachers in high schools. They tended to give more attention to top-performing students than others. After all, high achievers had a better chance of getting into prestigious universities, and teachers' salary bonuses were tied to these outcomes. If Yu Yi suggested self-study at home now, he'd surely be dragged into daily ideological sessions by his homeroom teacher. So, though he harbored the thought, he never voiced it. The college entrance exams were approaching anyway, just over a month away. The moment school let out that afternoon, Louis hailed a taxi with Wu Tao. Surprisingly, his destination was the antique market. Located in North City, it wasn't far from the Municipal Museum. Perhaps due to the principle of birds of a feather flocking together, North City boasted a rather famous antique street. Over a decade ago, it was rumored that a large number of artifacts unearthed from Mwangwi had appeared here, causing quite a sensation. but in recent years it had remained quiet.
Louis wasn't usually into antiques and didn't know much about the trade.
The real reason he came here was to buy some drawing paper.
If he truly intended to forge replicas to pass off as genuine, ordinary paper wouldn't suffice.
He needed paper identical to the originals, with the right historical period to match. Additionally, he hoped to find a few pieces of amber. That Jiang guy had even left him his phone number, promising to buy any amber he found for 1,000,000 yuan per piece. Regardless of whether brother Jiang was genuinely willing to pay that price, Yui intended to give it a shot.
Otherwise, that brother Jiang would undoubtedly keep pestering him. Arriving at the antique street, lanterns with a distinctly ancient style had already been lit.
Every shop exuded an antique charm. Some sold antique furniture made of sandalwood, rosewood, and other precious woods. Others dealt in jade, pearls, and gold.
This place had everything, really.
As for whether it was genuine or fake, that depended entirely on one's discernment.
Brother E, why bring me here? How are we pulling off a heist in this place? Wu Tao was thoroughly baffled.
This antique street was full of junk in his eyes. Even the most valuable pieces couldn't compare to the solid cash of red 100 yuan bills.
Don't ask questions. I brought you along to help carry stuff.
But hey, there's a perk. Once I make a killing, you get half.
Louis explained as they walked. What? You brought me here to carry stuff? What big money are you talking about? Wu Tao scowled. Same old rule, no questions asked, no money. Ask questions, no money. Is there really money? When have I ever lied to you? True enough. Louis headed straight for the shop selling calligraphy and paintings.
Master Zhang Daqian's The Lady with the Crimson Brocade was created in 1944, measuring 125.75 centimeters, 49.14 centimeters, 49.14 inches, 12.91 inches, approximately 86 square inches.
Paper on canvas, mounted in a frame.
The term paper-mounted hanging scroll actually refers not to paper but to a type of fabric canvas commonly used by contemporary artists.
Another type is silk-mounted. Hanging scroll refers to a specific method of mounting traditional Chinese paintings.
In this style, the painting is mounted with material on all four sides without a rod or turned edges, known as pian. Typically, the pian is placed within a frame, hence the name hanging scroll. This sort of thing wasn't hard to find. After visiting just 2 or 3 shops, he inquired and learned they carried this type of canvas.
The real challenge, however, was determining its authenticity. Shopping here was notoriously tricky.
Seeing his youth, the shopkeeper immediately quoted a steep price, 10,000 yuan, for the size he requested.
Wu Tao couldn't help but retort on the spot, just a roll of canvas, and you want 10,000? Why not just rob people?
The shopkeeper, smooth-talking and unfazed, replied, "Young man, you don't understand.
This is canvas from the 1940s, a rare treasure today, a collector's item. The longer you hold on to it, the more valuable it becomes. Paying 10,000 for a roll is actually a bargain for you. Take this home, keep it for a few years, and when it becomes worth its weight in gold, you'll be the ones laughing all the way to the bank." Wu Tao rolled his eyes, not buying it for a second. He'd seen stacks of these canvases piled up in the shop. If prices really doubled after a few years, why would this guy even bother running a shop? Everyone knows antique shops operate on the principle of 3 years without a sale, but when it comes, it lasts 3 years. So Yui didn't buy it right away. He planned to check out a few more shops to compare prices. After all, shopping around never hurts. But just as he was about to step out the door, the owner called after him, "Hey, don't go yet. If you really want it, we can talk about the price." Louis smiled and politely declined, saying he'd think about it. He visited several more shops afterward, finding exactly what he expected. This type of cloth was as common as dirt, plentiful everywhere. Not only were items from the 1940s plentiful, but they also had pieces from the Qing dynasty, Ming dynasty, Yuan dynasty, virtually every era imaginable. Whatever you wanted, the shop owner could produce something from that specific time period. This gave Yui a strong sense of counterfeit goods. He suspected that none of the canvases sold here were genuine 1940s items. Just as he was about to confront them, Zhao Yun and his Dan Tian suddenly spoke up. "My lord, the Dragon Soul Amber can actually authenticate the era." "What? Dragon Soul Amber can determine age?" "Indeed. Dragon Soul Amber is one of the most wondrous divine artifacts in existence, with a history stretching back eons. If you wish to know whether those canvases are genuinely from the 1940s, simply touch the canvas and sense it with the Dragon Soul Amber. It will reveal its approximate production date," explained Zhao Yun, the guardian spirit. "It has that function? Why didn't you mention it sooner?" Yui rubbed his hands together. With this ability, what was there to fear? A simple scan would suffice. He could even hunt for treasures here, effortlessly distinguishing genuine items from fakes. "It's not that I didn't tell you, my lord," Zhao Yun explained. "But this ability comes with a side effect. It severely drains your vital energy, leaving you exhausted. I still have 10 pounds of steak in my bag. I'm not worried about fatigue when I get tired. I'll just eat some steak. It'll definitely recharge me quickly," Yui said. The 10 pounds of steak Chunning gave him this morning were still untouched, tucked away in his bag.
In that case, my lord may give it a try, though I advise no more than 3 attempts, Jiayun cautioned.
Very well, I know my limits. Yui responded, then set off to test this ability. He immediately took Wu Tao to explore the next shop. Yet as they walked, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure inside one of the stores. Wu Tao gasped in surprise upon seeing her. Brother E, look! Who is she? Chapter 105, Ming Choying. There was no doubt that this was someone both Wu Tao and Yui recognized, and it was a girl. Shen Xiaoling? Lu Yi and Wu Tao called out the name together. The girl was none other than Shen Xiaoling, their class monitor from Class 2. She had come here too, accompanied by a tall, slender young man dressed in fashionable, luxurious attire. They were in a calligraphy and painting shop, browsing various artworks. The shop owner warmly welcomed them, laying out his entire private collection on a flat table. Shen Xiaoling! Wu Tao suddenly exclaimed. Though he usually disliked the girl, he couldn't deny that aside from her overly serious demeanor and class, she was undeniably a stunning beauty. Compared to Qiongqi, her figure was even more developed. Though only 18 or 19, viewed from the side, her curves were already pronounced where they should be rounded, they were rounded where they should be lifted, they were lifted. If not for her stern demeanor, the number of admirers pursuing her likely wouldn't be much fewer than Qiongqi's. Inside the shop, Shen Xiaoling heard the shouts and glanced out to see Wu Tao and Yui approaching together. Oh, you're here too? What a coincidence! Shen Xiaoling smiled faintly, feigning surprise. Her gaze flicked past Wu Tao and settled on Yui. Clearly, she wasn't particularly fond of Mr. Wu Tao, who wasn't known for his academic prowess. Yeah, just picking up a few things. You here to shop too? Lu Yi replied. Yes. My dad's turning 50 soon, so I'm here to find him a birthday gift, Shen Xiaoling said, then asked, what about you guys? What are you buying? Found anything yet? We're here to buy drawing paper, but haven't found any yet. Drawing paper? What? Are you learning to paint too? Shen Xiaoling asked. Shen Xiaoling had also studied painting since elementary school, though she hadn't joined the school's specialized art program. Her grades were already excellent, so she likely didn't need to rely on extracurricular talents for extra credit. I just picked up an interest in drawing recently, Lu Yi replied. So I doodle casually, just sketching here and there. Oh. I see. Shen Xiaoling nodded, then suggested, why don't we buy together? We can probably get a better price with more people. Sure. Lu Yi readily agreed. At that moment, the tall, slender man beside Shen Xiaoling spoke up, asking expressionlessly, Xiaoling, who are they? Oh, I forgot to introduce you. These two are my classmates. This is Wu Tao, and this is Yui. Shen Xiaoling introduced the tall, slender man, then turned to Wu Tao and Lu Yi. This is my cousin, Chen Ming. He's a master painter, trained under the renowned elder Longshan of Lingjiang City. I specifically brought him along to help me avoid buying counterfeits. Lu Yi and Wu Tao both gave him polite nods, while he merely gave a slight nod in return, his expression hinting at a touch of arrogance. My dear lady, rest assured when you shop here. Everything I sell is genuine, fake goods will be compensated tenfold. The shopkeeper stroked his handlebar mustache, his face radiating confidence. Shen Xiaoling stuck out her tongue and retorted, I don't buy that. You've got a sign right on your door saying no returns. Ahem, the shopkeeper replied, slightly embarrassed. That's a different matter altogether. Rest assured, everything here is genuine. Sir, we brought ample funds. If you don't show some sincerity, we'll have to look elsewhere, the tall, slender man suddenly interjected, not even glancing at the paintings on the table. You two don't fancy these? These are all fakes. How could we possibly like them? If we weren't pressed for time, we'd have bought them at auction long ago instead of hunting here. Bring out some genuine pieces. We can afford them. As he spoke, the tall, slender man stroked the luxury timepiece on his wrist. It was a 4-hammer-minute repeater with a double-sided skeletonized dial, allowing direct appreciation of the intricate mechanical engraving and delicate striking hammers. Its features included an alligator mouth bezel, a Westminster chime repeater, and 3 solid gold gears. Anyone familiar with this model would recognize its extraordinary value as Zippo Grande complication priced at a staggering $490,000. The shop owner, who ran an antique store, naturally had an eye for such valuable items. After a few glances, he knew these two customers were truly wealthy. Wu Tao suddenly leaned close to Lu Yi's ear and whispered, Shen Xiaoling's cousin is such a show-off. Lu Yi couldn't help but chuckle, giving him a warning glance to keep quiet. The shop owner gave a few dry chuckles, then pretended to ponder deeply while stroking his beard. Very well, he said. Since you two show such sincerity, I can't keep my treasures hidden any longer. I'll bring out a few pieces from my collection. With that, he gathered all the calligraphy and paintings from the table, then dragged out a finely crafted chest from the back of the shop. Opening it, he revealed several scrolls of exquisitely packaged ancient paintings. The shopkeeper grew cautious, gesturing for everyone to step back a safe distance. He then carefully removed the ancient paintings from the box and unrolled them on the long, flat table. He introduced, here is 10,000 Horses Galloping, by the renowned Qing dynasty artist Lang Shining. His 100 Horses is world famous, you should all know it. This piece is from his early years and is an authentic work. My asking price is 200,000. Qing Dynasty? That's too recent. Do you have anything older, by a more renowned master? Asked the tall, slender man.
Chen Xiaoling glanced at him, hesitating to speak.
The tall, slender man laughed. Xiaoling, don't worry. If it's a genuine piece, I'll cover the cost. My uncle's 50th birthday isn't just any birthday, it's a milestone.
We only get one such occasion in a lifetime.
If we're giving a gift, it can't be too modest.
The shopkeeper immediately chimed in.
Exactly. That's so true. While people say it's the thought that counts, that's just polite talk. Everyone knows it's a cliché. Who doesn't want a more substantial gift?
He then produced a second painting, handling it with even greater care. He unfolded it slowly on the table, as if afraid the slightest touch might damage it.
This one, he said, I won't describe. See if you can recognize it.
The shopkeeper deliberately covered the signature, then smiled and added.
The tall, slender man grew intrigued. Xiaoling, take a look. See if you can guess.
Chen Xiaoling studied it for a long moment, then shook her head, unable to recognize it.
The tall, slender man suddenly asked the shopkeeper, judging by the style and grandeur of this painting, could it possibly be the work of the renowned Ming Dynasty master Qiongqi?
The shopkeeper clapped his hands in admiration upon hearing this. Brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant.
Young man, despite your youth, you possess such discerning eyes. Recognizing Qiongqi's work at a glance is truly remarkable.
Your insight rivals that of a master. Ah, you're impossible to fool. The tall, slender man smiled at the praise, clearly enjoying the compliment.
The shopkeeper carefully unfolded the signature, revealing the characters Qiongqi of the Ming Dynasty inscribed there, along with a square vermilion seal.
Chapter 106, The Four Masters of Tianmen. Earlier I heard you're the renowned Dragon Mountain Elder's top disciple in Lingjun City? No wonder you possess such discernment.
Qiongqi's paintings are highly sought after in the market these days.
What do you think of this piece, young friend?
The shopkeeper's flattery worked like a charm, making Chen Ming feel rather related. Not only did he praise Chen Ming's discernment, but he also acknowledged his status as a disciple of the esteemed elder of Longshan.
Such credentials carried significant weight in Lingjun City's art circles, commanding respect. What's the price for this painting? Chen Ming asked. No problem.
Normally, this piece would go for 900,000, but considering you recognized it as Qiongqi's work at a glance and given that you're a top disciple of Elder Longshan, I wouldn't dare charge you the full price. I'll knock off 100,000 and sell it to you for 800,000.
How does that sound?
The owner said with a refreshingly straightforward smile.
Great.
Chen Ming agreed immediately.
Brother, is this painting truly by Qiongqi? Is it genuinely from the Ming Dynasty?
Chen Xiaoling sounded cautious as she asked.
Of course it is. With my experience, how could I possibly mistake it?
Buying this for our uncle will surely make him very happy, Chen Ming replied.
Shall I wrap it up for you now, young friend? The owner inquired. Go ahead.
Make sure it's wrapped nicely, it's a gift, Chen Ming replied.
Understood.
The shopkeeper beamed with delight.
Lu Yi and Wu Tao stood beside the painting.
Wu Tao couldn't help but sneer at the idea of such a ruined painting fetching 800,000 yuan. He couldn't fathom what these antique collectors were playing at. Was this tattered piece of calligraphy and painting truly worth 800,000? Lu Yi, however, extended a finger and lightly touched the corner of the painting.
Following Zhao Yun's instructions, he used the power of the Dragon Soul Amber to sense the painting's age.
Instantly, a flood of images related to the painting appeared in his mind.
These scenes played out like a film in reverse.
Through them, he learned the painting's origin, purchased by the shop owner elsewhere for mere thousands of yuan. Tracing further, he discovered the painting had been created by someone clearly wearing modern clothing, then artificially aged to mimic a genuine Ming Dynasty relic.
Who would have thought Dragon Soul Amber possessed such capabilities? Yu Yi was astonished.
Merely by examining the painting's paper, he could perceive so many scenes not belonging to his own memories. This meant that with any other object, he could similarly trace it back to its origins. For instance, with a laptop, by touching its components, he could determine whether it was imported or manufactured by a domestic OEM factory. Or when buying spicy snacks, he could tell by touching them whether they came from a reputable manufacturer or a shady factory. Or, if applied to solving crimes, could he touch a murder victim's body and identify the true killer? This ability is truly extraordinary. Yui marveled at it, but as soon as he finished marveling, he felt a bit dizzy and lightheaded, his mind growing weary. Qiongqi Amber is one of the 9 great ambers, possessing mystical powers that even I never fully grasped. But you must have sensed the side effects of this ability now, Lord? Fortunately, this painting isn't too ancient. Had it been an authentic masterpiece dating back to the Ming Dynasty, your mental energy would never have kept pace. If you'd exhausted your mental reserves, you might never have woken from that slumber. Guardian Spirit Zhao Yun cautioned. Permanently unconscious? Exactly. Like what your era calls a vegetative state. What? Vegetative state? Yu Yi was startled. This side effect was far too terrifying. Therefore, if you wish to trace its origins, you can skip the intermediate layers and go straight to the source. This will conserve your spiritual energy.
Then why didn't you mention this earlier? My apologies, Lord. I rarely used this ability back then and am still unfamiliar with it. Never mind, never mind. Louis pressed his forehead and sank into a nearby chair. The mental energy drain was so severe that even standing felt like the ground was shaking beneath him. Hey, what's wrong? Wu Tao noticed his unusual state and asked with concern. Nothing, just a sudden dizziness. Yui massaged his temples. Just then, the shopkeeper carefully rolled up Qiu Ying's painting and placed it into an exquisite box. Smiling broadly, he turned to Chen Ming and asked, "Young friend, would you like to pay by card or 80,000? Of course I'll use a card. Who carries that much cash?" Chen Ming promptly pulled out a bank card, ready to swipe it. Chen Xiaoling, however, voiced her concern once more. "Brother, are you absolutely sure about that painting?" "What? You doubt my eye?" Chen Ming frowned. Earlier, he'd been flattered by the shop owner's praise and accepted it gladly. If they now questioned the painting's authenticity, wouldn't that also cast doubt on his own judgment? Wu Tao let out a cold chuckle, muttering under his breath, "This cousin of Chen Xiaoling sure is a sucker. He's clearly been duped by the boss, sold out, and doesn't even realize it." Louis looked at him in surprise and said, "How could you tell?" Wu Tao shrugged. "This kind of plot is all over TV dramas. That shop owner looks like he's taking a loss, but he's definitely making a killing. My guess is, even if it really is a painting by Qiongqi, it's not worth 800,000. Louis nodded. He knew a little about Qiongqi, and though Wu Tao was just guessing, he was half right. The painting the shop owner sold certainly wasn't worth 800,000 yuan. But if it really was by Qiongqi, it would be worth far more than that. Qiongqi was one of the most representative painters of the Ming dynasty. Alongside Qinzhou, Wen Zhangming, and Tang Yin, he was later collectively known as the Four Masters of the Ming dynasty, the Four Masters of the Wu School, or the Four Masters of Tianmen. Shen, Wen, and Tang excelled not only in painting but also in accompanying their works with poetic inscriptions and colophons. In terms of painting style, Tang and Xiu were quite similar. Qiongqi typically only inscribed his name and signature on his paintings. That he could be mentioned in the same breath as Tang Boa speaks volumes about his stature. At the 2009 spring auction of Changfeng in Hong Kong, Qiu Ying's Qiongqi's return to Han sold for $112 million. In 2012, Sotheby's New York featured a privately held Qiongqi painting, The Elegant Gathering in the Western Garden, in its Chinese paintings auction. Starting at $50 million, it underwent 310 rounds of bidding before selling for a staggering $95 million, approximately 6 billion renminbi, setting a new world auction record for Qiu Ying's works. It's safe to say this artist's works hold immense value. If it were genuine, how could it possibly sell for a mere 800,000? In auction history, even the cheapest Qiongqi paintings have fetched over $1 million. Just as Chen Ming reached for his bank card to make the payment, Yui regained his composure and cautioned Chen Xiaoling, "Exercise caution when purchasing paintings. This piece may not be by Qiongqi." Chapter 107, a single word reveals the truth. What? Not by Qiongqi? Chen Xiaoling gasped at Yi's words, quickly grabbing her brother's hand to stop him from swiping the card. Her brother, however, looked displeased. He shot Louis a glance. "You know about paintings?" "Somewhat," Louis replied. The shop owner then sneered coldly, "Know a little? If you know a little, then don't make rash judgments, or you'll make a fool of yourself. This is a painting by the disciple of the venerable master Longshan. Even he didn't say there was anything wrong with it. You, a kid who only knows a little, dare to make such bold claims? Let me tell you, everything I sell here is genuine, and I have expert authentication certificates to prove it." With that, the shopkeeper actually retrieved the painting's appraisal certificate from the box. It was standard and proper, clearly authenticated by a professional. But these tricks were only meant to fool newcomers. The so-called certificate was like a food safety certificate. If such certificates were truly reliable, Sanlu milk powder wouldn't have caused a scandal back then. Chen Ming sneered coldly, "Don't pretend to know what you don't. The shopkeeper is right, pretending expertise only makes you look foolish. An item worth 800,000 isn't something you can judge." His words clearly implied he didn't think much of Yui and Wu Tao. Wu Tao felt rather annoyed. After all, he was now a millionaire himself, and being mocked in such a tone was deeply unsettling. Chen Xiaoling tugged at her brother's sleeve, signaling him to be more courteous. She then turned to Louis and asked, "Louis, what led you to conclude this isn't a work by Qiongqi?" "I merely suggested it might not be by Qiongqi." Louis refrained from making definitive claims. Though he knew the painting's provenance, he deliberately left room for interpretation. "Could you share your perspective?" Chen Xiaoling inquired. Louis nodded and began. "Qiongqi, during the Ming dynasty, was grouped with Qinzhou, Wen Zhangming, and Tang Yin as the Four Masters of the Ming dynasty, the Four Masters of the Wu School, or the Four Geniuses of Tianmen. He had a consistent practice, typically inscribing only his name on his paintings and minimizing additional text to preserve the aesthetic harmony of the composition. Art historians thus praised him as an immortal pursuing artistic perfection. Yet the painting in the shop, though stylistically similar, bears an unnecessary date inscription and uncharacteristic addition for Qiongqi." "Oh? Is that so?" Chen Xiaoling pondered thoughtfully. The shopkeeper immediately retorted, "What do you know, kid?
Every master has early, middle, and late periods. Styles shift in the early years, and personal habits change too.
This painting is from his youth. What's wrong with a dated signature?" This line of questioning would have stumped anyone else, as it required considerable knowledge. Take Wu Tao, for instance. The kid had no clue who Qiongqi was. If you mention Tang Bovo, he might recall the story of Tang Bovo courting Qiu Xiang. But Yue was different.
His reading was astonishing. He could recall everything he'd ever read, not forgetting a single detail. So this minor question posed no challenge to him.
He immediately began explaining, early, mid, late periods? Qiongqi only lived to 40. There aren't many genuine works of his left in the world. At most, you could say he had a mid-period. But the few genuine works that exist today all retain his signature style. Plus, the paper this painting is on doesn't seem right either. The shopkeeper grew furious, slamming his hand on the table and demanding, "Are you buying or not? If you're not buying, then get out.
Stop spouting nonsense in my shop. I opened this place to do business, not to entertain your criticisms."
Chen Xiaoling interceded for Yue, "Shopkeeper, if it's genuine, why fear criticism? Let him speak. See what insights he can offer."
Caught off guard by her words, the shopkeeper gritted his teeth and relented.
"Fine. I'll hear what else you have to say."
Louis rose calmly and said, "This autumn moon and frost painting, though the style is strikingly similar, the paper itself doesn't feel like Ming Dynasty paper. Though it's Xian paper, the paper-making techniques of that era weren't necessarily as advanced as today's. If I'm not mistaken, this paper was likely produced 7 or 8 years ago. And while the painting has been artificially aged, it was most likely created no more than 5 years ago. As for its value, it shouldn't exceed 5,000 yuan.
You're talking utter nonsense."
The shopkeeper, his bluff called, lost all his confidence.
He couldn't help but look at Yue with newfound respect. Truth be told, Yue was just winging it.
He did know the painting's creation date, but not from analyzing the paper or ink. He'd used the dragon's soul amber to glimpse the past. Though he was bluffing, his assessment was accurate, so much so that even experts couldn't find fault. They'd simply attribute it to his keen eye.
"This is merely my personal opinion," he added. "Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you."
Louis shrugged, then signaled to Wu Tao, indicating it was time to leave.
The shop owner's expression had already soured considerably.
Disrupting his business right in front of him was a major faux pas.
Louis knew when to leave.
He immediately excused himself from Chen Xiaoling with Wu Tao and departed the shop.
As soon as Yue was gone, Chen Xiaoling tugged at her brother's sleeve, urging them to leave too.
"Since Yue knows so much about paintings, why not let him help us pick one out?" she suggested.
"What do you think, brother?"
Her brother's expression darkened. He had heard the things Yue mentioned before but had forgotten them. As Yue spoke, however, his words made increasing sense. As a top disciple of the venerable elder Longshan, he was no mere pretender. He grasped concepts instantly. Gradually, he realized Yue might not be spouting nonsense after all. Yet despite this, the more he looked at Yue, the more irritated he became. Though Yue had saved him from wasting money, he had also made him lose face.
Earlier, he had adamantly insisted that the painting was an authentic work by Qiongqi.
When Chen Xiaoling questioned him twice, he had confidently affirmed its authenticity both times. Now, however, Yue had pointed out several flaws in the painting, effectively negating Chen Xiaoling's earlier affirmation.
This left him utterly humiliated.
Here he was, a disciple of the esteemed elder Longshan, yet he couldn't hold a candle to a mere novice with only a smattering of knowledge.
"Hey, young friend, don't leave. Xiao Ying's works are rare in this world. Once this opportunity passes, it won't come again.
This painting has significant potential for appreciation." The shop owner tried his best to persuade him to stay. Chen Ming snorted coldly, ignoring the shopkeeper entirely as he and Chen Xiaoling walked out of the store. Chen Xiaoling insisted on accompanying Yue, which displeased him. He pulled out a card, handed it to her, and said, "Forget it.
I'm not feeling well. Go buy yourself. Whatever painting you choose, charge it to my card. It's on me." With that, he pressed the card into Chen Xiaoling's hand and walked away. Chapter 108, Truth and Deception. Having lost face, staying any longer would be pointless. Better to just leave. Chen Xiaoling was a smart girl. She understood her cousin's feelings. Taking his bank card, she didn't try to stop him. She immediately followed Louis and Wu Tao, her face brimming with surprise. "Louis, I never knew you were this talented." Wu Tao beamed with pride. "Ego has always been amazing. He just keeps a low profile. Take his studies, he doesn't make a sound until he makes a splash." "Haven T, you seen it yourself?" "Yeah, he really is amazing academically." Chen Xiaoling nodded. As the class monitor of Class 2 and the top student in the class, she couldn't deny that Yi's grades had skyrocketed in the latter half of the semester. From a normal perspective, it was impossible for his grades to improve so rapidly. The only plausible explanation, as Wu Tao suggested, was that Yi hadn't been underperforming before. He'd simply been too low-key, unwilling to draw attention to himself. Only now was he beginning to show his true colors and reveal his genuine talent. Chen Xiaoling was thoroughly impressed.
In math, there were problems even she couldn't solve and had to ask Yui for help, yet he could solve them effortlessly.
His academic foundation must be incredibly solid, Chen Xiaoling remarked with genuine admiration. But I never imagined he'd also possess such profound expertise in painting.
Louis felt somewhat embarrassed and humbly replied, I only have a basic understanding. I enjoy reading miscellaneous articles and news, so my knowledge might be broader than average.
But if you ask me to explain things in detail, I wouldn't be able to say much.
No, I saw you analyzing that painting earlier. You were clearly confident. Even though you diplomatically suggested it might be fake, your eyes already told me it definitely was.
If you're this skilled at identifying paintings, then your own painting must be no slouch either, right? Chen Xiaoling asked cheerfully.
Chen Xiaoling herself was deeply passionate about painting, and she'd always admired those who excelled academically. Since Yi's grades improved, her fondness for him had grown daily. Now discovering they shared the same passion filled her with delight as if she'd found a kindred spirit. Hearing her words, Yui was genuinely surprised. Not only was Chen Xiaoling intelligent, but she also possessed keen observational skills. She had discerned so much from the look in his eyes earlier. He shrugged, unable to deny it, and simply said, if that's how you see it, then I have nothing more to say.
Then would you do me a favor? Chen Xiaoling asked earnestly. What kind of favor? Well, it's like this. My dad's birthday is coming up soon, so I want to pick out a painting. Since that one we saw earlier was a fake, could you help me choose one? Chen Xiaoling asked. I just happened to guess right earlier.
If I were to choose, I might end up picking a fake again, said Yui.
It's fine.
As long as you pick it, I'll accept it whether it's real or not. Chen Xiaoling showed absolute trust in him.
Wu Tao chimed in awkwardly from the side. Hey, Miss Class Monitor, you wouldn't happen to have a crush on EGE, would you? Chen Xiaoling's face flushed bright red.
What nonsense are you spouting, she snapped.
Even a fool could see it.
But if you were to become my sister-in-law, I'd be less than thrilled, Wu Tao muttered to himself. There was no denying Wu Tao harbored resentment toward her, as Chen Xiaoling had singled him out more than once in the past. For instance, whenever he skipped class to play games at the internet cafe, or whispered and fidgeted during lessons, she'd report him to the teacher the moment she caught him. Wu Tao had once remarked that if Chen Xiaoling were a boy, he would have already laid hands on her. Chen Xiaoling's almond-shaped eyes widened in shock and anger, leaving her speechless. Louis tugged at Wu Tao's sleeve, signaling him to stop talking nonsense, and he finally shut up.
Regarding Chen Xiaoling's request, Yui truly didn't want to help. Determining whether a painting was genuine required expending his mental energy.
However, since she had already asked, it wouldn't be right to refuse her outright. After all, they were classmates. After a moment's thought, he nodded.
All right, I'll help you.
But if I pick the wrong one, don't blame me.
Fine, I won't blame you.
Chen Xiaoling lit up with joy the moment she heard his agreement. The three of them then browsed other shops, visiting several in succession.
Though they didn't find the painting, they did acquire some painting paper. One shopkeeper was quite honest and actually produced a sheet of paper from the 1940s. He stated it was the only one available and offered it for 2,000 yuan. Louis took the paper and swiftly scanned its history using the power of the Dragon Soul Amber. This time, armed with experience, he skipped the middle sections entirely, focusing directly on the paper's production. He truly witnessed scenes of workers handcrafting paper in the 1940s.
Upon witnessing this, he promptly paid the 2,000 yuan and purchased the paper.
Wu Tao found this utterly perplexing. Spending 2,000 yuan just to buy a piece of blank paper? Was that really worth it?
Even if you bought a fake painting, at least there was something on the canvas.
But a completely blank sheet of paper, was that truly worth 2,000 yuan?
This is what they mean by different trades are like different mountains.
Unless you're in the know, you'll never understand the ins and outs of this field.
In fact, this particular sheet of paper owned by the shop owner was of exceptional integrity and quality. Selling it for 2,000 yuan was actually a very fair price. It was a bit of a shame there was only one sheet, meaning there was only one chance. If the painting went wrong this time, the paper would be ruined. Yet after visiting other shops, she never encountered genuine 1940s paper again. As for the paintings Chen Xiaoling wanted to buy, Yui helped her review several pieces, each time swiftly scanning them with the power of Dragon Soul Amber. Even so, after leaving the fifth shop, he sat on a street stone, holding his forehead, for quite some time before regaining his composure. During this time, he took out the steak and chewed it slowly. Wu Tao and Chen Xiaoling both asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" He replied that he might be too hungry and felt a bit lightheaded. Wu Tao was thoroughly baffled. He distinctly remembered Ego practically clearing out the entire pot of rice at lunch, yet now he was complaining of hunger? Chen Xiaoling, in my opinion, finding genuine antiques here is next to impossible. You'd be better off reaching out to someone you know for more legitimate channels. That might be your only shot at getting something authentic. This antique street is a maze of fakes and originals, impossible to tell apart. He said, continuing to eat his steak. The Dragon Soul Amber's resonance drained his mental energy too much. He felt he could only use it one more time today at most, so he didn't think he could help her anymore. I see.
But if we go through other official channels, it might be too late.
Chen Xiaoling bit her lip, feeling quite regretful. Yet while the three chatted idly at a nearby crossroads, a young man had set up a street stall.
Ancient artifacts and calligraphy were displayed for sale, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Chapter 109, The Real Deal. Hey, look over there, it's pretty lively. Wanna go check it out?
Wu Tao, ever the crowd chaser, shouted as he sprinted toward the commotion. After eating the steak, Yui felt somewhat revitalized, though he suspected his renewed energy had little to do with the food. He knew he needed a proper night's sleep to fully recover.
Street stall goods probably aren't genuine, right? Chen Xiaoling remarked. Louis smiled, neither confirming nor denying.
Arriving at the stall, they saw a young man, around 27 or 28, with a sign beside him. It read about his family's circumstances and how, out of necessity, he had to sell these household items. Among the onlookers were many connoisseurs, even shop owners from nearby stores. Most glanced at the goods briefly before dismissively walking away. Such tricks were commonplace on the streets. People had long since grown weary of these pity-selling tactics. Wu Tao couldn't care less about whether the man was playing the sympathy card. His eyes darted over the antiques, and he couldn't stop exclaiming in surprise, "Wow, such a big copy of Jin Ping Mei? Wow, they even have the Sutra of the Pure Girl?" Clearly, Wu Tao had set his sights on a jade carving of a beautiful woman displayed on the stall. She was draped in sheer gauze, her graceful and curvaceous form exquisitely alluring. The thin fabric did little to conceal her voluptuous figure. His earlier remark about its size was clearly referring to the jade statue's ample bosom. Beside the jade statue lay two books that looked like ancient artifacts. One was The Secret of the Pure Girl, and the other was the famously notorious The Plum and the Golden Vase. Historically, The Plum and the Golden Vase has been regarded as an unhealthy erotic text, even banned during the Qing dynasty. In terms of literary merit, however, it stands shoulder to shoulder with the four great classical novels. The explicit content, in truth, was far less than commonly assumed.
As for the essence of the pure maiden, that was the truly unsavory text.
Its primary focus was on the proper union between men and women for the purpose of procreation. Wu Tao's gaze lingered, unable to tear itself away from the jade statue's chest. It must be said that the carving was truly exquisite, and the jade itself was of the finest quality. The phrase skin like congealed fat likely referred to something like this.
You want it?
Yui suddenly slapped Wu Tao on the shoulder.
Just looking. Don't you think it's beautifully carved? Wu Tao asked. If you like it, just buy it.
You're not exactly short on cash. Besides, this jade statue is the real deal, not some fake.
Lu Yi replied. Not fake? Yeah. Jade isn't like calligraphy or paintings, it's hard to fake. The watercolor and texture are easy to spot. Go ask the price. Wu Tao immediately asked the young man for the price.
The young man replied expressionlessly, 50,000. Hearing those three words, Wu Tao immediately swallowed hard, losing all interest in it.
His entire personal savings amounted to just over 1,000,000 yuan. Spending 500,000 on such a worthless statue? No way. Meanwhile, others were also asking the young man, how much is this painting? I don't know the prices of these paintings either. They're all 1,000,000 each.
Pick any you like for 1,000,000, the young man replied.
Wu Tao curled his lip. What a bold claim, 1,000,000.
Even the shops don't ask that much.
Hearing the 1,000,000 yuan price tag, those inquiring immediately lost interest, each turning away with a dismissive snort. Though a few connoisseurs recognized several portraits as genuine, the exorbitant asking price deterred them from taking the risk.
After all, this young man was just running a street stall.
Once he sold everything, he'd be gone. If the paintings turned out to be fakes later, there'd be no way to track him down.
Brother let's move on and check other places, Wu Tao said, losing interest in planning to explore elsewhere.
Lu Yi, however, remained unhurried.
He flipped through several paintings others had examined and selected a court lady's portrait attributed to Song Dynasty artist Su Hanshan. As he touched it, he channeled the power of the dragon soul amber to sense its origin. Instantly, a mental image flashed, transporting him back to ancient times, an era of densely packed wooden houses. On ancient streets, he saw tinkerers hawking their wares and farmers in coarse hemp garments busily carrying sheaves of grain. Within a courtyard, a middle-aged man held a brush and began painting the very same portrait of a lady before him.
Louis dared not linger on the sight, quickly pulling his mind back.
This was his limit for the day. He truly couldn't continue.
If he persisted, he might faint right there. Louis, what's wrong?
Noticing his unusual state, Chen Xiaoling hurriedly supported him.
Wu Tao also rushed over to support him.
Louis leaned close to Chen Xiaoling and whispered, "Buy this painting. 1,000,000 for it is an absolute steal." After speaking, exhaustion closed his eyes.
Oh, all right.
Chen Xiaoling hesitated, but she truly trusted Louis. She turned to the young man and said she would purchase the portrait of the court lady. The young man remained impassive. 1,000,000 for the painting.
Cash on delivery.
I have a POS machine here, you can swipe your card on the spot. He was well prepared, even carrying a POS machine. Here. Chen Xiaoling first took the painting in her hands, then handed over her bank card to complete the transaction.
The transaction was completed on the spot and she bought the painting. Several onlookers nearby were murmuring behind her back, calling Chen Xiaoling a spendthrift for shelling out $1,000,000 for a painting whose authenticity was questionable. Chen Xiaoling paid no heed to their whispers. After swiping her card, she retrieved her bank card and receipt, then helped Wu Tao support Yui to a nearby ice cream shop for a rest. "Lui, are you really okay?" Chen Xiaoling asked with concern. "Should we take you to the hospital to get checked out?" "I'm fine. Just need to rest a bit," Lui replied, closing his eyes to relax. Wu Tao glanced at the painting in Chen Xiaoling's hands and asked, "Chen Xiaoling, you haven't even properly looked at this painting yourself, have you? How could you just buy it on a whim?" "If he told me to buy it, I'd buy it without hesitation," Chen Xiaoling replied. "What? He told you to buy it, so you bought it? You really are loaded." Chen Xiaoling chuckled. "It's not my money anyway, it's my cousin's." As she spoke, she unfolded the newly acquired portrait of a court lady and inquired, "Lui, is this painting truly authentic?" Lui nodded. "I believe it is. But to be certain, you'll need to have it authenticated. Su Hanshen's paintings start at 3 million yuan. His specialty is figure painting. You snagged this court lady portrait for just 1 million, that's a steal." "Really?" Chen Xiaoling beamed with delight. Chapter 110, Unexpected. "Well, at least that's my understanding." Lui spoke honestly. Wu Tao looked envious. Earlier, he'd inwardly called her a spendthrift, but now, hearing Lui say Su Hanshen's paintings start at 3 million, and Chen Xiaoling bought it for 1 million, that meant she'd made at least 2 million. He licked his lips and immediately asked, "Brothery, if I buy that jade statue, would it be a good deal?" He didn't know when it started, but he had come to trust Lui completely. Though they'd been childhood friends, Wu Tao sensed that since this semester, Brothery had changed, becoming almost magical. Basically, whatever Brothery said was spot on. "Jade? I'm not too knowledgeable about it, so I can't say for sure if it's a good deal," Lui replied honestly. His knowledge of painting came from reading a few books, but jade was an entirely different field. Different trades are like different mountains, he needed to learn more about it. "Alright then." Wu Tao felt a pang of regret. "So what's next? Are you still planning to keep buying?" Wu Tao asked. "Forget it. Chen Xiaoling got her painting and I got my paper. Let's head back for now," said Yui. His mental energy was nearly depleted today. If he were at home now, he would have collapsed into sleep long ago. Though he only acquired a single sheet of painting paper today, he had no mental reserves left. Continuing to browse would only lead to confusion over authenticity. After drinking a beverage and resting his eyes to recover slightly, Yui motioned for Wu Tao and Chen Xiaoling to head back. "I'll drive you back." Chen Xiaoling suddenly pulled out her phone and said, "My brother drove over. He can drop you off on his way." "But didn't your brother already leave?" Wu Tao asked. Chen Xiaoling covered her mouth and giggled. "He can't have gone far. Besides, he brought me here, he wouldn't just leave me behind." "I'll call him right now." Lui interjected, "Forget it. Our routes home might not align, and it's getting late. You should head back soon. We can just take a taxi." "No way," Chen Xiaoling insisted. "You bought me the painting, I have to thank you properly. How about I treat you to a late-night snack?" Wu Tao pursed his lips. The usually cold and distant class monitor, her behavior today is truly surprising. He couldn't help but feel skeptical. At school, Chen Xiaoling was the quiet, studious ice queen who rarely spoke to anyone, especially boys. Today's behavior genuinely made Wu Tao question whether she was still the same class monitor he knew. Chen Xiaoling just smiled and said, "This is the difference between treating good students and bad students, you know? Didn't the teacher teach us long ago? Keep beneficial friends close and harmful friends at a distance." Wu Tao retorted defiantly, "Miss Chen, it feels like you're indirectly implying I'm not a good student." "You never were," Chen Xiaoling stated flatly. She made a phone call, and sure enough, a few minutes later, a white luxury sedan pulled up. A Cadillac Platinum extended wheelbase model. The driver was indeed her cousin. Just as she was motioning for Yui and Wu Tao to get in the car, several motorcycles suddenly sped down the street, wild and aggressive. 4 bikes leapt from a height, landing with a flying leap. They spun around once on the ground, completely surrounding the area. Then, a group of people emerged from the surrounding areas, converging on the scene. "Xiaoling, get in the car!" Chen Ming shouted from inside the vehicle. The car started up, ready to ram its way out. These people clearly meant trouble. "Don't move! If you don't want to die, not a single one of you move a muscle." From within the crowd, a middle-aged man held a knife, deftly flipping it between his fingers. Suddenly, he flicked his wrist, sending the blade flying straight into the Cadillac's windshield. The man possessed remarkable strength and precision with his throwing knife. Chen Ming immediately got out of the car, helped Chen Xiaoling inside, then turned to the group and barked, "Who are you? How dare you attack me? Do you know who I am?" Chen Ming wasn't some martial arts expert, but his commanding tone carried weight. Clearly, he had considerable backing. "Oh, it's young Master Chen." The knife-throwing man seemed to recognize Chen Ming and now smiled apologetically. "What do you want?" Chen Ming fixed his gaze on the knife wielder, recognizing him as well. I'm an old acquaintance of Brother Knife from your Black Dragon Society. Are you really going to attack me? The knife-wielding man gave him some face. Apologies, young Master Chun. Didn't recognize your car earlier. I'll buy you drinks another time. You're not our target today. If you want to leave, you're free to go now. You shattered my car window, and now you think telling me to leave is enough? Chen Ming was furious. What? So according to young Master Chen, you want me to pay for the damage? The knife-wielding man's face hardened, suddenly radiating a murderous aura. His henchmen glared at him with fierce expressions, their intimidating presence overwhelming. Chen Ming knew his limits. He snorted coldly and said, "Fine. I'll take this up with your brother Knife. I trust he'll give me a proper explanation." "As you wish, young Master Chen." The knife-wielding man drew another blade, weighing it in his hand. He paid no heed to Chen Ming's words, treating them as nothing more than wind rustling past his ears. Inside the Cadillac, Chen Xiaoling watched the suddenly appearing Black Dragon Society members with fear. Seeing their gazes fixed solely on Yu Yi and Wu Tao, she instantly realized these men weren't after her or her brother, they were after Yu Yi and Wu Tao. Though she didn't know why Yu Yi and Wu Tao had provoked these men, worry still welled up inside her. She was aware her brother Chen Ming had connections with a Black Dragon Society boss. Whispering urgently, she called out, "Brother, these guys seem to be after Yu Yi and Wu Tao. Please help them." Chen Ming got into the car, slammed the door shut, and started the engine to drive away. He said nothing. Chen Xiaoling panicked, reaching for her phone to call the police, but Chen Ming stopped her. "What are you doing? Don't get yourself into trouble. Brother, you have to help them. They're my classmates. They even bought my paintings. I can't just watch them get hurt. These Black Dragon Society guys mean trouble. If you don't help them, something bad will happen to them," Chen Xiaoling pleaded anxiously. Chen Ming, however, drove on as he replied, "Can't you see? They're not giving me any face. How can I help them? And when the Black Dragon Society acts, who can stop them? If anyone's to blame, it's your two classmates for having such bad luck. They picked the wrong people to mess with." Chapter 111, Don't Push Me. Chen Xiaoling leaned anxiously against the window, peering back. 17 Black Dragon Society members had completely surrounded Lu Yi and Wu Tao. She could no longer see Wu Tao or Lu Yi. She pulled out her phone, still intending to dial the police. Chen Ming stopped her again. "Don't be reckless. Even if you call the police now, it's too late. By the time they arrive, at least 20 minutes will have passed. What good will that do? And by calling the police, you're essentially provoking them. You know the Black Dragon Society doesn't think twice before acting, right?" Chen Ming knew the Black Dragon Society's modus operandi intimately because he had connections with one of their big shots. Black Dragon Society members were mostly low-level thugs whose methods were utterly thuggish. Compared to the Qiongqi Society, they were far more extreme. Chen Xiaoling had made that call to the police. He feared that the Black Dragon Society's impulsive, brainless thugs would take their anger out on Chen Xiaoling. That's why he had stopped her from calling the police twice. What could be done? Was he supposed to just stand by and watch them get into trouble? Chen Xiaoling paced restlessly, her eyes red with anxiety. She was a kind-hearted girl. Faced with this situation, she felt worried, anxious, and afraid. "Alright, I'll call Brother Dao right now and see if there's anything we can do." Chen Ming drove the car about 150 meters before pulling over at a street corner. He then took out his phone and dialed Brother Dao of the Black Dragon Gang. Meanwhile, Yu Yi and Wu Tao had been cornered by the group, forced to stand pressed tightly together. Wu Tao, seeing the scene, was already drenched in wave after wave of cold sweat. This display was terrifying. 17 men, plus 6 on motorcycles, looking like American mobsters. The others had cold gleams flashing in the light, knives strapped to their bodies. Wu Tao swallowed hard several times. At first, he'd assumed these men were after Chen Xiaoling and her group. After all, they were wealthy young people. It made sense that they'd be targeted. But Chen Xiaoling and Chen Ming had driven away surrounded by these men. Clearly, they weren't after the girls either. They were after him and his cousin, Yu Yi. He couldn't figure it out. He hadn't offended anyone lately. He hadn't snatched an old lady's money, swindled candy from a little kid, or taken advantage of a young woman. How had he managed to draw the ire of the Black Dragon Gang? He tugged at Lu Yi's sleeve, wanting to ask why. But Lu Yi was also startled by the commotion. He couldn't fathom when he might have crossed the Black Dragon Society. If the Qiongqi Society had come looking for him tonight, that would have made sense. After all, his feud with the Revival Society ran deep. But the Black Dragon Society suddenly appearing, clearly targeting just the two of them, what could possibly be the reason? Go! The knife-wielding man suddenly signaled to his underlings, giving them the go-ahead to move against Yu Yi and Wu Tao. First, they would sever their tendons. Understood. One thug drew a sharp military knife from his waist and strode toward Yu Yi and Wu Tao. Wu Tao turned deathly pale. The murderous intent and organization of these men far surpassed the Qiongqi Society's yellow-haired youths. He had no courage to resist now, clutching Lu Yi's clothes tightly with both hands and whispering desperately, Brother E, what should we do? Brother E. Beads of sweat formed on Yu Yi's forehead. Suddenly, he shouted at the knife-wielding man, "Can I ask a question?" Even if I die, let me die knowing why. Is that okay? Ha! The knife-wielding man seemed genuinely surprised. He chuckled and said, fine. Since you still have the guts to ask whatever you want. We've never crossed paths with you. Why are you targeting us? Lu Yi demanded. The knife-wielding man chuckled. Ever heard of take the money and do the job? We have no grudge against you personally, but someone paid to cripple you. That's the grudge. Now you know, so you should be satisfied, right? I want to know who paid for this. Yu Yi demanded angrily. This time, someone had actually paid these men to target him and to cripple him. It was too cruel. Lu Yi believed he hadn't offended many people. The only notable ones were Lai Daming, Jia Quan, and Ma Feng counted as one group and Wu Jianfeng as another. Beyond that, there was no one else. Or could it be that shopkeeper from before? Had he harbored resentment? Did he hate Yi for ruining his business, so he hired people to deal with him? That wasn't impossible either. That's not for you to ask. Every profession has its rules, every trade its code. I can't answer that question for you. The knife-wielding man waved his hand dismissively, signaling his henchman to act. His henchman approached, gripping a razor-sharp military knife. Will you extend your hands yourselves, or shall I do it for you? Someone had paid to have Yu Yi and Wu Tao crippled, their tendons severed. This was an exceptionally vicious method. Once the tendons in the hands and feet were severed, it meant permanent disability, unable to walk or move one's hands. Even if they were later reconnected through special methods, the limbs would remain weak, incapable of long journeys or heavy lifting. Wu Tao trembled all over, quickly pulling his hands behind his back. He certainly didn't want his tendons severed. He desperately wanted to resist, but he was powerless to do so. The other side had too many men, each looking like a fierce demon. With his strength, resisting would be like hitting a stone with an egg. Seems you two aren't cooperating. I'll have to handle this myself. The man suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Wu Tao. He intended to start with him. Wu Tao looked terrified, his face a mask of fear and weakness. People naturally prey on the vulnerable, so he chose the easiest target. At that moment, Lu Yi's face hardened with fury. He shoved Wu Tao aside, then roared and swung a punch that slammed into the man's wrist. A sharp crack echoed as the man let out a piercing scream. With lightning speed, Yui snatched the knife from the man's grasp. Turning to Wu Tao, he commanded, "Stay right where you are." Taking several deep breaths, Yui positioned himself in front of Wu Tao. Holding the knife against the thug's throat, he barked at the other Black Dragon Society members surrounding them, "Don't even think about moving. Touch me, and I'll slit his throat first." Faced with this situation, he had no choice but to respond with force against force, cruelty against cruelty. He used the thug as a human shield, planting his foot firmly on the ground while keeping the blade pressed against the man's throat. Earlier, he'd struck the thug's wrist with half his strength, likely dislocating or even fracturing the bone. That had given him the chance to seize the knife and subdue his opponent. "Oh ho, playing these tricks in front of me?" The knife-wielding man sneered coldly, surprised by this sudden turn of events. He had sent men to sever Lu Yi and Wu Tao's tendons, yet now Lu Yi had turned the tables, subduing him and taking him hostage. "I'll see if you really dare to strike." The knife-wielding man suddenly snarled, tightening his grip on the dagger. He then gave a signal, commanding his 4 henchmen to charge forward and cut down Yui. His 4 henchmen, upon receiving the order, drew their blades and charged forward like raging tigers. Seeing them force their way forward, Yui roared, "Don't push me." Suddenly, he raised his blade and plunged it into the thug's abdomen. Blood spurted out instantly, staining a large patch of Yui's clothes crimson. Chapter 112, The Fight Begins. The knife-wielding man was also stunned by this unexpected turn of events. He had assumed Yui was merely bluffing to intimidate them. After all, he was just a high school kid, a youngster who hadn't seen much of the world. How much guts could he really have? Would he actually dare to kill someone? But to his utter disbelief, Yui had indeed acted. He stabbed without hesitation, white blade in, red blade out, decisive and ruthless. "Come on, take one more step closer, and I'll stab him again." Yui shouted, his face twisted into a ferocious grimace, completely reckless now. "Young man, murder is illegal. Do you understand?" the man with the knife said coldly. "Kill him, and your life is over." Lu Yi retorted, "If I don't kill him, you'll still cripple my tendons. My life is ruined either way. Better to go out with a bang than a whimper. Anyone who dares take another step forward, I'll stab him dead. One down, one down. Kill 2, gain 1. These words were pure desperation, utterly ruthless and vicious, as if he'd transcended life and death, driven only by the desire to take others down with him, one more soul the better. The knife-wielding man held a throwing blade in his hand. With his skill, striking Lu Yi would be simple enough. But seeing how ruthless Lu Yi was, he knew that if he hurled the blade and provoked him, his subordinate would truly be finished. Besides, you attacked first. This is self-defense. Even if I kill you, it's not illegal. Lu Yi sneered coldly. Lu Yi's bravery gave Wu Tao a jolt of courage. Wu Tao suddenly roared, snatched a large rock from the ground, and aimed it squarely at the head of the immobilized thug. "Whoever dares come near," he bellowed, "I'll smash his skull open." Wu Tao was trembling with rage.
Unlike Yui, his emotions were wildly unstable. If anyone dared provoke him further, he might actually swing that rock and kill the thug.
Wu Tao, call the police. Call the police right now.
Lu Yi shouted, trying to calm him down. Hearing this, Wu Tao calmed down slightly and nodded.
Lu Yi was his anchor naturally, whatever Lu Yi said went. He immediately pulled out his phone to dial the number. But Lu Yi stopped him again, don't use your phone.
Use his. He pointed to the thug lying on the ground. Wu Tao stowed his own phone, then fished another one from the thug's pockets and dialed the police. Yui had thought things through quite thoroughly. Blood had already been shed here, making this no minor incident. If Wu Tao reported it using his own phone, it would inevitably leave clues for the police, a troublesome situation.
But if he used someone else's phone, the clues wouldn't lead back to them.
Additionally, he could have invoked the spirit manifestation to channel Zhao Yun's power, unleashing divine might to deal with these men.
But upon careful consideration, he realized, first, this was a public area with too many bystanders.
Acting too conspicuously might draw unwanted attention from those with ulterior motives. Second, the spirit manifestation technique only lasted a short while, roughly the same duration as the 9 bulls and 2 tigers power, about a minute. If he activated it, he'd have to subdue everyone within that minute. Otherwise, after the minute passed, he'd collapse from exhaustion, unable to move. That would be their chance to strike back. Rather than risk such a gamble, it was wiser to rely on cunning. While cunning also carried risks, it at least offered room for maneuver and a chance of success. If all else fails, then Yui would have no choice but to unleash the spirit manifestation.
Divine spirit manifestation is a power best left unused.
Once unleashed, Yulot had better not regret it, Yui silently warned himself.
Zhao Yun's approach differed from his own.
As a battlefield general, Zhao Yun excelled at reaping heads, plucking enemy commanders' skulls from the midst of 10,000 troops. Last time at the City Museum, he had already held back as much as possible. Yet the result was still piercing that black-clad, masked man through the chest, the spear entering the front and exiting the back, a bloody and brutal sight.
If he unleashed his fury here, the fate awaiting these enemies wouldn't be much better. Wu Tao successfully dialed the emergency number.
After hanging up, he exclaimed excitedly, "The police said they'll be here within 10 minutes.
Good. We'll wait right here for the police to come and arrest them,"
Yui said with unflappable composure. The knife-wielding man, his face dark and sullen, clapped his hands.
"Good. Very good. I underestimated you.
So young, yet so ruthless. Now that you've called the cops, it's time to let him go. If you don't release him soon, he really will die."
Lu Yi pulled Wu Tao back.
He knew the condition of the man he'd stabbed. That earlier blow had looked vicious, but it had actually missed the vital organs. It hadn't damaged any organs, merely piercing the flesh. Still, if left untreated, excessive blood loss could prove fatal. Since the police had been called and would arrive within 10 minutes, he might as well release the hostage. The knife-wielding man immediately ordered his men to carry away the wounded man. Then, his expression hardening, he suddenly acted on his own. The throwing knife in his hand shot out with a sharp whistling sound, aimed directly at Yui's body.
"My lord, beware!" Zhao Yun cried out from within his dantian. In that instant, the spirit guardian manifested, automatically possessing his body. Yui's movements became incredibly agile. As the dagger flew straight toward him, his waist suddenly bent backward 160 degrees. He extended a hand, snatching at the air. With astonishing precision, 2 fingers pinched the dagger between them. "Oomph! A cowardly ambush!" Lu Yi snorted. Instantly, the dagger in his hand shot back at twice the speed. With a sharp whistling sound, it pierced clean through the knife-wielding man's palm. The knife-wielding man had launched his sneak attack with his right hand, but now, in a fit of rage, Zhao Yun had sent the blade flying back, crippling that very hand. Woo 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 woo. Ambulance sirens could now be heard in the distance. Presumably, nearby patrol officers had received a call and were rushing over at breakneck speed. Xinggu. Many thugs saw the knife-wielding man's hand injured, pierced clean through by a short blade. The blood, vivid red under the lights, dripped steadily onto the ground. Yet Xinggu proved to be a tough nut to crack. Despite the blade piercing his palm, he gritted his teeth so hard he didn't utter a single sound. "Let's go." Normally, given Xingji's temperament, suffering such a loss would mean nothing less than settling the score to the death. But judging by the sirens, the cops would definitely arrive within 2 minutes. They couldn't afford to linger any longer. If caught by the police, every one of them would be going to the station for a cup of tea. So, this debt would have to be remembered for now, to be repaid another time. Move out. The Black Dragon Society members moved swiftly. Those on foot retreated immediately, while the motorcyclists revved their engines and sped away. Watching them disappear into the distance, Yui immediately released his spirit manifestation state. Fortunately, he hadn't sustained it for too long, and after recovering, his body didn't feel particularly exhausted. He grabbed Wu Tao's arm and shouted urgently, "Let's go." Chapter 113, Departure. Wu Tao was still reeling in shock, unable to fully process what had just happened. This time, he was genuinely terrified by the Black Dragon Society members and equally stunned by Yui's actions.
The Black Dragon Society members were fierce and ruthless, attacking without warning, brutal and merciless. Yet, in this situation, Yu Yi's behavior was the complete opposite. Facing such a scene for the first time, Wu Tao, a small-time character, felt a wave of fear wash over him. Yet Lu Yi charged headlong into the fray. Even when confronted by gleaming blades, his expression remained unflinching. Not only did he stab the first attacker, but with agile reflexes, he also pierced the palm of their leader. Brother E. Cut the chatter. Let's get out of here. Got it. As they sprinted away, Wu Tao gradually regained his composure, following Lu Yi through a maze of narrow alleys at breakneck speed. This side of Antique Street wasn't just packed with antiques, it was also densely woven with narrow alleys. Among these alleys, some shops sold antiques, while others peddled handicrafts. At night, the area remained bustling. Meanwhile, at the bend in the road dozens of meters from the crime scene, a man inside the Cadillac parked by the curb lowered his phone. His phone had been stuck on the dialing screen. He'd been about to make a call, but just as he was about to dial, he witnessed a startling scene at the crime scene. Thus, he never made that call. Your classmate is quite something, isn't he? Chen Ming suddenly spoke up. Truthfully, he disliked Lu Yi and Wu Tao from the start. But the scenes he'd just witnessed had completely changed his impression of Lu Yi. Shen Xiaoling, seated in the back seat, had also been watching intently. She had glimpsed the earlier scene, Lu Yi and Wu Tao surrounded by Black Dragon Society members. But then Lu Yi had suddenly transformed like a tiger unleashed, seemingly stabbing one of the Black Dragon Society members before turning the tables and threatening them in return. She was too stunned to speak. By the time she regained her composure, Yu Yi and Wu Tao had already vanished from sight. But he's dead meat, Chen Ming added as the car slowly pulled away. The sound of sirens grew louder, approaching rapidly. If they didn't move, they might get questioned by the police. As the car started moving, Chen Xiaoling suddenly asked, "Brother, why did you say that?" Chen Ming gave a cold laugh. "Didn't you see what just happened? That classmate of yours seems so polite on the surface, but he's brutally ruthless when he acts. If he were just targeting ordinary people, that'd be one thing. But going after someone from the Black Dragon Society? That's practically asking for trouble. The Black Dragon Society holds grudges longer than anyone. Now that one of their men got stabbed, do you really think they'll let it slide? So your classmate is as good as dead. Unless he leaves Lingjiang City immediately and never returns, given the Black Dragon Society's ways, he won't last 3 days. Bro, you gotta help him. You know that guy, Brother Knife, from the Black Dragon Society, right? Please put in a good word for him." Chen Xiaoling cried out anxiously. "Do you really think that'll work?" Chen Ming shook his head and sighed. "Knife Brother and I are merely acquaintances. He might not even grant me the favor. Besides, you saw today those Black Dragon Society guys didn't give me the time of day. Even if I tried to plead for your classmate, it'd be useless. So you need to find a way to warn him to get out of Lingjiang City. Once he's gone, that's the end of it. No matter how powerful the Black Dragon Gang is, they can't chase him to another province." Chen Xiaoling immediately pulled out her phone to contact Yu Yi. As the class study representative, she had most of her classmates' contact information. Unfortunately, his phone was turned off, making calls impossible. She could only send text messages and QQ messages, urging Yu Yi to leave Lingjiang City as soon as possible. Chen Xiaoling knew her brother, Chen Ming, rarely joked about such things. She had also heard of the Black Dragon Society. They were indeed a group of ruthless individuals. Therefore, she didn't consider involving the police. Police protection couldn't be round the clock, nor could it last 365 days a year. The best solution, perhaps, was exactly what her brother had said: leave Lingjiang City immediately and never return. Meanwhile, Yu Yi and Wu Tao had been running for over 20 minutes. Initially, Yu Yi felt no fatigue, but after 20 minutes, exhaustion washed over him like a tidal wave. Fortunately, a small restaurant stood nearby. Lu Yi had Wu Tao support him as they entered, immediately reserving a private room and ordering a table full of food and drink. The private room had a sofa. As soon as he entered, Yu Yi collapsed onto it and fell asleep. Before drifting off, he repeatedly warned Wu Tao not to disturb him, insisting he needed at least an hour of uninterrupted sleep. Wu Tao nodded stiffly and complied completely. While waiting for the food and drinks in the private room, he kept peering out through the window and past the door, fearing the Black Dragon Society might pursue them again. His heart pounded relentlessly. Had he not feared the Black Dragon Society lurking outside, he would have rushed out to buy a bag of spicy strips to calm his nerves. Lu Yi slept soundly, not even turning over once. He slept for 2 solid hours, not moving a muscle. Wu Tao had intended to wake him, but then he recalled that the last time Yu Yi had gone to the Zhongxing Society casino to collect money, he'd fallen asleep on the tricycle the moment the money was handed over. This time felt remarkably similar. Wu Tao checked his breathing, still steady and strong, and his forehead felt comfortably warm, showing no signs of trouble. After much deliberation, he decided to let Lu Yi sleep it off first. After all, whether they could return tonight depended entirely on Lu Yi. Fortunately, after 3.5 hours of sleep, Yu Yi finally woke up on his own. When he awoke, Wu Tao was still perched by the window, peering out through a small crack. The table in the private room was laden with a feast, mostly untouched. Louis climbed to his feet, poured himself a glass of water, and drank it down.
Hearing the movement, Wu Tao whipped around. Seeing Louis awake, his face immediately lit up with joy. Brothery, you're finally awake.
After resting, Yu Yi's complexion had improved significantly.
Without a word, he began eating. This feast was too good to waste. Why aren't you eating? Yu Yi asked. How could I eat?
While you were sleeping, I was worried Black Dragon Society members might come looking for you, so I kept watch the whole time, Wu Tao explained.
How long have I been asleep? 3.5 hours, Wu Tao replied.
Hearing this, Yui glanced at him, deeply touched. Truly a model cousin. He made every effort not to disturb him while he rested. Rest assured, they won't come after us again, Yui declared confidently.
Chapter 114, Operation Amber. Why? Wu Tao asked curiously.
He'd spent those 3.5 hours on edge, terrified someone might come after them. If anyone had actually shown up, he'd already planned his escape route, first lock the door from the inside, then barricade it with tables and chairs, call the police, and wait for backup.
Fortunately, these 3.5 hours passed without incident.
No Black Dragon Society members appeared in the vicinity.
Louis spoke while eating. That knife-wielding guy? No need to guess, he's clearly their leader.
I stabbed one of them, and his palm got pierced by my knife too.
They're probably rushing to the hospital right now. How could they possibly find time to cause us trouble? Louis was quite certain of this.
Wu Tao pondered for a moment, conceding there was some logic to his reasoning. Still, a lingering fear gnawed at him, and he voiced his concern. Honestly, you stabbed someone today.
He won't die, will he? If he does, you'll become a murderer. He won't die. Do you think I stabbed him in a vital spot?
I hit the space between his heart and liver, medically known as the diaphragm.
That area isn't fatal. Besides, it's been hours now.
The guy who got stabbed is probably already bandaged up at the hospital.
It's not life-threatening, Yui said confidently.
All those books he'd bought these past days hadn't been wasted.
Wu Tao listened, feeling both envy and admiration.
Brothery, I really see how much you've changed.
Sometimes I even feel like you're not yourself anymore. What nonsense are you spouting? Not myself? Who else could I be?
Yui shot him a dismissive glance. Deep down, he knew those closest to him would be the first to notice his profound transformation. Yet, at his core, he remained unchanged. His essence had not shifted. You've been playing with me since we were kids, and you've never trained in martial arts. So how come you're so skilled? That Black Dragon Society guy earlier, you knocked the feeling out of his right hand with one punch and took him down effortlessly. And their boss, Xing, his throwing knives were dead accurate, yet you disarmed him barehanded and flicked the knife right back, piercing his hand. If you tell me you taught yourself all that, I won't buy it. Tell me honestly, did you study under some mysterious master to learn all these skills? Wu Tao pressed. He smiled and suddenly replied, yes, I do have a mysterious master. Guardian spirit Zhao Yun had always guided Yi in various ways. Though their relationship was master-servant, it was also one of mentor and friend.
Could you introduce me to him? If I had skills like yours, holy crap, I wouldn't be scared of anything.
Next time something like this happens, you wouldn't even need to step and I'd handle it myself.
Wu Tao declared, his fighting spirit soaring. Lu Yi chuckled. Sure.
My mysterious master taught me a method to strengthen the body.
If you can stick with it for 3 months, I'll introduce you. Really?
Of course it's true.
When have I ever lied to you? Alright, I can definitely stick with it for 3 months. Wu Tao guaranteed. Alright, sit down and eat first. After dinner, we'll head back. Training starts first thing tomorrow morning, said Yi. Wu Tao asked anxiously, Brother Yi? The Black Dragon Society took such a big hit today. Aren't you worried they'll come looking for trouble? As long as we stay in Lingzheng City, it's like the temple can't escape even if the monk runs away. They'll find us anytime.
And next time they come, they definitely won't be polite.
Poof. The Black Dragon Society?
I never provoked them, yet they came looking for trouble.
Just wait and see.
I'll make sure they're the ones regretting it in the end.
If they don't come after us, fine.
But if they do, every time they show up, I'll make them bleed.
Lu Yi declared with domineering authority.
A true man should live by this code. If no one provokes me, I provoke no one.
But if someone dares to provoke me, I will strike back. Constant retreat and yielding only makes you a soft target. The kind are bullied, the gentle are ridden. Alright, I'm with you. Wu Tao nodded, determined to go all in.
Suddenly, he grabbed a bottle of beer and downed it in one gulp, fortifying his resolve. The two brothers finished everything they ordered at the small restaurant, polishing off 2 whole pots of rice. By the time they stepped outside, it was already 11:30 p.m. The moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars, though thick clouds hung heavy in the sky, offering no clue about tomorrow's weather. Wu Tao's face was flushed red as a monkey's butt. Before leaving, he grabbed a beer bottle in each hand for courage, intending to use them as weapons. Even though Yi had assured him there'd be no more Black Dragon Society members tonight, he still insisted on carrying 2 beer bottles.
Broy, you really have a huge appetite.
I only had one bowl of rice, but you polished off 2 whole pots.
How does your stomach hold it all? Wu Tao slurred, slightly tipsy. Today had been an eye-opening experience. Lu Yi had eaten without restraint right in front of him,
devouring both pots of rice and nearly the entire table of dishes single-handedly. Once you start training with me, your appetite will grow too.
What's so strange about that? In ancient times, which general couldn't polish off 10 pounds of meat and 4 pounds of wine per meal? Really?
Wu Tao scratched his head.
He knew little about history and had no vague notion of how much ancient generals ate or drank. So what about us now? Are we heading home?
Yeah, home.
Yui nodded.
It was already past 11. If they didn't get back soon, his uncle would start nagging again tomorrow. Just as the two were about to hail a cab online, they passed a jewelry store. Its signboard gleamed brightly, advertising jadeite, ice-type jade, raw stones, amber, and more, a wide range of goods.
The moment Yui spotted the word amber, a sudden memory surfaced. He promptly led Wu Tao into the jewelry store.
Wu Tao couldn't fathom what he was up to, just as he had no idea why Yui bought drawing paper, especially spending 2,000 yuan on a blank sheet of paper, which seemed utterly unreasonable to him.
Excuse me, do you sell amber here?
This was a small private shop, one owner and 4 apprentices with a surprisingly broad range of goods. They primarily focused on jade carving and such.
Yes, we do. The glass display case on the left is full of amber. Are you interested in buying some?
The shop owner, a middle-aged man, saw that Yui and Wu Tao were both quite young. Assuming they were just browsing the night market, he wasn't particularly enthusiastic in his greeting.
Let's take a look first. Lu Yi responded, walking over to the glass display case the owner had pointed out.
Inside, there was indeed a large quantity of amber, some white, some golden. Every variety imaginable was present, fully transparent pieces, semi-translucent ones, and even amber containing tiny creatures like bees, ants, and spiders preserved within the resin for who knows how many centuries.
This kind of amber wasn't exactly cheap. Chapter 115, Practice Makes Perfect.
Amber is fossilized resin from coniferous plants that dripped 45 to 99 million years ago. Buried underground for millions of years, it petrified under pressure and heat, hence its alternative names, resin fossil or pine resin fossil.
Amber comes in diverse shapes, often retaining the flow patterns of the original resin on its surface.
Inside, bubbles and fragments of ancient insects, animals, or plants are frequently visible.
Common types of amber include golden amber, golden blue amber, green tea amber, red tea amber, blood amber, veiled amber, flower amber, brown red amber, blue amber, green amber, insect amber, honey amber, amber root, Burmese root amber, etc. Most amber sold in today's market is artificial, as natural amber is simply too scarce to meet demand. Even synthetic amber commands high prices, typically priced by the gram. Cheaper pieces start at several hundred yuan, while premium ones can reach tens of thousands. For genuine amber, asking prices exceeding 100,000 yuan are not uncommon. The amber displayed in this counter includes pieces crafted into various jewelry items and raw stones. This material boasts 2 primary characteristics. First, its medicinal value. Amber and honey amber contain succinic acid, offering significant health benefits for the human body. They demonstrate notable therapeutic effects for respiratory and cardiovascular diseases. Their antibacterial properties are also remarkable. In medieval Europe, people would burn amber to disinfect rooms with its smoke and treat plagues. Second, its religious and cultural significance. As one of the 7 sacred treasures in Buddhism, amber is revered as a holy offering to the Buddha. Devotees believe it has absorbed the essence of heaven and earth over millions of years, imbuing it with mystical power. For instance, wearing amber or honey amber during meditation is said to facilitate deeper concentration. Additionally, the chaotic patterns within honey amber resemble the primordial state before heaven and earth were separated. Louis came to buy amber without much fuss. His gaze swept back and forth across the counter, specifically seeking stones resembling the dragon soul amber he had once found. He finally settled on 3 pieces and asked the owner for the price. Seeing he was a student, the owner didn't even haggle, selling them for 400 each, a total of 1,200 for the 3. Lu Yi was overjoyed with his purchase. He planned to carve them into lifelike pieces and sell them at a premium. What's the point of buying both drawing paper and stones? Wu Tao couldn't make heads or tails of it. Fortunately, they both had money now. If this had been back in the day, when Yui spent 2,000 yuan on a blank sheet of paper and another 1,200 on 3 artificial stones, Wu Tao would have called him an idiot. After all, with that kind of money, how long could you play at an internet cafe if you topped up your membership card? I bought these because there's money to be made, Yui replied. What kind of profit? Wu Tao couldn't wrap his head around it. That worthless piece of paper didn't even have a single character on it. As for those so-called stones, jewelry stores had them in abundance, artificial ones at that. You could get as many as you wanted. Even if you resold them, how much could you possibly make? This deal could net over 1,000 times the profit. Lu Yi chuckled, then patted his shoulder and began discussing something with him. Lu Yi had decided, when selling the amber, he would squeeze every last penny out of that cane-wielding man. Acting alone, his profits would remain limited.
But if he could find someone to play along, to pull off a double act behind the scenes, the money would multiply several times over. Upon hearing Yu Yi's plan, Wu Tao suddenly clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Ah, so that's it. I've seen those little ads you mentioned too, they're plastered all over the walls near the school. But Yu Yi, are you sure this isn't some kind of scam? Cash on delivery, who could possibly pull off a scam like that?" "That's true. The people buying amber are all wealthy. I've decided each of our 3 pieces must sell for at least 1.5 million yuan. Anything less than that, we won't do it," Lu Yi declared. Truthfully, this was also for Yun Wanqiu's sake. To raise 20 million yuan quickly, Yu Yi had to use every possible means to make money. If all 3 pieces sold, that would be 4.5 million. Combined with the 3 million from his own and Wu Tao's shares, it would total over 7.5 million. Though still far from 20 million, it would cover a third of the total. "Brother Yi, are you sure those people will actually come to you to buy? And after they're done with you, will they really come to me?" Wu Tao felt uneasy. Selling man-made amber pieces priced at 400 yuan each for 1.5 million yuan was simply outrageous. Unless those people were fools, completely out of their minds, why would they pay such an exorbitant price? Louis smiled and said, "Don't worry. If I say they'll buy it, they will." Yi was certain. Those people were desperate to acquire Dragon Soul Amber, yet they'd never seen the real thing. With such a burning desire, how could they possibly pass up the chance to buy something that might very well be it? Louis was also confident that 1.5 million yuan per piece was within their means. At worst, they could have their backer foot the bill. A mere 4.5 million yuan was certainly within their boss's budget. Moreover, Yui had already learned that the backer behind that crutch-wielding brother Jian was most likely none other than Liang Jun. Since it was Liang Jun's money, he felt perfectly justified in overcharging them. "Brother Yi, selling a stone bought for 400 for 15 million? That's outrageously overpriced." "What? How much do you think is fair? Selling it for 1.5 million isn't as good as 1.8 million, that's a lucky number. You're the real rip-off artist." Ha ha. Back home, both of them went to bed early. Especially Wu Tao, just thinking about Yui arranging his training tomorrow morning had him so excited he couldn't sleep. He was already fantasizing in his head about how he'd soon become even more badass than Bruce Lee. That night, he made an exception and skipped even his usual "my tempting neighbor's sister" before hitting the hay. As for Yui, he wasn't in a hurry to sleep. Now that he had the paper, he needed to study the painting he was to replicate as soon as possible. It had to be perfect, down to the last detail. So he took out his paper and brush and began practicing over and over again. He had only one sheet of paper. This meant that when he formally painted the piece, there could be absolutely no mistakes. If even the slightest error occurred, the entire painting would be ruined. That night, he completed 2 sketches in succession, each showing significant improvement. He believed that with a few more days of practice, he would be ready to begin the actual painting. 3 days. If I practice diligently every day, 3 days at most, I'll master this painting through sheer repetition. Chapter 116, quite persistent. At 4 in the morning, he rose and went to Wu Tao's door to wake him. On this first day of practice, Wu Tao was surprisingly cooperative. For once, he answered immediately and emerged from his bedroom in under 3 minutes. "Brother Yi, what's on the training menu today?" Wu Tao rubbed his hands together, already itching to get started. Louis led him to the equipment room, grabbed a pile of weighted gear, tossed it out, and asked, "You strap it on yourself, or should I help?" "Ha? What? That's it? That's the exercise?" Wu Tao was utterly dumbfounded, expecting some profound training method. Don't underestimate weight training. This is how ancient masters practiced lightness skills. Once you can wear this weight set and perform a series of movements with fluid grace, then remove the weights. By that point, you'll handle heavy loads with ease. Not only will your stamina be several times greater than average, but the power behind your punches and kicks will be too. "You've seen Dragon Ball, right?" Yi Zhesh asked. "Of course I have. After Goku defeated Piccolo, didn't he train wearing that black weighted suit? Later, when he shed it, he became even more formidable. The principle is the same." Yu Yi explained patiently. "Alright, how much weight should I start with?" Wu Tao asked. Louis thought for a moment and said, "Start with 30 Jin." Yi himself had started with 100 Jin because his Dragon Soul Amber granted him recovery abilities several times greater than normal, allowing him to replenish stamina rapidly through food. Wu Tao, however, lacked the Dragon Soul Amber and thus didn't possess that extraordinary recovery capacity. That's why Yi only had him begin with 30 Jin. This amount should be manageable for most people. "Fine, 30 pounds it is. But will it really work?" Wu Tao asked. "Of course it works. You saw yesterday how I knocked the feeling right out of someone's hand with a single punch. That's the effect of training." Yesterday, he'd clearly used half his strength to dislocate that thug's hand. But Wu Tao found the explanation convincing and didn't press further. He chose the leg weights and abdominal weights, totaling 30 pounds. The 30 Jin felt manageable once strapped on, the pressure not overwhelming. Just as Wu Tao smugly declared 30 pounds wasn't much, he suddenly noticed Louis covered head to toe in weights, legs, arms, waist, even several lead-filled pouches strapped to his back.
Holy how many pounds is that? 120 pounds. Yui replied.
Ever since getting used to 100 pounds, he'd been gradually increasing the weight each day. Zhao Yun had advised him that this would accelerate his training.
Holy, 120 pounds? Wu Tao swallowed hard. What did 120 pounds even mean?
It was equivalent to the weight of a 5 feet 7 inches tall guy.
Was it really possible to train while carrying that much weight? Brother you're lifting 120 pounds while only making me carry 30? Are you underestimating me?
Wu Tao suddenly protested, puffing out his chest to prove his own strength.
Lu Yi chuckled. What? 30 pounds is too light for you?
Wu Tao retorted, 30 pounds is barely the weight of a 4 or 5-year-old child.
That's nothing. I think I could handle 80 pounds. Oh really? Let me tell you, if you carry 80 pounds, I'll make you run at least 10 kilometers. What? Go, how far did you say? 10,000 meters.
Well, I'll stick with the 30 pounds then. Wu Tao immediately softened his tone, no longer trying to prove himself. He knew exactly how far 10,000 meters was.
The track around the school basketball court was 800 meters per lap. 10,000 meters meant 12.5 laps.
That distance would be exhausting even without any extra weight, let alone carrying 30 pounds.
Lu Yi chuckled, then led Wu Tao out to the field behind the residential complex.
He made Wu Tao run 3 laps. After 3 laps, Wu Tao collapsed on the grass, exhausted as a dead dog, waving his hands frantically. I can't run anymore.
I'm completely spent. It's up to you. If you want extraordinary stamina, you have to stick with the training. I've got something to take care of now. I'll be back later. You can practice on your own. With that, Louis took off running toward the exit of the residential complex.
His destination, of course, was Qiongqi's home.
He hadn't gone yesterday, so he couldn't break his promise again today.
Pushing himself to his absolute limit, he reached Qiongqi's doorstep in just over 30 minutes.
It was exactly 6:03 p.m.
Lu Yi was drenched in sweat from the exertion. Below the building, a girl was already waiting on a bench.
I thought you weren't coming again today.
If you don't show up today, I won't wait for you tomorrow.
The girl stood up, smiling as she handed him a food bag. How could that be?
Yesterday I slept in because I stayed up too late the day before. But I went to bed relatively early yesterday, so I managed to get up.
Lu Yi shrugged. So, how is your father-in-law? Has his condition improved at all? Qiongqi shook her head. Unless a miracle happens, there's no effective treatment for his condition, even abroad.
It all depends on him and some kind of miracle.
Don't worry. I believe uncle will definitely recover. Lu Yi encouraged her. Qiongqi chuckled and changed the subject. By the way, what did you say to our painting teacher yesterday? He's usually so aloof, yet he actually spoke to you?
Louis smiled too and said, I told you it was about that ancient painting at my house.
He actually agreed to it? Yeah. What kind of ancient painting do you have? Can I see it too?
Qiongqi seemed genuinely interested.
Sure, I'll bring it over for you to take a look sometime. Louis took out some beef jerky from the food bag and began eating as he spoke. No need to bring it over. Something that valuable? Just send me a photo. Qiongqi replied. It's fine. You can't really tell anything from a photo. With genuine ancient paintings, you have to see the actual piece.
As he spoke, Louis lowered his voice and added, Actually, I'll tell you this, whether the painting at my place is real or not, I'm not entirely sure.
Qiongqi smiled. All right then. All right, it's about time. I should head back. See you at school. Yeah.
After just a few words, Louis started running back. He slowed down slightly, taking 50 minutes to reach the square in his residential complex. To his surprise, Wu Tao was actually running again. This surprised Louis a little. He hadn't expected the kid to have such perseverance.
Chapter 117, Light Daming's Reminder.
That morning, Wu Tao gritted his teeth and managed to finish 12 laps. A 10-kilometer run is 12.5 laps, but by the 12th lap, he was completely spent. Collapsing onto the grass, he lay there, utterly drained.
Louis approached him with a smile, handing him a bottle of water.
Wu Tao took it and gulped down half the bottle in one go before saying, Brothery, I can't make it to school today.
I need to go back and rest. Could you please excuse me for the rest of the day? All right. This time, Louis agreed readily.
With the college entrance exams approaching, even if Wu Tao threw himself into studying day and night, his grades wouldn't catch up. So he didn't expect him to suddenly become a model student, he just hoped he'd stop obsessing over games. Today, he missed class because of training. That was understandable. After all, on his own first day of training, Yi had collapsed into bed the moment he got home. He understood Wu Tao's predicament all too well.
Come on, if you need to sleep, go back to bed. Don't catch a chill out here. I really can't move. You have to move even if you can't. Come on, take off the weights. Walk back yourself, I'll carry them for you. Louis helped him remove the weighted lead blocks from his legs and waist.
After resting briefly, Wu Tao suddenly gritted his teeth and stood up. He suddenly felt as light as a feather.
Hey, ego, walking now feels like I could just take flight. Wu Tao took a few tentative steps, and the sensation was undeniable. When someone trains with weights for an extended period, removing them can indeed create this sensation. Lu Yi chuckled, if you keep at it, sooner or later who knows? You might just take flight. Really? Then I'll definitely keep at it, Wu Tao declared earnestly. The moment the two brothers got home, Wu Tao didn't say a word. He skipped his shower, dove into his room, and collapsed onto his bed, fast asleep. After eating and resting a bit, Louis felt his energy return instantly. Checking the time, he realized it was almost time for school. May was nearly over, and June was just around the corner. It seemed this year's college entrance exams would begin on the 8th of June, just over 10 days away. Lately, teachers had been covering less material in class since they'd finished the curriculum. They simply urged everyone to review diligently, occasionally highlighting a few key points each day. Louis had hoped to stay home and immerse himself in his paintings, avoiding the waste of time at school. But to prevent his homeroom teacher from calling his uncle to nag, he chose to go to school. Upon arriving at the school gate, he once again encountered the last people he wanted to see, the henchmen of the Qiongqi Society's mad dog. This time, they hadn't brought many men. Just a man in a suit, cigarette dangling from his lips, leaning against the gate, waiting specifically for Yui to arrive for school. Spotting Louis, he beckoned him over. Once Louis approached, he said, "Kid, how's the money coming along? The 7 days are almost up. Why are you here again? Didn't I tell you not to come?" "I'll pay you back when I have the money," Louis replied irritably. The man in the suit blew a few smoke rings and said, "Dog brother isn't a patient man. Though I gave you 7 days, I suggest you don't drag it out until the 7th day. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Louis paused briefly before replying, "Got it. I'll pay him back this afternoon." "Oh? This afternoon, huh? Keep your word, because dog brother hates nothing more than those who break their promises." The man in the suit said. "Rest assured, I always keep my word." "Very well." The man in the suit didn't waste any more words. After exchanging just these few sentences, he led his men away. Mad Dog had actually given him an account number earlier, suggesting he transfer the money directly once he had it. But Yui felt transfers weren't secure. What if the other side denied receiving it? That would just lead to another fight. Better to bring cash and let their people count it slowly. After all, some of the money he'd received last time was new bills, while others were old. Using the old bills shouldn't cause any issues. After entering the school grounds, he hadn't gone far when he spotted 3 familiar faces, Lai Daming, Jia Quan, and Ma Feng. The moment they spotted Louis, they looked as though they'd seen a ghost. Tucking their tails between their legs, they immediately bolted. The moment Yui saw them flee, he sprang into action and gave chase. When it came to running, Lai Daming and his crew were no match for Yui. Within 7 or 8 breaths, Yui surged ahead, blocking their path. He sneered coldly, "What? Running away at the sight of me? Guilty conscience? No, we just don't want any involvement with you. When will you delete the photos you took of us?" Louis demanded coldly, "Cut the nonsense. Tell me straight, did you hire a gang of thugs yesterday to cripple me?" "Nonsense. How could that be possible?" Lai Daming retorted immediately. "Still denying it? Then why did all 3 of you run the moment you saw me?" Yui demanded. Jia Quan and Ma Feng opened their mouths but couldn't utter a word. Lai Daming, quicker on his feet, thought for a moment and said, "You have photos of us. Seeing you, we'd naturally run away to avoid triggering memories. What if we accidentally leak the photos? Poof. Is that all? What else could we do? Brother who has already ordered no one to mess with you. How could we possibly find someone to do it? Besides, I'm under brother who. With him giving the order, how could I dare disobey him?" Lai Daming explained, his reasoning sound and reasonable. Louis listened and admitted there was some logic to it. The attackers who had surrounded him and Wu Tao yesterday were from the Black Dragon Society. Lai Daming, however, was under Tiger Brother of the Qiongqi Society. As Tiger Brother's subordinate, he wouldn't dare hire Black Dragon Society members to do the job, as that would tarnish the Qiongqi Society's reputation. If it wasn't you guys, then could it be Wu Jianfang? Recently, the only people he's offended are these few. Last night, he had also suspected the antique street owner, but upon further thought, it didn't add up. If that owner were so petty, similar incidents would have long been rumored on the street. Yet neither news reports nor gossip suggested such occurrences had ever happened there. Therefore, the owner seemed unlikely to be the culprit. Lai Daming's eyes suddenly darted around as he said, "Right. Wu Jianfeng really dislikes you. It seems he might be planning to take action against you." "How do you know that?" "Of course I know. I'm the best source of intel at school. You stole his girlfriend and humiliated him. How could he not hate you? Just yesterday, I saw him sitting in a car with some guys from the underworld, talking about who knows what," Lai Daming said with great solemnity. His words were half truth, half fiction. Yesterday, he had indeed seen Wu Jianfeng sitting in a car with some people. But those weren't thugs, they were plainclothes police officers passing by. Since they were Wu Jianfeng's uncles and his father's colleagues, Wu had simply stopped by to say hello.
But when Lai Daming got involved, the tone changed completely.
Since this doesn't concern you, get lost. Yui didn't press the issue with the three of them. He let out a long sigh of relief and dismissed them. Chapter 118, Accountability.
Lai Daming and his two companions stormed off in a huff. Once inside the teaching building, Lai Daming suddenly kicked Ma Feng and Jia Quan each once and began cursing. Damn it!
What the hell happened? Didn't I tell you yesterday to go with Wu Jianfeng to get someone? How come this Yi showed up at school again today, looking completely unscathed? Did you get anyone or not?
Yesterday, Wu Jianfeng had proposed handling the matter himself, enlisting Black Dragon Society members to teach Yui a lesson, sending him to the hospital for at least 6 months. Lai Daming, Jia Quan, and Ma Feng had each contributed a sum as compensation for Wu Jianfeng's efforts, handing it over to him collectively.
Lai Daming, being shrewd, feared Wu Jianfeng might pocket the money.
So he had Jia Quan and Ma Feng tag along to see if Wu really spent it on hiring someone.
Ma Feng and Jia Quan each took a kick and protested innocently. Brother Ming, honestly, we really went to recruit people yesterday.
They were Black Dragon Society members, and those guys were fierce.
If it weren't for Wu Jianfeng's reputation, no one could have persuaded them. Damn it, then how do you explain today's incident? If you hired them, why is Yui still perfectly unharmed? Lai Daming was furious. We don't know either. Ma Feng was just as baffled. Jia Quan blurted out, did those guys take our money and not deliver? Damn it, if that's the case, we're going after Wu Jianfeng.
He better explain himself. At the very least, he owes us a refund.
Yeah, get our money back, Ma Feng agreed. You two idiots only think about money.
I wanted Louis taken out, not just some measly cash.
Damn it, go find out what the hell is going on. Lai Daming pointed angrily upstairs.
After getting yelled at, Ma Feng and Jia Quan immediately ran upstairs to find Wu Jianfeng.
Classes hadn't started yet, so they still had time to confront him. They went to class 8, but Wu Jianfeng wasn't there.
Then they remembered he was a sports scholarship student this early in the morning. He must be training on the field. They dashed to the backfield and spotted Wu Jianfeng jogging.
They immediately intercepted him. Wu Jianfeng sensed their hostility and stopped, asking, "What's up? What do you two want?" "You're asking us what we want? We're asking you who the hell did you invite yesterday?"
Jia Quan started cursing the moment he opened his mouth.
Wu Jianfeng's temper flared.
He pointed at Jia Quan and warned, "Watch your mouth." Jia Quan was thin, short, and clearly an easy target.
Wu Jianfeng wouldn't give him any respect, no matter who he was. Seeing Wu Jianfeng's attitude, Ma Feng immediately stepped forward, shoving Wu Jianfeng and saying, "What? You wanna fight? Go ahead, try it."
Ma Feng stood at 1.8 meters tall and weighed 180 pounds, a true heavyweight. Though Wu Jianfeng was a sports scholarship student, he wasn't confident he could beat Ma Feng.
"If you have something to say, just say it. Don't play dumb with me. I've got training to do." "I'm just asking about yesterday's business," Jia Quan said. "Yesterday's business? Wasn't that already settled?"
Wu Jianfeng sneered coldly, showing great confidence in the Black Dragon Society. Those guys promised, and based on their track record, they usually keep their word. They won't go back on their promise. Just wait and see. That jerk Louis definitely won't show up at school today.
Bull. Jia Quan cursed again. Ma Feng couldn't hold back either. "Yeah, you're full of. You say Yui won't come? Go check out class 2 right now."
Wu Jianfeng was furious and about to retort, but seeing their reactions, he realized they must have seen Yui.
Otherwise, they wouldn't be so upset. "He's fine? He came to class? That's obvious. We all saw him.
Not a hair on his head was harmed. He's perfectly fine, as good as new," Jia Quan retorted.
Wu Jianfeng's brow furrowed deeply. He was furious too.
As the saying goes, take the money and do the job.
How could these Black Dragon Society guys be so unprofessional? They took the money and didn't deliver?
Oomph. They took my money and dared not deliver. Wu Jianfeng immediately pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The person he was calling was none other than the man known as Xinggu. Yesterday, he had paid Xinggu to handle the matter, and Xinggu had promised him it would be taken care of without fail. Brother Xing was a minor leader within the Black Dragon Gang, a small-time boss with some reputation in the underworld. He was known for his decisive and ruthless methods, highly valued by Brother Dao, the gang's leader.
Brother Dao had even designated him as a potential successor.
A man like that had made a clear promise yesterday, yet in the end, he hadn't gotten a single thing done. Wu Jianfeng silently vowed to make them pay dearly. He had kept his dealings with the Black Dragon Society hidden from his family. But now that they had taken his money and failed to deliver, he could leverage his family connections to make the Black Dragon Society regret their decision. After all, his father was the captain of the criminal investigation squad. If he played his cards right with that connection, he could make those people regret their actions.
Beep beep. The call connected immediately. Wu Jianfeng wasted no time in getting to the point, immediately asking about yesterday's incident.
The person answering was Xing himself, currently in the hospital. His right hand was heavily bandaged layers upon layers. Last night, the central bone in his palm had been pierced by a knife. The doctor told him this hand would be useless for at least a year or two.
Young Master Wu, you should know my character.
I never make promises lightly, Xinggu said calmly.
Cut the nonsense. I only care about results, Wu Jianfeng retorted.
Xing was furious, but truth be told, the blame for this incident lay squarely with him.
He'd been far too careless. The man you wanted taken out isn't simple. I admit I underestimated him.
It cost us a brother who's now hospitalized with serious injuries, and I took some hits myself.
But rest assured, just wait and see. This isn't just about collecting your money and handling your business anymore. It's escalated to a personal vendetta.
We'll make that little punk pay back tenfold for this debt. Xing Ji's voice was thick with murderous intent. Even through the phone, Wu Jianfeng felt chilled by the sheer intensity of that menace in his voice.
Xinggu had built his empire from nothing, wielding nothing but a machete to carve out his current position.
This man was the real deal, a ruthless operator.
Beep. The call ended. Wu Jianfeng swallowed hard. Chapter 119, Regret Too Late. Before making the call, Wu Jianfeng had been brimming with resentment, intent on confronting Xinggu. But after the call, sensing Xinggu's lethal intent, he found himself growing uneasy. Xinggu was a ruthless character, no doubt about it. Just now on the phone, he mentioned that one of his brothers had been seriously injured last night and that he himself had also sustained some injuries. Now it wasn't just about collecting money to resolve problems, it had escalated to personal vendetta. Was he planning to kill Yue? What was really going on here? Jiaquan and Ma Feng, standing nearby, asked curiously and anxiously, "Hey, what did you find out on that call?" Cold sweat beaded on Wu Jianfeng's forehead.
He admitted he despised Louis, but his intent had only been to teach him a lesson at most, send him to the hospital for a stay. But Xing Ji's tone was thick with murderous intent, clearly signaling he might kill Yue.
This could end in a homicide. Well, speak up. What are you spacing out for? Ma Feng urged him. Wu Jianfeng stammered, "They made their move last night, but they didn't succeed." "Damn it, what kind of people did you hire? They're so incompetent," Jiaquan said with disdain.
Ma Feng snorted. "I told you not to underestimate that guy, Yue. He's no pushover. Even three of me combined might not stand a chance against him."
Wu Jianfeng was taken aback. "You mean, Yue is that skilled?"
"Of course. How likely do you think you'd be to win if you fought me?" Ma Feng countered. Wu Jianfeng answered honestly, "If I fought you, I'd only have a 40% chance of winning."
He neither overestimated himself nor underestimated Ma Feng.
Standing at 1.8 meters tall and weighing 180 pounds, Ma Feng was a heavyweight contender not easily dealt with.
Ma Feng nodded in acknowledgement upon hearing this, then stated, "Good to know. But let me tell you, I once went up against that kid, Yue.
Even with me, Jiaquan, and Lai Deming, three of us against one, we couldn't take him down.
Now you understand how formidable that kid is, right?" Wu Jianfeng was stunned.
Honestly, he hadn't known Yue possessed such combat skills. Ma Feng admitted that even three of them combined weren't his match.
Was he really that strong?
On the surface, Yue looked so bookish and frail, not like a powerhouse at all. Wu Jianfeng suddenly recalled Xinggu mentioning on the phone that the kid you were going after wasn't ordinary. Clenching his fists, he muttered to himself, could it be that Xing Ji's critically injured subordinate and Xinggu himself were both hurt by Yue? What did the other party say when you called?
Jiaquan asked. Wu Jianfeng grew tense.
This whole affair had started because of him. If a murder really happened, he would bear criminal responsibility. Without a doubt, once the scandal broke, not only would his father arrest him, but his father might even lose his position because of him. This was far too serious.
Wu Jianfeng shook his head, unwilling to share Xinggu's intentions with Jiachuan and Ma Feng.
He merely brushed it off, they didn't say much.
"Damn it, is that it?"
"We paid money for this."
Jiaquan was deeply dissatisfied.
He, Ma Feng, and Lai Deming had pooled over 3,000 yuan. If that money went down the drain like this, he wouldn't let it go easily.
"It's just money.
If this deal falls through, I'll simply return what you contributed," Wu Jianfeng said, eager to settle the matter quickly. A small sum like this no longer mattered to him.
"Fine, but you said it.
Still, there has to be a deadline, right?
When do you plan to pay us back?" Jiaquan pressed.
"I'll pay you back next Monday.
After that, don't come looking for me again. I want nothing more to do with you,"
Wu Jianfeng said, then walked off on his own.
"Hey! Don't you want to take care of Yue anymore?" Ma Feng shouted, but Wu Jianfeng didn't respond.
"What a coward," Jiaquan cursed. "No wonder he lost his girlfriend to Yue, that's all the backbone he's got. Come on, since he's willing to pay up, there's nothing more to say." Ma Feng gave a signal, and he and Jiaquan left the scene. After they left, Wu Jianfeng grew increasingly anxious as he ran. He feared his worst thoughts might come true, so he called Xinggu again.
Xinggu answered again, sounding impatient. "Young Master Wu, why are you calling again?"
"I already told you, rest assured, we're not done with that kid Louis." Wu Jianfeng swallowed hard, his expression tense as he asked, "Xinggu, what do you plan to do?"
"What do I plan to do?
Why do you ask?"
Xinga asked coldly. Just curious. Young Master Wu, I've got a brother lying in the ICU right now. He got stabbed in the chest, nothing vital, but he'll be out of commission for at least half a year. Then there's me, my right hand got sliced open by a knife, shattering 8 bones in my palm. 8. The pain when the doctor pulled out those shards was unbearable. The doctor said this hand won't be able to exert any strength for a year or two. Even after it heals, it won't regain its former strength. All this is thanks to that kid named Yui. What do you think I'll do? Xinggu asked coldly. Xing Ji's revelation sent Wu Jianfeng reeling in shock. So it was Yui after all. Could that scoundrel really have bested a hardened veteran like Xinggu? Xinggu, you're not going to. You're right. Blood debt demands blood repayment. But isn't this precisely what you wanted? Xinggu said indifferently. I only wanted him to spend a few months in the hospital. I never intended to take his life, Wu Jianfeng stammered. If this escalates into a homicide case, it'll be far too serious. Young Master Wu, you're far too kind-hearted. I've already had people look into that kid Li's background. Seems he stole your girlfriend at school, right? Wearing that green hat isn't exactly glorious. As a man, how could you possibly tolerate it? Young Master Wu, let me tell you something, a timeless truth. He who is too soft-hearted is no gentleman, he who lacks ruthlessness is no man. As a man, if you don't act ruthlessly for your own interests, you'll end up with nothing. Xinggu, I still don't want to kill him. Could you? Wu Jianfeng wanted to ask Xinggu to stop, to spare Lu Yi, or at least not to beat him so badly. But before he could finish, Xing interrupted, impossible. I've already said this isn't just about you anymore, it's personal vengeance. Every debt must be settled. Young Master Wu, you may not want him dead, but I do. With that, Xingga hung up the phone once more. Beep. Chapter 120, Warning. The call ended, and Wu Jianfeng felt his spine drenched in cold sweat. Xing Ji's resolve was ironclad, no one could sway him. This meant Lu Yi was as good as dead. Though Xingga's decision was final, the root cause lay with him. If Lu Yi truly died, Wu Jianfeng would bear criminal responsibility. What could he do? Wu Jianfeng was filled with regret for seeking out the Black Dragon Gang. These people were ruthless and merciless. This was just a student squabble, nothing that warranted taking a life. But these street thugs didn't care about such distinctions. A single disagreement could mean death by a hail of blows. Should I go inform Yui? Wu Jianfeng pondered, then immediately shook his head. As the descendant of a police family, he knew Brother Xing's decision was irreversible. If he contacted Yui now, should anything happen to him, the police would inevitably trace it back to Wu Jianfeng. At the very least, they'd question him. To play it safe, his top priority now was to sever any connection with Yui. Only then could he avoid being implicated if Yui met with trouble. Meanwhile, Louise sat attentively in class. When the teacher emphasized key points, he listened carefully. The rest of the time, he took out the 3 pieces of amber and began processing them. These 3 pieces are shaped much like Qiongqi amber. Zhao Yun, how should I craft them to make them convincing fakes? Lu Yi inquired. Zhao Yun, residing in his dantian, advised, My lord, it would be best not to disguise these 3 pieces as Qiongqi amber. Doing so might lead to misunderstandings, even suspicions that genuine Qiongqi amber has surfaced. That would be detrimental to you. Then what should I do? Sell them as they are? That Zhang fellow doesn't seem like a fool, would he fall for it? Yui muttered to himself. Zhao Yun replied, My lord, while I do not advise counterfeiting Qiongqi amber, you could forge any of the other 9 major amber varieties. Counterfeiting any one of the remaining 8 would suffice. But I've never seen what the other 8 look like, said Yui. No problem, lord. You haven't seen them, but I have. I'll manifest the shapes and appearances of those 8 for you to examine. Guardian Spirit Zhao Yun spoke, using a special energy to condense 8 distinct amber pieces within the space of the Qiongqi amber. In appearance, these amber pieces were nearly identical. The most significant difference lay within. All 9 to the Master Amber are called Dragon Soul Amber, but due to differing internal markings, they bear other names. For instance, Yuyi's Dragon Soul Amber bore the mark of the Qiongqi, thus it could be called Qiongqi Amber. The other 8 are Shilin Amber, White Tiger Amber, Grey Wolf Amber, Spirit Steed Amber, Fierce Bear Amber, Crimson Eagle Amber, Mad Lion Amber, and Black Tortoise Amber. Each of these 8 amber pieces also possesses its own distinct color: green Shilin, purple Qiongqi, black and white Tiger, brown Grey Wolf, silver Spirit Steed, red Crimson Eagle, gold Frenzied Lion, and blue Black Tortoise. Upon hearing this, Yui immediately questioned, green Shilin? Purple Qiongqi? But Qiongqi Amber is clearly deep crimson. Guardian Spirit Zhao Yun replied, because this is merely its initial state. As you advance further, its hue will shift toward purple. Once it turns purple, it signifies the awakening of its true power. True power. The green Shilin was once obtained by Lu Bu, while the black and white tigers were acquired by Dian Wei. Including the Qiongqi Amber, these 3 are the strongest among the 9 amber pieces, Zhao Yun explained. Black and white tigers? Shouldn't the white tiger be white? Yui asked curiously. Zhao Yun shook his head and explained, the white tiger isn't a white tiger. It's the deity of the West, and black is the representative color of the West. Take the Western Qing Kingdom, for instance, their banner was black. In truth, the white tiger is black. It's just that through repeated misinformation, people gradually defined it as white. Oh, I see. Yui nodded. He had heard of the warrior Dian Wei, truly formidable. Years ago, he drove tigers across ravines, even beasts of the forest feared him. Later, recommended by Xiahou Dun, he earned Cao Cao's favor. At the Battle of Puyang, he repelled Lu Bu, proving his prowess. Later, when Cao Cao attacked Zhang Xiu, he fell victim to Jiasu's treacherous scheme. Dian Wei fought fiercely to protect Cao Cao's escape, ultimately perishing in battle. Single-handedly holding back thousands of troops, his death was truly tragic and heroic. My lord, of the 3 pieces you purchased, 2 golden-hued and 1 pale white, these could indeed mimic white tiger amber and fierce lion amber. Alright, I'll try it right away. Lu Yi used a small knife to begin carving the 3 pieces of amber. In class, hidden at his desk, he quietly worked away. With his artistic skills, he first sketched the shapes onto the amber before carving them out. It was slow work, but slow and steady wins the race. After 3 class periods, he completed his first imitation, white tiger amber. Its appearance was identical to what he'd seen in the space, though the carving marks remained requiring polishing and buffing. Polishing was a minor task, he could easily build a grinding machine back home. That day, he ate lunch at school and didn't finish all 3 pieces of amber until just before dismissal. As the 3 fake amber pieces lay before him, he examined them with satisfaction and chuckled, this took me a whole day's work. They'll have to sell for over 4 million at the very least. Moments later, the dismissal bell rang. School was out. As Yui and Wu Tao left the classroom, they once again saw Qiongqi waiting outside. Wu Tao tactfully took his leave first. Yui approached Qiongqi, who bit her lip and whispered something to him. Those people are here again. I know. Yui nodded. Normally, Qiongqi would leave school early to prepare medicine, but since she hadn't left today, it meant someone was definitely causing her trouble. Even without confirmation, Yui could guess it was Mad Dog's men. Mad Dog's underlings were indeed impatient. Yui had promised to repay the debt this afternoon, but he hadn't expected them to be waiting here the moment school ended. Lu Yi, you. Don't worry, I've already gathered the money. Lu Yi chuckled, telling her not to be nervous. Qiongqi lowered her head. As they stepped outside the school, Zhongxing Society's men blocked their path. Gentlemen, hop in. Since you've decided to repay today, I'll gladly drive you home for free to fetch the money. Lu Yi replied coolly, you're afraid we'll run away, aren't you? Heh, think whatever you like. After all, you owe dog brother money. Debt repayment is only fair. The man in the suit said. Lu Yi didn't waste words with them. He motioned for Qiongqi to get into the extended van. The engine roared to life. Just as they pulled away from the school and approached a turn, a truck suddenly barreled out from the left lane, slamming straight into the minivan's path. Immediately, figures began leaping out one after another from the back of the truck, at least 40 or 50 of them. Chapter 121, Timely Arrival. Damn, better late than never. Xing, I saw that kid get into that van, he's inside. One thug shouted, brandishing a cleaver at least 2 feet long. From the truck, a man with his right hand wrapped in thick bandages stepped down. With a single glance, his men instantly surrounded the stretch van, leaving no room to breathe. It's them. Yuyi's eyes widened in shock. These weren't just any thugs, they were members of the Black Dragon Gang, the very same ones he'd encountered last night. These guys actually seek revenge for every grudge and have tracked them down to the school. Get out. Get out of the car if you know what's good for you. Bang! Bang! Dozens of thugs swarmed around the van, kicking and punching it, nearly smashing the windows to drag the occupants out. But this move only enraged the Zhongxing Society members inside. The Black Dragon Society might be ruthless, but did they think the Zhongxing Society was pushovers? The man in the suit inside made a call, then pushed open the door and stepped out, leading a group of his men. Who's smashing the car? The man in the suit barked, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. I did it. So what? A hothead retorted, brandishing a cleaver menacingly. Hearing this, the man in the suit suddenly lunged forward. His hand darted to his waist and a metal belt flew out. With a sharp crack, it lashed hard across the young punk's face, drawing blood. You bastard, how dare you touch me? The hothead flew into a rage, swinging his knife as he lunged forward. But the men beside the suit blocked him with their own knives. Both sides were on edge, locked in a tense standoff. So it's you guys. Zhongxing Society, huh? What's this? Trying to meddle in Black Dragon Society's business? Brother Xing seemed to recognize the man in the suit and suddenly asked. The man in the suit glanced at Xinggu and replied coolly, I have no time for your Black Dragon Society's private affairs, nor any desire to meddle. But if you dare interfere with Zhongxing Society's business, I'll make sure you don't leave Xiqing District alive today. Do you believe me? The standoff pitted 40 to 50 Black Dragon Society members against the man in the suit and his mere 7 or 8 associates. Yet here stood the man in the suit, spouting such words utterly audacious. Yet when he spoke, not a single Black Dragon Society member dared laugh at his audacity. Because what the man in the suit said wasn't mere bravado. Cold River City had three major ruling factions, each dominating a distinct territory. South City was under the Four Seas Alliance's control, North City belonged to the Black Dragon Society, and West City was the domain of the Qiongqi Society. Now, Black Dragon Society members had ventured into West City and dared to taunt Qiongqi Society. That was nothing short of courting death. If Qiongqi Society truly decided to deal with them, there was a real possibility they wouldn't make it out of West City today. They might all end up staying right here. Damn, what a big mouth. Several Black Dragon members, recognizing their opponent's status, immediately started shouting back. Shut up. Xinga finally spoke up, cutting the guy off. Brother Xing, there are only 7 or 8 of them. We've got 40 or 50. What the hell are we afraid of? The speaker was a young man, the type brimming with youthful arrogance of bullfrog fearing no tiger. No sooner had he finished speaking than a steady stream of vehicles began arriving on the streets near Lingjiang No. 1 High School. Among them were trucks, vans, and sedans, over a dozen vehicles carrying more than 100 people. Undoubtedly, this was because the man in the suit had made a call earlier, so now members of the Qiongqi Society were arriving in a steady stream. We didn't come here today to confront your Qiongqi Society, Xinga said, his tone softening slightly. It's just that there's a kid in your car who's our target. We have to take him with us. Huh, so that kid is your target? I see. Looks like he stirred up quite a mess. But you know, we've got business with him today too. If you want him, you'll have to wait until we're done. The man in the suit replied. Can't you give us some face? We're all just trying to make a living in this world. That kid owes me big time. I'm here to take him out today. Xinga spoke up. Suit guy replied, sorry, but this guy is someone Dog Brother wants to see. No one can take him away until he meets Dog Brother. Of course, after he's seen Dog Brother, if you want to take him, that's none of our business. Fine, no problem. Since you say so, we can wait, Xinga replied. What about my car? Your men scratched it earlier. You owe me an explanation for that. I'll pay for it. All right. Hearing this, the man in the suit suddenly gestured for his men to return to the van. The stretched van then started moving. Both the Qiongqi Society and the Black Dragon Society were dominant forces in Lingjiang City. Unless absolutely necessary, the two major gangs would never clash. Everyone in the underworld had to make a living, and they often crossed paths. Sometimes, the three major gangs would give each other face that was called mutual benefit. Inside the stretched van, the man in the suit suddenly teased Yui, kid, I didn't expect you to be such a troublemaker. Dog Brother's business isn't even settled yet, and you've already crossed the Black Dragon Society. Ha! Though folks on the streets say Dog Brother is ruthless, his temper has mellowed considerably in recent years. The Black Dragon Society is different. Their people are the lowest of the low roughnecks, plain and simple. Mess with them, and your good days will likely come to an end. Lu Yi remained silent, already plotting how to settle the score with the Black Dragon Gang. That they dared show up at the school gates today. Their feud had started with the Black Dragon Gang provoking him first, and now they'd gone even further. If he didn't make them pay a price, Louis felt it would be a waste of his special abilities. Cheningsi suddenly reached out, gripping Yu Yi's arm and calling his name softly. Louis smiled and said, it's nothing. Don't worry. The extended van sped away, stopping near his uncle's shop about 10 minutes later. Louis ran back inside, retrieved 60,000 yuan in cash, stuffed it into a large plastic bag, and brought it out to the car. The man in the suit was startled to see him using a plastic bag for the money, especially one so large. Kid, is that all cash? Of course, Louis snapped back irritably. The man in the suit sneered coldly, before you pay up, let me warn you straight up, don't try to pass off counterfeit bills. If Dog Brother finds even half a fake note, you're in deep trouble. Chapter 122, Mad Dog's Proposal. Lu Yi's money all came from Qiongqi Society's casino, so counterfeit bills weren't a concern. What worried him was whether the serial numbers might be recorded. Though he'd carefully selected relatively old bills, it was impossible to know if their serial numbers had been logged. If he transferred the funds, he feared the recipient might play dirty accepting the money but then denying the transaction. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Worst case, I deny the transaction, they can't do anything about it. That was Lu Yi's thinking. The stretched van led the way, with the Black Dragon Society's truck tailing closely behind. They had already agreed with the man in the suit that once Louis met with Dog Brother, whatever they chose to do to him afterward was none of their concern. After half an hour, the vehicles arrived at Hongtian Entertainment City. Mad Dog Brother usually hung out here. The third-floor billiards hall was his personal turf. Upon arrival, the man in the suit escorted Yui and Chening out of the vehicle. Yui clutched the plastic bag as he followed them up to the third floor. The Black Dragon Society men all remained outside. At this point, Brother Xing found it quite strange that Mad Dog wanted to meet Yui. He turned to question one of his well-connected underlings. What was this guy's relationship with Mad Dog? This subordinate had sharp ears. He was the one who had discovered Louis attended Lingjiang No. 1 High School. He even knew Louis was under his uncle's wing and had thoroughly investigated what businesses his uncle controlled. I haven't been able to find that out, the subordinate replied. The kid seems like a model student at school. He doesn't appear to have any connections outside. He probably has no ties to Mad Dog. If they're not connected, why did Mad Dog want to meet him? And why bring a girl? What's his deal with her? Xing asked. The younger brother chuckled. About that girl, I do know something. I asked around among some students at their school. Seems she's his girlfriend.
And he snatched her away from someone else.
Stealing someone else's girl?
That kid really deserves to die, Xinga said coldly.
The younger brother nodded. Exactly. And do you know who he stole from, Xing? Brother Xing pondered briefly before suddenly asking, could it be that so-called Master Wu?
The younger guy clapped his hands at that and said, Brother Xing, you really have an eye for these things.
You guessed it right away. Xing snorted. That was obvious.
Wu Jianfeng paid us to hospitalize that little kid for no reason. At their age, if it wasn't for love, what else could it be? Wu Jianfeng lost face big time over this, so he paid you to step in, Xinggu.
But who'd have thought that kid was no pushover either?
The younger brother glanced at Xing Ji's injured hand inside.
Xinga extended his left hand.
Between his fingers, a small knife glided smoothly, darting back and forth with remarkable agility.
Last night, I was careless, he admitted. But this time, I won't be.
In this line of work, reputation is everything, he continued.
If I can't cripple him completely, how can I keep my standing in the underworld?
Yeah, Xinga's right. Whatever happens to that kid, he brought it on himself, the younger brother agreed. Meanwhile, on Li's side, when he reached the third-floor billiard hall, it was bustling as usual with people playing pool. At the farthest table, a man with a bare, scarred torso held a cue stick while laughing and playing. He had his arm wrapped around the waist of a woman in her 20s. That man was Mad Dog himself, but the woman beside him was different from last time. This one was much younger, far more beautiful, and had a much better figure. However, her style of dress remained the same, revealingly cool. Her chest was exposed, the deep cleft between her breasts strikingly obvious and alluring. The tiny top barely covered her voluptuous figure, leaving a large expanse of skin around her navel exposed, accentuating her slender waist. She wore a denim miniskirt, revealing long, fair legs that appeared exceptionally slender. Mad Dog held her close, teaching her to play ball, and during that time, he didn't hesitate to take liberties with her, groping her openly and brazenly. Yet the woman seemed to both resist and welcome it, always wearing a smile. After the man in the suit approached and exchanged a few words with Mad Dog, the latter put away his golf club, released the woman from his embrace, and sat down on the nearby sofa, gesturing for someone to light him a cigarette. He beckoned to Yue, motioning him closer. Kid, got the 60 grand together? Without a word, Louis handed over the plastic bag he was holding. The money was all inside. Mad Dog didn't even glance at the bag. He merely gestured, and the man in the suit promptly brought over several bill counters. Calling 3 others to assist, they opened the plastic bag and began verifying the currency. Stacks of bills emerged one after another, passing through the machine. Exactly 600,000 yuan, not a single bill out of place. He had prepared this money long ago, so naturally, nothing was missing. The 3 men worked together, checking the bills repeatedly. Finally, they confirmed to Mad Dog that it was indeed 600,000 yuan, not a single bill missing. So, we're even now, right? I hope your people won't bother my girlfriend anymore. Louis said, deliberately emphasizing the word girlfriend. He felt that if they were merely classmates, he wouldn't have the right to speak to someone like this. Only as a boyfriend and girlfriend could he have the authority to say such things. The moment those words left his mouth, Qiongqi flushed bright red, staring at Yue in astonishment, her nerves on edge. Mad Dog chuckled. Not bad, kid. Raised 600,000 in a week? Looks like your family's got some serious cash. That doesn't concern you, Louis replied coolly. Kid, how you talk to Dog brother, the man in the suit barked. Mad Dog waved him off, signaling the man in the suit not to be so stern with Louis. He then smiled and said, alright. Mad Dog always keeps his word. Since the debt is settled, my men won't bother your girlfriend anymore. But today, you may have gotten past me, but you might not get past the Black Dragon Society outside. Mad Dog stubbed out his cigarette butt, glanced at Qiongqi, and said, Kid, I'll give you one more choice today. If you're willing to let your girlfriend spend the night with me, I'll guarantee no one in Xiqing district dares touch you, not even the Black Dragon Society. Mad Dog was a blunt man, speaking his mind without reservation. Qiongqi, hearing this, timidly retreated behind Louis. Truth be told, she was deeply intimidated by Mad Dog. Louis chuckled. Thanks for the offer, but I'd never accept it. Trading my girlfriend's safety for my own life? I'd rather be hacked to death than live like a spineless coward. Chapter 123, Turn their own weapons against them. You've got guts. I didn't misjudge you. Mad Dog stood up, wrapping his arms around the scantily clad woman again. His thick hands roamed over her thigh before he declared, since the debt's settled, you two can leave now. If you change your minds within half an hour, come find me here. My earlier offer still stands. Louis gave no reply, simply pulling Qiongqi's hand and heading out. After leaving the 3rd floor and reaching the 2nd, Qiongqi suddenly slowed her pace. Yue.
What's wrong? Yui glanced back at her, then lowered his hand, offering an apologetic smile. Sorry about that. Earlier, when I said you were my girlfriend, it was just a temporary measure. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to say what I needed to. I know. Qiongqi nodded, then shook her head, her face filled with worry. But that's not what I'm worried about. Look outside. She reached through a window in the stairwell, clearly visible from the parking lot below. Out there, Black Dragon Society vehicles were parked in the lot, and their men were scattered around, blocking every exit of Hongtian Entertainment City. Lu Yi chuckled. Not a trace of fear crossed his face. Instead, it held a hint of playful mockery. What's there to fear? Just 40 or 50 people? Today, I'll make them regret it. Lu Yi said, beckoning her with a flick of his finger, leading her to the arcade on the first floor. This place was a melting pot of all kinds of people, but the most numerous were undoubtedly the lowest-ranking thugs from the Qiongqi Society. As soon as Yui entered, he spotted a thug who had just lost a game of King of Fighters 97 and was being berated by the computer. The thug, in his early 20s, looked like a slacker. Louis walked right up, slapped him on the shoulder, and handed him a 100 yuan bill. The thug's eyebrows shot up at the tap, and he opened his mouth to curse, but upon seeing the 100 yuan bill, the words instantly vanished. He stared at Lu Yi and growled, "What's up, kid? You wanna die?" Lu Yi chuckled. "No hard feelings, buddy. I'm here about a business opportunity. Interested?" "What kind of business?" The thug snatched the 100 yuan note from Yu Yi's hand, then sized him up before turning his gaze to Qiongqi. "I need you to recruit some people for a brawl. I'll pay for the labor," Lu Yi explained. "What? A fight? How much you willing to pay?" The thug's mouth curled up, straight to the point about money. 5,000. Deal? How many of them? Where's the fight? About 50. Right outside Hongtian Entertainment City. You in? 5,000 is too little. At least 6,000. Deal. Yu Yi agreed readily. Pay up first. The thug held out his hand, demanding payment. Pay after the fight. If you make them look good, I'll pay 10 grand, not just 6. Lu Yi said. Damn, 10,000? You're serious? The thug suddenly became earnest. Louis was calling him to fight right at the doorstep of their Qiongqi society. 10,000 yuan just like that? That was practically money delivered to their doorstep. Why pass up free money? Since you said it, I'll take you at your word. If you dare mess with me, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Of course I'm serious. I'll pay you right after the fight. Louis pulled a stack of cash from his pocket money he'd brought home just in case, carrying a full 30,000 yuan in cash. The thug saw the real bills in Lu Yi's hand and immediately said, "Fine, you wait here. I'll go get my crew." The thug dropped that line and started bellowing through the arcade. His call was met with an immediate, resounding response. Most of the patrons here were members of the Qiongqi society. At the thug's call, they all responded. Among them were several small-time leaders. The thug explained the situation to them, and they seemed to find it acceptable. With a clap of their hands, over 200 people gathered in an instant. A small-time leader approached, extending his hand to Yui. "You're the one calling for a fight, right? Hand over half the money now, and the other half after the fight. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Lu Yi wasn't stingy. He tossed 10,000 yuan to him on the spot and said, "You represent the credibility of the Qiongqi society. I trust you." His earlier refusal to pay the street thug stemmed from the latter's lack of clout. This underboss, however, clearly carried sufficient weight. 10,000 yuan was nothing to Yui, who tossed it over with a flourish. The small-time boss caught the money, casually counted it once, and said with satisfaction, "All right, that's straightforward enough. Just tell us who to take down, and we'll handle it. You'll be satisfied." Lu Yi then instructed them to deal with the Black Dragon Society members outside, beating them as badly as possible. The Black Dragon Society? They actually dared to come to Xiqing District and even hang around right at the entrance to our turf? That's practically begging for death. The boss waved his hand, and his men prepared to head out to handle the job. Lu Yi immediately added, "Oh, and there's one guy among them with a bandaged hand, they call him Xingu. Whoever breaks his other hand gets 3,000 bucks from me personally." Heh, that's generous. If his hand's worth 3,000, what about his foot? Lu Yi's expression turned cold. He thought to himself, these men came for me, they clearly want me dead. Since that's the case, a man of honor must be ruthless. If we're going to do this, we might as well go all the way. He replied, "Break his leg and you get 3,000 too." "Good. You heard that, brothers," the small-time boss bellowed. "Got it." The crowd, now nearly 200 strong, roared in unison. The lieutenant added, "All right then, let's get to work. Whoever gets the prize tonight gets to play with the women." "All right." The crowd roared in response, grabbing weapons and bottles. Armed for battle, they all charged downstairs at once. Qiongqi was stunned by the scene. "Lu Yi, how could you do this? Is this really right?" Lu Yi retorted, "What else could I do? Should I really sell you out to those mad dogs just to save my own skin? This is what it means to fight fire with fire. Here, we don't necessarily need Mad Dog's help. The other big shots in the Qiongqi society have plenty of thugs under them too. As long as you can pay the price, they're more than happy to pick a fight right outside their own doorstep. Lu Yi had already calculated this. As he spoke, he walked to the windowsill and looked outside. He saw the Qiongqi society's small-time boss leading his men out, immediately surrounding the truck. They attacked the Black Dragon Society members on sight, even smashing both trucks. Neither side exchanged a word before the fight erupted. Brother Xing had been in the middle of a conversation when a mob burst out of Hongtian Entertainment City. Spotting the bandages on his hand, they went berserk, charging after him. Damn it, he's got bandages on his hand. They're after him. Get him. Chapter 124, Get him. Get him. It's him. Only his hand is bandaged, it's definitely him. Get him. His left hand is mine. Damn it, his right foot is mine. No one better try to take it from me. Anyone who does, I'll fight them. Damn it, if you take his right foot, I'll take his left. Anyone who tries to take his left foot is asking for trouble. Holy, his right hand's bandaged, does that count? Counts. Who cares? If it breaks, I'll just demand money from that kid. Damn it, then his right hand is mine. Holy, you guys have already divided up his limbs. What am I supposed to get? A bunch of rowdy Qiongqi society members burst out, already arguing over dividing up Xing Ji's limbs. Damn it, I don't care anymore. There's another leg between his two legs. If we break that one, does it count? A tough-looking thug asked in confusion. Suddenly, someone beside him lit up. Hey, that counts. Then this third leg is mine. Damn it, I claimed it first. The chubby-faced thug yelled, lunging toward Xinggu. Whoever breaks it first gets it. The front thug sprinted forward, his speed increasing as he nearly tore Xing Ji's pants off to break his third leg. Amidst this brutal mob attack, Xinggu hadn't even grasped the situation before nearly 200 thugs had him surrounded. His face instantly turned pale. Pointing at the man who seemed to be the leader, he shouted, "What the hell are you doing? We're Black Dragon Society members. What do you think you're doing? Black Dragon Society? I don't give a damn if you're Black Dragon or White Dragon. When you step into this territory, you better curl up like a dragon or lie low like a tiger. Don't you know this is Qiongqi Society's turf?" The leader was equally arrogant, showing no mercy whatsoever. Here, they truly had no obligation to show the Black Dragon Society any respect. Who asked these Black Dragon Society guys to court death? Why did they have to come strolling onto Qiongqi Society's turf? We're all just trying to make a living in this underworld. We'll cross paths again sooner or later. Do you really want to burn your bridges with us? Xing still tried to talk things out, hoping to avoid a confrontation. But the Qiongqi Society men didn't care about any of that. Beat em up. Then go collect the money. The leader's sudden shout sent the mob surging toward Xing Ji's 40-odd men. Steel rods, beer bottles, baseball bats, everything they could grab rained down in a hail of blows. Xing and his men were utterly defenseless. How could 40-odd people stand against 200? It was nearly 5 against 1, a completely one-sided battle. Hit him. Hit the one with the bandaged hand. Damn it, we agreed his right hand was mine. You're stealing it? I'll fight you over it. Alright, don't get mad at me. Tonight, I'll treat everyone to Devour-and-Evolve. Ha, that's a constructive suggestion. Fine, let's all go for it. Xinggu was surrounded by the mob. His arms were shattered by a barrage of sticks, sending him into a blood-curdling scream. But it didn't stop there. A few aggressive members of the Qiongqi Society actually tried to pull down Xing Ji's pants, searching for his third leg. However, once Xing Ji's pants were pulled down, a leader from the Qiongqi Society intervened to stop the aggressive underling. Enough. No need to cripple that third leg. If we do that, he'll be unable to have children. We're all just hustling on the streets, no need to be that ruthless. With the boss's words, the hot-headed underlings reluctantly let Xinggu off. Brother Xing had long since passed out from the pain. All his limbs were broken, and his right hand, already severely injured, now had shattered bones. With injuries piled upon injuries, in his condition, he'd likely be stuck in the hospital for a year or two. Before losing consciousness, he still couldn't figure it out. What was so special about having bandages on his hands? Why were these men swarming him like he was a naked woman? Beyond Xinggu, the other Black Dragon Society members weren't faring much better. Each lay beaten to the ground, every one of them having coughed up blood at least once. The situation was utterly grim. Just then, Yui emerged from Hongtian Entertainment City with Cheningxi. The Qiongqi Society's crew immediately swarmed over, shouting, "Kid, I broke his right arm. I shattered his left foot. I took care of his left hand, at least 2 clean breaks, guaranteed satisfaction. I chopped his right foot, it's broken anyway, though I can't recall how many pieces. You can inspect the goods. If you're not satisfied, I can give him a few more whacks." Faced with this rowdy bunch, Yui could only smile bitterly. He pulled out another 20,000 yuan and tossed it to them. "Consider the extra my treat for drinks. I'm very satisfied with your performance this time. If there's business in the future, I wonder if you'd take it," said Yui. Throwing away 30,000 yuan like that didn't bother him in the slightest. In the past, he wouldn't have dared dream of such a thing. There was no way he could have come up with 30,000 yuan. But now, this money was to him what a few yuan had once been, something he could casually hand over, since it all came back to the same source anyway. Alright, you're a generous guy. I'll give you my number. If anything like this comes up again, just call me. I'll make sure you're satisfied. Satisfied. Damn, my mouth slipped. I meant satisfied, said a small-time boss. Lu Yi was speechless. Qiongqi was already flushed with embarrassment. These thugs spoke without restraint, truly crude to the extreme. After speaking, the small-time boss actually handed Louis a phone number and a full business card. Louis took the card, which listed 2 phone numbers. Beyond the numbers, it featured a provocative image of a scantily clad woman, her snow-white thighs exposed, fiery red lips irresistibly alluring, along with a message: long, sleepless nights, waiting for my big brother to come find his little sister. Louis immediately cleared his throat a few times. Holy, this was basically one of those cards slipped under hotel room doors. Bro, you've got the wrong card, right? Yui said. The boss glanced at it, shook his head, and said with solemn seriousness, no mistake. That's the number. The top one is for calling girls. The bottom one, Manager Wang, that's me. My number. Call me anytime you need something. Alright. Louis tucked the card away, then glanced at Xingu and the others. Will these guys be okay? The leader said, don't worry, he won't die. We don't want to get in trouble either. At most, he'll break a few bones. We'll just call the Black Dragon Society later and have them come drag the guy back themselves. Alright, thanks for everything this time. Yui expressed his gratitude, then took Qiongqi's hand and left the scene. Came easily, left easily. Chapter 125, Aging. After Lu Yi and Qiongqi departed, behind the glass display window on the 3rd floor of Hongtian Entertainment City, Mad Dog held a cigarette between his teeth, taking occasional puffs and blowing smoke rings. Suddenly, he chuckled. That kid's got some brains after all. A burly man in a suit beside him remarked, Brother Mad Dog, that kid just played the Money Talks card. Those were our lowest-ranking Zhongxing Society grunts. This fight will only worsen relations between our society and the Black Dragon Society. So what? Even without this fight, do you think our relationship with the Black Dragon Society would be any better? Mad Dog replied indifferently. The suit-clad man pondered for a moment before adding, seems like that kid pulled out 10 grand right from the start, then handed over 2 stacks just now, looks like another 20 grand. Guess his family's pretty loaded. Who knows if his family's wealthy? Rumor has it his uncle runs an underwear shop. Anyway, forget it. Since he's already repaid the debt on behalf of that kid, you lot shouldn't bother that girl anymore. I, Mad Dog, always keep my word. I wouldn't stoop to forcing someone's hand. With that, Mad Dog flicked his cigarette butt away and returned to playing pool with the sexy woman. Lu Yi and Qiongqi left Hongtian Entertainment City. He first drove Qiongqi home before heading back himself. Today's incident had ended without serious trouble, though the only regret was that he still didn't know who the mastermind behind it all was. Still, meeting Brother Wang today meant he had someone to turn to if trouble arose. My debts with the Zhongxing Society were now settled. Plus, Brother who had explicitly ordered his men to leave me alone. With that, I had nothing to fear in Xiqing district. As for my uncle's shop, he and Brother who were acquainted. And since the shop was also in Xiqing, no matter how arrogant the Black Dragon Society got, they wouldn't dare rampage over here. I don't know if the other Black Dragon Society members will come looking for revenge after Xing was beaten so badly. But if they dare show up, I'll make sure they regret it. After returning home, Yui shut his door and resumed his study of the amber pieces. His 3 pieces of amber, 2 yellow and 1 white, were intended as counterfeits for the Mad Lion Amber and Spirit Steed Amber. Zhao Yun transmitted the exact forms of the Spirit Steed Amber and Fierce Lion Amber into my dantian, and I proceeded to craft replicas based on those shapes. In truth, he had already carved the shapes while at school today. Returning home, he only needed to polish and refine them. We did have a polishing machine at home. My uncle had once been fond of jadeite, buying many rough stones back in the day. That was when he was young, gambling on jade in Yunnan, where he developed the habit. In his youth, Uncle traveled far and wide, seeing much of the world. He once struck a small fortune gambling on jade in Yunnan. For a long time afterward, he was obsessed with jade, but eventually, his losses in that pursuit far outweighed his gains. After that, he resolved to quit entirely. Even though he stopped playing, the tools at home were still all kinds and quite professional. After gathering the tools, Yui tried polishing it himself. Unfortunately, he used the wrong technique, causing a large chunk of the amber to break off. Now it was unsellable. Well, he might as well ask his uncle for help. His uncle was an expert in this field, so he was sure to be able to assist. It was still early, and Uncle hadn't gone to bed yet. He was watching TV in his room. Lu Yi went straight over and explained his situation. What? Polishing amber? What on earth do you need to polish it for? Uncle looked utterly puzzled. Uncle, please just help me out. I'm giving it to a friend. Lu Yi made up an excuse. If his uncle knew these 2 pieces of amber were worth millions, he'd be shocked. For your girlfriend? No way. Don't deny it, you've had more than one girlfriend, haven't you? Uncle grinned. No way. Louis flatly denied it. That was pure nonsense, where would he even get a girlfriend? First, there was that girl who walked you home once. Then another time, some girl called me to pick you up, seemed like she was in your class. Don't deny it. Wu Tao already spilled the beans. Louis cursed inwardly. That damn Wu Tao, spilling his guts to uncle like that. You're graduating soon. Your uncle isn't unreasonable. Dating isn't forbidden. Given how well you've been doing lately, I suspect it's all thanks to your girlfriend, right? If that's the case, I certainly can't oppose it. Instead, I should help bring you 2 together. Since you intended this for your girlfriend, your old uncle will gladly lend a hand. His uncle rubbed his hands together, having laid out his reasoning. Louis froze, unsure whether to respond or not. He decided to play along with his uncle's line of thinking. Since uncle believed it was for his girlfriend, he might as well treat it as such. Arriving at the workshop, uncle arranged the equipment before Yui handed him 3 pieces of amber. I tried working on one myself earlier, but I accidentally ruined it, Yui explained. His uncle smiled, examined them briefly, and said, no worries. We can trim off the damaged parts. Trust your uncle's skills. Even though I haven't worked with jadeite in years, handling a few pieces of amber is no problem. With that, uncle got to work. Louis had even given him a blueprint beforehand, instructing him to follow it precisely. A professional is truly a professional. As the saying goes, a master's skill reveals their true worth. Uncle's level of expertise was completely beyond comparison with Louis's amateur efforts. With practiced, fluid motions, he gradually smoothed away every sharp edge of the 3 amber pieces, transforming them into polished, rounded forms. Slowly, they began to match the design on the blueprint almost perfectly. Uncle, once these are finished, how do we make them look old? Louis asked. Distressing? Why would you want to do that? Uncle inquired. Distressing, as the name implies, is making new items look old or at least appear aged. It's common in the antiques world, burying bronze artifacts underground, soaking them in chemical solutions, or applying various treatments to make them resemble ancient pieces. That way, items crafted in the 21st century can be passed off as antiquities, deceiving unsuspecting novices. Low-cost items are sold at exorbitant prices. Such cases are countless, and every year, many people fall victim to this scam. Chapter 126, Spirit Steed. But this is a case of willing buyer, willing seller, both parties consent. If a novice buys a fake, they can only blame their own lack of discernment. Well, just make it look a bit more aged. It'll be more presentable when given as a gift, don't you think, uncle? Yui chuckled. His uncle tossed the 3 pieces of amber back at him. Alright, I can understand faking the age of bronze artifacts or paintings. But why fake the age of amber? Amber naturally takes thousands of years to form. These 3 pieces are probably man-made, right? It's hard to tell their age without testing them. You can just give them away as they are. But I do wonder, of all things to give a girl, why choose amber? She likes amber, Yui replied evasively. Heh, your girlfriend has some unique tastes. Uncle chuckled, patting his shoulder. Alright, get some sleep. Mark your calendars, your college entrance exams are approaching. How confident are you about them? 100%, of course. You're really going places. Much more promising than that good-for-nothing Wu Tao. If you end up in the same exam room, give that useless kid a hand if you can. You don't even have to ask. If I can help, I'll do it without hesitation. Good. Uncle returned to his room with a look of satisfaction. Across the entire world, the only person who could so brazenly let his son cheat would probably be this uncle. Louis examined the amber once he got his hands on it. He had to admit his uncle's craftsmanship was truly exceptional. The polishing and finishing were incredibly meticulous. It looked remarkably similar to the spiritful amber and fierce lion amber he'd seen in his dantian. However, of these 3 pieces, 2 were of standard size, while the third appeared smaller due to a small section having been cut away. Still, that wouldn't hinder its sale. Louis immediately contacted the man named Brother Jiang and mentioned that he had a piece of amber. Jiang Gu sounded incredibly excited upon hearing this and pressed urgently, "You mean it? You really found that special kind of amber? Well, I guess you could say I got lucky. My uncle found it while sweeping outside the shop. It looks like the shape of a horse." Louis spoke as if he were describing it while looking at it. A horse shape? Yeah, it looks like a flying horse. This amber is really strange. No idea what it's for. Hey, you guys promised 1.5 million per piece. You better keep your word. When did we ever say 1.5 million per piece? It was clearly 1 million. This amber was stolen. It belongs to my uncle. If you won't pay 1.5 million, I'll give it back to him and not sell it to you. Louis immediately adopted a greedy expression. John's brother instantly flew into a rage over the phone. But over the phone, he couldn't do anything to Yi. Decide already, take it or leave it. I heard other buyers are offering high prices for amber lately. If you don't want it, I'll sell it to them. Cut the nonsense. $1 million is already an astronomical price.
Don't push your luck, Jiang snapped angrily.
Lu Yi shrugged. I'm not talking nonsense.
Those people something like the Lu family really are offering high prices.
Fine, if you're not interested, I'll just go with them. Lu Yi deliberately brought up Mr. Lu to intimidate them, making them nervous. Treating the fake as the real thing. Sure enough, the moment Mr. Lu's name surfaced, the other side fell silent.
Clearly, Brother Jiang knew of Mr. Lu's existence and perhaps even more about who he really was.
Hold on, kid. I need to make a call.
With that, Brother Jiang hung up. At that moment, Brother Jiang and the young driver were drinking in a bar.
After hanging up, Brother Jiang's expression darkened considerably. The young driver asked, Brother Jiang, what's wrong?
Brother Jiang recounted the conversation from the phone call, leading the driver away from the bar's clamor as he spoke.
What? He wants $1.5 million right off the bat?
Damn it, that kid must be tired of living. Brother Jiang, why don't I find someone to take care of him, then we can just raid his place, the young driver said angrily.
Bull. You can't just act on a hunch like that. That kid mentioned someone surnamed Lu. If he knows that name, it's definitely not just hot air.
For all we know, Mr. Lu might be secretly offering big bucks to buy people off. Mr. Lu was hired by the boss himself. How dare they play dirty tricks?
When it comes to profit, who cares about underhanded or above board?
The only thing puzzling me is why the boss is willing to pay such a high price for a piece of amber.
It's not like it's some elixir of immortality you swallow to live forever. Amber is just fossilized tree resin that's solidified over thousands of years. What's so valuable about it?
Brother Jiang said, clearly baffled.
Brother Jiang, since you won't let me take him out, what should we do? Really spend $1.5 million? The driver asked.
Brother Jiang pulled out his phone and said, call the boss first and ask. Even if we really have to pay $1.5 million, it shouldn't be our money, it should be the boss's. Brother Jiang is wise.
Jiang Gu immediately made a call.
Shortly after, someone answered on the other end.
Brother Jiang relayed what he knew. Upon hearing it was horse-shaped amber, the voice on the other end trembled with excitement. Buy it. We absolutely must buy it. $1.5 million? So be it. We have to secure it. Don't let anyone else beat us to it. Alright, boss. But boss, we don't even know what the amber you want actually looks like. What if we end up buying fakes? Brother Jiang chimed in. This struck him as the second odd thing.
His boss had only specified acquiring oddly shaped amber, without providing any physical reference or blueprint, so he had no idea what it actually looked like. If it's horse-shaped, the horse should have a pair of wings that's called a spirit steed, meaning a heavenly horse. Take a good look, and send me photos later. The boss replied from behind the scenes.
Got it, boss. I'll get right on it.
The call ended.
In a room within the West Wing Garden Villa complex in West City District, Lingzheng City, a man in a suit trembled with excitement. Could horse-shaped amber truly be a celestial steed? Was a celestial steed about to emerge?
If I could obtain the Lingzhu amber, my Liang family would surely rise again across the land of China, becoming a force to rival the Lu family. The man slammed his fist on the table and stood up, his fighting spirit soaring. He was none other than Liang Jun, the man who had betrayed his own girlfriend, selling her for profit.
Chapter 127, Utter Madness. Liang Jun's excitement was short-lived.
He had originally planned to visit Mr. Lu in the hospital. Recently, something mysterious had occurred. Mr. Lu Changqing had been attacked by unknown assailants in his own home, sustaining severe injuries that landed him in the hospital. Due to critical damage to his lower body, he remained unconscious.
Another Mr. Lu, also gravely wounded, had been isolated by the police.
Reportedly apprehended at the museum already in critical condition, he too had been unconscious for days. But the thought of possibly acquiring the Lingzhu amber soon made Liang Jun discard everything he had packed.
He called Brother Jiang back. Whose possession is the amber you found out about? A student. A student? Where are you guys right now? Coincidentally, that student lives right across from your complex, not far away.
Then wait there. I'll go check it out myself.
The Lingzhu amber was crucial. Liang Jun couldn't afford any slip-ups.
He'd already paid too high a price for this matter. Both in terms of money and the things he desired, he'd sacrificed far too much.
He had even given Yun Wanqiu to Mr. Lu. Though he didn't know if Mr. Lu had defiled her, he understood that after that mysterious figure's interference, any future reunion with Yun Wanqiu would never be the same.
Undeniably, Yun Wanqiu was the woman he loved most. Yet he was also a man who valued profit above all else.
When weighing a woman against profit, he ultimately chose profit. Liang Jun immediately stormed out of his home, not even bothering to drive. He dashed straight out of his residential compound and onto the main street. Moments later, a BMW X6 pulled up. Seated inside were Brother Jiang and the young driver. The moment they spotted Liang Jun standing by the roadside, they pulled over. Liang Jun asked them, "Where exactly is that high school student?"
Jiang Gu and the young driver both got out. Jiang Gu pointed to the lingerie shop across the street and said, "Boss, it's that lingerie shop." Word is the owner's nephew, a male student at Lingjiang No. 1 High School named Yui.
What? Him? Hearing that the owner of the Lingju Amber was Lui, Liang Jun looked utterly astonished. How could it be him?
Jiang Gu and the young driver briefly explained that after their tune rating incident, their vehicle had passed through this area once. On that particular day, due to some unusual circumstances, they had dropped a few pots and jars along this stretch of road.
If you knew items fell out back then, why didn't you get out to check? Liang Jun demanded angrily.
He had paid these two handsomely to handle matters for him, yet they proved more trouble than they were worth.
Boss, you know how things were back then.
We were doing shady business, and the car was packed to the brim.
If we'd stopped and been seen by passers-by, who could guarantee no one would report us?
Besides, it was just a few broken pots, we didn't think much of it.
But luckily, the items you wanted have surfaced, right?
Brother Jiang said.
Let's go find that kid.
Liang Jun said, heading straight for the lingerie shop to look for Louis. Brother Jiang suddenly interjected, Boss, even though you came personally this time, we're the ones who gathered the intel. So if you get what you want and are satisfied, don't shortchange us a single cent on the payment.
Liang Jun shot them a cold glance. Have I ever shortchanged you by even a penny? Never have. Your word is enough. Actually, we don't even need to go find him. I already made contact earlier.
He'll be coming out with the goods shortly, Jiang Gu said. Hearing this, Liang Jun turned back, got into the car, and muttered to himself, who would have thought? After searching high and low, it turns out to be right under our noses.
That thing is actually in the hands of that kid surnamed Lu.
If I'd known this earlier, I wouldn't have had to pay such a heavy price. He missed Yun Wanqiu terribly now, but despite sending people to search for her for ages, they still hadn't found her.
Had he known Lingju Amber was in Lui's possession, he wouldn't have had to give away Yun Wanqiu's first time.
That way, Yun Wanqiu would still be his nominal girlfriend, still living under the same roof with him.
Alas, now the place remained unchanged, yet the person was gone.
His luxurious villa now housed only him. The night was eerily quiet, the heat of May and June particularly intense.
Inside the BMW X6, Brother Jiang and the young driver both smoked cigarettes.
Under the pure moonlight, the smoke rose slowly, billowing like the scene in Journey to the West when a monster was about to appear.
Here they come, boss.
The young driver, who had been watching the street, spotted two young figures approaching from across the road and immediately alerted Liang Jun. Liang Jun instantly perked up, leaping out of the car, eager to see the legendary Dragon Soul Amber. Jiang Gu also stepped out slowly, then suddenly remarked, Boss, there's something I forgot to mention. That kid's asking for 15 million.
Since you're here in person, you should handle the payment yourself. Jiang Gu smiled faintly.
Given his usual style, he hadn't intended to pay the full 1.5 million. Once Louis brought the item, he and the young driver would simply seize it by force. Afterward, he'd give Yui a few $100 to wrap things up. Had Liang Jun not arrived, Jiang would have falsely reported spending 1.5 million on the Dragon Soul Amber, then claimed reimbursement from Liang Jun pocketing the entire sum himself.
But now that Liang Jun was personally present, falsifying the expense was impossible.
So he simply let Liang Jun cover the cost himself. After all, if Liang Jun truly acquired what he sought, per their agreement, he would pay them 10 million in compensation. Two figures slowly approached from across the street, none other than Yui and Wu Tao. Louis had called Wu Tao along to bolster their site's presence and to play a double act with him, hoping to drive the price even higher. Over here. The young driver was already waving at Yui and Wu Tao, beckoning them closer. As they drew nearer, Louis suddenly spotted Liang Jun among them. His thoughts raced, so this was it.
Zhang Ji's backer was indeed Liang Jun. To obtain the Dragon Soul Amber, Liang Jun had truly lost his mind.
Outwardly, however, he maintained a polite facade, immediately offering Liang Jun a courteous nod and smile.
But Liang Jun gave him no warm welcome, cutting straight to the point. Did you bring the goods? Chapter 128, 3 million each. Louis deliberately shifted his gaze toward Jiang Gu and his companion.
Though he knew Liang Jun was the true mastermind, Jiang Gu was the one who had contacted him. This momentary shift was intentional. Brother Jiang puffed on his cigarette, his expression impassive.
This is our big boss. The goods are what he wants. If you brought them, show them to our boss. If he approves, you won't lose a single cent. I didn't bring it.
Yui shook his head abruptly.
Are you kidding me? Liang Jun flared up. He'd come here all excited and eager, only for Yui to tell him the goods weren't brought? Not fooling you. My dad found it.
After all, my dad picked it up outside while sweeping. So when he discovered it, he asked us about it. Naturally, we told him everything about your interest in buying it. Then he said the price still needed to be discussed. Wu Tao immediately launched into his act, delivering his lines with such emotion that it seemed 80% genuine.
Price? Wasn't it agreed at 1.5 million? 1.5 million is already astronomical. What more do you want? Don't push your luck.
The young driver was impatient by nature, and Wu Tao's words made him see red.
It's just a piece of amber. 1.5 million is the price and now you want to negotiate?
Heh, my old man was a jade expert in his youth. He used to gamble on jade in Yunnan and Burma and later became an expert on all kinds of treasures, knowing their true worth. He says this piece of amber he found is unusual. He doesn't want to sell it for 1.5 million. Wu Tao said. Not selling it for 1.5 million? That's some nerve. The young driver remarked. Louis chimed in, my uncle owns an underwear shop and rents out an apartment. He's not short on cash. So while 1.5 million seems like a lot, it's really just pocket change to him. That's a solid reason. For someone who isn't short on cash, no matter how good your offer is, they simply won't care. Liang Jun, however, gave a cold laugh. As a seasoned businessman, he'd seen every pricing tactic in the book. He saw right through Yui and Wu Tao's double act. But business is business, he knew better than to call them out. Since they'd already played their cards, it meant they were trying to drive up the price. So he cut straight to the point, just tell me how much do you want for it? We're all familiar with each other, no need for beating around the bush. Brother Liang, to be honest, this really isn't up to me. If it were, I'd sell it to you cheaply for Sister Chio's sake. Unfortunately, my uncle won't allow it. Lu Yi put on a bitter expression. In that case, why not bring your uncle over? You haven't brought anything with you. Talking with you is just a waste of time, Liang Jun said. My father sent us here. He said he doesn't want to get involved in this deal. He also had us bring photos. Take a look at the goods first. Decide whether you want them after viewing them. If you do decide to buy, we can discuss the details later. Wu Tao said, pulling out several photos from his person. These were high-definition photos taken with a DSLR camera, and they were shot with considerable skill. My uncle took them himself. He loves tinkering with this kind of thing in his spare time. The moment these photos appeared, they immediately caught Liang Jun's attention. He practically snatched the photos, revealing an amber piece shaped like a flying horse, and it was indeed white. This matched what Liang Jun knew perfectly. Liang Jun's family had once been quite prominent, and his ancestors had passed down a secret concerning Dragon Soul Amber. It was precisely because he understood the existence of Dragon Soul Amber that Liang Jun came to realize why some people in this world could live in luxury and indulgence, never having to work hard, yet still enjoy a life of comfort and security. Some were born into privilege, their every need catered to, while others were born into poverty, striving their entire lives only to end up with nothing. At its core, it all boils down to one word: fortune. Look at the families possessing Dragon Soul Amber, which one hasn't risen to great heights? Their descendants are born into boundless wealth and privilege. Of course, Liang Jun had no idea how many families across China actually possess Dragon Soul Amber. What he knew came from information passed down by his ancestors, and he knew the Lu family was one of them. Thus, he schemed relentlessly to extract benefits from the Lu family and acquire a piece of Dragon Soul Amber to bolster his own Liang family. He even made two contingency plans. On one hand, he hoped to obtain a counterfeit piece of amber from the Lu family. Even a fake would be a priceless treasure to ordinary people. The two Lu gentlemen, for instance, possessed such counterfeit amber known as child amber, formed when power separated from the mother amber. On the other hand, he had spent a fortune hiring a master diviner well versed in the 5 elements and 8 trigrams to cast a hexagram for him. The result revealed an ancient tomb complex beyond the western outskirts of Lengjiang City. Thus, all these events unfolded. Pegasus truly a flying horse. This was indeed a divine steed. Liang Jun's excitement surged again, his voice brimming with palpable fervor. Lu Yi feigned confusion. Brother Liang, my uncle told me amber takes at least 3,000 years to form a rare treasure indeed. But shops outside seem to sell fine pieces for hundreds or tens of thousands. Why would you pay such a fortune for this peculiar amber? Does it possess some extraordinary effect? That's none of your concern. Just give me the price. I'll take it. Liang Jun naturally wouldn't reveal the secret of the Dragon Soul Amber to Yui. If you want to buy it, that's fine. But my uncle said once it's sold no returns. Think it through. Lu Yi replied. Fine, name your price. Liang Jun's mood seemed to lift with the offer. Yui shot Wu Tao a glance. Wu Tao, catching the hint, suddenly blurted out excitedly, 3 million. My dad said he'd never sell it for less than 3 million, not even if he died. Damn it. Lu Yi immediately cursed inwardly, calling him a heartless bastard. Wu Tao, that kid, had originally said 2 million would be enough to rip them off, but now he'd suddenly blurted out 3 million? This was outright robbery. Sure enough, Brother Jiang and the young driver lost their composure. A piece of broken amber worth 3 million? Why not just rob someone? If it were them, they'd never agree. Yet Liang Jun felt as if his life had been seized and his greed exposed. Without a second thought, he agreed, 3 million it is. Once the price is set, no more haggling. Hurry up and bring the goods. Chapter 129, The Deal. Liang Jun just wanted to get his hands on the item quickly. If it really was Lingju amber, what was a mere 3 million? It was just the price of a sports car, money he could easily afford. Oh, and my dad didn't just find one piece, he found 3. Are you buying one or all 3? Wu Tao suddenly dropped another bombshell.
Liang Jun's expression instantly turned peculiar. In truth, Wu Tao's words were part of Yue's scheme. He originally planned to sell the 3 pieces of Dragon Soul Amber separately in 3 transactions. But then he thought, instead of splitting it up, why not sell the whole lot at once? Forget the underhanded tactics, let us play it out in the open. Whether to buy or not was Liang Jun's decision. And given how desperately Liang Jun craved the Dragon Soul Amber, Wu Tao believed there was a high chance he would purchase all 3 pieces. 3 pieces? 3 pieces? Liang Jun suddenly turned his gaze toward Brother Jiang and the young driver, his eyes filled with deep reproach. Brother Jiang and the young driver, however, pretended not to notice, merely standing by smoking. Are all 3 pieces the same? Liang Jun asked. No, they're not. This white one is a Pegasus. The other 2 are lion head amber, yellow in color, the same shade as gold. They're quite beautiful, Wu Tao explained. What? Golden yellow? Liang Jun's heart skipped a beat. His Liang family ancestors had paid dearly to uncover the secrets of Dragon Soul Amber, eventually learning that 9 major amber varieties existed in the world. The golden hue corresponded to the 8th-ranked Dragon Soul Amber, Fierce Lion Amber. Mad Lion Amber, Spirit Steed Amber, 2 Dragon Soul Ambers appearing at once? How could this be? Liang Jun swallowed hard, then asked, wait, are you saying there are 2 Mad Lion Ambers? What Wild Lion Amber? Yue feigned ignorance. Liang Jun explained, you know, that yellow amber, the one with the lion's head? There are 2 of them? Exactly. That's why my uncle couldn't bear to part with them. Those 2 pieces look like they were cast from the same mold. Do you have photos I can see? Liang Jun inquired. Louis gave Wu Tao a knowing glance, and Wu Tao pulled out another stack of photos from his pocket, also prepared in advance. Liang Jun took the photos and glanced at them, thinking to himself, sure enough, it really is frenzied lion amber. But since there are 2 pieces, that means one of them must be fake, or at least one is a counterfeit. Even if it is a fake, it's still worth over 3 million. Tell your uncle I want all 3 pieces of amber. Liang Jun resolutely decided to purchase all 3. Alright, I'll go get them right away. Seeing his agreement, Louis immediately dashed off toward home. 10 minutes later, he returned carrying a glass case. The night was deep, and under the streetlight, the 3 stones in his jar stood out vividly. He brought a POS machine closer, handing it to Wu Tao to pass to Liang Jun for card payment upfront. Louis kept his distance, wary of them snatching the stones. You want me to pay before I even inspect the goods? Liang Jun snorted coldly. Louis moved closer and said, I'm just worried you might try to snatch it. Since you want to see it, come over here alone to take a look. Liang Jun took a few steps forward. Through the glass jar, he saw the 3 pieces of amber. They were indeed identical to the description in the photo, not a single detail different. Take them out for me to see, Liang Jun demanded, reaching out his hand. After a moment's thought, Louis retrieved a piece of Fierce Lion Amber from the bottle and handed it to him. As Liang Jun held the Wild Lion Amber in his hand, his heart pounded nearly 3 times its usual rate. This piece of amber truly resembled a lion's head, earning its name Furious Lion. During the 3 Kingdoms period, it had belonged to Su Chu, a renowned general of his era. Armed with this artifact, Su Chu became a formidable warrior capable of single-handedly defeating 1,000 men. After Dian Wei's death, Cao Cao personally appointed him as his bodyguard, valuing his bravery and martial prowess. My Liang family ancestors once said that to gain the Dragon Soul Amber's recognition, one must drip their own blood upon it, a ritual known as the Blood Oath. I shall try it now. With this thought, he suddenly thrust his hand into his mouth, biting his finger until blood flowed. He intended to smear the blood onto the frenzied lion amber. But at that moment, Yue, quick as lightning, lunged forward. With a swift flick of his wrist, he snatched the raging lion amber right from Liang Jun's grasp. Liang Jun had been so overcome with excitement that he hadn't noticed Yue, allowing him to snatch it cleanly. What are you doing? Liang Jun demanded angrily. I was about to ask you the same. I only showed you the item for a look. What are you trying to do? My uncle said this amber has significant collectible value and mustn't be damaged by you lot. If you want to buy it, buy it. If not, he can sell it to someone else. Many people have inquired about it these past few days. If you don't want it, I'll take it back to my uncle right now. Louis held the bottle and started walking back. Hold on. Though furious, Liang Jun was also anxious. The very thing he wanted most was now in Louis's hands, like being held by the throat. I'll take all 3 pieces of amber. I'll pay right now, Liang Jun declared. Wu Tao promptly handed over the POS machine, saying, go ahead and swipe your card. This POS accepts any type. Liang Jun pulled his wallet from his pocket, took the machine, and swiped his card. After entering his PIN, the receipt printed out moments later. Transaction amount, 9 million. Many POS terminals have daily transaction limits, say, no more than 50,000 or 100,000 per transaction, with a monthly cap around 9 million. But this also depends on local regulations. Note, all locations in this novel are fictional, please don't compare them to real-world limits. Seeing the transaction slip print out, Wu Tao felt a surge of excitement.
After all, he had only paid 1200 yuan for these 3 pieces of amber, yet they had just sold for an astronomical price. He recalled how he had once questioned why Yui would waste money spending 1200 yuan on 3 worthless stones. Now, he was completely convinced by Yui. These things could indeed be sold for astronomical prices. He promptly tore off the receipt and had Liang Jun sign it. Alright, EGE. Wu Tao tucked the receipt away and reported back to Louis. Liang Jun immediately reached out impatiently, hand it over. Louis smiled faintly and said, Brother Liang, could you tell me what exactly these 3 pieces of amber are for that you spent so much money on them? That's none of your business. I've paid for it, so it's mine now. You have no right to ask. Liang Jun practically snatched the bottle from Louis's hands. He promptly took a piece of amber and dipped it in his own blood. Chapter 130, Something's definitely wrong. When Liang Jun's blood saturated the amber, nothing extraordinary happened. Louis feigned confusion, though inwardly astonished. Who would have thought Liang Jun knew about blood binding rituals? Before encountering the dragon soul amber, he might never have known such things existed in this world. Generally speaking, only extraordinary individuals possess knowledge of dragon soul amber's existence. It seems Liang Jun's ancestors truly held prestige in their time. But on the surface, Yui feigned ignorance and asked, Brother Liang, what purpose does this blood dropping serve? Liang Jun didn't even bother to answer him. Seeing that the first piece of amber showed no reaction, he immediately tried the second one. Yet even after the blood touched the second piece, it remained utterly still, showing no sign of life whatsoever. In truth, Liang Jun himself didn't know what should happen after the blood recognition ritual. His ancestors' knowledge of the dragon soul amber was quite limited. He didn't doubt the authenticity of these 3 pieces of amber, but he was puzzled. Why, after applying his blood, did he feel no connection whatsoever with the dragon soul amber? Logically, shouldn't there be at least a faint connection? Seeing that Liang Jun wasn't responding, Yui didn't bother asking him again. He called out to Wu Tao, and the 2 brothers prepared to leave. Brother Jiang and the young driver, however, watched Wu Tao and Yui's retreating figures. Their eyes flickered with threads of greed and murderous intent. It must be said, they envied Yui and Wu Tao. With just 3 worthless stones, they'd made 9 million. Meanwhile, they'd worked themselves to the bone for Liang Jun, only to earn 10 million in the end. And that 10 million had to cover their own expenses before being split between the 2 of them. Compared to that, Yui and Wu Tao had gotten a much better deal. Unfortunately, despite their envy, they couldn't bring themselves to commit murder for profit. Lu Yi and Wu Tao chatted as they walked away, soon crossing the main street and heading home. Liang Jun stood alone beneath a streetlight, testing each piece of amber. He detected no special properties whatsoever. Yet he still treated the 3 pieces as priceless treasures, carefully concealing them on his person. Boss, now that you've got the goods, it's time to pay us our fee, right? Brother Jiang suddenly spoke up. He wasn't one of Liang Jun's men, he was merely a hired helper Liang Jun had paid for. Brother Jiang used to run a private detective agency. The young driver was his deputy, or apprentice, if you will. But despite running a detective agency, they took on any job as long as the client paid enough. They wouldn't hesitate to kill or burn if asked. The key was whether the money was sufficient. Don't rush me. I don't have that much cash on me right now. Rest assured, I'll transfer it to you in a few days, Liang Jun said, already preparing to head home to study the matter in detail. Alright, boss. Since you say so, we're satisfied. But aside from this matter, do you have any other instructions? If not, our employment relationship ends here, Brother Jiang stated. Nothing else for now. If anything comes up later, I'll contact you again. Liang Jun said as he entered the residential compound. The young driver suddenly rubbed his hands together and asked, Brother Jiang, the boss is acting all mysterious, treating those 3 stones like treasures. Do you know what they're for? What the hell use? Spending 9 million on 3 rocks? In my opinion, he must have water in his brain. Brother Jiang said. Yeah, I agree. 9 million for 3 worthless rocks? Those things are probably worth a few hundred each at most. Those guys were asking for the moon, and poor Mr. Liang agreed without even thinking. It's beyond belief. The young driver said. Brother Jiang pondered for a moment, took a breath, and said, that doesn't add up. Mr. Liang isn't a fool. I know him somewhat. He built his business from scratch and is a very capable man, one of the prominent figures in Lingjiang City's business world. Do you really think someone like that would suddenly lose his mind? Probably not, the young driver replied. Then those 3 pieces of amber must be problematic, Jiang speculated. So what do you mean, Brother Jiang? The young driver's eyes suddenly flashed with greed. Young and impetuous, he was bold. Hearing the implication in Brother Jiang's words, he immediately harbored malicious intent. Brother Jiang saw right through him, patted his shoulder, and said, Kid, don't be so ruthless. What's yours is yours. Don't try to take what isn't yours by killing for money. Mr. Liang still owes us 10 million. Don't even think about doing something stupid. The young driver chuckled. Brother Jiang, you flatter me. I wouldn't dream of any ill intent, I was just trying to gauge your thoughts. Alright, no need to overthink it.
There'll be plenty more business to come and money can be made slowly. Let's go. Brother Jiang gazed up at the sky, sighed, then gave a nod of farewell before hopping into the car with his cane. The young driver followed suit, starting the engine. Louis and Wu Tao returned home, Louis practically jumping with excitement. 3 million for one piece?
3 pieces of amber, 1,200 in capital, sold for 9 million.
That was an astronomical sum.
The moment they got home, both of them went straight into Yu Yi's room and shut the door.
Brother Yi, do you think we're committing fraud? Isn't this illegal? Wu Tao was a bit worried this was a major transaction. Scam? What scam? Did we force him to buy? Did we hype up how amazing the product was?
I never claimed eating it would grant you 100 years of life, or promised any specific effects. Liang Jun seemed so confident when he bought it he was the one who jumped at the chance.
What does that have to do with us? It's like that antique street if a customer misjudges and buys a fake, can they really call the police to arrest the shop owner?
Yui shot him a dismissive glance.
That makes sense. Wu Tao nodded.
If he bought a fake, it's his own fault for lacking discernment. Besides, antique prices aren't fixed.
You can't really call it fraud. He didn't force you to buy it. He showed you the goods. You just couldn't tell it was fake. Who's to blame?
Brother E, since we made so much this time, don't give me too much of the cut.
Just gift me a sports car for my 20th birthday, how about that? Wu Tao suggested.
He wasn't greedy, he already had over 1 million yuan, more than enough to live comfortably. Besides, he knew Louis seemed to need money badly lately, so he didn't plan to claim his share.
Alright.
With such a sensible Chinese cousin, Yui had nothing to object to. He patted Wu Tao on the shoulder and readily agreed.
Chapter 131, Discerning Through Borrowed Eyes.
Compared to the joy shared by brothers Louis and Wu Tao, Liang Jun, residing in the luxurious villa complex across from their home, was equally thrilled.
His excitement was almost unbearable.
He had only hoped to obtain 1 piece of dragon soul amber, yet unexpectedly, he had secured 3 pieces at once.
1 spirit steed amber and 2 fierce lion ambers.
Even if these 3 amber pieces were counterfeits, they were still worth every penny. I recall my grandfather mentioning that even counterfeit dragon soul amber, separated from its mother amber, possessed immense power. As far as I know, those 2 Mr. Lius carried such counterfeit amber. They were exceptionally skilled. I'd seen them take on 10 opponents at the Muay Thai gym single-handedly, and they possessed other extraordinary abilities. Now that I possess both spirit steed amber and fierce lion amber, if I unlock the power of these 2 amber stones,
oomph. Wouldn't this vast world be mine to roam freely? Liang Jun was practically possessed.
He repeatedly tried to stain the 3 pieces of amber red with his own blood. Finally, he even fetched a porcelain bowl, placed all 3 pieces inside, then cut his hand, letting a small bowlful of blood flow out until it just covered the amber. For an ordinary person to shed that much blood required immense willpower and courage. Yet Liang Jun, consumed by visions of his future greatness, cared for nothing else. At that moment, even if asked to sever his own hand, he likely wouldn't hesitate for a second.
Dragon soul amber, the essence of heaven and earth.
Even a counterfeit, once obtained and worn, could grant 100 years of life, ward off all evils, and ensure a lifetime free of illness. Those 9 million spent today were well worth it.
Worth every penny.
Liang Jun gritted his teeth, bandaged the wound on his hand, and stared unblinkingly at the 3 pieces of amber in the porcelain bowl. He watched for nearly 4 or 5 hours, yet the amber showed no reaction whatsoever.
Strange.
His ancestors had said that dripping blood to recognize the master would allow him to control the amber.
Why, after dripping so much blood, could he still not master these dragon soul amber pieces? Could there be other requirements he was overlooking?
That night, Liang Jun didn't sleep at all, his gaze fixed on the porcelain bowl. By dawn, he concluded his method must be flawed or he'd overlooked some crucial detail. Well, he'd seek out Mr. Liu and ask him about the situation. He hid the 3 pieces of amber away in the most secret safe in his home. Then, carrying the photographs Louis had given him and some nourishing supplements, he headed to the hospital. Mr. Lu Chongqing had been admitted to the hospital by him, and even the specific ward was arranged by him. Thus, upon arrival, he went straight to the hospital room. Lu Chongqing had awakened at some point, his eyes bloodshot and frighteningly red. When he saw Liang Jun appear, had it not been for the severe injury between his legs, he would have leaped up to attack Liang Jun.
You have the nerve to show your face here? Lu Chongqing roared.
He had awakened in the middle of the night yesterday, his emotions immediately becoming highly unstable. He had disturbed the doctors and nurses in the dead of night. The doctor had instructed him to rest more and avoid moving around, warning that otherwise, the injury between his legs might not heal properly. Recalling how he'd been injured, Lu Chongqing seethed with rage. At the same time, he felt excruciating pain between his legs. Despite the painkillers and injections, the agony remained intense. He asked the doctor how serious his condition was. The doctor hesitated to disclose the full truth, but since Lu was the patient, he had a right to know.
The doctor finally said, "Your condition isn't too bad.
If it had been worse, it could have been life-threatening.
Your life is saved now, but your marital life."
The doctor's words were relatively subtle and indirect.
But how could Lu Changqing fail to grasp the unspoken meaning? Intimate relations might be problematic? Wasn't this essentially saying he was now impotent, unable to be intimate with women?
Upon hearing this verdict, Lu Changqing nearly overturned the hospital equipment in the room, roaring like an enraged mad dog. It took several doctors working together to inject a sedative into his immobilized legs before he finally passed out. His sleep proved brief, however, as the tranquilizer seemed to affect him less powerfully than it would an ordinary person. By dawn, unexpectedly, Liang Jun arrived. The sight of Liang Jun sent Lu Changqing's rage boiling over. He blamed Liang Jun entirely for his current state. After all, he'd been beaten like this by a mysterious assailant in Liang Jun's own home. Who was that? Who was behind this attack on me? Speak! Lu Changqing roared, his grip ending the bed rails. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I don't know who attacked you either. That person left so quickly that day, I didn't even catch a glimpse of their back, Liang Jun replied. Speak! Did you collude with someone to deliberately harm me? How dare you harm me? Do you know the consequences? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Lu Changqing was like an enraged leopard, ferocious beyond measure. Liang Jun froze for a few seconds under his menacing glare before replying, Mr. Lu, every word I said is true. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. I've already dispatched people to search for Yun Wanqiu. She vanished that night too. She must know the identity of that mysterious figure. Once we find her, we'll uncover his true identity. You have the nerve to show your face here when she's still missing? Get out! Lu Changqing roared, utterly unwilling to see Liang Jun at that moment. Liang Jun replied, Mr. Lu, I've come to consult you about a matter. If you're willing to share your insights, I'll reward you handsomely. What is it? Lu Changqing asked. Liang Jun explained, if one obtains Dragon Soul Amber, how does one fuse it with oneself? My ancestors knew of the blood recognition ritual, but the specifics remain unknown. I humbly request your guidance. Lu Changqing's expression shifted, as if realizing something. You've obtained the Dragon Soul Amber? No. Liang Jun shook his head in denial. The Dragon Soul Amber was of immense importance, he would never reveal it lightly. Such matters might be shared with ordinary folk, but someone like Mr. Lu was absolutely off limits. Don't try these tricks on me. If you hadn't obtained the Dragon Soul Amber, would you have come seeking my guidance? I've long known you sent men to target that ancient tomb in the western outskirts of Lunjian City. Yet countless clans have attempted tomb raiding, none ever finding the Dragon Soul Amber. Legend says its acquisition depends on heavens, will only those destined to possess it can obtain it. The undeserving, even if they shed blood and sacrifice their lives, will never lay hands upon it. Since you've come to consult me today, let's be direct, what kind of amber did you obtain? Though Lu Changqing was lustful, his mind was far from simple. Liang Jun would find it difficult to deceive him. Liang Jun's eyes flickered. He thought to himself, Lu Changqing truly lives up to the Lu family name, he's already guessed so much. It seems I can't hide everything from him. After a moment's thought, he produced the photograph of the Mad Lion Amber. He possessed 2 pieces of it. Even if the Lu family discovered this, he had nothing to fear. Chapter 132, Shock. Mr. Lu, please take a look. Liang Jun handed the photograph of the fierce lion Amber to Lu Changqing. Originally lying down, Lu Changqing was so severely injured that even sitting up was difficult. Yet the moment he saw the photo Liang Jun handed him, he instantly forced himself upright despite the pain. He took the photos, his gaze fixed strangely on the amber for several moments. Lion's head amber? This is Fierce Lion? The 8th ranked Fierce Lion among the 9 great ambers? You obtained it? You actually obtained it? Bring it out for me to see. Lu Changqing's voice grew agitated. Their Lu family's ancestral amber was the Crimson Eagle Amber, ranked 7th. It was precisely because of this amber that the Lu family had risen to prominence across China, becoming a major clan whose influence could shake the nation with a mere stamp of their foot. And now, the Fierce Lion Amber had emerged. If he could obtain it, wouldn't that elevate the Lu family to even greater heights? Liang Jun understood his thoughts. Liang Jun himself was no ordinary man. Having built his empire from scratch, he was clearly a man of strategy. Mr. Lu, Liang Jun said, I've gone to extraordinary lengths for this amber. I even lost my girlfriend over it. After such a heavy price, don't even think about taking the amber from my hands. I'll ask just one thing, did you acquire Mother Amber or Child Amber? Liang Jun inquired. If it's a son amber, it holds limited appeal for the Lu family. But if it's a Mother Amber, we must seize it at all costs. Even if it means sending men to eliminate Liang Jun, that Mother Amber must be ours. Mother Amber holds a value that could topple a kingdom. If the Fierce Lion Amber in Liang Jun's possession was Mother Amber, then the Lu family would level Lingjiang City to the ground using every connection at their disposal to seize it. Of course it's a son amber. Liang Jun answered thus, knowing full well that if it were a Mother Amber, its extraordinary value would be enough to incite murderous intent. Can you tell the difference between mother and daughter? Lu Changqing sneered. While there was a distinction between mother and daughter amber, even he couldn't reliably identify them, let alone Liang Jun.
Liang Jun was stumped by the question. He truly couldn't tell the difference between mother and child amber, nor could he even distinguish genuine from fake. My purpose in coming was simply to ask Mr. Lu to tell me the method to unlock the dragon soul amber. I hope you will grant me this favor, Liang Jun stated. Lu Changqing suddenly snorted. Mr. Liang, let me give you some advice. If what you obtained is mother amber, it's not something you can keep. You must know the value of mother amber. Once word gets out, how many covetous eyes will it draw? You understand that, right? When that happens, your life will be in grave danger. Liang Jun pondered briefly before replying, then what do you suggest I do, sir? Lu Changqing replied, bring me the amber you've acquired for inspection. If it is mother amber, I advise you to entrust it to our Lu family. Only our family possesses the means to safeguard such a treasure. Rest assured, we will not shortchange you. In return, we shall bestow upon you a piece of sun amber. After all, wasn't your original goal to obtain a piece of sun amber? Liang Jun remained silent. Lu Changqing's words were blatant extortion to frame outright robbery as such a noble proposition truly embodied the law of the jungle in its purest form. There's no such thing as a wall that never lets the wind through. Once you're targeted, no matter how tough you think you are, someone like me, for instance, if I weren't injured, 100 of you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Killing you would be as easy as turning my hand. But if you choose to pledge allegiance to the Lu family, you'll gain our protection. We might even welcome you as a son-in-law, making you half a Lu by blood. That way, you could restore your Liang family's former glory. Lu Changqing laid out the plan step by step. Liang Jun pondered. Though the Lius seemed somewhat oppressive, his reasoning held merit. If the mad lion amber he possessed truly was a mother amber, he knew he couldn't keep it safe. Holding on to it would only invite disaster. But what if it's a sun amber? Liang Jun asked. Lu Changqing explained, sun amber also has energy grades. If classified by letters, it ranges from A to E. The lowest tier is E grade. Yet even E grade is something ordinary people dream of but can never obtain. The piece I carry is E grade sun amber. With this amber protecting me, it keeps illness at bay, grants me longevity, and bestows combat prowess surpassing that of ordinary men. You witnessed it yourself, didn't you? Liang Jun nodded. He had indeed seen Lu Changqing effortlessly take on 10 opponents at the Muay Thai gym. If the amber in your possession is grade A, B, or C, you should still hand it over to our Lu family. The power of these 3 grades is truly astonishing, and only our family can safeguard it properly. As for D or E grade amber, you may keep it for your own use, Lu Changqing said calmly. Then might Mr. Lu instruct me on how to fuse the dragon soul amber with my own body? Liang Jun inquired. Certainly, Lu Changqing replied readily, though his mind was already forming its own plans. As he spoke, a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. He answered readily, but inwardly he was thinking, if you've really got female amber, or ABC grade amber, then you've got no right to live. I'll kill you myself, and your amber will become mine. Lu Changqing had never been a kind man. Beyond his lustful nature, his heart was also exceptionally cruel. Fine, I'll go get it right now. After much deliberation, Liang Jun decided to follow Lu Changqing's instructions. He had already tried the blood recognition ritual countless times at home, but none of the 3 pieces of amber had shown the slightest reaction. He reasoned that since he had 3 pieces anyway, he might as well try one. Even if Lu Changqing went back on his word and snatched the amber from him, at least he could observe how Lu Changqing fused it. Then, back home, he could copy the process and learn to fuse it himself. He left the hospital and sped back home in his car. Once there, he retrieved all 3 pieces of amber from the safe. He had intended to take just one, but a sudden urge overcame him, and he couldn't resist bringing all 3. He resolved that if he witnessed the fusion technique, he would find a secluded spot in the hospital and perform the fusion immediately, lest delays invite complications. He placed the 3 pieces of amber in different pockets, hurried out the door, and drove back to the hospital. When he returned to Lu Changqing's room, Lu was already seated at the bedside, waiting for him. His eyes shone with eager anticipation. Did you bring it? Quick, let me see. Chapter 133, Calculations of Their Own. Mr. Lu, we have an agreement. You promised, so don't go back on your word, Liang Jun reminded him. We Lius have always been men of our word. A promise is as good as gold. When have we ever gone back on our word? Lu Changqing replied, clearly displeased. Very well. Liang Jun solemnly retrieved an exquisitely crafted box from his pocket, presenting it to Lu Changqing before lifting the lid. Sure enough, nestled within lay a golden amber piece shaped like a lion's head, lifelike and vivid. Lu Changqing snatched the amber lion head from the box almost as if he were grabbing it. He chuckled darkly and said, the fierce lion? This is the fierce lion? In the 3 Kingdoms era, it was obtained by the renowned general Su Chu, a warrior who could stand against 10,000. Who would have thought it would resurface, and in a small city like Lingjong? The moment it was in his hands, he forgot all the promises he'd made to Liang Jun. He bit his finger until it bled, then dripped his own blood onto the amber. Seeing this, Liang Jun understood perfectly well that Lu Changqing's greed had gotten the better of him.
Lu hadn't even bothered to assess the quality of the Mad Lion amber, he'd simply claimed it as his own by dripping blood onto it. This was clearly an act of forcible seizure. But Liang Jun swallowed his anger. He knew Lu Qiongqi well enough to anticipate this outcome, and he had already braced himself for the worst. After all, he still had 2 other pieces of amber. Losing one wouldn't be a major setback. His primary goal was to witness the exact procedure. Lu Qiongqi handled the amber with practiced ease. After the blood ritual, he pressed it firmly against his chest. This was how the family bestowed amber he had received before was used: first, a blood drop to establish ownership, then pressing it directly onto the chest. The amber would vanish, transforming into a patterned mark. From that moment on, it belonged to him. Ha! What's going on? Lu Qiongqi excitedly pressed the Mad Lion amber against his chest several times, yet it showed no reaction whatsoever. He had clearly dripped blood and acknowledged its mastery, so why was there no reaction whatsoever? Lu Qiongqi grew puzzled. He squeezed more blood from a wound on his finger, dripped it onto the amber, and pressed it against his chest once more. Still, there was not the slightest response. Suddenly, rage surged through him. He grabbed the amber and hurled it at Liang Jun. Damn it! You tricked me with a fake? Fake? Liang Jun was equally puzzled. What else could it be if not fake? It hasn't reacted at all. If it were real, it would have reacted long ago. Lu Qiongqi roared, seething with fury. Liang Jun thought to himself, so the real method is this simple: first, recognize the master with a drop of blood, then press it against the chest. Where's the real one? Lu Qiongqi demanded furiously. Liang Jun spread his hands, picking up the amber Lu Qiongqi had tossed aside. This is indeed the very piece of amber I purchased, he said. And I've never seen a Mad Lion amber before either. I couldn't tell if it was real or fake. I didn't even know how to fuse the amber, which is why I came to consult you, Mr. Lu. How could there be any deception? Who did you buy it from? Just a student. He found it on the road. He shouldn't be deceiving me. After all, not everyone knows about Dragon Soul Amber. Very few people in this world are aware of it, so there's no question of counterfeits, Liang Jun explained. He bought it from Yui, who was just a high school student. The Liang family knew of its existence because their ancestors had once encountered someone possessing Dragon Soul Amber. Later, those ancestors spent their entire fortune researching it, accumulating this knowledge for future generations. As an ordinary high school student, Yui naturally had no way of knowing these things. Moreover, Mad Lion Amber had never surfaced before. Even if someone wanted to forge it, there was no original to reference. Precisely for this reason, Liang Jun had been ruthless and decisive in purchasing all 3 pieces at 3 million each. He was convinced these amber pieces were genuine. Seizing the opportunity, he believed buying them was a sure profit. Who would have thought that when these amber pieces reached Lu Qiongqi, he would deem them counterfeit? How much did you pay for them? Lu Qiongqi asked. 3 million each. Liang Jun answered truthfully. Ha! Stupid. Utterly foolish. Lu Qiongqi sneered coldly, then pointed at the door and bellowed, Get out! Get the hell out of here! Take your fake junk and get as far away from me as possible. Liang Jun left, but even though Lu Qiongqi called the amber fake, he couldn't quite bring himself to believe it. He immediately rushed into the hospital restroom, locked himself in a stall, bit his finger to draw blood, and took out the other 2 Dragon Soul Amber pieces. After dipping them in his blood, he mimicked Lu Qiongqi's gesture and pressed them against his chest. But no, none of them would sink in. What the hell? Could they all be fake? Impossible. Liang Jun couldn't believe it. He'd spent 9 million on these 3 stones. If they were all fakes, he'd be taking a huge loss. Impossible. There must be some other crucial element I haven't grasped. This can't be fake. Liang Jun shook his head, still refusing to believe it. Meanwhile, Yui was in high spirits. His 1,200 pieces of jade had turned into 9 million yuan, bringing his total assets well over 10 million. However, this sum only covered half of Yun Wanxiu's needs. She required 20 million to take her father abroad for treatment. That meant Yui still needed to secure another 10 million. He had 2 ideas in mind. The first was the painting project he'd been preparing for a long time. The second was to go directly to the Black Dragon Society and get a large sum. But his resolve wasn't strong enough yet. Relying solely on brute force to seize it would be far too dangerous. He had considered replicating their previous heist on the Zhongxing Society's casino, locating the money vault, breaching the wall, and taking the cash directly. But if caught, the charges would be severe. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to focus on painting first. So every afternoon after school, he'd go home and video chat with Yun Wanxiu. They'd paint remotely together, she taught earnestly, and he studied diligently. Yun Wanxiu was no longer in Lingjiang City. She had heard the rumors Liang Jun had sent people searching everywhere for her, so she had moved to a neighboring city. Her father was being looked after by the family's maid, so there was no need to worry about him. Yuni asked her if she wasn't worried the housekeeper might betray her. She assured him the housekeeper was trustworthy, explaining she was a distant relative. Before her father's troubles, he had been very kind to that family, and they would never betray her.
Moreover, not long ago, Liang Jun had sent people to her home.
It was precisely the housekeeper who had covered for her, deceiving those men.
Chapter 134, The Original. Come on, let me see what you've painted. Adjust the camera angle.
Yun Wanqiu called out from the other side.
Alright. Lu Yi immediately adjusted the camera to focus on his painting.
This time, they had painted a landscape. After a few glances, Yun Wanqiu exclaimed with delight, "Wow, your progress is truly remarkable.
Your skill is almost on par with mine now."
She then focused her own camera on her painting and added, "You truly have talent.
Even with remote video instruction, you can still paint exactly like mine." Thank goodness, thank goodness. What's fortunate? Yui asked. Thank goodness you weren't born in ancient times. Why? You fool.
If you'd been born in ancient times, the history of Chinese painting would have gained another master of imitation. And if you'd lived then, your work would be so lifelike, later generations might never tell the difference between your copies and the originals. Hearing these words, Yui felt a flicker of pride. He could sense his own progress. In truth, when he first began painting, he had held back slightly. He could have painted better, more lifelike, but he deliberately reserved some of his true skill, not wanting Yun Wanqiu to know. First, he feared Yun Wanqiu might later say something like, "I can't teach you anymore," or "There's nothing left for me to teach you." Second, he was planning to emulate Zhang Daqian's The Lady of the Crimson Brocade and wanted to surprise her with it.
After each video call ended, Yui would personally redraw the entire piece himself.
He had painted the Lady Red Robe countless times before, mastering every intricate detail. As the saying goes, reading 100 times reveals the meaning, a principle equally applicable to painting. Similarly, painting the same piece dozens or even hundreds of times leads to mastery through repetition, allowing one to grasp its essence.
Unfolding a sheet of Xian paper, Yui began to paint with fluid strokes. In less than half an hour, a Dunhuang-style Lady Hongfu emerged. Holding this painting and comparing it to high-resolution images found online, Louis felt they were indistinguishable. Moreover, his style was entirely modeled after Zhang Daqian, with every detail meticulously replicated.
Though he felt satisfied with the painting, he wondered how it would fare under the scrutiny of an expert.
After pondering, Yui decided to take the painting to school the next day and seek guidance from Chen Yingxi's painting instructor.
Their art teacher was highly skilled. He'd simply tell him the painting was brought back from the capital, without revealing the artist's identity. He'd see how the teacher critiqued it.
The next day, Louis took Wu Tao out for another morning run.
Wu Tao had stuck with it these past few days, showing remarkable perseverance. However, he could only jog around the residential compound, while Yui headed straight to Chen Yingxi's home to grab some steak. This daily routine had become an unbreakable habit. When school started, he headed straight for the back playground. Their painting class would be there every morning, sketching away. Sure enough, his arrival led to an encounter. Chen Yingxi spotted him from afar and waved, assuming he'd come to find her. Louis ran over, exchanged a few greetings with her, and explained he was actually here to see her teacher.
"Oh? You're holding a painting? Who drew it?" Chen Yingxi asked curiously.
Louis smiled, handed her the painting, and said, "Take a look."
"Who do you think painted this?"
Chen Yingxi took the painting, unfolded it, and glanced at it a few times. She recognized it instantly. "This is Zhang Daqian's The Lady Red Flute."
"You actually recognize it?"
"Of course.
I'm a true lover of traditional Chinese painting.
I've seen most of the masterpieces by famous artists, so I remember them. However, while your style is remarkably similar, almost indistinguishable from the real thing, the brushwork and ink traces look fresh."
Louis nodded, thinking to himself, just as I expected.
Even if you can paint with uncanny realism, you still need to age the brush and ink traces in the end. Otherwise, even an enthusiast like Chen Yingxi can tell it's a new work.
Could it be by some master painter? Master Zhang Daqian passed away many years ago. It couldn't possibly be his own work. Chen Yingxi remarked.
"I don't know who painted it either. It's just that we had this painting at home, so I thought I'd bring it for your teacher to see."
Lu Yi replied. "Oh." Chen Yingxi handed the painting back to Yui. Yui then went to find their teacher.
The teacher remained as stern as ever, wearing a perpetually expressionless face. Yet upon seeing Louis arrive, especially with the painting in hand, a hint of interest flickered in his eyes.
"What? You brought that treasured painting from your home?" "Not exactly. This painting was brought back from the capital by my family. I don't know who painted it, but it looks very similar to the one we treasure at home. So I brought it today hoping you might recognize the artist." Lu Yi respectfully handed over the painting.
The teacher took the painting and immediately unfolded it.
As the entire work came into view, he nodded approvingly and praised, "The brushwork is exquisite and lifelike. Were it not for the fresh ink, one might almost mistake it for the genuine article."
That was a very fair assessment. Louis had been painting and practicing every single day for the past few days. With his extraordinary memory and control, if all this effort yielded no results, he might as well find a block of tofu and smash his head against it. Hearing his teacher now praise the work so highly, Yi felt a surge of confidence. It seems I can truly use that 1940s paper to paint a red flute girl so convincing it could fool anyone.
"Really? You think so too, teacher? Yui asked, feigning surprise. The teacher grew more and more interested as he looked. You mean this painting was brought back from the capital by your family? Truly, the capital is full of talented people with extraordinary painting skills.
If Mr. Zhang Daqian hadn't passed away in the 1980s, it would almost be mistaken for an original.
At least, that's what I think, the teacher said, unable to put it down. In that case, my family didn't make a bad purchase. Even if it's a forgery, one that achieves this level of realism is certainly worth the price, said Yui. How much did your family pay for it? The teacher inquired.
Louis scratched his head. He hadn't told a single truth from start to finish, and now that the price was brought up, it was genuinely awkward to answer. Because this wasn't something his family brought back from the capital at all, he'd painted it himself. After some thought, he gave a conservative figure. I think it was around 100,000 yuan. He dared not quote too high, fearing the teacher might secretly think him an idiot knowingly buying a fake at such a high price. But he also couldn't dare to quote too low, lest it seem cheap. To his surprise, upon hearing the figure of 100,000 yuan, the teacher suddenly raised an eyebrow and said to Yui, could you discuss with your family about transferring this painting to me? I'm willing to purchase it for 500,000 yuan. Chapter 135, A Turtle in a Jar. This stunned Louis. He'd expected the teacher to mock him, but instead, the art instructor suddenly expressed interest in buying the painting. I can't decide this on my own, Louis replied. I'll need to discuss it with my family. Very well. You may take your time discussing it with your family. As for the price, we can certainly negotiate. The painting master ran his fingers along the edges of the work, reluctant to let it go. Seeing this, Yui surmised that the painting he had created was likely worth far more than 500,000. If it fell into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, they might even age it artificially and pass it off as an authentic masterpiece at auction. This thought made him decide immediately, this painting absolutely couldn't be sold. At least not until the genuine masterpiece he had painted came into the world. After all, it was painted on modern paper, making it far more likely to be identified as a forgery. Once a fake appeared on the market, his genuine work would face heightened scrutiny upon its release. Potential buyers would scrutinize it from every angle, analyzing and researching it thoroughly, rather than making impulsive, lavish purchases. It was a chain reaction. All right, Professor. If my family agrees to sell, I'll contact you immediately. All right, I'll leave you my number. If your family is willing to sell, you can contact me directly anytime. The teacher spoke with palpable excitement, making no effort to conceal his desire for the painting. All right, I should head to class now, teacher. Here, take the painting back. Hearing that Yui was heading to class, the art teacher reluctantly rolled up the painting and returned it to him. Louis took the painting, bid farewell to Chening, and headed back to the classroom building. After the art teacher's appraisal, Louis's confidence was completely restored. Tonight, he would paint the genuine piece and then contact the art teacher to ask for help finding a way to sell the painting through those channels. Back in the classroom, lessons resumed. It was already late May, and June would arrive in just 2 days. June 7th marked the college entrance exam date. Counting on his fingers, he realized it was just over a week away. The exam would be upon them before he knew it. Senior year was drawing to a close. While his classmates were frantically cramming, Yui remained remarkably relaxed. He had already mastered everything he needed to know. As long as the Dragon Soul Amber didn't malfunction during the exam, he was confident he could get into Purple University or Beijing University. As for Wu Tao, if the kid gets lucky and ends up in the same exam room as him, he might be able to give him a hand. Otherwise, given his level, unless he pulls some strings, he'll only be able to get into third-rate universities or maybe not even that. After the second class ended, Yui and Wu Tao habitually stood in the hallway, watching the endless stream of white legs passing by. Summer was the best season. Stocking-clad legs were everywhere, a true blessing for leg enthusiasts. When it came to beautiful legs, everyone agreed that teacher Chen Ruoi possessed the most stunning pair in the school. Her legs were long and shapely, straight yet slender. Whether she wore white or black stockings, she embodied the very essence of seduction. Just then, Yui and Wu Tao happened to catch sight of her descending from the teaching building, heading back to her office. She wore a professional suit, black stockings hugging her calves, a well-tailored short skirt accentuating her pert curves, and high heels that lent her an elegance that was simply mesmerizing to watch. Wu Tao suddenly remarked, Brother E, have you noticed? It seems like all the beauties around here have the surname Chen. Take Chening-si, for instance, or Chen Xiaoling from our class, and then there's teacher Chen Ruoi. Louis shot him a look and said, in Lingjiang City, Chen is a common surname. There are naturally many Chens. What's so strange about that? But teacher Chen Ruoi is so gorgeous, and she doesn't seem to have a boyfriend. That's kinda weird. You think she might be, different? Bull. But we've never seen her get close to any guy, have we? Would anyone actually tell you if they had a boyfriend? Wu Tao scratched his head, sighed, and said, too bad. We'll graduate soon. Once we do, we'll never see her again. After that, he licked his lips and added, I heard college is way more open. People just hook up over the slightest thing, heh? Honestly, it sounds way more exciting.
Lu Yi shot him a look of utter contempt. Wu Tao, however, perked up. How's things going with Chun-Ing? Did you hook up yet? You. Hey, I'm serious. You gotta get it on while you have the chance. If you miss it, you'll regret it later. Wu Tao lowered his voice and added, I heard that a lot of women remember the guy who took their virginity for the rest of their lives. Even if he's not the one they end up with, they can't forget him. Who told you that? Yui asked. Wu Tao mumbled vaguely, some guy named Mo Lang said it. Who's Mo Lang? Lu Yi frowned, finding the name odd. Just some womanizer I read about in a book, Wu Tao replied. Clearly, the books he read weren't exactly reputable. Get lost. What's meant for you will come to you. What isn't meant for you, what's the point of forcing it? Why harm others, said Yui, speaking his mind. Otherwise, when Yun Wanxiu offered herself a few days ago, he would have accepted her long ago. Yun Wanxiu's figure, her skin, her face, she was more beautiful than Chen Ruoi, with longer legs and fairer skin. As a man, he'd gladly trade 10 years of his life for a night with her. Yet Yui did not. He held fast to his principles, refusing to take advantage of her vulnerability. Of course, while he didn't seize the grand opportunity, he did take a small one. That was also the first time Yui had been intimate with a woman. The sensation lingered in his dreams countless times. But those were all dreams about spring dreams, to be precise. And the object of those dreams was Yun Wanxiu. That day, after class ended, Yui and Wu Tao headed home early. Before going home, Wu Tao slipped into an internet cafe. Yui returned alone, closed the door, and began to paint. Yet beneath the surface of apparent tranquility, a storm was brewing. Wu Tao entered an internet cafe near the Lin residence. Just as he sat down in a private booth to boot up his computer for gaming, the door suddenly swung open. Over 20 people stood outside, one of them with a black eye and swollen face. Pointing at Wu Tao, he declared, Guys, this is that kid's cousin. Grab him, he'll make sure the kid cooperates. Chapter 136, The End. Wu Tao had just put on his headphones, ready to play a round of League of Legends, when he turned his head and saw this lineup. He was utterly dumbfounded. Damn it, you come out here. Several men lunged forward, grabbing Wu Tao and forcibly dragging him out of the private room. Wu Tao naturally resisted, but that only made things worse. The moment he fought back, he was met with a barrage of punches and kicks. Faced with over 20 attackers all at once, he was utterly defenseless. Soon, blood streamed from Wu Tao's nose as he curled up on the floor, clutching his stomach and gritting his teeth in pain. I'm warning you, behave yourself. If you don't listen, you'll regret it. The man, his face a bruised mess, issued a solemn warning. Who the hell are you? What do you want? Wu Tao gritted his teeth, forcing out the words through the pain. Who we are? That's none of your business. Now get up and walk. They tried to drag Wu Tao away. At that moment, some people from the internet cafe arrived. The owner and Wu Tao were acquainted. After all, Wu Tao was a regular customer who frequently came to play games here. Now that Wu Tao had gotten into trouble in his establishment, the owner couldn't just stand by and watch. He stepped forward immediately and said, Gentlemen, let's talk this out. A gentleman uses words, not fists. Whatever the issue is, we can discuss it calmly. Why resort to violence? He tried to help Wu Tao up. But the moment he moved, he was met with a kick from the other side. You. Gentlemen use their mouths, not their fists? I'm no gentleman, I'm a thug. Thugs use their fists, not their mouths. Got that? The owner took the kick, stumbling back several steps, his face darkening. He de-opened this place thanks to connections in the underworld. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. He just lowered his tone to reason with them, yet they shown him no respect. This is my shop. If you start something here, don't blame me for calling the cops. The owner pulled out his phone, ready to dial the emergency number. You're asking for trouble. The thugs swarmed forward, ready to fight. Meanwhile, several staff members from the internet cafe rushed over and blocked the thugs. You want to stick your nose in our business, huh? Fine. We'll remember this place. Next time, we'll come back and take care of you. As they spoke, several of them grabbed Wu Tao and dragged him out of the internet cafe. The owner wanted to help but couldn't. Outnumbered, he was powerless to intervene. All he could do was call the police to handle it. That much was decent of him. After being dragged out of the internet cafe, Wu Tao was shoved into a small van with his hands bound. Then they snatched his phone. One thug said, If you know what's good for you, call your cousin right now. Tell him to bring money and come rescue you. Otherwise, you're finished. Who the hell are you people? Wu Tao asked again. The question had barely left his lips when the other man suddenly punched him in the stomach. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. You don't need to know who we are. Your cousin will find out soon enough. The pain made Wu Tao's mouth fill with stomach acid, choking out tears. He had speculated about their identities, either members of the Zhongxing Society or the Black Dragon Society. Recently, Yui had only crossed these two groups. If it were the Zhongxing Society, 8 out of 10 chances pointed to Mad Dog's crew, but Mad Dog's men were usually well dressed, while these thugs looked more like street punks. Their style actually resembled the North City Black Dragon Society. Still, he couldn't be certain. Hurry up, hit him. The thugs demanded forcefully. Wu Tao's hands were bound, but his fingers remained free. He picked up his phone, better safe than sorry, and dialed Yu Yi's number right in front of them. The call connected quickly. Hello, Wu Tao. What is it? I'm busy. At that moment, Yu Yi was painting in his room. He was using that piece of 1940s paper he'd bought for 2,000 yuan, the one he intended to pass off as an authentic masterpiece, so he was deeply focused. Seeing it was Wu Tao calling, he almost hung up immediately. But then he thought about it. Wu Tao rarely called him unless something was wrong. So he pressed answer. Brother E, Wu Tao called out. What is it? Speak. Wu Tao opened his mouth, unsure how to begin. He wanted to hint at his situation and get Yu Yi to call the police, but his mind wasn't working fast enough to come up with a subtle way to phrase it. The thugs couldn't stand by and watch. Snatching the phone, one shouted, Hey, you bastard surnamed Lu. Your cousin is in our hands now. If you want him back, get your ass out here with the money. Who the hell are you? Lu Yi's tone turned grave upon hearing the unfamiliar voices, their clear tone of kidnapping and extortion. Who we are? Ha! Forgot us already? Doesn't matter. Just get the money here now. You've got half an hour. If you're not here with the cash in 30 minutes, I'll break one of your cousin's bones for every minute you're late. You decide. The thug said coldly. Where are you? How much do you want? Yu Yi gritted his teeth. Hearing this, the thug suddenly covered the phone and turned to the others. How much? He's asking how much we want. What do you think? Damn it, not a single 10,000 yuan note. Tell him to get lost. Damn, 10,000? We should at least get 11,000. Then let's make it 12,000, round numbers only. As the group argued, the thug with the black eye suddenly snapped, Damn it, don't you have any backbone? You want to settle this for just over 10 grand? You know how much this kid's cousin shelled out to beat us up outside Hongtian Entertainment? Damn it, I heard he spent a full 40 grand. This kid's cousin is loaded. Hell, we need at least 100 grand this time, and Xinga's medical bills should be included. 100 grand? Holy, I like that number. We're demanding 100 grand. For these low-level thugs, 100,000 was astronomical. They were the scum of the underworld, scraping by on a few hundred or 1,000 yuan a month. 100 grand? That kind of money was beyond their wildest dreams. After conferring with his partners, the thug holding the phone finally released the receiver. Listen up, he said. Bring 100 grand to bail out your cousin. You've got 30 minutes. 1 minute late and I'll break one of his bones. The place is the North City Gymnasium. North City Gymnasium? You're Black Dragon Society, aren't you? Yu Yi instantly guessed their origins. North City was Black Dragon territory. Their choice of the gymnasium spoke volumes. So what if we are? Kid, the grudge between us runs deep. Today is the day we settle it, the thug snarled. Chapter 137, 100,000. And listen, kid, don't even think about calling the cops. If we catch wind of it, your cousin's life is over. Got it? Bring the full amount too. If you're short even 100, you'll regret it. The thug warned menacingly. Don't get carried away. You just want money? I'll bring it to you. Lu Yi retorted, setting down his paintbrush, his anger palpable. The Black Dragon Society had stooped to such underhanded tactics. Unable to act in the West District, they'd captured Wu Tao, intending to lure him to the South City. They probably suspect Yi Yi has ties to the Qiongqi Society, so they came up with this scheme. You have half an hour. Manage your time. The thug hung up, leaving only the busy tone in the receiver. Louis tucked his phone away, genuinely furious. He'd intended to settle down and finish this painting in peace, but now this had happened. The Black Dragon Society truly never gave up their thieving ways. Having failed twice to harm him, they now resorted to such underhanded tactics to blackmail him. If you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. But you keep pushing my buttons. Tonight, I'll make every one of you regret it. Louis dragged the box out from under his bed, stuffed 100,000 yuan into a bag, then hurried downstairs. He dashed to the backyard, hopped on his three-wheeled motorcycle, and sped off toward the North City Gymnasium. From Xicheng District to Beicheng Stadium, taking the main roads would take about 40 minutes. If he drove fast and took shortcuts, he could make it in 20 minutes. The Black Dragon Society had given Yui only half an hour, so he had no choice but to take the back roads. 20 minutes later, his three-wheeler rumbled to a stop near the North City Stadium, parked in a concealed spot. He didn't enter the stadium immediately. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number first. Where are you guys? Where are you? You're here? Head straight to the basketball court behind the stadium. The guys are waiting for you there, replied the thug. Is my cousin okay? Put him on the phone. Lu Yi demanded. All right. Pizzi said, then handed the phone to Wu Tao. Wu Tao called out, Brother Yi, unsure what else to say. Are you okay? Lu Yi asked. No, I'm fine. They just tied me up, haven't done anything yet, Wu Tao said. No sooner had he finished speaking than his phone was snatched away. The punk said, he might be fine now, but we only have 6 minutes left of our agreed half hour. If you don't hurry up, I can't guarantee he'll stay that way. Beep beep. Louis hung up the phone and walked along the fence for a while until he spotted the basketball court. The gym's perimeter was an old-fashioned fence made of steel bars, not particularly tall. Ivy vines covered the fence, lush and green. Through the gaps, he could see the bright lights on the basketball court. Over 20 people were gathered around a hoop, chatting idly. And there, bound to the hoop, was a figure. No need to guess it was Wu Tao. With over 20 of them, I can't take them on alone. Xiao Yun, this time it's up to you. As Yui spoke, he suddenly scaled the fence. From his dantian, Zhao Yun responded, My lord, do you intend to invoke the spirit manifestation? Yes. Yui answered decisively. The spirit manifestation can only last a minute at most. If you want me to take down all 20 plus of them within that minute, I'll need a weapon, Zhao Yun stated. What kind of weapon? Lu Yi glanced around. He hadn't brought any real weapons, so he could only look for something nearby that might serve as one. Naturally, a spear. Zhao Yun answered. His greatest skill lay in wielding the long spear, a weapon that could rival Lu Bu's Fang Tian Huaji. Alright. Lu Yi scanned the area but found no long objects. He fixed his gaze on the fence, suddenly exerting brute strength with both hands. He wrenched a steel rebar from the fence thicker than a thumb and about 5 feet long. Would this suffice as a spear? Though it may lack length, it's more than sufficient to deal with these minor foes, Zhao Yun declared confidently. Very well. Louis concealed the rusty rebar behind his back, clutching the 100,000 yuan, and approached the group of over 20 men. The men were all checking the time on their phones, muttering under their breath, damn it, still not here. Half an hour's already passed. Call and hurry them up. Damn it, if they don't show up, we'll break his cousin's legs first. As they chatted idly, Wu Tao's face turned pale with fear. He certainly didn't want to end up in a wheelchair. No need to rush me. I'm here. Yui stepped out from the lawn, his voice booming. Hearing the voice, the group immediately turned to look. Over 20 men instantly spread out, seemingly afraid Louis would escape, encircling him. Oh ho, you actually showed up. And alone, kid. You've got guts. The thug who'd made the call demanded, where's the money? Did you bring it? Louis flung the plastic bag in his hand skyward. It burst open, and red bills began cascading down like a shower of cash. The thug's eyes went wide at the sight of so much cash dancing through the air. Money! So much money! So much money! Over 20 men immediately rushed to grab the cash, completely ignoring Yui. After all, these were low-level thugs, they'd never seen this much money before. Now it was raining down before their eyes, and they naturally went wild for it. Louis seized the moment to reach the basketball hoop and untie Wu Tao. As he unwound the ropes, Wu Tao's limbs were numb from being bound. Once freed, he immediately shouted, Brother-y, let's go. Quick! But after taking just 2 steps, his legs gave way. The tight bonds had left his limbs numb, nearly devoid of sensation, making movement extremely difficult. Don't rush. Sit down and rest. But ego, if we don't leave now, we won't make it out. This North City is their turf. There are only about 20 of them here now, but this North City is Black Dragon Society territory. With a single call, neither of us might make it out of North City today. I brought 100,000 yuan here. That money wasn't easy to earn. If I brought 100,000, I'm taking 100,000 back. Yi patted Wu Tao's shoulder, urging him to sit down and relax. Meanwhile, those 20-odd thugs had already divided up the 100,000 yuan. Their pockets bulged with cash, but they hadn't forgotten their old grudges. One thug, his face swollen and bruised, pointed at Louis and shouted, Kid, even if you brought 100 grand today, that's one thing. But we still have scores to settle for what you did to Xing last time, and for how you set us up outside Hongtian Entertainment City. We're not done with you yet. Chapter 138, Special Abilities. So how exactly do you propose we settle this debt? Louis asked, showing no fear but rather genuine interest. Wu Tao sat down as Louis instructed, his numb limbs finally easing slightly. Glancing up, he noticed a rusty rebar hidden behind Louis's arm. Clearly, Louis had come armed. He intended to fight these men. But, Brother E alone? Even if he wanted to fight, could he take on over 20 people? Wu Tao quickly counted the thugs, one by one, and found there were 24. 1 against 24? Was that really possible? It seemed hopeless. He wanted to urge Yi to leave quickly, but the thugs had already closed in. It looked like there was no escaping now, even if they wanted to. Xing's arm was shot through by you. That's the first score to settle. Then outside Hongtian Entertainment City, so many of our brothers suffered heavy losses, and Xing took another brutal beating, all 4 limbs broken. You're a pretty vicious little bastard. Since that's the case, an eye for an eye today, we're going to cripple your limbs too, so you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. With that, the leader of the thugs gave a signal, and over 20 brothers immediately responded, Guys, move. Make me spend the rest of my life in a wheelchair? Ha! You asked for it. An eye for an eye. If that's how you want to play it, I'll play right back. Lu Yi's hand shot out, revealing the rusty rebar.
In the dim, late-night lighting, he had concealed the rusted rebar behind his back when he entered earlier, and no one had noticed. Now exposed, it drew shouts of outrage from the thugs. "You brought a weapon? You want to fight us head-on? Fine. Guys, beat him to death." The 24 men drew their own weapons cleavers, steel rods, and swarmed forward. Seeing their formation, Yui suddenly advanced instead of retreating. He charged forward 9 swift strides, then pressed his left hand to his chest and murmured softly, "Spirit Guardian, manifest." As the words left his lips, Yui's body trembled, and a silver light seemed to flash in his eyes. In an instant, his entire aura seemed to transform completely. Wu Tao watched from afar, observing his back in this moment, feeling a vague sense of unfamiliarity. "Strike!" Yui commanded softly. His body ceased to be under his own control, now guided by his guardian spirit, Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun moved with the grace of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger. The rusted rebar danced like serpents through the air. Whoosh! In the dim sky, shadows of the rusted steel seemed to fill every corner. Wherever he charged, bodies fell instantly. When a machete swung at him, Zhao Yun raised his arm horizontally. The rebar instantly pierced the attacker's wrist. With a fierce jerk, the man let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed to the ground. In the next instant, Zhao Yun swept the rusted rebar low across the ground, shattering the legs of 7 or 8 attackers in one fluid motion. The assault of over 20 men was defused in mere moments. Half of them were knocked down, their leg bones shattered. The remaining attackers, terrified by his ferocity, turned and fled. Oomph! A low snort escaped Yui's lips as he gave chase. 1 strike per target, he knocked them all to the ground. Not a single one of the 24 escaped unscathed, arms or legs shattered. A cacophony of screams filled the air. Wu Tao's eyes widened. Yui's ferocity shattered his expectations once more. Holy egu, is this brutal? 1 man against 24, reducing them to squealing like slaughtered pigs. This was undoubtedly fiercer than Ip Man in the movies. Seeing this, Wu Tao suddenly found his legs moving with surprising agility. He dashed out, snatched a cleaver, and rushed over to the fallen men. He rummaged through their pockets, stripping them of every last coin they'd collected. He even ripped the shirt off one of them to use as a makeshift bag, stuffing all the money inside. "Don't move. 1 wrong move and I'll cut you down." Wu Tao brandished the machete to intimidate the injured men, stripping them of every last coin. After robbing all 24 of them, he discovered the money included 10 yuan and 5 yuan notes. Even their pocket change had been taken. "Brother E, we've got all the money, not a single note missing," Wu Tao shouted excitedly. But E, propped up by a rusty rebar, looked utterly exhausted. The time for the spirit's manifestation had ended. In the past, he would have immediately fallen into a deep sleep. Fortunately, his recent training had improved his stamina, and he carried snacks like candy and beef jerky. Sugar quickly replenished his energy, while beef jerky provided essential protein. Chewing steadily, he devoured everything in his pockets before finally feeling somewhat revitalized. "Let's go," he barked, then turned to exit the way they'd entered. Wu Tao trotted along behind him. Both men scaled the wall one after the other. But by the time they reached the tricycle, Yui could hold on no longer. The small amount of sugar in beef jerky wasn't enough to keep him awake for long. It only gave him a brief moment of clarity. Brother E, what's wrong?" Wu Tao saw him collapse and quickly caught him, lifting him onto the tricycle. He touched Yi's forehead, not feverish. He checked his breathing steady. Scanning his body, he found no injuries or signs of excessive blood loss. It immediately occurred to him, Brother E had been like this last time too. He'd slept for several hours before waking up. This time would probably be the same. With that thought, he rode the tricycle back toward the western city. Instead of returning home, he headed to the banks of the Lingjiang River, parked the vehicle there, and decided to wait for Lu Yi to wake up. He waited for 3 hours. 3 hours later, Yi did indeed wake up. The moment he opened his eyes, he seemed perfectly fine. Wu Tao's mind was filled with confusion. "Brother E, what exactly is going on with you? Can you tell me? What situation?" "It's that every time you pull off one of your amazing feats, you pass out afterward. Last time at the Zhongxing Society Casino to get the money, you did it. This time too. It can't be a coincidence, right?" Wu Tao wasn't stupid, he was just lazy and playful. But after so many startling incidents, he clearly sensed something different about Yi. At the very least, this wasn't the Yi he'd known since childhood. Faced with Wu Tao's questions, Yui didn't want to answer. But he thought, if the Black Dragon Society did this once, they might do it again. This time they kidnapped Wu Tao, could they kidnap Uncle next? Given the Black Dragon Society's modus operandi, it wasn't beyond the realm of possibility. With that thought, he sighed softly and said, "If I told you I've gained supernatural abilities, would you believe me?" Chapter 139, The Speed of Qiongqi. "I'd believe it." Wu Tao's reply was simple and direct, his innocent eyes brimming with absolute conviction. "You believe that?" Lu Yi shot him a disbelieving look. Wu Tao declared earnestly, "If this were before, I might not believe anything you said. But now? I believe everything. Because if you didn't have special abilities, how else could you suddenly become a completely different person?
You've pulled off those money-making schemes time and again, something no ordinary person could manage.
Plus, you've never trained in martial arts, yet you just took on 24 opponents single-handedly.
I saw it.
Your techniques were professional, definitely not something you could master without a teacher.
Professional?
The fighting techniques Louis displayed just now were more than just professional, they were Zhao Yun's own moves. He is one of the 5 tiger generals of Shu, commanding countless troops. With his martial prowess, even training 1,000,000 soldiers would be child's play. That rusty rebar you wielded earlier was so dazzling, I couldn't even follow it. Honestly, compared to Ip Man in the movies, you're dozens of times stronger.
After Wu Tao finished speaking, he stared at Louis with burning eyes and asked, "Brothery, you really have special abilities? What kind of power is it?" Louis remained silent, already mentally consulting Zhao Yun. "My lord, do you wish to share some of your abilities with your cousin?" Zhao Yun inquired. "Exactly.
Now that we've crossed paths with the Black Dragon Society, they've caused us trouble once. There could be a second, third, or fourth time. If I rely solely on myself, I might fend them off at first, but I won't last forever. It's better to share some power with Wu Tao, giving him at least the strength to protect himself."
Lu Yi explained.
He had discussed this with Zhao Yun before, but at that time, they both agreed Wu Tao was unfit for such power. Wu Tao was too impulsive, granting him this special ability might inflate his ego, and once inflated, he could easily lose himself. "But lord, your cousin is indeed rather impetuous. Granting him power now might not be beneficial for him," Zhao Yun cautioned.
After pondering, Yui replied, "I can grant him power that isn't overwhelming, just enough for self-defense.
That way, we needn't fear his arrogance." Zhao Yun pondered briefly, then relented. "If your lordship wishes to grant him amber essence enough for self-defense without inflating his ego, then E-grade amber would be most suitable."
Grade E? What does grade E mean? The so-called E grade actually refers to the ABCDE classification system. I've named it using units more familiar to your era, Lord. The ABC tiers are exceptionally potent.
A grade amber possesses 3/10 of the mother amber's power, B grade holds 2/10, and C grade contains 1/10. D grade amber possesses 1/15 of the mother amber's power, while E grade holds 1/20.
Zhao Yun explained. So that means ABC grades are stronger, while E and D grades possess very weak power? Correct. Back in the Shu Kingdom, there was a general named Wei Yan. You should know of him, Lord? Zhao Yun inquired. Of course I know him. Yui nodded.
Anyone who's studied history knows this man. He was a natural rebel, one of the most crucial generals in Shu's later years. He excelled in both offense and defense, was a skilled commander, and possessed strategic acumen. Consider this, by Shu's later years, warriors like Zheng Fei and Guan Yu had long turned to dust.
How many truly capable commanders remained? Wei Yan was undoubtedly among the very first.
During the northern expeditions, he repeatedly urged Zhuge Liang to grant him 10,000 elite troops to launch a surprise assault into Guangzhou, then converge with Zhuge Liang at Tong Pass.
Yet Zhuge Liang consistently refused. To most, Wei Yan appeared inherently rebellious, a natural-born insurgent.
Yet he was profoundly wronged. From start to finish, he was viewed through tinted glasses, all because of a single remark by Zhuge Liang.
Serving under Zhuge Liang, Wei Yan was a talent wasted. Though everyone hailed Zhuge Liang as brilliant, the real Zhuge Liang might not have been so brilliant after all. He was excessively cautious, lacking the spirit of adventure. 30 years later, a Wei general named Deng Ai emerged. Fighting for Wei, he launched a surprise attack against Shu using a strategy similar to Wei Yan's and succeeded. Ultimately, Shu was conquered. Wei Yan first obtained amber from the veteran general Huang Zhong, then acquired another piece from Guan Yu. Possessing 2 A-grade amber pieces, he became a formidable force. What? Dual A-grade amber? Can one person truly possess 2 amber pieces? Of course. No wonder Wei Yan was so formidable. Yui nodded. Wei Yan's strength had earned Guan Yu's deep admiration at the time, and rumors claimed the two shared a close personal bond. Some even said they were mirror images of each other, so strikingly similar were they. In the Three Kingdoms Chronicles, Guan Yu was described as having a complexion like a deep red plum, phoenix-like eyes, and arched eyebrows. Wei Yan was similarly described as having a complexion like a deep red plum. The two were remarkably similar, and Wei Yan also wielded a long sword. It was precisely because Guan Yu admired him that he bestowed upon him the Grade A Amber. When Liu Bei was bestowing titles upon the 5 tiger generals, Guan Yu learned that the final selections were Guan, Zhang, Zhao, Ma, and Huang. He immediately voiced his dissatisfaction. He declared that a true warrior would never share the same rank with an old soldier for life, clearly dissatisfied with Huang Zhong's inclusion. In truth, Huang Zhong was no weakling. During the Battle of Changsha, Guan Yu nearly fell to Huang Zhong's arrows, only spared by Huang's mercy. This was one reason for Guan Yu's resentment toward Huang Zhong. But there was a second reason. He held Wei Yan in higher regard, believing Wei Yan was more deserving than Huang Zhong. Though Wei Yan only obtained a AA grade amber, who dared claim he was weak in combat at that time. My lord, if you wish to share power with your cousin, it would be best to grant him an E grade. Though E grade power is weak, it suffices for self-defense.
Take those two Lu gentlemen you encountered last time. Their amber was E grade, more than enough to handle ordinary people, Zhao Yun advised.
Yue nodded in agreement. Those two Lu gentlemen were indeed formidable. Though they possessed only E grade amber, they wielded two distinct abilities, night vision and the skill to fire arrows in rapid succession. Back at the museum, Yue had been chased relentlessly by one of them. Had Zhao Yun not intervened, Yue would have been in grave danger. If I separate the E grade sub-amber, what abilities might Wu Tao gain? Lu Yi inquired. Since the sub-amber of the Crimson Eagle Amber possesses two abilities, shouldn't the sub-amber of my Qiongqi Amber also have two? Yes. Zhao Yun replied. Qiongqi Amber has never produced a sub-amber before, but I know that if it did, it would possess at least the strength of 9 oxen and the speed of Qiongqi. Chapter 140, hoping it wasn't a mistake. The strength of 9 oxen and the speed of the Qiongqi? Yue knew of the strength of 9 oxen, the full power being the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. Yet that second tiger's strength wasn't easily attained. It was a special ability activated only through rage or intense emotion. And only the Mother Amber possessed this power. Z Amber possessing the strength of 9 oxen is already quite remarkable, but as for the speed of the Qiongqi, what exactly is that? The true measure of Qiongqi's speed is teleportation, a feat Zihu could never replicate. Yet even so, if Qiongqi Amber were to separate into an A-grade Qiongqi Amber, that A-grade entity would possess speed at least as swift as the wind, exceptionally fast. Even an E-grade specimen, when compared to the speed standards of your era, would possess at least Bruce Lee's level of speed. Zhao Yun stated this as a minimum threshold, implying it could be even greater. Records show Bruce Lee could deliver 9 punches and 6 kicks within a single second at terrifyingly rapid pace. He was the undisputed top martial artist in Hong Kong at the time, and Jeet Kune Do was his creation. Sammo Hung once expressed dissatisfaction with Bruce Lee, but before he could even move, Bruce Lee's foot was already heading for his face. That kind of speed was completely beyond his reach. But I can't use teleportation now. Can Amber still attain the Qiongqi speed? Yue asked curiously. The ability to teleport was too godlike. It allowed one to traverse space and reach any desired location. But precisely because it was so godlike, it came with limitations, requiring immense willpower to sustain. No, Zhao Yun replied. Both the Qiongqi speed and Z Amber's wind speed have limitations. When Mother Amber's wish power is insufficient, Z Amber's wind speed cannot be used. If Mother Amber's willpower is insufficient, she can't use it. So does that mean she shares her willpower with Mother Amber? Yes, but the number of times sub-amber can be used is limited. There are 5 tiers, A, B, C, D, and E. Tier A allows 5 uses per day, Tier B 4, and so on, with Tier E permitting only 1 use daily. Moreover, the willpower consumed is minimal. That's good to know. Yue remarked. If the daughter Amber could be used without restriction, it would eventually drain the Mother Amber's power completely. The existence of these limits allows us to control their usage. In that case, I'll separate an E-grade Qiongqi Amber for him. How do we separate it? Yue asked. Simple enough. My lord, purchase another piece of amber. Press it against your chest and channel your intent to transfer the power into it, Zhao Yun replied. Alright. Yue nodded. The method was straightforward. However, while he spoke with Zhao Yun, Wu Tao stared blankly. Watching Yue alternately smile and frown, he suddenly patted Yue's shoulder and asked, Brother Yi, what are you spacing out about? Lu Yi turned to face him. This ability grants me the strength of 9 oxen and the speed of the wind, he explained. But currently, I can't wield the wind-like speed. Of the 9 oxen strength, I can only muster the power of 1. However, I can share some of this power with you. Do you want it? Gulp. Wu Tao swallowed hard on the spot, then nodded his head like a chick pecking at grain. Yes. Then let me make this clear, once you receive this power, you must not use it for evil. If you do, I can take it back anytime, and you'll never get it again. Alright, I agree. Also, you mustn't become dependent on this power. Rely on yourself whenever possible, don't lean on it for everything. I agree to that too. And given your physique, even half-bull strength is too weak. You must train diligently from now on. I promise. And I promise. Behave yourself. I haven't even finished speaking yet, what are you agreeing to? Wu Tao smiled and said, Brother Yi, don't waste time. How exactly do I gain this power? I can't wait any longer. Whatever conditions you set, I'll agree to them. Even if I can't meet them, I'll strive to do so. He put on an earnest, determined look, as if even if he asked him to learn from Dong Suanrui and blow up a bunker right now, he'd pick up the explosive charge without hesitation. Alright, then head back. I'll grant you that power once you return. Great. Wu Tao was ecstatic. He let Yi sit in the back while he took the wheel. The 3-wheeled motorcycle hummed through the night. Since it wasn't yet 11 p.m., they made another trip to the antique street, this time specifically to buy amber. Yi bought 10 pieces at once, keeping them close at hand for any eventuality. Amber again? Yi, you don't seriously think those fools will pay such a high price to buy it again, do you? Wu Tao asked, puzzled. Although the 3 pieces of amber they bought last time sold for a sky-high price of 9 million, Wu Tao didn't think those people would be foolish enough to buy again. Louis didn't elaborate, simply instructing him to drive back. On the way, following Zhao Yun's advice, Louis took out a piece of amber, pressed it against his chest, and channeled his intent into it. Soon, the amber merged into his dantian. However, after circling within it, it flew out again, landing in his palm. Originally a smooth, ordinary piece of amber, it had transformed into a genuine, authentic Zhuang amber after circling within his dantian. Qiongqi Zhuang amber. Its form mirrored that of the Qiongqi amber, exactly a winged flying tiger with a ferocious face, still stained with traces of blood. So separating the sub-amber was this simple? Louis held the sub-amber in his palm, pondering whether to get one for his uncle too. His uncle knew nothing of this yet. Giving him one would likely spark endless questions. With Wu Tao possessing the sub-amber, protecting his uncle's household should pose little trouble. With this thought, the two brothers went upstairs upon arriving home and entered Yu Yi's room. As soon as the door closed, Louis handed the Qiongqi amber to Wu Tao. Here, take this. Ha? What was this? How could there be a tiger with wings? Wu Tao was astonished. It was undoubtedly amber, but Wu Tao had seen every piece of amber Louis had bought, all ordinary, unprocessed stones. Now, suddenly, this strange amber with a winged tiger appeared. Don't ask questions. Now cut your finger, drip the blood onto it, perform the blood recognition ritual, and then embed it into your chest. Louis said, handing him a small knife. A blood oath? Wu Tao held the knife, hesitating to go through with it. Finally, he cut a tiny sliver of skin, squeezed out a drop of blood, and dabbed it onto the amber. Then, as Yui instructed, he pressed it against his chest. The moment he pressed it, something bizarre happened. The amber vanished into his chest, transforming into a permanent brand. Holy! Is this some kind of ghostly trick? Wu Tao was utterly shocked. He frantically scratched at his chest, only to discover the mark was like a tattoo, impossible to wipe or rub off. It was deeply etched into his flesh. Don't panic. This is power, Louis warned sternly. I'm telling you, this power is known only to you. That includes the mark on your chest. You must never let anyone see it, understand? Otherwise, you risk death. Mother Amber possesses the ability to conceal, making the mark on your chest disappear as if it were never there. But the offspring Amber cannot. It cannot conceal itself. Therefore, whoever obtains the offspring Amber must be exceptionally cautious. If discovered, they will face grave trouble. After all, Wu Tao's amber originated from the Qiongqi amber. Since ancient times, this is the first time that Qiongqi amber has produced an offspring amber. It will undoubtedly arouse covetousness. Is this power? But where is it? Why can't I sense it? Wu Tao touched his chest, utterly bewildered. He truly felt no trace of power. Feel it carefully, Yi instructed him. Commune with the amber on your chest. Just tell it directly, give me power. The sub-amber contains no guardian spirit, its power can be drawn upon directly. Wu Tao licked his lips, then closed his eyes in a deeply reverent pose. He chanted, give me power. Give me power. Give me power. After repeating this 3 times, his entire right arm suddenly swelled to 3 or 4 times its original size. He threw a punch, landing it squarely on the desk in Yu Yi's room. Crash! The desk was punched through, leaving a gaping hole, while Wu Tao's own hand was scraped raw, blood trickling down. Take it easy. What the hell are you doing? You just wrecked my desk. Yu Yi shouted. Wu Tao, however, was exhilarated. Staring at his fist, he felt an urge to howl like a wolf. Holy, is this power? He screamed inwardly. This is power. I possess this power now. With this strength, who would dare mess with me? This power is too wild. No wonder you're so formidable, Yi. Wu Tao deeply felt the strength surging through his right arm, as if it were Bu Jingyun's legendary Qilin arm. He even had the illusion that he could kill a bull with a single punch. He imagined grabbing a staff and unleashing this power, he'd be unstoppable on the battlefield. Ha! Wu Tao couldn't contain his excitement, bursting into uncontrollable laughter that even Yi couldn't stop. He insisted on going out to test his newfound power, heading to the sandbag behind the residential complex. But before he could open the door, his eyes suddenly rolled back. Ego, he gasped, I feel so exhausted. What's going on? His body collapsed like a sack of mud, and he immediately fell asleep. Lu Yi shook his head. Wu Tao's will remain too weak. After gaining power, he'd become overly restless and unstable. I hope your choice, Lord, isn't a mistake, Zhao Yun suddenly interjected, his voice tinged with lingering concern for Wu Tao. Yi chuckled calmly. Regardless, he remains my own cousin. His family has always been kind to me. I'll keep an eye on him, nothing should go wrong. Besides, he's just acting like a child. When it comes to important matters, he knows what's at stake. With that, he hoisted Wu Tao onto his shoulders and carried him back to the adjacent room. Louis then returned to his own room, retrieved the unfinished painting, and resumed work. Tonight, it must be finished. Chapter 141, There is also affection. Before leaving home, Yui had already completed half of the painting of the Lady Red Flute. Now, picking up where he left off, he worked meticulously, ensuring every detail was perfected. Even the slightest flaw could be easily spotted by connoisseurs.
Fortunately, with his current level of skill, he could still maintain control. The entire painting progressed flawlessly up to this point, matching the high-definition printout he had printed out perfectly, without a single discrepancy. All told, it took him 4 hours. He had practiced this painting countless times, mastering it through repetition. The last time he completed it in just half an hour, even Qiongqi's art teacher had offered 50,000 yuan to purchase it. This time, he poured several times the effort into it, dedicating a full 4 hours. After applying the final stroke, Yui set down his brush and exhaled a long breath. The painting was complete, but the aging process still needed attention. Otherwise, the ink traces would give it away. Regarding the aging process, Yui had purchased several specialized books on the subject and planned to study them first. This was something he couldn't ask others for help with. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already past midnight. He quickly got up to sleep. By 4 in the morning, he sprang out of bed without Zhao Yun needing to wake him. His body clock had already adjusted to this rhythm. Stepping out of his room, he first headed to Wu Tao's quarters, intending to rouse him for training. But Wu Tao was snoring like a dead pig. His energy expenditure last night had been too great, and he likely hadn't recovered yet. Those who possess amber should have exceptionally strong digestive systems, right? Could Wu Tao also replenish his stamina and energy through food? Lu Yi inquired. Zhao Yun replied, yes, but your cousin unleashed the power of the amber seed for the first time yesterday. He suddenly exerted a force equivalent to a bull's strength without warning. He rarely exercises and has a weaker constitution than you. That level of power isn't something he can handle. This deep sleep might last until noon today. Well then, looks like I'll have to have a serious talk with that kid once he wakes up. Since Wu Tao couldn't wake up, Yui had no choice but to train alone. He strapped on the 150-pound weights and felt reasonably good. Initially, he'd only carried 100 pounds, gradually increasing the load daily as he adapted. Now, he'd reached 150 pounds. Zhao Yun had said this was the only way to achieve results quickly. Lu Yi himself felt his physical constitution had improved significantly. Otherwise, after the fight at the gym last night, he probably would have passed out. Is the duration of spirit manifestation really only 1 minute from start to finish? He sighed. If so, that's far too short, utterly insufficient. Fortunately, only about 20 people had kidnapped Wu Tao yesterday. If there had been more, he estimated that even using the spirit manifestation wouldn't have been enough to handle them all. Zhao Yun replied, the duration of spirit manifestation matches the length of time you can sustain your 9 bulls and 2 tigers' strength. However long you can endure that peak exertion, that's how long spirit manifestation will last. Currently, your limit is 1 minute. Even with your enhanced constitution, it remains 1 minute. The only difference is that with your improved physique, you won't collapse after that minute. You'll remain conscious. If only it could be extended to 5 minutes, 10 minutes, that would be ideal. Yui spoke with hopeful anticipation. Zhao Yun gave an ambiguous smile and replied, that depends entirely on you, my lord. In truth, you already possess the potential to extend this duration beyond 3 minutes. Oh? How? Yui pressed urgently. Zhao Yun reminded him, my lord, have you forgotten? When you first obtained the Qiongqi amber, I told you it required the blood of affection. Any woman who holds affection for you, if she offers a drop of blood from her ring finger and imprints it upon the mark on your chest, your power will be enhanced. Women who have affection for me? Don't be ridiculous. Who has affection for me now? Yui waved his hand dismissively. Zhao Yun continued, from what I've observed, that woman named Qiongqi is 80% likely to harbor affection for you. Furthermore, there's Yun Wanqiu, she too could very well feel something for you. If you simply ask them both to offer the blood from their ring fingers, the power of the Qiongqi amber will be amplified. Your usage time could then extend beyond 3 minutes. Hearing Zhao Yun mention Qiongqi and Yun Wanqiu, Yui couldn't help but smile bitterly. Don't joke about this. Qiongqi and I are merely ordinary friends. I've never sensed anything special from her, and we rarely interact outside of that. As for Sister Qiu, that's even less likely. Perhaps in her eyes, I'm still just a child. How could she possibly harbor feelings for me? Zhao Yun fell silent. His earlier words had been mere conjecture. Yet hearing Yui's analysis, he found it reasonable. After all, as a martial general, Zhao Yun was no expert in such delicate matters of the heart. After a long run, Yui arrived once more at the building where Qiongqi lived. A slender figure had been waiting there all along. Spotting him, she immediately stood up and handed him a large grocery bag from behind. Good morning, Yui greeted her before sitting down beside her. The girl beside him was, of course, Qiongqi. She looked at Yui with a smile and asked, don't you ever get tired of eating this every day? Not at all. Louis replied, starting to eat right in front of her. I really like it, how could I ever get tired of it? By the way, June is almost here. The college entrance exams start in just over a week. How's your review going? Qiongqi asked. Pretty well, Louis replied, still eating. Qiongqi let out a surprised oh, and said, I've seen people who aren't modest, but I've never seen anyone as unmodest as you. You're so confident. Do you already have absolute certainty that you'll get into Peking University and Tsinghua University?
Pretty much, Louis nodded, answering honestly. Qiongqi chuckled skeptically. I heard you suddenly transformed in the latter half of this semester. Your grades shot up like a rocket. I'm curious, were you genuinely underrated before, or did you discover some secret method? Louis thought for a moment before saying, actually, my grades weren't that bad to begin with. I guess I just suddenly got the hang of things in the latter half of the semester. How about you? How's your review going? Chapter 142, The Arrival. Me? I've been reviewing pretty well too.
Qiongqi replied with a smile, mimicking Louis's earlier tone.
Louis raised an eyebrow and mimicked her tone. I've seen people who aren't humble, but I've never seen anyone as unhumble as you. The moment the words left his mouth, both of them burst into laughter. By the way, has Mad Dog and his crew stopped bothering you? Louis asked.
No, at least not yet, Qiongqi shrugged. Anyway, this semester won't last much longer.
As long as their people don't come back while we're still in school, once we get into university, we probably won't stay in Lingjiang City much anyway. Louis said.
Qiongqi smiled faintly, but her expression suddenly turned bitter.
What's wrong? Louis noticed something was off.
Qiongqi glanced at him, bit her lip, and turned her head slightly away.
Maybe I won't be able to go to university. Why? Your grades are excellent.
If you take the exams, getting into a top university should be no problem, Louis frowned.
Qiongqi forced a smile.
But my dad needs someone to take care of him.
If I go to university, who will look after him?
You could hire a caregiver.
I know my father's condition better than anyone. Sometimes his health deteriorates suddenly. It's very dangerous. A caregiver might not be as attentive.
If they make a mistake, it would be irreparable, Qiongqi said helplessly.
Could we send uncle abroad for treatment? We tried that before, but neither domestic nor international medicine can cure this condition yet. It can only be managed.
Perhaps we have to rely on the patient himself for a miracle.
Qiongqi lowered her head. Louis sighed softly. Her father's situation seemed even worse than Yun Wanshou's father's.
Though Yun Wanshou's father had always been in poor health, at least there was hope for treatment.
With enough money, he could undergo surgery promptly.
Once his organs were replaced, he could still enjoy several happy years.
Qiongqi's situation, however, was far more complicated. This disease currently had no cure, neither domestically nor internationally. That meant even with money, it would be useless.
For a moment, Yui was at a loss for words, feeling only profound regret.
With Qiongqi's academic achievements, getting into a good university was entirely within her reach.
She was a naturally gifted student, and the thought of her being unable to attend if she got in was truly a waste. But don't worry, Qiongqi said with a smile. Whether I end up going to university or not, once I start working, I'll earn money diligently and pay you back every penny of that 600,000 yuan with interest.
Louis felt a wave of frustration wash over him.
Don't bring up that 600,000 yuan, he said. It makes it sound like our relationship is just creditor and debtor.
We're friends, so you don't need to keep mentioning that debt. I'm not short on money. Even if you don't repay it, I won't blame you in the slightest. Don't put that pressure on yourself. But a debt is a debt.
I will repay it, Qiongqi insisted earnestly.
This makes me feel uncomfortable. But if I don't repay you, I won't feel at ease.
Qiongqi smiled and said, if this were before my father's accident, 60,000 yuan would have been easy to repay. But now, with my personal resources, it might take a bit longer.
Louis didn't know how to respond. Qiongqi really was stubborn in certain ways. If I really can't pay you back.
She suddenly bit her lip, looked at him, and asked, then I'll pay you back with myself.
If you don't want that? Are you kidding? Selling people is illegal.
Louis shot her a disbelieving look, though a ripple stirred in his heart. Qiongqi covered her mouth and giggled.
I knew you'd look down on me. Fine, I'll work hard to earn money. After the exams, I'll find a part-time job. Hey, I don't despise you.
I'm serious, I don't care about that 600,000 yuan, Louis said earnestly.
But I care.
If I don't repay this debt of gratitude, I'll never find peace in my life, Qiongqi replied.
Alright, don't try to talk me out of it. Paying back debts is only fair, right?
But I believe with my abilities, I should be able to pay it back.
Qiongqi suddenly stood up with a smile and said.
I should go upstairs to prepare the medicine.
You should head back too.
Without waiting for Liyi's response, she headed upstairs alone. Watching her retreating figure vanish, Yui murmured to himself, why does she seem a bit off today?
At the same time, at Lingjiang Airport on the southern outskirts of Lingjiang City, a flight from the capital touched down. Passengers began streaming out of the cabin.
The weather in the south was indeed hotter.
Hot it was, but the women here dressed more lightly to cope.
Two tall, imposing men stood by the cabin door as soon as the plane landed.
Their eyes roamed unabashedly and aggressively over the flight attendants' long legs and ample chests, lingering with obvious satisfaction. When a flight attendant passed by them, one of the men couldn't resist reaching out and slapping her firm buttocks. The flight attendant jumped in surprise, bit her lip, and turned to scold him. But professional decorum held her back, so she could only shoot him a withering glance before hurrying into the cabin. Ha!
The man chuckled darkly.
Not bad elasticity. Enough. When we're out in public, you'd do well to rein in your lecherous tendencies. Don't you care about the shame you bring upon the Liu family?
A stern-faced man remarked coolly. The Book of Mencius already stated that food and sex are human nature.
Why hide it? Brother Chang Yun, you needn't be so stern.
We're not in the capital now, and no clan elders are watching.
Just relax a bit.
The boisterous man chuckled. The stern man shook his head.
You're just like your brother, Liu Changqing. But look at what happened to him. A descendant of the esteemed Liu family, ambushed in some backwater town and hospitalized. And to top it off, he doesn't even know who did it.
Utterly disgraceful. Poof. That good-for-nothing Changqing more trouble than he's worth.
He's never accomplished a single thing properly in his entire life.
Still, his call about Amber the Mad Lion possibly appearing in Lingjiang City, if true, that's actually quite valuable intelligence, Liu Changnan remarked.
Liu Changnan was Liu Changqing's older brother, while the stern-faced man was Liu Changyun.
Both had been dispatched by the family to Lingjiang City to investigate, prompted by a single phone call from Liu Changqing.
Chapter 143, The Mysterious Man. Brother Changyun, how about I treat you tonight?
Let's find a place where the two of us can sample the passionate charms of these southern girls.
What do you say? Liu Changnan gave a suggestive smile and patted Liu Changyun's shoulder. Liu Changyun snorted. We're here on official business, not to chase women. If you want to chase women, you can go by yourself.
With that, he started walking toward the airport exit.
Hey, wait. Listen to me. Liu Changnan called out as he hurried after him.
The emergence of the Mad Lion Amber was no trivial matter. If it were Mother Amber and fell into the hands of another clan, the entire land of China would likely be thrown into upheaval once more. The land of China has maintained a stable balance for thousands of years. The emergence of another Mother Amber would inevitably shatter this equilibrium.
And once that equilibrium is broken, do you know how many clans would be destroyed? Vanish into the annals of history?
Liu Changyun said coldly.
Must you be so grim? Is it truly that terrifying?
After all, our Liu family possesses the Crimson Eagle Amber.
Who could possibly threaten us? Liu Changnan declared confidently. But what if it were the Su family, our sworn enemies? If they obtained the fierce lion amber, how long do you think our Liu family would remain secure? Liu Changyun asked. At the mention of the Su family, Liu Changnan's expression darkened noticeably.
Those damned Su scum are truly despicable. They possess the 6th-ranked Fierce Bear Amber. If they also obtain the Mad Lion Amber, then our Liu family will no longer be their equal. Given the accumulated grudges and enmity between our two families, it could very well lead to the complete annihilation of our Liu family. Moreover, when major clans act, they always cut the grass at its roots. They are utterly ruthless.
Good to know. Alright, I understand. Women can wait. As long as I have money, a simple wink will bring them to my bed. No need to rush. Brother Changyun, where should we go now?
Where?
To the hospital, of course.
Changqing wasn't clear on the phone, so we need to get to the hospital for a thorough inquiry.
We'll also check on Liu Changmin while we're there. That kid Liu Changmin is reportedly under police custody for questioning.
Seems he got busted at the museum, had his chest cavities pierced, and nearly died. That kid really is useless.
Liu Changnan remarked. Liu Changyun replied, this incident only proves that this small city of Lingjiang must be hiding some unknown secrets.
You must understand both Changqing and Changmin possess grade Crimson Eagle Amber.
What kind of person could have beaten them both so badly?
Changmin was nearly killed with a single blow from a wooden club that pierced his chest. Changqing was ambushed, he didn't even see who attacked him.
Doesn't this prove beyond doubt that hidden masters are already lurking in Lingjiang City? Indeed.
It wouldn't be surprising if other clans had already set their sights on this place. After all, the discovery of the ancient tomb in the western suburbs of Lingjiang City caused quite a stir.
With artifacts from the Three Kingdoms period unearthed there, many suspect that Dragon Soul Amber might emerge from this location. It's entirely possible that members of other clans would rush here.
And the ones who ambushed Changqing and Changmin were most likely from the Su family.
Liu Changyun speculated.
The Liu and Su families had always been mortal enemies, locked in relentless rivalry across every front, refusing to yield. The incident involving Liu Changqing and Liu Changmin here naturally led Liu Changyun to suspect the Su family. After leaving the airport, the two chartered a taxi and headed straight for the hospital. When Liu Changqing had called them, he had provided the exact address, so they could easily locate the hospital and his specific ward. When they arrived at the hospital, it was barely 7:30 in the morning, very early indeed. Liu Changqing was still fast asleep, completely unaware that two grown men had already entered their room.
Still sleeping? How much longer do you plan to sleep?
A sharp reprimand rang out. The angry tone startled the sleeping Liu Changqing awake. He shut his eyes open, ready to curse, but upon recognizing the two familiar figures, his anger instantly dissipated.
Brother Changyun.
Brother Changnan, he exclaimed.
How did you end up looking like this? Liu Changnan approached the hospital bedside and scolded.
As Lu Changqing's older brother, seeing his younger sibling in such a state brought shame upon him as well.
Lu Changqing gritted his teeth, anger welling up inside him, yet he couldn't voice it.
The most humiliating part of his injury was that his manhood was completely ruined. From now on, even if the most beautiful woman in the world lay in bed with her legs spread wide waiting for him, he wouldn't be able to perform. He'd already tried these past few days, discovering that the very essence of his manhood between his legs had truly lost all sensation. The doctor had said it was unlikely to heal. To put it bluntly, he'd permanently lost his fundamental male capacity. He could never be with a woman again. But he couldn't bring himself to say it aloud, afraid his two elder brothers would mock him.
What about Changmin? Where is he? Lu Changyun asked.
Lu Changmin was his younger brother, which was why the family had sent him and Lu Changnan this time. He was also in this hospital, but the police had him in isolation.
Why had this happened to him? What exactly was this story about his chest being stabbed through?
Lu Changqing sighed and recounted how Lu Changmin had planned to steal artifacts from the city museum. That night, after he went, he vanished without a trace. By the time I heard from him again, he was already in the hospital, isolated by the police. Did he manage to steal the artifact?
No.
It was snatched by a mysterious figure. The police are still investigating, but suspicion has fallen on our Lu family.
And what about you? What happened? How did you suddenly get ambushed? Lu Changnan asked. Lu Changqing shook his head, unwilling to admit he'd been ambushed for chasing women. He changed the subject. Let's get down to business.
When it came to business, Lu Changqing recounted in detail how Liang Jun had come to the hospital to question him about the crazy lion amber. Though he'd appeared calm and collected in front of Liang Jun, how could he possibly remain indifferent about something as significant as the mad lion amber? After seeing that crazy lion amber with Liang Jun, he'd immediately called his family to report the incident. The fact that Liang Jun could produce the mad lion amber regardless of its authenticity suggested significant underlying connections.
Following these clues might uncover something truly extraordinary.
That day, Lu Changqing had photographed the mad lion amber and sent the images to the family. The clan confirmed that it indeed matched the description of the legendary frenzied lion amber. Although Lu Changqing had confirmed it couldn't undergo the blood recognition ritual and believed it to be fake, even if it was counterfeit, who could forge something so lifelike? This strongly suggested two possibilities. First, Liang Jun had obtained the genuine article and deliberately brought the fake to the hospital to test Lu Changqing.
Second, perhaps Liang Jun had also been deceived.
Yet whoever sold him the amber must have seen the genuine article, for how else could they have forged such a strikingly similar counterfeit?
Chapter 144, Coming to the Door.
After spending over 2 hours at the hospital gathering all the information Lu Changqing had, Lu Changyun and Lu Changnan split up.
You go find this Liang Jun.
Whether that mad lion amber is real or fake, we need to get it.
Then find out how he acquired it. We can't overlook a single clue.
Got it.
Lu Changnan acknowledged, glancing at Lu Changqing.
You've played dead long enough in this hospital.
These injuries might keep an ordinary person bedridden for 10 days or a fortnight, but you're a Lu. You can't be that weak, right? Lu Changqing promptly pulled out the 4-needle from his arm.
Truth be told, his injuries had indeed healed significantly and were no longer a major concern. His lingering in the hospital was merely a hope for some miracle after all. He refused to lose what defined him as a man. Unfortunately, though the doctor phrased it delicately, the implication was clear: his manhood was effectively ruined. He'd likely never be able to be with a woman again. Pulling out the 4-needle, Lu Changqing stood up and said, "Brother Changnan, I'll go with you." Lu Changnan nodded and gestured for him to handle the discharge paperwork.
Lu Changyun had already left ahead of them.
He intended to leverage the Lu family's connections to secure Lu Changmin's release from police custody, then question him about the details. After completing the discharge procedures with Lu Changqing, Lu Changnan arranged for a car and sped westward toward Liang Jun's residence in Xiqing district.
For such a small place and such a trivial matter, you actually called the clan elders? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?
You could have handled this entirely on your own. Instead, you had to trouble us to travel all the way from the capital to this backwater.
Lu Changnan was far from satisfied with this trip to Lingjiang City.
Though he was Lu Changqing's elder brother since childhood, his talents in every aspect had far surpassed his younger siblings. Consequently, he was highly valued by the clan elders, holding positions within the family that were vastly superior to Lu Changqing's. Put bluntly, Lu Changqing was akin to a prodigal son. He had made no meaningful contributions to the family enterprise. As long as he didn't cause trouble for the clan, it was considered a blessing. Thus, Lu Changnan lived a pampered life in the capital, surrounded by women daily, immersed in a world of sensual indulgence, living a life of unrestrained freedom. This time, however, the family elders specifically summoned him and Lu Changyun to come because of Lu Changqing's affairs. "Brother Changnan, I know you have issues with me, but no matter what, we're still blood brothers.
Besides, this isn't a trivial matter.
If that crazy lion amber is real, and we manage to find it, we'd be doing the family a tremendous service.
Then, even if we didn't hand over the mad lion amber, as long as our family held it, we could completely break away from the clan, establish a second Lu family, and be our own masters. Wouldn't that be splendid? Lu Qiongqi thought dreamily. Lu Changnan's face twitched as he retorted, "You say such things without fear of having your tongue cut out? Utterly treasonous." "Heh, I'm only saying this in front of you, Brother Changnan, right?" Lu Qiongqi chuckled awkwardly. "But if we really do find the Mad Lion Amber, your suggestion isn't entirely out of the question." Lu Changnan narrowed his eyes in contemplation. Though outwardly similar to Lu Qiongqi in his lustful nature, Lu Changnan possessed tenfold his cunning and scheming. "Heh, with Brother Changnan's talents, once the Mad Lion Amber is ours, it naturally belongs to you. I know my place, I'm unworthy of the main amber. I only hope that when the time comes, Brother Changnan will bestow upon me an A-grade sub-amber. Then our family can simply split off. Why remain a branch of the Lu clan? We'll become masters of our own house, forging our own lineage." Lu Qiongqi's ambitions burned brightly. "Enough. Some things are best kept to yourself. Those who blurt out whatever crosses their mind are fools. Only those who understand that silence is golden possess true depth. Do you understand?" Lu Changnan snapped. Lu Qiongqi nodded repeatedly, looking thoroughly enlightened. Then he pointed ahead, guiding the way. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of this luxurious residential complex. Though the entrance was guarded by security 24 hours a day, during the daytime, they were quite relaxed about incoming vehicles. Basically, they would let any car through. After driving into the compound, guided by Lu Qiongqi, they arrived at Liang Jun's residence. "Brother Changnan, that Liang Jun lives here." His family had some standing in their day, once quite prominent. They even knew about the existence of Dragon Soul Amber in this world. Back then, he fawned over me hoping to get his hands on a piece of E-grade Crimson Eagle Amber. Ha! The man was delusional. Even E-grade Amber isn't something you can just have whenever you want. Lu Qiongqi sneered. "Poof. So you took advantage of him and ran all the way down here to the south? Brother Changnan, I'm nothing like you. You were gifted from childhood, quick to learn anything, and entrusted with great responsibilities by the family. But me? I'm useless at everything, just a loafer in the clan. I have to earn my own keep, so, haha. I'm not in the mood for your nonsense. Come on, lead the way." Lu Changnan said coldly. "All right." Lu Qiongqi stepped outside. Without ringing the bell, he suddenly unleashed a burst of hidden force, punching straight through the gate of Liang Jun's house. He possessed E-grade Crimson Eagle Amber, so his strength was still formidable. Entering the courtyard, they saw Liang Jun's Maserati parked outside. Since the car hadn't been driven away, it meant Liang Jun was still at home today. Knock knock. He knocked on the door, but no one answered inside. Lu Changnan appeared even more impatient than Lu Qiongqi, stopped dawdling. He strode to the door and kicked it open with a flying kick, shattering Liang Jun's living room door. The two men entered side by side. The commotion was loud enough to quickly draw a reaction from inside. A shout came from upstairs, "Who's trespassing in this residence?" As the shout rang out, footsteps echoed down the stairwell, drawing nearer. A figure appeared at the staircase turn, peering outwards and catching sight of the Lu brothers. "Mr. Lu?" Liang Jun, still in his pajamas and holding something stained with blood, quickly concealed the object in his hand when he saw Lu Qiongqi, casually tucking it into his pocket. "Mr. Lu, I consider you a friend, but what do you mean by forcibly breaking into my home?" Chapter 145, Forced Seizure. The living room door lay shattered, its fragments strewn across the floor in a chaotic mess. Liang Jun's face was stern, tinged with anger. "Is that Liang Jun?" Lu Changnan asked Lu Qiongqi. "Yes, it's him." Lu Qiongqi nodded. "Come here." Lu Changnan confirmed Liang Jun's identity and immediately shouted at him. "And who are you? What gives you the right to yell in my house? Trespassing is illegal, you know that?" Liang Jun retorted angrily. You refuse a kind offer." Lu Changnan suddenly attacked. With a flick of his sleeve, 3 steel spikes shot out from his arm. Whoosh! The spikes pierced Liang Jun's right foot with lightning speed. Ah! Liang Jun let out a piercing scream, stumbling backward and tumbling down the stairs. Clutching his wounded right foot, he shrieked shrilly. "One more sound, and I'll send 3 more nails your way." Lu Changnan's left hand suddenly pointed coldly at Liang Jun. Terrified by this threat, Liang Jun forced himself to endure the excruciating pain. A man of 7 feet tall, he wept silently. Blood flowed steadily from his wound as he gritted his teeth until they nearly shattered. "Brother Changnan, isn't this a bit too harsh?" asked Lu Qiongqi. "Can a soft-hearted man ever accomplish great things?" Lu Changnan retorted, silencing Lu Qiongqi with a single sentence. As Liang Jun tumbled down the stairs, a mysterious object hidden in his pocket fell out, rolling down the steps until it came to rest at the corner of a cabinet. Visible through the cracks was a blood-stained, round bead. Golden in color, it possessed an unusual shape, clearly the form of a lion's head. Lu Changnan immediately walked over, picked up the amber, and examined it in his palm. He nodded. Mad Lion Amber. It truly is Mad Lion Amber. Seeing the bloodstains covering the Mad Lion Amber and the several wounds on Liang Jun's hands, he sneered coldly. "Someone like you deserves the Mad Lion Amber?"
Lu Changqing approached and said, "Brother Changnan, there's something wrong with this fierce lion amber. I tried the blood recognition ritual, but it didn't work.
It seems fake." Fake? Lu Changnan fixed his gaze on Liang Jun, about to question him, when two more beads rolled out of Liang Jun's other pocket, one yellow, one white.
He immediately lunged forward, snatching both beads into his hand.
The yellow one, still shaped like a lion's head, was unmistakably the fierce lion amber.
The white one, however, was shaped like a flying horse, the spirit steed amber.
Mad lion amber? Spirit steed amber? You actually have so many on you? Lu Changnan was stunned. Lu Changqing's expression shifted, his gaze fixed on Liang Jun with astonishment. Well, Liang Jun. You kept this from me? You actually possess so many amber pieces?
I suspected you brought fakes to the hospital to deceive me. The real ones must be in your possession.
It seems I was right.
But wait, these two also bear bloodstains. They must have been marked by his blood as well.
Yet if they were genuine, how could the blood marking ritual leave them in this state? Lu Changnan was perplexed.
If they were authentic dragon soul amber, even sub-amber, after the blood marking ritual, pressing them against the chest would cause them to transform into a seal, vanishing as physical objects.
They absolutely should not remain in their bead-like form.
Changqing, take photos of these amber pieces and send them to father. Ask him if they're truly like the legendary lions Roar Amber and Spiritful Amber.
Got it.
Lu Changqing took the 3 pieces of amber and immediately snapped photos, then sent them to their father. Within minutes, they received a reply.
After reading the message, Lu Changqing and Lu Changnan both turned to confront Liang Jun.
Where did you get these 3 things? Tell us. Their father's reply was succinct. These 3 amber pieces closely resembled the legendary genuine amber, but it was absolutely impossible for them to show no reaction whatsoever after the blood recognition ritual.
Any lack of response proved they were undoubtedly fake.
Thus, the two pressed Liang Jun on the origin of these amber pieces, determined to uncover where he had obtained them and trace the source. If someone could forge such strikingly similar imitations, they likely possessed genuine mother amber as well.
Mr. Liang, Lu Changqing said coldly, as the saying goes, those who recognize the times are the wise. Will you tell us voluntarily, or shall we force you again? Liang Jun clutched his injured right leg, writhing in agony, but fear gripped him even more. He knew the Lu family's power.
If they truly wanted him dead, they could cover it up with a single hand, erasing all traces effortlessly. Not even the police would dare inquire.
Terrified, Liang Jun immediately confessed upon hearing Lu Changqing's words.
He claimed he'd obtained it from a high school student named Jui, who had sold it to him for 3 million yuan per pill.
3 million per pill? Ha!
If it were real, even 30 million wouldn't buy a single one.
Where is this high school student named Jui? Asked Lu Changnan.
He lives right across the street. His uncle owns a lingerie shop called Honeylure, and he lives inside it, Liang Jun answered truthfully.
Across the street? Excellent.
That saves us some trouble. Upon hearing the high schooler lived right across the way, Lu Changnan immediately said to Lu Changqing, Changqing, go upstairs and search.
See if he has any other secrets. Brother Changnan, what about you? Me? I'm going to have a little chat with that high schooler. It's 7:40 now. If we wait any longer, he might head off to school. With that, Lu Changnan had already stepped out of Liang Jun's door. Lu Changqing chuckled darkly and addressed Liang Jun, Mr. Liang, you really shouldn't have shown me your crazy lion amber. There's a Chinese saying, don't flaunt your wealth. You brought this upon yourself. But don't even think about calling the police.
You should know how the Lu family handles things.
This time, you're just going to have to take your losses.
With that, Lu Changqing headed upstairs to ransack the place. He knew Liang Jun had considerable wealth, and he intended to take as much as he could get his hands on. Liang Jun was in such agony he nearly passed out. Each time he was on the verge of losing consciousness, the excruciating pain in his feet jolted him back to reality. He never imagined he'd end up in this predicament. Yet Lu Changqing was right, the Lu family's methods were beyond his control.
7:40 a.m. On any other day, Yui would already be at school by now.
But today, because of Wu Tao, he hadn't left yet. When he returned, he had bought some glucose and amino acids, along with a large quantity of high-protein foods. After force-feeding Wu Tao, he managed to rouse him from unconsciousness.
Chapter 146, Innocent and Pure.
The newly awakened Wu Tao devoured the food Louis had brought back like a wolf starved for a month, stuffing it into his mouth with wild abandon. Only after devouring nearly 5 or 6 pounds of food did he begin to show signs of life.
Bro, what's going on with me? What time is it? How long have I been asleep? It's 7:43 now. Ha! That doesn't add up. Didn't we get back after 9 last night? How can it only be 7? It's already 7 o'clock the next day. What? I slept that long? Wu Tao was startled.
He had only tried it yesterday, never expecting to fall into a deep, unconscious sleep afterward.
Louis pointed at the bottles of amino acids and glucose and said, if we hadn't forced you to drink this stuff, you wouldn't have woken up before noon. Why did this happen? Who told you to be so impatient?
I may have given you power, but you must know your limits.
How could you possibly control such force? With your current physique, forget about one ox's strength. Even half an ox's strength would be too much for you to bear, said Louis. What do you mean by the strength of one ox or half an ox? Wu Tao scratched his head, growing more confused by the moment. Louis explained, the power I gave you is called the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. Last night, you exerted the strength of 1 ox, which is why you're completely drained. Got it? 9 oxen and 2 tigers? Holy crap, does such power really exist in this world? Legend says Hui shot down the suns using 9 oxen and 2 tigers of strength. Wu Tao exclaimed, overjoyed. Then, with a hint of regret, he added, I can only master 1 ox's strength? That's far too little. Too little? Do you even know how powerful 1 ox's strength is? A full ox's strength is equivalent to a motorcycle speeding down the highway. If it hits someone, it'll kill them. That's why this power must never be used recklessly, Yui warned. 1 ox's strength is that powerful? Absolutely. Louis patiently explained his understanding of the 9 bulls and 2 tigers' strength, emphasizing that Wu Tao should never casually unleash a full bull's strength. When unnecessary, he could disperse the power using half a bull's strength, for instance to avoid exhausting himself. He also warned Wu Tao never to reveal this information to anyone. He also recounted the entire history of the Dragon Soul Amber. Having grown up with Wu Tao, he understood his temperament. If Wu Tao didn't grasp the origin and significance of the Dragon Soul Amber, even warnings would fall on deaf ears. Sure enough, after learning everything, Wu Tao remained unusually composed. Don't worry, Egu. I'll keep it confidential. Even if it costs me my life, I won't tell a soul. Good. Now you should get up. It's already 8 o'clock after all this talking. You'll be late for school. Hurry up, he shouted. Brothery, there's one more thing I need to say. I won't feel right until I do. Wu Tao declared solemnly. What is it? Wu Tao took a deep breath and declared with great fanfare, from now on, I'm going to lead the charge in showing off. Don't try to stop me. By the time the 2 brothers stepped out the door, it was already past 8:10. As soon as they descended the stairs, they spotted a man inside the lingerie shop, chatting animatedly with their uncle. The man held several pieces of women's lace lingerie in his hands. Upon seeing Yi and Wu Tao appear, Uncle pointed at them and introduced them. Here, this is my nephew and my son. They're both about to take the college entrance exams. Parents like us have our hands full, you know? Oh, yes. The man sighed. After paying, he signaled his intention to leave. Lu Yi and Wu Tao didn't think much of it. They said goodbye to their uncle and headed out toward the school. But as soon as they stepped outside the store and hadn't gone far, they heard someone calling their names from behind. Turning around, they saw it was the middle-aged man. Tall and imposing, he was dressed in a tailored suit, a full set of designer labels. The Armani suit alone, with its craftsmanship and materials, would easily cost tens of thousands. Then there was the watch on his wrist, a Vacheron Constantin heritage model worth over 100,000. From his appearance, he seemed like a successful man. What's up? Louis asked, sizing him up from head to toe. Young gentleman, might I ask you a question? The man spoke in a refined and courteous manner. Sure, go ahead. But we need to get to school soon, we're already running late, Louis replied. Here's the thing, the man began, his eyes fixed intently on Louis and Wu Tao's expressions. A friend of mine supposedly bought 3 pieces of amber from you guys a few days ago. Is that true? Wu Tao wasn't stupid. Hearing this, he thought they'd been caught for counterfeiting and were now being called to account. He immediately put on a look of complete ignorance. Louis shrugged indifferently, neither confirming nor denying the claim. The man chuckled. No need to deny it, young friends. My acquaintance has already informed me, and I have no intention of pursuing the matter. Well, it's like this. We did sell him 3 pieces of amber. He asked us to keep it confidential. Since you know so much, I see no reason to hide anything from you. So those 3 pieces of amber came from you, the man inquired. Louis replied, actually, we found those 3 pieces of amber. Found? The man asked suspiciously. Yes. Your friend must be Liang Jun, right? Didn't he tell you? It seems an ancient tomb outside the western suburbs was robbed. On the day it was stolen, I happened to see a vehicle by the roadside. It looked like the Tomb Raider's truck. When it hit a speed bump, several jars fell out. The amber was found inside those jars. Louis continued, gesturing toward the speed bumps outside his uncle's shop as he spoke, his description vivid and animated. Grave robbers? What kind of car was it? Do you remember the license plate? The man pressed, clearly concerned. Louis continued, later I learned that Liang Jun himself had hired the grave robbers and he knew it all along. Then how did you come up with the idea to sell the amber to Liang Jun, and at such a high price? The man asked. Louis gestured toward a wall by the roadside plastered with several notices, one offering a large sum for a child, another from a wealthy Hong Kong woman seeking a sugar daddy, and one advertising a high price for amber. Pointing to the amber notice, he explained, because of this one. They plaster these all over, offering top dollar. Of course we sold 3 worthless stones fetching such a price? Only a fool wouldn't. But honestly, I was baffled. I just joked about 3 million each, asking if he wanted them. Yet Mr. Liang agreed without a second thought. Bro, do you think I got ripped off? Could those 3 pieces of amber have some special power? Otherwise, why would he agree so readily? Lu Yi's feigned innocence was genuinely pure. The question drew a faint smile from the man before he said, "Alright, this doesn't concern you anymore. Hurry off to school. Some things are better left unknown." Chapter 147, Showing Off. Oh. Lu Yi, not getting an answer, put on a disappointed look. He walked a few steps with Wu Tao before asking again, "Hey, big guy, you want to buy some too?" The man eyed him suspiciously, his interest piqued. "What? You have a 4th piece?" Lu Yi scratched his head. "No way I have a 4th piece. That amber was weird. If I ever spot that car again and get lucky enough to find another piece, I might sell it to you then. But that ancient tomb outside the western suburbs is under official control now. Doubt anyone will be able to sneak in and steal anything from it." Hearing this, the man lost all interest. He naturally believed both Yu Yi and Wu Tao. To him, they were just 2 inexperienced high schoolers faking amber was beyond their capabilities. First, it required deep expertise. Second, one absolutely had to have seen genuine amber to even begin to replicate it. Earlier, the man had also spoken with Lu Yi's uncle. During their conversation, he had casually brought up certain topics, and Lu Yi's uncle's responses had been clean and straightforward, not like someone connected to amber. It seemed that even if those pieces of amber were counterfeit, they must have been left over from ancient times. Only in ancient times would anyone have seen so many genuine pieces. With a sigh of admiration, the man departed to join Lu Changnan and the others. As they walked, Yui and Wu Tao kept glancing back at the man until he was completely out of sight. Only then did Wu Tao speak up, "Brothery, that guy doesn't seem like an ordinary person. He wasn't stupid." Earlier, when descending the stairs, he'd seen the man conversing with his father. After they exited, the man had immediately caught up to them, demanding answers. The tone of his questioning had carried an oppressive weight that felt deeply unsettling. Lu Yi nodded. "He's definitely no ordinary man. I told you back home there are 9 master amber stones in this world. And today, there are quite a few families possessing them. At present, I don't know exactly how many families hold a master amber stone. But any family that possesses one is undoubtedly a colossal power on the land of China. If my guess is correct, this man is likely from the Lu family. Primary amber resonates with other amber." The moment Louis first laid eyes on that man, Zhao Yun within his dantian had alerted him to the presence of Crimson Eagle Amber's aura on the man's body. This instantly revealed to Yui that the man belonged to the Lu family. The Crimson Eagle Amber was in the Lu family's possession. Since this man had come here, he must be aligned with those 2 Lu gentlemen, Lu Chongqing and Lu Chongmin. Thus, right before his eyes, Yui put on quite a show. "Remember," he cautioned, "your power is still too weak. Never let anyone see the mark on your chest, and never use your power lightly in public. Our amber is still unborn. If those clans discover it, they'll kill to seize the treasure. Our current strength isn't even enough for self-defense, so we must keep a low profile. It wouldn't matter if it were just you, but you wouldn't want to endanger Uncle too, would you?" Yui reminded him. "I understand, E." Wu Tao nodded. When it came to major matters, he knew how to prioritize. Though amber could grant him power, he would never risk harming his family by letting that power inflate his ego. With more and more Lu family members arriving in Lingzheng City, it seemed prudent to leave this place as soon as possible before they grew stronger. That was the thought running through Yuyi's mind. He possessed the core of the Qiongqi amber, yet the power he'd unlocked remained feeble. Moreover, his own physique hadn't been fully honed. Rome wasn't built in a day. This required time and effort. However, the college entrance exams were just days away. Once they were over, they would leave Lingzheng City. By leaving this place, they could distance themselves from the Lu family. Louis didn't know if the Lu family would send more people later, but he knew that as long as he left Lingzheng City and stayed far away from them, there wouldn't be any problems. "You've received the power I shared with you now, so you'd better buckle down and study harder. Otherwise, when I get into top universities like Peking University or Tsinghua, you'll be stuck studying in some godforsaken backwater. Don't blame me for leaving you behind then," Yui urged. "No way, EGE. You got super smart after getting this power, and now I have it too. I'll definitely become awesome too. Trust me." Wu Tao was brimming with confidence. Lui immediately asked Zhao Yun within his dantian, "Does amber also possess the ability to remember everything she sees?" Zhao Yun replied, "The offspring amber lacks this ability. It's an additional, innate talent. Aside from the mother amber, no offspring amber, not even an great one, possesses it. In that case, his studies would still depend on his own efforts." "My lord, there is actually a connection between the mother amber and the child amber. Since the child amber separated from the mother amber, a special bond exists between them. To put it simply, it's like the telephones of your era. When you return to your dantian and transmit your thoughts through your spirit, they can reach the other person's dantian. They just need to enter their dantian to receive them." Zhao Yun spoke reluctantly. After all, this was cheating. As one of the renowned 5 tiger generals, he naturally despised such tactics. Lu Yi, however, perked up at this news.
So Wu Tao still had a chance. He immediately tried it himself, entering his dantian with his mind and attempting to transmit a voice message to Wu Tao. Wu Tao took a few steps before turning to Lu Yi with a puzzled look. Brother Yi, did you just call me? I thought I heard someone calling my name, and it sounded like you? Lu Yi smiled, pointing to Wu Tao's dantian and asking, feel carefully. Does the voice seem to come from here? Wu Tao closed his eyes and concentrated. Sure enough, deep within his dantian, he distinctly heard Yi calling him loudly. Brother Yi, what's going on? Wu Tao asked in astonishment. Lu Yi explained, this is the connection between the Qiongqi and the amber. With this link established, your exam should be no problem. Holy crap, it actually has this function? That's fantastic. Then I won't have to push myself so hard, it's all up to you now, Yi Gu. And since you have this power, you absolutely have to let me show off in class today, okay? Wu Tao clutched Lu Yi's arm earnestly, pleading. Chapter 148, each with their own calculations. After questioning Yu Yi and Wu Tao, Lu Changnan rushed to the hospital. Thanks to Lu Changyun's connections, the police had already lifted the quarantine on Lu Changmin. When he arrived, Lu Changqing and Lu Changyun were both present. Lu Changqing wore a satisfied smile. This raid on Liang Jun's family must have yielded a rich haul. Brother Changnan, you're finally back. How did it go? Did you uncover anything useful? Lu Changqing inquired. Lu Changnan tossed 3 fake amber pieces at him. Besides these 3 fakes, nothing else. But Liang Jun mentioned 2 high school students, Lu Changqing countered. Don't they know anything? Lu Changnan snorted. What could 2 mere high schoolers in their late teens possibly know? Do you think everyone in the world knows about Dragon Soul Amber? Lu Changyun asked, so then, these 3 pieces of Dragon Soul Amber are real yet not real? Lu Changqing was confused. Brother Changyun, what do you mean real yet not real? If it's real, how can it be fake? Lu Changyun replied calmly, I mean they're real because they might have been passed down from ancient times, so you can't call them fake. But they haven't fused with Mother Amber yet, hence the term real yet not real. Lu Changnan nodded, that's my guess too. Those 2 high schoolers, along with their parents, knew nothing about it. They're just an ordinary family, unlikely to have any connection to Dragon Soul Amber. Plus, the high schooler admitted they found these 3 pieces. Their account matches what Changqing said earlier perfectly, no discrepancies. That proves their family is clean. At the outset, Lu Changqing shared extensive details with them, including Liang Jun hiring people to rob tombs. He went into considerable depth. As for Yu Yi, when Lu Changnan questioned him earlier, Yu Yi had also mentioned tomb raiders. He claimed they had merely passed by their doorstep accidentally, and when the car hit a speed bump, several jars had fallen out. This seamlessly linked the 2 incidents without a single flaw. It seems we need to pull some strings and take a look at that ancient tomb. We don't know if other families have arrived here yet. That tomb contained fake amber, but there might also be genuine pieces. We absolutely cannot let other families beat us to it. Lu Changnan stated. After speaking, he approached the hospital bed where Lu Changmin lay pale and still unconscious. His brow furrowed. He suffered such severe injuries? Lu Changyun produced several CT scans and handed them to Lu Changnan. Changmin sustained multiple critical injuries, 18 broken bones. A wooden rod pierced his chest, penetrating from front to back and tearing through his lung. Had it been off by just a few centimeters, he would have lost his life here. Even so, his injuries will keep him unconscious for at least 1 to 2 months. Changnin's skills aren't weak, he's far superior to Changqing. An ordinary person couldn't possibly injure him. Yet he was attacked at the city museum and beaten like this. This might mean other families have already arrived here. Lu Changnan speculated. Lu Changqing snorted coldly. Which family dares to lay a hand on us Lius? They must be tired of living. Lu Changnan shot Lu Changqing a cold glance. You'd do well to keep your mouth shut. How much better off are you? Attacked and unable to even see your assailant? As a member of the Lu family, you've brought utter shame upon us. Lu Changqing gave an awkward chuckle. This was his sore spot exposed, he instantly fell silent. Truth be told, it was a humiliating affair, beaten without even seeing his assailant. If he were an ordinary person, it might pass, but he was a Lu. For a Lu to suffer such a fate was utterly disgraceful. You must have raided quite a haul at that Liang Jun's place today, huh? Lu Changnan asked with a sarcastic edge. Just a little. A little, Lu Changqing chuckled. Since you've already taken the money, what are you still doing here? Do you expect us to avenge your own grudge? Your legs are fine now, handle your own affairs. Lu Changnan spoke coldly, showing no leniency toward his younger brother. Got it, brother Nan. Don't worry, I'll handle my own affairs. Lu Hanking left the ward immediately after being scolded. Stepping outside the ward door, he still snorted coldly to himself, what's so great about that? Solve it yourself, fine. Oomph. That Yun Wanqiu, you'd better flee overseas. If you're still in the country, I'll find you sooner or later, strip you naked, and play with you until you die. Meanwhile, inside the hospital room, Lu Changnan and Lu Changyun were discussing the ancient tomb outside the western suburbs. Brother Changyun, should you go to the ancient tomb or should I? Lu Changnan asked.
Lu Changyun shot him a peculiar look. Of course we're going together. Heh, seems brother Changyun doesn't quite trust me, Lu Changnan remarked. It's not that I don't trust you, Lu Changyun replied. It's just that I've heard this tomb isn't small. You alone might struggle to locate it properly. With two of us, our chances of finding it are much better. Though cousins, each harbored their own ambitions. They both knew that if they could truly find a master amber within the tomb, it would be a power capable of supporting the rise of a new family. They were cousins, not blood brothers. If Lu Changyun obtained it, his branch could rise to become a new Lu family. But if Lu Changnan got it, Changyun would gain nothing. Both harbored the same ambition, so they resolved to explore the ancient tomb. Very well. Since that's the case, we'll go together. As for Changmen, just have the doctors feed him more nutritious food. The Lu family's constitution isn't that weak. With proper care, he should awaken within a month. Lu Changnan said. Lu Changyun's attitude had already made it clear he wouldn't let Lu Changnan investigate the tomb alone, so he had no choice but to agree to accompany him. Lu Changyun suddenly chuckled. Changnan, if you obtain the Master Amber, what are your plans? Will you present it to the clan chief or to your own father? Lu Changnan smiled meaningfully and countered, Brother Changyun, perhaps I could ask you the same question. If you were to obtain the Master Amber, would you keep it for yourself or present it to the clan leader? The brothers locked eyes, both breaking into smiles laden with hidden meaning. Chapter 149, Showing Off was a success. Another school day ended, and Wu Tao was over the moon today. Thanks to the Qiongqi Amber, he'd finally pulled off a major show-off. During class, as usual, he dozed off mid-lecture. Unfortunately, it was math class. The math teacher was notoriously strict and couldn't stand students sleeping in his class. Not even the most hopeless student would be tolerated. So he yanked Wu Tao out of his seat and gave him a stern lecture. He demanded to know what the teacher had been saying and whether Wu Tao had been paying attention. Wu Tao answered that of course he was listening. The math teacher gave a cold laugh, then led him to the front of the classroom. He wrote a problem on the blackboard and said, if you can solve this, I'll believe you and won't punish you. Wu Tao thought, easy. Solving problems is no big deal. Though the problem looked like gibberish to him, he now possessed the Qiongqi Amber, enabling communication with Yui, a math prodigy. Such a minor challenge wouldn't faze him. So Wu Tao shot a glance at Lu Yi. The math teacher immediately laughed at him. Lu Yi may be your cousin, but you two brothers are worlds apart. One is a top student, the other a bottom of the class student. You really need to learn from him. But today? Even if you stare at him, it won't help. He can't assist you. This problem isn't too difficult, I just walked through it in class. If you can't solve it, it means you weren't paying attention. From now on, when I'm teaching, you'll stand in the hallway. Wu Tao watched Lu Yi from afar. Lu Yi gave him a nod, and then Wu Tao felt a message surge into his dantian. He could almost see something resembling a blueprint. On that imaginary blueprint, formulas glowed and numbers shimmered. Wu Tao glanced at it and immediately grabbed a piece of chalk. He began writing on the blackboard, copying everything from the imaginary diagram in his dantian. The entire process took less than a minute. After finishing, he addressed the teacher, Sir, take a look. What do you think? The math teacher gave him a strange look. He had watched Wu Tao's step-by-step process very carefully, and he hadn't expected Wu Tao to actually be able to solve this problem. Huh? Could it be that you finally caught on? The math teacher asked, slightly surprised. Wu Tao smiled, his pride evident. Teacher, I've been keeping a low profile until now. With the college entrance exams approaching, I can't hide my true abilities anymore. Truth be told, I'm actually a top student. At this remark, not only did the math teacher struggle to suppress a chuckle, but many classmates who knew him well burst into laughter. Him? Calling someone like Wu Tao a top student? If he qualifies as top, then there's no such thing as bottom. The math teacher seemed unable to tolerate Wu Tao's bragging any longer. He waved his hand and said, Alright, if you consider yourself an honors student, I'll give you a problem only an honors student could solve. If you can solve it, I'll acknowledge you as one. Sure thing, teacher, bring it on. Wu Tao was supremely confident, standing tall and proud, looking utterly assured. The math teacher smiled, erased the previous problem, and wrote a new one. This new problem wasn't overly difficult, but for someone like Wu Tao, it was already quite challenging. At most, only about half the students in class 2 could solve it. Wu Tao looked at the problem, but it might as well have been written in hieroglyphics, utterly incomprehensible. However, a vivid mental image soon materialized in his dantian, unfolding clearly before his mind's eye. He immediately grabbed a piece of chalk and wrote the solution on the blackboard. After finishing, he deliberately paused and said, Teacher, there's actually another way to solve this problem. Why don't I write out the second method too? The second solution, of course, had been passed down to him by Yui. Yui was well versed in all kinds of mathematical puzzles. Problems at the high school level were generally no challenge for him. Not just 2 solutions, even 3 or 4, if he was willing to spend the time pondering them, he could figure them out. Oh? You know a second solution? Why don't you write it out? The math teacher was genuinely surprised. He knew Wu Tao's academic foundation, while solving today's 2 problems was already unprecedented for this student.
If he could also solve the second method, it might mean this student had been hiding his true abilities all along, now finally soaring like a dragon in the sky. Wu Tao smiled. Under the astonished gazes of the entire class, he picked up a piece of chalk and smoothly wrote out the second solution in the blank space beside the board. Once the answer was written, he pretended to ask the teacher, "Teacher, please take a look. Is there any error in my second solution?" The math teacher reviewed it carefully and finally nodded. "You're quite good. This second solution is flawless. Both are correct. It seems I truly misjudged you before. Birds of a feather flock together. Your cousin is excellent, and you're quite talented too. However, even if you have this foundation, you absolutely cannot sleep in class from now on. Understand? After all, the college entrance exam is approaching. You must not slack off in the slightest." "Got it." Wu Tao humbly accepted the advice. This incident suddenly shook the image he had built in the minds of his classmates. The same Wu Tao who used to play games all the time and make excuses to skip class? Now he was so deep and hidden? Was this really him? Class monitor Chen Xiaoling exchanged puzzled glances between Wu Tao and Yui. Finally, she smiled at Yui, thinking to herself, this must be the result of Yui's efforts. He never gave up on Wu Tao. Maybe he's been tutoring him lately, which is why Wu Tao is caught up. Amidst the astonished stares of the entire class, Wu Tao returned to his seat and sat down with great pomp and circumstance. Later, during history and English classes, he continued to shine all thanks to Louis whispering answers from behind the scenes while Wu Tao put on an act at the front of the classroom. One success after another gradually convinced everyone that he truly was a hidden gem. His past obsession with games had merely been a facade. In reality, he was a dragon lying dormant in the depths. Now, like a dragon soaring through the skies, he had reversed his decline, transformed completely, and truly become a top student. By the final lessons, even the homeroom teacher had begun to see him in a new light. He was summoned to the office, where the teacher encouraged him to keep up the momentum, assuring him that with this trajectory, admission to a decent university was well within reach. Wu Tao nodded excitedly. To earn his homeroom teacher's special attention, he'd pulled off his act perfectly today. And sure enough, the moment school let out, he couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. Chapter 150, Retribution. Back home, Wu Tao practiced controlling the 9 bulls and 2 tigers might in his room, just as Yui had taught him. Currently, he could muster up to 1 bull's strength, but that was still too much for his current physique to handle. So he could scale it down to half a bull's strength, or even less. As for duration, it mirrored Yui's limitations. Before upgrading the Qiongqi Amber, Yui could only wield the power for 1 minute, so Wu Tao likewise couldn't exceed that time frame. Meanwhile, Yui returned to his own room to ponder his painting. The work was complete, and he was thoroughly satisfied with every stroke. It was nearly indistinguishable from the genuine article. However, the ink still appeared fresh, clearly not a decades-old piece. Therefore, he needed to age the painting. Regarding aging techniques, he had purchased several relevant books and scoured the internet for extensive materials, gaining considerable understanding and mastering several methods. But whether these methods would work still needed to be tested. Naturally, he would test them on other pieces first. Using chemical agents, he laid the painting flat and placed it in a cabinet for fumigation. This process required 3 days to take effect. After 3 days, he would see whether this method worked or not. After completing these preparations, he turned on his computer to learn painting techniques via video lessons with Yun Wanxiu. He still had much to learn, and this was merely his first attempt at painting. If he could truly gather wish energy, he would need to create other paintings in the future to continuously collect it. Yun Wanxiu taught earnestly, imparting everything she knew. An hour later, Yui suddenly addressed her, "Sister Qiu, I've already raised over 10 million for the funds. Why don't you give me your account number, and I'll transfer it over?" Hearing this, Yun Wanxiu felt genuinely touched. Truthfully, she hadn't intended to accept Lu Yi's money from the start. Her relationship with Liang Jun had broken down, and she herself had no desire to return. As for her father, she intended to explore other avenues to raise funds for his overseas treatment. If all else failed, she would simply have to leave it to fate. Yet here was Yui, who had genuinely followed through on his promise for her sake, and now he'd already raised over 10 million. She bit her lip and smiled faintly, tears welling in her eyes as her thoughts drifted elsewhere. "What's wrong, Sister Qiu?" "Nothing. I'm fine." "Then give me your card number. Otherwise, I'll withdraw the cash and deliver it to you another day?" "You're so silly. Over 10 million? If I converted it to cash, would you want me to load it into a truck and ship it overseas?" Yun Wanxiu chuckled softly. "Then I'll transfer it to your account. Just tell me your number first." Yun Wanxiu hesitated for a moment before finally giving Lu Yi her card number. Lu Yi then transferred the entire sum into her account in several installments. "Sister Qiu, don't worry. I'll find a way to raise the rest as soon as possible." "Thank you," Yun Wanxiu said sincerely. "You're welcome, Sister Qiu. I haven't even repaid you for teaching me to paint yet." Lu Yi smiled. After all, the primary credit for his ability to paint this piece lay with Yun Wanxiu's instruction. Without her generous teaching, Lu Yi would never have reached this level or been able to replicate it. Moreover, while over 10 million was an astronomical sum for most people, perhaps more than they could earn in a lifetime for Yui, it was money he could obtain with ease. Most of this money came from Liang Jun, though he hadn't told Yun Wanxiu. Liang Jun was extremely wealthy. 20 million yuan was a sum he could access at any moment if he chose. Yet he had not helped Yun Wanxiu by providing her with the 20 million earlier to facilitate her father's overseas medical treatment. Yun Wanxiu had given up on Liang Jun completely. There was no need for her to think of him now, so he wisely refrained from mentioning it. As they were talking, a knock suddenly sounded at Yun Wanxiu's door. Yun Wanxiu glanced over and remarked in surprise, "Strange. It's late at night. Who could be knocking?" She was now living in a neighboring county, not in Lingjiang City. Liang Jun had people searching everywhere for her in Lingjiang, so she'd been hiding out and avoiding public appearances these past days. No one knew her exact whereabouts, yet now someone was knocking at her door. She told Lu Yi, "Wait here. I'll go see who it is." As she rose to answer, Yui could see everything in her room through the video feed. Suddenly, he witnessed her door being violently kicked open. A cold, mocking voice echoed, "You worthless woman. I finally found you. Never thought you'd hide here, but I tracked you down anyway." "Ah!" Yun Wanxiu screamed, recognizing the figure outside. She stumbled backward, grabbed a stick from the wardrobe, and shouted at him, "What do you want? Stay away from me. Get out. Or I'll call the police." Watching this unfold through the video feed, Yui's heart suddenly tightened. What was going on? Through the feed, he vaguely made out a man's silhouette standing at Yun Wanxiu's door, though he couldn't discern who it was. "Last time, you really screwed me over. I'm giving you one last chance. Tell me straight up who set me up last time?" The man demanded coldly, stepping forward several paces into the light. Only then did Yui recognize the figure at the doorway, none other than Lu Changqing, one of the two Mr. Lius. He'd actually tracked down Yun Wanxiu's new residence. How did you know I live here? Get out." Yun Wanxiu was terrified upon seeing him, for Lu Changqing radiated murderous intent at that moment, his face twisted into a ferocious expression. "Finding you wasn't easy, but I have ways to track your phone signal coordinates. Just because that good-for-nothing Liang Jun couldn't find you doesn't mean I can't. You should know the consequences of crossing me." Lu Changqing advanced step by step. Yun Wanxiu screamed, grabbing a stick to strike him, only for Lu Changqing to snatch it from her grasp. He snapped the stick in half and tossed it aside. Then, Lu Changqing pulled out a bottle of medicine from his pocket and said coldly, "Talk. Who set me up last time? I was ready to take you then, but someone sabotaged me. I never imagined there was a third person in your bedroom. Heh, so you've been cheating on Liang Jun, stealing men behind his back, right? You look pure on the surface, but deep down you're nothing but a Thai whore. Today, I'll feed you double the dose of this drug. Let's see just how Thai you can get when you're turned on." With that, Lu Changqing suddenly lunged forward, clamping his hand around Yun Wanxiu's throat. He tipped a bottle of pills out onto her palm and shoved them into her mouth one by one. Chapter 151, Nothing Must Go Wrong. That drug was potent. Last time, just one pill had made Yun Wanxiu burn up all over and pass out. Now he was shoving handfuls down her throat. Regardless of the potency, this could easily kill her. Do you know what you've done to me? Do you? Lu Changqing roared, his eyes bloodshot and red with fury. Deep down, he blamed Yun Wanxiu intensely, even assigning her a share of the blame for everything that had happened. All because of Yun Wanxiu, he'd been ambushed, leaving him neither fully man nor fully woman. He had lost the very essence of his manhood. Truth be told, even if Yun Wanxiu were stripped naked before him now, he couldn't muster the slightest interest. He was like those eunuchs of ancient times. Having lost his manhood, a twisted mindset began to take root in his psyche. You were so eager for it, weren't you? Well, when the drug kicks in, I'll find you two stud dogs. They'll you to death, and you'll love every second of it. How does that sound? Lu Changqing snarled, baring his teeth. His mind had indeed twisted into depravity. Yun Wanxiu, choked by his grip, struggled to spit out the forced-down pills. Though she managed to expel many, at least a dozen still slid down her throat. She choked silently, tears welling in her eyes and spilling like beads from a broken string. Lu Changqing suddenly released his grip, shoving her hard into the corner. He barked, "Speak. Who was the one who ambushed me back then?" Yun Wanxiu shook her head. Though terrified, she would never betray Yun Yi. Meanwhile, on the other end of the video call, Yui clenched his teeth, slammed the laptop shut, stormed out, and raced downstairs. A fierce killing intent radiated from his entire being. Lu Changqing's actions had completely enraged him, igniting an overwhelming urge to kill. Wu Tao happened to return from buying instant noodles. Ever since obtaining the Qiongqi amber, he'd noticed his appetite had grown. Sure enough, he'd bought 20 packs at once, planning to have them as a late-night snack tonight. Seeing Yui storm downstairs with a fierce expression, seemingly heading out, Wu Tao called out curiously, "Brothery, what's wrong? Where are you going?" Louis didn't answer, rushing past him and heading straight for the backyard. Wu Tao sensed something was off and realized something unusual must have happened. He tossed the instant noodles inside and immediately followed him out the door. As Wu Tao stepped outside, he caught sight of Louis speeding toward him on that unlicensed tricycle motorcycle. Without a word, Wu Tao leaped onto the back of the tricycle. Yui started driving quickly, then finally spoke up. "Why are you following me?"
"Brother E, you seem to have something important to do. Take me with you. I can help out a bit now." Wu Tao volunteered eagerly. He couldn't sit still at home and wanted to get out and do something. Seeing Yui about to leave, he felt his chance had come. After all, every time he went out with Yui, it was quite exciting. Louis hesitated for a moment. "Fine. Since you're here, come along." Originally, he didn't want to bring Wu Tao along. More people weren't necessarily better, and tonight, he had already resolved to kill. He might not be able to restrain himself. He didn't want Wu Tao to see that. But since Wu Tao had already tagged along, and considering that Lu Changqing had gone to Yun Wanqiu's house, he might not be alone. There could be other members of the Lu family present. If that was the case, having Wu Tao along meant one more pair of hands. After all, Wu Tao could now wield the strength of an ox and might prove useful in a critical moment. Yun Wanqiu's current residence was largely unknown to others, but Yui knew. Whenever she changed addresses, she informed Yui immediately, assuring him he could either conduct video lessons or visit her directly. Thus, Louis headed straight for his destination, speeding along on his three-wheeled motorcycle. He ran countless red lights and racked up an unknown number of speeding tickets along the way. He couldn't care less about that now. "Brother E, where are we headed?" Wu Tao sat in the back, feeling as if the tricycle motorcycle might take flight any moment, his heart pounding with unease. Louis cut through the city center, heading eastward. Soon, they left the eastern district behind, heading out of the city toward the neighboring county. "Don't ask questions." Louis's voice rang out like metal striking stone cold, yet imbued with an unyielding resolve. Wu Tao, who'd grown up with him, knew Yi well. He rarely saw him like this. When Yi became like this, it meant his anger had reached its peak, like a volcano ready to erupt. At times like this, it was best not to provoke him. So Wu Tao wisely kept his mouth shut. To the east of Lengjiang City lay Choyuan County, also under its jurisdiction. The normal drive from Lengjiang took 2 hours. But Louis raced through red lights at breakneck speed, reaching the county seat in just 1 hour and 20 minutes. "Wu Tao, pull out your phone and pinpoint my location," Yi suddenly ordered. Though he knew where Yun Wanqiu lived, he'd never been there before. Moreover, he'd never visited this neighboring county and wasn't familiar with the terrain. "Oh." Wu Tao immediately pulled out his phone, opened the electronic map, and said, "Brother E, just tell me the location, and I'll pinpoint it right away." "Qiuyuan County, Garden Residential Complex," Yi stated. "Got it." Wu Tao swiftly typed Qiuyuan County Garden Community on his phone keyboard. After tapping search, the map instantly pinpointed the location. "Brother E, we're still 3 kilometers from Qiuyuan County Garden Community. Turn right at the next intersection, then go straight." Receiving Wu Tao's directions, Louis accelerated his speed. The three-wheeled motorcycle nearly flipped over several times. "Is there a faster route?" "No, we can only take the main roads. The alleys are impassable," Wu Tao replied. "Then there's no choice." Yi was burning with anxiety. Over an hour and 20 minutes had already passed. He had no idea how Yun Wanqiu was doing, nor whether Lu Changqing had already taken her away. Earlier, Lu Changqing had explicitly stated that once Yun Wanqiu's drug took effect, he would find 2 male dogs. At this thought, Yui roared to the heavens. But there truly was no other way. He was already driving as fast as possible. Even if he possessed the ability to teleport, he couldn't arrive in time. "Wait for me. Wait for me, Sister Qiu. You must not come to harm. You absolutely must not come to harm." Chapter 152, Pointed Confrontation. Meanwhile, in Apartment A on the 23rd floor of Building B in Garden Residential Complex, this was Yun Wanqiu's current residence. After taking an excessive dose of the drug, Yun Wanqiu's entire body turned crimson and grew scorching hot within minutes. Lu Changqing pulled up a stool and sat down, eager to see how wildly she would writhe. But as he watched, Yun Wanqiu suddenly passed out, completely unconscious, her eyes rolled back in her head. A beautiful woman, perfectly healthy moments ago, now lay on the brink of death. Damn it, was this poison really that potent? She vomited most of it out. She only swallowed a dozen pills at most, yet it was nearly killing her? Lu Changqing wouldn't let her die so easily. He yanked Yun Wanqiu up and punched her in the stomach, causing her to curl into a ball as she vomited again. "You better not die, you. I haven't heard who the hell was behind that ambush yet. Spill it now. If you don't talk, I'll bring 2 male dogs over later and make you wish you were dead," Lu Changqing threatened. But Yun Wanqiu had long since lost consciousness. After threatening her for a while, Lu Changqing tossed her aside and picked up her phone, hoping to find some clues. He meticulously combed through her call logs and text messages. Whenever he spotted a suspicious number in the call history, he dialed it to probe. But the vast majority of her contacts were women, her girlfriends and close friends. The only man was Louis. Even Liang Jun's number had been deleted from her phone. The only man she'd ever called was Yui. Louis, that name sounded familiar. I recalled that, according to what I knew, Liang Jun had bought 3 fake amber pieces from that kid named Louis, just a high school student. Finding no crucial clues on her phone, he checked her computer instead. There, he saw a notification on the screen indicating a video call had been disconnected. This clearly meant Yun Wanqiu had been video chatting with someone earlier. Checking the contact notes, it was also Louis. Scrolling through the chat history, he discovered Yun Wanqiu had been teaching Yui how to paint during their video call. Damn it, you actually have the nerve to teach someone to paint? You still have the energy for that? I've been stuck in this hospital for so long because of you, and you even robbed me of my manhood. If I hadn't lost my manhood, I'd be raping you right now. Lu Changqing spat out viciously. Seeing Yun Wanqiu still unconscious, he fetched some ice water and poured it directly over her head. But even that failed to rouse her. Worry began to creep and he feared she might die from this. When he'd forced the medicine down her throat earlier, it had been a moment of rage. Now he regretted it. Why hadn't he waited until he knew who was really behind this before toying with her? Damn it, don't play dead on me. This stuff is potent, but it shouldn't kill you. Wake the hell up. Wave after wave of ice water drenched Yun Wanqiu. She was only wearing a nightgown, and as it soaked through, her curvaceous figure gradually revealed alluring contours. Damn, this woman is a real catch. I've wanted to have you for ages. But now, he glared angrily at his own crotch. Even seeing such a beautiful woman, his manhood showed no reaction whatsoever. Over an hour had passed since they began, yet Yun Wanqiu still hadn't regained consciousness. Lu Changqing could only wait here for her to wake up. His brother, Lu Changnan, had already made it clear that Lu Changqing's problems were his own to handle. His brother wouldn't lift a finger to help. So he sat on the sofa, holding ice cubes he'd taken from the refrigerator. He mixed them with water and periodically splashed it over Yun Wanqiu's body, trying to rouse her. As he continued, Yun Wanqiu's front door suddenly slammed open violently, as if someone had burst through. When Lu Changqing had entered Yun Wanqiu's home, he had deliberately damaged the security door lock. Precisely because of this, outsiders could now enter with ease. Someone's here? Ha! Anyone coming to this S-place at this hour must be someone she knows. Fine. Since she's still out cold, I'll grab her acquaintance first and interrogate them. Hearing the sound, Lu Changqing stood up, touching his wrist. The hidden weapons in his sleeves were already primed and ready. Footsteps echoed rapidly through the living room, suddenly halting at the bedroom door. Lu Changqing narrowed his eyes, aiming his hidden weapon at the doorway. But then he saw the person approaching it was that high school student named Yui. He was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, almost gasping for breath. It was clear he'd rushed here at breakneck speed. So it's you. Lu Changqing, recognizing Yui, held back his hidden weapon. He merely sneered coldly, glancing at the computer. You rushed here at this hour, must have seen what I did to her in the video earlier, huh? Ha! But it's fine. I never intended to lay a finger on a kid like you. Since you've come knocking, though, come here quietly. I've got some questions for you. Lu Yi's rage flared, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Yet as he charged toward the room's entrance and saw Yun Wanqiu lying relatively unharmed in the corner, untouched, his fury gradually subsided. He glanced at Lu Changqing, who held his arm raised high. Lu Yi knew Lu Changqing concealed a hidden weapon within his arm. Once activated, 3 steel spikes would fire simultaneously with tremendous force. At such close range, if triggered, their speed would rival a bullet. Lu Yi wasn't confident he could dodge them. After all, his instant movement ability was currently unusable, and he couldn't evade such speed. Even summoning his spirit to manifest divine power would be a close call. What do you intend to do? Yui asked calmly. You greenhorn, get this straight, I'm the one asking questions here, not you. Got it? Lu Changqing's hands suddenly flickered. A hidden weapon in his sleeve fired, and a steel spike shot out with a sharp whistle. Its speed was indeed blindingly fast. Before Yui could react, the spike pierced his shoulder. He instantly doubled over in agony, clutching his shoulder as blood gushed out, the pain nearly knocking him unconscious. Lu Changqing had delivered a warning shot. With a cold smile, he stepped closer and said, "This is called asking for trouble, you understand? If you open your mouth again, I'll reward you with another steel nail. Now, you answer my questions." He pointed the hidden weapon at Yui and demanded, "That Yun Wanqiu, who does she usually hang out with? Do you know?" Louis writhed in agony, clenching his teeth so hard the veins on his forehead bulged. Lu Changqing approached, kicking Louis lightly. Don't play dead. One steel spike won't kill you. If you don't answer honestly, the next one won't just hit your shoulder. Chapter 153, 9 Oxen and 2 Tigers. The agony was excruciating. Due to the close range, the nail had pierced clean through his shoulder. Fortunately, it was him. If it had been Wu Tao, the sheer intensity of the pain might have knocked him unconscious. Wu Tao had come with Yui this time, but Yui hadn't let him inside. Instead, he'd stationed him outside the door as backup. Though he was currently at a disadvantage, he believed the situation wasn't yet beyond redemption. Speak up, don't waste my time. You little bastard didn't call the cops already, did you? Heh, but it wouldn't matter anyway.
With the Lu family's influence, if they could get the police to lift the quarantine on Lu Changmin, they could certainly make the police look the other way on matters they shouldn't meddle in. Take this situation, for instance. Even if the police arrived now, Lu Changqing could likely have them withdraw with just a single phone call.
Speak. Who's that Yun Wancho cozying up to? Lu Changqing walked over to Yue and kicked him. Bloodshot eyes, his mind frantically questioning Zhao Yun and his dantian, how to stop the pain.
Zhao Yun replied, pressure point techniques. In your current medical terms, it's about stimulating the nerve center to temporarily numb pain perception in a specific area.
How is it done? You cannot do it yet. First, you must master the precise locations of all 108 acupoints on the body. Second, your pressure point technique must be flawlessly precise. Then invoke the divine spirit to strike down that beast Lu Changqing yourself. Yue gritted his teeth. Impossible. This is also a trial for you, my lord. A blade grows dull without sharpening, jade remains unpolished without carving. You cannot rely on me for everything. Besides, he possesses only an E-grade amber. If you cannot even handle him, wouldn't that be a colossal laughingstock?
Zhao Yun replied, his resolve firm.
Lu Yi pondered this and found it reasonable.
He himself possessed the Qiongqi Master Amber, while his opponent held only an E-grade Crimson Eagle Amber. If the bearer of a Master Amber needed to rely on the divine power of a spirit to defeat such an opponent, it would be utterly disgraceful. Then I'll rely on my own strength. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Louis suddenly channeled immense strength into his right arm. With a sudden strike, he hit Lu Changqing's right leg, which was completely unguarded.
Snap! A crisp crack of breaking bone echoed instantly. The two stood too close together.
Lu Yi's sudden attack left Lu Changqing no time to dodge, or perhaps he simply hadn't anticipated such explosive power from Lu Yi's unexpected strike.
The full force of a bull's strength, one punch shattered bone and tore tendon.
You little bastard! Lu Changqing roared in pain, his voice echoing with agony.
He raised his hand, ready to drive another steel spike into Yue.
Yue rolled on the spot and swung a punch, striking once more at Lu Changqing's left leg. This time, Lu Changqing was prepared. He swiftly dodged backward. His sharp eyes suddenly locked onto Yue's swollen right hand, his expression shifting dramatically as if he just had an epiphany. So that's where that sudden, overwhelming strength comes from. I get it now. When you sold that fake amber to Liang Jun, the real amber was on your own person all along.
So that's it. We all underestimated you. What kind of amber do you possess? Hand it over.
Lu Changqing snarled ferociously. Though missing a leg, his single-legged movement remained swift. Dodging Yue's attacks, he continuously fired steel spikes from his hand.
Clang! 3 steel nails shot out at once, their force so terrifying they shattered the tiles.
His limping gait caused significant jolts during movement, slightly affecting his shooting accuracy. Louis darted across the floor, suddenly flipping up like a carp leaping out of water. He ducked behind the wardrobe, grabbed a handful of clothes with his left hand, and hurled them at Lu Changqing. Had he still possessed the ability to teleport, he could have instantly appeared behind Lu Changqing the moment the clothes were thrown, unleashing his full strength to kill him outright. Alas, his teleportation ability was now unusable, drained of willpower. He could only rely on this one bull strength.
The bull's strength could only last 1 minute. I had to finish him within that minute. If I couldn't finish him within a minute, then he would finish me. A cascade of clothes fell, obscuring the line of sight.
Lu Changqing fired 6 steel nails, piercing through the clothes and shooting toward the wardrobe. With a thud, they all sank 3 inches deep, embedding themselves into the wooden wardrobe. Louis turned his head and suddenly saw a steel-framed wardrobe, the kind assembled from aluminum alloy bars. He instantly tore the wardrobe apart, grabbing the aluminum alloy bars and hurling them at Lu Changqing.
Propelled by immense strength, each bar carried devastating force. Whoosh!
Suddenly, a thud sounded as Lu Changqing seemed to be struck somewhere on his body, letting out a cry of pain.
Louis thought, this is my chance.
He violently grabbed the entire wardrobe and hurled it at Lu Changqing. The sheer force unleashed was terrifying.
He effortlessly lifted the wardrobe, which weighed hundreds of pounds. Lu Changqing's face paled.
What incredible strength, he gasped.
Could this be the legendary strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers?
But even as he spoke, he had already leaped out of the room on one leg. Crash! The wardrobe crashed down, missing its target and creating a deafening roar that shook the entire floor. Louis followed close behind, clutching 5 aluminum alloy bars as he gave chase, his intent to kill now fully formed. Lu Changqing had uncovered his secret. This man must be silenced. Failure to eliminate him would invite even greater calamity. Not only would his uncle's entire family be endangered, but all his relatives would meet a grim fate. As the saying goes, if you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. For the safety of all his kin, Yue had no choice but to go all in. Lu Changqing, limping on his severed leg, felt not anger but astonishment. What I sought in vain, I found without effort.
So the genuine amber was on you all along.
Very well, you wait, boy.
I'll find you again.
Lu Changqing remained unaware that before him, Yue had unleashed a strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, already striking fear into his heart. Though he now knew Yui possessed the genuine amber, he had no clue which of the 9 pieces it was. Each of the 9 great amber pieces held unique powers. With one leg already severed, he had no confidence in facing Yui in a life or death struggle. It was wiser to retreat first and quickly contact Lu Changnan, his own elder brother. The genuine amber had surfaced, he couldn't let others profit from it. Though Lu Changqing himself coveted it, he knew the risks were too great. Letting Lu Changnan seize the advantage wasn't his original plan, but Lu Changnan was his blood brother. Family came first. Once Lu Changnan obtained the genuine amber, the benefits for their entire family would be immense. Moreover, that young man might very well possess a master amber. If it were a master amber, that would be truly extraordinary. Chapter 154, I Head on Strike. Louis pursued him relentlessly, while Lu Changqing, grinning darkly, sped toward the door. Just you wait. Now that I know you have genuine amber, you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, I'll make sure your entire family perishes, and every last one of your relatives meets the same fate. You believe me? If news of Yuyi's involvement leaked, the Lu family's influence could easily make this happen, wiping out Yuyi's entire clan. Though that Yun Wanqiu said nothing, it seems clear now that you were the one who attacked me last time. No one else possessed that kind of ability. I'll remember this debt. With that, Lu Changqing leapt toward the door, ready to descend the stairs. But in that instant, a figure burst from behind him, delivering a punch that struck him squarely in the waist. The force of that blow sent Lu Changqing flying from the doorway straight into the living room, hurled 10 meters away. It felt like being rammed by a raging bull, slamming him hard into one of the living room walls. Boom! The dark figure at the door was none other than Wu Tao, the backup Louis had arranged outside long ago, finally proving useful. His anger flared as he gritted his teeth. Damn it! What nerve! You dare threaten my family? Then I'll take you out first. Wu Tao had also unleashed a bull's strength, but thanks to the experience passed down by Yui, he swiftly reined in his power after landing the punch. As long as he didn't exert himself for over a minute, he wouldn't faint. Louis also charged toward Lu Changqing, seizing his vital points. Blood poured from all 7 orifices of Lu Changqing, his injuries severe. When he turned to see Wu Tao, the shock in his eyes deepened. You never expected that, even you. Weakened, he suddenly slipped his hand into his pocket, fumbling for something. Louis, sharp-eyed, noticed the movement and delivered a punch to his head, knocking him unconscious. Louis then slid his hand into the pocket along the arm. What Lu was searching for was a cell phone. He was about to make a call, to send a message. The person he intended to call was a man named Lu Changnan. Wu Tao, take this man away. Under no circumstances let him escape, Yi ordered. Brother Yi, you're injured, Wu Tao said, staring at the blood streaming down Yuyi's shoulder, staining his clothes crimson. I'm fine. Take him away. Remember, he must not escape. If necessary, killing him is acceptable. If this man gets away, both my uncle and aunt could be in mortal danger. You must remember this. Yui repeated his instructions. But what about you, Yi? Wu Tao looked at him. Louis glanced toward the room. Sister Chio's condition is unknown. I must take her to the hospital. You go ahead. With all this commotion, reinforcements will arrive soon. Got it. Wu Tao was equally decisive, immediately dragging Lu Changqing out on his back. Fortunately, this residential complex had no surveillance cameras, so Wu Tao didn't need to hide anything. After exiting the elevator, he stripped Lu Changqing naked, used his own clothes to bind his legs and feet tightly, and stuffed his underwear into his mouth to prevent him from screaming if he suddenly woke up. Then Wu Tao hopped on his tricycle motorcycle and sped away. As for Yui, upon returning to the room, he called out to Yun Wanqiu several times, but she showed no response whatsoever. Yun Wanqiu seemed to be asleep, or perhaps unconscious, her body burning hot. Sister Chio! Sister Chio, wake up! Unable to rouse her, Yui grew concerned that the excessive medication might cause complications. He immediately picked her up, intending to take her away. As he left, he noticed a set of car keys on the table and took them with him. After taking the elevator down, he reached the underground parking garage and located Yun Wanqiu's car using the keys. He carefully placed Yun Wanqiu inside. Yun Wanqiu was completely drenched. She had been wearing a thin nightgown to begin with, and after that bastard Lu Changqing doused her with so much ice water, it had become almost transparent. As he lifted her into the car, every fiber of his being stirred with uncontrollable heat. As he placed her in the back seat, Yun Wanqiu suddenly let out a soft moan. Her arms wrapped around his neck, and her fiery red lips pressed against his in a kiss. Sister Chio! Yui tried to call out, but her body felt scorching hot and incredibly soft, a seductive, tender embrace that made him want to sink into it, unable to resist. Sister Chio! Lu Yi froze for 2 seconds. But as a normal man, how could he resist when such a stunning beauty initiated a kiss? Moreover, Sister Chio was now clad only in a nightgown soaked through, revealing her curvaceous, enchanting figure in tantalizing glimpses. Overwhelmed by emotion, Yui's hands involuntarily reached up to cup 2 soft yet firm peaks. A soft moan escaped Yun Wanqiu's throat, like a fairy singing a moving melody. Lu Yi's heartbeat surged. This first attempt filled him with overwhelming excitement. He yearned to explore deeper, yet fear gripped him. He dreaded Yun Wanqiu waking and blaming him, calling him a beast. The thought of Yun Wanqiu's kindness toward him made him realize that if he took advantage of her now, even if he gained her body, his conscience would never forgive him. He would live the rest of his life burdened by guilt. He immediately regained his composure and said, "Sister Qiu, it's Yue. Wake up." Yun Wanqiu slowly opened her eyes, gazing at him with a faint smile that seemed almost drunken. She whispered softly into Lu Yi's ear, "Close the door. Turn off the light." Aye. Yue froze. Was Yun Wanqiu truly awake or merely dazed? "Sister. I need." Yun Wanqiu murmured softly. Yue trembled all over, a nervousness born of indecision. Yun Wanqiu had already spoken. If he didn't respond now, what kind of man would he be? But was Yun Wanqiu truly lucid at this moment? "Sister Qiu, it's me, Lu Yi," he repeated, reminding her of his identity. Yun Wanqiu hooked her arm around his neck, murmuring as if in a dream, "Sister knows it's you. Sister is willing to give you her best. Don't you want it? I'd been betrayed many times already. If you don't take it now, and someone else claims it later, don't come crying to me." She whispered softly in his ear. The sound sent a tingle through Yuyi's heart. His courage swelled bit by bit because of those words. That Yun Wanqiu could utter such words proved she was lucid and that she truly recognized the man beside her as Louis. Enough. Enough. Thud. The car door slammed shut abruptly and the interior lights went dark. He tiptoed over and embraced Yun Wanqiu, his hands trembling with uncertainty. In his overwhelming excitement, he even forgot the pain in his shoulder. Hungrily, he pressed down onto her mature, curvaceous body, radiating the vitality of youth. Chapter 155, Accommodation. This night was destined to be one of stormy turbulence and restlessness. Within his dantian, Zhao Yun instinctively shut down the amber vision, refusing to see the outside world. Amidst waves of moans and sighs, Yue transformed from a boy into a true man. The next morning, not until 6 o'clock did Yue awaken from his slumber. The sleep had been so profoundly restful that every cell in his body seemed to breathe on its own. Unexpectedly, he sensed his constitution had grown stronger, almost imperceptibly. Yun Wanqiu, already dressed, sat in the back seat, smiling warmly at him. "Sister Qiu," Yue called out, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yun Wanqiu was indeed deeply shaken by last night's events, but seeing Yue instantly dispelled her fear. Moreover, the more she endured, the more her true self grew numb. Thus, she now radiated an unusual calm, as if last night had never occurred. "You can treat last night as a fleeting spring dream," Yun Wanqiu said. "Our relationship remains exactly as it was before, okay?" Lu Yi thought for a moment. "All right." Yun Wanqiu sighed with emotion. "Perhaps I truly am a worthless woman, destined never to be cherished by a man in this lifetime. But to offer my best to someone I regard as a younger brother, well, that is no great loss. You must study painting diligently. Consider last night's events a gift from your elder sister." Yue suddenly seized Yun Wanqiu's hand and declared, "Sister Qiu, I will take responsibility." Yun Wanqiu giggled softly, extending her jade-like hand to gently tap his forehead. "Responsible? Responsible for what?" I said I'd marry you. And I've liked you from the very beginning." Yue spoke sincerely. He truly adored Yun Wanqiu. From the moment he first saw her, he'd regarded her as a goddess in his heart, back when he'd envied and resented Liang Jun. But then he'd believed Yun Wanqiu was already spoken for, making her unattainable, and besides, he was still young. But now, having claimed the most precious part of this woman and become intimately connected with her, he felt perhaps it was time to muster some courage and shoulder the responsibilities a man ought to bear. This responsibility wasn't just something he ought to bear, it was something he wanted to bear. He wanted to treat this woman well for the rest of his life. "Don't be silly. You're still so young. By the time you grow up, I'll be an old woman. It's simply not appropriate," Yun Wanqiu said with self-deprecating humor. "No, who says it's not right? You're only 5 or 6 years older than me, that's not much of a difference. Anyway, I don't care. Since this has happened, I won't treat it like a dream. I will take responsibility," said Yue. "But I don't want you to take responsibility." "Why?" "Because this sister doesn't want to get married." "Sister Qiu. I understand your feelings, sister, but I truly don't want to get married." "But your journey is still long, just beginning. Don't define things so quickly. Maybe in a few years you'll meet a woman you like even more, a more beautiful woman. By then, you'll forget about me." "No way." "Alright, let's not talk about this anymore, okay?" Yun Wanqiu smiled sweetly, then changed the subject. "Last night, Lu Changqing came looking for me at home. It truly scared me half to death. But then, when I saw you appear, I don't know how, but all my fear vanished instantly. I don't know what happened afterward. Could you tell me?" Lu Yi's mind drifted to Wu Tao, who left with Lu Changqing last night and hadn't contacted him yet. And the wound on his body had been bleeding all night long. He suddenly glanced at his own shoulder and was startled to discover that his wound had completely healed at some unknown point, leaving not even a scar. Yun Wanqiu was helping him tidy his clothes. She had noticed the bloodstains earlier and had even examined his body while he slept, but found no wounds on him. This made her suspect that perhaps the blood belonged to Lu Qiongqi. Healed? How? Lu Yi couldn't fathom it. He hadn't consumed any energy-restoring items. How could his wounds have suddenly healed? Suddenly, Zhao Yun's voice echoed from within his dantian, "My lord, this is the power of a woman." A woman's power? Lu Yi asked in astonishment. What power? The woman by your side harbors affection for you. Thus, this force has restored your body. Moreover, you yourself should have sensed it. Your constitution has correspondingly strengthened, has it not? From this day forward, whether it be the spirit manifestation or the bull's might, you may wield either for 2 minutes, Zhao Yun explained. 2 minutes? Lu Yi pressed urgently. Didn't you say you needed the blood from a woman's ring finger? But I never obtained Sister Chio's ring finger blood. Zhao Yun chuckled diplomatically, clearing his throat. Such matters are best left unsaid. How could one bring this up? Whether it's the blood from the ring finger or the blood of a maiden, they are both equally. So even ancient men felt such embarrassment discussing this. Not even Zhao Yun, a general who charged into battle and fought 10,000 men single-handedly, was an exception. The key lies in affection. Only genuine affection makes it effective. You've bestowed great kindness upon this woman, and she has lost all hope in others. Thus, she offers you her true heart, willing to die for you. Precisely because of this, her blood holds power for you. Zhao Yun explained. After these words, he added, regarding last night's events, I observed nothing improper. Rest assured, Lord. What are you spacing out about? Yun Wanqiu asked curiously when she saw Yui suddenly freeze, speechless. Only then did Yui withdraw from his dantian. Feeling the powerful strength coursing through his limbs, he realized his physique had indeed grown immensely stronger, almost capable of wielding the strength of 1.5 oxen. Sister Chio, how are you feeling? Any discomfort? Lu Yi inquired. Yun Wanqiu shook her head. After Lu Qiongqi drugged me last night, I felt utterly miserable, like I wanted to die. But after being with you, I felt relieved. I'm still fine now, just a bit tired. Tired? Of course she was tired. Her wild passion last night had both delighted and astonished Yui. They made love repeatedly throughout the night. Fortunately, Yui was young and robust, able to endure the exertion. But Yun Wanqiu was, after all, mortal. This was her first time. Her wildness last night was likely fueled by the potion's effects. Once the potion wore off, what remained was a deep, natural exhaustion. Lu Yi gripped Yun Wanqiu's hands tightly, speaking with utmost sincerity, enunciating each word clearly. Sister Chio, whatever choice you make, in my heart, I will marry you sooner or later. You must become my wife. Yun Wanqiu watched his earnest expression, giggled softly, then nodded slightly. Well, you'll at least have to wait until you're of legal age to marry. If by then you haven't met a prettier woman, or one you like more, and you don't mind that I'm an old woman, perhaps I might consider it. Chapter 156, A Promise Made. Then it's settled. Lu Yi, hearing her words, immediately exclaimed. In his heart, this resolve was unshakable. Yun Wanqiu was only 5 years older than him. He would soon turn 19, and in 3 more years, he would reach the legal marriage age. As for Yun Wanqiu, she was 24 in traditional Chinese age, only 23 in actual age. In 3 more years, she would be just 26, still very young. He certainly wouldn't find her old. Besides, a naturally beautiful woman like Yun Wanqiu could easily stay stunning well into her 40s. Didn't many celebrities still radiate charm even at 50? And Yun Wanqiu's assets were far superior to those celebrities. In Lu Yi's eyes, both her figure and appearance were top tier, unmatched by any female star. Speaking of which, what about that Lu Qiongqi? I hear the Lu family is a powerful clan, not to be trifled with. When he came to Lingjiang City with Lu Changmen, Liang Jun treated them with utmost respect, afraid to offend them in the slightest. Since you saved him last night, you've definitely crossed him. Yun Wanqiu also began to worry for him. Lu Yi said, it's fine. I have leverage over him. He wouldn't dare cause trouble for me. Lu Yi told a white lie. In truth, his intention toward Lu Qiongqi was to eliminate him completely. As long as Lu Qiongqi remained alive, he posed a threat to his family and relatives. Therefore, he must be eliminated. Killing someone might look simple on TV, but when it comes to actually doing it, it takes tremendous courage and resolve. He didn't want to show his ruthless side in front of Yun Wanqiu, so he chose a benevolent excuse. Also, Sister Chio, you should change your phone number. The old one is easy to track. Once you switch, don't tell anyone the new number lightly. Yui reminded her. He had read books on electronic communications and knew that some hackers could pinpoint a person's location using just their phone number. As long as the phone was turned on, it would emit a signal that could be tracked. This method was also used by the police to pinpoint criminals' locations. In the past, this might have been considered high-tech, but now many skilled hackers can easily master it. The old SIM card, I already tossed it. She had woken up early that morning and had indeed discarded the old card long ago. Also, Uncle might be transferred soon. While the Lu family won't touch me, they might come looking for trouble with Autumn's family.
What should we do? Sister Qiu, you should take uncle abroad for treatment as soon as possible. I'll give you all the money. I have over 10 million and I'll transfer the rest to you immediately. I have your card number anyway, so I can send it anytime, said Yui. Truthfully, he didn't want Yun Wanqiu to leave the country so soon. They'd just become intimate, and if they could nurture their feelings further, he believed he might win her back. But the current situation left Yun Wanqiu no choice but to leave the country. After all, she had a gravely ill father. She herself could hide away, but how could her father evade detection? Her father couldn't endure the rigors of travel and was currently dependent on medical equipment to survive. Therefore, the only viable solution was for her to take her father abroad for treatment. It would also allow them to lie low overseas. Alright then. Yun Wanqiu considered it and accepted the proposal. There was no time to waste, they should depart immediately, said Yui. So urgent? But transferring my father requires extensive preparation. Sister Qiu, the current situation leaves us little time. We must act swiftly. Spending more money isn't an issue. If necessary, I'll transfer more funds to you later. Rest assured, money won't be a problem. I can secure it. Lu Yi stated with certainty. Alright. Yun Wanqiu trusted Lu Yi. Go ahead. We'll split up. I happen to have some business to attend to as well. Sister Qiu, once you're done, contact me. I'll see you off to the airport then, said Yui. Alright. Yun Wanqiu replied, returning to the driver's seat. Where do you need to go? I'll drop you off first. No need. Sister Qiu, hurry and move father. Delay could mean trouble. Lu Yi reminded her, knowing full well that more than just one or two members of the Lu family were now in Lingjiang City. Many had arrived. If they learned of Lu Changqing's disappearance, they would undoubtedly come looking for Yun Wanqiu first. Yun Wanqiu was also worried about her father. Hearing Lu Yi's words, she immediately drove away. Lu Yi walked out of the parking lot himself and pulled out his phone to call Wu Tao. Only then did he notice that Wu Tao had called him over 50 times last night. Unfortunately, his phone had been on silent mode, so he hadn't heard a single one last night. Besides, last night he and Yun Wanqiu were, well, doing that kind of thing. Even if he had heard the calls, he probably would have ignored them. The moment he dialed, Wu Tao answered immediately, his voice urgent. Gu. Why did you only call now? Where are you now? Lu Yi asked. I'm out in the suburbs, of course the eastern suburb wilderness. It's already daylight. With this Lu Changqing in tow, I wouldn't dare show my face in the city. If the cops spot me, I'm done for. How's Lu Changqing doing now? He woke up ages ago. This guy's got some crazy constitution, got beaten bloody from head to toe, but this morning he was as lively as a dragon. Had to wrap him up in 2 or 3 layers of vines to keep him quiet. During the call, Yui faintly heard a distorted voice snarling menacingly. But before he could say much more, Wu Tao punched him across the face, shouting, "Shut your damn mouth. One more word and I'll toss you into the river. I'm coming to find you. Tell me your exact location. I'm at XXXX, near the Lingjiang River. Once you leave Choyuan County, take the mountain path to the left. Keep going straight, then follow the riverbank and you'll find me," Wu Tao said. Lu Yi hung up and left the residential complex. The location Wu Tao described was quite far away. He couldn't walk there, nor could he hail a taxi to take him. So, right there in the county town, when passing by a motorcycle shop, he swiped his card and bought a motorcycle. After mounting it, he sped off like a bullet toward the location Wu Tao had specified. Leaving Choyuan County, he indeed spotted a cement road branching left into the wilderness. He followed this road for 4 or 5 kilometers before encountering a large river. This river was, of course, the Lingjiang. Flowing eastward through Lingjiang City, it also passed through Choyuan County. Following the riverbed offered no path, he sped across the grassy terrain. After another 7 or 8 kilometers, from a great distance, Yui finally spotted Wu Tao's location. The 3-wheeled motorcycle he rode was caked in mud, stuck in a muddy pit and unable to move, which was why he had stopped there. Otherwise, he would likely have driven much farther. Chapter 157, Silence the Witness. Brother E. Wu Tao had also heard the motorcycle's engine from afar and called out in this direction. Lu Yi sped past on his motorcycle, pulling up beside him. Why did you bring him all the way out here? Wu Tao replied nervously, Brother E, you wouldn't believe it. Last night, when I carried him downstairs and threw him on the tricycle, I almost got caught. Even though this Lu guy isn't a good person, what we did is still kidnapping. If someone reported it, I'd be scared too. So I tried to bring him to this remote place. I originally wanted to take a longer detour, but the tricycle got stuck in the mud and couldn't move. There are also many mud pits ahead, so we couldn't go any further. I just decided to stop here. Lu Yi got off the bike and scanned ahead. Numerous watery pits lay before them. The Lang River flooded periodically, so such muddy swamps along its banks were common. As for Lu Changqing, he was completely naked, bound tightly with vine ropes by Wu Tao and hung from a willow tree. Spotting Yui, Lu Changqing's gagged mouth emitted muffled grunts. Lu Yi walked over and yanked the trousers out of his mouth. Lu Changqing's jaw seemed stiff once freed, his speech was slurred. Kid, know your place. Unbind me now. You know the Lu family? The Lu family is vast and powerful. Their influence across all of China is beyond what you two could ever imagine. If you don't release me, your entire clan will be wiped out. Understand? If you don't want to die, untie me immediately. Damn it, here we go again with this spiel. Wu Tao was fed up. He grabbed a handful of dirt, ready to shove it into Lu Changqing's mouth. Lu Changqing had risen early that day, intending to deliver this very speech to Wu Tao. But Wu Tao was stubborn as a mule. Not only did he refuse to be intimidated, he de-stuffed Lu's underwear into his own mouth to silence him. Now that he'd met Yue, Lu Changqing realized these words might not work on Wu Tao, but they could work on Yue. Don't do anything rash. If you release me now, I'll let bygones be bygones. You can decide among yourselves, Lu Changqing barked. Wu Tao clutched the dirt, ready to strike, but Lu Yi held him back. Lu Yi smiled. The Lu family? I know the Lu family is vast and powerful, with significant influence in China. You possess the Crimson Eagle Amber. Your family has survived on this land for so many years. Your depth and heritage must be astonishing. I don't need to guess to know that. Good that you know. Since you know, why not release me? Lu Changqing's pride swelled. As a member of the Lu family, arrogance ran deep in his veins. But Lu Yi abruptly shifted his tone, coldly retorting, but what does that have to do with me? No matter how powerful your Lu family is, what the hell does it matter to me? Aren't you afraid the Lu family will wipe out your entire clan? Lu Changqing's expression darkened. Exterminate my entire clan? That's quite the boast. If I let you go, perhaps your Lu family really could wipe out my entire clan. But if I kill you to silence you, who in your Lu family would even know? Once you're dead, it's all over. No matter how powerful your Lu family is, they'll never connect it to me. They won't suspect me. I'm just an ordinary high school student. Yue said. You dare kill me? Murder is illegal. Lu Changqing's eyes flashed red, fear creeping into his heart. He thought, these two kids are one more ruthless than the other. That Wu Tao is stubborn as a mule, a brute of a man, and this Yue is even more dangerous. He actually dares to kill. Killing is indeed illegal, Lu Yi said calmly. But compared to the safety of my relatives and friends, I'd rather break the law. So what if I kill you? Besides, you snuck into Sister Chio's house in the dead of night and nearly killed her too. If you're willing to kill, you should be prepared to be killed. Oomph. I don't believe you'd dare kill me. Murder is illegal. If I die, your life is ruined. Lu Changqing suddenly roared. Wu Tao, standing nearby, suddenly frowned and said to Yue, Brother Yi, are we really going to kill him? Lu Yi's face darkened as he stared at Wu Tao. Do you want your parents to suffer? Do you want them to die unjustly while those criminals walk free, unpunished by the law? Of course not. Wu Tao shook his head decisively. Exactly. This man is a fuse. If we let him go, the Lu family will inevitably learn about the amber we possess. Therefore, he absolutely cannot be released. Lu Yi continued, we cannot take risks. Even if there's a 1 in 10,000 chance, we must nip that possibility in the bud. If any major family learns about the Dragon Soul Amber, they'll stop at nothing to seize it no matter the cost. The man is innocent, but the amber makes him guilty. What do you think, should he die? Lu Yi stared at Wu Tao. Wu Tao hesitated, then his eyes widened. He must die. I don't want my parents to suffer. Not just your parents, mine would be in danger too. For the sake of our families and friends, this man must die. Lu Yi laid out the stakes plainly. Wu Tao's hesitation vanished. Brother Yi, how should we kill him? Strangle him? Or smash his head with a rock? Wu Tao asked, already picking up a large stone, ready to smash it into Lu Changqing's skull at any moment. Don't do it yourself. We can't get our hands bloody. Then how should we kill him? Tie him to that tricycle. That tricycle ran too many red lights last night, it's already beyond repair. We'll just push him and the bike into the Ling River and feed him to the fish. You can't do this. Murder is illegal. Lu Changqing bellowed, struggling desperately. But his Crimson Eagle Amber lacked the Herculean strength of Yue. Had he possessed such power, he might have torn through the vines, but he couldn't. Lu Yi suddenly struck, slashing his hand blade across Lu Changqing's neck, knocking him unconscious. Then, gazing at the Crimson Eagle mark upon his chest, he addressed Zhao Yun within his dantian, with the Crimson Eagle Amber present, I fear he won't die completely. Tell me, how do I destroy his amber? Zhao Yun, my lord, you need only touch his chest mark with a drop of your blood to break it. Hearing this, Yue bit his finger, squeezing out a drop of blood. He pressed it onto Lu Changqing's chest. The moment his blood touched the mark, he seemed to suddenly witness a blood-red tiger taking flight, locked in combat with the Crimson Eagle. The tiger's roar shook the heavens as it swallowed the eagle whole in a single gulp. Splash! The mark on Lu Changqing's chest vanished instantly, utterly destroyed. Immediately, Lu Yi untied Lu Changqing from the tree and bound him once more to the tricycle. Then, with the strength of an ox, he grabbed the tricycle and flung it, tossing both Lu Changqing and the vehicle into the cold river. Chapter 158, The Finale. Boom! Waves surged as the vast Lang River instantly swallowed both the tricycle and Lu Qiongqi.
The Lang River was vast, 300 to 400 meters wide, with a depth of at least 200 meters. Large ships had once navigated this river to reach Lingjiang City. Without the Crimson Eagle Amber, Lu Qiongqi was now just an ordinary man. Bound to the tricycle, weighed down by its bulk, he should have been a dead man. Lu Yi appeared utterly composed on the surface, yet his heart was filled with unease. This was murder, a crime punishable by law, and a serious one at that. But for the safety of his family, relatives, and friends, he had no choice. Wu Tao too stared silently at the river's surface. The ripples spread out in concentric circles before fading away in moments, as if nothing had ever happened. Lu Yi suddenly patted Wu Tao on the shoulder. I never wanted you to enter this world, but you've stepped into it now. With the Dragon Soul Amber, you're no longer an ordinary man. From now on, think more carefully about your actions and consider the consequences. Wu Tao nodded calmly. Brother Yi, I will. If there's anything I don't know, I'll learn. I don't regret obtaining the Dragon Soul Amber. Even if stepping into this world means facing mortal danger, I won't regret it. I recall someone once said there are two paths in life: burn like a candle for a lifetime, or blaze like a meteor for a single moment. Candles burn long, but their light is faint, and ordinary meteors last only an instant, yet their brilliance can be remembered forever, like that guy, Leslie Chung. Lu Yi chuckled and said, remember, the mark on your chest must never be seen. The consequences would be unimaginable. Our Qiongqi Amber is still unborn. If discovered, there might be no place left for us in all of China. Wu Tao tore open his own shirt, staring at the distinct Qiongqi mark etched across his chest. He then looked at Yu Yi, whose shirt hung half open, revealing a pale, unmarked chest. Brother Yi, where's your mark? How come you don't have one? Wu Tao leaned closer to inspect, then abruptly yanked open Lu Yi's shirt. Brother Yi, how's your wound? You bled so much last night. But when he pulled back his shirt, he discovered the wound on his shoulder had already healed. How is that possible? Brother Yi, your shoulder was severely wounded last night, bleeding profusely. How could it heal in just one night? Wu Tao was astonished. He had witnessed the injury firsthand last night, when Lei Yi had bled heavily and turned deathly pale. Yet after just one night, Yu Yi's shoulder was perfectly smooth. How could it possibly look injured? Lu Yi chuckled, no longer hiding the truth from Wu Tao. Actually, there are 9 major types of amber in this world. Ranked first is Qilin Amber, second is Qiongqi Amber, third is White Tiger Amber, fourth is Grey Wolf Amber, fifth is Spirit Foal Amber, sixth is the Fierce Bear Amber, seventh is the Crimson Eagle Amber, eighth is the Mad Lion Amber, and ninth is the Mystic Turtle Amber. The amber we possess is Qiongqi Amber, ranked second? Truly formidable. Wu Tao was overjoyed. The 9 great ambers are the primary amber. The primary amber can be split into secondary amber to give to others. What I gave you is the secondary amber, while the one on my body is the primary amber. The primary amber has a concealment function, so the mark on my chest is hidden, you cannot see it. Brother Yi, is the ranking of the 9 great ambers determined by their power? Not exactly. It can't be judged solely by martial prowess. This ranking is based on the historical 3 kingdoms generals hierarchy. Back then, Lu Bu obtained the Qilin Amber. The 3 kingdoms generals ranking proclaimed: 1st Lu, 2nd Zhao, 3rd Dianwei, 4th Quan, 5th Ma, 6th Zhengfei, 7th Wang, 8th Su, 9th Jiangwei. Thus, this ranking was established accordingly. But I really don't think Red Eagle is that strong. Wu Tao remarked, feeling that Lu Qiongqi seemed far too weak. Last night, he knocked Lu Qiongqi down with a single punch, leaving him utterly powerless to retaliate. You dare say Red Eagle isn't strong? What a joke. The Red Eagle Amber was once wielded by the veteran General Huang Zhong. His 100 steps through Willow skill wasn't just empty talk. Remember the Battle of Changsha? Even Guan Yu nearly fell to Huang Zhong. Didn't Xiahou Yuan of Wei also meet his end by Huang Zhong's blade? And Wei Yin of Shu, you know him, right? He wielded the Red Eagle Amber, making him exceptionally fierce. Last night, you knocked Lu Qiongqi down with one punch only because it was unexpected. In truth, he possesses remarkable agility and formidable rapid-fire arrows, otherwise I wouldn't have been injured. Yui said sternly, warning him not to underestimate any amber. Moreover, the 9th-ranked Xin Gui Amber legend has it Zhuge Liang was its first possessor, later passing it to his disciple Jiang Wei. Would you dare claim Jiang Wei wasn't formidable? Strong. Wu Tao knew little about the 3 kingdoms, but he recognized key figures. Jiang Wei, known as Jiang Boyo, was Zhuge Liang's direct disciple and one of Shu Han's pivotal generals in its later years. Without his relentless efforts, Shu would have fallen long ago. Moreover, the 8th-ranked warrior was Su Chu, who once fought Ma Chao to a standstill. Rankings alone cannot determine strength. Got it. Brother Yi, how was Sister Chiu last night? Wu Tao suddenly changed the subject. Before leaving last night, he had vaguely sensed that Yun Wanqiu's condition seemed dire. Lu Yi flushed slightly at the mention of Yun Wanqiu. She's fine. Wu Tao chuckled awkwardly. Brother Yi, you didn't get involved with Sister Chiu, did you? She has a boyfriend. Bull. She doesn't have a boyfriend. Liang Jun isn't her boyfriend, he doesn't even deserve to be.
From now on, she's my woman. He stood tall, no longer hiding his relationship with Yun Wanqiu from Wu Tao. Holy, you two really hooked up? You're something else, you snagged the goddess. I thought you were with Chening, but who knew you'd end up with goddess Yun Wanqiu? She really is gorgeous, with a killer figure. But now she's my sister-in-law, so I can't have any improper thoughts about her anymore. Wu Tao stroked his chin. Back in the day, Yun Wanqiu was the dream girl for both of them. She was gorgeous, had a great figure, flawless skin, and a wonderful personality. Wu Tao even used to joke that Liang Jun must have stepped in a dog's poop in a past life to land a girlfriend like her. And now, she's actually involved with Louis? It's enough to make anyone envious. Alright, don't go blabbing about me and Sister Chiu to Uncle. All I can tell you is, I'm definitely marrying her someday. Lu Yi declared firmly. Alright, I'll keep it under wraps. Wu Tao patted his chest. As the model Chinese cousin, since the goddess had become his sister-in-law, he readily gave Lu Yi his full blessing. Chapter 159, Farewell. After Lu Chongqing fell into the water, the two brothers didn't leave the riverbank immediately. Instead, they waited quietly for over an hour. It was their first time doing something like this. Even though they knew Lu Chongqing couldn't possibly float back up, they chose to wait an extra hour just to be sure. Gu, you think he's really dead, right? Without the Crimson Eagle Amber, he's just an ordinary man now. If it were you, what are your chances of survival? Wu Tao shook his head. He's as good as dead. Lu Chongqing was bound so tightly, layer upon layer, stripped of everything he owned, not even clothes left him. With no sharp tools to cut through the vines, an ordinary person underwater could barely last 5 minutes. So he must be dead by now. But what if his body floats up in a couple of days? What then? What does that have to do with us? Let's go. Lu Yi tossed over the words, hopping on his motorcycle. You coming? Wu Tao still felt uneasy, but snapped back to reality. Let's go. Of course we're going. He followed Lu Yi, hopped on the motorcycle, and they raced back the way they came. That day, both took leave from school. Lu Yi brought Wu Tao back to the city from the neighboring county. After returning home, he gathered all his money, stuffing it into a large bag. He even borrowed the over 1,000,000 yuan that Wu Tao didn't need for the time being. After that, Wu Tao stayed home to rest while Lu Yi took the money to the bank to wire it to Yun Wanqiu's account. By the time he finished all this, it was already afternoon. After receiving the funds, Yun Wanqiu called in to inform him that her father had already arranged for someone to help transfer the assets. She had also booked her flight and would depart for overseas that evening. Lu Yi had promised to see her off, so naturally, after completing the transfer, he headed straight to the airport to wait. Before long, Yun Wanqiu arrived, accompanied by several distant relatives in a motorhome. Her father was being meticulously cared for. When Yun Wanqiu saw Lu Yi, she pulled him aside. Though she had 1,000 words she wanted to say, in the end, she found herself unable to speak, unsure of what to say. Had last night not happened, perhaps she could have voiced certain things. But after sharing the most intimate connection with Yui, those very things now felt impossible to broach. In the end, it was Lu Yi who broke the silence. Sister Chiu, I'll find a way to transfer the remaining money to you as soon as possible. Once you're abroad, you must be careful and stay safe. Yun Wanqiu responded, her mind drifting elsewhere. Seeing her like this, Yui didn't know what else to say after that. The two of them stood there, the atmosphere growing quietly awkward. Lu Yi. Yun Wanqiu suddenly called his name. You truly have a gift for painting. Once I'm abroad, I'll likely need to spend more time caring for my father and won't be able to teach you anymore. But you mustn't slack off. Since you have the means, find a better teacher. I believe that if you work hard, you'll definitely carve out a place for yourself in the national art scene. Yun Wanqiu said sincerely. I won't seek another teacher. I'll wait for you, Sister Chiu, to return and continue teaching me, Lu Yi declared. Yun Wanqiu gave him a wry smile. Are you being silly? My own skill has its limits. While I was decent at painting back then, I'm still far from the level of those true masters. If I were to teach you, I might actually hold you back. I don't believe that, Lu Yi insisted firmly. I've seen Sister Chiu's skill with my own eyes. I trust you completely. You're absolutely on par with the masters. Having you as my teacher is more than enough. Yun Wanqiu hesitated, then sighed, fixing him with a serious gaze. Remember what I told you before? If you like a girl at school, don't be shy. Be bold and pursue her. If you miss this chance, you might never get another. Lu Yi remained just as resolute. I told you I'd marry you, Sister Chiu. Just wait a few more years. The moment I reach legal age, I'll marry you first thing. You idiot. Yun Wanqiu started to scold him, but suddenly, as if seized by courage, Lu Yi wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her soft body close. Then, he pressed his lips against hers. Yun Wanqiu's body trembled as if struck by lightning. Her eyes darted toward the RV not too far away. If those distant relatives saw them, they'd inevitably start speculating. Yet, a sudden shift in her thoughts occurred. Meeting Yu Yi's tender gaze, her heart softened. Her eyes closed quietly as she surrendered to his kiss, returning it passionately.
They embraced there, kissing for a full 10 minutes until both their lips went numb before finally parting. Yun Wancho flushed, glancing at Louis before bursting into laughter. Pink lipstick smeared comically around his mouth, making her giggle uncontrollably. Louis looked back at her, smiling as well. They'd shared a deep French kiss. How could Yun Wancho escape unscathed when Louis's lips were already smeared with her lipstick? Seeing Louis smiling too, Yun Wancho finally pulled a compact mirror from her small bag. She checked her own reflection, then pouted slightly and said, "You haven't grown up yet, but your mind has certainly turned to mischief." "Kissing my future wife? That's only natural." Louis gathered his courage and felt triumphant before his goddess. "Who's your future wife? You've got some nerve." "Of course it's you, Sister Qio." "Alright, the flight leaves at 5:30. We'll need time to get inside, so I'm heading out first. I had some things I wanted to tell you, but since you've learned to be so naughty, I won't bother." "Qio sister, if you have something to say, just tell me." "Never mind. I can't bring myself to say it. I'll text you later." "Alright then." Yun Wancho opened her arms, and Louis cooperatively embraced her. "No more kissing, I just wiped off my lipstick." As they hugged, Yun Wancho saw Louis still trying to kiss her. She quickly pushed him away, handed him a handkerchief, and said, "Hurry up and wipe yourself off too. I gotta go now. Bye. Sister Qio, I'll wait for you to come back." Louis waved at her. He could only see her off this far. He wasn't allowed into the airport departure lounge. This time, Yun Wancho had not only summoned all the household maids but also brought along several accompanying doctors. Given her father's condition, traveling without medical personnel would pose significant risks. Watching them wheel the mobile bed away, Yui mounted his motorcycle. "Sister Qio has gone abroad and likely needs money urgently. It seems my copy of The Lady of the Crimson Robe should finally see the light of day." Chapter 160, Masterful Craftsmanship. The aging process for the Lady Red Robe had begun 2 days prior. After all, this was a modern painting, so it wasn't overly aged. The paper and materials were authentic, but the main challenge lay in the ink's patina. 2 days had passed, so it should be fine by now. Upon arriving home, Yui retrieved the framed Lady Red Robe from the cabinet. Unfolding it on the table, he saw the aging techniques described in the books had worked perfectly. The ink had fully integrated with the paper, and to the naked eye, it no longer looked like fresh ink. Since he'd already taken the day off, he might as well contact Xiaoxi's painting teacher today to show him the painting and ask for help finding a buyer. Without delay, Yui dialed the art teacher's number. The teacher's surname was Ma, and his name was Ma Jichang. The call connected quickly. "Hello, who is this?" A deep voice came through the line. Teacher Ma usually spoke in this manner with ordinary people rather matter of fact. But when it came to matters or people that piqued his interest, his tone would become more animated. "Teacher Ma, it's me, Yui. I'm the student who mentioned the painting of the Lady Red Robe in my family a few days ago." Yui immediately identified himself. Sure enough, upon hearing his name, Teacher Ma's voice instantly brightened with interest. "Ah, it's you. I've been waiting for your call." "So? Has your family already discussed it?" "Yes, my family has discussed it. But I'm not very knowledgeable about the painting's quality. If we're going to sell it, we should have an expert look at it first." "I think you're quite knowledgeable, Teacher Ma. Would you be willing to take a look at the painting sometime?" Louis asked. This flattery and praise clearly pleased Teacher Ma. After a few modest remarks, he replied, "Excellent. I've long wanted to see a genuine work by Mr. Dakian. Years ago, I saw one at the Kyoto Museum, but unfortunately, it was behind glass. Now that you have one here, I can finally examine it up close. Where do you live? I'll come right over." Yui gave Teacher Ma his address. After hanging up, he went downstairs to prepare for Teacher Ma's arrival. While courtesy dictated he should bring the painting to the meeting, he reconsidered. Carrying a masterpiece like the Lady Hongfu out casually would diminish its prestige. Moreover, inviting Mr. Ma to view it at home would better demonstrate his family's reverence for the work and its inherent value. Professor Ma arrived quickly, driving himself. He had been teaching at the university that day, so the journey from campus was naturally short. From a distance, he spotted Louis standing by the roadside. As soon as his car pulled up, he hurriedly got out, carrying a toolkit on his back, looking both eager and excited. "Mr. Yui, today was supposed to be a class day. Why didn't you go to school?" asked Teacher Ma. Louis shrugged and replied, "I'm feeling under the weather with a cold today, so I took a day off. Besides, the course material has already been covered. Reviewing at home is just as good." Teacher Ma nodded, looking at him meaningfully. "I hear you're the top student in class too, with a strong chance of getting into Jingda or Zeta. If that happens, your future prospects are truly limitless." "Teacher Ma, you flatter me. Whether I get in or not depends on luck. In any case, I have high hopes for you." After exchanging pleasantries, Teacher Ma got to the point. "Where's the painting? Where do you live, Yi? Is it here?" "Yes." Louis nodded, then gestured invitingly, "This way, Teacher Ma." He led Teacher Ma through the back door up to the loft. His uncle was minding the shop downstairs, and he didn't want him to know about this yet. After bringing Teacher Ma upstairs, he led him straight to his own room. Yui had already tidied it up and hidden all his painting tools and supplies. Then, with a hint of mystery, he pulled a box out from the cabinet. This box was actually the high-end combination lock case he had obtained from the Zhongxing Society casino last time, looking quite sophisticated. Unfortunately, he dared not use it outside, fearing it might be recognized by Zhongxing Society members. But using it at home posed no problem. Inside the box were numerous jade carvings and other antique trinkets he'd brought from his study to serve as decorations. This also created the illusion for Teacher Ma that his family had a passion for collecting.
Are your parents not home? Teacher Ma suddenly asked.
Louis replied, my uncle is home, downstairs. But he said he doesn't want to be involved in this matter.
Understood. Teacher Ma pondered for a moment, seeming quite understanding.
Like some professional antique dealers, they did indeed enjoy creating an air of mystery when selling items. Louis carefully retrieved the painting, placing it on the table as he explained, my uncle brought this back from elsewhere last year. He said some businessmen had lost money in a deal and had nothing else to pledge, so he pawned this painting instead. He didn't know its true value, and since he and the owner shared a personal connection, he'd never had it appraised, fearing that if it turned out worthless, their friendship might be ruined. My uncle was magnanimous, so he simply kept it at home. Teacher Ma nodded as he listened, his gaze fixed intently on the paper of the painting. He studied it for a moment, set down his toolbox, and pulled out a magnifying glass.
Examining the paper through it, he nodded. It's definitely paper from the 1940s. No mistake about it.
Then, the painting The Lady of the Crimson Veil unfolded completely, revealing an image of a woman in a myriad of graceful poses. The painting, with its rich colors and voluptuous figures, perfectly captured the essence of the Dunhuang style. Mr. Ma sucked in a sharp breath, his mood seemingly growing tense in that instant. As someone in the art world, he harbored a deep obsession with famous paintings, especially those created by masters. He felt a profound reverence and awe for them from the bottom of his heart. He examined it meticulously with a magnifying glass, scanning from head to toe 5 or 6 times.
By the end, his hands trembled. An authentic piece. Truly an authentic piece by Master Zhang Daqian. Heaven's blessing.
I, Ma Ji-chan, have finally seen a genuine work by Master Zhang up close.
My life is complete. Truly complete. Marvelous. The brushwork is ingeniously crafted, the colors splendid, elegant, and transcendent.
Only Master Zhang Daqian could master such brush techniques and color combinations with such consummate skill.
Ma Ji-chan couldn't help but praise it highly. Louis had been watching all along.
His initial unease gradually gave way to excitement. He had feared Ma Ji-chan might detect something amiss, his heart pounding with anxiety. Yet after examining it 5 or 6 times, Ma Ji-chan declared with certainty that this was indeed an authentic work. This affirmation ignited a surge of excitement and joy within him as well.
Chapter 161, Conditions. Master Ma, is this painting truly genuine? Yui asked, feigning surprise. Ma Ji-chan nodded and asked, how much did that boss owe your uncle?
To put up such an original as collateral, your uncle really hit the jackpot.
I don't know the exact amount, Louis replied.
My uncle and that man were close friends, and my uncle doesn't know much about paintings. When his friend offered this painting as collateral, my uncle accepted it regardless of its authenticity. So, it's not really a matter of profit or loss. But since my uncle isn't a collector of paintings, keeping this piece doesn't hold much value for him. So he thought, why not sell it? After all, it's by a renowned artist. If it's genuine, it's better in the hands of someone who appreciates it than sitting here unused. Louis pondered this for a moment before sharing his thoughts. Teacher Ma Ji-chan nodded in admiration upon hearing this. Your uncle is indeed a respectable man. Truly, porcelain, paintings, these things only hold value in the eyes of those who appreciate them. To someone uninterested in such things, even presenting them with a jade flask once used by a Tang emperor would make it no more than an ordinary wine jug. Only in the hands of a connoisseur does it become a priceless treasure. That your uncle could think this way proves he possesses great wisdom and the virtuous heart to help others achieve their goals.
Louis chuckled inwardly. Virtue in fostering others' talents? If he were to speak honestly, he couldn't possibly agree.
Saying he has the excitement of an adult film enthusiast, that might be more accurate. After all, this was the man who spent hours downloading what he thought was the next uncensored Japanese HD film, only to discover it was the legend of the Golden Gourd brothers.
Professor Ma, since you believe it's an authentic piece, when might it be available for sale? Louis inquired. Teacher Ma Ji-chan pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, it's not as simple as me declaring it genuine.
First, we need to have some experts examine it and issue proper certificates. Only with those credentials can we effectively promote it at auction, wouldn't you agree? But this matter is actually quite straightforward. How about this, I'll take some photos first and aim to have everything settled within a week.
What do you say? Great. But if you want to sell through my channels, I'll take a commission 20%. Any objections?
I can handle the certificates and other paperwork since I know the ropes.
Afterward, I'll take 20% of the total price.
You should discuss with your family if they're okay with that, Mr. Ma said. 20% it might not seem like much, but on 10 million, that is 200,000.
That's actually quite steep. Anyone in the know understands that certificates are just a gimmick. With money, you can buy them outright, they're nothing special. But Yui had no choice. After all, this was his first time doing something like this. Without teacher Ma's connections, he had no other avenues to pursue. More importantly, time was running out. Sister Chiyo had already taken her father abroad, and the funds would be needed soon. Over 10 million yuan wouldn't be nearly enough. So for now, he had to swallow a small loss. Alright, Louis said. My uncle has already stated that a 20% commission is acceptable to him. But 20% is the absolute limit, no more can be added. Alright, rest assured 2% is final. Absolutely no increase. Teacher Ma smiled broadly. Teacher Ma, for the painting to be appraised by experts, do I need to bring the painting there? No need. Photos will suffice. To be honest, appraisal certificates are just a formality. With my connections in Lengjian's art circles, I could secure certificates even without these photos purely through my relationships. Don't worry about that. Once I take this job, I'll sell the painting for you, even if it's a fake. Mr. Ma spoke with considerable confidence. You can sell a fake? Of course. But not every fake can be sold. Personally, I believe your painting is absolutely genuine. If it were fake, it couldn't possibly be this convincing. Both the paper and the brushwork bear the distinct signature of Master Zhang Daqian. I'm a great admirer of his work myself, especially his painting Lake of Love Scars. He promptly pulled out a DSLR camera from his bag and began photographing the Lady Red Flute, snapping dozens of shots before stopping. Being a man who valued efficiency, he bid farewell to Yui after finishing the photos and headed off to attend to related business. Louis saw him off, and for the rest of the time, all that remained was quiet anticipation. Back home, lying in bed, he found himself curiously wondering how much his painting might fetch. If sold as genuine, it had fetched over 70 million yuan at auction back in 2013. Adjusted for today's prices, it would surely double in value, exceeding 100 million yuan should be a breeze. Ludi mused with satisfaction. This was far easier than stealing money from the Zhongxing Society, and it was entirely above board, not illegal at all. Though I used Zhang Daqian's signature for the Lady Red Robe, the painting was mine. Zhang Daqian could be Zhang Daqian, or he could be me, Louis. Who knows how much goodwill I'd receive on auction day if the advertising was done right? As for the Black Dragon Society, sooner or later they'll pay a price. Otherwise, their repeated harassment will become unbearable. Then there's the Liu family. With Liu Changqing dead, what moves might the remaining Liu clan members make? Louis mentally listed these matters one by one. These were all matters requiring vigilance. The Black Dragon Society had previously kidnapped Wu Tao. Had it not been for Wu Tao's luck, he might well have ended up half dead. The day Yui rescued Wu Tao, he had once again injured over 20 members of the Black Dragon Society. Given the Black Dragon Society's nature, they would absolutely not let this matter rest. They would surely return with renewed force. The only question was what form their next attack would take. Then there was the Liu family. Liu Changqing's death had been quiet and unnoticed. Though no one had witnessed it and no clues pointed to Yi or Wu Tao. But as time passed, the Liu family might well come looking for Yun Wanqiu. After all, Liu Changqing vanished after going to find Yun Wanqiu. Sister Chiyo had gone abroad, where she was relatively safe. But she would return someday. As for what comes next, we'll deal with it when the time comes. Liu Changqing was merely a minor figure in the Liu family. His disappearance might not even warrant their full attention. Chapter 162, 60%. The next day, classes proceeded as usual at school. With the college entrance exams drawing ever closer, a palpable tension spread silently among the students, growing heavier by the day. In this era, the college entrance exam was a decisive battle for social mobility. Whether one could rise in the world depended largely on this exam. Yet nothing was absolute. While the exam offered one path, every profession held its own opportunities for distinction. Yui naturally returned to school for classes. Meanwhile, Wu Tao, bolstered by the power of the Qiongqi Amber, had risen in stature at school. Gradually, in the eyes of his teachers, he transformed from a poor student into an outstanding one. Once, some teacher had remarked that if a student like Wu Tao ever amounted to anything, pigs would fly. Now, no one dared utter such words. Wu Tao's performance at school embodied the very traits of an outstanding student. In mathematics, for instance, he could offer multiple solutions to standard problems. In history, he could recount events like Yui, not only explaining the causes, timing, progression, and outcomes of historical incidents with crystal clarity, but also drawing on extensive references with the grace of a scholar whose knowledge radiates from within. By this point, his teachers had no choice but to look at him with newfound respect. Even his homeroom teacher had called his uncle several times to praise Wu Tao's remarkable improvement, adding that if he could maintain this level of effort, he had a real shot at getting into Peking University or Tsinghua University. Uncle was naturally overjoyed. The son he once considered hopeless was now proving himself so capable.
The homeroom teacher's frequent calls were no longer filled with criticism or blame, but instead with praise, encouragement, and admiration, a complete turnaround. Early September. 4 or 5 days had flown by, and it was already the 6th of September, meaning the college entrance exams were scheduled for tomorrow. The atmosphere at school grew increasingly tense. Over the past few days, Ma Jichang, the painting teacher Chen had dismissed, had been calling Louis regularly to update him on the progress of the auction. Ma Jichang said everything was arranged and many people were interested. However, since this was a masterpiece by Zhang Daqian, they couldn't rush it. The first step was to build momentum, in layman's terms, hype. By stirring up buzz beforehand, once word spread and more people knew about it, the auction price would skyrocket. Louis wasn't particularly knowledgeable about these tactics, though he was aware that celebrities often hyped up their films after completion to generate buzz and boost box office sales. So he delegated all this to Ma Jichang, instructing him only to move as quickly as possible. That afternoon, Ma Jichang tracked Louis down at school and summoned him to the back playground, where the two began discussing the plan. Louis, the painting The Lady with the Scarlet Scarf is by Zhang Daqian. Given his stature, such a masterpiece will inevitably draw collectors nationwide the moment it surfaces. Building initial momentum will take time, at least half a month. Sustaining interest midway will require further delay. All told, we need a full month. You mentioned on the phone that you needed things to move quickly, and your tone was quite serious. That's why I wanted to talk to you. Are you short on funds lately? Mr. Ma Jichang inquired. Yes, to be honest, my family is indeed short on funds right now. My father encountered some financial difficulties in his business, so we urgently need a large sum for liquidity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have considered selling that painting so readily. Louis Xuan followed his lead, offering a plausible excuse. How much are you talking about? Asked Mr. Ma Jichang. What's that supposed to mean? Louis Xuan countered, sensing a hidden agenda in Ma Jichang's tone. Could it be that Ma Jichang intended to buy the painting before the auction began, pocketing the majority of the profit himself? If your family truly needs the money, I could purchase the Lady Red Robe from you first, Teacher Ma Jichang said. Louis chuckled inwardly. Just as he suspected, Professor Ma Jichang was indeed trying to buy the painting ahead of time. Professor Ma must know this painting fetched 70 million yuan at auction back in 2013. With prices skyrocketing today, everything costs more. So if you want to buy it, Professor Ma, offer a fair price. Louis first mentioned the 2013 price, deliberately emphasizing the word fair. Ma Jichang smiled and said, that's too much money, I'm afraid I can't come up with it. How about this, 80 million? I can arrange that if you're willing to sell. Whether you want cash or a wire transfer, I'll have the funds in your account within 3 business days. 80 million? Are you kidding me? Back in 2013, that piece was already worth over 70 million. Now, several years later, prices have multiplied several times over, yet he only offered 80 million? Mr. Ma, 80 million is a bit low. I can't sell it. Then name your price. What do you think is fair? How about 100 million? In 2013 it sold for 70 million. Even doubling that today would only be 140 million. I'm asking for 100 million, that shouldn't be too much, right? Professor Ma chuckled without responding. After a long pause, he finally said, I simply can't raise 100 million. In that case, you'll have to wait a month. We'll see what the auction fetches then. Truthfully, when prices rise, antiques don't always follow suit, they might even fall. This Red Flute Girl isn't even considered one of Mr. Daqian's finest works. Many of his paintings sold for over 100 million years ago, while this one fetched only 70 million back then, and that figure had some padding. Whether it could reach 100 million in today's auction is another matter entirely. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Ma. But even at 80 million, not only would I refuse to sell, my family wouldn't allow it either. Alright, actually, I came to see you today to give you a contract. Once you sign this, the auction process can officially begin. I'll also handle the certificate matters within the next few days. Mr. Ma Jichang said, taking out a contract and handing it over. Louis took the contract and glanced through it. It was straightforward, outlining only a few key clauses. His brow furrowed when he reached the profit-sharing clause. 60%, he asked. Mr. Ma, you previously stated you only wanted a 20% commission. Why is it now 60%? Chapter 163, Taking Advantage of Vulnerability. It's a 20% commission. But, Louis, you're unaware of the rules in auctions. On one hand, paying bribes is definitely necessary, otherwise, with all that hype, how many buyers would actually bite? First, you need a few big names to show up and lend credibility. And what does it take to get them to come? Money, no question. On the other hand, even if the auction goes through, they'll take their cut. Our standard commission here is 25%. Do the math, my 10% plus their 25% adds up to 45% just in commissions alone. Plus, inviting those bigwigs to show up costs money, another 15% goes to them. All told, that is 60% right there. And of course, after the auction, taxes are due. But don't worry about that part, you'll get 40% pure profit. Teacher Ma Ji-chang said this with a calm expression.
Lu Yi listened to his explanation.
On the surface, it all seemed logical, with every rule laid out clearly. But upon closer thought, it was utter bull.
40%.
As the owner of the painting, he could only get 40%.
That meant if it sold for 100 million, he'd only get 40 million? Even if it sold for 200 million, he'd only get 80 million?
Meanwhile, Ma Ji-chang would take 60 million. If it sold for 200 million, he'd take 120 million.
This was outright robbery. There's no way it actually costs that much. Otherwise, Ma Ji-chang wouldn't have offered 80 million to buy it outright earlier. If it truly cost that much, wouldn't he have lost money by paying 80 million to acquire it?
He'd only turn a profit if the auction reached at least 200 million.
But who could guarantee the painting would fetch 200 million? As Ma Ji-chang said, this painting isn't one of Mr. Zhang Daqian's finest works.
Selling it for 150 to 160 million might be possible, but reaching 200 million is highly unlikely. Mr. Ma, may I take this back to show my family first? Asked Yui.
Ma Ji-chang smiled.
Of course.
This is a major decision. Take it home and discuss it with your family.
But please act quickly, ideally give your answer within a day.
Otherwise, this deal we've worked to secure might fall through.
Many people are busy, and it's difficult for me to keep preparing in advance.
All right. Lu Yi took the contract and left. That afternoon, he took leave and went home. He also wanted to avoid Ma Ji-chang.
He had initially thought Ma Ji-chan was a decent person, but he never imagined he could be so ruthless. It seemed everyone was right. Even within the sacred profession of teaching, there were scoundrels.
Ma Ji-chan's actions amounted to outright extortion. Demanding a 60% commission was simply outrageous.
Even though the painting Yui had created was a forgery, he couldn't let Ma Ji-chan profit so handsomely off his work. After all, the painstaking effort behind this painting belonged solely to Yui, who had spent considerable time preparing for its creation. Yet in the end, Ma Ji-chang, a complete outsider, was attempting to claim the lion's share, demanding 60%.
At the school. After Yui left, teacher Ma Ji-chang continued pacing alone on the back playground, talking on the phone.
He sounded quite cheerful.
A voice said,
Professor Ma, I never imagined you'd acquire a genuine work by Mr. Daqian.
How about this? Skip the auction and sell it directly to me.
I've long admired Mr. Daqian's art and have long harbored the desire to own one of his genuine pieces as a talisman for my home.
What do you say? Teacher Ma Ji-chang chuckled.
This was already the third such call he'd received that afternoon, all urging him to skip the auction and sell directly.
Well, to be honest, I'm just acting on behalf of someone else. Just name your price. If it's within my means, I'll buy it outright and skip the auction. In this collecting world, we all understand no one wants too many people knowing they hold a treasure. Name your price.
The mysterious buyer said over the phone.
Ma Ji-chang chuckled. Mr. Jun, I assure you this isn't mine. I'm merely fulfilling a trust.
The owner specified a 200 million yuan price, far too steep. Unless auctioned, paying such a sum privately would likely be a loss.
Going through an auction house would build its reputation and facilitate future resale. 200 million is indeed a bit steep.
Back in 2013, this painting sold for just over 70 million. Even after all these years, it shouldn't have appreciated that much.
How about 140 million? If you think that's fair, discuss it with the owner. I'll buy it.
The mysterious buyer was surprisingly generous, offering such a high price, 140 million, right off the bat. Consider that Lu Yi himself had only quoted 100 million earlier. Ma Ji-chang smiled, his tone calm as he replied, I'm afraid I must decline.
The owner has stated the painting won't sell for less than 200 million. My apologies, Mr. Jun. After exchanging a few more perfunctory words, Ma Ji-chang hung up. He had received several calls earlier, each from buyers who were remarkably generous. Upon hearing it was an authentic piece and seeing the images, they offered prices readily. Their offers all exceeded 100 million yuan, far exceeding the price Lu Yi had hoped for. Yet Ma Ji-chang rejected them all.
This was the power of distribution channels.
Controlling the channels meant controlling the money.
With the channels in his hands, he naturally reaped the lion's share.
Ma Ji-chang chuckled smugly.
If this deal went through, he would strike it rich. As the saying goes, no one gets rich without windfall gains, and no horse grows fat without night feed. Teaching at this school offered great benefits and an easy life, but Ma Ji-chang had grown tired of it. If he made this fortune, he would resign. Though he had taught for many years and could retire with honors and a few more, he wouldn't care about the pension if he earned this huge sum. He tucked his phone away, switched it to off, and stopped answering calls. He was shrewd enough to know when to hype things up and when to keep buyers guessing. Now was the time to keep them guessing. Those wealthy buyers might call back soon. By turning off his phone and not answering, he would only make them more anxious, which would make the price easier to negotiate later. Had these buyers known the painting belonged to Yui, it would have been sold long ago. Unfortunately, Yui lacked access to these channels, so he couldn't sell it himself and had to rely on him. Moreover, if Yui had been willing to invest time in building momentum, finding contacts, and arranging an auction himself, he would undoubtedly have earned more. But he was unfamiliar with this business. Mastering the ropes would take at least a year or two. Seeing that Li's family urgently needed the money, Ma Jichang decided to push further and offered him the 60% share of the contract. In truth, he had prepared 2 contracts. His conversation with Yui was merely a ploy to gauge his intentions. If the Lu family wasn't pressed for cash, he'd offer the 20% commission contract. If they were desperate, he'd present the 60% commission deal. He believed that if the Lu family truly needed the money urgently, they would likely accept. Chapter 164, A Second Buyer? Louis spent the entire afternoon at home, wrestling with the decision to sell or not. If he sold, he'd suffer a huge loss, letting Ma Jichang reap an enormous advantage. But if he didn't sell, Sister Chiu was desperately waiting for the money. When it came to Yun Wanqiu, Yui felt no stinginess whatsoever. Deep down, he already considered her his woman. Why be stingy with his own woman? Fine, 60% it is. Let him profit this once. Once the auction begins, I'll find ways to get the contacts of relevant people. From now on, whenever I have paintings, I'll deal directly with them. No need to go through Ma Jichang anymore, letting that scoundrel profit so much for nothing. With this thought, he was about to call Ma Jichang to accept the offer. He might as well sell it directly to Ma Jichang. Selling it directly would net him 80 million. If he signed a contract, he might not even get 80 million in the end. But suddenly, an unfamiliar number, a local Lingjiang city number, popped up on his screen. Yui pressed the answer button and said, "Hello?" Then a voice came through the phone. "Is this Yui?" The voice belonged to a man, and not a young one at least in his 40s. Who could this be? "Hello, this is Louis." "Who's this?" Louis sounded cautious, wary that it might be someone from the Lu family. Although Lu Chongqing had died cleanly, leaving no clues behind, the Lu family's influence was vast. Louis had to be vigilant and careful. "Hello, I heard from someone that your family possesses a famous painting, correct?" The man cut straight to the chase. Louis relaxed slightly upon hearing this, so it was about the painting after all. He considered it. Could this be a buyer drawn by his reputation? That would be ideal. If the buyer offered a sufficiently high price, even just 90 million, he would be willing to sell. Better than signing that contract, and certainly better than selling directly to Ma Jichang. An extra 10 million was 10 million, a staggering sum. He immediately replied, "Yes, sir, my family does indeed possess a famous painting. Could you tell me the name of the painting and who created it?" The man asked calmly and unhurriedly, displaying great composure. "Well, this painting isn't particularly ancient. It seems to be from the 1940s, created by Zhang Daqian. The title is The Lady with the Red Brocade Fan," Louis answered, trying his best to sound like an amateur. "So it was you who had the Lady Red flute everyone's been buzzing about in Lingjiang City these past few days. I happened to hear rumors about your possession of a famous painting, so I came to inquire, never expecting to find it here. Since it's in your hands, why not just sell it to me directly? I'm a devoted admirer of Zhang Daqian. Years ago, I missed out on his Lake of Love at auction. Now that the lady with the red fan has surfaced, I simply cannot let this opportunity slip away again. Forget the auction, sell it directly to me," the man proposed. Louis felt a surge of excitement. A genuine buyer, indeed. He suppressed his excitement and asked, "Sir, how much are you willing to offer?" The man continued, "I also called Professor Ma Jichang earlier. I assume you asked him to handle the sale? He quoted me 200 million, which I thought was a bit steep. I offered 120 million, but he wouldn't accept. Now I've come to you. Name your price. If it's reasonable, I'll buy it." This man had indeed approached Ma Jichang earlier, offering 120 million, but Ma had refused, countering with 200 million before finally declining with apologies. Louis's blood boiled upon hearing this. What a hypocrite! Ma Jichang was a model teacher in public, yet so treacherous behind the scenes. To Louis's face, he claimed it might not even fetch 100 million, yet behind the scenes, he was demanding exorbitant prices from buyers, a staggering 200 million. Louis suppressed his rage and asked, "Sir, do you believe the lady in crimson veil is truly worth 120 million? For those who appreciate it, even 200 million would be worth it. But for those who don't, even 20 million might seem like a bad deal. The key is whether the painting is genuine. If it is, then naturally it's worth the price. This painting sold for 70 million at auction back in 2013. The economy wasn't exactly booming then, it was right after the financial crisis hit. Getting that price during that period was already quite impressive. With the economic recovery these past years, it should at least double in value. Of course, that's the auction price after taxes. The net amount wouldn't reach 150 to 160 million. That's why I'm offering 120 million. If it's a private transaction, taxes and such can be avoided." The man spoke plainly, his words straightforward and unbiased, without any hint of scheming. "Very well. Acquiring an item ultimately comes down to fate. Since you speak so reasonably, what's another 100 million? When might you have time? If you're free, you're welcome to visit my gallery to view the paintings."
Should you find one you like, we can discuss a transaction. Yui responded readily.
His actual target price had been 90 million, so this man's offer of 120 million far exceeded his expectations, leaving him quite pleased.
So, you're agreeing to it? Yes, and I won't insist on 120 million. 100 million will suffice.
If you find a painting you like and deem it worthy, just agree to pay within 2 days. Louis wasn't concerned about the exact amount as long as the money arrived promptly. He could transfer it to Yun Wanqiu and alleviate her urgent need. As for this buyer, he could tell the man genuinely wanted the painting. Louis didn't want to take advantage of him too much. That spark of kindness in his heart was at play.
Alright, it's settled then. Where are you located?
I'll head over immediately. The man's mood lifted. He told him his address, and the man hung up. Within half an hour, his phone rang again. It was the same man, saying he had arrived.
Louis looked out the second-floor window and saw an ordinary domestic car pulling up on the street. Was that the leopard car?
Yes, it was.
Alright, I'll come down to meet you.
Yui descended the stairs to greet the occupants of the 2 leopard cars. Upon reaching the street, he realized there was more than one person in each vehicle. 4 or 5. One man, in his 40s or 50s, wore a crisp suit and looked like a successful businessman. He was accompanied by 3 others, a driver, 2 men who appeared to be antique experts, and a female secretary who seemed very capable. You must be Yui, the middle-aged man inquired.
Yes, I am Yui, he replied with a courteous smile. Chapter 165, Pleasant Cooperation.
Lead the way, the middle-aged man said bluntly. The other 2 men remained silent, each carrying a case that presumably held appraisal tools or similar equipment. As for the female secretary, she followed along the entire way, her face perpetually adorned with a smile. Yet despite that smile, she gave off a distinctly serious aura.
Who exactly was this man?
Louis pondered briefly before dismissing the thought. Regardless of his identity, as long as he could afford the painting, it didn't matter who he was. He led them through the back door into the attic once more, then was shown to his room. Just like last time, he carefully retrieved the box, took out the painting, and slowly unfolded it on the flat table. This painting was pledged when a friend of my father's company went bankrupt. We don't know if it's genuine or not ourselves, since none of us are experts. So if you want to buy it, you'll have to judge for yourselves, Louis said with genuine sincerity. In truth, even if he hadn't said it, the man had brought 2 experts along, so a thorough appraisal was inevitable.
Understood.
The man politely stepped aside, his gaze fixed on the painting. Meanwhile, the 2 experts he'd brought set down their bags and began retrieving their respective tools. Seeing this, Yui quickly reminded them, you may examine it, but please be careful not to damage it. My uncle is downstairs. Though he entrusted this matter to me, please exercise caution.
Heh, we understand. Don't worry, kid. The man chuckled, and then Louis unfolded the painting. The 2 experts then approached the painting with their tools, each intently examining it.
Both were using magnifying glasses, examining it from top to bottom with far greater scrutiny than Professor Ma Jichang had shown. They seemed highly experienced and skilled. But this made Li's heart suddenly sink, fearing they might spot something amiss. After all, the painting was a fake. If they spotted anything amiss, it would be rather embarrassing. Though tense inside, Yui maintained a calm exterior. The man also brought up other matters. Young man, you asked Ma Jichang to sell your painting, but the price was inflated too high.
Not at all.
In fact, Mr. Ma told me this painting could fetch no more than around 100 million. He even offered to buy it from me for 80 million, but I didn't sell it to him. Louis spoke truthfully, his tone still conveying deep respect for Mr. Ma.
The man chuckled.
A teacher and role model, yet his words and deeds don't match.
He told me you asked for 200 million, truly asking for the moon. How could that be?
I would never ask for such a high price. I asked him to help sell the painting because I know nothing about it myself.
He even takes a 60% commission from me. Louis took out the contract and showed it to the man.
This man was clearly no ordinary figure, and Yi harbored hopes of future business dealings with him.
The man glanced at the contract and remarked, what a greedy teacher. He didn't lift a finger and still take 60%?
That's worse than a robber. I know the auction business taxes aren't nearly that high.
Even hiring people to inflate the bidding wouldn't cost that much. 100,000 would suffice.
As for taxes, that's called value-added tax. I think it's around 5%.
Where's the 25% coming from? 10% is the absolute maximum. This teacher of yours is completely unacceptable. The man seemed equally outraged and immediately began criticizing the teacher.
For the minimal effort he put in, paying him $1 million would still be a huge profit for him. Yet he dares to demand 60%. For someone like that, young man, you'd be wise to steer clear.
The man advised. Thank you for the warning, sir.
If you hadn't mentioned it, I'd have been completely in the dark, Louis replied gratefully.
He was furious inside. The VAT was only 5%, yet Ma Jichang demanded 25%, 5 times more.
And for hiring people to save face, the man said 100,000 would suffice, but Ma Jichang wanted a full 15% cut.
In reality, hiring people didn't require that much money. A few thousand yuan in red envelopes per person was already generous. Where would all that extra cash go? Think about it, even if you sold 100 million, 1 percentage point was worth 1,000,000 yuan. Ma Ji-chan was really ripping people off. Lu Yi thought to himself. During their conversation, the two experts suddenly put down their magnifying glasses and addressed the man. Mr. Chen, we'd like to speak with you privately. One expert glanced at Louis several times before requesting a private conversation with the man. From his address, Louis learned the man's surname was Chen. Mr. Chen nodded and stepped out of the room. The two experts followed him out and began discussing something in the hallway. Watching the expressions on the experts' faces as they left the room, Yui felt uneasy. These two experts seemed highly skilled. Had they already noticed something? The secretary remained in the room, a notebook in hand, seemingly recording something. She hadn't uttered a single word throughout the entire exchange. Lu Yi waited quietly. Mr. Chen and the two experts conversed outside for over 20 minutes before returning. Mr. Chen's expression had softened considerably upon entering, while the two experts were packing their things, seemingly ready to leave. Could they really have discovered some flaw? A wave of disappointment washed over Louis. Was it because his skills weren't good enough? Was his imitation not convincing enough? What exactly was missing? But then Mr. Chen spoke. Young man, ask your uncle to come in and speak. My uncle? Surely you can't expect me to talk with you? Are you even authorized to make decisions? Mr. Chen looked at him. In Mr. Chen's eyes, Louis was still far too young. A wet-bearded youth, unreliable in matters of importance. Of course I can make the decision. My uncle entrusted the painting to me, which means he entrusted this matter to me as well. I have full authority to handle it. So, what's your verdict? Louis voiced the question weighing on his mind. Mr. Chen replied, two experts have authenticated this painting. It's genuine, though there are minor issues, nothing too significant. As a businessman, I still believe it's worth the price we agreed upon earlier. Hearing this, a weight lifted from Yuyi's heart. He'd feared they'd spotted flaws and might back out. Since you wish to purchase it, sir, you may take the painting within 2 days of the payment being settled, said Yui. Mr. Chen nodded. Since you say you can make the decision, it's settled. You must be 18, right? Yes, I am. Since you are, your signature carries legal weight. Xiaolian, bring the contract. Mr. Chen instructed. His secretary promptly handed 2 sheets of paper to Louis. The document bore the handwritten title contract, drafted on the spot. Place your thumbprint and sign. Once signed, half the payment will be transferred tomorrow, with the remaining half the day after. As for the painting, I'll send someone to collect it after the first installment clears tomorrow. All right. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Chapter 166, The Wealthy. Mr. Chen's straightforwardness astonished Yui. Was this what a wealthy person was like? Was this the decisiveness of the affluent? After viewing the painting, he immediately presented the contract. Sign it, and the money is yours. The transaction was that swift. Would the first installment truly arrive tomorrow? If split into 2 installments, wouldn't that mean 60 million could be deposited tomorrow alone? As Mr. Chen prepared to leave with 2 experts and a secretary, Louis escorted them downstairs. Just as they were about to drive off, Louis asked curiously, Mr. Chen, how did you know I had this painting? Mr. Ma would never have told you I possessed it. Ma Jichang would never tell a buyer that the paintings were with Yui, pushing them to bypass him and go directly to Yui. If that happened, how could he earn his commission? But if not for Ma Jichang, who would have known paintings were in Lui's possession? Forgot to introduce myself. I'm Chen Jingdong. I have an older brother, Chen Xiangdong, though you probably don't know him. But I have a niece named Cheningxi. You should know her. In fact, she seems to be in the same class as my daughter. Chen Jingdong said with a smile. Cheningxi? Cheningxi is his niece? And his daughter is in the same class as Yui? Your daughter is she Chen Xiaoling? Lu Yi's mouth fell open. Cheningxi, Chen Xiaoling. Wu Tao once mentioned it. How come so many beauties at school have the surname Chen? At the time, Louis had said that the Chen clan was a major family in Lingjiang City, so it was only natural and nothing unusual for there to be many people with that surname. But now he learned Cheningxi and Chen Xiaoling were actually cousins? Holy crap, is the world really this small? It seems they really are classmates. Xiaoling mentioned your excellent grades and how you often help her with her studies. As her father, I'd like to express my gratitude in advance. You're welcome. Goodbye, young man. I'll have someone pick up the painting tomorrow. With that, Chen Jingdong drove away. Louis stood frozen on the street corner, taking a long while to snap out of his daze. So the painting sold this time was actually thanks to Cheningxi. Cheningxi knew he had a famous painting and had recently asked teacher Ma to help sell it. She casually mentioned this to her uncle, who then happened to learn that Ma Jichan was selling a famous painting. These two coincidences led him to suspect the painting might belong to Yui, prompting Chen Jingdong to approach Yui directly. Little did he know the painting truly was Yui's. Holy crap, 120 million? Cheningxi's uncle is incredibly wealthy. But if he's so rich, why wouldn't he help support Qiongqi's family back then? Lu Yi also began to wonder.
Though he recalled mentioning this topic to Qiongqi before, she had seemed evasive and unwilling to say much. He recalled that her uncle and father had been at odds, likely due to some past conflict, which explained why he refused to support her. Moreover, at school, Yui had never once seen Qiongqi and Chen Xiaoling, the two sisters, hanging out together. They seemed like strangers, never crossing paths. Had Qin Jingdong not mentioned today that they were cousins, Yui would never have associated them as sisters. Regardless of the feud between her uncle's family and hers, selling him a fake painting for 120 million yuan wasn't that a bit too exploitative? If it were a stranger, Yui wouldn't feel a shred of guilt. But this was Qiongqi's uncle, Chen Xiaoling's father. Selling him a fake painting left him with a nagging sense of remorse. If it came to light later, Qiongqi's side probably wouldn't be too much of a problem. But what about Chen Xiaoling? How could he ever face her again? After lingering by the roadside for a long while, Yui finally scratched his head and chuckled, forget it. The college entrance exam is tomorrow anyway. Once it's over, who knows if we'll ever meet again. If I'm screwing him over, so be it. He came looking for me, can't blame me. Back home, Louis picked up the contract given by teacher Ma Jichang, let out a cold laugh, and tore it to shreds on the spot. He burned it to ashes with his lighter. He wasn't about to sign such a shady contract. Now, with a wealthy patron coming to him, Yui no longer had to stake everything on Ma Jichang. Xiao Ci had inadvertently done me a huge favor. I absolutely had to thank her properly. That night, excitement kept Louis awake. Tomorrow was both exam day and payday. Early the next morning, before dawn, he took Wu Tao out for another weighted workout. Wu Tao stuck to the track near the basketball court in the neighborhood behind them, while Yui headed to Qiongqi's place to get his steak. His heightened excitement made him run much faster today. Moreover, ever since Yun Wanqiu helped him transition from boyhood to manhood, his physical constitution and strength had improved. Now, carrying 200 pounds didn't feel particularly exhausting. Carrying a load of 200 pounds is like carrying a heavy person on your back. Most people can barely manage a dozen steps, but he can sustain it for an hour or two. By the time he reached the building where Qiongqi lived, sweat drenched his entire head. Here, take this towel. Running like this every day, your perseverance is truly impressive, Qiongqi remarked with a smile. Life lies in movement, after all. Taking the towel, Louis wiped his face. Qiongqi was still in her pajamas. Her developing, youthful figure radiated vitality beneath the loose fabric, creating a distinctly alluring aura. Oh, Xiao Ci, thank you. Why are you thanking me out of the blue? Thanks for helping me close a deal. Yui sat beside her and began chatting, recounting yesterday's events. Oh, that. It was just a coincidence. Yesterday, my uncle came to visit Dad and casually mentioned painting. I said I was still learning, and then he brought up Teacher Ma selling paintings. I mentioned you had a painting and had asked Teacher Ma for help. I never thought he'd actually reach out to you. Qiongqi shrugged. Your uncle seems quite wealthy. Lu Yi remarked. Yes, very wealthy indeed. Qiongqi gave a bitter laugh, then shook her head. Let's not talk about this, okay? Lu Yi nodded. Sure enough, she avoided the topic. There must have been some conflict between her family and her uncles. Otherwise, with her uncle's financial resources, how could her family have fallen into such hardship? And why would Qiongqi have been harassed by mad dogs men all these years? This was something Yui resented. As Qiongqi's own uncle, no matter what conflicts existed between their families, shouldn't he have spared the next generation? Now that Qiongqi's father was in this state, how could her uncle still hold on to the past grudges? Why wouldn't he offer support? Had he offered even a fraction of the money spent on that painting, Qiongqi's situation wouldn't be what it is today. Chapter 167, Support. Hey, we have exams today. Have you really studied well? Qiongqi changed the subject. Yeah, I studied really well. Lu Yi nodded smugly. Ha, you're quite the show-off. How about I quiz you on a few questions? Qiongqi said with a smile. Bring it on, like I'm afraid of you? Louis straightened his back and stood tall, engaging in a back and forth with her. They went through questions from various subjects. Louis's answers flowed effortlessly, without a hint of hesitation, as if he truly had mastered everything. This surprised Qiongqi. You really are impressive. I hadn't heard much about Class 2 before. I know Xiaoling is strong, but you? I only heard you were an average student. Who knew you'd be so impressive when you finally showed your true colors? I've heard you're quite strong too, a top student in Class 8, Louis said. When Qiongqi mentioned Shen Xiaoling, he deliberately avoided the topic, knowing she'd likely evade it if he brought it up. Of course I was a top student, Qiongqi declared, straightening her back proudly. However, she appeared to be wearing no bra, and as she stood tall, two small mounds seemed to peek through her clothing. Lu Yi blinked, unable to help but glance. Qiongqi flushed bright red instantly, quickly covering her chest with both hands and snapping at Yui. What are you looking at? They don't seem to have grown at all, Louis murmured under his breath. What did you say? Qiongqi's eyes widened as she raised her hand, looking ready to strike him. Louis quickly shook his head. Nothing. I didn't say anything. He recalled their first meeting at his uncle's lingerie shop. When she'd come in to shop, he'd teased her. He'd said EFC cups didn't suit her, then B cups, then A cups, nothing fit her. Bras were useless, she should just wear bandeaus. Qiongqi had gotten furious then, retorting, "You men just like women with big breasts. What business is it of yours whether I have breasts or not?" Recalling these scenes, Yui chuckled to himself, finding it rather amusing. "What are you laughing at?" Qiongqi glared at him. "Just remembering some things," Lui replied. Hearing this, Qiongqi also recalled their first meeting, and her face flushed even redder. "Ugh, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going upstairs." "Hey, don't go. Let's chat a bit longer. It's still early today, I came over early just to talk with you." Lui hurriedly called after her. "What's there to talk about?" Qiongqi pouted, sounding a bit annoyed. "Don't be upset. Actually, I came to give you your share of the profits," Lui explained. Qiongqi had played a role in selling the Lady Red Robe, and with such a large sum involved, Lui didn't need all of it. Knowing Qiongqi's family situation required funds, he decided to give her a share. "A share? What share?" "The profit from that painting. That painting your uncle offered 120 million. You played a part in that. How about I give you 20 million? What does this have to do with me? That painting is yours, not mine. And 20 million? Are you kidding me? I'm not joking. You really intend to give me 20 million? Yes. All right then. You know my account number anyway, just transfer it to me." Lui froze. He'd expected Qiongqi to refuse, but this was unexpected. Something felt off. Why was Qiongqi accepting so readily? "What's wrong?" Qiongqi looked at him with a smile. Nothing." Lui shook his head. Qiongqi chuckled. If someone's offering money, only a fool would turn it down. "Hey, thanks," Qiongqi said earnestly to Lui as she walked toward the stairwell. "You're welcome." She paused for a moment, then turned back and sat down on the wooden stool. "If your scores are high enough, do you want to go to Jingda or Zeta?" she asked. "What about you?" "I'll go to Purple University. Jingda is the university Xiaoling always wanted to attend, and I don't want to be with her, so I'm going to Purple University." "Why?" Even though Yui didn't want to bring it up, he couldn't help asking why. Qiongqi shook her head, clearly unwilling to explain. "Honestly, I'm not sure whether I'd pick Xi University or Kyoto either. I'll decide when the time comes. By the way, do you know what each university's strengths are?" Lui asked. "Both are top-tier universities with their own strengths. Honestly, they're pretty similar." "Well, if I get in, I'll go to Purple University too," said Lui. "Purple University, Purple Forbidden City University. Alright, it's settled then. We'll apply to Purple University together. If we get in, we'll have company when we go to school." Qiongqi smiled. "Sounds good. Jingda and Zeta. In truth, Jingda probably has a bigger reputation." But because of what Qiongqi said, Yui was determined to choose Zeta without hesitation. After all, he had sold his painting The Lady Red Robe to Chen Xiaoling's father. If the truth ever came out, if the painting was exposed as a forgery, how could he face Chen Xiaoling if he ended up at Jingda? After all, they were old classmates. Attending the same university meant they'd inevitably cross paths. Wouldn't that be awkward? To avoid this predicament, he decisively chose Zeta. Qiongqi smiled happily, and Lui was also quite pleased. "By the way, which exam hall are you assigned to?" "We'll be heading to the university for registration in a few hours," Qiongqi inquired. "I'm in the third exam room at our school. Wu Tao is with me," Lui replied. He'd known this for the past couple of days. Whether it was because of his uncle or Wu Tao's good fortune, he really did end up assigned to the same exam site as Lui. With the two brothers together, cheating would be no problem. If Lui could get into Purple University, Wu Tao would undoubtedly be admitted too. What a coincidence! "I'm in the third exam hall too," Qiongqi exclaimed in surprise. "What? You're in the third exam hall too?" Lui was equally astonished. This is just too coincidental. Their entire class had been scattered to different schools, mostly paired with strangers for the exam. Yet these three were inexplicably destined to share exam room 3. "It's true. Now that we're together, you're such a top student. If you see anything I don't understand during the exam, you'll have to help me out, okay?" Qiongqi said jokingly. "Sure thing." Lui agreed readily. The exam hall was strictly enforced. Open cheating was out of the question. Teachers patrolled the area, and surveillance cameras monitored every corner. This wasn't a joke. The slightest issue could lead to disqualification unless Lui pulled out a piece of amber to gift Qiongqi. But given Qiongqi's grades, she probably wouldn't need a piece of amber to advance anyway. Chapter 168, The College Entrance Exam begins. After chatting for quite some time, Yui finished his steak before leaving. This time, he had eaten the entire 10 pounds of beef right in front of Qiongqi. During their conversation, he hadn't even noticed this fact himself. Only after he left did Qiongqi stare blankly at his retreating figure, inwardly astonished. Do teenage boys really have appetites this voracious? 10 pounds, that's 10 pounds. How could an ordinary person possibly eat that much?
But then she thought about it. Watching Yui devour every last bite of the 10 pounds of beef she prepared right before her eyes, the sense of accomplishment she felt was actually quite satisfying. The fact that Yui hadn't grown tired of her cooking after so many meals surely proved her culinary skills were no slouch. At 7 o'clock, Lu Yi and Wu Tao headed downstairs. Today, her uncle hadn't opened the shop and he was quite excited. He'd even driven himself, insisting on personally taking the two of them to the exam venue. Honestly, her uncle's place was so close to the school that she didn't need him to drive them. It was only a 10 to 20-minute walk. But today, he was impossible to dissuade. Probably because a teacher had recently called to praise Wu Tao, and he had high hopes for him. If it were any other time, he probably wouldn't have been this excited. Alright, you two, do your best. If you get into a top university, I'll give each of you 10,000 yuan as a reward, Uncle declared generously. A 10,000 yuan reward back in the day, Wu Tao would have been jumping for joy. 10,000 yuan. How long could he play at the internet cafe with that? But now he was highly immune to such things. 10,000 yuan was nothing in his eyes anymore. Thanks, Uncle. Yui still seemed pretty excited, though that excitement was obviously put on. Alright, today's the college entrance exam. You better do well and not embarrass me. I've been bragging to a lot of friends about you guys. If you mess up, you'll get a good spanking. Uncle turned serious again. Wu Tao immediately started complaining. Dad, you brag to others, but then blame us for the consequences. People always talk about screwing over their dads, but you're always screwing over your son. No sooner had he finished speaking than his uncle smacked him hard on the head. No use protesting. Your protests are invalid. The car pulled onto the road. Even this early in the morning, traffic was already congested, mostly parents ferrying students to their exams. On a typical school day, he'd never seen this many vehicles. Fortunately, there was no traffic jam. Within minutes, Uncle drove to the school gate and watched the two of them enter. The school entrance was already crowded with parents. Some were tugging at their children, chattering away and giving last-minute reminders. Others had their children cramming last-minute lessons here, even hiring private tutors on the spot to give impromptu classes. All sorts of bizarre scenes were unfolding. Seeing this scene, Wu Tao felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. Gu, are you really prepared? All his hopes rested on now. What about you? My level is good enough for bluffing, but when it comes to the real deal, I'm useless. I'm counting on you, Don't worry. Luckily, we're both in the third exam hall. If we were too far apart, even our secret connection might not reach. The resonance between the mother amber and the child amber of the dragon soul amber also had a distance limit. If the distance was too great, the connection would be lost, or at least significantly weakened. If Wu Tao had been assigned to another school or exam hall, even if he wanted to help, he couldn't. Fortunately, they're in the same exam hall. At such close quarters, transmitting answers is a piece of cake. As for studying, I've already finished my prep. Just wait and see. I won't claim to be the provincial top scorer, but securing second or third place is well within reach. Lu Yi declared with confidence. Every year, if a provincial top scorer emerged from the college entrance exams, it was a moment of immense glory. It could even trigger a scramble among prestigious universities like Peking University and Dalian University to recruit the top talent overnight. It was an honor that would make relatives and friends proud to show off in public. The exam didn't start until 9 o'clock, so before then, most people were reviewing, trying to cram in as much as possible before the test. But Yui was quite relaxed. He relished this atmosphere. After 3 years of studying in this place, once the exams were over, it would be time to bid farewell to Lingzheng City. Wu Tao stood beside him, equally smug. At 8:30, a notification suddenly popped up on Lu Yi's phone. He tapped it open and discovered a new sum in his account. Counting the zeros, it was a full 8 digits. He sucked in a sharp breath. 10 million? 16 million? 60 million yuan. The money had arrived. Chen Xiaoling's father was remarkably efficient. The bank opened at 8 and in just half an hour, he'd already taken care of the transaction. Today was the first installment, tomorrow would bring the second. The total, 120 million. Lu Yi was overcome with excitement. Earning this much money for the first time made him want to shout and scream to release the pent-up energy. But with so many people around at school, he managed to hold back. He then transferred another 20 million to Yun Wanxiu's account. Yun Wanxiu needed the money badly overseas. Though she'd only requested 20 million, having extra funds was always beneficial. It could cover unexpected emergencies. Before long, it was 9 o'clock. Before the exam began, all students turned off their phones, handed them in, and took their seats. The surveillance cameras had been activated long ago, and each exam room had 3 proctors, a stricter arrangement than in previous years. One stood at the lectern, towering over the entire room. Another was positioned to the left, and a third to the right. Under such intense scrutiny, with seats spaced so far apart, cheating was utterly impossible. Chen Yingxi had arrived early as well. Her seat was at the very front, close to the podium, making cheating impossible for her too. Wu Tao sat near the classroom door, far from Lu Yi. Yet as long as they remained in the same room, Lu Yi could still offer him support. Wu Tao was itching to get started, his face betraying an unusual excitement. Soon, the exam papers were distributed. Wu Tao picked up his pen and began writing with intense focus. Drawing on past experience, he first wrote his name neatly. He recalled one time when he copied Li Yi's answers and accidentally copied his name too, making a complete fool of himself. Without glancing at his own paper, Wu Tao directly viewed the images transmitted from Lu Yi's mind through his dantian, filling in the answers on the answer sheet. The proctor at the front scanned the room. After observing Wu Tao for several seconds, he noticed something peculiar. The student hadn't even glanced at the exam paper and was writing directly on the answer sheet. Was this student cheating or what? The proctor stood up and walked toward Wu Tao. Wu Tao ignored the teacher completely, continuing to fill out his answer sheet. The proctor looked left and right, chuckling. Not even glancing at the questions before filling in the answers? This is the college entrance exam. I've never seen a student like you before. Chapter 169, Surveillance. Wu Tao chuckled back. Teacher, as long as I'm not cheating, what's the problem? Well, that's true. The proctor, finding no evidence of cheating, said no more. His intention had been well-meaning to encourage Wu Tao to take responsibility for himself. After all, this was the college entrance exam. Hadn't all 3 years of high school been leading up to this day? If Wu Tao wasn't taking responsibility for himself, then it wasn't his concern. Wu Tao gripped his pen and continued watching the images transmitted from his dantian. Whatever Yi did, he copied instantly. The first exam was math, and he could practically copy the answers verbatim. Moreover, to avoid too much similarity, Yui deliberately solved some problems using different methods and then called the answers to Wu Tao. The methods differed, but the answers were all correct. This way, there was no issue. Wu Tao only needed to copy his answers, and a perfect score was guaranteed. The exam lasted 2 hours, but Yui finished his work in just over an hour. However, early submission wasn't allowed. Papers could only be handed in during the final half hour. After the exam, Wu Tao and Yui were the first to hand in their papers. They immediately left the classroom. They weren't planning to go home for lunch today. Since Chenning had managed to be in the same exam hall as them, Yui decided to treat everyone to lunch out. After eating, they would continue with the afternoon exams. Wu Tao immediately called his uncle to report the situation. On the phone, he bragged non-stop about how awesome he was, and his uncle actually believed him, repeatedly saying good job and urging them to keep it up. He also mentioned they wouldn't be going home for lunch today, choosing to eat out instead. His uncle agreed, saying they could eat out for lunch but must return home for dinner. He was preparing a feast. After waiting over 20 minutes at the school, the exam ended and all the candidates emerged. Chenning Si arrived outside the classroom and saw the two of them looking supremely confident. She couldn't help but laugh. You two actually finished early? I've never seen anyone so sure of themselves. How'd it go? Did you nail it? So confident? Wu Tao chimed in, of course. When EGE steps up, there's absolutely no problem. Chenning Si chuckled. Well, I know he has the skills, but what about you? I hear you've been making quite a name for yourself in your class lately. So, I've got to ask, how do you solve the second to last question on the exam? I've been stuck on it forever. Well, actually. Wu Tao immediately started dodging the question. How could he possibly know the solution? He'd just copied the answer EE gave him. He didn't even know what the question on the exam paper was. Told you you're just a half-baked scholar. Chenning Si gave a sharp smile, then turned her gaze to Yui. Yui, you should know the answer, right? Lu Yi proceeded to recite the solution right in front of her. Chenning Si did a quick mental calculation, then patted her chest and said, Phew, that's a relief. I was so worried I'd messed up. Thank goodness you did it the same way. Now I can relax. I'll treat you to lunch today. Sure. My dad's place has some of his friends helping out today. She knows I'm taking the college entrance exam and came specially to assist, so I don't need to rush back. So the three of them left school and headed to a restaurant right next to campus, where they ordered a table full of dishes and dug in. Meanwhile, on the other side, back at the Lu residence, Lu Changnan and Lu Changyun proved remarkably resourceful. Both leveraged their connections to infiltrate the ancient tomb beyond the western suburbs. They weren't particularly interested in anything else in the tomb. Their sole focus was the dragon soul amber. Unfortunately, after searching for days, they hadn't found a single thing related to amber. While the tomb did yield numerous artifacts from the Three Kingdoms period, items like amber never reappeared. Excavation work continued, but experts suggested the tomb itself was actually quite small, possibly even a temporary burial site. What is a temporary burial site? A temporary grave refers to a burial site hastily dug on the battlefield during wartime when casualties were too numerous to transport. The bodies of one's own side were buried directly in pits dug on the battlefield. Such temporary graves were common in ancient times, with the deceased typically buried without coffins, hence the saying wrapped in horsehide. Moreover, the vast majority of bodies were piled together. Consequently, when excavating ancient tombs, a single pit might sometimes be filled with so many bones that it was impossible to determine the exact number of bodies. Despite their joint efforts, Lu Changnan and Lu Changyun found nothing conclusive and eventually had to abandon their search.
They secretly bribed several staff members, instructing them to immediately notify the pair if they encountered amber or similar artifacts in the future, rather than reporting it to higher authorities.
Lu Changnan and Lu Changyun returned to the city.
Days passed, yet Lu Changqing remained completely unreachable, not even a single phone call.
As his elder brother, Lu Changnan found this deeply unsettling.
He made numerous calls over the past few days, but none went through.
What the hell is wrong with Changqing? Playing hide and seek? You give him a task to handle and he vanishes without a trace? Lu Changnan grumbled angrily. As Lu Changqing's elder brother, this was a blow to his reputation.
The family had sent him and Lu Changyun specifically to clean up the messes made by Lu Changqing and Lu Changmin.
Forget about him. I still suspect genuine amber has surfaced in Lingjun City. Changmin was so badly injured and Changqing ended up hospitalized after being beaten. Something fishy is going on here.
Lu Changyun, who had been cold and taciturn, finally spoke up.
Don't you suspect it might be someone from another family? Lu Changnan asked. Other families?
Currently, the only known families are the Qins, the Sus, and our own Lu family.
The Sus are our rivals, but their intelligence network couldn't possibly be this extensive.
As for the Qins, they've always maintained good relations with us. They wouldn't go so far as to inflict such severe harm on our family members, Lu Changyun replied.
So based on this alone, you suspect a fourth faction exists? Lu Changnan smiled. What else could it be? Fake Crazy Lion Amber and Spirit Steed Amber suddenly appeared in Lingjun City out of nowhere. This absolutely didn't come from thin air. Someone must have seen the real thing, otherwise they couldn't have replicated it. But what if they're ancient fakes? Impossible. I had them appraised. Those amber pieces are synthetic, not natural.
If they were genuine, and you claimed they were left over from the Three Kingdoms era, then I might believe you. But those 3 fake amber pieces were synthetic. Did people in the Three Kingdoms era know how to synthesize amber? Tell me, who possessed that technology? Sun Quan? Liu Bei? Or perhaps Cao Cao? Lu Changyun asked coldly. Lu Changnan heard this and exclaimed, you actually had someone test it? No wonder your brother Changyun, you leave no stone unturned. Those 2 high schoolers you questioned last time are probably up to something too. They're not as honest as you think, Lu Changyun remarked. In that case, I'll go meet with them again tomorrow, Lu Changnan replied. No need. Tomorrow, I'll handle them myself. Lu Changyun gathered some items, flicked his fingers, and 3 fake amber pieces swirled in his palm. Chapter 170, Explosive Power. Lu Changyun was known for his taciturn nature, handling affairs with even greater precision than Lu Changnan. Like his brother Lu Changqing, Lu Changnan was inherently lustful. Yet his advantage lay in his superior natural talent and sharp intelligence. Still, in certain details, he fell short of Lu Changyun. Lu Changnan was well aware of this shortcoming. When Lu Changyun mentioned the 2 high school students were problematic, he appeared calm on the surface, but anger simmered beneath. Those 2 high schoolers really were skilled actors, they'd even fooled him. He had even shown mercy, sparing them and not making things worse for them. Since brother Changyun is handling this personally, I won't say more. I'll go find Changqing right away. That kid's incompetence means I have to clean up his messes, but it's all the elder's orders, nothing I can do about it. With that, Lu Changnan left the room. At the hospital, Lu Changmin had been recovering remarkably fast these past days thanks to specialized treatment. A wooden pole had pierced his chest. When he arrived at the hospital, many doctors were too afraid to perform the surgery. In the end, the hospital director personally took the scalpel and removed the pole. He had suffered massive bleeding and nearly died. Doctors initially estimated he wouldn't regain consciousness for at least 3 months. First, his injuries were too severe. Second, he had lost too much blood even with transfusions, his body simply couldn't keep up. However, after Lu Changyun and Lu Changnan arrived, Lu Changyun employed a unique treatment method that accelerated his recovery significantly. Lu Changmin possessed Ziqi Eagle Amber. This substance granted him superior physical recovery and absorption capabilities compared to ordinary people. While a typical patient would require 3 months to awaken, he had been hospitalized for just over half a month. Combined with recent specialized care and high nutrient supplements, he finally regained consciousness that day. A faint voice stirred from the hospital bed. Lu Changyun opened his eyes, his face pale. A slight smile touched his lips. Though he uttered only 2 words, the slightest vibration of speaking jolted his wounds, causing excruciating, heart-wrenching pain. Changmin, you're awake? Lu Changyun rushed to the bedside and immediately rang the bell for the doctors to come. Lu Changmin. He seemed to want to say something, but after uttering just 1 syllable, he couldn't help but cough violently. Lu Changyun soothed him, don't rush. I know you have something to say, but your injuries are severe. Try not to speak. Wait until you've recovered a bit more. Soon, the doctors and nurses arrived, astonished to find Lu Changmin conscious in his bed. Both the doctor and the nurse were incredulous, he is awake? Even the director said it would take at least 3 months to regain consciousness. Who would have thought he'd wake up after just over half a month? It was truly a miracle. It truly was a miracle. As the doctor and nurse discussed this, Lu Changyun suddenly spoke up. Doctor, I demand you triple the dosage for my brother.
Triple? Are you joking? How could he possibly handle triple the dosage? Your brother has only just regained consciousness and you want to increase his medication?
You're trying to kill him, the doctor said sternly.
Lu Changyun retorted, I'm not joking. Increase the dosage now. Hurry. If you refuse, I'll have your director come personally. The doctor thought Lu Changyun was being unreasonable. How could a weakened patient possibly handle triple the dosage?
But due to Lu Changyun's repeated demands, the attending physician had no choice but to contact the director. Upon hearing it was the Lu family's patient making this request, the director thought for a moment and surprisingly agreed. Most people in the hospital didn't know the Lu family's background, but the director did. When Lu Changmin was initially detained by the police, Lu Changyun had used his connections to have the police withdraw. The director had picked up on some clues during that incident. After receiving the director's approval, the attending physician prepared a prescription form for Lu Changyun to sign. Once signed, he immediately increased Lu Changmin's medication dosage. After the doctors and staff finished changing the medication and exited the ward, Lu Changyun let out a cold laugh. A bunch of ordinary folk.
What the hell do they know? The Lu family can endure anything.
When you were still unconscious, a normal dosage was sufficient. But now that you've regained consciousness, with your absorption capacity and constitution, a mere triple dose is more than enough.
At first, Lu Changmin struggled to tolerate the triple dose, but after a while, he seemed to adjust.
After about half an hour, his condition improved further and his voice grew steadier.
Brother Changyun.
No need for further words.
Now I ask, you answer. Alright. Who injured you? I don't know.
That day, I went into the city museum to get a gun, but I ran into a mysterious person.
Mysterious person? What kind of mysterious person? You didn't even see his face?
Sorry, Brother Changyun, I truly didn't see it.
Whoever injured you is definitely no ordinary person.
To pierce your chest clean through with a wooden stick yet spare your life, the technique is extraordinary.
Absolutely not someone common. Changmin, in your opinion, is this someone from the Su family or the Qin family? Lu Changyun asked directly. He had long suspected that members of other families had infiltrated Lingjiang City.
He also suspected the attackers who injured Lu Changmin and Lu Changqing might be connected to the Su family.
The Su family? Not likely, Lu Changmin replied weakly.
He remembered that night clearly. That night in the woods surrounding the city museum, he had crossed paths with a black-clad, masked figure. Initially, he had pursued the masked man, hunting him down. Coming close to ending the masked man's life several times. But then, as if something had snapped, the figure suddenly moved with terrifying speed. Their reflexes and agility were sharper than a mountain cat's. With a single leap, the figure snatched a branch from a tree. Clutching it, he sprinted over 10 meters in a split second. The wooden staff flew from his hand. Before Lu Changmin could even react, the branch pierced his chest. The excruciating pain felt like the sky collapsing and the earth shifting. His vision went black and he collapsed unconscious on the spot. From start to finish, he never caught a clear glimpse of the black-clad figure. Only a vague memory of his height and build remained. How tall was he? About 1.8 meters tall, on the lean side, with tremendous explosive power.
Chapter 171, Another Arrival. Is that all you remember? Sorry, that's all I can recall. A gun? What kind of gun? Looks like a polished silver rifle, but I can't be certain. The museum has photos, but the actual weapon is gone.
With only these clues, we're like headless flies still finding nothing.
Lu Changyun narrowed his eyes and muttered. Brother Changyun, there's an ancient tomb in the western suburbs of Lingjiang City. I know someone who privately hired people to excavate it. They might have found some treasures. Heh, you mean Liang Jun? Lu Changyun chuckled, then spread his fingers. 3 pieces of amber shimmered in the palm of his hand. Lu Changmin gasped in shock upon seeing them. So many wild lion spirit foals? Fakes. Lu Changyun snapped his palm shut, gathering the objects. You've been unconscious for over half a month. You're unaware of many things. I already visited Liang Jun, he found nothing either. In fact, he was tricked by 2 high school students. High school students? And it wasn't just Liang Jun. Lu Changnan seems to have been deceived by those 2 high schoolers too. Lu Changyun tucked the item into his pocket and addressed Lu Changmin, concentrate on your recovery. Once you're healed, get yourself back to the hometown immediately. Don't ever show your face in public again. Father is extremely displeased with this latest incident. You and Lu Changqing in Lingjiang City, one beaten up in a woman's room, the other arrested as a thief at the museum. This has brought considerable shame upon the Lu family. Lu Changmin looked deeply remorseful. He and Lu Changqing had indeed brought considerable shame upon themselves, and he had no words to defend it. Alright, you take care of him. I'm off to meet those 2 high schoolers. I'll see just how capable these kids are who managed to deceive both Liang Jun and Lu Changnan. Lu Changmin glanced at the time, a faint smile curling his lips. Seems today is the day of the college entrance exams. But by now, the exams should be over. Perfect timing to find them at the lingerie store. Time, 5 p.m. The first day of exams was over. Tomorrow was the last day. Once tomorrow's exams finished, their senior year would finally draw to a close. The brothers Yue and Wu Tao had performed exceptionally well. According to Yue, even if they didn't score perfect marks, they'd only lose a point or two at most. Wu Tao's answers matched his own. If Lu Yi could get full marks, then he could too. During the afternoon exam, Wu Tao played it much cooler. Probably because Lu Yi reminded him not to be too flashy. So during the test, he'd pretend to glance at the paper before filling in his answers. At lunchtime, the brothers met up with Qiongqi for a meal outside. That evening, their uncle insisted they return home for dinner. As for Qiongqi, she said she needed to return home to care for her father that evening. After all, it was her father's friend who was helping out at her house. While it was fine during the day, the friend had to go home at night. Lu Yi and Wu Tao didn't insist. After returning home, the two brothers crossed their legs and played games while waiting for dinner. Uncle had been preparing dinner since 1 in the afternoon, buying a lot of ingredients. This was the first time since Yi had come to live with his uncle that he'd seen him prepare such a lavish meal. According to Uncle, they were preparing 18 dishes tonight, a full spread of 18 different dishes. The shop downstairs was open too. Uncle hadn't planned to open it, but since Yue and Wu Tao were bored, they decided to help out by minding the store. The two of them ended up playing games at the front counter. Bro, swing that big sword. Cue him. Silence him. Wu Tao yelled. His hero, Barbarian 3-Blade, was only equipped with a Doran's blade, a weak setup, and was chasing after an armored turtle. Damn, are you stupid? The turtle activated its bounce skill, and you're still attacking it? Just step back a few paces and hit it later. Lu Yi didn't engage head-on. The turtle was incredibly tanky and tough. While a direct confrontation could kill it, they'd likely lose a teammate in the process. Hearing Yu Yi's advice, Wu Tao backed off. Seeing him retreat, the turtle taunted him, drawing aggro. It forcibly pulled the barbarian over. Just then, its counterattack ended. Lu Yi suddenly struck, leaping out from the brush. He Q'd it, silencing it, then swung his greatsword. With both of them working together, the dragon turtle's health dropped rapidly. Finally, Yu Yi's Garen unleashed his ultimate ability, finishing off the last third of the dragon turtle's health. Wu Tao's barbarian had his ultimate fully charged. Activating it just in time, he avoided being burned away, healed a bit, and preserved his life. With that level of awareness, you're only fit for matchmaking. How dare you queue for ranked? Lu Yi mocked him. Damn it, E, don't get cocky. Just wait till I get Infinity Edge, watch me one-shot him. By the time you get Infinity Edge, he'll have built Thornmail. He'll be tankier. Before you can kill him, his double bounce effects will kill you instead. Bro, whose side are you on? Who are you rooting for? Haha, come on, let's take down this mid-lane daycare center. Alright, let's take him down. The two brothers played unconventionally, avoiding team fights and focusing on ganks. They charged down mid-lane and took down a Yasuo. Just as they were getting into the groove, a figure entered the shop also dressed in a suit, but his face bore a sinister, cold expression. Wu Tao, noticing the customer, said, "Feel free to look around. If you like something, you can try it on. The fitting room is over there." Lu Yi couldn't help but chuckle, muttering, "Damn it, the customer's a guy like he's gonna try anything on." "Ha? Male?" Wu Tao looked up and saw it was indeed a man. He gave an embarrassed chuckle and said, "Feel free to look around." But as he turned away, he muttered to himself, "Strange. Why have so many men been coming to browse the lingerie store lately? When you get married someday, you'll probably end up buying them for your wife too," Lu Yi remarked. "Are you kidding? Me buying lingerie for my wife?" Wu Tao snorted dismissively. But the customer didn't even glance at the lingerie. He walked straight toward the counter. His cold gaze swept over Lu Yi and Wu Tao before he asked indifferently, "Which one of you is Lu Yi?" "Broy, so he's here for you? Come on, let's take out the enemy jungler first." Alright. The two brothers remained primarily focused on the game. Through their coordinated efforts, they successfully took down the enemy jungler's blind monk. Lu Yi appeared distracted on the surface, but his guard was up. Judging by the man's tone and expression, he seemed to have come with ill intent. Suddenly, he looked up and smiled, saying, "Hello, guest. I am Lu Yi. How may I assist you? Lingerie is over here, and bustiers are over there. If you're looking for adult products, I'm afraid our little shop doesn't carry those." Chapter 172, Testing the Waters. Lu Yi deflected the question, his gaze fixed on the computer screen as he coordinated with Wu Tao. The customer approached step by step, then suddenly chuckled. "So you are Yue. It seems one truly can't judge a book by its cover. Such a young age, yet you've got quite a few tricks up your sleeve." Lu Yi glanced up at him. "Sir, what do you mean? We don't seem to know each other, do we? Though we didn't know each other before, we do now. My surname is Lu." Lu Changyun revealed his name. "Mr. Lu, did you come specifically to find me?" "Indeed." "Then wait a moment. I'll finish this game first." "No problem."
Lu Changyun proved quite patient, sitting down nearby to wait. Yui and Wu Tao exchanged a knowing glance.
Wu Tao understood that the Lu family wasn't to be trifled with. He now grasped Yuyi's strategy. They deliberately avoided a quick push, instead grinding down their opponents slowly.
By the end, Wu Tao had assembled 6 divine items, finally unleashing his full power. The lethal 3-hit combo of Barbarian's triple blade truly showcased its devastating dominance. As for Yui, he primarily played a support role, acting as a frontline tank to absorb enemy fire. Even with their deliberate pace, the match concluded in just over 50 minutes.
So, how about it? Is my Barbarian triple/awesome or what? Bull. If I hadn't carried you, could you have pulled it off?
Truth is, my real specialty is the Great Sword. I let you play it this time, but next game, I'll be Garen and absolutely outshine you. He set down his mouse and stepped away from the front desk.
Mr. Lu, he said, what brings you here today?
Lu Changyun stood up, his gaze sweeping over from head to toe.
You're about 1.8 meters tall, right?
Yep, exactly 180 centimeters.
Lu replied, a bit confused by the meaning behind the question. Excellent.
As Lu Changyun spoke, his fist suddenly clenched and shot forward at lightning speed, aiming straight for Li's chest. Lu saw the punch coming and his first instinct was to block it, raising his right hand to counter with a punch of his own. But the thought of countering was extinguished before it fully formed.
No, I can't block it. If I block, won't that reveal my true strength?
With that thought, he feigned a delayed reaction, allowing Lu Changyun's fist to strike his chest. He staggered back 7 or 8 steps, then deliberately exaggerated his pain, collapsing onto the ground. In truth, it wasn't entirely feigned. Lu Changyun's punch had been genuinely heavy, striking him with real pain. Wu Tao, watching from the front counter, leaped to his feet when he saw the man surnamed Lu actually strike. He drew a knife from beneath the counter and shouted, "Damn it!
You come into this shop to beat people? Have you had enough of living? We've no quarrel with you. What's the meaning of this, attacking people indiscriminately?" Wu Tao charged forward, knife pointed at Lu Changyun.
Lu Changyun stared at Wu Tao, then suddenly grabbed an ornament from the counter and hurled it at him.
Wu Tao wasn't stupid.
Without using any special strength, he swung his knife to block. But he was a split second too slow, and the object struck him.
Seeing that neither of them could block his strike, Lu Changyun felt rather disappointed. Just then, shouts erupted from upstairs, followed by footsteps. Uncle Lu must have heard the commotion and came downstairs. Seeing the scene in the shop, he immediately shouted, "Wu Tao, what the hell are you doing? Put that knife down. Dad, this guy's picking a fight." Wu Tao protested indignantly. "Put the knife down first. This is completely unreasonable. Do you think a knife can be handled casually?" his uncle scolded. Wu Tao obediently returned the knife to its sheath. The knife itself had been provided by his uncle, who had served in the military years ago and possessed considerable martial skills. It was precisely because of this connection that brother Hu from the Zhongxing society who, it was said, had also served in the military, though not in the same platoon as his uncle, but in the same company, would usually give his uncle some face when matters arose. "What do you mean by this, sir?" Uncle Wu's voice took on an air of authority. Lu Changyun glanced at my uncle and smiled faintly. "Those two youngsters are a bit out of line, but you're rather interesting." With that, he struck again, launching a punch straight at Uncle. True to his military background, Uncle Hu braced for the blow and countered with a fierce kick aimed squarely at Lu Changyun's vital points. Lu Changyun sidestepped with blinding speed, then landed a punch squarely on Uncle's shoulder, sending him reeling back several steps. Still not quite there, and the height difference is off. Lu Changyun shook his head. Wu Tao seethed with rage. It was one thing for this Lu fellow to attack him, but to lay a hand on his father? He could barely restrain himself from using his full strength to break a few of Lu's bones. But Yui shot him a warning glance, signaling restraint. Displaying his full strength in front of the Lu family would either kill the man outright or require absolute secrecy. "Wu Tao, call the police," Yi shouted. Wu Tao suppressed his impulse and grabbed his phone to dial the police. Suddenly, the man surnamed Lu pulled out his wallet and said, "Sorry, I mistook you for someone else." With that, he took out a wad of cash, several thousand yuan, and tossed it onto the front desk. "This is for your medical expenses. Is a simple mistaken identity supposed to make everything okay?" Wu Tao snapped angrily. Mr. Lu said, "If you want to call the police, go ahead. But let me tell you, it won't do you any good. Also, there's something I want to ask you. I hope you'll answer honestly." "What do you want to know?" Uncle Wu asked. "Last time, you sold these 3 items to Liang Jun. I want to know where you got them," Lu Changyun inquired. Lu Changyun had suspected Wu Tao, an old uncle, of possessing genuine amber, which would explain their ability to produce counterfeits. That was why he had tested them earlier, hoping to gauge their skills. The results, however, proved disappointing. Lu and Wu Tao possessed little strength whatsoever. As for Li's uncle, though he looked somewhat formidable, he was still ordinary. Such levels of ability hardly befitted the possessor of amber. How could someone capable of severely injuring Lu Changmin be so mediocre?
Therefore, he suspected the true amber possessor was someone else entirely, and these three before him were merely clowns.
What business is this of yours? Uncle Louis retorted.
Uncle knew about the amber, but he hadn't realized Yui had sold the 3 pieces. He'd assumed Yui was using them to impress girls.
Moreover, Uncle had even helped polish the amber for him.
Unconsciously, he glanced at Yui. You'd better come clean, Lu Changyun said coldly. Otherwise, the consequences won't be something your little family can handle. Faced with the colossal might of the Lu family, Wu Tao's family was like a floating duckweed tossed into the ocean, easily crushed into oblivion.
Chapter 173, A Fleeting Calm. This has nothing to do with my uncle. It was all my idea. If you want me to return the money, then have Liang Jun come himself. But this was a willing transaction, no one to blame. A deal's a deal. I never understood why he was willing to pay such a high price back then. I asked him, but he wouldn't say a word. Surely that can't be my responsibility, said Yui. Quite the sharp tongue. But rest assured, I'm not here to demand money. I don't care about the cash. I just want to know where you got these 3 items. If you give me a satisfactory explanation, I'll spare your family. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. Lu Changyun weighed the 3 pieces of amber in his hand as he issued his warning. Uncle's eyes brimmed with confusion. He desperately wanted to ask what was really going on. Had Yui actually sold those 3 pieces of amber? To Liang Jun? For how much? Though these questions burned within him, he kept them unspoken. Louis stated, we found these 3 stones. Liang Jun knows this himself. Found? Ha, I've heard that excuse before. They fell out of an open trunk on a BMW X6, and you just happened to pick them up? Ha! That's the kind of nonsense you might pull on a 3-year-old. Maybe you can fool Liang Jun with that, but me? I've had these 3 pieces of amber professionally appraised. They're not natural amber, they're synthetic. Now tell me this, if they truly came from an ancient tomb, that tomb would date back to the 3 Kingdoms period. Who in that era possessed the capability to artificially produce amber? A mocking smile played at Lu Changyun's lips, his eyes gleaming with sharp intelligence. Such petty tricks were no match for him. His work was meticulous. Seizing upon this minor detail allowed him to dismantle the entire facade. Lu Yi was rendered speechless by this retort. His heart sank, and he silently regretted his actions. Truth be told, genuine amber was available at that jade shop, just a bit pricier, tens of thousands per piece. But he'd been greedy, thinking synthetic would suffice since it was meant to deceive anyway. Little did he expect that his cleverness would backfire, leading to such a major incident. This single, minor detail had become the whip with which Lu Changyun seized upon and pursued the investigation. How could I know? Synthetic? Who can say for certain that people in the 3 Kingdoms era didn't know how to synthesize it? Ancient wisdom was no less than modern, and in many craftsmanship techniques, modern people couldn't even replicate them. How could one underestimate the wisdom of the ancients? Yui naturally denied it outright. Once he'd spoken, he'd stick to his original story even if it killed him. He couldn't backtrack. Changing his story would only create more inconsistencies. He was stubborn, and ancient wisdom truly shouldn't be underestimated. Paper making and iron smelting techniques had indeed reached remarkable heights. But amber? The 3 Kingdoms era hadn't advanced that far yet. Kid, synthetic technology like this, even in the Qing dynasty, no one could pull it off. At least, not the Chinese. Stop playing word games. Tell the truth, who gave this to you? Lu Changyun sat down on the sofa. Yui was thoroughly outmaneuvered. This Lu Changyun seemed like a well-read scholar. Such verbal gymnastics were no match for him. He countered with effortless ease. Yui couldn't think of any excuse to counter him. Where had the amber come from? But then Lu Changyun asked him, who gave it to you? Could it be that he suspected these 3 items had been given to me by someone else? The thought immediately occurred to Yui. Unfortunately, he had no knowledge of other families possessing such items. Had he known, he could have framed them. His eyes darted around, but Yui remained adamant. I'll say it again, I truly found these. Right at the entrance. If you don't believe me, you can pull some strings and check the surveillance footage. You might still catch a glimpse. At the crossroads outside his uncle's shop, surveillance cameras did exist. The footage wasn't crystal clear, but the general movements of Lu Yi picking up the items should be discernible. Still not convinced until the bitter end? Lu Changyun took a few steps closer. Uncle Lu stepped firmly in front of Lu Yi. No matter what, he wouldn't let an outsider bully his nephew. Your cover-up is futile, Lu Changyun warned coldly. This incident is undoubtedly connected to you. If you attempt to shield whoever is behind this, be warned you may pay with your lives. This is a society governed by law. Are you suggesting murder? Asked the uncle. Lu Changyun sneered coldly. The way you stand shows you have some military background. Since you served, you should know what the rule of law means. Who does the law govern? When have the powerful ever been held accountable by it? If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, you'll regret it bitterly. He didn't spell out the consequences, but everyone understood, if they didn't give him a satisfactory answer today, he wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. And he would take action. Yui gritted his teeth inwardly, a surge of desire to kill this man rising within him. This man was too clever. By taking the amber for appraisal and discovering it was synthetic, he had stripped away the excuse that could have deceived him. Yet once that lie had been spoken, it couldn't be easily retracted. To do so would only deepen the suspicion on Yui. The best course now was to eliminate this man as well. Killing him would be the most decisive and clean solution. It would end everything. As Gulong once said, in this world, only the mouths of the dead never speak out of turn. But killing him couldn't happen in the shop. Such brazen murder would carry heavy consequences. Wail, wail. Fortunately, at that moment, the police car arrived. Wu Tao had called the police earlier, and now the officers had finally arrived. The sirens grew louder as they approached, and within minutes, officers were at the shop. Old Wu, so you called the cops? What's going on? One officer seemed to know my uncle and greeted him. Uncle Wu glanced at the officer and said, Old Jean, thank goodness you're here. This man was causing trouble in my shop, injured my nephew and son, and was spouting all sorts of nonsense. I hope you'll take him away. He pointed at Lu Changyun. Is that so? Officer Jean immediately sized up Lu Changyun. Meanwhile, Louis, lying on the ground, groaned in pain, while Wu Tao dramatically clutched his chest, crying out in agony. I have surveillance footage that can prove everything, Uncle Lu immediately declared. All right. Officer Jean and several other officers immediately grabbed Lu Changyun by the shoulders. In broad daylight, you stormed into someone's shop and started beating people. With both eyewitnesses and physical evidence present, you're coming with us to the station. Chapter 174, Preparing to Confess. These officers were law-abiding, and besides, Officer Jean was acquainted with Uncle Yue, so naturally, they leaned toward their side. In front of the officers, Uncle Lu pulled up the surveillance footage. Sure enough, it showed exactly as they claimed this man had initiated the attack. He landed a punch on Louis first, then struck Wu Tao, and finally attacked Louis's uncle. With this evidence, he'd face at least 3 months in jail. Attacking people in broad daylight inside someone's store was utterly outrageous. Let's go. The officers wasted no time, pulling out handcuffs to restrain Lu Changyun. Lu Changyun smiled faintly. Are you sure you want to cuff me? Before you do, you'd better call your chief and ask. What kind of attitude is this? You've committed a crime, yet you act like you're the king of the world? Got some powerful connections, huh? I despise those who commit crimes because they think they have powerful connections. Even if you do have powerful connections today, I'm taking you to the station. With this evidence, no matter how powerful your connections are, I'm locking you up for 3 months. Officer Jean, who had a strong sense of justice, forcibly tried to handcuff Lu Changyun. Lu Changyun resisted and refused to cooperate. The officers even drew their guns and pointed them at him. Once the guns were drawn, Lu Changyun let out a strange laugh and stopped resisting. If the officers had shot him during the struggle, he wouldn't have had a leg to stand on. Officer, your surname is Jean, right? Good. I'll remember that. So what if you remember? You think you can get revenge on me? Come on, try it if you dare. I'm a cop, clean as a whistle. I'm not afraid of you messing with me. If you want to play games, I'll play along. Officer Jean forcibly handcuffed Lu Changyun and escorted him away. Old Wu, come with us for questioning. Rest assured, this man assaulted someone. The charge is solid, Officer Jean stated. Thanks, Officer Jean. Uncle Yue thanked him and followed the officers out. Only Yue and Wu Tao remained in the shop. Watching the police lead the man away, Wu Tao seethed with rage. Brothery, I really wanted to take him out. That bastard was so arrogant he even hit my dad. I almost lost control. Lui's face darkened, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Don't just say you. I want to kill him too. It seemed that practice made perfect. Ever since they killed Lu Changqing, their courage had grown. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained unclear. If they truly became cold-blooded killers, that might not be a good thing. But when faced with such situations, how many people could truly hold back? If you're from a poor family with nothing to your name, doesn't that just make you a target for bullying? Once you're bullied, and they have powerful connections, they'll turn around and bite you back, leaving you with nowhere to go. Brothery, since you share this resolve, let's eliminate him outright just like we did with Lu Changqing. Shut up. ES expression suddenly turned grim. The name Lu Changqing must never be mentioned again. Burn that into your bones. If the Lu family hears about this, do you know how dire the consequences would be? You saw today just a suspicion led them straight here. If you blab and they find out anything, don't drag my uncle down with you. Wu Tao swallowed hard, realizing his rashness. Brothery, I won't mention him again. What I mean is, why not just take out that Lu fellow from earlier? That would settle everything once and for all. He's already suspicious of us. With his connections, the police probably can't hold him. He'll be released sooner or later. Once he's out, he'll definitely come looking for trouble again. I can tell he won't let this go until he gets a satisfactory answer. But are we really supposed to tell him the truth? That's impossible. The truth absolutely cannot be revealed. Once it's out, we're finished for good. The Lu family suspects someone else gave those 3 pieces of amber to Yui and his crew.
If Yui claims he made them himself, he'd be taking all the blame onto his own shoulders. Only a fool would do that. The best solution to this matter is to kill him. Kill that Lu fellow, and then no one will suspect him anymore.
I know. No need to say more. Leave this to me.
Yui pressed his shoulder.
Brothery, that man seems highly skilled.
For safety's sake, I think we should go together.
After all, if we're guilty, we'll share the blame.
Wu Tao was prepared to risk everything. Louis considered it and agreed, thinking to himself, this Lu fellow is stronger than both Lu Qiongqi and Lu Changmin.
Alone, I might not be able to take him down.
With Wu Tao by my side, we'd have a better chance.
Just then, Zhao Yun's voice echoed from within his dantian, indeed, Lord.
The Crimson Eagle amber power emanating from that Lu fellow just now is several times stronger than Lu Qiongqi's.
He's cultivated the Crimson Eagle amber for years, honing his physique to formidable strength. With your current power, you might not be his match.
Even with Wu Tao, we must outwit him, not confront him head-on. Though Yui possesses the primary Qiongqi amber, while that Lu fellow only has the secondary amber, Lu has cultivated his secondary amber for years, honing his physique to a high level. It's like this, Yui may hold the primary amber, but he's like a child wielding a peerless sword, while that Lu fellow is a robust adult with only a rusty dagger in hand.
An unparalleled sword is indeed formidable, yet in the hands of a child, its full power remains untapped.
Only when the child matures at least into a young adult can its true might be unleashed. The rusty dagger, though inferior, is wielded by a skilled, strong adult.
With ample technique and strength, he can easily defeat the child wielding the legendary sword. That's how it is. Yi's physique still needed strengthening.
If he could sustain his Herculean strength for 5 minutes in the future, he would fear no opponent. 5 minutes is no short time. It should be enough to deal with anyone possessing amber seed.
Even if they're in A rank.
But right now, Yui had only advanced a single minor level. His 9 bulls and 2 tigers strength could only be sustained for 2 minutes.
2 minutes is too short. The possessor of the Crimson Eagle amber excels in agility and speed. The slightest delay could easily consume those 2 minutes.
Add Wu Tao into the mix, he's still a novice, only capable of serving as a surprise force.
Only a sudden strike might succeed. Let's not rush this. Uncle Wu will definitely ask a lot of questions when he gets back.
We should focus on figuring out how to explain this to him, Yui said.
That's the problem.
Uncle knew nothing before, but after this incident, he's bound to have questions.
He'll definitely confront the two of them when he returns.
Brothery, you decide, Wu Tao said.
He had little control over these matters. Lu Yi sighed. Uncle is actually a sharp man. Lying to him probably won't work. Maybe we should show him something real. Chapter 175, Shock.
The two brothers discussed at home.
Uncle wouldn't be so easily fooled when he returned.
They'd already decided to come clean. After all, they could hide it for a while, but not forever. Eventually, they'd have to tell him. Uncle wasn't an outsider, and Wu Tao had gained this power. As his son, living under the same roof day after day, Uncle would inevitably notice something was off sooner or later. Rather than trying to deceive their uncle today and then having to explain themselves again when he inevitably discovered the truth later, it was better to lay everything out clearly now. That way, if any Lu family members came looking for trouble in the future, their uncle would be better positioned to cooperate. The two brothers waited at home for about an hour and a half before their uncle returned. True to form, he immediately approached with a dark expression and began questioning them about the amber.
I thought you were getting amber to impress girls that I could overlook. But you used it to deceive someone? Uncle was furious. Dad, we didn't deceive anyone.
It was a willing buyer, willing seller situation.
You can't blame anyone. Liang Jun bought it himself, we didn't force him, Wu Tao retorted. Shut your mouth. Uncle snapped, glaring at him. Lu Yi added, Uncle, Wu Tao's telling the truth. We really didn't deceive anyone, we just catered to his interests. Look, those posters plastered all over the walls outside?
They put those up themselves. We were just trying it out, but who knew Liang Jun was so loaded? He saw the goods and bought them right then and there.
Who can we blame for that?
I told him to inspect it himself. He insisted on buying it, it's not our fault.
Besides, Liang Jun hasn't even contacted us yet. This Lu fellow has no connection to Liang Jun whatsoever.
He came here completely without justification, just making unreasonable demands. You sure have a way with words.
Enough of this nonsense, just tell me straight, how much did you sell those 3 pieces of amber for? Uncle asked.
To be perfectly honest, Uncle, we sold the 3 pieces of amber for 3 million each. The total for all 3 came to 9 million.
Yui replied. 9 million. Hearing that figure, Uncle sucked in a sharp breath. 9 million? That much money? How many women's underwear could he buy with that? What did you say? Did I hear that right? 9 million?
His eyes flickered with a flicker of excitement.
Yes, Dad. He really didn't pressure Liang Jun. Liang Jun was incredibly generous and paid up straight away.
Besides, he's not short on cash, Wu Tao explained.
Uncle suddenly nodded. Good. Well done. If I'd known it was this profitable, why didn't you buy more? 10 or 8 of them?
That would have been tens of millions.
Lu Yi and Wu Tao both fell silent.
Just moments ago, Uncle had been scolding them, but the moment he heard 9 million, he seemed like a completely different person.
Dad, you changed your tune way too fast. Wu Tao said with a scoff. Uncle declared with righteous indignation, what do you know? There's a right way to make money. I thought you were only selling for a few thousand, maybe tens of thousands.
If that's all you got, and people came looking for trouble, even I'd look down on you.
After all, what can you do with such a pittance?
You'd just earn a reputation as frauds.
But 9 million is different.
You sold 3 worthless rocks for that price. That's a successful deal. Making 9 million in pure profit is smart business.
Why would I blame you? So that's how it is: sell little and get criticized, sell big and get praised? Wu Tao's eyes widened. Exactly.
If you can consistently sell junk like this for such high prices in the future, not only will I praise you, but whatever help you need, I'll provide it immediately. Old Uncle said readily.
After saying this, he chuckled, beckoned with his hand, and added, remember that amber polishing job last time? I did that for you.
Without my polishing skills, you wouldn't have sold a thing.
Now that you've made money, don't you think it's time to share the profits?
Wu Tao and Louis shot their uncle contemptuous glances.
I don't want much, Uncle, Wu Tao said solemnly. Just give me 1 million. Louis chuckled and replied, all right, Uncle, you did play a major role. Without your polishing, we wouldn't have sold a thing.
$1 million seems a bit low. I'll just give you 3 million instead.
That's more like it.
This nephew hasn't been raised in vain, Uncle said with satisfaction.
Louis smiled too.
He'd been taken care of by his uncle here, and last time, his uncle had quietly slipped brother who a red envelope with 100,000 yuan inside, all for his sake, without him even knowing. He'd always cherished his uncle's kindness. Now that he had money, he wouldn't shortchange his uncle. He hadn't shared his dividends with his uncle before because he feared his uncle might learn things he shouldn't. But now that his uncle had asked for money himself, he was more than happy to oblige. This way, he could give his uncle the money without any awkwardness. He used online banking to transfer the substantial sum of 3 million yuan directly into his uncle's account. Within minutes, his uncle received a text message confirming the 3 million yuan deposit.
Good lad. You really have made that much money. Uncle, there's one more thing I need to tell you.
Yu Yi's expression turned serious.
What is it? Let's go upstairs to talk. It's getting late. We can discuss it over dinner.
So they closed the shop door and the three of them went upstairs. Uncle had been preparing dinner and had already cooked 13 dishes. He planned to serve 18 large bowls, but he still needed 5 more dishes. After ascending the stairs, the old uncle couldn't stop working. He decided to finish preparing the remaining 5 dishes first. Then, the three gathered together, eating and talking. Louis then revealed his secret, mentioning the 9 great amber treasures of the Central Plains. At first, Uncle thought they were joking, spouting nonsense. How could such things exist in the world? It sounded like pure fantasy. But when Wu Tao ripped open his t-shirt to reveal the Qiongqi amber pattern on his chest, he was stunned. To prove his strength, Wu Tao then ran to the equipment room, retrieved a steel bar weighing over 30 pounds, and before his uncle's eyes, bent it with the force of a bull. His uncle's face turned beet red. That steel rod was thick and massive. Even as a former soldier, he wouldn't have been confident he could bend it.
Made of pure steel, its hardness surpassed iron.
Bending it required immense strength far beyond what most could muster. Yet his son, Wu Tao, had effortlessly bent that steel rod right before his eyes.
Chapter 176, The Whistling Arrow. How did you manage that?
His uncle approached in disbelief, taking the steel rod from Wu Tao's hands. He tried to straighten it himself, but no matter how hard he strained, he couldn't budge it an inch. This was the real deal, not some prop.
Wu Tao grinned triumphantly. Dad, let me handle this. Watch me.
Wu Tao took the steel rod from his hand and, right before his eyes, bent it back into its original shape. His uncle still looked incredulous.
This was truly hard to believe.
He had been a soldier, a staunch believer in materialism, always dismissing idealism with contempt.
Gods, Buddhas, and such, he didn't believe in any of it.
Yet now his son, Wu Tao, had displayed such extraordinary strength, leaving him stunned. This steel rod was no prop. He himself had just tried it using every ounce of his strength. He couldn't budge it an inch. Yet Wu Tao could bend it with ease. How could this be?
Dad, you still don't believe me? If you don't, let's arm wrestle. How about I use one hand against your two? You little brat, bring it on. I'll see you try.
Uncle Chang cleared a table, sat down with Wu Tao, and they began their arm wrestling match. Wu Tao extended his left hand and said, Dad, I'll let you have both hands against my left. Uncle, unwilling to concede, extended both hands and grabbed Wu Tao's left hand, straining to overpower him.
But Wu Tao's left hand was as steady as a mountain, completely unyielding.
Keep in mind, Uncle was in his prime, regularly worked out, and had even served in the military. His strength was no joke. Yet against Wu Tao, he was easily rendered helpless.
Dad, looks like even if I let you use both hands, it wouldn't work. Wu Tao chuckled, clearly pleased with himself. Uncle took a deep breath, then looked intently at Wu Tao, then at Yui. Even if he couldn't believe it, he had no choice but to accept it now. So such a miraculous thing truly existed in this world. Lu Yi then proceeded to recount the Lu family's affairs, explaining why this particular member had come to cause trouble today. After hearing the entire story, Uncle finally understood the situation. So that's how it was. You two absolutely mustn't let anyone know about the Qiongqi Amber. A colossus like the Lu family, if they found out, your lives would be in grave danger. That Lu fellow truly wields immense power. Today, when I followed old Jean and the others back to the police station, within half an hour, that Lu guy was released. The statement I'd made was even revoked. Uncle Wu said. What? That Lu guy was just let go? Wu Tao clenched his fists in disbelief. Lu Yi sighed softly. This was all within his expectations. He had long known the police station couldn't hold that Lu fellow. The Lu family was a colossus across the land of China. A single phone call could stir up a storm. As descendants of such a prominent clan, even in a small place like Linjiang City, they could still call the shots. That Lu would come again after his first visit. He wouldn't rest until he achieved his goal. You have two things to do right now, Uncle said gravely. Uncle was a businessman himself, sharp in his calculations and keenly aware of the balance between gains and losses. Yui immediately asked, what are these two things? First, you must ascertain exactly how many members of the Lu family have arrived in Linjiang City this time. Second, regardless of how many of your own Lu family members you suspect are involved, the Lu family member who came to our shop today simply cannot be allowed to stay. Uncle spoke coldly, his expression grim. Father, you mean? Wu Tao froze. It was the first time he'd seen his father display such an expression, utterly decisive and ruthless. Kill. Uncle lowered his voice. This world still follows the natural law of the survival of the fittest. If you don't kill others, others will kill you. I served in the military. I saw blood on the frontiers. I was once a staunch materialist, but your actions have changed my perspective. Since you possess this power, and since all sides covet it, we must protect ourselves by any means necessary. One of you is my son, the other my nephew. I won't tolerate harm coming to either of you. So, to be safe, those who must die, must die. You're still too young. Leave this matter to me. Uncle, you. What? Scared? Since you've obtained this power, similar situations will inevitably arise in the future. You must grow accustomed to it and mature swiftly. Uncle spoke sternly. He wasn't joking, he was imparting wisdom from his own experiences to Yi and Wu Tao. Wu Tao and Yui remained silent, exchanging a private glance. Though they'd confessed everything to their uncle, one matter remained untold, the matter concerning Lu Changqing. They hadn't killed Lu Changqing directly, but he had died because of their actions. They already carried the weight of a life on their hands. Uncle, that Lu fellow is exceptionally skilled. Dealing with him won't be easy, said Yui. How difficult? Does the Lu family possess the Crimson Eagle Amber? I won't deny the immense power it holds, but tell me, does possessing the Crimson Eagle Amber make one impervious to blades and bullets? Does it mean even bombs can't take his life? Uncle Wu's expression radiated confidence, a confidence born of his once iron-willed, cold-blooded past. Amber is powerful, but not to the point of absurdity. Invulnerability to blades and bullets is impossible. If that were true, Lu Bu wouldn't have died, nor would Dian Wei, Guan Yu, or Zhang Fei. No matter how skilled he was, could he outmatch a bullet? Uncle gave a cold, chilling smile that sent shivers down the spines of both Yui and Wu Tao. Don't underestimate me. Back in the army, I was a top-tier sniper. But isn't the owner of Crimson Eagle Amber skilled in marksmanship? When it comes to shooting, I might just be better, Uncle declared proudly. No one knew what kind of soldier he had been, he never mentioned it himself, and the military unit's designation was so chaotic it couldn't be traced. Later, those who knew him well began to suspect he might have joined a special forces unit, becoming a soldier of a unique branch. As for why he left the service back then? That remains a mystery to everyone. After leaving the military, Uncle spent a long time in Yunnan, where he started his fortune in jade stone gambling. But now, he revealed himself he had once been a Mingdi-level sniper. It seems snipers in China are ranked in 3 tiers, 3rd tier is sound arrow, 2nd tier is whistling arrow, and 1st tier is assassin. That's the top tier level. Chapter 177, Leave it to me. You know Brother Hu from the Zhongqing Society, right? Back in the day, he was like a comrade in arms to me. His path diverged from mine. After I left the military, I got into jade gambling, went through some unusual experiences, and eventually opened this underwear shop. He, however, took a different route and became the leader of the Zhongqing Society. Between us, it's hard to call it friendship, merely an acquaintance. He gives me face because he knows my standing. If he pushed me to the brink, even he couldn't bear the consequences. Uncle said with a hint of pride. Indeed, you should offend anyone but a former Mingdi-class sniper. Cross someone like that, and if they fly into a rage, seeking revenge at any cost, you won't even know how you met your end. You two go find out exactly how many Lu family members have arrived in Linjiang City.
As for that Lu who came to cause trouble in our shop today, his life is mine to handle. I'll take care of him," Uncle declared firmly, leaving no room for doubt. Lu Yi could only agree. Simultaneously, he resolved within himself, since his uncle was going to such lengths for them returning to the field, picking up his sniper rifle to kill again, he'd have to find another piece of amber for his uncle. Alright, that's all for today. On the surface, you two still go to school for the exams. The college entrance exams are something I've been waiting for 12 years, you can't mess this up. Tomorrow is the last day. After eating this meal tonight, do well on the exams tomorrow. The rest is none of your concern," Uncle said, then motioned for the two to start eating. Uncle Zhang had prepared 18 dishes, and it must be said, the flavors were truly exceptional. That night, Louis and Wu Tao didn't hide their appetites. Right in front of their uncle, they ate and drank heartily, each polishing off a whole pot of rice. Watching their voracious eating, Uncle chuckled. Well, I've raised 2 gluttons. At this rate, you'll bankrupt me sooner or later. No way, 3 million is absolutely out of the question. You'll have to add another 5 million for food expenses. Wu Tao and Yui burst into laughter, unconcerned. 5 million? No big deal. Since Uncle brought it up, 5 million was a mere trifle. After all, Yui had just sold a painting for 120 million yuan. He'd received the first installment today, with another payment due tomorrow. After dinner, Uncle left alone, saying he had business to attend to. Lu Yi and Wu Tao stayed home. At 8:30 p.m., someone contacted Lu Yi. It turned out Boss Chen had sent someone to pick up the painting. Lu Yi called Mr. Chen's secretary to confirm, then handed over the painting. With the painting delivered, the transaction was fully settled. All that remained was to await the second payment tomorrow. That night, Yui couldn't sit still either. He told Wu Tao he wanted to go out and take a look and investigate the Lu family's affairs while he was at it. He had no idea how many members of the Lu family were actually in Lingjiang City. This demanded thorough investigation. Wu Tao couldn't sit still either, insisting on tagging along. After a moment's thought, Yui said to him, "Since you want to go, I'll assign you a task. Go investigate another man surnamed Lu. I severely injured him at the city museum, leaving him barely clinging to life. He seems to be staying at the First People's Hospital. Go check on his condition and see if any other relatives have come here. Remember, you must be extremely careful. Don't let that Lu guy from today spot you. He's treacherous, far trickier than the Lu who came looking for us last time." Got it. Wu Tao accepted the assignment and dashed out excitedly. Meanwhile, Yui decided to pay Liang Jun a visit. The Lius had good relations with Liang Jun. Perhaps by visiting Liang Jun's home, he might uncover some clues. So he walked out the door unhurriedly, entered the neighborhood across the street, and made his way toward Liang Jun's residence. Surprisingly, Liang Jun's home was dark and deserted today. Yet Liang Jun's car was parked outside. Louis waited by the door for several minutes, but the house remained utterly silent, offering no clues for him to pursue. Failing to uncover any useful clues, he had no choice but to retrace his steps. As he passed the security booth, however, he paused. Inside, a security guard sat smoking a cigarette, chatting on WeChat while chuckling to himself. Louis politely addressed the man as uncle and inquired about Liang Jun's residence. The security guard was quite easygoing. He seemed to recognize Yui from previous visits and replied, "Mr. Liang? I think he's been hospitalized." Hospitalized? Yeah, just a few days ago. No one knows what happened, but he got seriously injured at home. Seems like he had several steel pins driven into his leg, breaking the bone. They had to call 120 to take him away. I was there too. His place was a mess, like it had been ransacked. But this Mr. Liang is strange. When we asked what happened, he wouldn't say. Just claimed it was an accident. But who is he trying to fool? A man with nothing better to do than eat his fill wouldn't deliberately drive steel nails into his own leg bones. Something must have happened at his home, but unfortunately, he refuses to talk about it. Are you his friend? The security guard asked. I'm not close with Liang Jun. I'm here to see Sister Yun Wanqiu, Yui replied evasively. Oh, Miss Yun? She's a real beauty. Almost everyone in this complex knows about the stunning woman who lives here. But it seems she hasn't been seen in ages. Who knows where she went? The security guard said regretfully. Back when Yun Wanqiu used to come and go here, her stunning looks and figure were practically a highlight the security guards looked forward to. But lately, she hasn't been seen for quite some time. Even though I'm not close with Liang Jun, I do know him. Do you know which hospital he's in, Uncle Security Guard? I'd like to visit him, said Louis. The security guard nodded, thought for a moment, and replied, I believe he's at Sunshine Hospital. Sunshine Hospital was a private facility with average medical standards, nowhere near the level of the First People's Hospital. Louis immediately guessed why Liang Jun chose Sunshine Hospital. He wanted to avoid the Lu family. A patient from the Lu family was staying at the First People's Hospital, and if he went there, they'd inevitably run into each other. Besides, his leg injury wasn't it caused by steel nails? Using steel nails to inflict injury was the Lu family's signature move.
It seemed the Liu family had targeted Liang Jun over the 3 pieces of amber. The Liu family likely failed to extract anything from Liang Jun, so they seized 3 fake amber pieces instead, shifting their focus to Lu Yi and Wu Tao. Chapter 178, Hidden Depths. Lu Yi's uncle, whose real name was Wu Zhongyi, meaning loyal and righteous. He had also used other aliases such as Wu Santong and Wu Shi. These were aliases he used during his earlier years of wandering. After returning to Lingjiang City, he settled on the name Wu Zhongyi. That evening, after leaving home, he drove straight to Hongtian Entertainment City. This was the headquarters of the Zhongxing Society, where the organization's major figures typically gathered. Uncle Louis came here specifically to find Brother Tiger. Among the 4 leaders of the Zhongxing Society, he only had a connection with Brother Tiger. The Zhongxing Society's hierarchy ran from top to bottom: Brother Tian, Brother Hu, Brother Ba, and Brother Mad Dog. Brother Tian was the top leader, though it was said he rarely stayed in the country. Rumor had it he had too many enemies, and moreover, he was a man of deep loyalty and honor. His wife had fallen ill with a strange disease, and he had stayed by her side in Melbourne, never returning. The Hongtian Entertainment City was named after Brother Tian, whose full name was Hongtian. With Brother Tian absent from Lingjiang City, Brother Hu effectively led the entire Zhongxing Society, making his word carry significant weight within the organization. After Brother Hu declared he would protect Yui last time, Mad Dog's crew had no choice but to give him some face. Tonight, Wu Zhongyi seemed different from usual. His entire demeanor had abruptly changed. Previously, he was just an ordinary lingerie shop owner who greeted everyone with a friendly, money-making smile. Tonight, however, he resembled a drawn blade. Brother Wu, what brings you here tonight? Looking for Tiger? Someone at the entertainment club recognized him. He'd dined and drunk with Tiger before, so naturally, some of Tiger's men knew him. Where's Tiger? Brother Tiger's upstairs on the 3rd floor, talking business with Brother Dog. What do you need with him? The underling asked. Wu Zhongyi didn't answer. He just headed straight for the 3rd floor. Seeing this, the underling let out a sharp whoa. His displeasure boiled over. He lunged forward, grabbed Wu Zhongyi's shoulder, and snapped, "Don't think you're hot stuff just because you've dined with Tiger a few times. You're not one of us Zhongxing Society guys. If you want to see Tiger, you follow the rules. Wait downstairs." Wu Zhongyi's brow furrowed slightly. Suddenly, he seized the youngster's wrist, executed a shoulder throw, and slammed him hard onto the floor. The kid yelped in pain, curling up on the ground, unable to get up. His buddies rushed over to help, but Wu Zhongyi's cold, piercing gaze swept over them. It was enough to send them scattering back in fear. That gaze was terrifying, carrying a genuine killing intent. Wu Zhongyi had fought at the border outpost before, his hands stained with blood. When he got angry, he was no match for these street punks. Get him! Damn it! They're at Zhongxing Society and still dare to hit people? Chop him to death, the thug who'd been thrown down yelled. This was Hongtian Entertainment City after all Zhongxing Society's turf. A single call drew 100 responses, and a flood of people surged over. But Uncle Yui seemed oblivious, heading straight for the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, his gaze swept the room, spotting a bald, burly man from afar. Just then, a horde of thugs chased him up the stairs, weapons in hand, intent on attacking Wu Zhongyi. The commotion alerted Dog Brothers' crew, who shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Why are you bringing weapons upstairs?" "Boss, this guy's beating up our brothers downstairs," one thug shouted, pointing at Wu Zhongyi. Hearing this, the man in the suit turned to the Zhongxing Society. "He attacked our brothers here? This won't do." Immediately, several men in suits closed in. "Wang Zhonghu." Wu Zhongyi's gaze locked onto the bald man from afar, seemingly ignoring everyone else. Wang Zhonghu was none other than Brother Tiger himself. Hearing him addressed by name sent a slight chill through the younger members. The bald man heard the shout, stood up, and barked, "Back off." With a wave of his hand, the underlings obediently stepped back. He then fixed his gaze on Wu Zhongyi, offering a faint smile. "So it's you. You've always kept a low profile. Why so hot-headed this time? My men can be impulsive. If they hurt you, don't blame me." Wu Zhongyi smiled back. "Your men wouldn't stand a chance against me." With that, he stepped closer. Tiger stood at 185 centimeters tall, his upper body sculpted with thick, defined muscles. Like Wu Zhongyi, he had military roots. The difference was that while Wu Zhongyi had been a sniper, Tiger was an assault soldier. His physique was powerful and strong, specializing in close-quarters combat. "You seem different lately. Who in Lingjiang City was unlucky enough to cross you?" Brother Hu asked, studying him. Wu Zhongyi didn't beat around the bush. "I'm here to ask for your help," he said straight away. "Go ahead. I need a gun. A semi-automatic M99 sniper rifle will do." Wu Zhongyi didn't care about the others present and spoke directly. Everyone present was part of the underworld. Some things, even if they knew, wouldn't matter. Heh, so someone really did cross you. It's got you reaching for a gun again after all these years. You were a top-tier sniper back in the day. Give you an M99, and you could probably take out anyone you wanted. Just say it. Will you do this favor or not? We're old acquaintances. Since this is your first time asking me for help, I won't refuse. One-time price, 600,000. This isn't something easy to come by. Deal. Wu Zhangyi agreed without hesitation, then asked, how soon can you deliver it? Do you need it urgently? If you do, I can have someone deliver the rifle tomorrow. Excellent. The money will be transferred to your account. I hope you deliver as promised and don't keep me waiting too long. With that, Wu Zhangyi turned and walked away. The many people present watched Wu Zhangyi leave, each speculating about his identity.
This man dared to address Brother Tiger by name, and Brother Tiger seemed willing to give him face.
What was his background?
Mad Dog cradled a woman in his arms, his hand pressed against her chest, needing the full softness. Suddenly, he chuckled and said, Brother Tiger, this guy talks a big game.
You actually gave him so much face? What's his background? This question echoed the curiosity of the other underlings.
As Mad Dog spoke, all eyes turned to Tiger Brother, awaiting his response.
Brother Tiger watched Wu Zhangyi's figure disappear at the stairwell entrance before suddenly replying, he was just an underwear shop owner before, but now? He's someone you don't want to mess with.
Oh? Few in Lengjiang City could earn such praise from Brother Tiger.
Seems he's no ordinary man.
Mad Dog remarked with keen interest.
Brother Tiger chuckled. No one who came out of the Venom Squad is simple. By the way, you and he have some history.
Oh?
Remember last time when I told the crew not to touch that high school kid? You remember that, right?
That?
Of course I remember.
That high schooler had guts. I actually admired him, Mad Dog said, knowing Brother Tiger was referring to Yui. For some reason, he held a deep respect for Yui. When his men once asked why, he'd said he sought his younger self reflected in Yui. That's why, despite Yui's occasional recklessness, Mad Dog never held it against him. That guy earlier was the high schooler's uncle, a former elite sniper in the Venom Squad, a top-tier marksman. That's why I told you to spare that kid. If you cross him, I guarantee you won't even know how you died.
Tiger Brother said, not joking one bit. Mad Dog showed no sign of resentment.
He'd heard Brother Tiger was also from the venomous Fawn Squad. When they'd fought before, Brother Tiger had tossed him around multiple times with just one hand, a display of combat prowess that had earned his deep respect. I don't have a clear idea of just how skilled a sniper is.
Tiger, if you were to face him, who'd come out on top? Mad Dog asked.
Brother Who replied, in close combat, one-on-one, I'd beat him easily. But if he's armed, 10 of me wouldn't stand a chance. Snipers are the most treacherous kind. That's why, since he retired, whenever he needs something, I give him some face.
This time, I'm doing him a favor.
Making someone like him owe you a favor, it'll come in handy sooner or later.
Chapter 179, Perception.
The night was quiet. After leaving the luxury residential complex across the street, Yui headed straight home.
He had no intention of visiting Liang Jun at Sunshine Hospital.
A man like that deserved to die. Not killing him himself was already an act of great mercy. Naturally, he wouldn't bother to visit him. Besides, the 3 pieces of amber on Liang Jun had been stolen.
The fact that the Liu family hadn't killed him meant he was no longer of any value, not even worth the effort to eliminate.
After waiting at home for several hours, it was already 11:30 p.m. when Wu Tao returned. He wore a white lab coat, rushing back in a hurry. It was clear he'd taken the coat from the hospital, and he even wore a mask over his mouth. His noisy return nearly made Yui mistake him for a burglar.
Brother E, I found out. I got this disguise and went to check.
I saw 3 people, Wu Tao said excitedly. He had completed this mission flawlessly. The Liu family hadn't noticed him at all.
Are all 3 of them Liu family members?
Yui asked.
Probably.
One of them was the guy who caused trouble at our shop this afternoon.
Another was the one who stopped us for questioning when we were heading to school last time. The third was badly injured, hooked up to N4. I didn't recognize him.
Wu Tao said, removing his white coat as he spoke.
It's him.
Upon hearing the injured man was hooked up to N4, Yui instantly recognized him as the man he had wounded at the city museum.
How is the injured man doing?
I recall how ruthlessly and fiercely Yui had acted back then, channeling the spirit of Zhao Yun. He wielded a wooden staff like a dragon spear, piercing straight through the man's chest in one strike, blood gushing wildly. With injuries that severe, a normal person would need at least half a year to recover.
And for 2 or 3 years afterward, they couldn't engage in strenuous activity.
He's awake, Wu Tao said. When I arrived, they were chatting, seemed to be discussing the amber.
You actually overheard their conversation? They didn't recognize you?
Of course not. If they had, do you think they'd have let me slip away so easily? Wu Tao said smugly. Louis stroked his chin, deep in thought.
There are 3 members of the Liu family. I wonder if there are others.
The most critical question now is whether the suspicion about the 3 fake amber pieces being connected to Yui comes from just the one Liu family member who came today, or if all the Liu family members share this belief. If it was just one, then killing that one would settle the matter once and for all. But if the suspicion was unanimous, then they would all have to be eliminated, rooting out the problem at its source to prevent future trouble.
Ha! Where's my dad? Not back yet? Wu Tao wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced around the room. Uncle hasn't returned yet. Who knows where he's off to? But Uncle should be fine, no need to worry about him. Alright then. What else should we do next? Wu Tao asked eagerly. Ever since obtaining the Qiongqi amber seed, he craved action daily. Idleness made his bones itch. Next up, naturally, was rest. It was getting late. Get some sleep early, we still had our last 2 exams tomorrow. Once those were over, high school life would truly be behind us. After a brief break, we'd be heading off to college. That was a major milestone, something not to be taken lightly. Get some sleep early. We'd still be up early tomorrow for our workout. Alright. After exchanging these words, the 2 brothers went to their respective rooms to wash up and prepare for bed. However, unbeknownst to both of them, a dark figure leapt down from a large tree in their backyard at that very moment. Heh, still denying it? Well, this time you've practically confessed without being asked. The figure gave a cold chuckle. Moonlight spilled down, illuminating his face and revealing his features. He was none other than Lu Changyun, the Lu family member who had come to their shop this afternoon and started the fight. Earlier, when Wu Tao had tried to investigate them at the hospital, they had already caught wind of his intentions. After all, Wu Tao was unprofessional, while they, as members of the Lu family, possessed the sharpest eyes. Back then, Wu Tao had worn a doctor's gown in the hospital, pretending to have entered the wrong room, and had gone to their ward. Wu Tao thought his disguise was perfect, that no one had noticed him, but in reality, Lu Changyun had already spotted him. He had even silently followed Wu Tao all the way home, and Wu Tao hadn't noticed a thing. These 2 kids definitely had something going on, but the problem likely wasn't them. They were still too weak to possess the skills needed to injure Changmin. Whoever attacked Changmin at the city museum must have been someone else. Fine. I'll avoid alerting the snake for now. I'll just keep watch around here, observing who you come into contact with. I believe the person hiding in the shadows will eventually reveal themselves. Lu Changyun let out a cold chuckle twice before nimbly scaling a wall. He then raised his binoculars, peering toward Yu Yi's room. Just as he peered through the binoculars at Yu Yi, he suddenly sensed with acute awareness that a third party was watching him. He whipped his head around, scanning the darkness, but saw nothing. Was I seeing things? He had faintly seen a light turn toward him, but by the time he looked back, it had vanished. As Zhao Yun had once explained, the possessor of the Crimson Eagle Amber, if of grade A, could wield most of the primary abilities of the Master Amber. The Crimson Eagle Amber's main abilities included night vision, chain arrows, stealth, and 100-step archery. E and D grade Amber possessed only rapid fire and night vision. C and B grade added stealth, while only A grade wielded the Mother Amber's exclusive skill, deadly accuracy. From 100 paces away, it could slay an enemy. Though E grade and D grade possess identical abilities, their distinction lies in power. D grade is undeniably stronger and lasts longer. The Amber fragment possessed by Lu Changyun was grade D, a considerable honor for a collateral branch of the Lu family. For not everyone is born with grade D Amber, it is bestowed only upon those of exceptional innate talent. Lu's Hanking and Lia Shangman, for instance, lacked such qualifications and could only possess E grade Amber. The precise difference in power between grade D and grade E was roughly tenfold. Grade D Amber granted faster attack speeds and sharper night vision clarity. After peering through the binoculars for a while, Lu Changyun leapt back down from the wall. Through the binoculars, he confirmed that Yu Yi and Wu Tao had already turned off their lights and gone to sleep. With them asleep, there was nothing more to see. He would have to wait until tomorrow to follow them covertly. Huff. Lu Changyun let down with agile movements and slipped out through an alleyway. Long after Lu Changyun had disappeared into the distance, a dark figure emerged from a corner 200 meters away. This figure moved with remarkable agility, its footsteps silent and stealthy. Had anyone witnessed this scene, they would have recognized the military precision and professionalism in every movement. When the shadow reached beneath a street lamp, the face of a mature man was revealed. He sighed softly, a look of deep sorrow creasing his brow. Chapter 180, What does it mean? This man was none other than Wu Zhongyi, Yu Yi's uncle. Earlier, upon returning from Hongtian Entertainment City and heading back to the residential complex, he had spotted a shadowy figure lurking suspiciously. He had concealed himself and followed the shadow. Drawing on his past experience as a special forces sniper, Wu Zhongyi possessed exceptional skills in evasion and concealment. Moreover, he had heard from Yu Yi that the Lu family members were no ordinary folk, they possessed special amber that granted them unique powers. Though Wu Zhongyi didn't know the identity of the lurking figure, he dared not be careless. Thus, he employed an extremely cautious tracking method to follow the person. Yet even so, he nearly got spotted. What keen perception, Wu Zhongyi thought to himself. If I hadn't ducked fast enough just now, he would have spotted me for sure. He didn't linger in the small courtyard, immediately returning home. He saw that the lights in Wu Tao and Yu Yi's rooms were both out, so he didn't wake them. That mysterious figure with astonishing insight was undoubtedly one of the so-called Lu family members. The fact that he'd come spying in the dead of night proved his deep suspicion toward Wu Tao and Lui. Sigh. It seemed there was no middle ground this time, either do nothing, or go all out and eliminate the entire Lu family. Only then could this matter be settled once and for all. As for Wu Tao and Yue, tomorrow was their final exam day. After they finished, I would have them leave Lingjiang City. That way, the problem would be largely resolved. Wu Zhongyi pondered this before returning to his room to rest. The next day, Lu Yi and Wu Tao rose early as usual and headed out for their workout. Wu Tao had recently increased his weight training to 100 jin, and the exercises no longer felt as taxing as they had at the beginning. As for Yue, he had nearly doubled his weight to 200 jin. Wu Tao continued jogging around the perimeter track of the small courtyard's basketball court, while Louis kept running to Qiongqi's house. The daily stake was his agreement with Qiongqi. Your willpower is truly impressive. You really do stick to your daily workouts. But what exactly are those straps you have on? That morning, Qiongqi sat waiting for him downstairs as usual, the steak already packed in a food bag. The sky was brighter than usual today, allowing her to see the strange objects strapped to Li's body. Weight plates. For added resistance. Louis took the steak, opened the food bag, and began eating. His physical strength had been improving rapidly lately, and Qiongqi's steak had played a significant role in that. Beef, being a high-protein food, was indeed very helpful for building strength and health. Lead weights? How many are there? Qiongqi exclaimed in surprise, then stood up and walked around to Li's back. She saw his body densely covered with these objects. Not much, just about 200 pounds, Louis replied. Ha? 200 pounds? Qiongqi froze, her voice filled with disbelief. You run carrying 200 pounds every day? From your place to mine, then back again? To her, it seemed utterly unbelievable. Yeah, it's actually not bad. Once you get used to it, this weight is nothing, Louis chuckled. I only weigh 90 pounds. Carrying 200 pounds every day must be like. Well, it's like carrying a 6-foot-tall fat guy. But this kind of training really works. My strength has increased a lot lately, and it's all thanks to your steak. Moderate exercise is good, but isn't this a bit excessive? You know the saying, too much of a good thing can be bad. No worries, this is just basic training. My uncle was in the military, he used to carry much heavier logs back then. This is nothing. Louis chuckled, then added, besides, I'm already used to 200 pounds. If you ever get too tired to walk during our outings, I could easily carry you even up mountains. Qiongqi froze for a moment, her cheeks flushing slightly. I don't need you to carry me. Today's the last day of exams. How are you feeling? I'm great. I went to bed early last night and feel wide awake today. The exam will be no problem at all, Qiongqi said confidently. Good. Otherwise, if you were feeling off, I wouldn't be able to help you, you're sitting so far up front. Louis said while eating his steak. I don't need your help. I'm relying on my own true abilities to get into university, not cheating, she retorted. Speaking of which, is your cousin Wu Tao really doing well on his exams too? I saw him today, pumped up like he was on steroids. I'd heard he has been doing well lately, but Rome wasn't built in a day. Plus, from what I've seen, he doesn't strike me as some genius. Women's intuition might really be sharper. Based on her daily interactions, Qiongqi had already concluded Wu Tao wasn't particularly gifted. Louis chuckled awkwardly. Well, he says he did well, but I can't say for sure. That kid's always had good luck, maybe he really did ace it. That's good. Honestly, I envy you. If your cousin gets into Peking University or Tsinghua, you'll both be in the same city and can help each other out. Louis glanced at her, tempted to say, you could always reach out to Chen Xiaoling, she is your cousin after all. But then he remembered how Qiongqi never wanted to talk about her uncle's family, so he held back. Instead, he said, what's there to envy? It's all the same. You and I are friends too. If we end up in the same city, we can help each other out just as well. Oh, and about the money from the painting sale, I transferred it to you. If there are no issues, it should clear this morning. What? You really transferred it? Yeah, exactly as promised, 20 million, not a penny less. You silly thing, I was just joking with you. How could I possibly take your money? I still owe you that 600,000 I haven't paid back yet. If you gave me another 20 million, how would I ever repay you in this lifetime? If you can't pay me back, just give yourself back to me instead. Seeing her dazed and adorable expression, Yue deliberately teased her. I didn't know. Chen Ying's face flushed as red as an apple, and she turned her head away. I'm not talking to you. Ha ha. Seeing her bashful look, Yue laughed. Alright, don't worry. If you can't pay it back, you don't have to. This business deal was thanks to you anyway, it's what you deserve. As for that 600,000, forget it. I don't care about that money anymore. Qiongqi looked at him firmly and said, no. Adding flowers to brocade is easy, but offering aid in times of need is hard. You lent me that 600,000 yuan when I was at my most desperate. I will definitely pay you back, and I will pay you back with money I earn myself. You don't have to be so serious about it, do you? Do you look down on me? Think I can't earn back 600,000? No, that's not what I meant. Anyway, my decision stands. Take it or leave it. With that, Qiongqi stood up to head upstairs. As she reached the elevator, she suddenly turned and called out, Hey, Yue, I have a question for you. What is it? Yui chewed his steak, staring at her curiously. Qiongqi's face was flushed crimson, though the dim elevator entrance made it hard to see clearly. She tugged at the hem of her nightgown, hesitated, then blurted out, If I really gave myself back to you, would you really take me? Ha! Lu Yi's mouth fell open, and he froze in place. Qiongqi quickly added, You said it yourself earlier, if I can't earn 600,000 and repay you, don't go back on your word. What the hell does that even mean? Yui tried to call after her, but she darted away like a sprite, skipping and jumping right into the stairwell. Chapter 181, Grey Wolf. At 8 in the morning, Lu Yi and Wu Tao arrived at school early. Qiongqi was naturally there too, but today she was holding her books with unusual seriousness. Whether she was too engrossed in her studies or deliberately avoiding Lu Yi, she seemed uncharacteristically shy. Wu Tao couldn't fathom why she'd changed so much, but as the person involved, Yui understood perfectly. The words she had spoken at the elevator this morning, their meaning, once carefully analyzed, wasn't hard to grasp. She had said that if she couldn't earn the 600,000 yuan and repay him, Lu Yi shouldn't go back on his word. What had Yui promised? He had said that if she couldn't repay the debt, she would repay him with herself. In other words, she. Shaking his head, Yui dismissed the deeper implications. He pulled out his textbook and pretended to review his notes. Yet his thoughts had sunk deep into his dantian. Suddenly, he posed a question to his guardian spirit, Zhao Yun, speaking of which, since your soul remains here, did the souls of other generals or strategists from back then also persist in some other form? Yes. Zhao Yun gave an affirmative answer. Any dragon soul amber, whether mother amber or child amber, possesses the power to lock spirits. After death, souls can endure eternally within the amber. But there are two ways. The first is to voluntarily remain within the amber, refusing to dissipate or reincarnate, bound only by unresolved attachments. The second is being passively confined within the amber. Take me, for instance. Years ago, I borrowed the supreme power of the dragon soul amber, attempting to reverse the decline of Shu in its later years. Alas, I ultimately failed. Yet despite my failure, the promise must be fulfilled. Thus, my soul shall forever be imprisoned within this Qiongqi amber. Unless my lord gathers 10 women bound to you by deep affection and obtains their blood of devotion, only then can my soul be redeemed and find liberation. Was Hua Tuo truly killed by Cao Cao back then? Asked Yui. Hua Tuo's death was a great tragedy and profound regret in the Three Kingdoms era. Cao Cao, suffering from an incurable headache, sought Hua Tuo's renowned expertise. Hua Tuo proposed a cranial surgery as the only cure. Cao Cao, by nature suspicious, believed Hua Tuo intended to kill him under the guise of treatment. Thus, he ordered Hua Tuo's execution and burned all the medical texts Hua Tuo had compiled throughout his life. Beyond the craniotomy theory, Hua Tuo's death stemmed from another cause, his refusal to treat Cao Cao's illness. Hua Tuo declared Cao's condition incurable in the short term, and even long-term treatment could only prolong his life. Cao Cao kept him by his side to tend to his health. Longing for home, Hua Tuo requested leave to return. When Cao Cao suffered frequent headaches, he summoned Hua Tuo, but Hua Tuo repeatedly declined, citing his wife's illness as a reason he could not be absent. Cao Cao then ordered a secret investigation. If Hua Tuo's wife was genuinely ill, he would be rewarded with 4,000 liters of beans and granted extended leave. If found deceitful, he would be arrested and sent to prison. It turned out Hua Tuo had lied. He was immediately transported by imperial carriage to the prison in Xuchang. After interrogation and verification, Hua Tuo confessed to his crime. Sun Yu pleaded with Cao Cao, saying, Hua Tuo's medical skills are truly exceptional. They concern people's lives. He should be shown leniency and forgiveness. Cao Cao replied, Fear not. Are there no incompetent scoundrels in this world? Ultimately, Hua Tuo was tortured to death in prison. Before his death, he presented a scroll of medical texts to the jailer, saying, This book can save lives. The jailer, fearing legal repercussions, refused to accept it. With a heavy heart, Hua Tuo demanded fire and burned the scroll himself. This was a profound tragedy. The medical knowledge Hua Tuo had compiled was known as the Qingnang Jing. Whether the jailer ultimately burned the scroll or not remains unknown. In any case, the formula for Ma Fei San was lost to history until the 19th century, when British chemist John Dalton rediscovered the anesthetic properties of nitrous oxide. Yes. Zhao Yun affirmed. That villain Cao Cao had no mercy. He even targeted the Green Sack Master. Master Hua saved countless lives through his medical practice, yet Cao Cao, driven by selfish ambition, had him executed. Even Master Hua's medical texts were burned to ashes. What a tragedy! At that time, all traveling physicians were known as Green Sack Masters. It is indeed a pity. Had his spirit remained, we might have sought his aid. Yui lamented. My lord seeks Master Hua? Naturally. Chen Xiaoling's father suffered a stroke, and the current physicians are utterly helpless. I pondered that if we could obtain Hua Tuo's assistance, there might still be a chance for recovery. Yui said. Finding Master Hua isn't difficult. His spirit lingers. When his Qingnang Jing was burned, his lifetime of experience couldn't be passed on his greatest regret. That's why his spirit remains, guarding this place. The guardian spirit Zhao Yun explained. Louis listened, his excitement mounting. Not vanished? If not, then where has his spirit gone? Where is it? Within the Grey Wolf Amber. Zhao Yun declared. Grey Wolf Amber? That ranks fourth. It was Guan Yu's life-bound amber. How could Hua Tuo's spirit be within Guan Yu's Grey Wolf Amber? Lu Yi was utterly astonished. Zhao Yun explained, there's nothing strange about it. You later generations know from books about the relationship between second brother and Cao Cao. Master Hua once performed bone-scraping surgery to cure second brother's poison. Grateful for his kindness, second brother enshrined his soul within the Grey Wolf Amber after his death. Hearing this, Yui recalled the incident. It was indeed true. Back when Guan Yu flooded the 7 armies, captured Eugene, and beheaded Pang De, his famed sword. During the siege of Fanchang, he was struck by an arrow from Chao Ren's crossbowman, piercing his right arm and sending him tumbling from his horse. Though the wound eventually healed, his bones would ache whenever rain clouds gathered. Later, Hua Tuo heard of this. Knowing Guan Yu's formidable reputation and holding him in great esteem, he came specifically to treat him. This led to the later tale of scraping the bone to remove the poison. This episode truly left Guan Yu indebted to Hua Tuo. Guan Yu and Cao Cao shared a complex, indefinable relationship. When Cao Cao defeated Liu Bei, he spared Guan Yu, sought to recruit him, and even gifted him the legendary Red Stallion. This sowed the seeds of their future. Yet Guan Yu ultimately refused to serve Cao Cao. Upon learning Liu Bei was with Yuan Shao, he braved 5 passes and slew 6 generals to find his lord. At the Battle of Red Cliffs, Cao Cao's million-strong army was destroyed by fire, forcing him to flee along the Huarong Pass. Guan Yu led his troops to intercept him but ultimately spared Cao Cao's life. Thus, the nature of their relationship remains elusive and indefinable. Much later, Guan Yu was slain by Mai Zhong, yet his head was sent to Cao Cao by the state of Wu. Upon receiving the head, Cao Cao had a wooden body carved and granted Guan Yu a grand funeral. Then do you know where the Amber Wolf is? Yui pressed. Zhao Yun pondered for a moment before replying, my second brother died at the hands of Wu's Mai Zhong. That man is utterly treacherous. Not only did he kill my brother, but he also shot down the venerable General Huang Zhong. Thus, both the Grey Wolf Amber and the Red Eagle Amber fell into Mai Zhong's possession. Chapter 182-99. Mai Zhong managed to slay 2 great generals in his lifetime. Some luck was involved, but it must be said his martial prowess was formidable. He excelled in mounted archery, his marksmanship exceptional. The killing of Huang Zhong occurred because Huang, enraged by Liu Bei's remark that old generals are useless, single-handedly pursued the Wu army's Panjiang. He fell into Mai Zhong's ambush, struck by an arrow. Being over 70 years old, his advanced age contributed to his death. As for Guan Yu, it was only when Guan Yu's forces were defeated and he found himself attacked from both front and rear that Guan Yu seized the opportunity. Regardless, this man rose to fame through his killings, yet his ultimate fate was far from glorious. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms records that Mai Zhong, serving under Pan Zhang, ambushed and captured Guan Yu, the foremost of the 5 tiger generals, along with Guan Ping and Zhao Lei during the Battle of Maichang. When Liu Bei invaded Wu, Mai Zhong joined Pan Zhang in repelling the attack, ambushing and wounding the Shu general Huang Zhong, leading to Huang Zhong's death on the battlefield. Shortly after, Pan Zhang was slain by Guan Xing. Mai Zhong then led troops to besiege the area, repelling Zhang Bao's reinforcements. Later, Mai Zhong gathered the remnants of the defeated army and led the surrendered generals Mi Fang and Fu Shiren to garrison at Jiangzhou, intending to avenge Pan Zhang. However, Mi and Fu discovered discontent among their soldiers and plotted a mutiny. They assassinated Mai Zhong and presented his head to Liu Bei. Lu Yi, seated in the Dantian, reviewed the historical records and remarked, though Mai Zhong obtained 2 dragon soul amber pieces, he was ultimately killed by Mi Fang and Fu Shiren. And Mi Fang and Fu Shiren later presented his head to Liu Bei. Doesn't this mean the Dragon Soul Amber returned to Shu's hands? Not so, Zhao Yun countered. Though Mai Zhong slew my second elder brother and the venerable General Huang Zhong, consider his rank at the time, did he truly possess the standing to claim 2 Dragon Soul Ambers? At that time, Mai Zhong was merely a subordinate under Wu General Pan Zhang. His status was lowly, his voice insignificant. Even if he obtained such a precious treasure, he likely couldn't keep it for himself. After my second brother's death, Mai Zhong held the Grey Wolf Amber for a time before presenting it to Lu Meng. As for the Red Eagle Amber, Sun Quan took it. Back then, Sun Quan coveted the Dragon Soul Amber's fame and ordered Mai Zhong to surrender it. Mai Zhong had no choice but to comply. Later, after Guan Yu's death, Lord Lu mobilized his entire kingdom to attack Wu. Sun Quan, gripped by fear, heeded a strategist's counsel and bestowed the Crimson Eagle Amber upon the Wu general Lu Sun. It was precisely this amber that greatly enhanced Lu Sun's prowess, enabling him to later burn 700 li of encampments. Lu Huanshu suffered a crushing defeat from which he never recovered, ultimately succumbing to illness at Baidi City. Zhao Yun sighed as he reached this point in his tale. Previously, he had referred to Lu Huangshu as the king of Han or lord, but now that he had sworn allegiance to Yui as his lord, he once again addressed Liu Bei as Lu Huangshu. Liu Bei had cultivated a reputation for benevolence and righteousness. Guan Yu's death compelled him to wage war against Wu to salvage his honor.
Yet, flawed strategic planning allowed Lu Xun to seize the opportunity, giving rise to the legendary tale of the burning of the bamboo armored troops. Regardless of who ultimately possessed the Crimson Eagle Amber, we now know it fell into the Lu family's hands. But what of the Grey Wolf Amber? I seek its whereabouts. Yue pored over historical records to investigate. Lu Meng was indeed a man of extraordinary valor, exemplifying how diligence compensates for shortcomings. The idioms Wu's Lu Meng and one should look at a man with new eyes after 3 days apart originated from him. Yet he too died young, succumbing to a recurring illness in his 40s. After his death, his title passed to his son, Lu Ba. After Lu Meng's death, the Tsanglong Amber naturally passed to his son Lu Ba. Yet where Lu Ba later took the Tsanglong Amber remains unknown. I had already passed away by then, so I know little of what happened afterward, Zhao Yun sighed. So it seems the Amber of the Grey Wolf is beyond retrieval, Yue lamented. It's not entirely lost, Zhao Yun replied. From the historical records you've studied, I understand that after the fall of Wu and the Lu family, seeking refuge, relocated some of their direct descendants. Perhaps you could inquire around. Whoever possesses the Grey Wolf Amber would hardly be content to live in obscurity. Or perhaps the original owner met an untimely death, leaving it buried in some unknown location. If you can uncover a specific site, the Qiongqi Amber will sense its presence. At that point, obtaining it might not be impossible. Zhao Yun said. It probably won't be that easy, said Yue. The Lu family also possesses one of the 9 great ambers, their primary amber. If the Grey Wolf Amber were so simple to find, the Lu family would have discovered it long ago. Zhao Yun fell silent. Brothery, the exam is about to start. Stop spacing out. Just as Yue and Zhao Yun were chatting, Wu Tao called out. Lu Yi glanced over. The proctor was already in place, the exam papers brought out, the test was about to begin. He gathered his materials, placed them on the lectern, and set his phone there too. Then, with nothing in his pockets, he returned to his seat. As the exam papers were distributed, his pen flew across the page. The answers on the test posed no challenge to him. After finishing, he transmitted the answers to Wu Tao's Dantian through the connection between the Qiongqi Amber mother and child. Upon seeing the answers, Wu Tao began scribbling furiously, filling in the exam sheet. The proctor was already accustomed to this. He had witnessed Wu Tao's behavior yesterday and saw it again today. Though Wu Tao had toned it down somewhat, the proctor's professional eye could clearly tell that Wu Tao was simply scribbling random answers. The proctor seated at the lectern offered a faint smile. After all, Wu Tao wasn't his student, and he couldn't be bothered to intervene. Besides, as long as Wu Tao wasn't cheating, filling in answers any which way didn't violate the rules. Yet during their exam, on the street outside Honey Lure Lingerie, an old van pulled up and stopped at the shop's entrance. A man dressed in a suit and tie, carrying a rectangular box, stepped inside. At the front counter, Wu Zhongyi was idly playing with his computer, his mind clearly elsewhere as if deep in thought. The moment the suited man entered, he announced, "Mr. Wu, brother who sent me to deliver this to you." Wu Zhongyi sprang to his feet the moment he heard, his entire body as sharp as a blade drawn from its sheath. "Bring it over for me to see." Right here in your shop?" "Yes." "Fine. It's your shop, not mine. You'd better be careful." The man in the suit carried the rectangular box over and placed it on the counter. Wu Zhongyi temporarily shut off the surveillance feed, then opened the box. Inside lay scattered firearm components. The rifle, a domestic M99 semi-automatic sniper rifle, weighed 12 kilograms fully assembled. It hadn't been put together yet, and only 10 rounds of ammunition were included. Wu Zhongyi picked up a few key components to inspect them. Satisfied they were up to standard, he closed the box. "Tell brother who I appreciate this. I owe him one." Brother who said he'd be waiting for your word." The man in the suit chuckled before taking his leave. Wu Zhongyi carried the box behind the counter, then closed the door to Honey Lingerie. Chapter 183, delivered to the doorstep. Meanwhile, atop the towering clock tower outside Lingjiang No. 1 High School, 2 figures lay concealed. They blended seamlessly with the structure, their camouflage so perfect that no one could detect them without careful scrutiny. "Chang Yun, what's the point of just watching them like this? Do you really think those 2 high schoolers are suspects?" a cold voice asked. The other voice replied coldly, "Of course. Are you questioning my judgment? Those 2 were as ordinary as they come. How can you possibly suspect them? It's baffling. Besides, if you doubt them, why not just grab them and beat the truth out of them? With their weak constitutions, a little scare would make them spill everything." The sinister voice sneered coldly. "Chang Nan, I am not you. You have your impulsiveness, I have my composure. These 2 kids may not be major suspects, but I suspect mysterious figures lurk behind them. If I arrest them, wouldn't that alert the snake? Let me tell you, the mysterious figure behind them most likely possesses either Lingju Amber or Liaxiong Amber. The fact they could craft such lifelike counterfeits proves the forger must have seen the real thing, otherwise, it's impossible." Lu Changyun spoke calmly, his reasoning flawless. "Fine, you've got a point. Everything you say makes sense. But is just waiting around really any fun? Why not split shifts? You watch in the morning, I'll take the afternoon?
Lu Changnan said, sounding unenthusiastic. That coward Qiongqi who knows where he's gone?
Haven't been able to find him or get in touch these past few days.
Damn it, if he weren't my own brother, I'd slap him to death. I can't handle this alone. After they finish this class, they'll have a break. They're 2 people, after all. If they split up then, I can only follow one. That's why we need 2 people here.
You'll have to put in the extra effort today, Lu Changyun explained.
What about Changmin?
He's been discharged too, and his health's mostly recovered these past few days.
If we're handling things, shouldn't he pitch in? Besides those 2 brats, Yui and Wu Tao, what about his uncle? He's not being watched.
In my opinion, his uncle is also a suspect.
Why not have Changmin follow his uncle? Lu Changnan chuckled. Lu Changyun fell silent for a moment.
Though Lu Changmin had been discharged, his injuries were severe. He couldn't engage in strenuous activity for at least 2 months. These past few days, accelerated by increased medication, his recovery had been remarkably swift. To avoid alarming the medical staff, he'd been discharged early and was now able to walk freely. Lu Changnan's earlier words carried hidden meaning. He was displeased that he was left guarding Wu Tao and Yui here while Lu Changmin rested alone at home. After all, this suspicion originated from Lu Changyun. Lu Changnan had previously questioned Wu Tao and Yui but failed to uncover anything. Considering their youth, he hadn't suspected them. Yet now, Lu Changyun was implying they were suspects, effectively accusing Lu Changnan of incompetence.
Precisely because of this, Lu Changnan naturally harbored some resentment and was unwilling to cooperate.
What you say holds some merit. Those 2 youngsters' uncle is also a suspect. Now that Qiongqi is missing, the only reliable person left is Changmin. Though his injuries haven't fully healed, as a member of the Lu family, he should be able to handle tailing that shopkeeper surnamed Wu.
Lu Changyun said, pulling out his phone to call Lu Changmin. After the call, he turned to Lu Changnan and said, "Are you satisfied now? Changmin's working while sick. Do you still have any complaints?"
Don't be silly, brother Changyun.
I'm just thinking of the bigger picture. Why would I complain? Lu Changnan chuckled. Alright, just keep your head in the game while we're handling business. Once this is done, you can do whatever you want. I won't interfere. Want to chase women? Go ahead.
But after we finish this family matter, I've got important business waiting for me back in the capital.
Lu Changyun stated. Lu Changnan glanced at him and probed, Brother Changyun is in such a hurry to return. Could it be you're eyeing the position of legitimate heir? Lu Changyun gave him a cool glance but offered no reply. Lu Changnan took this as confirmation of his guess.
The family head is advanced in years, with only a daughter and no sons. But even so, he still has nephews and such. Brother Changyun, you and I are merely collateral branches. To vie for the position of heir, we likely lack the qualifications.
Did I ever say I wanted to claim the position of heir? Lu Changyun looked at him and countered. Lu Changnan shrugged and smiled.
No, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously, brother Changyun.
The 2 chatted idly atop the clock tower while inside the classrooms, solemn examinations were underway.
Meanwhile, Lu Changmin had indeed mobilized after receiving Lu Changyun's call. Driving to the Western District, he approached the Honey Lure lingerie store and came to a stop.
He pulled out his phone.
A hidden camera mounted on a large tree outside the back door of Honey Lure was streaming live footage directly to his device. That camera had been installed by Lu Changyun, positioned at just the right height to see several windows on the 2nd floor of Honey Lure. Surprisingly, the lingerie shop was closed today. He had no idea if the owner, that Wu fellow, was present. Wrapped in thick bandages, Lu Changmin lay in his seat, careful not to move too much. His injuries were barely healed.
For an ordinary person, he'd be bedridden, unable to get up.
But his constitution was unique. He could still manage to move around. He held his phone, scrutinizing the footage from the camera. Suddenly, within the surveillance feed, he thought he caught a glimpse of a figure moving about on the 2nd floor. So he was home after all. With this thing installed by brother Changyun, I could just sit tight and wait for him to show up.
Lu Changmin watched silently, phone in hand.
Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor of Honey Lingerie, that flickering figure was none other than Wu Zhongyi. He had hauled the domestically produced M99 sniper rifle upstairs and assembled it in the equipment room. With the scope attached, it weighed a full 25 pounds, a substantial weight to carry in one hand. As the rifle was finally assembled, a long-forgotten coldness returned to Wu Zhongyi's face. Back in the day, as a top-tier sniper, he could take down almost anyone with a gun in his hands.
Unfortunately, ammunition was scarce. Still, if used sparingly, it would suffice.
Tiger Brothers' side had only supplied 10 rounds. Firearms were easier to come by. Ammunition was the real challenge. Some guns could be counterfeited in black workshops and bought on the black market for a few thousand yuan, but not every black workshop could produce bullets. Lifting the sniper rifle, Wu Zhongyi tested the scope and aligned the barrel. Satisfied, he wrapped the gun in a black cloth. Peering through the curtains at the car parked across the street from the shop, he let out a cold smile. I didn't come looking for you, but you've come to me.
Fine. Saves me the trouble. Chapter 184, Sniper Strike.
Wu Zhongyi bought the rifle to help Lu Yi and Wu Tao eliminate dangerous threats, and now the greatest threat came from the Lu family. With the rifle wrapped in black cloth, Wu Zhongyi gathered some odds and ends and loaded them into their old family car. Then he drove off, heading toward the wilds of the western suburbs. Across the street from Honey Lingerie, Lu Changmin, who'd been secretly monitoring the Wu residence from his car, suddenly spotted Wu Zhongyi driving off toward the western suburban wilderness. He immediately grew suspicious. What business could he have in the western wilderness? That area was where ancient tombs were excavated. Wu Zhongyi heading toward the ancient tombs at this hour, could he be going to meet his mastermind? Lu Changmin immediately called his older brother, Lu Changyun. Unlike Lu Changqing, whose biological older brother Lu Changnan had also come to Lingjiang City, Lu Changqing felt little affection for his sibling. He preferred to act decisively and independently, never calling Lu Changnan mid-task to seek approval. But Lu Changmin was different. He maintained a decent relationship with his older brother, Lu Changyun. Moreover, Lu Changqing harbored a deep-seated resentment toward Lu Changnan. Since childhood, Lu Changnan had been hailed as a prodigy, while he was labeled mediocre. This knotted him, for in his own eyes, Lu Changnan wasn't all that superior to him. But Lu Changmin deeply admired his older brother Lu Changyun both for his innate talent and his sharp intellect. This surveillance mission at the Wu residence had been assigned by Lu Changyun. Even the surveillance cameras had been installed by him. Moreover, it was Lu Changyun who had first suspected something amiss with the Wu family. The call connected quickly. Changmin, what is it? From the tower of Lingjiang No. 1 High School, Lu Changyun and Lu Changnan continued monitoring a specific exam room. Brother Changyun, I followed your instructions to monitor the Wu residence. I just saw Wu Zhongyi heading toward the western suburban wilderness, which is precisely the direction of the ancient tomb complex. What do you think? Should I seize this chance to search his home for crucial evidence, or follow him to investigate the tomb area? Lu Changmin asked. If he went to the Wu residence now, the house would be empty. He could conduct a thorough search and might uncover some clues. But he could also follow Wu Zhongyi to see what exactly he was doing in the western suburbs. Unable to decide between the two options, he simply asked Lu Changyun. Lu Changyun pondered for a moment before replying, searching his home is pointless now. They're merely pawns being manipulated. You won't find anything there. Instead, follow him to see who he's meeting. My guess is he's likely going to see their mastermind. Go after him immediately, but be extremely cautious. Lu Changmin smiled. Brother Changyun, though my wounds haven't fully healed, my current state means even the most formidable ordinary person wouldn't stand a chance against me. Rest assured. Lu Changyun replied, better safe than sorry. That Wu Zhongyi may be an ordinary man, but the person he's meeting this time likely isn't. Better safe than sorry. Got it. After hanging up, Lu Changmin wasted no time. He got behind the wheel and began following Wu Zhongyi's vintage car at a steady pace. From his rear perspective, Wu Zhongyi seemed oblivious, driving at a leisurely pace. Lu Changmin maintained a steady pace behind him. As they left the western district and entered the outskirts, Wu Zhongyi suddenly seemed to notice something and accelerated abruptly. Spotted me? That shouldn't be possible. I'm driving slowly, and we're this far apart. He must be rushing to meet someone. I have to keep up. Lu Changmin also picked up his pace. At first, Wu Zhongyi drove along the highway, but as he continued, his old car suddenly veered into the woods, turning onto a secluded mountain road. Lu Changmin naturally pursued relentlessly. Wu Zhongyi's sudden dash into the woods only reinforced the strong suspicion surrounding him. After driving for a while, Lu Changmin steered his car into a pile of thatch to avoid detection, temporarily hiding it. He then crept forward quietly on foot. The mountain road through the woods was treacherous. He knew Wu Zhongyi couldn't drive far on it. After pursuing him for about 1,500 meters, he indeed found the road ahead blocked. Wu Zhongyi's old car was parked on a grassy area, the engine turned off, not making a sound. Lu Changmin cautiously observed the scene. He pulled out a pair of binoculars from his coat pocket, hid behind a large tree, and peered forward through the binoculars. Looking through the car window, he discovered that Wu Zhongyi was no longer inside the vehicle. Ha! Where had he gone? Lu Changmin swiftly shifted his binoculars to scan the surroundings. After searching for a moment, he finally spotted a figure disappearing toward the northeast corner. He immediately gave chase. But after chasing for 400 or 500 meters, the figure suddenly vanished again. That bastard Wu Zhongyi sure could run fast. Where the hell did he go? I can't even catch a glimpse of him. Unable to find him, Lu Changmin finally stowed his binoculars and began creeping forward on instinct. Just 200 meters away, in a shallow ditch, Wu Zhongyi, now clad in camouflage, lay concealed among the grass. His hands gripped the buttstock of an M99 sniper rifle, his eyes fixed through the scope, locked onto Lu Changmin's vital spot. Wu Zhongyi, a former Special Forces operative, truly reigned supreme in the jungle. Few could match his speed as he weaved through the undergrowth. Moreover, he had brought his own camouflage gear. In jungle warfare, wearing brightly colored clothing was strictly forbidden. Anyone clad in colors like white or red became a sitting duck, easily picked off by those lurking in the shadows. Switching to camouflage, however, meant blending seamlessly with the forest, making him far harder for enemies to spot. Just as now, Lu Changmin was like a blind man, completely oblivious to Wu Zhongyi's presence. Wu Zhongyi, like a falcon soaring through the sky, had long fixed his piercing gaze upon the lively hair bounding across the ground. When he struck, it was with a lethal precision. The sniper rifle's power was formidable, its penetration extreme. A hit to the human body, even if not a vital spot, would take away more than half a life. It had been a long time since he'd experienced the thrill of a jungle ambush. Back then, he hunted border invaders. Now, he hunted members of the Lu family, that colossal entity in China. If it weren't for your Lu family attempting to harm my nephew and my son, I wouldn't have killed you so casually. Blame yourselves. Wu Zhongyi assessed the temperature, humidity, and wind speed. For long-range shooting, wind speed was the most critical factor. Once the bullet left the barrel, even the slightest deviation could lead to a fatal miss. Bang! The trigger snapped back. Even with a suppressor, the gunshot echoed distinctly through the quiet jungle. Lu Changmin was striding forward, his left foot just lifting to take the next step. Suddenly, a jet of blood spurted from his forehead. A bullet had entered the back of his skull and exited through his forehead, spewing out with blood and brain matter. In that instant, his body lost balance and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 185, The Hidden Master. After shooting Lu Changmin, Wu Zhongyi swiftly charged forward. With a flick of his wrist, a gleaming white military dagger slid from its sheath. Like a tiger descending a mountain, he lunged at Lu Changmin's body and drove the blade into his heart. This was a precaution born from his days in the Venom Fang Brigade, a habit he'd never abandoned. Delivering the finishing blow was crucial. Sometimes, if an enemy clung to life, they might still send out vital signals. The venomous Fang Brigade earned its name precisely because it was a poisonous Fang merciless toward its enemies. After delivering the finishing blow, Wu Zhongyi flipped Lu Changmin over. He had already been dead for some time. Tearing open Lu Changmin's chest, Wu found a crimson eagle tattoo exactly where he expected. Having disposed of this one, he must swiftly eliminate the other two. Otherwise, once they reacted, things would turn dire. Wu Zhongyi rushed to the vehicle, hauled over a bucket of gasoline, doused Lu Changmin's body, and set it ablaze. Disposing of the bodies after murder was the safest course of action. The raging flames consumed the body, filling the air with a foul, putrid stench. Fortunately, this location was still quite a distance from the ancient tomb complex, rarely visited by anyone. Wu Zhongyi, who lived in the western district, knew the terrain well. He stayed until the body was reduced to ashes. Then, he took out his entrenching tool, moved to another spot, dug a pit, and buried the remaining charred bones. As for the original site of the cremation, at first glance, it appeared no different than where someone had simply burned a wildfire. The entire process took about 2 hours. By then, Wu Tao and Yui had finished their morning exams. Wu Zhongyi's phone was temporarily turned off. He took his old car for a spin, then looped back to Xiqing district via a mountain road in the suburbs before switching his phone back on to check on Wu Tao and Louis. Louis and Wu Tao were currently eating at a restaurant outside the school. Previously, Louis had been afraid Wu Tao would tease him about his appetite, so he usually didn't eat much in front of him. But now Wu Tao's appetite had also increased significantly. Neither brother could laugh at the other. As their uncle put it, the family had produced two gluttons. When Uncle S' call came through, Louis answered. Hearing Uncle S' questions over the phone, he whispered back, "Uncle, they've been watching us all morning and haven't left yet." "How many?" Wu Zhongyi asked. "2. It seems the Lu family only has these 2 left," Louis said. "Are you certain these are the last 2 Lu family members?" Wu Zhongyi asked sternly. "It seems so." "Don't say seem to be. It is or it isn't. If it isn't, then go confirm it." "I must know the exact answer," Wu Zhongyi said coldly. At that moment, he resembled a drill sergeant in the military, showing no leniency even toward his own nephew. Louis recognized his uncle's gravity. He understood this matter could be critical. The intelligence must be verified. If even one slip through the cracks member escaped, the Lu family would retaliate and his own family would bear the brunt of the consequences. Moreover, given the Lu family's influence, if they were to retaliate, Yui truly risked having his entire clan exterminated. The Lu family absolutely possessed that kind of power. "I'm certain. Those 2 are the last ones," Yui stated with conviction. "Good. In that case, tell me your exact location right now." "We're having lunch at a restaurant directly across from the school gates. Those 2 are in a taxi on the opposite side of the street." Louis provided the precise details. Truthfully, he hadn't initially known he was being followed by those 2 Lu family members. But he carried the Qiongqi Amber Master Amber, whose sensory power was exceptionally strong. Within a range of just 500 meters, it could easily detect their presence. Therefore, when the Master Amber detected the fluctuations of the 2 Crimson Eagle Amber pieces, Zhao Yun alerted Yui, warning him to be cautious and informing him he was being followed. After verification, Yui confirmed it was indeed true. The 2 tailing him were none other than Lu Changyun and Lu Changnan, both men he had met before. Despite being followed, he maintained his usual composure, eating and drinking as he should with Wu Tao. Once inside the restaurant, he waited for his uncle's call. Finally, the call came through. "Try not to let them notice anything suspicious." After you finish eating, find a way to get a car and head to the banks of the cold river in the northern suburbs. In the wilderness by the cold river, there's a pavilion.
I've taken you there before, do you remember? I remember. Good. They'll definitely track you down. Just lead them to that pavilion. Uncle, why are we luring them there? What do you think?
The Lu family already suspects us. If we don't take them out before they investigate further, they'll come for us once they catch on.
Understand? Got it. Lu Yi nodded.
He'd long heard his uncle talk about dealing with the Lu family, but never imagined his uncle was serious and meant business.
To act so soon.
Beep. The call ended. Lu Yi quietly relayed the news to Wu Tao, who also wore a look of shock.
But these two aren't going to be easy to deal with. A vague sense of unease crept back into Yu Yi's mind.
As the saying goes, if you don't kill the snake, it will bite you. If they could be separated and dealt with one at a time, it would be much easier. But with them together, it became tricky. If one was killed, the other would surely do everything to escape.
And if he succeeded, then the endless cycle of revenge would begin. Hey, Wu Tao, what exactly did your uncle do in the military? Was he really a top-tier sniper? Why has he never mentioned his army days? Yu Yi suddenly asked.
Wu Tao shook his head. How should I know? Even though I'm his son, he never told me either.
I have no idea.
I heard from my mom that he was in the cook's unit, which is why he's such a great cook.
But he claims he was a sniper? Just let him brag. I don't buy it.
He was definitely in the mess hall, doing odd jobs, Wu Tao said.
The mess hall crew? What else?
With my dad being so clumsy, besides stir-frying, he doesn't seem to have any other special skills. Wu Tao said with a straight face, showing no mercy in exposing his father's shortcomings. If that's the case, then we'll have to handle those two Lius ourselves, Lu Yi mused after some thought.
He didn't want his uncle to put himself in danger.
If uncle had truly been a sniper or scout before, maybe he could trust him.
But according to Wu Tao, if uncle came from the cook's unit, how much combat capability could he really have? Alright, EGE, I've been itching to put this strength to use. I've eaten my fill, I feel like I could take down an ox right now. Wu Tao flexed his fist, revealing an arm with surprisingly little muscle. Chapter 186, Luring the Enemy into the Trap. Let's go.
After finishing their meal, Yu Yi settled the bill and left. Uncle had them pay their share, then arranged a vehicle to lead the two Lu family members to the banks of the Lingjiang River outside the northern city district. That spot, where Uncle had once taken him and Wu Tao for a picnic, was indeed desolate. It was also the area most prone to flooding, with a small stretch of flat land.
Brother Yi, where are we gonna get a car?
Wu Tao asked.
What car? Didn't we buy a motorcycle last time? Use that. Securing a car on short notice would be nearly impossible.
Moreover, their midday break wasn't long, and both had afternoon exams to attend, so time was of the essence.
Alright, let's go.
The two brothers hailed a taxi and rushed straight back home. Normally they would walk, but today, to save time, they took a cab. After the taxi pulled away, the two Lu brothers' car followed suit. Their vehicle was also a taxi. Using such a car to track someone made detection nearly impossible, as the streets were filled with hundreds, if not thousands, of similar taxis coming and going.
Finally, they're gone. Alright, let's follow them.
In the front passenger seat of the taxi, Lu Changnan took a drag on his cigarette and spoke lazily. While Lu Changyun started his car to follow, he also called Lu Changmin to inquire about the situation with Wu Zhengyi. Earlier, Lu Changmin had mentioned Wu Zhengyi heading to the western suburbs, so he instructed Lu Changmin to go check on him. But there had been no word back yet.
Beep. The line was busy.
He dialed several more times before an automated voice answered. The number you have dialed is turned off.
Please try again later. Turned off? Lu Changyun frowned.
Lu Changnan chuckled beside him. He's tracking someone.
Turning off his phone for secrecy, what's so strange about that? Changnin's actually more sensible than Changqing.
That good-for-nothing Changqing still hasn't returned my call. I told him to track down the guy who beat him up back then, but he hasn't gotten it done yet. What a disgrace to the Lu family. Hearing this, Lu Changyun tucked his phone away and remarked, "You're his own brother, Changqing.
Why do you two act like strangers? Not a shred of brotherly affection? Brotherly affection? Brother Changyun, do you even care about that?" "Of course I do." Lu Changnan gave a faint smile and said no more.
In his eyes, his own younger brother Changqing was no different from a complete stranger.
If the family hadn't specifically sent him here, he wouldn't have bothered coming at all. Let's go, brother Changyun. They've gone far. They won't get far. Looks like they're heading home. With that, Lu Changyun activated the surveillance system on his phone.
This device could also connect to the wireless camera behind Wu Tao's house. After a slight adjustment, the live feed appeared on his screen. Within 2 minutes, Lu Yi and Wu Tao indeed got off at the front gate and walked home together. But mere minutes later, they shot out on their motorcycle like a bullet, heading straight toward North City. "Brother Changyun, looks like these two have something to hide," Lu Changnan remarked after watching them from a distance.
Lu Changyun remained silent, driving his taxi in close pursuit. He made every effort to appear as if he were picking up passengers, occasionally pulling over briefly at the roadside. They followed Lu Yi and Wu Tao like this for over an hour and a half, eventually reaching the wilderness where North City met West City. Upstream from here lay the source of the Lingjiang River. It seemed a dozen or so smaller rivers converged to form the Lingjiang, its mighty waters flowing ceaselessly. Hundreds of meters wide and 200 to 300 meters deep, it was considered a fairly well-known river within the country. Yet despite the river's fame, Lingjiang City itself ranked nowhere in the national hierarchy, merely an easily overlooked prefecture-level city. Once out in the wilderness, many areas had become muddy. While the motorcycle could navigate most terrain, the taxi pursuing them might not make it through. Therefore, Yu Yi and Wu Tao rode slowly. As they approached the dilapidated pavilion, they dismounted and continued on foot. Lu Changyun and Lu Changnan caught up to where the motorcycles were parked. They exchanged a knowing smile, then also pulled their taxi to a stop there. Each darted off in opposite directions, intending to monitor the area from both sides. These two men's abilities and skills were indeed far superior to Lu Changqing and Lu Changmin. Darting through the jungle, they moved like cheetahs, both light and swift. Lu Yi and Wu Tao, however, strode casually to the dilapidated pavilion and sat down. Wu Tao kept discreetly scanning the surroundings, but found nothing. Lu Yi suddenly shouted, "Stop looking around. You'll alert them." "Brother Yi, did they really follow us?" Lu Yi flashed a faint smile. "They're here. Every last one of them. And they've just split left and right exactly as we hoped. Brother Yi, tell me what to do. I'll follow your lead." Wu Tao clenched his fists, eager to act. "You stay here and draw their attention. I'll handle them. You haven't fully mastered your power yet. Fighting them now would put you at a disadvantage," Yui said earnestly. The Qiongqi amber he gave Wu Tao was merely E grade, while Lu Changyun and Lu Changnan, as Jia Yun sensed, were likely no weaker than D grade. Neither of these D grade opponents was someone Wu Tao could match. Moreover, their signature technique, the chain arrows, was devastatingly powerful. Lu Yi feared Wu Tao might fall victim to a sneak attack. If one of those steel spikes struck a vital point, it could be fatal. Truthfully, Yui wasn't unwilling to give Wu Tao the higher grade amber A, B, or C, but he feared it might inflate Wu Tao's ego. He wanted Wu Tao to start adapting to E grade first. If Wu Tao proved himself capable, then upgrading his amber could be considered later. Wu Tao didn't push his luck. Hearing Yui's words, he nodded and said, "Brother Yi, you'll have to be careful going in alone." Lu Yi undid one of his buttons, revealing the soft rhino armor beneath. This very armor was one of the two treasures he had brought back from the city museum last time. The first treasure was the bright silver spear. With it, he could now wield the spirit manifestation technique. Divine spirit manifestation could be used roughly twice a week, requiring him to absorb the essence of the sun and moon to store energy in between uses. This armor, however, had saved his life since the moment he obtained it, blocking several steel spikes. "With this soft rhino armor protecting me, I won't get into trouble so easily." Yui slapped him on the shoulder, then slipped out of the dilapidated pavilion and into the grass. Wu Tao, playing alone, shouted loudly, "Brother Yi, watch out for bugs biting you while you're taking a dump." Chapter 187, Spotted. "Move." Wu Tao deliberately shouted this warning, his voice booming. On Lu Changnan's end, a faint smile played on his lips as he suddenly spoke into his phone. "Changyun, do you really think these two kids came here to meet someone?" Their phones were constantly connected, allowing them to communicate at any moment. Lu Changyun replied, "What else could it be? Don't forget, they have their college entrance exams today. On such an important day, they come to a place like this. They still have to rush back for the exam this afternoon. Do you really think they'd come to this remote wilderness without something important?" Lu Changnan considered this and found it reasonable. Yet deep down, he remained convinced that Wu Tao and Yui held nothing of value. Despite this inner certainty, he clung to a faint hope. What if these two kids really were connected to Lingju Amber and Liaxiong Amber, as Lu Changyun suggested? That possibility alone compelled him to take Lu Changyun seriously. "In my opinion," Lu Changnan remarked coolly, "we should just go capture those two kids and force the truth out of them. Two little brats, scare them a bit, and they'll spill everything. Why bother with such complicated methods?" He deeply disapproved of Lu Changyun's stealthy, covert tracking tactics. Personally, he favored simplicity and directness, violence and decisiveness. Why waste brainpower, energy, and time on something that could be handled simply? Direct capture is indeed simple, Lu Changnan conceded, but it risks alerting the target. Those two are mere ordinary people. What purpose would capturing them serve? If we alert them, their backer won't surface. Do you really think that person cares about their lives? Lu Changyun retorted. Lu Changnan was momentarily speechless. He had to admit Lu Changyun had considered the situation quite thoroughly. If they went in now to capture Yui and Wu Tao, it would be straightforward enough. But doing so would also alert the enemy. And once alerted, the mysterious figure behind Wu Tao and Yui would certainly not step forward. He wouldn't risk direct confrontation with the Lu family over two ordinary men. So according to you, Brother Changyun, we just wait here? Exactly. Wait. How long will we wait? Until they make contact. What if they don't find anyone here? If they don't find anyone, then we'll move in and capture those two kids. They have an exam at 3 this afternoon. I'm sure they'll be back before then. And the person behind them is also likely to show up before 3. Alright. Lu Changnan climbed a large tree, a blade of grass between his teeth, gazing intently toward the direction of the dilapidated pavilion. Inside the pavilion, Wu Tao pulled out his phone, engrossed in honor of kings. His great sword spun rapidly as he chased and attacked an enemy Daochan character, grinning widely as he played. Lu Changnan was roughly 200 meters from the dilapidated pavilion, while Lu Changyun was much closer, about 100 meters away, concealed in some bushes. His plan was simple: if the person behind Wu Tao and Yui appeared, he would charge immediately and subdue them. Like Lu Changnan, he kept his eyes fixed on the pavilion, watching for any movement. Meanwhile, the man known as Goteka had long since slipped away from the other side of the pavilion. Using the tall grass and thatched cover as concealment, he was already stealthily closing in on Lu Changyun. He didn't know Lu Changyun's exact location, but his Qiongqi amber was one of the 9 great master ambers, possessing powerful sensory abilities. It could detect any enemy within 500 meters. Thus, following Zhao Yun's instructions, he moved toward Lu Changyun with stealthy, quiet steps. My lord, once you reach position, simply invoke your spirit's divine manifestation. With your current strength, I fear you're no match for that man, Zhao Yun advised. Understood. Yui didn't insist on fighting alone. His previous battle with Lu Changmen at the City Museum had nearly cost him his life. Only Zhao Yun's decisive intervention, a single spear thrust that pierced the enemy's chest, had saved him. Lu Changmen possessed an E-grade Crimson Eagle Amber, while Lu Changnan and Lu Changmen held D-grade Crimson Eagle Amber. The gap between D-grade and E-grade was no small matter, it was at least several times greater. The only commonality between D-grade and E-grade was the two skills, Night Vision Eyes and Chain Arrows. Night Vision granted clear vision in darkness and enhanced perception during daylight. Rapid Fire enabled 3 consecutive, pinpoint-accurate shots. In ancient times, they used longbows and arrows. But in the modern era, the Lu family had improved their bows and arrows, transforming them into sleeve darts concealed within the sleeves. Compact, convenient, and highly potent. After what happened with Sister Chiu last time, my physical constitution has strengthened. That means I can now maintain spirit manifestation for 2 minutes, right? Asked Yui. Correct, but it's best not to exhaust the full 2 minutes. With your current constitution, sustaining it for the entire duration would cause you to faint. However, using it for 1.5 minutes allows you to remain conscious. With proper replenishment midway, you can maintain 2 minutes at the strength of 1 ox and 1 minute at the strength of 2 oxen, Zhao Yun explained. Yui nodded. Zhao Yun's suggestion was sound, following it would allow sustained bursts of power. Though the first bull strength was merely brute force, when wielded effectively, it was terrifying. Using the first bull strength, Yui could endure for 2 minutes after the spirit manifestation ended. But unleashing the second bull strength would sustain him for a minute at most. The evolution of the second bull power was also thanks to Yun Wanqiu. As Yi Yi's primary amber ability strengthened, the secondary amber would correspondingly enhance its capabilities. This means that if Wu Tao were to unleash his full potential, he too could wield the 2 ox power. However, his physical constitution remains too weak. Using it would leave him exhausted and collapsed within half a minute at most. Therefore, using the 1 ox strength was the safer option. How much farther? Yui asked inwardly. 44 meters. Within his dantian, Zhao Yun was enveloped in a dense white mist. He sensed the location of the Crimson Eagle Amber and provided the precise distance. Yui slowed his pace even further, moving with quiet, deliberate steps as he approached. In his hand, he gripped a short spear tightly. This short spear was purchased online. When Zhao Yun manifested his spirit, the weapon he wielded most skillfully was the long spear. Therefore, he had specially spent a large sum to order a spear costing several thousand yuan online. The quality was quite good, truly pure steel, with a very hard texture. When he first received it, Zhao Yun had praised the spear's quality. The spear came in 2 sections, designed for disassembly and extension. Separated, it functioned as a short spear, but when joined, it transformed into a 2-meter-long weapon. When retracted, it was barely half an elbow in length, concealing itself seamlessly within his sleeve. Louis now quietly joined the 2 sections together, forming the 2-meter spear. In his dantian, Zhao Yun kept counting down: 20 meters, 19 meters, 18 meters, 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. Master, be careful. As the spear neared 8 meters, Zhao Yun suddenly shouted a warning to Louis. Whoosh! 3 whistling sounds pierced through the grass, shooting straight toward them. Along their path, the reeds snapped cleanly, their ferocity utterly ruthless. Chapter 188, Spirits Summoning Divine Slaughter. He'd been spotted. The D-rank Crimson Eagle Amber's insight ability proved formidable indeed. Louis had approached with utmost stealth and stability, taking every precaution to avoid making even the slightest sound, or so he believed. Yet despite this, he was still detected. The enemy struck first, 3 sleeve darts flying from their sleeves. Whoosh! The darts sliced through the reeds along their path, their blades razor-sharp and their speed blinding. Such deadly projectiles would inflict severe damage even through soft rhino armor if they struck their target. It was akin to being shot while wearing body armor. While the armor might stop the bullet, it couldn't absorb the bullet's impact. A shot to the chest, even with armor, could shatter ribs. Bullets deliver instantaneous force with tremendous penetrating power. Yet these 3 steel spikes matched bullets in velocity, perhaps even surpassing them. Dodge! In the nick of time, Yui threw himself backward, crashing to the ground. The 3 steel spikes whizzed past his chest, leaving 3 gashes in his clothing. They ripped through his outer coat, exposing the soft rhino armor beneath. 3 white marks were visible on the soft rhino armor, left by those 3 sleeve darts. Thank goodness for this soft rhinoceros armor. Otherwise, I'd be bleeding profusely. Yui thought to himself. Swish! Suddenly, a figure darted swiftly through the grass toward this spot. Glancing up, he caught sight of Yui. Ha! Spotting Yui, he first scanned the surroundings, checking for others. Only then did he fix his gaze on Yui. It's you? You? Yui feigned surprise. What are you doing here? Lu Chongyun gave a cold laugh. I have the same question for you. What are you doing here? And earlier, I shot 3 steel spikes at you, yet you managed to dodge them? That kind of reflexes, not simple. Lu Yi's heart skipped a beat. Could this man have caught on to something? Had he already guessed I possessed the dragon soul amber? Lu Changyun's gaze shifted abruptly, locking onto Yui's hands. Seeing the 2-meter-long spear he held, his eyes instantly sharpened. A cold, mocking chuckle escaped him. I misjudged you. Truly misjudged you. You approached armed, clearly having spotted me long ago. Intended to take me out, eh? Well, lad, I've truly underestimated you. Let's cut to the chase, no beating around the bush. Is that Lingju amber or Liaxiong amber you're wearing? Lu Chongyun asked bluntly, his gaze fixed on Yu Yi's chest as if trying to see right through him. Lu Yi gripped his spear tightly. At this moment, even if he wanted to tell the difference, he couldn't. But since he couldn't tell, there was no point in trying. He'd come here to kill Lu Chongyun anyway. Divine Spirit Manifestation Awaken. The 4 characters Divine Spirit Manifestation echoed from his dantian in an ancient voice. Instantly, red light flashed in Yu Yi's eyes. He sprang forward, his spear twisting like a serpent. With a single stride, he closed the 3 or 4 meters between them. The spear thrust out with deadly precision. Swish! This sudden assault reached the pinnacle of both power and speed, unmatched in its swiftness. When Zhao Yun unleashed his true killing move, few could withstand it. Thud! The spear did not miss its mark. It plunged deep, piercing through Lu Changyun's shoulder. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering Lu Yi's body with speckles of crimson. But Lu Chongyun was Lu Chongyun, not Lu Chongmin. His superiority lay in being several times stronger than Lu Chongmin in every aspect. Pain. The agony of his pierced shoulder crashed over him like a tidal wave. The searing pain nearly sent him reeling into unconsciousness, but he forced himself to endure it. The crimson eagle tattoo on his chest glowed. Suddenly, he lunged forward, seized the spear, and wrenched it from its socket with all his might. His entire body drifted backward over 10 meters. The Crimson Eagle Amber possessed a natural ability. It granted its wearer extraordinary agility and lightness of foot. At the same time, Lu Chongyun was utterly shocked. This time, he hadn't just misjudged the situation, he had completely misjudged it. Back at the Honey Lingerie shop, he had effortlessly defeated Yui with barely a flick of his wrist. Precisely because of this, he hadn't suspected Yui himself, but rather assumed someone was pulling the strings behind him. But now it was clear Lui had no one backing him. The true possessor of the amber was clearly Yui himself. Otherwise, where would he have acquired such combat prowess? Judging by the abilities Lui had just displayed, there was an 80% chance he was responsible for the incident at the City Museum where Lu Changmin had been stabbed through the chest with a tree branch. Let's go! Lu Changyun's sole thought now was to escape. Yui had demonstrated superior strength and exceptional skill in close combat. Already wounded, lingering was unwise. Better safe than sorry. Once back in Lingzheng City, he would report everything he knew. The Lu family would dispatch reinforcements, and then the amber in Yui's possession would become his. Thinking of leaving? No one I've ever targeted with my gun has ever walked away alive. A different voice emerged from Yui's throat, Zhao Yun's voice. He raised his spear and charged after him like a tiger descending the mountain. Lu Changyun sprinted at full speed, simultaneously pulling out a phone with his left hand and barking, "Changnan! Notify the family the original amber isn't in the mysterious man's hands. It's with." Before Lu Changyun could finish, Yui leapt into the air. His spear flew from his grasp, soaring over 10 meters before piercing Lu Changyun's chest with pinpoint accuracy. The man was pinned to a tree trunk like a fly. Gah! Blood spurted from Lu Changyun's mouth. The spear, driven with such force, emitted a constant humming vibration as it embedded itself into the tree trunk. Before he could finish his words, his body convulsed violently. His phone clattered to the ground, its screen still displaying an active call. Damn! Yui never anticipated this turn of events. Lu Changyun had been on a call with Lu Changnan the entire time. This meant every word of his earlier conversation with Lu Changyun had been overheard by Lu Changnan, who was positioned in another direction. Divine Spirit Manifestation Return.
Louis dismissed the spirit manifestation state, allowing Zhao Yun's spirit to return to his dantian. This time, the process took only about 20 seconds, consuming relatively little stamina. Pulling his spear free from the tree, Yui delivered one final thrust, piercing Lu Changyun's heart to eliminate any future threat.
He then immediately gave chase in the opposite direction. Lu Changnan. He absolutely could not let him escape. If he got away, it would be over. Should the Lu clan retaliate, Yui's entire extended family would be slaughtered to the last man. Chapter 189, Two Tigers in Power.
On a large tree in another direction, Lu Changnan had been gazing listlessly at the sky, lost in thought. Suddenly, he heard voices coming from a phone call. From the voices, he could tell that Lu Changyun was speaking with that youngster named Yui. As they spoke, a fight erupted. From Lu Changyun's words, it seemed that young Louis had actually grabbed a spear and was actively trying to kill Lu Changyun. Earlier, Lu Changnan had also heard Wu Tao's shout about Yui going to relieve himself. Little did he expect that Yui hadn't actually gone to relieve himself, but had used that as an excuse to quietly circle around from behind and approach Lu Changyun's position, intending to strike him down.
Hearing this, Lu Changnan's heart sank. He had seen both Yui and Wu Tao before and even spoken to them. To him, they seemed as ordinary as could be. Yet over the phone, Lu Changyun kept repeating, "I misjudged him. I completely misjudged him." Moments later, Lu Changnan heard Lu Changyun's agonized cries, apparently wounded. Finally, Lu Changyun seemed to be struggling desperately to escape, yet was relentlessly pursued by his attacker. To this day, he still didn't know if he'd been caught. Listening intently, Lu Changnan heard the call abruptly cut off. He couldn't tell who had ended the line. If Lu Changyun had hung up himself, perhaps he still had a chance to escape. But if it was Yui who ended the call, then it meant Lu Changyun had been killed. How could that be? Lu Changyun possessed D-grade amber, just like me. How could an ordinary person kill him? To kill someone with D-grade amber. If Lu Changyun was truly dead, it would prove that this high school student named Yui possessed at least D-grade amber, or even an unborn master amber. Only such power could have killed Lu Changyun. Lu Changnan tucked his phone away, then leaped down from the tree, preparing to leave. I must go. I'll call Lu Changyun later to check. If he's alive, I'll discuss how to retaliate against the Wu family. If he's dead, well, even better. That way, I'll be the only one who knows the Wu family possesses the Dragon Soul Amber. Once I inform my father, our family's standing within the Lu clan will soar. With his own schemes brewing, Lu Changnan leapt from the tree and dashed toward the exit. While Lu Changnan moved, Yui was also in motion. He didn't pursue to the right but charged straight ahead from the left. He knew Lu Changnan's intended destination certainly to drive away. Therefore, he only needed to dash toward the direction where the car was parked. The distances to both sides were roughly equal. As long as he was fast enough, he could still intercept Lu Changnan before he reached his target. He couldn't let him escape. Absolutely not. If Lu Changnan got away, my uncle's family would be doomed, and my parents would face great calamity. This thought filled Lui's mind as his feet moved like the wind. Ever since obtaining the Dragon Soul Amber, he had been training intensely. Starting with 100 gene of weight, then progressing to 200 gene, he had built up the habit and endurance. Now, unburdened and light as a feather, he sprinted with the speed of a leopard, moving with astonishing agility through the dense forest. In contrast, Lu Changnan lagged far behind. As someone accustomed to the life of a privileged young master, he had never trained with the same intensity as Yui. Thus, in this dense forest, the difference in their speeds became starkly apparent. 10 minutes later, Louis burst out of the jungle, panting heavily. Upon exiting, through the Qiongqi amber in his dantian, Zhao Yun informed him that Lu Changnan hadn't emerged yet but was approaching this direction. It was still timely enough, but he didn't know if Lu had made the call. If he had phoned in the information he possessed, then they would be equally finished. Deeply concerned, Yui gripped his spear tightly and hid behind the trunk of a large tree. He listened intently. Before long, footsteps indeed echoed from the right side of the jungle, running swiftly though still considerably slower than Yui. He burst out of the thicket, gave a cold chuckle, spat, and charged toward the vehicle parking spot. But before he could cover 50 meters, a figure emerged from behind a large tree directly ahead of him. It's you! Seeing Louis appear, Lu Changnan's face twitched violently. His gaze then fixed on the long spear in Li's hand. The 2-meter-long, razor-sharp spear was stained with blood, droplets still trickling from its grooves. There was no doubt about it that blood belonged to Lu Changyun. 8 out of 10 chances, this man had already killed him. Damn it! I really underestimated him. Who would have thought a mere high school student would play dumb to catch the tiger, deceiving all of us? Lu Changnan gritted his teeth. Lu Yi remained silent. Having learned from earlier experience, he didn't know if Lu Changnan's phone was currently connected to someone else. If it was active, answering would allow the other party to record his voice and identify him. Without another word, Yui tightened his grip on the spear and charged forward at breakneck speed. The spirit manifestation technique could not be used again. It was limited to twice per week, regardless of duration. After this use, he would have to wait 3 days before employing it once more.
Having witnessed Zhao Yun's lightning-fast strikes twice, Yui admired and appreciated his decisive killing technique, prompting him to emulate it. In 6 swift strides, he leapt upward, thrusting his spear forward. With a sharp swish, the razor-sharp tip pierced the air, cutting through the wind with a whistling sound. Lu Changnan deftly twisted his body left and right, evading the strike with lightning speed. Still, he was a fraction too slow. Had Zhao Yun executed this move, Lu Changnan would already be dead, Yui thought to himself. At that moment, Zhao Yun's voice echoed from within his dantian, "My lord, this technique of mine is called dragon emerging from the depths. The first requirement is speed, the second is momentum. When both are perfectly coordinated, it never fails. Though your speed is not great, your opponent is not overly strong either. What you lack now is sufficient momentum." "Momentum?" asked Yui. "How does one cultivate momentum?" Zhao Yun replied, "Those who lead troops in battle year after year naturally possess an aura. But for ordinary people seeking to heighten their presence, there are 2 paths, one is driven by hatred, the other by rage. After unleashing fury and fury, an aura is formed." "Rage and fury?" Speaking of which, the 2 tigers' power within the 9 oxen and 2 tigers' strength also relies on momentum to activate. "Exactly. Therefore, my lord, you must understand how crucial momentum is. Possessing it allows you to unleash the might of 2 tigers. Combined with speed and the technique of the dragon emerging from the depths, you will be unstoppable," Zhao Yun declared. Chapter 190, The Sudden Sound of Spears. Momentum. When momentum and strength combine, you unleash the true dragon emerging from the depths unstoppable. Yui tried to stir his rage, using this thought as the fuse. If Lu Changnan escaped, his entire maternal family would face disaster, slaughtered by the Lu clan. His own parents would suffer their vengeance, killed. His once happy, united family would be shattered, his entire clan destroyed. The thought fueled his rage, igniting it drop by drop, while his momentum steadily surged upward. But Lu Changnan hadn't been killed by his shot. Instead, he suddenly vanished into the distance, taking off at a run. Lu Yi gave chase, but after only a dozen steps, Lu Changnan spun around, raised his left hand, and fired 3 steel spikes from his wrist with tremendous penetrating force. Lu Yi couldn't dodge in time. The nails struck his abdomen, the pain nearly forcing him to the ground. Yet the agony ignited a fiercer rage within him, his aura surging dramatically as bloodshot veins flared in his eyes. The Tiger Force seemed to emerge. Unlike the Ox Force, the Tiger Force was fierce and ferocious, a force of instantaneous power. Like a tiger pouncing on its prey, it lunges suddenly, clawing at its target before seizing its vital points with a bite. This was a force that struck with precise, deadly accuracy. This was tiger strength, I sensed it. Lu Yi's eyes flashed with delight. Suddenly, he unleashed the hidden dragon emerges from the depths technique once more. He took 6 swift strides forward and thrust his spear forward with blinding speed. Thud. Hit. This time it was truly a hit. The spear pierced Lu Changnan's back cleanly, yet strangely, no blood flowed from the wound. At that very moment, Lu Changnan's face contorted into a savage grimace. He whipped his head around, raised his left hand once more, and fired 3 steel spikes at Yuyi's chest, aiming to pierce his heart. Clang! 3 steel spikes struck the soft rhino hide armor, deflected, but the violent impact shattered one of Yuyi's ribs. Pain! The excruciating agony instantly radiated throughout his chest cavity, making even breathing feel like a series of stabbing pains. Beneath the ribs lay the lungs with a bone fractured, it now pressed directly against the lung tissue, potentially causing damage. That was why even inhaling felt like a knife-like sting. Before Lu Changnan could finish, his left hand flipped again, preparing to fire another steel spike. At such close range, the spike's power was immense, surpassing even a bullet. Lu Yi scrambled to his feet and rolled into the grass beside the mountain path, hiding himself. Damn it, thank God I'm wearing this bulletproof vest. Otherwise, I'd have ended up just like Lu Changyun, dead at your hands. Lu Changnan cursed under his breath, abandoning pursuit and seizing the moment to flee. He was drawing ever closer to the car's parking spot. Once he got inside and drove away, Yui would be powerless to stop him. Once he returned home and explained everything properly, more people would be sent. Then, the amber on Yuyi's body would be his. Lu Yi emerged from the grass, clutching his chest. The stabbing pain made him feel terribly unwell, especially while running. With every breath, the agony in his lungs felt like it would kill him. Yet he had no choice but to pursue. Lu Changnan absolutely could not be allowed to escape. Releasing a tiger back to the mountain would spell endless trouble. Yet his physical state left him unable to run fast. Lu Changnan, however, moved with the swiftness of a bird in flight, steadily widening the gap between them. It's over. He's getting away. Am I useless? Yui berated himself, his grief and anger fueling his desperate pursuit. Yet the gap between them only widened. No, Lord. You've done your utmost. In such a short time, you grasped the true essence of the hidden dragon emerging from the depths. That bastard wore bulletproof armor from your era, it's not your fault. It was an accident. Had he not worn it, he'd be dead already. Zhao Yun declared. But he's still alive. If he escapes, all my relatives will be doomed. My parents' lives will be in danger. Yui roared.
Zhao Yun replied, "My lord, you are not without means. Should the situation truly become irreparable, you could relocate your relatives and parents abroad. The world is vast, find a remote corner and hide there for the rest of your lives. It is not impossible. But that would be a life of cowardice and humiliation. Men must learn to bend and stretch. Once you rise to power and build a force comparable to the Lu clan, your parents and kin will naturally be able to return," Zhao Yun said. Lu Yi shook his head. To build a force rivaling the Lu family? How incredibly difficult. The Lu family had cultivated their position across the land of Huaxia for centuries, perhaps millennia. To think that a greenhorn like Yue could stand on equal footing with them? How could that be possible? Even with the Qiongqi Amber, he possessed only exceptional personal ability, lacking any real backing. The Lu family was different. They possessed their own core strength and a vast commercial empire. A single man like Yue could never hope to rival them. No. He must be eliminated at all costs. Can I use spirit manifestation one more time? Yue asked. Zhao Yun pondered for a moment. It is possible, but overusing the spirit manifestation will damage my soul. Since you are determined, so be it. However, Lord, this overuse will only last a minute at most. You must seize the moment. Very well. As Lu Changnan approached a car concealed in the thatched grass, about to open the door, Yue took a deep breath, preparing to activate spirit manifestation for the second time. This second manifestation of the spirit guardian would exact a heavy toll. After its use, not only would Zhao Yun's divine soul suffer significant damage, but Yue himself would collapse unconscious on the spot. This was his last desperate gambit, sink or swim. But just as he was about to activate the spirit manifestation, Lu Changnan, who was about to open the car door and get in, suddenly stiffened. His entire body froze for a moment, then he slumped against the window and slowly collapsed onto the ground. The window was splattered with blood, revealing a perfectly round hole. The hole was the size of a pinky finger, perfectly round. A bullet hole. Who fired the shot? In that split second, Yue had also heard the gunshot faint, yet distinct in the silent mountain forest. It seemed to originate from the southwest corner, about 50 meters away. As Yue cautiously scanned the area, a middle-aged man emerged, carrying a domestically produced M99 sniper rifle. He stared at Yue with an expression of cold detachment. The moment Yue recognized the man's face, he cried out in surprise, "Uncle!" Chapter 191, Cut the Weeds at the Roots. What the hell? Wu Zhongyi wrapped the rifle in a black cloth, glaring fiercely at Lu Yi. Who gave you the right to act on your own? Uncle, Didn't we agree over the phone that you just lure him here? Why did you have to take matters into your own hands? Do you have any idea how dangerous it would be if he escaped? Me. What about the other guy? I already took care of him, Uncle. Lu Yi replied. You? Wu Zhongyi shot Lu Yi a stunned look. Lu Yi was only 18 years old. How could he sound so calm after taking a life? Even though Wu Zhongyi had served in the military, the first time he killed someone, he felt sick for a whole week. The image of a bullet blowing someone's head apart, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere, became his nightmare. It took him several months to become desensitized. Wu Zhongyi had intended to spare both Yue and Wu Tao from bloodshed. Such dark deeds were best handled by him alone. Yet he hadn't anticipated Yue striking first. One of the Lu family members had already been killed by Yue. What about Wu Tao? Wu Zhongyi asked. He's waiting in the pavilion. How do you feel? Wu Zhongyi looked at him. Lu Yi clutched his chest. I'm okay. The wound isn't too serious. I'm asking how it feels to kill someone, Wu Zhongyi pressed sternly. Lu Yi thought carefully for a moment before replying. I only thought that if I didn't kill these two, my parents, my uncle, and your entire family would face the Lu family's relentless revenge. I felt nothing at all. Not a single feeling? Wu Zhongyi said, unsure if it was praise or criticism. He then called Lu Yi over and together they began hauling buckets of gasoline from an earthen pit. He instructed Lu Yi to carry 2 barrels. Take these 2 barrels of oil over there and burn the other Lu family member's corpse. Since we've done this, we must destroy all traces. Not a single drop of blood or shred of evidence can remain. After burning it, remember to bury the ashes under soil. Understand? Got it. Lu Yi grabbed the 2 barrels and sprinted toward the spot where Lu Changyun had died. Meanwhile, the uncle had already begun disposing of Lu Changnan's body at the scene. After Lu Changnan's death, the uncle picked up his phone and checked its status. He found that before his death, Lu Changnan hadn't called anyone or sent any messages. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Gasoline was poured over Lu Changnan's body. A single spark fell, and the corpse immediately burst into flames. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yue did the same. He drenched Lu Changyun's body with gasoline, then lit it with a lighter. With a loud crack, the flames roared to life. The smell of the burning corpse was peculiar, a hint of roasted meat mingled with something intensely nauseating. Perhaps it was the knowledge that this was a corpse being burned that made the revulsion so overwhelming. Lu Yi remained vigilant until the body was completely consumed. His uncle had instructed him to ensure thorough incineration. Any unburned remains must be buried.
The burning lasted over an hour, consuming 2 barrels of gasoline.
Lu Changyun's body was reduced to ashes.
Some bones remained unbroken, so Yui dug a pit nearby with a long spear, carried the bones into it, and buried them. After completing these tasks, he surveyed the crime scene, satisfied that no traces remained, and then hurried toward the pavilion. Upon reaching the pavilion, he found Wu Tao still engrossed in honor of kings, his greatsword dancing with fierce momentum. Spotting Yui, Wu Tao burst into laughter. "Bro, my greatsword just won 3 straight matches.
How awesome is that?" But Yi replied, "Let's go. Time to head back." "Ha?" Wu Tao snapped back to reality, glancing around. "Brother Yi, did you handle it?" "It's done. Thanks to my uncle stepping in. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." "What? My dad stepped in?" "Yeah. Uncle wasn't just some cook back in the day. His aim was deadly accurate. Lu Changnan almost got away, but Uncle blew his head off with a single shot." "Holy? So my dad really is some kind of legendary sniper? Let's go."
As the two emerged, Uncle had already started the taxi Lu Changnan had driven them in. He steered it straight into the icy river. With a splash, the car vanished beneath the water, leaving no trace. Wu Tao shot his father a startled glance, about to speak, but his dad glared at him. "You two get out of here fast," he ordered. "Take the back roads back to the city, then head straight to the Western District."
"Dad, what about you?" Wu Tao asked.
"I'll stay behind to cover your retreat and check for any overlooked clues," Wu Zhongyi replied. This was a habit ingrained from his days in the military. As a sniper, when infiltrating enemy territory, he had to meticulously conceal every trace of his presence.
Otherwise, discovery meant certain death.
Wu Tao was about to say more when Louis tugged his sleeve, signaling him to keep quiet. Then, the two of them sped off on their motorcycle. It took them over 40 minutes to circle back to the western part of the city via side roads. By the time they returned home, it was already past 2 o'clock. The afternoon exam began at 3, so they had to head to school to prepare. Changing clothes and taking a quick shower, they hurried off to school. Lu Yi's jacket had been splattered with blood when he killed Lu Changyun, but he had long since discarded it. When burning the body, he had burned his own jacket clean as well. That was precisely why he dared to ride his motorcycle back. Otherwise, riding in blood-soaked clothes could have caused trouble if anyone spotted him.
"Brother Yi, after dealing with the Lu family, is it really over? Will there truly be no more danger?" Wu Tao asked.
He himself wasn't afraid, but he feared his parents might get dragged into trouble.
Lu Yi nodded. "There shouldn't be any more problems."
Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something and shook his head. "No, there's still one hidden issue."
"What problem?" "You should know why the Lu family started investigating us, right? The fake dragon Soul Amber." Wu Tao replied, looking confused. "The fake dragon Soul Amber isn't the main issue. The real problem is, who told them the fake dragon Soul Amber came from us?" At this, Wu Tao immediately understood. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Liang Jun. That man truly is a ticking time bomb. If the Lu family sends people again and finds Liang Jun, they might trace it back to us. The only way to eliminate that possibility is to take Liang Jun out too. Liang Jun wasn't a good person. Even if he was eliminated, Yui wouldn't feel the slightest remorse." Yui nodded, then added, "Not just Liang Jun, those 2 private investigators he hired too. They know. We either don't do this at all, or we eliminate them all. Only then can we truly achieve peace." Chapter 192, Zhuge. The two arrived at the school and had barely settled into their seats when, within 10 minutes, the exam began. Fortunately, they had arrived just in time, otherwise, they would have been barred from entering. Many students had missed their chance at the college entrance exam before, some due to traffic jams, others for various reasons, but the proctors inside the exam hall showed no mercy. This was their final exam. Once it concluded, their high school days would be definitively over. Wu Tao was visibly excited. Usually laid back, he could almost picture the reactions of those teachers and relatives who had doubted him, their expressions when they learned he'd been accepted to Beijing University or Zhejiang University. Perhaps this success could even mend the rift between his mother and father, reuniting the family. When the exam papers were handed out, he still didn't even glance at his own. On Yu Yi's side, however, his pen flew across the page with remarkable speed. No problem could stump him. Having cultivated a habit of reading, his knowledge base now surpassed that of some teachers. After all, he possessed true photographic memory. Even the most accomplished teachers might overlook certain details, but not him. Whatever he read, he remembered with crystal clarity. Speaking of which, one matter piqued his curiosity. He couldn't help but ask Zhao Yun within his Dantian, in the Three Kingdoms era, you were a formidable general who commanded the winds and clouds. Yet with the Qiongqi Amber's gift of photographic memory, becoming a strategist should have been far easier. Why did you choose the harder path of a warrior? In the Three Kingdoms era, strategists lived far more comfortable lives than generals. They didn't have to fight on the battlefield or endure wind and rain, they only needed to speak to receive all sorts of rewards. Take Jia Su, the poisonous strategist of the Three Kingdoms era. As his name suggests, he excelled at devising cunning schemes.
But he was truly formidable, and his schemes were genuinely cunning. Following his advice, Zhang Xiu nearly killed Cao Cao.
Though Cao survived, his foremost warrior, Dian Wei, was slain instead, all thanks to Jia Su's scheming.
Serving under Zhang Xiu, he helped Zhang Xiu defeat Cao Cao twice. Renowned for his ingenious strategies and flawless calculations, he became Cao Cao's most trusted advisor in his later years. Cao Pai's eventual rise to power was also partly due to Jia Su's influence. Yet despite having caused Dian Wei's death, an act that should have earned him Cao Cao's hatred, the latter could not bring himself to dismiss him. Jia Su was a rare talent, capable of great things. Thus, by comparison, serving as a strategist proved far more comfortable than being a military commander.
Which of the generals met a good end?
The 5 tiger generals of Shu once shook the world, yet in the end, each met a tragic demise. Even Lu Bu, the peerless warrior mounted on the legendary red hare, was ultimately slain by Cao Cao. Zhao Yun replied, "No two leaves are alike in this world, nor are any two people identical.
Not everyone is cut out to be a strategist.
I trained in martial arts from childhood, and after unexpectedly obtaining the Qiongqi amber, I became even more devoted to the martial path.
Besides, I know I'm not suited to be a strategist." True enough, not everyone is cut out to be a strategist. Lu Yi was working on an exam when a question about Zhuge Liang's memorial on the expedition caught his eye. He paused to ask, "Zhao Yun, what are your thoughts on Zhuge Liang?"
Chancellor Zhuge is a man of great talent. Shu's growing strength owes much to his governance, and he has been exceptionally kind to me. Zhuge Liang certainly possesses talent in governing, but when it comes to strategy and military tactics, he falls short.
Do you agree?
Zhao Yun pondered for a moment before replying. In the past, discussing this would have been treasonous. But now that I serve you, my lord, I may speak freely. Chancellor Zhuge possessed great talent in governance, yet his strategic acumen was merely average. He excelled in the principles of statecraft, but in commanding troops in warfare, he fell short of Su Shu, Fa Zhang, and especially Pang Tong.
Is he truly loyal to Shu? Absolutely, Zhao Yun affirmed. Lu Yi smiled inwardly and asked no more.
For in Lu Yi's view, Zhuge Liang must have coveted the throne at that time, yet feared the condemnation. Had he truly deposed Ah Do and crowned himself emperor, his infamy would have surpassed even Cao Cao's. After all, the young emperor was merely a figurehead at the time.
Zhuge Liang held absolute power, functioning much like an emperor himself. When Liu Bei died, both Li Yan and Zhuge Liang were entrusted as guardians of the young ruler. Yet Li Yan was later stripped of his position by Zhuge Liang and reduced to commoner status.
After Shu grew stronger, Zhuge Liang sought to add another feather to his cap by launching northern campaigns, marching 6 times against Xishan. Each northern campaign ended in failure, proving Zhuge Liang's lack of military prowess. Instead, these expeditions drained the state treasury, costing lives and wealth. Later, his disciple Jiang Wei, inheriting his legacy, launched 9 campaigns against the Central Plains, which only hastened Shu's demise. However, whatever became of Shu thereafter was no longer Zhuge Liang's concern. During his lifetime, he had already achieved the pinnacle of glory, reaching the highest rank among ministers and wielding immense power. Yui swiftly completed his exam paper, then sent a copy to Wu Tao. Upon receiving the answers, Wu Tao began writing rapidly. The proctor, who might have had a touch of OCD, had watched all day yesterday. He hadn't intended to interfere with Wu Tao, since Wu Tao wasn't his student. But seeing someone like Wu Tao who didn't even glance at the exam paper and just filled in the answers directly, he still wanted to record Wu Tao's name. And once Wu Tao's results came out, he could use this incident as a cautionary tale to tell his own students. So he walked over and glanced at the name on the exam paper. Wu Tao. The 2 characters were, ironically, written quite neatly. The proctor silently noted it down. Once the results came out, he could tell the new students in his class next semester. Last year, there was a student named Wu Tao. When the college entrance exam papers were handed out, he couldn't understand a single question. He just scribbled answers randomly. You must never follow his example. Someone like him is an absolute disgrace, not only embarrassing himself, but also his parents and his homeroom teacher. It's shameful. Having rehearsed this speech in his mind, the proctor smiled and returned to his seat at the front of the classroom. Wu Tao paid him no mind whatsoever. After all, he hadn't actually cheated. No matter what, the proctor couldn't do anything to him. Even if he really had just filled in answers randomly, the proctor had no authority to intervene. Time ticked by. As the end of the exam approached, both Wu Tao and Yui handed in their papers 10 minutes early, well within the permitted time frame. Amidst the astonished stares of their fellow examinees, the brothers exited the classroom. Their haste to leave stemmed from their need to discuss today's events with their uncle at home, how to proceed next. There was also the matter of Liang Jun and those 2 private investigators. How should they handle that? These matters required careful discussion. Chapter 193, A Minor Matter. When the 2 arrived home, their uncle hadn't returned yet. They didn't call to urge him and simply waited at home. Wu Tao was buzzing with excitement. The exams were finally over, and soon his name would be on the list, time to bask in the glory. Gu, what do you think my results will be? Wu Tao asked casually. Louis thought for a moment and replied, about the same as mine.
Wherever I get in, you'll likely get in too. No problem. As the perfect cousin, Louis had gone all out to help Wu Tao cheat this time. Not only had he provided answers for all other subjects, but he'd also written Wu Tao's Chinese essay for him. He knew Wu Tao's true level well, barely scraping by at best. Back in class 2, he hadn't even been average. With that kind of ability, he certainly couldn't write a decent essay. Since the essay carried significant weight in the Chinese score, a poorly written one would severely hurt his overall grade. For this reason, Louis specifically crafted an essay for him, one written in classical Chinese, full of flair and panache. Louis considered it a high-quality piece that should earn a respectable score. That's great. I can't wait to shine at Jingda and Zita. Then I'll finally get to live with someone. Find a girlfriend, cuddle during the day, and, well, at night. Wu Tao's face lit up with vivid imagination. Shot him a withering glance before returning to his own room to continue studying. Bro, we finally finished the exams. Why are you torturing yourself? Just relax. Hey, wanna go downstairs and play League of Legends? This time I'll play the Great Sword, you play the Barbarian's 3 swords. Reading isn't just for the college entrance exam. I study to enrich myself. You go play by yourself. Louis increasingly felt that knowledge was crucial, especially medical skills. He desperately wanted to help with Qiongqi's father's situation. Regarding her father's situation, the best solution was to find that Sunlong Amber. Within that amber lay the spirit of Hua Tuo. As the saying went, Hua Tuo reborn meant he could bring the dead back to life. No matter the injury or illness, he could cure it. Qiongqi's father was merely paralyzed from a stroke, a condition quite common in ancient times. Perhaps even Hua Tuo's powers could cure him. But the Grey Wolf Amber is incredibly hard to find. It vanished during the Three Kingdoms period, and over 1,000 years have passed since then. Finding it now is even more difficult. Therefore, he could only rely on his own efforts, immersing himself in medical texts, especially those on traditional Chinese medicine, hoping to gain some insight. As the saying goes, read 100 times and the meaning will reveal itself. Just as one can recite the 300 Tang poems even without composing poetry, through his relentless study of medical arts, his current medical skills likely rivaled those of seasoned traditional Chinese physicians. He had memorized the compositions of many precious ancient formulas and understood the properties of each herb with precision. He understood the interactions between different herbs. For instance, some toxins, when stimulated by certain herbs, could transform into tonics. Take snake venom, dripped into a wound, it proves deadly. Yet combined with certain herbs, it becomes a miraculous cure for toxic sores, demonstrating astonishing efficacy. Louise simply felt that friends should help each other whenever possible. Besides, Qiongqi was truly pitiful. Her mother had vanished without a trace, leaving only her father at home, a father who was paralyzed from a stroke. Such a delicate young woman had to care for herself, tend to her father, and hold the household together. It was truly no easy feat. By 9 o'clock that evening, Wu Zhongyi finally returned, carrying several takeout boxes, likely food he'd ordered from outside. Wu Tao was downstairs playing video games. The moment Wu Zhongyi walked in, Wu Tao spotted him immediately. Dad, you're finally back. We didn't eat dinner without you. He'd been so engrossed in League of Legends that hunger had slipped his mind, but seeing Wu Zhongyi's takeout boxes instantly made his mouth water. Where's Yi? Yi Gu is upstairs. Come up and eat. Uncle called out, then headed upstairs with the food. Wu Tao immediately followed. Soon, the three of them sat down at the table and began eating. Dad, why'd you get back so late? Wu Tao asked between bites, sounding genuinely curious. Uncle shot him a glare. All you do is play games. How did you do on the exam? I did great, of course. This time I'll definitely bring home a top 3 provincial ranking to show you. I wouldn't dare claim the top spot, but second or third place? I've got that covered. Wu Tao declared boldly, brimming with confidence. For the 2-day exam, all the answers came from Yui. Plus, Wu Tao had asked Yui beforehand, and Yui had said his scores would be comparable to his own. With Yui backing him up, Wu Tao was brimming with confidence. Oh ho, this sounds like a toad yawning and blowing hot air. Don't think I don't know your true worth. As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than their father. If you can even make it into a second-tier university, I'll thank heaven. Dad, I'm starting to wonder if I'm even your biological son. How can you look down on me so much? Wu Zhongyi didn't look at him, instead fixing his gaze on Yui. How are your injuries? Lu Yi shook his head. Though his ribs had been fractured, his formidable physical resilience meant he felt little pain. With a few days of proper rest, the injury would heal quickly. After all, he possessed the Qiongqi Master Amber, ranked second among the 9 great ambers. Since the exam is over today, you two should leave tomorrow. Mid-meal, Uncle Wu suddenly uttered words that sent shockwaves through both Yui and Wu Tao. Leave? Dad, where do you want us to go? Wu Tao looked utterly dumbfounded. Uncle said, didn't you say you could place in the top 3? If so, getting into Shangjing University or Zeta should be no problem, right? Probably. It should be fine. Wu Tao nodded. In that case, head to the capital. Don't stay in Lianjiang City. Why, even if we really get into Peking University and Tsinghua University, do we have to go so early? There are still over 2 months left. Classes don't start until September 1st at the earliest, right? Wu Tao wondered aloud.
Wu Zhangyi countered, Cold River City isn't safe for you to stay in now. Your presence here only invites trouble. Leaving will solve everything.
The Liu family will send more people sooner or later. Once you're gone, they'll have no way to track you down.
Hearing this, Wu Tao finally understood his father's meaning.
Lu Yi interjected, Uncle, there are still a few people who pose a danger.
Their presence is like a ticking time bomb, it could explode at any moment and endanger us all.
I know who you mean.
You're referring to Liang Jun and those 2 private investigators he hired before, correct?
Yes. You needn't worry about these 3 anymore.
From this day forward, they no longer exist in this world. Wu Zhangyi casually lifted his beer and took a sip, as if discussing the most trivial of matters.
Chapter 194, How dare they? From now on, these 3 people no longer exist in this world. What does that mean? Does that mean Uncle took care of those 3? Is Uncle coming back so late because he was dealing with these 3? Uncle, you needn't ask more. What you should know, you know. What you shouldn't, you don't. You're still young. Knowing too much about certain things isn't necessarily a good thing.
Wu Zhangyi didn't want to appear overly stern in front of them. He simply wished for his son and nephew to live their lives as carefree, ordinary children. But now, with Yu Yi and Wu Tao, it was clear they couldn't live ordinary lives. Still, he tried his best to shield them from encountering such bloody matters too early. What he didn't know was that Yu Yi and Wu Tao had already killed Lu Chongqing long before this incident, sinking his body to the bottom of the cold river. Their minds had long since outgrown the simplicity of ordinary high school seniors. Uncle, we can leave, but can we not rush so much? Do you have something to do? I need about a week to handle things. Then we can leave. A week? Not too long. Fine. The reason he needed a week was to stabilize the channel for selling the painting.
Just this afternoon, he had seen an auction advertisement on Lingjiang City's channel.
The ad had been widely broadcast not only on Lingjiang City TV but even briefly on the provincial channel. The content of this advertisement was the auction itself, and the item to be auctioned was none other than the painting Lady Hongfu created by Yu Yi. This news startled Lu Yi, filled him with awe, and also stirred some concern. He was startled by the sheer wealth of Chen Yingxi's uncle, who possessed such immense influence that he could pull strings to get advertisements aired within a single day. He felt a pang of regret, wondering why, if Chen Yingxi's uncle was so wealthy, he hadn't extended a helping hand to Chen Yingxi's family back then. His worry stemmed from the fact that the advertisement for The Lady in Crimson had now reached provincial television channels. Thankfully, it was only provincial channels. Had it been national channels, what would the owner of the genuine painting think? Would the owner of the genuine painting step forward to declare this one a fake? Logically, it's possible the owner of the genuine piece might indeed come forward to make a judgment. Because if they don't step forward to judge, and once everyone believes the painting auction is genuine, then conversely, that would mean the one in their possession is fake? Therefore, whether for public or private reasons, the owner of the genuine piece is highly likely to join this commotion. But even if the owner of the genuine piece did come forward, it wouldn't concern me. I'd already received the money, and whatever happened afterward wasn't my responsibility. By noon today, Yu Yi had already received the second installment. Chen Yingxi's uncle was quite generous with the payment. A full 120 million yuan, an unimaginable sum in the past. He planned to set aside a portion for his parents. With this money, they wouldn't need to work anymore, they could easily start their own company. But then he reconsidered. If he gave them the money, they'd inevitably start asking questions about its origins. Besides, their jobs weren't strenuous, quite the opposite. His dad was a department manager at a large corporation, and his mom was a supervisor in the same company's business division. They rarely had much to do. After pondering it, Yu Yi decided against giving them any money. Their salaries were probably more than enough for their needs anyway, they didn't need his money. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, he went out for his usual run. Today, he didn't wear any weights. After all, his body was injured, his ribs were broken, and weight training wouldn't help the wounds heal. Given his constitution, that broken rib would likely take about 3 days to heal. And during those 3 days, he'd need to supplement with plenty of nutritional supplements. Wu Tao had already reached 100 pounds in weight training, still running laps on the basketball court in the backyard. Lu Yi also went to Chen Yingxi's house as usual. How did the exam go yesterday? You all left so early, seems like you were pretty confident in your results? Chen Yingxi sat downstairs and greeted him with a smile. Of course we're confident. How about you? How did you do? I did pretty well too. After finishing all the exams yesterday, I came back and reviewed my notes. Comparing them, I found I got most of it right. So I'm pretty confident too. Chen Yingxi said with a smile, her fair face showing faint dimples.
That's great. Then we'll meet at Zida University. Sure. Chen Yingxi pulled out a food bag. Today's portion was twice as much. This much? This time it's 20 pounds.
I noticed that every time you come over to chat, you've almost finished 10 pounds of beef. I figured you must not be getting enough, so I just went ahead and made 20 pounds for you this time. Marinating 20 pounds of beef is quite a hassle. It took me 2 whole hours last night to get it ready. Wow, you really went out of your way. Thanks a lot. Though 20 pounds was double the usual amount, this quantity was manageable for Yui. Moreover, with his injuries, this amount of beef suited him perfectly. By the way, in 7 days, no, not counting today, so 6 days I'll be leaving. Yui told Qiongqi, giving her advance notice. You're leaving? Going home? Qiongqi asked. She knew Yui's family wasn't in Lingjun City, he was merely staying with his uncle. No, I'm heading to the capital. My uncle is returning to his parents' home. Apparently, he and my aunt are going on a second honeymoon, so they're sending me and Wu Tao to the capital. Qiongqi chuckled and said, even so, they don't have to send you all the way to Beijing. It's so far. Because we both assured uncle we're confident of getting into Beijing University and Purple University. So he said it's better to send us ahead. As for the acceptance letters, he'll mail them to us once he receives them. The results aren't even out yet, and you're already so cocky, Qiongqi chuckled. What about you? If you get into Xi University, has your dad's situation been resolved? Lu Yi asked. Her father had suffered a stroke and was paralyzed, lying in a persistent coma. He needed constant care, and it had to be someone trustworthy. Qiongqi nodded. That auntie I mentioned? She said if I get into either Peking University or Zeta, she'll take care of my dad. She'll bring him to live with her. Knowing she'll look after him puts my mind at ease. That's good. As they spoke, Lu Yi's phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out and saw it was teacher Ma Jichang calling. Qiongqi glanced at the screen too. Seeing the contact name teacher Ma Jichang, she asked curiously, Teacher Ma? Why is he calling you? Lu Yi snorted coldly, thinking to himself, how dare this guy even call? Even if he sweet-talks his way through it now, he won't gain anything. Because Lu Yi's The Lady of the Crimson Robe had already sold for 120 million yuan. Chapter 195, not worth it. Louis, I haven't reached out these past few days because of your exams. I didn't want to disturb you or affect your performance. Now that they're over, shouldn't we discuss that painting? Teacher Ma Jichang said politely over the phone. Lu Yi chuckled and replied, Professor Ma, didn't you say you'd give me a day to consider? It's been 2 or 3 days now. Is it still possible? Ah, that was just to encourage you to act promptly, not a strict deadline. You can give me your answer today. Where are you now? I'm already parked outside your place, Ma Jichang replied. Professor Ma, I'm not at home right now. Not at home? Then where are you? Tell me your location, and I'll come find you. I'm across from the West City Police Substation. Not too far. Hold on a moment, I'll be right over. With that, Teacher Ma hung up the phone. Louis didn't want to deal with him, but since he'd decided to come over, he might as well see what else he had to say. What does Teacher Ma want with you? He also wants to buy my painting. But didn't you already sell that painting? Yeah. Do you remember what he said back then? What did he say? Louis recounted to Qiongqi the exact words Ma Jichang had spoken to him back then. After hearing this, Qiongqi also frowned slightly. You'd never guess from his usual demeanor, but I never imagined Teacher Ma was this kind of person. That's just too shady. Your painting sold for 120 million, and my uncle agreed to it very generously. The fact that he was so willing to pay such a high price for it shows the painting has significant appreciation potential. He never makes deals that lose money. While he personally loves the artwork, he's ultimately a businessman. I saw an advertisement on TV recently. It seems he arranged it about an upcoming auction to be held in Lingjun City. You sure know your uncle well. Actually, that's how my father describes him. He's quite profit-driven, but he does have a real knack for business, even more so than my father. Though my father says his motives aren't pure. I don't know the specifics, but generally speaking, our family rarely interacts with his. Since you've already sold the paintings, why did you invite him over? I didn't invite him. He insisted on coming himself. Before I could even finish speaking, he hung up without giving me a chance to explain. Since he wants to come, let him come. I'm curious to see what else he has to say. Yui smiled faintly. With few vehicles on the streets this early morning, Teacher Ma arrived quickly, reaching the area in just over 10 minutes. By then, the sky was already turning light. With the college entrance exams over, Yui felt no urgency to return home. He didn't need to rush to school for classes anyway. An ordinary domestic car pulled up across from the police station. Teacher Ma Jichang stepped out, his gaze sweeping casually until it landed on Yui and Qiongqi. A deep smile spread across his face. Seeing Lu Yi and Qiongqi together, that smile instantly took on a hint of ambiguity. So you two are a couple. I never would have guessed. I always thought Qiongqi was paired with that Wu Jianfeng fellow. Who knew she was actually with Yui? Qiongqi flushed at the remark, but Yui quickly interjected, Teacher Ma, please don't misunderstand. I'm fine with it, but Qiongqi is easily embarrassed and can't handle jokes. We're just ordinary friends. Just friends? Oof.
I understand perfectly well. Just friends, huh? That's just another way of saying boyfriend and girlfriend, right?
Ma Ji-chan, who usually wore a stern expression, seemed unusually lively today, even cracking jokes like this. But the joking stopped there. After he finished speaking, he waved to Yui, motioning for him to step aside for a private word.
Teacher, just get to the point. Shenningsi knows about the painting at my place too.
There's no need to beat around the bush in front of her, said Louis.
Ma Ji-chang nodded at his words and replied, very well, then I'll be direct. Have you signed the contract?
If so, we'll proceed with the handover arrangements.
Recently, I saw a TV advertisement for someone else selling the lady red robe.
It's rather peculiar, but I believe their piece is the genuine article, whereas the painting in your home, student Yui, is likely just a high-quality forgery.
Louis couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Professor Ma, on what basis do you assume the other painting is genuine while mine is a fake? Ma Ji-chang chuckled in response. You saw that advertisement too, right? It's not just on the city channel, it's even airing on the provincial channel.
The person behind it is willing to spend so much on hype, advertising all the way up to the provincial level.
Do you think that's possible if they're holding a fake painting?
If it were a fake, the more hype they generated up front, the more embarrassment they'd face later.
Doesn't that make sense?
As for the painting in your family's possession, since it was pledged to your father without expert authentication, it's likely counterfeit, albeit a well-crafted one.
But if you, Mr. Ma, believe it's fake, why did you sign a contract with me? Lu Yi asked. Ma Ji-chang replied, there's a business strategy called riding the wave. Since the genuine red robe maiden is going up for auction, we could put a high-quality replica up too. It might fetch a decent price. But your fake one? It's not worth much.
So in your opinion, Mr. Ma, how much could my painting fetch? He pressed.
But when you examined it, didn't you confirm it was by Zhang Daqian?
Your painting is indeed a very convincing imitation.
I did make similar remarks back then, but I couldn't be certain.
After all, I'm not an expert appraiser, and such matters are never truly settled. In my view, your painting might fetch 200,000 or 300,000 yuan at most.
But I'll give you another chance.
I have a friend who's also a great admirer of Zhang Daqian's work.
Though your painting is a forgery, there's still a business opportunity here appealing to his tastes. I could sell it to my friend.
I'll help negotiate the price, and it could go for around 1 million yuan. This time, I'll take a smaller cut, just a 10,000 yuan commission.
What do you say?
That way, you'll pocket 900,000 yuan.
That's a substantial sum. Ma Ji-chang coaxed gently. Louis replied calmly, Mr. Ma, you were the one who offered 80 million for that painting from my family. Ma Ji-chang smiled. Back then, I believed it was genuine. Now that we know it's a forgery, it naturally loses its value.
Had it been authentic, 80 million wouldn't have been too much, even 100 million would have been worth it. But now that the real masterpiece is about to be auctioned, your painting is clearly a fake.
How could it possibly command such a price? Chapter 196, 5 million. Louis felt a surge of irritation at these words. He recalled Ma Ji-chang's earlier claim that his painting was worth no more than 80 million yuan.
After deducting taxes, fees, and public relations expenses, the net amount would likely fall short of that figure. But now, he was changing his tune, claiming it was worth 100 million even.
If it's so worthless, then forget it. I won't sell it. Lu Yi declared. Hey, Yi, don't get upset. Why wouldn't you sell it if you could? 1 million yuan isn't a small sum. With that money, you could buy a decent apartment right here in Lingjiang City. Why not?
Besides, you're not art enthusiasts. Keeping that painting around is just like having a piece of worthless paper. But in the hands of someone who appreciates it, it becomes a treasure.
How about this?
I'll take a smaller cut.
I'll give you 950,000 yuan. What do you say? Forget it, Teacher Ma. I don't want to sell it.
Yui shook his head. Out of respect for his former teacher, he wanted to spare him the embarrassment. After all, in ancient times, a teacher's status was very high. In the grand halls, people paid homage to heaven, earth, the sovereign, their parents, and their teachers, honoring heaven, earth, the ruler, their elders, and then their instructors. To rank among the top 5 signified the immense prestige of a teacher's status. A saying circulated back then, once a teacher, always a father. In small towns, a skilled artisan might not even agree to take on an apprentice. Taking on an apprentice meant imparting a craft that could earn them a living, making it a great favor. Yet in modern times, the status of teachers has steadily declined, not because society has diminished them, but because they have diminished themselves. While good teachers certainly exist, there are also many unscrupulous ones. As the saying goes, one bad apple spoils the whole barrel. This reality has led people today to view teachers through a lens of suspicion. Louis still held some respect for his teachers, especially his homeroom teacher. She had been genuinely kind to him. Before the college entrance exams, she would often chat with him during breaks, teaching him ways to relieve stress. Though he felt no pressure and these methods were useless to him, he remembered her kindness and was truly grateful. Ma Ji-chang, however, was different. Outwardly, he appeared to be a respected teacher, but behind the scenes, he was full of tricks. Stop acting like a child.
So how much will you sell it for? Ma Ji-chang pressed. Mr. Ma, I really won't sell it. Alright then, let me consult with my friend and see how much he's willing to add. How does that sound? Ma Ji-chang said, pulling out his phone and walking aside, appearing to make a genuine call. After several minutes, he returned with a broad smile. Good news, Louis, he announced. My friend isn't short on cash. He's offering 5 times your original price, 5 million. What do you say? The entire 5 million is yours. I won't charge you any commission fees either. What do you say? Louis chuckled. Ma Ji-chan was putting on quite the performance. Where did he even get this friend? He was clearly just talking to himself. Seeing Louis wasn't selling, he assumed Louis was dissatisfied with the offer, so he abruptly bumped it up by 4 million to a total of 5 million, and even claimed he wouldn't charge any commission. Mr. Ma, thank you for your kindness, but I truly won't sell it, Yui reiterated. Hearing this, Ma Ji-chang grew visibly annoyed. Louis, you can't do this. I've been running around tirelessly for your sake all this time. To say you won't sell now, doesn't that make all my effort for nothing? But didn't you say earlier that nothing else could be done before the contract was signed? What else have you done? Louis countered. Hearing the accusatory tone, Ma Ji-chan grew even angrier. This involved a whole series of actions. Just the expenses for entertaining them ran into tens of thousands. I've finalized everything with them, set the date, and now you say you won't sell? How am I supposed to keep my word to them? Fine, let's say that's the case. How about I compensate you, Mr. Ma? You say you spent tens of thousands on meals and hospitality, I'll give you 100,000. Is that acceptable? Louis said. Ma Ji-chan's expression darkened. He sneered coldly, Mr. Yui, I didn't come here to ask for compensation. I came to discuss the painting. My friend has already offered a sky-high price of 5 million. What more do you want? Do you think it's too little? Let me tell you, 5 million is already a fortune. If my friend doesn't buy it, that painting of yours is worthless, not even 500 yuan once it's back in your house. Louis had intended to spare him some dignity, but upon hearing that the painting wouldn't even be worth 500 yuan afterward, his anger flared. After all, Yui had spent considerable time preparing for this painting. Before the actual creation, he practiced repeatedly every day. He poured so much effort into this work, and now the man was saying it wasn't even worth 500? In a fit of rage, Yui blurted out the truth, Mr. Ma, to be perfectly honest, even if you offered 100 million, I wouldn't sell it to you. Your commission is far too high. Ha! My commission is too high? Go ask around elsewhere and see what others charge. I treated you as a student even though you weren't formally mine and gave you a discount. I even invited several highly respected individuals to jointly authenticate your painting. And you dare say my commission is too high? Mr. Ma, that painting of mine has actually already been sold. Sold? Don't be ridiculous. A fake painting, how many people would want it? And how much could it possibly fetch? Well, it didn't fetch much, just a mere 120 million. The painting you saw on TV, the one about to be auctioned, the lady red robe, is the one from my family. Yui said it with the calmness of a breeze. The word struck like a thunderbolt, causing Ma Ji-chan's body to visibly tremble. You mean? I said, Teacher Ma, the lady red robe advertised on TV is the very painting I sold. You were only willing to offer 80 million. Even if I took it to auction, you'd still take nearly 40% of the profit from me front and back. That way, I'd end up with practically nothing. So I decided it was better to sell it to that wealthy businessman. He offered a flat price of 120 million. After calculating, I realized selling to him was more profitable, so that's what I did. Louis smiled faintly, noticing the rather interesting expression on Ma Ji-chang's face at that moment. Had Ma Ji-chang offered 100 million back then, Yui would have sold it to him without hesitation. The fault lay squarely with Ma Ji-chan's greed. And now, he was pushing the price down even further, all the way to 5 million. But the words Louis had just spoken were like a resounding slap, leaving Ma Ji-chang stunned. 5 million? Another wealthy merchant offered 120 million. How many times more? A full 24 times more. Chapter 197, The Birth of Vow Power. A full 24 times the price. Only a fool would sell it to him for 5 million. Moreover, Ma Ji-chan's words today had infuriated Yui. First, he had disparaged Yui's painting, then added remarks like, once this opportunity is missed, it will never come again. But now, the truth was out. Ma Ji-chang had to face the reality. The painting he had dismissed as a fake, the one he thought was worth no more than 5 million, had actually sold for 120 million. Mr. Ma, I sold it for 120 million. The buyer paid promptly. All funds are already in my account and didn't even take a cut. But your contract stipulates you'd take 40% of the profit. Even if I sold it for 200 million, I wouldn't earn that much. Your cut is too high. I'd rather sell to someone else. Louis shrugged, deciding to lay it out plainly. Better to avoid Ma Ji-chang bothering him later. As for the awkwardness of severing ties, he didn't care. The college entrance exams were over anyway, and he'd likely rarely return to Linjiang City. Even if he did, he might not cross paths with Ma Ji-chang. Fine. Very well. Ma Ji-chan, who had appeared furious moments before, suddenly shifted his expression into a sinister grin. Since you've made such a fortune, congratulations. Goodbye. I wish you both success in getting into your dream universities. With that, Ma Ji-chan turned and left. He drove off like a cheetah, speeding away without a moment's pause. Lu-yi, weren't your words just now a bit harsh? Teacher Ma may be greedy, but there was no need to state it so bluntly. Qiongqi, being a girl, was naturally more tender-hearted. It's fine. Yu-yi shrugged. They say you should always leave a little room for future encounters. But I won't be seeing Teacher Ma again. I didn't intend to say those things, but his words really angered me. I couldn't let it go. All right. Qiongqi couldn't possibly understand. Had she known that painting was actually created by Yui himself, she might have grasped why he'd suddenly become so furious. After all, it was the heart and soul of nearly a month's work, only to be dismissed as worthless by Ma Ji-chang. Anyone would be furious. Alright, I should go upstairs to prepare the medicine. You should head home too, right? Yeah, I really should head home. See you later. Yeah, see you later. Ma Ji-chang sped down the road in his car. After driving 2 or 3 kilometers, he turned onto a quiet street and gradually slowed to a stop. Once parked, he let out an angry growl inside the vehicle. Lu-yi, you dare play games with me? Just you wait. Ma Ji-chan pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Slowly, he said, old classmate, I'm reaching out because I need your help. Would you be willing? A woman's voice answered, sounding both excited and delighted. Of course I'll help. I've been waiting for you to ask. I'm genuinely happy to assist you. Good. Here's the deal, I need you to suppress a student's file. No matter his scores, I want him barred from enrollment. Ma Ji-chang said coldly. Huh? Suppress a file? That's a big deal. The woman sounded hesitant and worried. What? You just said you were happy to help me. I barely opened my mouth, and you're already backing out? If that's the case, then I guess I picked the wrong person. Goodbye. Ma Ji-chan's words were final. After speaking, he made a move to hang up. No, I'll help. I'll do it. The woman on the phone, her tone betraying her affection for Ma Ji-chan, who likely ignored her normally. Now that he'd reached out, she was naturally overjoyed. Help? Aren't you afraid of getting disciplined or something? Who cares? I've got connections. I won't get disciplined that easily. Besides, you asked for my help, how could I refuse? Name the student whose file you want held up, and I'll make sure they can't get into any university. The woman's voice was firm. It's a student from our school, Yui from the class of 2016. U is the character for music, and E is the character for perseverance. Got it. Oh, and one isn't enough. While you're at it, hold back another one. Ma Ji-chan's expression hardened. Might as well go all out. Name them. Also hold the file of a girl named Qiongqi. I want both of them barred from attending any school. Got it. I'll check their files first and contact you if there are any issues. Great. Thanks a lot. No need to thank me. But now that I've helped you out this time, when will you agree to have dinner with me? The woman's voice asked over the phone. It's just dinner, any time is fine. Ma Ji often said. Sounds good. How about today? We can chat more over dinner. Great. After hanging up, Ma Ji-chan flashed a sinister grin. Meanwhile, Yui and Qiongqi remained completely unaware of what was about to unfold. Student records are crucial. If they're withheld, the files won't be forwarded during college applications, preventing admission and leaving students with nowhere to attend. In the past, similar incidents had occurred in many provinces. Some files were deliberately withheld or altered, allowing others to impersonate students and gain admission to prestigious universities. Those without connections or background had no choice but to start over. Faced with such injustice, though filled with resentment and frustration, they had no recourse. There was nowhere to appeal. The relevant authorities simply wouldn't hear their cases or acknowledge their plight. Left with no choice, those who found the process too troublesome or themselves too weak to fight back had no option but to retake their senior year and start over. After returning home, Yui took a bath. During the shower, he noticed his fractured rib had indeed healed significantly. As long as he continued supplementing with calcium and high-protein foods, this broken rib would soon return to normal. As he wiped his chest, a Qiongqi pattern suddenly emerged on the skin where nothing had been visible before. This Qiongqi pattern was an intense crimson, its glow flickering intermittently. Ha? What's going on? Yi felt puzzled. Then, from within his dantian, Zhao voice suddenly echoed, Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations. Lu-yi gave a wry smile. What is there to celebrate? I've just offended someone. Where is the joy? Zhao Yun replied, My lord, within the Qiongqi amber, I sense the emergence of willpower. Because of that painting, you have now received this willpower, and it continues to flow in steadily. I believe that by the end of today, the accumulated willpower will be sufficient for you to use teleportation at least once. Chapter 198, Self-Improvement. The accumulated willpower after today will be enough for one teleportation? That fast?
The formation of willpower is no easy feat according to Zhao Yun. Accumulating enough for a single teleportation within a single day is an extraordinary amount.
This pace is indeed swift. Zhao Yun marveled at this too. In our era, the population was nowhere near as vast as it is now. This immense nation now counts its people in the billions. Such a colossal population was unimaginable in our time. This is all thanks to modern technology. Ensuring the people can live is the fundamental priority.
Back then, with so many people, they would likely have starved or frozen to death long ago. In ancient times, crop yields were extremely low. Starvation was a common occurrence back then. With a larger population, the collective force generated by each individual thought becomes more massive and rapid. Lord, your painting, now promoted across major television networks, has undoubtedly reached many people.
This is what allows the power of aspiration to manifest so swiftly.
However, since you used someone else's name this time, if you had used your own, the effect would have been several times greater.
Zhao Yun said. Using your own name would have multiplied the effect several times over?
Yes, Lord.
You used the name Zhang Daqian. While you could also go by that name, its fame precedes you.
You merely rode its coattails. That you garnered any wish power at all is remarkable. But this effect is diminished by 70 or 80%. If you used your own name, the effect would be undiminished. It would be 100% effective. In that case, the willpower generated would be far more potent and rapid. If it could reach the scale we have now, the willpower gathered in a single day could be used 10 times over.
Zhao Yun explained. Yui sighed with emotion.
Though using Zhang Daqian's name for his paintings yielded inferior results, it was still better than nothing. His skill at imitation was sufficient, but his own fame was insufficient.
If he painted this work under his own name, who would buy it?
The Red Flute Girl sold for 120 million yuan, and its artistic value was secondary. In terms of artistry alone, the painting might not have been worth that much.
Its value lay solely in bearing Zhang Daqian's signature.
As the saying goes, a tree's shadow is as long as its name. Only with Zhang Daqian's name attached did it command 120 million taels. Had it been signed by Yui, forget 120 million, it might not even sell for 12 million or even 1,200,000. A mountain need not be tall to be famous if it harbors immortals. A water need not be deep to be sacred if it shelters dragons. All this is attributable to the name Zhang Daqian. Yui understood this principle well, and could only sigh, there's no other way. For now, I must proceed thus. If the effect is lacking, so be it. At this pace, in just a few more days, I believe the accumulated wish power will grow stronger.
If only I could save up enough for 10 more uses.
If he had 10 more uses of instant teleportation, Yui would never squander them carelessly again. He had once been unaware of the preciousness of teleportation, squandering so many attempts in internet cafes. Later, whenever he recalled those experiments, he was filled with regret. Had those wasted opportunities not been squandered, he could have earned a fortune using this ability. After this, he could paint more works to sell. Since Qiongqi's uncle had such influence, if this painting of Lady Hongfu sold well, he believed the uncle would be happy to collaborate with him again. Lui pondered this, already considering which painting to imitate next. He knew he couldn't copy anything housed in a museum, because if it was in a museum, everyone would know it was a fake without even looking. Only those that had fallen into private hands could be passed off as originals.
This auction was reportedly scheduled for 7 days hence. The advertising blitz and tight timeline seemed anything but standard procedure. Regardless, I intended to attend this auction. His uncle had originally told him and Wu Tao to leave Langjiang City, but Yui wanted to stay behind to see for himself how much his painting would fetch. The auction itself wouldn't last long. It was set to begin in just 7 days. Normally, he'd need at least 2 months to prepare and run ads, ensuring wider exposure. But he'd squeezed it all into a single week, far too rushed. After his shower, Lui didn't dwell on it. The painting was sold. How Uncle Qiongqi handled it was his business. Lui had already received his payment. Zhao Yun suddenly interjected, perhaps he suspects the painting is a fake, which is why he deliberately shortened the time frame. Zhao Yun's suggestion struck a chord with Yui. Following standard practice, like how directors promote a film 1 or 2 months in advance, it was definitely not this rushed. Only if he knew the painting was fake would he act this way. Time would reveal its authenticity, and dragging it out too long would allow too many unpredictable factors to surface. If that was the case, Qiongqi's uncle was truly cunning. The next day, Yui stayed home reading books, while Wu Tao, like a dog returning to its vomit, went back to the internet cafe to play games. Lui's daily immersion in medical texts yielded substantial gains. Coupled with his solid foundational knowledge, chemistry and pharmacology etched deeply into his memory, his expertise grew increasingly refined. His medical skills now rivaled those of any emergency room intern at the city hospital. Once I finish reading and memorizing all these books, I'll likely be on par with the specialists at the city's top hospitals. Lui gazed at the dozens of specialized medical books on his desk. He had purchased them, online textbooks and notes left behind by medical university graduates.
While these materials were no longer useful to the graduates, they proved invaluable to Yui. He had also bought many books from bookstores, but they were all too general and covered topics only superficially. That's when he thought of buying the textbooks and materials that medical university graduates no longer needed online. As long as the price was high enough, many were willing to sell. And so, he bought a large quantity, dozens of textbooks plus a mountain of notes. Typically, doctors specialize in just one or two fields: gastroenterology for gastroenterologists, obstetrics and gynecology for OB/GYNs. But Yui studied every single subject, leaving none untouched. As the saying goes, you can't chew more than you can swallow, but he was different from ordinary people. He possessed an extraordinary memory, able to retain information beyond the capacity of most, and he could synthesize and master it with remarkable speed. He learned faster than others and assimilated knowledge more swiftly than the average person. Thus, he seized every opportunity to study, leaving nothing untouched.
Chapter 199, A Word of Caution.
By the third day, the Cold River City auction, heavily advertised on television, had been finalized to take place at the Cold River Sports Arena.
The Lunjiang Gymnasium was a recent construction, not yet in use. Choosing this location for the auction also served as its grand opening. The date was set for 7 days after the advertisements first aired. With 3 days already passed, only 4 days remained. For the next 4 days, Yui spent most of his time at home reading, rarely going out. Wu Tao, meanwhile, played video games every single day. He had initially played at internet cafes, claiming he liked the atmosphere there. But after his uncle scolded him a few times, he simply spent money to buy a top-of-the-line computer and installed it in his own room. Day after day, he immersed himself in gaming. With the college entrance exams over, his uncle wouldn't scold him anymore. On the 4th day, when Yui ventured out, he noticed a large influx of out-of-towners in Linjiang City. They were all gathered near the Linjiang Gymnasium. Most arrived in luxury cars, likely here for the auction, hoping to purchase an authentic Zhang Daqian painting. After all, Zhang Daqian had been dead for so many years, and the genuine works he had painted during his lifetime were extremely limited. Acquiring such pieces was a surefire investment. Once acquired, simply waiting a few years would guarantee price appreciation, virtually eliminating the risk of loss. It was both a sound investment and a business opportunity. Even if one didn't keep the piece, selling it abroad at auction would yield an even higher price.
As the saying goes, in times of turmoil, gold is king; in times of prosperity, collectibles reign. This means that during chaotic periods, gold holds its value best. Paper money becomes worthless when dynasties change, but gold remains eternal wealth. In times of peace, collecting becomes an excellent investment. As people's material living standards rise, more and more will yearn for art, and many will be willing to spend money in this area.
Hey, Yui. Just as Yui passed by the gymnasium, a Cadillac drove past.
A woman's voice suddenly called out from inside the car window.
Lu Yi turned to see Chen Xiaoling. He smiled and greeted her, "Hello."
The Cadillac slowed to a stop, and Chen Xiaoling stepped out. Approaching Lu Yi, she asked cheerfully, "After the college entrance exams, my family was so busy with this and that, I didn't get a chance to catch up with my classmates."
"Hey, Lu Yi, how did you do on the exam?"
"Well, the results aren't out yet. I don't know exactly how I did."
"How do you feel about it?"
"Pretty good, I guess."
"And you? As the class study representative, you've always been the top student. You must have done well on the college entrance exam, right?" Lu Yi asked.
Chen Xiaoling nodded. "I feel pretty good about it," she giggled, covering her mouth with her hand. She added, "I finished all the questions on the exam, and I feel like my accuracy was pretty high.
Now I'm just waiting for the results to confirm it. But I'm about 60% sure I'll get into Beijing University." "Well, congratulations then. Don't be so hard on yourself. I know your capabilities. In math and history, I'm honestly not your match. Your scores must be solid too. You might even make the cut for Beijing University. If that happens, we'll have company there,"
Chen Xiaoling said with a smile.
Lu Yi just smiled without responding.
Having sold a fake painting to her father, he felt somewhat awkward facing her.
"Oh, right, Yui. Did you come here to watch the auction?"
"Yeah. The TV ads are everywhere. I was bored, so I thought I'd check it out. The auction doesn't start for another 2 days, and the stadium has security guards.
Ordinary people can't get in.
To gain access, you either need to provide proof of sufficient funds or have an invitation.
If you want to attend, I could get you an invitation."
"Oh, that's great.
Thanks a lot. No need to be so formal, classmate. Also, I think I heard my dad mention that he bought that painting of the lady with the crimson scarf from your family? Is that right?
No wonder you seem so knowledgeable about paintings. Turns out you come from a well-educated family too."
"Not at all. My family wouldn't exactly be called scholarly. Don't try to fool me."
"That painting you recommended we buy last time on Antique Street, after I brought it home, my dad had it professionally authenticated, and it turned out to be genuine."
He was over the moon. "And to think your family even owns a masterpiece like the Lady Red Robe. My dad said paintings like that aren't something ordinary households can pull out."
With your deep knowledge of art and such renowned works at home, you must come from a scholarly family.
Lu Yi felt embarrassed. Hearing her speak with such certainty, he couldn't bring himself to deny it. But his family certainly wasn't from a scholarly background. His parents were just ordinary working-class folks. At that moment, another person stepped out of the Cadillac. It was a young man one Yui recognized as Chen Ming, Chen Xiaoling's cousin. "Oh, it's you.
Never thought I'd see you in one piece," Chen Ming chuckled, his words carrying hidden meaning.
Lu Yi understood perfectly.
Their first encounter had involved a clash with Black Dragon Society members when he and Wu Tao were ambushed. That night on Antique Street, Lu Yi had severely wounded a minor Black Dragon Society leader, drawing blood. Given the Black Dragon Society's nature, they always retaliated tooth for tooth, blood for blood. So Chen Ming was genuinely surprised to see Lu Yi unscathed after all this time.
"Xiaoling, we should go. Uncle asked us to handle something quickly.
The auction is approaching, and we need to hurry,"
Chen Ming urged, not sparing Lu Yi another glance.
It seemed he didn't want to look at such a person any longer and didn't want Chen Xiaoling to interact with him either.
"Oh." Chen Xiaoling responded, then addressed Yui. "Yui, I have business to attend to. I must take my leave."
With that, she handed him a card.
Lu Yi glanced at it. It was indeed an invitation. "Here's some advice," Chen Ming interjected.
"Before the Black Dragon Society tracks you down, get out of here.
You finished your college entrance exams anyway. Go as far as you can. Don't stay in Linjiang City."
"No need to worry," Lu Yi replied. "I don't take that Black Dragon Society seriously."
"Ha!" Chen Ming chuckled dismissively and strode off.
Lu Yi tucked away the invitation, refusing to stoop to their level. Speaking of the Black Dragon Society, they'd been acting strangely lately. Last time they kidnapped Wu Tao, Lu Yi went in alone and took out their entire leadership, leaving them all injured. After that, they didn't come looking for trouble.
But Yui wasn't afraid of the Black Dragon Society anymore.
Now that Wu Tao had gained power, and with his uncle's connections, anyone trying to mess with his uncle would likely face serious consequences.
Moreover, the Black Dragon Society wouldn't dare show their faces publicly.
Lu Yi had the contact of a minor leader from the Zhongxing Society, a guy called Brother Wang who commanded a large crew. They'd already agreed with Lu Yi, as long as he was willing to pay, they'd do the dirty work. They'd beat anyone up, anywhere within Xiqing district. Even if asked to beat up the principal of Linjiang No. 1 High School, they guaranteed they could make it happen. With these resources secured, Yui naturally had no further concerns on that front.
Chapter 200, The Su Family. On the fourth night, Flight MF-9688 from the capital touched down at Linjiang Airport in Linjiang City. The night air in Linjiang City remained stiflingly hot. Perhaps after too many days of clear skies, tonight the sky was thick with dark clouds, as if brewing a downpour. Before the rain could fall, the entire city felt like it was trapped in a steamer basket. The heat radiating from the scorching sun during the day, reflected off the ground, kept Linjiang sweltering. Huff! A middle-aged man stepped out of the aircraft door, glancing up at the sky. Linjiang City, such a small place, yet now it was stirring with activity. That was rather interesting. "Uncle, what should we do next?"
a young man asked. With his square jaw and large ears, it was clear he was from the north.
What else could they do? Investigate, of course. First, track down those Liashangmen scoundrels. And Lia Zhangyan and Lu Zongnan too. Since these young men were dispatched here, they've vanished one after another.
This was no minor matter. The middle-aged man had a chiseled face, marked by two deep scars that looked like they'd been burned by something intensely hot, leaving pitted, uneven skin.
There was no trace of handsomeness on his face, only coldness and ferocity.
"Uncle, we can't get in touch with Chang Yun, Chang Nan, and the others. How are we supposed to find them?" asked the young man, who appeared honest and straightforward.
"Find them?"
The middle-aged man chuckled dryly.
"Even if we did, they'd likely be nothing but corpses by now." "What? Uncle, you mean they're all dead?" The young man couldn't believe it. This was utterly shocking. Lu Chongqing and Lu Chongmin were one thing, but Lu Chongnan and Lu Chongyun were the elite of the family's younger generation, possessing D-grade amber. In Uncle's eyes, they had actually been killed? What else could it be? With their skills and efficiency, do you think they'd drag things out this long? Besides, turning off their phones for so long without contact is a major no-no. They wouldn't be ignorant of that. The fact that we can't reach them now, and their phones are all turned off, means there's a 90% chance they've been taken out. The middle-aged man spoke with the calmness of a still pond. Though Lu Chongyun and Lu Changnan were his kin, his face betrayed no emotional ripple. A man like him had either weathered too many storms, his worldly experience hardening him to indifference, or he simply held no genuine attachment to Lu Chongyun, Lu Changnan, and the others, thus sparing himself any pretense of concern. With Brother Changnan and Brother Changyun's skills, who could possibly kill them? Besides, I heard earlier that Changqing and Changmin are fine. How could all four of them be taken out? Their combined strength would be formidable, even Uncle couldn't handle them, right? The young man said incredulously. The middle-aged man patted his shoulder. Changqin, remember this, there are always higher mountains and more capable people. Nothing is impossible. Together, the four of them were formidable, but what if they'd been separated? Then they could been picked off one by one. And this is the remote southwest, a place where they knew no one. It wouldn't be surprising if they died here. Uncle, I still don't believe it. The young man remained stubborn. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. The truth will convince you. The middle-aged man brushed the dust off his clothes and waved his hand. Time to go. Let's head into the city after leaving the airport. The young man hesitated, then caught up, asking reluctantly, Uncle, if they really were killed, who do you think did it? Or rather, which family do you suspect? Your uncle here isn't a god. How should I know? Whoever did it, we'll only find out through investigation. Besides, they say Lingjiang City might have produced Lingju amber and Liaosheng amber. If those two types of amber really surfaced, then both the Qin family and the Su family could be involved. The middle-aged man said. The Qins? The Sus? Uncle, if it were the Sus, I could understand they're always at odds with us. But the Qins have always been friendly. They wouldn't go that far, would they? The young man asked innocently. The middle-aged man shook his head. Qiongqi, you're too young. In this world, profit reigns supreme. For gain, sons betray fathers, wives forsake husbands. What's impossible? You must understand the significance of the Dragon Soul Amber. If it were one of the 9 primary ambers, the moment it fell into our Lu family's hands and the Qin family found out, they would absolutely send forces to seize it, even risking all-out war with us. The power of a single primary amber is simply too immense. In present-day China, power is relatively balanced. The Qin family holds the dominant position, while our Lu family and the Su family are evenly matched, true rivals. It is precisely this equilibrium that allows the Qin family to maintain their supremacy. But if our Lu family were to possess a second master amber, do you think the Qin family could still hold on to their dominant position? Of course not. If our Lu family possesses a second master amber, the supremacy will undoubtedly belong to us. From that day forward, we would no longer have to kowtow to the Qins. The young man declared. Precisely for this reason, do you think the Qin family would ever allow such a situation to arise? No. Exactly. Since they won't allow it, what's their most effective tactic? Murder and plunder. Exactly. The middle-aged man wore an expression of satisfaction at having taught his pupil a lesson. After uttering this, he fell silent. The young man suddenly understood, slapped his forehead, and called after him, asking, Uncle, if it really was the Qin family, what should we do? The middle-aged man smiled and countered, What do you want to do? If it really was them, even if they're from the Qin family, I'll still kill them to avenge brother Chanyun and the others. The Lu family must never die at the hands of others. The young man clenched his fists, speaking with fiery resolve. The middle-aged man smiled faintly, offering no reply. They crossed a corridor and entered the airport exit. At the same moment, 2 more people disembarked from flight FM 9688. Both wore masks, coughing every few steps as if afflicted with consumption. But once they saw the Lu family members disappear into the distance, the coughing ceased. They removed their masks, revealing 2 square, northern-looking faces. Brother Yiming, do you think they spotted us? These were 2 young men, appearing to be around 22 or 23. The one speaking seemed younger, perhaps just 20. Lu Mingshan may be formidable, but his perception isn't that sharp. We boarded the plane before them and concealed ourselves well. Don't worry, they definitely didn't spot us. And don't underestimate my tracking skills. The older youth smiled faintly, then made a gesture signaling them to hurry after the others. Chapter 201, Soaring Dragon 7 Flashes. A storm was indeed brewing over Lingjiang City. At 2 in the morning, a thunderous crack heralded the downpour. The rain pelted against Yuyi's window, while a chilly wind slipped through the cracks, carrying droplets of rain inside. Louis rose to close the window, only to discover a figure seemingly perched atop the high wall opposite his window. It was unmistakably a person standing there, hands clasped behind their back, drenched in the rain. Occasional flashes of lightning illuminated the vague outline of their face. Louis's fleeting glance was too brief to make out the person's features. When the lightning faded and he looked again, the high wall was empty, not a soul in sight. Was it a trick of the light? No, he had seen it clearly, it was a person. He muttered to himself. At that moment, a voice echoed from within his dantian, My lord, you must be cautious. What? I sensed it just now. There truly was someone there, and 9 times out of 10, that person was targeting you. Lu Yi's heart skipped a beat. Targeting me? Moreover, I sensed the fluctuations of Dragon Soul Amber power emanating from them. Their power belongs to the Crimson Eagle Amber, likely another member of the Lu family. This individual's strength surpasses any Lu you've encountered before. If my guess is correct, they possess C-class power. Zhao Yun stated solemnly. Dragon Soul Amber, upon reaching C rank, one gains a core ability of the Master Amber. The Crimson Eagle Amber is known for 4 abilities, night vision, rapid-fire arrows, stealth, and pinpoint accuracy. D and E grade Amber possess only the first 2, while C grade adds stealth. Stealth, though only one additional skill, is a terrifying one. Imagine someone slipping into stealth mode completely invisible to you. They could strike at will, eliminating you without a trace.
Utterly unguardable, this ability is terrifying, the core skill of the assassination playstyle.
C rank. The Lu family has actually deployed a C rank amber holder? Could it be that our last operation wasn't thorough enough and Lu Changyun and Lu Changnan have already sent word back?
It's hard to say, but it's very possible. Zhao Yun said solemnly.
This is bad. Yui grew anxious.
A C-grade amber user far surpasses D and E-grade holders. If he encounters one, victory is far from guaranteed.
First, the power of the Qiongqi amber hadn't been fully unlocked yet. Second, Yui could only use it for 2 minutes. Within that time frame, he feared no one. But what if the enemy played for time?
A stealth tactic could easily drain his 2 minutes, leaving him defenseless and vulnerable to any attack. But your lordship, there's no need for excessive worry. After all, they haven't made their move yet, and we shouldn't jump to conclusions.
What if they know nothing at all? What if they're merely here to probe the situation?
After all, Lu Changman, Lu Changnan, Lu Changyun, and Lu Chongqing have all vanished without a trace. And the Lu family, being a prominent clan, couldn't possibly remain oblivious. Rather than fretting, it's wiser to remain calm and observe their next move. We can counter their tactics as they come. Lord, you possess the Qiongqi amber, the primary amber. What difference does it make if they hold a C-grade Red Eagle amber? Now that you can wield teleportation, even if we face them, defeat isn't inevitable.
Zhao Yun encouraged. Yes, I do possess teleportation now. With this ability, I need fear no one. If the fight turns against me, I can simply leave.
Within a 100-meter radius, no one can block or catch me. Yui regained some confidence. Advertisements for the Lady of the Crimson Brocade ran daily, and each day he received a certain amount of wish energy.
After 2 days of accumulation, he now possessed enough wish energy to perform 2 teleportations.
Moreover, the wish energy was still increasing today, roughly enough for 1 more use per day. By the auction day, he should have enough accumulated energy for 4 or 5 uses. It was a bit scarce, but if the ads ran for another month or 2, the accumulated wish power would be sufficient.
If it keeps increasing at the current rate of once per day, accumulating over 2 months would mean over 60 uses.
With over 60 opportunities, it would be more than enough.
I could do anything I wanted, and no one could stop me.
Moreover, with his newfound teleportation ability, Yui could now unleash the secret technique Zhao Yun had once taught him, the dragon soaring 7 flashes. This very technique was what Zhao Yun used to rescue Ado amidst 1,000,000 enemy soldiers. He charged in and out 7 times through the enemy ranks, slaying Cao Cao's personal guards and seizing the Qinggang sword, all achieved through the soaring dragon 7 flashes. He came and went without a trace, unstoppable by 1,000,000 soldiers. Once he locked onto his target, no one could escape the tip of his spear. Had Cao Cao not been surrounded by a formidable guard, Zhao Yun could have struck him down that very day.
Had Cao Cao perished then, the subsequent division of the 3 kingdoms might never have unfolded. The dragon soaring 7 flashes had 2 applications.
The first was for close combat, enabling 7 strikes from 7 different directions within a single breath. The second is teleportation 7 instantaneous shifts to 7 different locations, elusive as a ghost. It can be used for escape, and no one can block it.
This is a finishing move. The first method is lethal, few can withstand it. The second method is for escape, utterly unstoppable. However, the primary requirement for this skill is possessing the ability to teleport 7 times instantly. If one's willpower exceeds 7 teleports, say 14, then one can execute dragon soaring 7 flashes twice consecutively. Zhao Yun's legendary feat of 7 consecutive entries and exits from enemy lines stems from this very ability. Closing the window, Yui lay down to sleep. As Zhao Yun had advised, stillness counters motion. Since the enemy showed no further action, he would feign ignorance until provoked. Counter each move as it comes.
If the Lu family already knew about me, they wouldn't be waiting around. Right now, they were likely still in the suspicion phase. I hope this person wouldn't come looking for trouble. If they did, I'd have no choice but to strike again. The 6th day passed without incident. On the 7th day, the auction commenced. Wu Tao found himself bored out of his mind that day. Every game he played ended in defeat, and he deplummeted from silver rank back down to bronze 3. Frustrated beyond measure, he decided to skip gaming altogether. After his morning workout, he spotted Louis dressed neatly, preparing to head out.
Without hesitation, he tagged along. Broy, where are you headed? Take me with you, will ya? Auction. You going? Sure. Chapter 202, Authenticity Verified. Wu Tao tagged along. Though there was only one invitation, that didn't mean you couldn't get in without one. The auction enforced a no-admission policy for non-participants, meaning spectators couldn't enter. However, those with capital guarantees could gain access. The entry threshold for this auction was 100,000 yuan. In other words, those without invitations had to pay a 100,000 yuan deposit. This deposit would be refunded in full after the event if they didn't bid on anything. Wu Tao casually swiped his card for the 100,000 yuan deposit and slipped into the venue alongside Yui. By the 8th day, the venue was already packed to the rafters. While the Lady of the Crimson Brocade was the headline attraction, it wasn't the only item up for auction. Chen Xiaoling's father proved quite the businessman.
His advertising campaign drew crowds eager to see the famed artifact, allowing him to secure other clients who brought their own items for auction. He collected fees and commissions from these transactions. It was clear that most attendees were social elites, both locals from Lengjiang City and visitors from elsewhere. The locals were in the majority, all holding invitations. Experts and the like were invited to lend prestige to the event. Without a few experts to anchor the proceedings, such an auction would lack gravitas. Amidst the sea of people, Yui unexpectedly spotted someone he'd hoped not to see, Ma Jichang. Seated in the VIP section, he was chatting and laughing with several veteran experts. As the art teacher at Lingjiang No. 1 High School, Ma Jichang's presence wasn't surprising, especially since Chen Xiaoling's father had invited him. After all, Ma Jichang had achieved genuine recognition. Having studied under renowned masters and produced several classic works, he held a respectable standing within Lingjiang's art circles. Moreover, as a teacher at Lingjiang No. 1 High School, he was a role model and naturally qualified to be invited.
Hong Fu Nu? Ha, Iga, I think I've seen you paint something similar too.
Wu Tao stared at the words flashing on the screen, suddenly remembering something.
He asked right in front of Louis.
But before he could finish, Yui quickly covered his mouth and whispered urgently, "Keep it down."
Wu Tao wasn't stupid. Seeing Yi so tense, he suddenly grew alarmed and leaned closer to ask, "Brothery, could it be that the Lady Hongfu being auctioned this time is the one you painted?" Wu Tao was unaware that Lu Yi's Lady Red Flute had been sold. Only Lu Yi and Chen Yingxi knew about it. No one else, not even his uncle, was privy to this information. "Yeah, I sold it," Lu Yi whispered. To Chen Xiaoling's father. After he bought it, he spent a fortune on advertising and somehow orchestrated this auction. Looks like he wants to make a killing too. Wu Tao inquired, "Brothery, how much did you sell it for? Can you tell me?" Lu Yi held up one finger on his right hand, then two fingers. Wu Tao gasped, 12,000? Lu Yi shot him a look. Would a 12,000 yuan painting be worth Chen Xiaoling's father advertising all over the TV stations? The advertising fees alone wouldn't cover it, I'll tell you. 12 million? Wu Tao couldn't quite believe it. That messy painting Yi made could sell for 12 million? But then he shook his head again. From the look on his face, it seemed like even 12 million was too low. Wu Tao took a deep breath and tentatively asked, "Could it be 12 million? That's astronomical. 12 million? That's insane. Igu, stop messing with me. Your random scribbles could sell for that much? You're way off. I sold it for 120 million. Seeing his guesses were all wrong, Lu Yi just blurted it out. Holy. Wu Tao froze in disbelief. Holy. Did I hear that right? 120 million? Holy crap, you're painting actually. He quickly covered his mouth. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Keep your mouth shut. You know the deal. Do you really want everyone to know that this auctioned Lady Red Robe is actually my work? Wu Tao immediately shut up, wiggling his fingers as if counting the digits of 120 million. Finally, he sucked in a deep breath. 9 digits. A piece of paper with a crappy painting on it, sold for 9 digits? Holy crap, this can't be real. Iga, you're not messing with me, right? Do I look like I'm messing with you? No, and that painting that flashed across the screen just now, it really looked like the one you painted. Wu Tao didn't understand art. To him, all paintings were pretty much the same. Even if a masterpiece by the legendary painter Wu Daozi were placed before him, he'd only think, just another ink painting. What's so special about that? It's not even as cool as a special skin in League of Legends. Shut up and just watch. Don't ask questions. Once you get into college, I'll buy you a Lamborghini. Igu said. Holy crap, that's a deal. I'll remember that Lamborghini, the ultimate chick magnet. Wu Tao rubbed his hands together, his face glowing with excitement. The two brothers chatted while admiring the exhibits nearby. The venue had opened hours ago, but the auction didn't officially start until 10 o'clock. Initially, other items were brought up, antiques, mostly. Once the bidding started, the auctioneer's energy quickly whipped the crowd into a frenzy. Thousands had gathered here today, either the famous or the wealthy, for admission was strictly restricted. Consequently, each item sold for a respectable price. Lu Yi and Wu Tao patiently waited for the grand finale to take the stage. Before that, they watched the auction with keen interest, thoroughly enjoying the atmosphere. This was their first time truly participating in an auction. Several times, Wu Tao had wanted to bid just for fun, but Lu Yi had stopped him each time. He had come here discreetly and didn't want certain people to know, people like Chen Xiaoling's father or Ma Jichang. After all, this was only a small-scale auction, and with just one main item featured, the entire proceedings didn't take much time. By 12 o'clock, all the preceding items had been sold. A voluptuous woman in a cheongsam took the microphone at the podium, delivered a string of celebratory remarks, and then announced the grand finale treasure. This work, by the esteemed artist Zheng Daqian, blends the ancient elegance of Chinese tradition with the unique beauty of the Western regions. The painting showcases Zhang's exquisite craftsmanship, depicting the Red Flute Maiden in a graceful, otherworldly beauty.
This piece had previously appeared at auction in 2013, where it sold for a staggering 70 million.
Now, this masterpiece resurfaces a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zhang Daqian's lifetime output of masterpieces is scarce. Once this chance passes, it may never return. Bidders, seize the moment. Now, we present the Lady Red Robe.
As the elegant hostess raised her hand to announce the item, two attendants in period attire carried a wooden frame onto the stage. The frame itself was exquisitely crafted, and upon it, the Lady Hongfu lay wrapped in crimson cloth, radiating an air of extraordinary preciousness. This painting has been authenticated by 33 experts, with certificates confirming its genuineness. The auction is held here specifically because the Lingjiang Gymnasium has just been completed. We aim to inaugurate it with this auspicious event, making this the sole auction opportunity.
Interested parties, raise your bidding paddles now.
The Lady of the Crimson Robe starts at 80 million, with increments of 5 million.
Bidding begins now.
As the beautiful hostess finished speaking, soft music filled the room.
Chapter 203, hold on.
Whoa! Wu Tao stared fixedly at the hostess's stocking-clad legs peeking from the side of her qipao. When he heard the reserve price for this final masterpiece, the Lady Red Robe, was set at 80 million, he gasped in shock.
Holy crap, Gu, 80 million starting price, 50 million increments? Is this a bidding war?
Wu Tao's voice trembled slightly.
Louis hadn't expected the opening bid to be so high either. Would anyone actually bid on this?
Yet, no sooner had the beautiful hostess finished speaking than over a dozen people in the room raised their bidding cards. With the stipulated increment, each bid added 500,000 yuan. Thus, with just a dozen bidders, the price soared to nearly 90 million yuan.
But the bidding didn't stop there.
Bidders continued to raise their paddles in rapid succession.
97 million. 97,500,000. 98 million.
The beautiful hostess swiftly counted each bid aloud. In less than 20 minutes, the price had suddenly surged past the 100 million mark. Bidders continued to vie for the item, their paddles still raised. The hostess, gifted with eloquence, added some inspiring remarks at this pivotal moment. As the saying goes, gold in times of turmoil, collections in times of prosperity. Mr. Zhang Daqian's fame spans the globe, and many of his paintings fetched over 100 million yuan at last year's auctions.
Time and again, after the auctions closed, many buyers were filled with regret.
Given Mr. Daqian's stature, the preservation of value for his paintings goes without saying, and their appreciation potential is immense.
Everyone present here possesses discerning eyes and keen insight. Who will ultimately claim this piece, the Lady Red Flute? Let us wait and see. Let the bidding intensify.
Many in attendance were drawn solely by Zhang Daqian's name, coming specifically for this painting. What the beautiful hostess just said, though perhaps a bit exaggerated, wasn't entirely off the mark. It was essentially true. These bidders raised their paddles without hesitation.
130 million. 131 million. 140 million.
A wealthy bidder shouted, instantly doubling the price to 140 million. Hearing this, the hostess grew visibly excited. This gentleman bids 140 million. Truly a man of immense wealth and discerning taste, clearly a brilliant and successful individual. Her compliment made the tycoon smile happily, even though he knew it was just polite talk. This time, he was determined to win the bid for the Lady of the Crimson Robe. But barely 10 seconds after his bid, a wealthy middle-aged woman on the other side shouted out. Draped in glittering gold, she offered 150 million. She was even more audacious, skipping the million yuan increments altogether and jumping straight to a 10 million yuan bid. This caused many to hesitate. The price had soared beyond their expectations. The number of bidders immediately dwindled. Wow, this lady truly had the spirit of a heroine. The beautiful hostess praised her again. Her praise didn't sit well with the tycoon who had previously bid 140 million. He raised his paddle again and shouted, 160 million. This tycoon's behavior perfectly embodied the phrase money talks. They were all from out of town, likely from wealthy families, and 100 or 2 million probably meant little to them.
170 million. The wealthy woman glared at the tycoon, clearly matching his bid. $180 million. The tycoon didn't back down, adding another 10 million. 19 million. The wealthy woman countered again.
The tycoon's face twitched, his heart suddenly tightening. Unconsciously raising the bid by another 10 million would push it to 200 million. He abruptly lowered his offer, shouting, 19.3 million. Seeing he'd only added 3 million, the wealthy woman sneered contemptuously, raised her paddle, and declared, 200 million. The tycoon's face darkened. Defeated by a woman and subjected to her scornful gaze, he was thoroughly displeased. But the painting had already reached 200 million, far beyond his budget. He could only turn and walk away. 200 million, the beautiful, graceful lady had bid 200 million. Does anyone wish to raise the bid? If so, now is the time. The auctioneer's enticing voice echoed, but 200 million was simply too much. No one would bid higher. After a moment, she called out 3 times with no further bids, sealing the sale at 200 million. Louis watched the entire process, utterly astonished.
He never imagined the painting would skyrocket to such heights at auction. 200 million.
He had sold it to Qin Xiaoling's father for 120 million, yet with just some advertising and fanfare, Qin Xiaoling's father had turned it around and sold it for 200 million, netting tens of millions in profit. Businesspeople really are businesspeople, so calculating.
Holy, 200 million? 200 million. Is this really your painting? Could your work really be worth that much? Wu Tao gasped. Louis didn't hide it from him. Yes, I painted it. Bro, how about we make a deal?
Wu Tao licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement.
What kind of deal? Well, when school starts, instead of giving me a Lamborghini, how about giving me a painting?
Wu Tao said excitedly. If Yi's painting could fetch such a high price, then another one would easily be worth at least 100 million.
Wu Tao calculated in his mind. Lu Yi chuckled.
My paintings lose their value the moment they're in your hands. But if you ever need cash, just ask. I can still cough up a few million or tens of millions.
Wu Tao was deeply moved and thrilled.
Back then, he'd sneak 10 or 5 yuan from his dad just to go online, or pinch 10 or 20 from the underwear shop drawer, always terrified his dad would catch him. Now, this Chinese good cousin, Yui, could casually hand over millions as pocket money. The feeling was like riding a roller coaster, utterly exhilarating, beyond description.
Let's go. There's nothing left to see. We should head back. Seeing the auction conclude, Louis immediately pulled Wu Tao away.
The success of the Lady Red Flute had surpassed his expectations, yet he felt no jealousy or resentment. He wasn't upset that Qin Xiaoling's father had made a fortune. Instead, he was genuinely pleased.
With this promising start, he knew Qin Xiaoling's father would gladly buy any future paintings from him.
Last night, Louis had already decided his next piece would be an imitation of Qi Baishi's shrimp. Qi Baishi had painted countless shrimp, and his shrimp paintings were among his most famous. If he could produce one and put it up for auction, the price would surely reach at least 9 figures. As his mind raced with possibilities, 2 young men suddenly blocked Louisin and Wu Tao's path as they exited the venue.
Excuse me, sirs.
The 2 young men blocked their path, arms outstretched, halting Yui and Wu Tao.
Chapter 204, The Heir of Lai Xiong. What do you want? Wu Tao shot them a dismissive glance and asked curtly. We wish to ask you a few questions.
The 2 young men adopted an equally haughty demeanor, blocking the path with an air of superiority.
Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? If you want to ask questions, find someone else. We're not interested in dealing with you. Wu Tao couldn't stand their arrogant attitude.
He reached out to push them aside and tried to walk forward. But the 2 stood there like mountains. Wu Tao's push didn't budge them an inch. If I were you, I wouldn't be so impulsive. You should know that sometimes excessive impulsiveness comes with consequences, one of the young men remarked indifferently. Wu Tao, unwilling to back down, was about to retaliate when Louis suddenly stepped in to restrain him.
What do you 2 want to ask? We're just here to look around. We know nothing about this auction, Louis replied.
In his dantian, Zhao Yun had sensed something unusual about these 2 the moment he saw them. He had warned Louis to treat them with respect. Held back by Yui and hearing his polite address, Wu Tao realized these men were likely no ordinary guests. He immediately fell silent. Seeing Yui's reasonably accommodating attitude, the 2 men chuckled. At least someone here knows their place.
Fine. If you answer properly, we won't make things difficult for you. I'll ask just 2 questions. After that, you're free to go. Ask away. First question, do you know a man named Liang Jun?
One of the young men asked, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed on Yui's face. At the mention of Liang Jun's name, Wu Tao's face twitched slightly, though he forced himself to remain expressionless. He watched Louis, waiting to see how he would respond.
Louis replied, yes, I know him.
I've been to his place a few times, though we're not close. His ex-girlfriend was my painting teacher, but after they broke up, I never went back.
Why? Why are you asking me about Liang Jun? Very well. It seems you're not lying.
One of the young men nodded. Louis's answer matched what he'd heard.
The young man paused thoughtfully before posing his second question. Do you know anyone named Lu Changqing, or perhaps Lu Changmin, Lu Changnan, Lu Changyun, or any variation of those names? Have you seen any of them? This time, Yui shook his head decisively. No. Really? Absolutely not. Your questions are strange. Why ask about all these random people? How would I know? Lu Yi said with a puzzled look. Suddenly, one of the young men thrust his palm forward, striking directly at Yui's chest. Lu Yi was quick-witted and could have dodged the strike, but he chose not to. Instead, he took the blow. The strike appeared powerful, yet just as it neared Yui's chest, the force was deliberately reined in, softening the impact.
Thus, the blow landed only lightly against his chest, as if merely patting him.
Very well. You're no longer needed here. You may leave.
Only then did the 2 youths step aside, allowing them to pass. What a mystery, Wu Tao muttered to them, trying to make the act more convincing.
Lu Yi chimed in, yeah, it's utterly baffling.
The 2 brothers shook their heads, slung their arms around each other's shoulders, and walked away.
The 2 young men stood rooted to the spot, watching Lu Yi and Wu Tao's retreating figures. One of them spoke up, Brother Yiming, do you think those two were lying? Unlikely. They're too young, and I checked their records, just high school seniors. Kids that green wouldn't be under much suspicion. Plus, their answers matched what I'd heard.
They probably weren't lying, replied the man called Yiming.
But I still feel like something's off about these two. Oh? What makes you think so? Intuition. Heh, intuition? You can't run things on intuition alone. Sometimes it helps, but other times it leads you astray. Our Su family isn't like the Lu family.
The Lius will stop at nothing to get what they want, but we Su family values reputation and honor.
We never target the innocent. Keep investigating. I believe Lu Mingshan hasn't uncovered anything substantial yet.
Perhaps we can follow his lead and play the role of the bird catching the mantis.
Su Yiming said with a slight smile. Brother Yiming, what should we do next? Sui Yang asked.
According to our intel, Liang Jun hired 2 private investigators.
Perhaps we can start there. Let's go first to those investigators' residences.
All right. After exchanging a few words, the two got into a black Lexus SUV and drove off slowly. Meanwhile, Yui had been holding his phone the entire time, using the front-facing camera to discreetly observe everything behind him from the side. Only after watching them drive away did he turn to Wu Tao and speak seriously.
Brother Yi, were those two just now from the Lu family? Wu Tao voiced his concern.
The Lius are like a persistent ghost, kill one batch and another comes.
Now they've tracked us down again. Did we really leave any traces behind when we took out those Lu family members?
He believed the 2 men were undoubtedly from the Lu clan. Lu Yi abruptly dismissed the concern with certainty, they weren't the Lu family. Our last job was clean, absolutely no loose ends. Plus, Uncle wiped out all traces afterward.
They couldn't have picked up anything. Not the Lu family? Wu Tao pressed. Then who are they? They didn't seem ordinary.
When I shoved them earlier, I couldn't budge them. They looked thin and frail, but their bodies were as solid as Mount Tai.
Yui nodded. Exactly. They're definitely not ordinary people. Then who are they? They're descendants of Lai Xionghupa. What? Heirs of the fierce bear Amber? So another clan is involved now? Wu Tao was stunned. His mind raced, then he suddenly gasped, fierce bear Amber? Wasn't that the amber of the fierce bear that Zhang Fei possessed back then?
With that amber, Zhang Fei could single-handedly fight 10,000 enemies. At the Battle of Changban Slope, his 3 roars shattered the bridge and sent 1,000,000 soldiers fleeing in terror.
And now, hearing about the heirs of the amber of the fierce bear? Indeed. Yui nodded.
He didn't know the other's surname, but Zhao Yun had informed him that this person was the heir to the fierce bear amber.
Zhao Yun's perception of that energy fluctuation was unmistakable.
He was certain it was the fierce bear amber, carrying the same aura as the one Zhang Fei had possessed all those years ago.
Chapter 205 Illusion.
As recorded in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Liu Bei once told Cao Cao that his third brother, Zhang Fei, possessed the ability to pluck a general's head from amidst 1,000,000 soldiers. Cao Cao harbored no doubt, for Guan Yu's valor had preceded him, and Zhang Fei clearly wasn't someone to be trifled with. Thus, at the Battle of Changban Slope, after 3 roars shattered the bridge, he bellowed, "Who dares come and fight to the death?" This single act of terror repelled Chao's forces, causing Cao Cao himself to halt the pursuit.
As for Zhang Fei's battle record, he once fought Lu Bu single-handedly for 50 rounds without a clear winner.
They later clashed again, battling over 100 rounds with still no victor. He slew Dang Mao in a single exchange, defeated Cao Bao in 3, and vanquished Ji Ling within 10. His victories were too numerous to count, cementing his status as one of the most formidable warriors of the Three Kingdoms era. The fiery bear amber that Zhang Fei carried with him back then was precisely what granted him the prowess to pluck a general's head from the midst of 1,000,000 soldiers. Now, the heir to the fierce bear amber has also arrived in Lingjiang City. The Lu family coming earlier was one thing, but now another clan has caught wind of the situation and arrived as well. These two must belong to another clan, but how did they know Liang Jun was acquainted with us? Liang Jun is dead, along with his 2 private investigators.
The Lu family wouldn't have passed on that information to them, would they? How did they track us down?
Wu Tao found it highly peculiar.
Lu Yi also found it peculiar.
The situation in Lingjiang City was shifting like clouds and wind, growing increasingly chaotic. Under these circumstances, the sooner they left, the better. Staying too long meant no one could predict what might happen next.
Now 2 major families were embroiled in Lingjiang City, and the turmoil they stirred would only grow.
If they didn't leave soon, they'd inevitably be dragged into it, unable to extricate themselves.
We need to get out of Lingjiang City quickly. If we don't leave, we'll inevitably get dragged into trouble we don't want to be part of, Louis said thoughtfully. Brother Yi, whatever you decide, I'll support you. If we're leaving, tonight is fine.
Wu Tao didn't seem to mind either way as long as he had games to play, he could adapt anywhere.
Yi nodded, deciding to head home immediately to pack. On the way, Yui also asked Zhao Yun about the abilities of the flame bear amber.
The 5 tiger generals of Shu had once fought side by side on the battlefield, knowing each other's strengths and weaknesses. Zhao Yun, who was familiar with the Crimson Eagle Amber's abilities, naturally knew those of the Fierce Bear Amber as well. My lord, as far as I know, the Fierce Bear Amber possesses 4 abilities: Madness, Bloodlust, Petrification, and Giant Spirit. What are the characteristics of these 4 abilities? The first ability, Madness, grants a tenfold increase in strength upon activation. This is the most basic effect. Even an E-grade Fierce Bear Amber possesses this tenfold power. Crucially, this enhancement has no upper limit. For instance, if a strongman's punch normally delivers 500 gene of force, triggering Madness would amplify it to 5000 gene. Zhao Yun explained. Yui was astonished and pressed further. E-grade grants tenfold strength? What about D-grade? And the ABC tiers? How powerful can the Master Amber become? Zhao Yun replied, it increases by tenfold each tier. E-grade is 10 times, D-grade is 20 times, C-grade is 30 times, B-grade is 40 times, A-grade is 50 times, and the Master Amber is even stronger, capable of 80 times the strength. Yu sucked in a sharp breath. Good grief, no wonder Zhang Fei was so formidable back then. Amber truly lives up to its name as the Fierce Bear. With Zhang Fei's physique, once he unleashed 80 times his strength, he'd be as formidable as 9 oxen and 2 tigers. 80 times the strength? That's equivalent to 80 burly men exerting force together. How immense could that power be? We calculated this back then. 10 men equal the strength of 1 ox. That means the peak power of Fierce Bear Amber could match the strength of 8 oxen. Zhao Yun said solemnly. 80 oxen? Good heavens! I recall you mentioned possessing only 3 oxen's strength back then, correct? Lu Yi inquired. Correct. Back then, I only possessed the strength of 3 oxen. Thus, in raw power, I couldn't match Zhang Fei. Zhao Yun was quite candid about it. He was renowned for his agility, not his strength. But 8 oxen's strength is terrifying. I suspect Zhang Fei didn't fully possess 8 oxen's strength back then, right? Asked Yui. Zhao Yun sighed and nodded. Indeed. Those who possess the Fierce Bear Amber are often plagued by illness. Back then, Ida could only muster 60 times his strength, at most roughly equivalent to 6 oxen's strength. Why would the bearer of the Fierce Bear Amber suffer from such ailments? This is intrinsically linked to their abilities. The first ability, Madness, requires no conditions and can be triggered at any moment. Even at E rank, it grants tenfold strength. How could ordinary people endure that? Just like when you first wielded the strength of 1 ox, naturally you couldn't bear it. Then there's the Bloodlust ability. When a Flame Bear Amber bearer comes into contact with an enemy's blood, their speed suddenly increases over 3-fold, growing fiercer the longer they fight. The Petrification ability allows their skin to briefly harden like stone, rendering them impervious to blades and arrows. Finally, the ultimate ability is Giant Spirit, where their body swells to over twice its size, transforming them into a 3-meter-tall giant whose strength doubles once more. Zhao Yun explained. Fierce, truly fierce. Yui had to admit Zhang Fei was exceptionally formidable. These abilities were the epitome of brute force. The Fierce Bear Amber is widely acknowledged as ferocious, but precisely because it is so ferocious, 9 out of 10 who possess it become plagued by illness. Back in the day, Zhang Yida was incredibly robust, yet after obtaining the Fierce Bear Amber, his health steadily declined. It was precisely because of this that he was ultimately assassinated by 2 of his own subordinates. Had it been during his prime, who could have ambushed him? Zhao Yun also lamented Zhang Fei's fate. As recounted in Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, upon learning of Guan Yu's death in battle, Zhang Fei flew into a thunderous rage. He ordered his men to produce vast quantities of hemp mourning robes, intending to lead a mourning army to seek vengeance. Yet he set an impossibly short deadline, far too little time to complete such a massive task. Taking advantage of his drunken stupor, 2 subordinates seized the moment to assassinate him. One of the renowned 5 tiger generals of Shu, once a formidable figure, met such a pitiful end, murdered by his own subordinates. What grade of amber were those 2 men who blocked our path carrying? Yu Yi inquired. Zhao Yun pondered for a moment before replying. If my senses are correct, both of them should be carrying grade C Fierce Bear Amber. The fluctuations emanating from them are stronger than any of the Lu family members. And what? Nothing. I just suddenly recalled something, though it might merely be my imagination. Zhao Yun seemed to remember something deep within his dantian, yet hesitated to speak, unsure of its certainty. Chapter 206, 2 Individuals. After returning home, Yui sent a message to Qiongqi's uncle, congratulating him on the successful sale of his paintings. Less than 10 minutes after sending the message, Lu Yi's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was indeed Qiongqi's uncle, Chen Jingdong. Louis pressed the answer button and immediately heard laughter. Mr. Louis, my daughter mentioned you were also at the auction tonight, right? I didn't see you, which is a shame. Otherwise, you would have definitely had a seat in the VIP section. It was clear Chen Jingdong was genuinely delighted. The auction had netted him 80 million yuan, a substantial profit after all expenses. Moreover, he'd secured additional business deals and received commissions from others, adding to his earnings. After all, making this much money in just 7 days, how many people in the entire city of Lingjiang could pull that off?
He owed much of this to Yui for selling him the paintings, which is why he treated Yui with such courtesy. Mr. Chen, the VIP seats are unnecessary. I'm just here to enjoy the atmosphere. But I never imagined you'd be such a shrewd businessman. Earning over 80 million in just a few days is truly impressive. That's all thanks to my classmate Yui selling the painting to me. My actions were meant to fulfill the wishes of those who truly love art. I personally have a deep appreciation for ancient paintings, so I understand profoundly that great works belong with great connoisseurs. A masterpiece like The Lady with the Crimson Brocade should only find its best home in the hands of someone who truly cherishes it. That it sold for 200 million clearly shows the buyer truly cherished it. Why else would they spend so much? Chen Jingdong smiled broadly. Actually, Mr. Chen, my family has another painting. I wonder if you might be interested? Yui paused before speaking. The collection of willpower this time had pleasantly surprised him. He had already gathered enough energy for 3 teleportations, so he planned to sell another painting to Chen Jingdong. After all, he had the supply, and Chen Jingdong had the market. Their collaboration was a win-win. Oh? You have another painting? What is it? Who painted it? Another Zhang Daqian piece? Chen Jingdong was clearly intrigued and pressed for details. Louis thought for a moment and said, it's not by Zhang Daqian, but by the venerable Qi Baisher. It's a painting titled Shrimp. Would Mr. Chen be interested? Qi Baisher? Chen Jingdong's breath caught at the name. Qi Baisher was legendary. His reputation in the art world even surpassed Zhang Daqian's. Who hadn't heard of Qi Baisher? Who didn't know his shrimp paintings were unmatched? In 2011, Qi Baisher's Pine and Cypress Standing Tall with Seal script couplet fetched a staggering 425.5 million yuan. Back in 2009, his 100 shrimp painting also sold for a record-breaking 1.2 billion yuan. Are you certain the painting in your home is genuinely Qi Baisher's shrimp? Yes, the 100 shrimp painting. Would you like it, Mr. Chen? If so, my father says he could sell it to you as well. Lu Yi said. Yes, absolutely. If it's an authentic piece, I'll definitely take it. I'll be away from Lingjiang City for a while and may not return often. If you're interested in purchasing, you can come inspect the items then. Fine, no problem. Chen Jingdong was enthusiastic. Having made a substantial profit this time, he had tasted the sweetness of success. If another painting fetching over 200 million yuan came along, he could easily pocket over 100 million in pure profit far quicker than any other business venture. After hanging up, Yui began practicing the 100 shrimp painting at home. To paint the 100 shrimp painting, he first needed to purchase some modern-era paper. Fortunately, he still had the phone number of the owner from his previous visit and had inquired with him several times before. The owner mentioned that through connections with fellow dealers, he had managed to source a few rolls. If Lu Yi wanted them, he could pick them up any time. However, the price was higher, 3,000 yuan per roll, in standard size. Lu Yi agreed. 3,000 was 3,000. Once the painting was completed, its value would skyrocket. What was 3,000 then? He planned to pick up the paper tomorrow. After that, he and Wu Tao would fly to the capital, leaving Lingjiang City behind. Brother Yi, should we book a morning flight tomorrow or an afternoon one? Wu Tao was already on his phone booking tickets. Book the afternoon flight. I've got some things to take care of in the morning. Louis said while packing his things. Alright, I'll book the 2 p.m. flight. Might as well grab lunch before heading out. Airplane meals are just awful. Wu Tao insisted emphatically. Fine, you decide. Around 9 o'clock that night, as Louis painted his 900 shrimp painting, a figure reappeared on the high wall over 200 meters away from his window. Bathed in moonlight, the figure stood out starkly. At a glance, Yui saw the shadow still lingering in the same spot as yesterday. He immediately set down his brush, rushed to the window, and stared intently. Yet, the spot remained empty. No one was there. Someone was there. Absolutely someone. It had appeared yesterday and again today. If yesterday had been a trick of the light, it couldn't be that again today. Lu Yi thought to himself. Suddenly, Zhao Yun's voice echoed from within his dantian. My lord, this is precisely what I wish to tell you this afternoon. Someone is indeed watching you from across your window. That person is highly skilled, appearing and vanishing without a trace. I wasn't certain yesterday, but they came again today. Just now, I deliberately sensed them and detected their presence. A faint fluctuation of crimson eagle amber power emanates from them. Faint? Doesn't faint mean weak? Could it be that the Lu family has sent someone else? No. A faint fluctuation doesn't mean the person is weak. On the contrary, it means they're very strong. Precisely because they're so powerful, they've concealed their aura and movements exceptionally well. If I'm not mistaken, this person possesses at least a C-grade crimson eagle amber. Zhao Yun stated with certainty. C-grade Crimson Eagle Amber? This afternoon I encountered 2 individuals wielding C-grade Fierce Bear Amber, and now at night I'm being watched by a C-grade Crimson Eagle Amber user. Seems I really am a magnet for trouble. Yui chuckled wryly. He didn't bother closing the window, pretending not to notice.
Directly opposite his window, beneath the high wall over 200 meters away, two figures stood, a middle-aged man and a young man. The young man had a square face, appearing honest and straightforward. The middle-aged man, however, bore two burn scars on his face. In the moonlight, they looked particularly menacing.
"Uncle, did you see anything?" the young man asked.
The middle-aged man smiled faintly.
"Nothing at all. But one thing is certain, that kid named Yui is no ordinary fellow.
At the very least, his perception is sharp. Both times I observed him, he spotted me within 10 seconds.
"Uncle, what does that mean?" the young man asked curiously.
That alone proves nothing. But Liang Jun is dead, and Changqing, Changmin, Changyun, and Changnan have vanished without a trace.
Records show the only person who had contact with Liang Jun's family was that high school student, Yui. We have no choice but to try to get information from him."
The middle-aged man spoke, his tone suggesting he had already made up his mind.
"Uncle, what should we do?"
The middle-aged man clapped his hands.
"Let's go find him. Beating around the bush isn't my style.
We'll talk to him face to face."
"Got it," the young man responded, quickly matching his pace to follow behind. Chapter 207, Arrival. These two said they were going to find Yui, and they really did go find Yui.
Soon after, a knock sounded at the back door of Wu Tao's house.
His uncle hadn't been home for the past couple of days.
Uncle Liang had taken care of Liang Jun and the two private investigators Liang Jun had hired. Lately, he needed to lie low, so he'd gone to stay at Wu Tao's grandmother's place. He figured he might as well use this time to mend fences with Wu Tao's mom, see if he could eventually persuade her to come back. With that, only Yui and Wu Tao remained in the house.
"Who's knocking so late at night?" Hearing the commotion, Louis shouted downstairs.
He knew it couldn't be his uncle. He had a key and would open the door himself if he came back. As for Wu Tao, he'd long since retreated to his room to play games, so it couldn't be him either.
"Open up. I need to talk to you."
A weathered voice of a middle-aged man sounded from downstairs.
"Who is it?" Yui demanded. Within his dantian, Zhao Yun had already alerted him, "My lord, beware. These visitors mean you harm. They are the ones who spied on you before, and there are two of them."
The older one possesses a C-grade Crimson Eagle Amber, while the younger one holds a D-grade Crimson Eagle Amber. Louis silently committed this to memory, his mind racing. The Lu family coming directly to the door. Could it be they truly have some information? Or did Lu Changnan and his men really pass the news to the Lu family back then? However, after Lu Changyun and Lu Changnan died, my uncle had checked their phones. There were no records of them sending any messages. No call logs, no text messages. But the absence of records didn't prove beyond a doubt that Lu Changnan and Lu Changyun hadn't sent messages to the Lu family before their deaths. Or perhaps they had sent them but deleted the evidence.
It was impossible to say. What to do? These visitors clearly mean trouble. Should he meet them or not? Yui was deeply anxious.
Zhao Yun couldn't offer much advice. After all, Zhao Yun was a military commander, not a strategist. He couldn't provide solutions for every situation. Yui pondered alone. If I meet them, they come in pairs, 1D rank and 1C rank.
Should things turn violent, I stand no chance against them. But if I refuse to meet, wouldn't that prove I have something to hide?
If they weren't certain of my guilt, my refusal would only confirm their suspicions.
What a dilemma. My lord, what harm is there in meeting them? You now possess the power of instant teleportation 3 times over. While the Crimson Eagle Amber grants 4 abilities, the Qiongqi Amber holds even more.
Zhao Yun spoke with the innate courage of a born general, fearless in the face of death and never daunted by any foe. By the way, I've always known the Qiongqi Amber possesses numerous abilities like teleportation and Herculean strength, but I still don't know which are its primary powers. Please tell me. The Qiongqi Amber's primary abilities also number 4. The first is Herculean strength, the second is teleportation, the third is Dragon Ascension 7 flashes, and the fourth is the ultimate skill, Peerless Awakening. Beyond these 4 core abilities, there are supplementary skills like photographic memory and physical enhancement. I never fully uncovered all of Qiongqi Amber's capabilities back then. These are the only ones I'm aware of, Zhao Yun stated. The strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers and the ability to teleport, Yui knew from the very beginning. As for the 7 dragon flashes, he only recently learned of it. The 7 dragon flashes are incredibly powerful, but they must be used in conjunction with teleportation. This technique has 2 applications. One is the instant 7 flashes, an escape maneuver that no one can block. Back in the day, Zhao Yun relied on this technique to charge in and out of a million-strong army 7 times, displaying unmatched prowess. The other application unleashes 7 consecutive strikes upon a single target in an instant, a guaranteed fatal strike. Mastering the Dragon Ascending 7 flashes grants unparalleled flexibility, advance to attack, retreat to defend, standing invincible. It was precisely this mastery that earned Zhao Yun the distinction of being ranked 2nd among the 3 kingdoms generals, surpassed only by Lu Bu. What exactly is the ultimate skill, the Muzu Awakening? Truthfully, I myself have never awakened it. In my time, I only mastered the Soaring Dragon 7 flashes. The threshold for awakening the unrivaled awakening remains beyond my grasp. It is a divine art. They say whoever masters it gains the swiftest speed under heaven.
The fastest speed in the land? Isn't teleportation the fastest speed in the land? Wrong. Teleportation refers to movement speed, not attack speed. Even with lightning-fast footwork, if your attacks are sluggish, it's practically useless. Only when your attack speed matches your movement does it truly become the fastest in the land. Oh, so it's roughly equivalent to attack speed in games, right? You could interpret it that way. Back then, you only mastered the dragon soaring 7 flashes and still ranked second among the 3 kingdoms generals. If you'd mastered the unrivaled awakening, wouldn't you have topped the list? That's not entirely accurate. Lu Fengxian was formidable. Even if I had mastered the unrivaled awakening, defeating him would still be uncertain. After all, I never faced him directly. Lu Bu's reputation had already spread far and wide. As the saying goes, among men, Lu Bu among horses, red hair. Though he had many flaws, one must admit his martial prowess was truly extraordinary. Zhao Yun remarked. After all, it took the 3 heroes battling Lu Bu to make him struggle. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Liu Bei, the combined might of these 3. Who in the land could stand against them? In history, only Lu Bu himself. So you're suggesting I meet them? Meet them. There's no harm in that. If they truly dare to attack, my lord, though you possess only 3 teleportation abilities, once you activate spirit manifestation, I am confident I can eliminate 2 of them. Zhao Yun declared with assurance. Though the dragon soaring 7 flashes required 7 teleportations, Zhao Yun's prowess allowed him to strike 3 times in an instant, enough to eliminate the foes. Upon hearing this, Yui immediately called out to the outside, "Hold on, I'll come down to open the door right away." He descended the stairs to the back door but didn't rush to open it. Instead, he adopted a timid demeanor, trying his best to appear like an ordinary high school student. "Who are you? I don't recognize you." "I won't open the door for strangers late at night," said Yui. The figure outside chuckled. "No need to open it. I'll just ask a few questions. Answer properly, and I'll leave. But if you don't..." The middle-aged man's already fierce face twisted into an even more terrifying grin. Louis peered through the peephole and asked, "What do you want to know?" "My uncle's shop just sells women's underwear. If you want new styles, come back at the beginning of the month." At this, the young man outside couldn't help but chuckle. The middle-aged man retorted, "We're not here to buy women's underwear. I ask you, do you know a man named Liang Jun?" Sure enough, it was about Liang Jun again. Louis replied, "Of course I know him. His ex-girlfriend used to shop here all the time. How could I not know him?" Chapter 208, A Turning Point. Ex-girlfriend? Who was she? Where is she now? The middle-aged man pressed. Louis shook his head. "I wouldn't know. He seemed to betray her, and she was heartbroken when they broke up. That was ages ago. I've no idea where she went." "Then do you know anyone surnamed Liu?" "Sure, those weirdos. They came asking strange questions too, including ones about Liang Jun. I thought it was odd. If you want to ask about Liang Jun, why not go to his company? He's a big name in Lengzhan's business circles, a rising star. Why come to me? I'm not even close to him," Louis said indignantly, clearly annoyed. That's the normal reaction in a situation like this. "Hey, listen, you two. Could you please stop asking all these random questions in the middle of the night? You're not the police, are you? And even if you were, you shouldn't be disturbing my rest like this. Now, get out of here. If you don't leave soon, I'm calling the cops," said Louis. "Uncle, this kid seems fine. Just an ordinary guy," the young man suddenly whispered into the middle-aged man's ear. The middle-aged man chuckled twice, then suddenly extended his wrist. A steel spike shot out, striking the lock on the security door. With a sharp crack, the lock shattered. He grabbed the door handle and yanked it open. Louis stood behind the door, feigning shock. "What are you doing? Help! Thief! Catch the thief!" he shouted frantically. The middle-aged man acted again, firing another steel pin straight at Yui's head. He moved without warning, giving no chance to breathe or think. This truly terrified Yui. Seeing this, his first instinct was to fight back, but deep inside, a voice told him to stay calm and not give himself away. His eyes locked onto the hurtling steel spike. The distance was too short, its speed faster than a bullet. But the moment his gaze fixed on it, he instantly calculated its trajectory using geometry and physics. He suddenly realized it wasn't aimed at a vital spot. The moment he grasped this, Yui closed his eyes and shouted, "Whiz!" The nail whizzed past, grazing Yui's temple with a sharp scrape before embedding itself into the wooden cabinet behind him. Lui's temple burned fiercely. Though the nail hadn't killed him, it had torn through his skin, and blood trickled steadily. What's with all the yelling?" From the second-floor room, Wu Tao, engrossed in his video game, heard the commotion and hurried out. He arrived just in time to see Yui confronting 2 unfamiliar men. By the light, Wu Tao also saw the blood trickling down Yui's head, already flowing down his cheek and reaching his neck. The blood flowed steadily, starkly visible. "Damn it! Who the hell are you, coming into my house to beat up my brother?" Wu Tao suddenly charged into the equipment room, grabbed a 5-foot steel pipe, and rushed back down, ready to attack. He wasn't stupid. Seeing that Yui hadn't retaliated, he realized these men were no ordinary opponents. If they were, Yui would have knocked them flat by now. Precisely because they weren't ordinary people, Louis had to conceal his true abilities in front of them, unable to act and reveal his capabilities. Wu Tao thought about it and concluded that if he were in their shoes, he'd probably do the same. The silent middle-aged man suddenly glanced at Wu Tao, then abruptly raised his hand, launching another steel spike. The spike whizzed past, grazing Wu Tao's arm. The hand gripping the steel rod went numb, causing it to slip from his grasp with a clang. Pain! Wu Tao sucked in a breath, quickly clutching the wound. His expression turned fearful as he shouted for help while pulling out his phone to call the police. Seeing the brother's reaction, the middle-aged man shook his head in disappointment before turning and saying, "Let's go." The square-faced young man followed close behind. "You bastards! If you've got the guts, don't run. I'm calling the cops. You come to my house and hurt someone, and you just run off? I've already taken your pictures. I'm handing them over to the police." Wu Tao shouted excitedly. But the middle-aged man ignored him, leading the square-faced youth into the darkness. After a few steps, they vanished from sight. Louis remained silent, saying nothing. He closed the security door, though the lock was broken, so he could only slide the bolt into place. Then he motioned for Wu Tao to come upstairs to talk things over calmly. Wu Tao, still fuming, actually called the police and recounted the entire incident. Louis didn't stop him. If it were anyone else, they'd probably do the same. After filing the report, Wu Tao stormed into Yuyi's room and whispered, "Brothery, it's two more Lu family members. How dare they come to our house? Should we take care of them too?" "Don't be impulsive," Louis replied. "These two aren't simple. They're not easy to deal with, and they don't particularly suspect us. That little show earlier should have made them even less suspicious. Their approach is very similar to that of Lu Changyun before. They come straight in to test our skills. It's just a pity that Liang Jun is dead now. They won't find any evidence. Besides, we're leaving tomorrow. Before then, we should avoid trouble if we can. Those two really are tough nuts to crack. If they slip away, it'll only make things worse. Better to endure them for now." Over 20 minutes later, a police car pulled up. Leading the group was none other than Uncle's old acquaintance, Officer Jean. Wu Tao politely addressed him as Uncle Jean and recounted the entire incident. Uncle Jean was shocked. "This is outrageous. Breaking into someone's home late at night to beat them up, even drawing blood? That's a serious crime. If caught, they'll get at least 6 months." Louis and Wu Tao both went to the police station to give statements, and Wu Tao handed over the footage he had recorded. After securing this evidence, Officer Jean assured them that if those two men were caught, they wouldn't get off lightly. After finishing the statements, Officer Jean even drove them both back home. Afterward, Wu Tao and Yui each went to rest. Yet atop the high wall directly opposite their room's window, two dark figures still stood motionless. The taller one suddenly turned around, leaped down from the wall, and said, "Let's go. These two aren't a problem. We won't find any answers on them either. Uncle, those two kids actually called the cops. Won't that cause us trouble?" What trouble? Just a phone call away. The fact they called the cops proves they're harmless. As for Changmin, Shangqing, and the other two, I'm certain they're dead. But we haven't uncovered any leads here. Our only hope seems to be tracing Liang Jun's ex-girlfriend. Contact the family immediately and have them investigate where that woman, Yun Wanxiu, went. No matter where she's hidden, find her. Only by locating her might we uncover new clues or a breakthrough. Got it, Uncle. I'll make the call immediately. Chapter 209, Mass Acquisition. The next morning, Yui left as usual and headed to Chunningsi's home. "Xiao Ci, I'll be leaving this afternoon." As soon as he arrived, Louis began his farewell. Before the September 1st start of the new semester, this would likely be their last meeting. "Leaving? Going home?" Chunningsi asked curiously. "Oh, where are you from?" She wasn't surprised by his departure, knowing he wasn't from Lingjiang City. He was merely staying with his uncle here. "I'm from Weinan City," Louis replied. "But this time, I'm not heading back home. My parents are both working, and I doubt I'd see them much if I went back. So Wu Tao and I are planning to go to Beijing first to explore and get familiar with the place." He took the towel and wiped his sweat. She couldn't recall exactly when it started, but almost every morning now, Chunningsi not only prepared the beef but also laid out a damp towel and a glass of water. All for him. Heading to Beijing so early? Looks like you two are really confident. Do you genuinely think you can get into Beijing University or G University? Chunningsi asked with a smile. "Yeah, I'm pretty confident. I'll get into either Beijing University or G University. The results will be out in a few days. Once I submit my application, it'll be settled." Louis shrugged. "I can't leave early like you two. I still have to take care of my father." "How has your uncle been lately?" "Same as always. With his condition, unless a miracle happens, he'll be like this for the rest of his life. All I can do is hope for a miracle. If it doesn't come, then I just want him to live out his days peacefully." Qiongqi shrugged too, showing she'd come to terms with it. Some things just can't be forced, like her father's illness. There's no effective treatment for it anywhere in the world right now. All we can do is hope for a miracle. By the way, if you go to college, what major do you want to study? Me? Economics. My dad was in business, and I intend to follow in his footsteps. This family fell apart under his watch, but I'll rebuild it. Qiongqi declared firmly. Then she asked, what about you? What major do you want to pursue? Me? I'll study history archaeology, to be precise. It aligns with my interests. These are niche majors, not exactly job-friendly. But Yui didn't need work to survive. He chose history because of the dragon soul amber. He wanted to understand history better, to trace its shifts and see if he could uncover the 9 dragon soul amber pieces of ancient China. Archaeology? Qiongqi suddenly covered her mouth and giggled. Why are you giggling like that? What's so funny about archaeology? Lu Yi asked. Qiongqi replied, they say archaeologists and geological survey majors have a really hard time finding girlfriends. 9 out of 10 people in those fields are bachelors. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to marry someday? I'm not afraid at all. Lu Yi chuckled twice, then looked at her and said, didn't you say before that you'd give yourself back to me? If I really can't find a wife, then I'll just make do. Get lost. Stop flattering yourself. I'm not giving myself back to you. Just wait, once I start working, I'll pay you back in no time. Qiongqi's cheeks flushed slightly as she laughed alone. It's about time. I should go, Xiao Ci. See you at school. Okay. Even though I'm leaving Lingjian City, you can always call me if you need anything. MHM. After bidding farewell to Qiongqi, Lu Yi jogged another lap before looping back home. After showering and changing clothes, he drove out in his uncle's old clunker. He was heading to pick up the painting paper he'd already arranged with the antique street vendor to collect it today. Each roll of paper was being purchased at 3,000 yuan. Wu Tao stayed home playing video games, trying to avoid going out. Lu Yi drove leisurely and casually, arriving at the antique street. During the day, it was very quiet here with little foot traffic. He found the shop where he'd bought paintings last time. The owner sat leisurely inside, brewing and sipping gongfu tea by himself. Running an antique shop was considered one of the most relaxed professions. 3 years without a sale, but when it sold, it could sustain you for 3 years. In this prosperous era, it was actually a good pastime. Hey, boss, I'm here. Where's the paper? Yui stepped into the shop and pulled out a wallet he'd grabbed casually, ready to pay. Young man, last night a fellow dealer sold me several rolls, 10 in total. You want them all? The more the better. 3,000 each. No problem. Heh, you look quite young, but you sure get things done efficiently. May I ask what you need all this modern drawing paper for? The shopkeeper looked at him curiously. Generally speaking, this type of paper isn't particularly easy to sell, so most shops don't keep much in stock. Only those skilled in forgery would buy some, but never in large quantities. 3,000 yuan per piece, that's nothing compared to antiques. But with such high volume, the shop owner's profit margin on these was quite substantial. He'd acquired them from fellow dealers for just 800 yuan each. Selling them to Yi meant a 2,200 yuan markup. He hadn't pushed the price too high because he seemed like a student and spoke the local dialect. If it had been an outsider, the price would certainly have been higher. 10 scrolls, 3,000 each, totaling 30,000 yuan. The owner rose and retrieved the scrolls from a box. This batch of scrolls looked slightly worn, not as pristine as the last set, but thankfully none were damaged. Boss, the paper quality isn't as good as last time. Young man, you should be satisfied with these. Remember, this is modern paper, authentic, though some yellowing is normal. Selling them to you at 3,000 each is practically a loss for me. After inspecting them and confirming no damage, Yui said nothing further. He paid and prepared to leave with the scrolls. The shopkeeper counted the 3,000 yuan handed over, nodded with satisfaction, then added, young man, I have some ordinary paper and other pieces from different eras. Are you interested? What's the price? Since you're a regular customer, I'll give you a discount. Qing Dynasty scrolls are 8,000 each, Ming Dynasty 15,000 each, Yuan Dynasty 20,000 each, Song Dynasty 25,000 each, and Tang Dynasty 30,000 each. What do you think? What about the quality? Your prices are steep. If it's the same grade as today's batch, I'll pass, said Yui. The shopkeeper realized he'd slightly overcharged Yui this time. He gave an awkward smile and said, rest assured, I guarantee the quality. It will be identical to the first batch you bought, absolutely no yellowing, water stains, or blemishes. Then it's settled. Stick to your previous price. Don't try to jack it up later. Heh, no worries. My shop's been around for a century, my word is my bond. Alright, boss, gather as much as you can. I'll take whatever you have, provided the paper quality is top-notch. No problem. You can count on it. Chapter 210, Laughter Wipes Away Old Grudges. Lu Yi packed the purchased drawing paper into an exquisitely crafted box. He needed nothing else for his trip to the capital, just his ID, bank card, and this box would suffice. As for clothes, it was time for a seasonal change anyway. He could buy new ones and the capital money wasn't an issue now.
After wrapping up the morning's affairs, he and Wu Tao boarded a car bound for the airport. By 1:30 p.m., both men were seated in the cabin, ready for takeoff. Their departure raised no suspicions among the Liu or Su families.
The new arrivals from both families had interacted with Wu Tao and Louis, finding nothing amiss with these seemingly ordinary high school students.
Thus, their departure went largely unnoticed. The Liu family's primary focus was now entirely on Yun Wanqiu, mobilizing numerous connections to track her whereabouts. Earlier that very morning, a member of the Liu family had learned through their connections that Yun Wanqiu had recently obtained an exit entry permit and had already boarded a flight abroad. Upon learning this news, the Liu family immediately dispatched people to follow her overseas, determined to locate Yun Wanqiu. Though the world was vast and open, finding someone wasn't impossible.
With sufficient funds, they could leverage foreign government channels to trace Yun Wanqiu's whereabouts. As for the Su family, their intelligence was limited.
It was unclear where their spies had obtained the information, but word had spread that unseen amber might have surfaced in Linjiang City.
The Liu family had already dispatched a large contingent to establish a presence there.
It was precisely because of this rumor that the Su family had dispatched 2 C-grade amber holders, Su Yiming and Su Yang, to investigate the truth of the matter. After several days of investigation, the Su family found nothing. Ultimately, they decided it would be best to follow the Liu family's lead and play the role of the opportunistic third party. Let the Lius bustle about first. Once they've exhausted their efforts, the Sus will step in to reap the rewards. If there's such a thing as enemies meeting again, it was a perfect description of Lai Daming, Jia Quan, and Ma Feng. On board flight JK-4233 from Linjiang City to Beijing, the moment Louis and Wu Tao boarded, they happened to run into these three. And by some coincidence, they were seated in the same row. Lai Daming looked extremely awkward upon seeing Yu Yi and Wu Tao. They possessed compromising photos of the trio, and Lai Daming had repeatedly pressured Lu Yi and Wu Tao over the matter. Initially, the three men adopted a hardline stance, resorting to coercive tactics. Yet, instead of Lu Yi and Wu Tao suffering any consequences, it was the trio who ended up getting beaten several times. Later, as the college entrance exams approached, the three confronted Wu Tao again only to be soundly beaten by him alone. By then, Wu Tao had obtained D-grade Qiongqi Amber, granting him immense strength. The trio had intended to beat Wu Tao and use him to pressure Lu Yi into deleting the compromising photos. Unexpectedly, Wu Tao fought back with brutal ferocity, attacking as if his life depended on it. Fatso Ma Feng took 2 punches to the chest from Wu Tao, leaving bruises that swelled for 2 weeks without subsiding. When he wore a t-shirt, his chest bulged on both sides, looking like a C-cup. Because of this, Fatso Ma Feng deliberately wore a jacket to cover it up, deeply ashamed. But there was nothing they could do. They couldn't beat him in a fight, and they couldn't win an argument. From that day onward, whenever they spotted either Yu Yi or Wu Tao, they kept their distance, avoiding them at all costs. If they spotted them near the east gate, the trio would immediately dash to the west gate. If Wu Tao and Yu Yi appeared north or south, they'd head straight for the north gate. After all this dodging and ducking, they finally made it to vacation. But fate had other plans. They ran into each other again on the plane. Ma Feng and Jia Quan sat by the window, while Wu Tao occupied the aisle seat. The moment Wu Tao spotted them, he clenched his fists, his knuckles popping with a loud crack. Hearing that sound, Ma Feng and Jia Quan instantly broke out in cold sweat. Ma Feng reflexively covered his chest, terrified of taking another punch. With his build, if he got hit twice more, his chest might turn into a D-cup. A purple-red D-cup, at that. If that happened, he'd never show his face in public again.
What a coincidence, you three. Wu Tao chuckled.
Brother Tao, what a coincidence, Jia Quan chuckled awkwardly, his body shrinking like a mouse.
You three didn't sneak onto the plane just to ambush me and beat me up again, did you? Wu Tao asked with a sly grin. No, absolutely not. How could we dare? Jia Quan shook his head like a rattle drum.
Last time, he'd been beaten pretty badly too. His eyes had been swollen for 7 or 8 days before they finally went down.
Near the other window, Lai Daming sat with Lu Yi beside him.
Lu Yi also watched him with a smile, while Lai Daming looked extremely nervous, not uttering a single word. This standoff lasted until the plane had been flying for over 20 minutes and had stabilized.
Finally, Lai Daming couldn't hold back any longer. Lu Yi, what exactly do you want? It's already vacation time. Are you really going to keep pushing us to the limit? Lu Yi smiled. I never intended to fight you to the bitter end. It's you who stubbornly insist on confronting me.
I told you long ago those photos, I'd delete them sooner or later as long as you didn't come looking for trouble.
Then why haven't you deleted them? It's already vacation time. Do you plan to blackmail us with this forever? Lai Daming snapped.
Right in front of him, Yui suddenly pulled out his phone, opened the gallery, and said, actually, I deleted those photos of yours long ago.
It's just that you're too stubborn to let it go. You're lying. Why would I lie to you? What good would lying do me now?
Besides, you and Jia Quan aren't exactly in great shape.
We're not into guys. Why would we keep your photos? Lu Yi showed him the entire gallery.
There really were no compromising photos of him and Jia Quan.
What about Wu Tao's phone? His phone doesn't have any either. Honestly, we're alumni from the same school, same graduating class. There's no need to burn bridges, right? Lu Yi looked at him. After everything that had happened, Lu Yi had matured considerably. He now saw his past conflicts with Lai Daming and the others as mere childish squabbles. Consequently, he felt quite at ease about it all and didn't wish to dwell on past grievances with the three of them. Don't worry, the compromising photos are gone. From now on, if you're willing to acknowledge that, we're still alumni. Lu Yi shrugged, speaking with a generous ease. Lai Daming looked at him, a strange feeling welling up inside. He had once obsessed over punishing Yu Yi and Wu Tao, yet never imagined they would be so magnanimous. Was this what they called burying the hatchet with a laugh? Chapter 211, The Residence. Lai Daming remained silent. Even though Yu Yi and Wu Tao had forgiven and forgotten, he still couldn't let it go. After all, in the years he'd reigned supreme at Lingjiang No. 1 High School, no one had ever dared openly defy him. Not only had Yu Yi and Wu Tao openly defied him, but they also repeatedly humiliated the three of them. This left them feeling utterly disgraced, and Lai couldn't get past that mental block. Hey, where are you guys headed? Wu Tao asked Jia Quan and Ma Feng. Jia Quan paused, glancing at Lai Daming to gauge his reaction whether to tell Wu Tao or keep it to himself. But when his eyes met Lai Daming's, he saw only a distant gaze fixed on the drifting clouds outside the window, offering no hint of what to do. Hesitating briefly, Jia Quan replied, "To the capital." "That's obvious. This flight is to the capital." "Where exactly in the capital?" To visit Beijing University and Ji University for an inspection." "Visit?" Wu Tao asked curiously. "What for?" "School, of course. High school is over, so naturally we're checking out the university environment," Jia Quan said with a straight face. "What? School? Are you kidding me? Just the three of you want to apply to Beijing University and Purple University?" Wu Tao's eyes widened, struggling to suppress a laugh. Ma Feng, Jia Quan, and Lai Daming, the school bullies, were notorious for bullying others and prioritizing fun over academics. They were definitely not cut out for serious study. Yet these three were actually going to visit Beijing University and Purple University. So what? Jiada and Zida might be the best schools in the country, but getting in isn't that difficult. Jia Quan suddenly radiated confidence and pride. "Oh ho, so you guys have other connections, huh?" "Of course. Money talks in this world. Our futures were paved by our families back in high school. It's as simple as 1, 2, 3. Not just domestically. If we're not satisfied here, we can head overseas anytime," Jia Quan said smugly. Their families were quite well off, especially Lai Daming, whose background seemed particularly influential. It was precisely this upbringing that had fostered their arrogant and domineering personalities. "Tao, what about you guys?" Jia Quan kept calling him Tao, and Wu Tao clearly enjoyed the attention. "We're here to scout schools too," Wu Tao declared smugly. "Oh, really?" Jia Quan wanted to laugh but held back. Perhaps he thought to himself, with Wu Tao's grades, he actually wants to get into Beijing University and Purple University? What a joke! Back when they first clashed with Yu Yi and Wu Tao, they'd already investigated their backgrounds. If Yu Yi could get into Jiaotong or Tsinghua, that would make sense. After all, during the second half of senior year, Yu Yi had suddenly excelled. Teachers across multiple subjects praised him, and his story was even used by many homeroom teachers across the grade as a positive example to educate their own students. So they knew Yu Yi had genuine ability. As for Wu Tao, his reputation as a troublemaker was already deeply ingrained. Changing that wasn't going to be easy. Across the entire Lingjiang city, his gaming buddies spanned every grade level from freshman to senior year, all playing League of Legends with him. Everyone knew he was a gaming addict. Taking sick days to play games or faking illness to game were common occurrences. And this student actually dared to claim he was going to Beijing to visit schools? Beijing only has 2 universities, Jingda and Zida, ranked number 1 nationwide. This is fictional, don't read too much into it. While their teaching quality approaches international standards, their admission scores are astronomically high. With a maximum vocab score of 750, you'd need at least 680 to get into either of these institutions. The difficulty is unimaginable. If 1 or 2 students from the entire Lingjiang No. 1 high school managed to get in, it would be considered quite impressive. However, neither Jia Quan nor Ma Feng believed Wu Tao could possibly make the cut. Yet in Wu Tao's presence, intimidated by his physical strength, Jia Quan dared not say much. The journey passed in silence. Jia Quan and Ma Feng had little to discuss with Wu Tao, exchanging only occasional, brief remarks. 2 hours later, the plane touched down at the international airport in the capital. After disembarking, Lai Daming and his 2 companions immediately took off, determined not to stick around with Yu Yi and Wu Tao. Lu Yi and Wu Tao, meanwhile, had their own plans. They hailed a taxi together and headed to Zida University to take a look around the campus. It must be said, as the top university in the country, the campus environment was truly impressive. As for Beijing University, they didn't bother to visit since they had no intention of attending there. Yu Yi also made arrangements with Chen Ying, agreeing to meet again at Zida.
They spent the entire afternoon wandering around for 2 or 3 hours, yet still couldn't cover the entire campus. The number of beautiful women on campus was truly impressive. The upperclassmen's legs were dazzlingly white, especially those from the art and business schools. Many were stunningly beautiful, radiating a vibrant youthful energy. University women were different from high school girls. High school girls were mostly still developing, while university women were generally around 20 or older. Women at this age were at their most beautiful, their figures blossoming like freshly opened buds, radiant in color and tender in form. Though it was vacation time, the campus was still bustling with students. Many were tourists, while others, like Yu-E and Wu-Tao, were here to scout out the university.
Broy, I've made up my mind I'm enrolling at Purple University. No other place for me. I'm gonna hook up with 10 or 8 art department seniors.
Wu-Tao leaned against a railing, watching the seniors in short skirts and black or white stockings hugging their long legs stroll down the forest path, his throat making audible gulps. Perhaps only now did he truly grasp the meaning of a feast for the eyes.
Alright, I'll stay here. Let's go find a place to live first. Ideally, we should buy our own apartment, it'll be more convenient. Lu-E said. Living in the dorms was extremely inconvenient.
Besides, he and Wu-Tao had special circumstances. Places like dorms were crowded and full of prying eyes. Trouble was bound to happen sooner or later.
Brother E, buying a house in the capital? Are you planning to splurge? Wu-Tao sucked in a breath of cold air. He'd long heard that in a place like the capital, 4 or 5 million yuan could barely buy a bathroom. And near this school, whether you could even find a bathroom to buy was another question. What's there to fear? My painting, The Lady with the Crimson Scarf, sold for 120 million. Putting a few tens of millions toward a house, isn't that enough? Money?
You earn more when you run out.
True. With Brother Yi's capabilities, making money is no trouble. Let's go find a place first.
Once we find it, we'll buy it quickly and just wait for the semester to start.
Now that we're here, things back in Lengjiang City should gradually die down. Lu-E and Wu-Tao left the school and stepped into this new environment. Both felt a fresh sense of wonder about the capital city. Its scale dwarfed Lengjiang City.
Arriving here truly allowed them to grasp the difference between a small town and a metropolis.
Chapter 212, Encounter. Buying a house through an agency was straightforward enough.
As long as you were willing to spend the money, all the paperwork and formalities were no problem.
Lu-E entrusted a major agency and selected an apartment building not far from the school. The tower stood over 70 stories tall. He purchased a unit on the 19th floor. The spacious 150 square meter apartment featured 4 bedrooms, a living room, a dining room, a kitchen, and 2 bathrooms. Such a layout was standard in Lengjiang City, comparable to his uncle's home. But here, the price skyrocketed. The entire purchase, including fees, came to around 50 million yuan. Lu-E spent this money without batting an eye.
He glanced at the box of drawing paper he carried. Any single sheet from it could earn him 9 figures or more. Thus, from now on, money would never be a concern for him.
For now, his sole pursuit was accumulating wish energy. The more immense the pool of wish energy, the better. The ability to teleport was incredibly useful.
By the time the auction for the Lady Red Robe concluded, it had only gathered enough energy for 3 teleportations. He had expected the buzz to linger for days after the auction, but unexpectedly, the hype died down immediately afterward. It seemed he still needed to paint another piece and have Chen Yingxi's uncle stir up some hype again. The 100 shrimp painting was the second piece he intended to create. He had already painted it several times and grasped some of its essence. Yet, it still fell short of the genuine masterpiece. These past few days, he and Wu-Tao had been staying in a hotel. The house paperwork would take at least 7 days to complete, and after that, there would be renovations and furniture shopping. As for renovations, they weren't strictly necessary. This was a second-hand home, not a new build. The previous owner had already done a decent job with the design, and it hadn't been occupied for too long. Yu-E and Wu-Tao could make do with it as is. After all, starting from scratch would inevitably introduce formaldehyde, which wasn't good for their health. They'd simply hire a cleaning company to give the place a thorough scrub. Then, once the furniture is purchased and the decor is in place, they can move in immediately. The entire process should take about a month. There's no particular urgency in the near term anyway. After checking into the hotel, Yu-E studied the notebook Yun Wanqiu had given him, reviewing the key points. He then went out to buy a set of specialized painting supplies.
Upon returning, he continued painting.
That evening, Wu-Tao insisted on going out to have some fun, and Lu-E agreed. Outside, as luck would have it, they ran into Lai Daming and his 2 friends once again. The trio stood outside a bar, surrounded by a mob that had beaten them bloody.
Jia Quan lay unconscious in a pool of blood.
Ma Feng, usually known for his bravery, now cowered curled up beside a trash can, too terrified to move.
Lu-E and Wu-Tao passed by and witnessed the scene. The attackers were now blackmailing the 3, demanding compensation for mental distress. As for how much to pay, Mr. Su, you decide. A young man with a cigarette dangling from his mouth asked another young man who had his arm around a woman.
The young man's hair was meticulously styled, his clothes all international brands, and a gold watch glinted in the bar's exterior lights, making him quite conspicuous.
The woman in his arms possessed fair, slender legs.
Her black, form-fitting miniskirt clung to her curves, accentuating every contour with provocative precision. Her upper body was clad in a form-fitting t-shirt that revealed her navel and the alluring cleavage between her ample bosom. This woman was young and undeniably beautiful, the kind that would make any man react instantly. In full view of everyone, Mr. Su made no attempt to hide his actions. As he wrapped his right arm around her, he boldly kneaded the full curves of her chest. Her eyes narrowed seductively as she playfully jabbed his chest and pouted, "You're so annoying." Su chuckled twice and said, "Judging by their accents, these three beasts seem to be from out of town. They're just a bunch of blind dogs. If I ask for more, I doubt they could afford it. How about this, I'll give each of you brothers here 10,000 yuan and we'll call it even." There were 15 men present. Meaning they demanded Lai Daming and his two companions pay 150,000 yuan as compensation for their emotional distress. Not only had they beaten people, but now they were extorting money too. "You!" Lai Daming, true to his proud nature, refused to bow to anyone, even in a foreign place. Despite their battered state, he wouldn't back down. "You. If you've got the balls, finish me off. If you don't kill me, you're my grandson." What a foul mouth, Mr. Su. This guy doesn't know when to quit. I'll teach him a lesson. A young man suddenly stepped forward, grabbed a beer bottle, and smashed it against Lai Daming's cheek. After 2 blows, blood mixed with teeth poured from Lai Daming's mouth. But he still raged, "You got the guts to kill me? If these 3 want to die, then let's send them on their way." The one called young Master Su suddenly spoke up, sounding quite displeased. Several young men nearby glanced around and said, "Young Master Su, this isn't quite right. Beating them up in public is one thing, but if someone dies, this won't end well." Su Gongzi replied, "Then strip them naked and dump them in the park." "All right, that's manageable." A dozen youths prepared to act. Wu Tao observed the scene and suddenly asked, "Brother Yi, should we intervene?" Lu Yi remained silent but had already stepped forward several paces. He declared in a clear voice, "Gentlemen, this is going a bit too far, don't you think?" He knew these men must be scions of prominent families or wield significant influence at home, otherwise, they wouldn't dare act so brazenly. Truthfully, dark deeds have never ceased throughout history. Take the water margin, for instance. High Marshal Gao's son lusted after Lin Chang's wife. To cover his son's depravity, Gao framed Lin Chong, destroying his family. The truth is, reality is far darker than fiction. These privileged brats dared to act this way today because they felt untouchable, knowing no one could hold them accountable. Take Lai Daming, Ma Feng, and Jia Quan. These outsiders bullied here, with no one to stand up for them. Who do you think you are? Get lost. A young man roared, gesturing for Yue to leave. Blood dripped from Lai Daming's mouth, yet his gaze remained defiant. He glanced toward the sound and caught sight of Yue and Wu Tao. "Bullying people like this in broad daylight, is there no law?" Lu Yi demanded. "Looking for a beating? If you want to speak up like them, I'll oblige." A young man with a stern expression stepped forward, extending his hand to shove Lu Yi in the chest. Chapter 213, Young Master Su. "What are you bragging about? Why mess with my brother? Got the guts to take it out on me instead?" Wu Tao couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing Lu Yi step forward, he couldn't hold back either. When he saw Lu Yi being shoved, he immediately stepped in, extending a hand to push back at the young man. His seemingly light shove carried surprising force. The youth stumbled backward 5 or 6 steps before crashing flat on his ass. 2 troublemakers suddenly pop up. "Guys, let's entertain them." Young Master Su sneered coldly. The hand that had been gripping the woman's chest suddenly slid down to her full, pert curves. With his exalted status, he wouldn't need to lift a finger. A single word from him, and the men surrounding him would obey his every command, following his lead without question. Instantly, 14 young men closed in on Yue and Wu Tao, cutting off their retreat. Lu Yi's expression remained utterly calm. He suddenly turned to Lai Daming and asked, "How are you?" "Don't bother pretending to care," Lai Daming snapped, his words muffled by his injuries. "I never intended to be kind to you. It's just that we both attended Lingjiang No. 1 high school. Seeing you beaten like this here, as fellow alumni, I feel disgraced," Lu Yi replied. Lai Daming glared at him hatefully but said nothing. The 14 young men, however, began to sneer. "So you lot are all together? Lingjiang City? Ha! People from Hubei province, backward southern barbarians, dare to come to our capital city and cause trouble? Young Master Su, what shall we do with these 2? The man clutching the woman suddenly turned, leading her aside as he said indifferently, "Beat them until they look like those 3, then strip them naked and toss them into the park." Agreed. The 14 men flexed their muscles, ready to strike. One of them moved swiftly, leaping up and kicking straight at Wu Tao. Wu Tao glanced at Yue, then planted his foot firmly. As the kick came at him, he swung his fist forward. Thud. Fist met foot. Suddenly, a surprising scene unfolded. The man who had kicked out was sent flying backward. Landing on the ground, he clutched his foot and let out a cry of pain. The others attacked simultaneously, some targeting Wu Tao, others going after Yue. Wu Tao's arms, concealed beneath his jacket, bulged with muscles swollen to more than double their normal size. He fought one after another, parrying blows and returning each punch with one of his own. Wu Tao possessed raw brute strength but lacked refined combat skills. Yet despite this, he fought with the relentless ferocity of a wild bull. A punch from an opponent seemed to barely register for him, while his own punches usually sent people crashing to the ground, unable to get back up. Having absorbed experience from Yue, he wisely held back, using only half his strength. Having unlocked the second tier of the Qiongqi Amber's power, Yue could now wield its special abilities for 2 minutes. As the bearer of the Zihuang Amber, Wu Tao likewise gained 2 minutes of special ability usage. Whoosh! Wu Tao's punch slammed into a man's front teeth, shattering the top 4 teeth clean off. Several others had attacked Yue, but in hand-to-hand combat, Yue's skills far surpassed Wu Tao's. Suddenly, he leapt up, delivering punches and kicks that effortlessly knocked down all the young men attacking him. Not one of them even grazed the hem of his clothes. Suddenly, Yue glanced at Lai Daming and Ma Feng and declared, "Don't sit there like cowards by the trash cans. If you're men, get up and fight. Show them the spirit of Hubei people. They treat us like savages? Let's show them the savage's might." Perhaps spurred by these words, Ma Feng, his body already covered in bruises, suddenly let out a roar. Staggering to his feet, he joined the fray, lashing out wildly with fists and feet. Standing at 1.8 meters tall and weighing 180 pounds, he was rarely matched one-on-one. Now, with Yue and Wu Tao leading the charge, he managed to take down 2 opponents. Lai Daming sat on the ground, his face twitching. Truth be told, he too yearned to rise and seek revenge. Yet deep down, he refused to owe Yi any favors in his heart. Yi remained an enemy. Yet here was Yue, stepping in to save him again. "Lai Daming, are you even a man?" Yue shouted again. Lai Daming's breathing grew increasingly ragged, his eyes bulging wide. After a dozen seconds of silence, he suddenly roared, "Who says I'm not a man?" With that, he sprang to his feet and charged straight at the young Master Su, seemingly targeting him above all others. It seemed Su was the one he hated most. Seeing Lai Daming charge, young Master Su flashed a sudden smile. Instead of dodging, he stepped forward to meet the attack, delivering a swift and fierce kick. "A bunch of country bumpkins thinking they can cause trouble," he sneered. "Why don't you take a good look at yourselves and weigh your own worth?" Su, who had likely trained in taekwondo, executed his kicks with precision. His first strike landed squarely on Lai Daming's midsection. Without pause, he spun and delivered a second kick to Lai's jaw. Lai was sent flying 2 meters, crashing to the ground with a loud thud as his head slammed against the pavement. "Brother Ming!" Ma Feng rushed over to help. Su released the alluring woman. Now, clad in leather shoes, his feet resumed their assault. Though Ma Feng was tall and sturdy, his agility was lacking. After several kicks from young Master Su, he clutched his stomach, writhing in pain on the ground. Lu Yi leapt forward, glaring at Su Gongzi. "You're a real bastard. Did it really need to be this brutal? I feel like it. What are you gonna do about it?" Su seemed to have gotten a taste for the fight and suddenly swung a kick at Lu Yi. Lu Yi swiftly turned, launching a sidekick of his own. His speed was several times faster than Su Gongzi's. Su's kick met only air, while Yu Yi's strike landed squarely on Su's waist, sending him stumbling backward, nearly toppling over. "Su!" The alluring woman cried out in alarm. Su Gongzi's face twisted into a savage grimace. Glancing around, he suddenly picked up a wine bottle from beside a trash can, smashing half of it on the ground. Then, wielding the sharp shard, he lunged at Lu Yi. This man was truly ruthless. Compared to Lai Daming and the others, it was like comparing a grand sorcerer to a mere apprentice. Right here on the street, he dared to wield a broken bottle, intent on taking a life. On the other side, several men surrounded Wu Tao, beating him. Seeing Su Gongzi wielding a broken bottle, they followed suit, each snatching a bottle, smashing it in half, and lunging at Wu Tao with the shards. Panicked, Wu Tao recalled Yu Yi's advice: in a fight, if no weapon was available, use your own belt. He immediately ripped off his belt buckle, a pure steel, half-pound piece forged for combat, and whirled it like a tornado. He struck each of them with the buckle, leaving them bleeding from head wounds and sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. At that moment, young Master Su thrust a broken wine bottle toward Yu Yi's abdomen. Yu Yi's earlier kick had been a profound humiliation to him, a loss of face he was determined to reclaim. Seeing Su's vicious intent, Yu Yi abandoned all restraint. He suddenly drew his own belt and lashed it out, striking Su's hand. The blow numbed Su's arm, causing the shards of broken bottle to clatter to the ground, shattering into pieces. In 2 swift strides, Yu Yi closed the distance. A punch smashed into Su Gongzi's jaw, sending him flying 3 meters. He crashed into a trash bin, his head slamming against it, knocking him unconscious. Chapter 214, Arrogance. The woman who had been in Su Gongzi's arms earlier now panicked and ran back into the bar. She pulled out her phone, apparently calling for backup. Ma Feng curled up on the ground, then gritted his teeth against the pain to crawl up. He stumbled over to Su Gongzi and delivered several vicious kicks to his body. Then he moved toward Lai Daming, who had been beaten badly. His head had hit the ground, drawing blood. Jia Quan, the smallest and friliest of the 3, had already passed out. Seeing this, Yu Yi gave a signal. He and Wu Tao hoisted Jia Quan onto their shoulders and urged Ma Feng to leave immediately. In the capital, they were outsiders who had crossed the river, but they couldn't overpower the local power brokers here. They still didn't know what kind of status young Master Su had. If he had powerful connections behind him, they would inevitably get into big trouble if they didn't get out of there quickly. After running for a while, they flagged down 2 taxis and headed straight to the nearest hospital. Lai Daming needed his head wound cleaned and bandaged. Jia Quan and Ma Feng were also badly injured and went for examinations. The entire ordeal took about an hour. Since Yu Yi and Wu Tao were otherwise unoccupied, they waited for the others at the hospital. When they emerged, Jia Quan had regained consciousness. He now understood that it was Lu Yi and Wu Tao who had rescued them, allowing the 3 to escape safely. Otherwise, no one could have predicted the outcome. Thus, the moment he saw Yu Yi and Wu Tao, Jia Quan was overcome with gratitude, repeatedly calling out Brother Yi and Brother Tao. Even Ma Feng, who had always been skeptical of them, joined in calling them Yi Gu and Tao Gu. This time, Ma Feng had to admit that without Yi Yi and Wu Tao's intervention, their fate would have been far worse. They might have been beaten half to death, stripped naked, and dumped in the park. If that had happened, the 3 of them would have been utterly humiliated. Where's Lai Daming? Why hasn't he come out yet? Is he okay? Wu Tao asked. Brother Ming hit his head. The doctor said he needs an X-ray. He should be out in a few minutes, Ma Feng replied. You 2 are okay, right? Wu Tao looked at them. I'm fine, just some superficial scrapes, Ma Feng said. He was tough as nails and could take a beating. Aside from some bruises, he didn't have any serious injuries. As for Jia Quan, he was even less affected, just a red, swollen spot on his forehead, likely from being struck with something. So, how did you guys end up fighting that group today? Asked Yui curiously. They say a strong dragon can't overpower a local snake. You lot sure have some nerve. Running rushhour in Lingjiang City is one thing, but coming to the capital and picking a fight with the local snakes on your very first day? Ma Feng hung his head in silence. Jia Quan gave an awkward chuckle, scratching his head. Honestly, it wasn't our fault. Those guys were way too aggressive, ready to throw punches over the slightest disagreement. If this had happened back in Lingjiang City, I'd have beaten the crap out of them. Cut the crap. With your build, who do you think you could take on? Wu Tao's words hit his weak spot. Jia Quan flushed with embarrassment. I can't fight, but Minggu is still Tiger Brothers' guy. In Lingjiang City, beating someone up is just a word away, right? So you guys used Tiger Brothers' influence to bully my brother back then, huh? That's all in the past. Besides, we never actually got the better of Brother Lu Yi, Jia Quan said awkwardly. Seriously, what's the real reason you guys started fighting today? Honestly, it wasn't about much, just a woman. This guy called Brother Su has a girlfriend with a killer figure, those breasts, that waist, those hips. Everything curves in all the right places. She was wearing a tight mini skirt, her belly button showing, and that cleavage, well, it was practically bottomless. We'd never seen such a beauty before, so we couldn't help but whistle. And that's how it all started. Jia Quan shrugged and spread his hands. Holy, so you got beaten up for hitting on Su Ji's girlfriend? Serves you right. Wu Tao cursed. We couldn't help ourselves. Lingjiang City has its share of beauties, but let's be real, the women in the capital know how to dress. They all look like movie stars. That Su guy's woman today? Absolutely stunning. We just whistled once, nothing more. Then that whole crew came over and started beating us up. Way too over the top. Jia Quan protested. Su Ji's girlfriend, both Lu Yi and Wu Tao had seen her. She was undeniably gorgeous, with a figure that was downright tempting, fair skin and a perky chest. Who whistled? All 3 of us did. Holy, you 3 totally had it coming. Wu Tao felt no sympathy for them. Tao, don't be like that. We do this kind of thing all the time in Lingjiang City. Honestly, we didn't do anything else, it just happened. We weren't trying to steal her away from him, and he really didn't need to react like that, Jia Quan explained. Wu Tao chuckled to himself, thinking, with your 3 being like that, even if you wanted to steal someone's girlfriend, the girl wouldn't agree anyway. I suggest you 3 get out of this area ASAP. Those guys probably have some serious connections. If they run into you again, the consequences will be way worse than today, said Louis. Got it, E. Once today's over, we'll head straight to the area near Beijing University. Jia Quan and Ma Feng had already made up their minds. Since they'd gotten into trouble here, Beijing University was their only option. Though both were in the capital, the distance between Beijing University and Zeta was considerable. The 4 chatted for a while, but Lai Daming still hadn't emerged. Louis glanced inside one last time, then decided not to wait any longer. He motioned to Wu Tao, and they left. He understood that Lai Daming was likely avoiding them, unsure how to face them. After Lu Yi and Wu Tao departed, Jia Quan and Ma Feng also returned to the hospital to look for Lai Daming. Sure enough, they found him sitting alone and silent in a corridor. Brother Ming, I thought you had something to do. Why are you sitting here? Where are the other 2? Did they leave? Lai Daming countered with a question instead of answering. They're gone. Jia Quan nodded. Then we should go too.
Lai Daming finally stood up.
Brother Ming, this time, it seems we really owe them a favor, Jia Quan remarked.
Poof. What favor? Cut the crap. Let's go.
Lai Daming agreed inwardly, but he'd never admit it out loud.
Ma Feng chimed in, Brother Ming, shouldn't we apologize or something?
You weren't here earlier, so I didn't dare bring it up.
Apologize?
For what? We ambushed them so many times.
Even though we never succeeded, they've repaid our kindness with resentment. I just feel uneasy if we don't apologize, said the chubby Ma Feng. If you want to apologize, do it yourself. Don't drag me into it.
Lai Daming replied flatly. The truth was, the words apology simply wouldn't pass his lips.
Chapter 215, Innate Divination.
After leaving the hospital, Yui suddenly felt inspired. He called Wu Tao and they hailed a cab to Beijing's antique market. As the nation's economic and cultural hub, Beijing's antique market dwarfed that of Lingjiang City by at least tenfold.
The treasures within were bound to include many gems. Wu Tao had no objections.
Being new to the city and unfamiliar with the surroundings, he felt it was all the same to him.
He might as well get acquainted with the area first.
The taxi ride to the antique market took over an hour, not because of distance but due to Beijing's notorious traffic jams, the kind that erupted at the slightest provocation. Upon arrival, the two got out and checked their phone maps, only to be stunned. This Beijing antique market wasn't just dozens of times larger than Lingjiang City's, it was easily 100 times bigger. Lingjiang City's antique market was just a single street, while this place was equivalent to half a small county, vast and sprawling. There were streets dedicated to calligraphy and paintings, streets for ancient coins, and streets specializing in porcelain and Tang tricolor wares. The flower and bird market was also concentrated nearby. Holy crap, this is the capital for you, truly bustling. Even a single antique market is this massive. Wu Tao marveled. Let's go check out the calligraphy and paintings. Louis came here specifically to see what the calligraphy and painting market was like. He had made a hefty profit selling his painting The Lady Red Flute to Chen Yingxi's uncle, but whether his next piece could fetch such a high price was uncertain. Rarity drives value. The first time, everyone sees it as precious. But if Cold River City keeps auctioning famous paintings one after another, they'll lose their luster. Moreover, once such auctions became commonplace, who could guarantee that genuine owners of authentic works wouldn't emerge to cause trouble during future sales? Therefore, Yui also wanted to gauge the market here, to see if he could introduce the paintings into this market. Making money was secondary, his main goal was to collect wish energy. Brother E, I'm not really into calligraphy or paintings. I'll go check out the flower and bird market. Let's split up. When you're done browsing, just give me a call. Then we'll meet up here. How about it? Wu Tao wore a distinctly bored expression at the thought of the calligraphy and painting street. Fine. Yui didn't press the issue. He then walked alone into calligraphy and painting street. He glanced at the shops lining both sides of the street but didn't go inside any of them. The shop fronts here weren't very large, but inside, the categories and dynasties were clearly separated, displaying a dazzling array of items. Among them were some genuine works, though even authentic pieces weren't necessarily valuable. About halfway down the street, a small alley branched off. Seated there were several blind fortune tellers, their ground covered by a cloth, offering services like mole divination, fortune-telling, and matchmaking. Just as Yui was about to walk past, a young man dressed in modern scholar attire suddenly approached and stopped him. The young man appeared to be around 20, wearing black-rimmed glasses. Were it not for his modern attire and the fortune-telling signboard he held, he might have seemed quite refined. Fortune-telling, sir? The young man asked with a smile. No, Louis replied, uninterested. Why not give it a try? If it's wrong, you don't pay. If it's right, you still don't pay. How about it? The young man suggested. Louis chuckled. You're so young. Why not find any other work? Why compete with the disabled for their livelihood? You shouldn't put it that way, the young man retorted. This is making a living with my special skill. Those blind fortune tellers may be pitiful, but their methods are just rote memorization from books. How could they compare to the accuracy of my fortune telling? He boasted. Your predictions are accurate? Of course. If I'm wrong, you don't pay. If I'm right, you still don't pay. No charge if it's wrong, and no charge if it's right? Then how do you make money? Louis found this intriguing. No charge for accuracy, no charge for inaccuracy. Was this some new scam? In the capital city, scams were everywhere. Just like the taxi driver who had ripped them off earlier, charging them several hundred yuan. Then there was the restaurant cashier who took his money, then deliberately claimed a bill was missing a corner and asked him to check. In reality, the cashier had torn off the corner himself. After waiting for him to open his wallet, the cashier reached in, claimed to see the corner inside, and then shook the bills. If he hadn't touched them, it would have been fine, but the moment he did, he swiftly snatched several large bills. If you weren't paying attention, you'd never notice. Louis reacted swiftly, grabbing the cashier's hand and flipping it open. Sure enough, the cashier had a 500 yuan note tucked in his palm. Caught red-handed, the cashier still had the nerve to act as if nothing had happened. But Yui didn't dwell on it. This young man offering him a free fortune reading piqued his interest. Fine, Louis said, folding his arms behind his back and deliberately keeping his distance from the young man to avoid contact. Since you insist on doing this for free, go ahead and read my marriage fortune. The young man smiled faintly and began his divination in earnest. Right before Yui's eyes, he set up a compass and a diagram engraved with the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. He then produced a tortoise shell containing 9 copper coins. After shaking it, he arranged the coins in a pattern. After examining the number of heads and tails, his smile deepened. Your charms attract women like peach blossoms, a constant stream of romantic entanglements. The hexagram reveals at least 2 women intimately connected to you. With 2 already in your life, there's no need to fret over marriage prospects. Louis furrowed his brow slightly. 2? He wondered if this man was merely guessing. Saying 2 wasn't entirely wrong. After all, Louis had been intimate with Yun Wanxiu, and he was also very close friends with Qiongqi. So, saying he had 2 women close to him was technically correct. Then divine my financial prospects. Yui amended his request. The young man once again placed the copper coins into the tortoise shell, shook it, and then arranged them out again. Glancing at them, he declared, 9 coins, each guarding a direction, with 1 settled in the center. This signifies that you, sir, have abundant wealth flowing in from all sides. You are someone who can make money wherever you go. Regarding your financial prospects, you need not worry. Could you elaborate? Your forehead radiates abundant spiritual energy, suggesting you possess great talent. For someone of your caliber, wealth likely stems not from business schemes but from artistic pursuits. I suspect your earnings are connected to calligraphy and paintings, is that correct? The young man maintained a steady smile throughout. Louis was slightly taken aback by his words. If this young man was truly guessing, he was remarkably accurate. His guess had hit the mark. Louis then asked, now, divine my fortune. How will my luck fare this year? The young man once again gathered the 9 copper coins and placed them back into the tortoise shell. After shaking it, this time he did not arrange the coins. Instead, he looked troubled and said to Yui, I'm sorry, I cannot divine that. Chapter 216, Descendant of the Zhang Clan. Put. Louis turned and walked away the moment he heard the refusal. The young man, however, spoke slowly and deliberately, Qiongqi has entered your destiny. Your fate has already shifted. That is why it cannot be divined. Louis, who had been walking away, froze instantly upon hearing the word Qiongqi. He whirled around, glaring at the man and demanded, what did you just say? The man glanced around and lowered his voice. I said that Qiongqi has entered your destiny. Your fate has already changed, so it cannot be calculated. The fate of ordinary people is predetermined by heaven, so sometimes it can be calculated with a certain probability. But you have transformed into the Qiongqi destiny. This is heaven's will, and heaven's will cannot be calculated. Qiongqi entering one's destiny, could this refer to Qiongqi Amber? Earlier, when divining his marital prospects, the young man had said Yui had 2 women close to him, so he needn't worry about finding a partner. Later, when divining his financial fortune, he mentioned Yui's wealth was connected to calligraphy and paintings. Now, discussing his destiny, he spoke of the Qiongqi entering his fate. If the first 2 were mere guesswork, this third prediction cannot be deduced by conjecture alone. If he were guessing, why not choose something commonplace, the literary star or martial star, which most fortune tellers use to deceive people? Or the greedy wolf, the destroying army, the 7 killings, the purple star, and all those other familiar constellations? Yet he avoids all these, focusing solely on the Qiongqi entering his destiny. Consider this, the matter of the Qiongqi Amber is currently known only to Yui, Wu Tao, and his uncle. Beyond them, not even Yui's own parents are aware. Let alone anyone else. What else could you possibly divine? Yui whispered back. The young man gave a mysterious smile and said, this isn't the place for a conversation. Why don't we move somewhere else? He gestured, then stepped into the alley. Louis hesitated briefly before following. After walking about 500 meters, they arrived at a tea house. The young man requested a private room and ordered a pot of pre-rain Longjing tea. Please sit. The young man set down his belongings and poured 2 cups of tea. The private room door closed, leaving the interior quiet and secluded. Louis surveyed the surroundings and discreetly asked Zhao Yun to sense whether the man possessed any unusual energy. But Zhao Yun informed him the man was ordinary, showing no unusual energy fluctuations. No need for such caution, sir. This tea house belongs to a friend of mine. No one can overhear our conversation here, only you and I. The young man spoke, then lifted his cup, gesturing for Yui to drink. Try it. Our pre-rain Longjing is renowned this year's fresh harvest. Who are you? Yui cut straight to the chase. I'm just an ordinary person. You, on the other hand, are no ordinary man. Carrying an ancient artifact like that and walking around freely? If someone from the Qin, Su, or Lu families were to spot you, the consequences wouldn't be pleasant. Who exactly are you? Louis raised his voice slightly, demanding again. My name is Zhongli Jiang, as in ginger, Li as in parting. I'm asking about your identity. I told you, I'm just an ordinary person. If you're so evasive, then there's nothing more to discuss between us. Louis stood up to leave. This man was too deeply hidden, knew far too much, and seemed to be a walking encyclopedia of secrets. Louis dared not say more, nor did he wish to admit anything, fearing he might fall into his trap. Hold on. No need to rush off, sir. I sought you out not by design, but because this morning's divination revealed that a benefactor awaits me in the direction of Calligraphy and Painting Street. Only by finding this benefactor can I avert a calamity, Qiongqi explained. The Calligraphy and Painting Street seems bustling with people. Why did you single me out, asked Yui. Do you believe in fate, sir? I do, but I don't feel any karmic connection with you. You're being too prejudiced against me. If you maintain this attitude, I really can't continue speaking. You're not being open yourself, how can I trust you? If you want to talk, you need to show some sincerity first. I've already given you my name. This is absolutely my real name. I don't mind showing you my ID. Qiongqi spoke and indeed pulled an ID card from his person. Louis replied, I've already said I don't care what you call yourself. I want to know your true identity. You know these things, they couldn't all have been calculated, could they? If they were, your mathematical prowess would be remarkable. But who imparted such extraordinary skill to you? Qiongqi suddenly smiled. You're quite the character, aren't you? So cautious. Seems if I were to hide anything, you wouldn't discuss anything with me at all. Very well, since that's the case, let's be completely open. I'll just say it plainly, I know you possess Qiongqi amber. Qiongqi's startling revelation exposed the Qiongqi amber concealed on Yui's person. Upon hearing this, Yui's first impulse was to subdue this man. If his identity held any connection to the Lu family, Yui would strike him down without hesitation. Calm down, sir. I pose no threat to you. I'm powerless to harm a chicken. You can trust me completely, Qiongqi hurriedly reassured him, sensing the murderous intent in Yui's eyes. As he spoke, he opened his own robe, revealing a black tortoise mark on his chest. Upon seeing this mark, Zhao Yun's voice immediately echoed within Yui's dantian, Black Tortoise Amber. Black Tortoise Amber. This man actually possesses Black Tortoise Amber. No wonder I couldn't sense his energy fluctuations, it was the Black Tortoise Amber all along. The Black Tortoise Amber ranked 9th among the 9 great ambers. Legend held it was first obtained by Zhuge Liang, who passed it to his disciple Jiang Wei after his death. Jiang Wei was also a renowned general of the Warring States period, ranked 9th among the great warriors. Now you can rest assured, sir, Qiongqi said, gesturing for Yui to sit down. As I mentioned earlier, my surname is Jiang. Jiang Wei is actually my ancestor. This Black Tortoise Amber is a family heirloom passed down through generations. How did you know I possessed the Qiongqi Amber, asked Yui. Qiongqi smiled. That's the power of the Black Tortoise Amber. Moreover, other amber pieces likely share a special resonance with one another, though lower grade sub-amber lacks this ability. Only sub-amber of B grade or higher possesses this sensing power. That's why I warned you earlier, carrying Qiongqi amber while roaming the streets instead of staying hidden could spell trouble. If masters from the Qin, Su, or Lu families sense it, your fate won't be pleasant. Chapter 217, Inheritance. Within Yui's dantian, Zhao Yun suddenly spoke, My lord, this man speaks truth. Other amber, if of B grade or higher, also possesses this sensing power. Moreover, his Shin Turtle Amber is most profound, it ranks first in concealing aura. Once its aura is masked, no one can detect it. Even a C-grade Shin Turtle Amber, when deliberately concealed, would evade detection by your Qiongqi Master Amber. That powerful? In terms of combat prowess, the Mystic Turtle Amber ranks the weakest. This explains why Chancellor Zhuge was a strategist rather than a military commander in his time. Yet in matters of profound subtlety, the Mystic Turtle Amber stands unrivaled, possessing numerous unique abilities. For instance, having once served under Chancellor Zhuge, I gained some understanding of the Black Tortoise Amber. Its primary abilities include divination and prediction, summoning clouds and controlling rain, strategic planning, and the 8 trigrams formation. Beyond these, it possesses other powers, though I am unaware of them. Zhao Yun stated. Zhao Yun served as the chief bodyguard for Liu Bei and Zhuge Liang, maintaining a close relationship with Zhuge Liang. This is why he knew the specific abilities of Zhuge Liang's amber. Divination and prediction likely Zhuge Liang foresaw Liu Bei's extraordinary destiny and the division of the realm into 3 parts, which gave him the confidence to present the Longzhong strategy from his thatched cottage. Then there's summoning clouds and rain, the most iconic example being borrowing the east wind. By harnessing that wind, he executed the borrowing arrows with straw boats tactic, returning with a bountiful haul. But what exactly is that third ability, strategic planning? Yui certainly understood the meaning of a strategizing from behind the scenes, but treating it as a distinct skill left him perplexed. Strategizing from behind closed doors means devising plans within the military tent, and there's another saying, deciding victory from 1,000 miles away. This was a phrase used by Liu Bang to praise Zhang Liang during the early days of the Han Dynasty, in devising strategies within the tent and deciding victory 1,000 miles away. I cannot match you, Zifeng. Zhao Yun remarked, actually, strategizing from behind closed doors bears a striking resemblance to one of the abilities of Qiongqi Amber. This skill also grants special memory. Those possessing Shin Turtle Amber have exceptional recall. Moreover, it comes with a secondary ability: one can remain indoors without stepping outside yet freely observe any location outside. Activating this skill is like gaining a third eye, allowing one to see a specific area for a limited time.
What a remarkable ability! Yue marveled inwardly. Staying at home yet seeing any place outside this skill would suit me perfectly. If I possessed it, acquiring wealth would become far easier.
For instance, if he wanted to steal money from a casino, he could simply focus his strategic planning ability on the casino's vault to see exactly where the money was stored and how much was there.
He could also detect if anyone was nearby.
Paired with teleportation, this ability would be a match made in heaven, utterly flawless.
As for the 8 trigrams formation, I believe you are familiar with it, Lord. It is a profoundly enigmatic formation. Chancellor Zhuge once used it to trap the entire army of Lu Xun from Wu.
Merely with some broken stones, he halted their advance.
This formation is truly remarkable.
It was also why Shu's infantry was unmatched in the land at that time.
Zhao Yun explained.
As recorded in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, after Lu Xun set fire to Liu Bei's army and pressed his advantage, Zhuge Liang deployed a stone 8 trigrams formation to rescue the emperor, trapping Lu Xun and his men within. It was only when Zhuge Liang's father-in-law, Wang Changyan, happened to pass by and, out of kindness, released Lu Xun and his men that they were freed. Just imagine a formation made of mere piles of stones could trap an army of 100,000.
Its power speaks for itself. What do you want from me?
What is your purpose?
Yue asked Zhongli.
Zhongli sighed and replied, though I am a descendant of Jiang Wei and rightfully possess the mystic turtle amber, the world today is no longer the world of ancient times. The 3 great clans dominate all of China, leaving no room for someone like me to stand. The mystic turtle amber possesses extraordinary power. It is the most profound among the 9 ambers.
With it in your possession, why fear others?
You possess the Qiongqi amber, Zhongli continued. It's said Zhao Yun obtained it long ago. But what grade is yours?
Yue hesitated. The man had deduced he carried the Qiongqi amber yet remained uncertain of its grade?
Zhao Yun replied, indeed, my lord.
Though he senses its presence, he cannot discern its grade. Louis considered for a moment before answering, grade B.
He didn't state it too low, for that would be hard to believe. After all, abilities below grade C were limited, while grade B was already quite respectable. Truth be told, Zhongli continued, the amber I wear is actually grade A.
It's the 2nd grade A piece in the entire world. Grade A? Since it's an heirloom, shouldn't it be the master amber? Yue inquired.
Zhongli gave a wry smile.
Actually, my ancestor Jiang Wei did inherit the primary amber.
But after the fall of Shu, fearing it might fall into enemy hands, he entrusted it to Zhuge Liang's wife, Wang Yueying. As for its whereabouts after that, no one knows.
I see.
And you mentioned earlier that yours is the 2nd grade A mystic turtle amber in existence.
Does that mean others possess grade A pieces too?
Yes. Black tortoise amber rarely separates its offspring amber.
When it was in Zhuge Liang's possession, it did separate once.
That grade A amber was given by him to Ma Su. Later, when Ma Su lost Jieting, the grade A amber vanished stolen by his own men and presented to Sima Yi.
It was precisely this incident that enraged Zhuge Liang so profoundly he executed Ma Su.
In truth, Ma Su was his student, someone he held in high regard. Had it not been for this affair, Ma Su likely would not have been killed.
So this is the historical backstory behind Ma Su's execution after losing Jieting? Indeed.
After Sima Yi obtained the A-grade amber, he gained formidable strength. In subsequent northern campaigns against Zhuge Liang, he repeatedly defeated him. During the Battle of Shangfang Valley, Zhuge Liang devised a stratagem to lure Sima Yi into the valley, where he set a massive fire, intending to burn Sima Yi to death. However, Sima Yi activated the 2nd ability of his grade A mystic turtle amber, summoning clouds and rain, calling forth a torrential downpour that extinguished the flames.
Witnessing this, Zhuge Liang was so enraged he spat blood. Zhongli explained eloquently.
Thus, after Sima Yi obtained the 1st A-grade black tortoise amber, it was passed down within the Sima family.
The 2nd piece was separated by Jiang Wei.
Fearing the main amber might fall into Wei's hands, Jiang Wei returned it to his master's wife, Wang Yueying, and kept an A-grade mystic turtle amber for himself, the very one I now possess.
You tell me all this, aren't you afraid I'll lay hands on you?
Yue asked with keen interest.
Chapter 218, The Old Man Fishing.
Zhongli smiled faintly, speaking calmly and deliberately, truthfully, I've long since divined my own fate.
You won't kill me.
And in the current state of the world, with the 3 great families dominating, those who possess amber must survive in the cracks between them. Not only that, they live in constant fear, always on guard against being discovered by the 3 great families. Given the ambitions of these families, should any discover a 4th dragon soul amber beyond their own, they would stop at nothing to kill and seize it. Sigh, surviving to this age hasn't been easy. My father was hunted down simply for revealing a hint of his abilities. He sacrificed himself to ensure my survival.
So, in my view, your fate mirrors mine.
We must band together for mutual protection.
Otherwise, you'll inevitably meet the same end my father did. Which family killed your father? Can we skip this? I'd rather not revisit those painful memories.
Truth is, the three major families share the same core ambition. When profit is at stake, they all become monsters. Jiang Li's voice grew slightly heated as he spoke. Oh, right, you mentioned that Sima Yi obtained an A-grade Mystic Turtle Amber back then, and the Master Amber was in Zhuge Liang's possession at the time. Logically, shouldn't the Master Amber have the power to reclaim the subordinate Amber? If that's the case, how was Sima Yi able to summon a torrential downpour during the Battle of Shanfang Valley, extinguishing the raging fire? Lu Yi asked. You don't know about this? What? The Master Amber does possess the ability to reclaim subordinate Amber, but only for those below C grade. For ABC grade subordinate Amber, the Master Amber cannot simply reclaim it at will. It requires close proximity to do so, otherwise it's impossible. Jiang Li explained. Back then, Zhuge Liang knew full well that Sima Yi possessed an A-grade Mystic Turtle Amber. Yet he was powerless. Already advanced in years, his lifelong ambition was to conquer Central Plains, yet he had no choice but to face Sima Yi in battle. As the Great Valley burned fiercely, Sima Yi summoned torrential rain to escape. Consumed by rage, Zhuge Liang coughed up blood and suffered severe injury. It was truly an unavoidable tragedy. Is that so? Yui silently inquired of Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun replied he wasn't entirely certain either. After all, he had never separated a sub-amber himself, and among those he knew well, no one who had split off a sub-amber had ever reclaimed it. Thus, his knowledge was limited. Exactly, Jiang Li explained. So as long as the Qiongqi amber on your person doesn't come into contact with the owner of the Master Amber, even if that owner wanted to reclaim your abilities, they'd be powerless to do so. What exactly are you trying to accomplish by lying in wait for me here? I told you we're banding together for survival. We're all caught between the three major clans, forever forced to stay in the shadows. Only by uniting might we find a glimmer of hope. Unite? What exactly are you planning? Sir, you needn't fear I'm scheming against you. I understand the Qiongqi Amber's power well enough. Even if I plotted against anyone, I couldn't scheme against you. For whoever possesses the Qiongqi Amber, if they wish to leave, no one can stop them, correct? During the Three Kingdoms period, Zhao Yun, one of Shu's 5 tiger generals, escaped Cao Cao's million-strong army unscathed. So, sir, you have nothing to worry about. It's not that I'm worried. I just want to hear the crux of your plan, how we unite to oppose the three great families. If you can't offer a coherent strategy, then I see no reason to waste my time here with you. Yui replied. In his view, the words of the man before him were only half trustworthy, he couldn't be fully believed. Caution was still warranted. Though the Qiongqi Amber granted freedom of movement, Yui remained mortal flesh and blood. If a spear were thrust at him or a blade pressed to his throat, he would be powerless to resist. The three great families have been entrenched in the land of Huaxia for far too long. Their wealth and power are immense. It's impossible for us to challenge them head-on. Our only hope lies in finding a sliver of opportunity within the cracks of their influence. Jiang Li stated. Get to the point. How do we find that opening? Asked Yui. Jiang Li must have grown weary of oppression over the years. Meeting Yui for the first time, he held nothing back, speaking his mind freely. It was unclear whether he had his own calculations or truly believed in the divination he had performed for himself. This morning before leaving, he had cast a divination for himself. The hexagram revealed the pattern of Taigong fishing. This formation had historical roots. Before the age of 70, Taigong had achieved nothing, living in idleness at home. In his youth, he had even worked as a butcher. It was only at 72, while fishing by the banks of the Wei River, that he encountered King Wen of Zhou passing by. At that time, King Wen's son, Boikao, had been killed and turned into meatballs. Daji demanded that King Wen eat them. Though he knew it was his son's flesh, he swallowed them to save his life. Thus, King Wen preserved his life and fled from Chaoga. Soon after, the meatballs he had consumed suddenly leaped out of his body and transformed into white rabbits. Pursuing these white rabbits, King Wen arrived at the banks of the Wei River, where he encountered Zhang Zia. With Zhang Zia by his side, King Wen gained formidable strength, like a tiger with wings or a fish in water. He then raised an army to overthrow King Zhou. Thus arose the saying that Taigong fishing catches those who wish to be hooked, for he was not fishing for fish, but for opportunity. This morning, Jiang Li interpreted this hexagram. He felt that according to its meaning, perhaps he himself was that Zhang Taigong, destined to await a person he could assist. Once he found this person, only by joining forces could they carve out their own niche amidst the current dominance of the three great clans over China. Truth be told, I have already divined the whereabouts of the Mystic Turtle Amber. Yet, as you likely know, the Mystic Turtle Amber possesses the weakest combat power, or rather, virtually none at all. Thus, even knowing its location, my strength alone is insufficient to claim it. Only by joining forces with you, leveraging the power of your Qiongqi Amber, might we succeed. Qiongqi Amber was once wielded by Zhao Yun, ranked second among the Three Kingdoms' famed generals, Lu Bu, Zhao Yun, and Dian Wei, renowned for his extraordinary martial prowess. With your involvement, our chances of acquisition would be exceptionally high. We must act swiftly, for I am not the only one who has discerned the Qian Turtle Amber's Master Amber. Jiang Li said in a solemn tone. The Master Amber of the Black Tortoise? Who else knows besides you? Yui inquired.
Jiang Li replied, didn't I mention this before? Back then, Zhuge Liang distributed in a great amber to Ma Su. After Ma Su lost jetting, that a great amber fell into Sima Yi's hands. Sima Yi's grandson, Sima Yan, later unified the three kingdoms and established the Jin dynasty. That a great amber has been passed down within the Sima family ever since. Chapter 219, The Exchange. The Sima family? First tell me which three great clans rule the land of Huaxia? On the surface, the government rules China, but in reality, the land is governed by three great families, the Qins, the Sus, and the Lius. The Qin, Su, and Lu families, these three don't seem to include the Sima clan. Logically, shouldn't the Sima family be in the same predicament as us, surviving in the cracks between the three great families? Why not ally with them? Lu Yi asked. Humph. Why would I ally with them? This is a blood feud. My ancestors were slaughtered by the state of Wei, a debt that must never be forgotten, Jiang Li declared, slamming his hand on the table. Yui chuckled wryly, that happened nearly 2,000 years ago. You still hold on to that grudge? Even with Japan's recent invasions, not many people harbor such deep hatred toward them today. This is different. Beyond the blood feud over my ancestors, the struggle over the two great amber pieces has never ceased through generations. My father's death was actually connected to them. The Sima clan long ago pledged allegiance to the Qin clan, their Qin's vassals, Qin's lackeys. The Sima clan sided with the Qin clan, asked Yui. What kind of amber does the Qin clan possess? The Qin family possesses the White Tiger Amber, ranked third on the martial generals list, the very piece once wielded by Dian Wei. White Tiger Amber, its power is ferocious, granting strength as mighty as 9 oxen and 2 tigers. It possesses the might of a tiger, capable of rivaling demon dragons. Even in his youth, Dian Wei could drive tigers across ravines. In the mountains, tigers fled at his sight. His ferocity speaks for itself. And the Su family? Yui pressed, his curiosity piqued. He knew the Lu family possessed the Crimson Eagle Amber, but the Qin and Su families were entirely new to him. The Su family possesses the Fierce Bear Amber, the very piece once held by Zhang Fei, Jiang Li stated, his knowledge of these matters being thorough. These three major factions must be like oil and water, right? Exactly. But superficially, the Qin and Lu families maintain relatively good relations, they've even intermarried. Yet these two major clans harbor deep animosity toward the Su family. Since the Sima family has aligned with the Qin family, does that mean the Qin family also knows the whereabouts of the Master Amber of the Mystic Turtle? Perhaps they've known all along, or perhaps they've already sent people to search for it. You're asking me to find the Master Amber of the Mystic Turtle now, isn't it a bit too late? Lu Yi asked. Not too late, not at all. Over the years, they have indeed searched many places, yet they still haven't found it. Their failure suggests it's no simple task. What makes you so confident you can find it? I have my methods. And it's not just me, it's the wisdom distilled through generations of my ancestors. Jiang Li's voice grew confident as he continued, though the Sima clan possesses a great Shin Turtle Amber, their descendants still regard themselves as royalty, each one arrogantly unbearable. But my Jiang family is different. While we too understand divination, how could the Mystic Turtle Amber be so easily deduced? Generation after generation, my Jiang family has not only mastered the art of divination but also studied the principles of seeking dragon veins and locating auspicious sites. Back then, the amber was returned to Huang Yueying. After Zhuge Liang's death, who knows where she hid that precious amber? Yet Huang Yueying was said to be a woman of extraordinary talent, surpassing even Zhuge Liang himself. What she hides is not easily found. But though she concealed it well, she must have left some clue, otherwise, how could later generations ever hope to recover the Mystic Turtle Amber? My 10th generation ancestor once divined that Huang Yueying entrusted the amber to her father, Huang Chengyan. It likely lies buried with him in his tomb. If we can locate Huang Qingyan's tomb, we will find the amber. Where is Huang Qingyan's tomb? Do you know? I've deduced 3 possible locations. While Huang Chengyan has many false tombs, one of these 3 must be the genuine one. Where are these 3 tombs? If you wish to know, you must swear a blood oath with me. Otherwise, I shall not reveal it. Jiang Li declared. A blood oath? It means swearing an oath with your blood and mine upon the dragon soul amber. Neither of us shall ever side with the Lu, Su, or Qin families. Should either betray this vow, may they meet a gruesome end. Jiang Li declared. You actually believe in such oaths? Ordinary oaths are indeed unreliable, but I trust in oaths sworn upon the dragon soul amber. Jiang Li affirmed. Lu Yi's smile faded. Swearing by the dragon soul amber was indeed binding. Years ago, Zhao Yun had made a pact with it, pledging his spirit would guard the amber after his death. When he died, his soul was truly imprisoned within, never to be released. Unless Yui could later find 10 samples of blood of affection to unlock all restrictions on the Qiongqi amber, Zhao Yun would remain trapped within it, unable to reincarnate. Yui pondered this. Jiang Li had stated that no one should rely on the Lu, Su, or Qin families. He didn't object to this. He held no favorable impression of the Lu family, and the Su and Qin families were likely no better. Moreover, Jiang Li's explicit warning suggested he was already at odds with these 3 major clans. With that in mind, he nodded. A blood oath it was. But the crucial question remained: if the Master Amber were extracted, to whom would it belong? That was the crux of the matter. The Master Amber was the sovereign, the most powerful entity. Yui had coveted the power of the mystic turtle amber for ages. With the heavenly eye suspended in the air, he could see everything within a designated area without ever leaving his home. Paired with his teleportation ability, it would be a flawless combination. The Master Amber can be yours, Qiongqi said, but you must promise me one thing. What is it? If you obtain the Master Amber, I demand you avenge me by slaughtering the entire Sima clan. Exterminate the entire Sima clan? Qiongqi pondered. The Sima family has grown immensely over the years. Are you asking me to kill that many people? Wouldn't that be cruel? Besides, surely not every member of the Sima family is a villain? Qiongqi pondered. Wiping out the entire Sima clan did seem rather cruel. Though the Sima family deserved hatred, not every member was inherently evil. Then avenge me. 3 people killed my father back then. You need only kill those 3, and the Master Amber of the Black Tortoise will be yours. How does that sound? Qiongqi considered it and replied. Agreed. This deal is quite favorable, killing 3 people for the Amber of the Black Tortoise. Once Yui obtained the Amber of the Black Tortoise, his own survival capabilities would greatly increase. By then, even if the 3 great families targeted him, they wouldn't be able to do much to him. Then let us seal this pact with blood. After we've sworn allegiance, I'll tell you everything I know. Qiongqi drew his knife first, cutting his own finger. He then held out his hand, letting the blood drip into the teapot. He signaled to Yui, who understood. Yui took the knife, cut his own finger, and also dripped his blood into the teapot. Chapter 220, The Qin clan arrives. Once the blood of both men pooled in the teapot, it suddenly emitted a crimson glow and a sapphire light. These 2 beams intertwined like threads, then rose together into the air and vanished. Qiongqi poured out all the tea, filling 2 cups. Drink this tea, and we become allies. I will tell you everything I know. I also know you're from out of town. If you need any help in the capital, you can always come to me. Louis lifted his cup, clinked it against Qiongqi's, and drank it in one gulp. As he drank, a vivid image flashed through his mind: a colossal turtle radiating an overwhelming aura. Within Yui's dantian, Zhaoyun exclaimed, that aura is a grade no mistake. It's identical to the one Ma Su possessed back then. Simultaneously, Qiongqi's mind was struck by the image of a blood-red, winged tiger Qiongqi. This Qiongqi radiated boundless malevolence and ferocity, far surpassing any rank from A to C. Qiongqi's body jerked violently as he abruptly stood up. You lied to me. What you possess isn't a sub-amber, it's a Master Amber. You actually possess a Qiongqi Master Amber? He was utterly stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. The overwhelming power of the Qiongqi Amber made it clear to him that this was far beyond what a mere grade B Qiongqi sub-amber could possess. Not even a grade A could match it. That left only one possibility: the Master Amber. The Qiongqi Master Amber, ranked second among China's 9 great ambers, had now surfaced in the world. Yui smiled. We were strangers before. Naturally, I couldn't have told you the truth, right? The shock in Qiongqi's eyes lingered long after. He stared at Yui for a moment, swallowed hard, and said, since you possess the Qiongqi Master Amber, you're in even greater danger. If the 3 great families find out, they'll stop at nothing to seize your Qiongqi Amber. They might even threaten your loved ones to force you to hand it over. Poof. If they dare, I'll make them regret it. Yui's expression suddenly turned icy. His family was his Achilles' heel. Anyone who dared to threaten him with his loved ones would pay a price 10-fold, 100-fold. Qiongqi looked at him and nodded. Those who possessed Qiongqi Amber were the most dangerous adversaries. It was nearly impossible to keep them at bay, and if they sought to cause trouble, you'd be utterly defenseless. For they possessed the power of instantaneous movement. I should have realized this long ago. Zhaoyun never distributed any amber of the Qiongqi back then. There likely is no such thing as the amber of the Qiongqi in this world. Heaven forbid. By allying with you, I fear I'll only invite more trouble. This is truly the case of the man is innocent, but the jade brings guilt. The amber of the Qiongqi will inevitably draw the attention of the 3 great families. By joining forces with you, my troubles will only multiply. Qiongqi regretted it deeply. So what? Whether it's amber or amber, aren't we both in the same predicament? Do you really think the 3 great families would spare me if mine were truly grade B amber? Yui retorted. Qiongqi pondered briefly before nodding. You're right. Even if you possessed a genuine B-grade amber, they wouldn't spare you. A B-grade Qiongqi amber's power is formidable. With the 3 major families currently balanced, anyone acquiring even a B grade would instantly shatter that equilibrium. So even for a C grade, they'd fight tooth and nail. If that's the case, what are you worried about? Tell me what you know about those 3 locations, said Yui. I still don't know your name. My name is Yui. The U from music, the E from perseverance. Lu-E, good. I'll remember that. As for the 3 locations, I won't tell you now. I've consulted the oracle, it's not yet the right time to seek the Master Amber. We must wait a while longer. Leave me your contact information. When the time comes, I'll notify you. Also, if you have any questions about the capital, feel free to call me anytime. Qiongqi said. Alright. They exchanged contact information immediately. Qiongqi then rose to leave. I must go. I have to keep moving locations daily. Waiting for you on this street today took quite a while. Those from the Sima family are surely searching for me here.
All these years, they've never stopped looking for me.
I have to go. If anything comes up, just call. With that, he truly exited the private room.
Watching his figure disappear, Yui finally understood why the man had spoken so bluntly and hurriedly. He was clearly afraid someone might come for him at any moment. Though the amber possessed the ability to mask one's aura, there existed a mysterious resonance between two pieces of grade A amber. The Sima family could still locate him through their grade A amber.
No, I must leave too.
If Qiongqi sensed me earlier, that means the Sima family could also detect my presence if they arrived.
Lui quickly rose to his feet, preparing to leave.
But just as he was about to step out the private room door, Qiongqi unexpectedly returned. He thrust an object into Yui's hands.
Lui looked down to find a black device, exquisitely crafted, though he couldn't identify what it was.
Qiongqi said, "This is for you. Years ago, I paid a hefty sum to have this jammer made. With it, others won't be able to sense you. I made it to avoid being found myself, but I was wrong.
The unique resonance between a Great Qian Turtle Amber and a Great Qian Turtle Amber isn't something a jammer can mask. It's useless to me, but it might be useful to you. Keep it. Otherwise, if someone from the Sima family finds it, you'll be in big trouble." With that, he hurried away once more. Lui clutched the object tightly and tucked it into his pocket. Qiongqi exited through the tea house's back door. This time, he vanished without a trace. Yui promptly called Wu Tao to urge him to the rendezvous point. He too wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible. Though Qiongqi had given him a jammer, what if it proved ineffective? Wouldn't he then be exposed to the Sima family? The Sima family were vassals of the Qin clan, who possessed the White Tiger Amber, undoubtedly the strongest of the three great families. If they were targeted by the Qins, the capital would become unbearable. Unfamiliar with the local terrain, Yui avoided the back door and exited through the main entrance. He retraced his steps toward the three-way intersection to wait for Wu Tao. At the moment he stepped out of the tea house, a large crowd surged toward him, surrounding the establishment so tightly not a drop of water could escape. No one was permitted to leave, and Yui found himself trapped within the encirclement. Chapter 221, The Standoff. Hold your positions. Not a single suspicious person escapes. We've hunted him for so long, yet he slipped through our grasp time and again. This time, it absolutely cannot happen again. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit issued the orders. The men he led all bore the character Jin embroidered on their chest. The Jin dynasty was founded by Sima Yan, the patriarch of their Sima clan, marking the family's most glorious era. Who would have thought that even now, these people still took pride in it, wearing the character Jin as a badge of honor on their chests? None of you may leave for now. Present your identification cards. Only after each one is verified will you be permitted to depart, the man in the Zhongshan suit addressed the tourists whose path had been blocked. The tourists were clearly annoyed. They were minding their own business, strolling through the streets, when suddenly they were surrounded by these mysterious individuals. Being detained was bad enough, but now they were being asked for their IDs? Who the hell do you think you are? What gives you the right to check our IDs? A tall man spoke up, his accent suggesting he was from northeast China. His tone was harsh, hinting at a readiness to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. The man in the Zhongshan suit smiled calmly, showing great composure. He pulled out an ID card and showed it to the man, saying, "Sorry, we're just doing our job. We've received reports of drug dealing here, so we're conducting checks. If you don't want to look suspicious, it's best to cooperate." The ID card the man in the Zhongshan suit presented bore the seal of a certain government agency from Huashan Nation. It was genuine, not forged. The burly man immediately fell silent. Since they were here to investigate drug dealers, he naturally had nothing more to say. After all, these men were serving the nation and its people. Besides, drug dealers were truly despicable and deserved to be apprehended. Instantly, the tall man took the lead and voluntarily presented his ID. The middle-aged man in the Zhongshan suit stood there, carefully examining each ID before releasing 7 or 8 people in succession. 12 people had been surrounded. Standing at the back, Yui felt uneasy. He couldn't sense the energy fluctuations of the officers. But since they did come here in force, they were undoubtedly here to arrest Qiongqi. And among them, someone must be carrying another piece of Great Qian Turtle Amber. This filled Yui with apprehension and worry. He couldn't guarantee the jammer would work. If it failed, he'd have to fight these men head-on. Watching as the others filed past one by one, Yui, though standing last, knew his turn was approaching. "Come on, one at a time. Present your identification. As long as your background check's clear, we won't cause you any trouble," declared the man in the Zhongshan suit. As he spoke, the 10th person had already passed by him, followed by the 11th. After the 11th person passed, Yui hesitated briefly before pulling out his ID and stepping forward.
Simultaneously, he discreetly tucked the jammer into his sleeve, pressing it as close to his chest as possible. The man in the Zhongshan suit appeared harmless on the surface, yet his deep, piercing eyes concealed a cunning shrewdness. He studied Yui, not immediately checking his ID, but instead scrutinizing his height, appearance, and physical details. Only after this thorough assessment did he finally glance at the ID. Seeing the man say nothing and show no reaction, Yui felt a slight sense of relief. But just as he tucked away his ID and turned to leave, the man suddenly called out, "Hold on." Hearing that command, a chill ran down Luyi's spine. Could he have been exposed? At the man in the Zhongshan suit's command, the men wearing uniforms emblazoned with the character Jin immediately closed in, surrounding Yui like a solid iron barrel. Luyi's brow furrowed slightly. His hands, tucked inside his sleeves, had already clenched into fists, ready to strike at any moment. But the middle-aged man waved his hand, signaling his men to relax. He then smiled at Lui. "Young man, I noticed you just came out of the tea house. I hope I'm not mistaken?" "Machem," Lui replied curtly, offering little else. "I have a question for you. Have you seen this person?" The middle-aged man produced a photograph and held it out to Yui. Lui glanced at the photo. It was unmistakably Qiongqi. After a few seconds of thought, Yui nodded. "Yes, I have." He had intended to say he hadn't, which would have been straightforward and avoided trouble. But then he remembered that many people on the street had seen him with Qiongqi earlier. What if some of them were spies for the Sima family? If he denied seeing him, wouldn't that prove he was lying? That he was covering for Qiongqi? If he was lying and covering for Qiongqi, wouldn't that imply they had a special relationship? It was precisely this thought that led Yui to decide to tell the truth outright. "Oh? Seen him?" "Yes, I've seen him. He even came to me for a fortune reading, saying my luck would turn around this year. I gave him 100 yuan. Lui replied. "Ha!" The middle-aged man chuckled and asked, "Where is he now?" Lui shrugged. After the reading, he went to the restroom. "I didn't pay him any mind after all, he's just a fortune teller. He's probably still in the tea house." The middle-aged man nodded, then waved his hand. "You can go. It's fine now." "Oh." Hearing the man's words, Yui felt a silent wave of relief wash over him. He weaved through the crowd and, once outside the circle, immediately quickened his pace. 30 paces later, he glanced back. Under the middle-aged man's command, the others had already stormed into the tea house. Phew. Thank goodness. It seems this jammer is still effective. While the Xian turtle amber pieces can sense each other, they can't detect the presence of my Qiongqi amber. Lui breathed a sigh of relief, simultaneously grateful for having encountered Qiongqi. Had he not met Qiongqi this time, and instead paraded around the capital with the Qiongqi amber in plain sight, he would have been discovered by the three great families sooner or later. Qiongqi had mentioned that amber of class C or higher possessed considerable sensing capabilities. If these people had discovered him, trouble would have been inevitable. Fortunately, the jammer was there. Suddenly, Yuyi's phone rang. It was Wu Tao calling. He pressed the answer button and heard Wu Tao shouting, "Brother-y, where are you? I'm coming to find you. I took a different street and somehow ended up here. I'm on Calligraphy and Painting Street now. Where are you?" Just as Yi was about to give his location, a crucial thought struck him. He had the jammer, but Wu Tao didn't. The Sima family couldn't sense him, but if Wu Tao encountered him, detection would be inevitable. The Xian Gui Amber's sensing power was extraordinary. "Wu Tao, go. Hurry up and leave. Don't enter Calligraphy and Painting Street." Lui practically shouted, his voice urgent and loud, urging him to get out immediately. Chapter 222, 9 Oxen and 2 Tigers vs 9 Oxen and 2 Tigers. Leave? Why? What's going on? Go, where the hell are you? Didn't you hear me tell you to leave? Go back where you came from now. Yui shouted sternly. Oh. Though Wu Tao didn't understand why Yui had ordered him to retrace his steps, since Yui had instructed him so sternly, there must be a reason. He immediately turned around to head back the way he came. At that moment, Yui hurried to the intersection of the Calligraphy and Painting Street, peering into the alley. Several hundred meters away, he saw the middle-aged man suddenly emerge from the tea house entrance. He stepped out in a rush, then glanced left and right outside. At the end of the street, near an alleyway, Yui also spotted Wu Tao's back. The kid had followed his instructions and turned back, now entering that very alleyway. Wu Tao was wearing a t-shirt today with a peculiar design, one of those all-over prints featuring huskies with wide-eyed expressions. This made him stand out strikingly in the crowd, allowing Yui to spot him from a great distance. Chase him! The middle-aged man outside the tea house seemed to sense something. As he shouted the command, another large man burst out from a hidden corner outside the tea house. "Catch the one with the dog on his back," the middle-aged man yelled, pointing toward the distant alley. The burly man immediately took off after him like a sprinting leopard. Despite his bulk, the man moved like a cheetah, his speed astonishing. Yui was frantic with worry. What they had seen was none other than Wu Tao. "My lord, this is bad. I sense the power of the White Tiger Amber, and it's not weak." Zhao Yun spoke up at this moment. "White Tiger Amber?" Lui needed no guesswork. That burly man must be a member of the Qin family, and the power of the white tiger amber was undoubtedly emanating from him. My lord, we must reunite with Wu Tao immediately. If he falls into the Qin family's hands, his life will be in grave danger, Zhao Yun said anxiously. Louis had already begun sprinting toward Flower and Bird Street, the very street Wu Tao had fled into earlier, passing through that alley to reach Calligraphy and Painting Street. Now rushing to meet Wu Tao, he silently prayed the man hadn't been caught. The sheer speed of that burly man earlier had sent a chill down Yuyi's spine. Louis dialed Wu Tao's number again as he sprinted, shouting, "Hurry up! Speed up! Someone's chasing you! Quick!" "Huh? What? Someone chasing me? There's no one chasing me. This street is packed with people. Ege, stop joking around. Seriously, I just saw several gorgeous women at the Flower and Bird Market. Wow, the women in the capital really know how to dress up. They all look like celebrities. And you know what? I even had the nerve to ask for their WeChat IDs, and they actually gave them to me. I feel like my spring is finally coming," Wu Tao said, bursting with joy. "Enough with the love talk. I'm not joking. Someone is indeed after you. You need to get out of the Flower and Bird Market as fast as you can. If you keep dithering, you're going back to Lingjiang City." Lu Yi snapped. Hearing Yi's stern warning, Wu Tao immediately stopped joking and genuinely started running faster. After hanging up, Lu Yi scanned the street. Suddenly, he spotted a large red advertising banner hanging beside a shopfront, covered in promotional slogans. Seizing a moment when the shopkeeper wasn't looking, he yanked the banner down. He wrapped it around himself, covering his head and face completely. He might meet that burly man again soon, and his face absolutely couldn't be seen by that burly man a second time. The man in the Zhengshan suit had seen him once. If that burly man saw him again, suspicion would inevitably fall upon them. Thus, Yui chose to disguise himself. With time pressing, this was the only option available. As he ran down the street completely wrapped in the flag, his face tightly concealed, many people mistook him for a madman and kept their distance. As he ran, he spotted Wu Tao. The kid was sprinting toward him. 10 meters behind Wu Tao, that burly man was closing in fast. "Brother E!" Wu Tao appeared, waving to greet Yui. Hearing his shout, E cursed inwardly. Damn it, he recognized me? Was his disguise that bad? Wu Tao bounded over, seemingly eager to share his triumph of snagging a beauty's WeChat number. But Yui suddenly yelled, "Don't look back! Run!" and charged straight toward the burly man behind him. The burly man had Wu Tao in his sights. He hadn't seen Wu Tao's face, but Wu Tao's t-shirt was too eye-catching. Just as he was about to catch up to Wu Tao, he suddenly noticed a mysterious figure wrapped head to toe in red flags charging at him from the side. This was none other than Yui, determined to block the attacker and buy Wu Tao time to escape. Wu Tao ran over 20 meters before stopping to catch his breath. Seeing that Yui hadn't followed, he glanced back only to witness Yui locked in combat with the burly man. Holy! Wu Tao wanted to rush over to help, but upon seeing the burly man's impressive fighting skills, he immediately halted his movement. Right, Egu told me not to look back and to get out of there fast. That probably means I'm being watched, and those people are likely no ordinary foes. With that thought, he took off running without hesitation. He wasn't worried about Louis. The man's abilities were far beyond his own. If Louis wanted to escape, few could stop him. Wu Tao decided to head back to the hotel and wait for Louis. Meanwhile, at the alley entrance, Yi and the burly man had already exchanged 5 or 6 blows. The burly man moved with blinding speed, his fists and palms packing immense power. When his strikes closed in, it felt like being struck by a heavy iron rod. Louis held nothing back, unleashing his full strength from the start. They clashed, each landing a punch on the other. Swish! Swish! Both men were sent reeling back 7 or 8 meters. Yui felt at least 2 ribs in his chest snap from the impact of that single blow. The opponent's fist was like a tiger's claw, its power truly formidable. In the past, with his former physique, such a punch would have knocked him unconscious, nearly costing him his life. But after Zhao Yun's ancient training regimen, his physique had grown immensely stronger. His chest and arms now displayed healthy, explosive muscles. Even so, 2 ribs snapped. The searing pain shot through his nerve endings, making his heart pound wildly. The burly man was equally stunned. Yui's double-ox strength had slammed into his chest, nearly suffocating him and bringing his heart to a near halt. At least 3 of his ribs were broken, and his lungs throbbed with excruciating pain. Who the hell is this guy? What a brutal force! The burly man thought to himself. Chapter 223, Who is this? 2-ox strength was no trivial matter. It could shatter stone and split boulders. Its force equaled 2 speeding motorcycles. This was the first time Yui had ever used 2-ox strength to initiate an attack. For an ordinary person, this single punch would have been lethal. Yet the man before him, after taking the blow, merely staggered back 9 large steps before forcing himself to stand firm. What a formidable physique, able to withstand even the might of 2 oxen. Yui marveled inwardly. Then, from within his dantian, Zhao Yun's voice echoed. This was one of the White Tiger Amber's abilities and additional power. Anyone possessing the White Tiger Amber would have an exceptionally formidable physique.
It was also worth noting that the top 3 Dragon Soul Ambers all shared the same ability, the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. What? You mean the White Tiger Amber also grants the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers? Lu Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed.
In ancient times, Dianwei harnessed the White Tiger Amber's ferocious might to single-handedly hold back Zhang Shou's army, covering Cao Cao's retreat. Without 9 bulls and 2 tigers' strength, coupled with the White Tiger Amber's unique power, how could Dianwei have been so valiant?
Zhao Yun explained. In history, Dianwei wielded a pair of 80 gene double halberds with unmatched ferocity. Without immense strength, wielding such heavy weapons would indeed be impossible. So how much strength did he just exert? The strength of 1 ox. The power this man just wielded must have been the peak of 1 ox's strength. Zhao Yun sensed it keenly. Earlier, this man exerted the strength of 1 ox, while Yui exerted the strength of 2 oxen. My lord, your strength is already formidable. Yet the opponent possesses the White Tiger Amber's sub-amber, granting him extraordinary physical resilience. Thus, your 2 oxen's strength may not appear overwhelming, but in truth, he suffered greatly. Had it been anyone else, say, someone from the Lu clan, a single punch would have been enough to kill them. Zhao Yun spoke with confidence. As the first owner of the Qiongqi Amber, he understood the lethal power of 1 ox strength and 2 ox strength intimately. Who are you? The burly man demanded, his piercing eyes fixed intently on Yui, attempting to see through the crimson banner and glimpse the man's true face. But Yui was tightly wrapped, having long prepared to conceal his identity. He wouldn't be so easily discovered. He offered no reply, calculating that Wu Tao should have fled far enough by now. He promptly turned and sprinted away. His 2nd ox strength couldn't be sustained for long. If he pushed it for 2 full minutes, exhaustion would surely knock him unconscious. That's why, after throwing that punch, he immediately withdrew the power. The entire exchange had lasted barely 5 seconds. You're just going to leave without a word? Don't you think that shows a lack of respect for the Qin family? The stocky man immediately gave chase. Though severely injured, his formidable physique allowed him to endure the strain. Follow me again, and don't blame me for being impolite. Yui altered his voice, warning him in a strained tone. I act under my clan's orders. Since you refuse to even show your face, I cannot let you go. The burly man pursued relentlessly, refusing to relent. Lu Yi accelerated his pace. As he passed the 3-way intersection, he spotted members of the Sima family closing in from all sides. He spun on his heel, leaping into the air with a burst of strength. His fist slammed toward the burly man. The burly man, somewhat prepared, saw the punch coming. He abruptly planted his feet in a horse stance, crossed his arms, and forcefully pushed upward. Thud! Lu Yi's punch struck like hitting stone, producing a dull thud. The burly man's stance buckled slightly, his legs trembling ever so slightly. The arms that had blocked Lu Yi's punch instantly went numb. Ernie's strength was overwhelming. Had it been anyone else from the Qin family, they might not have been able to withstand it. After all, he possessed a Grade C White Tiger Amber. As a C-grade White Tiger Amber bearer, he was a pillar of the Qin family. Their decision to send him specifically to assist the Sima family in capturing Jiangli was a testament to their trust in his abilities. Yet here, in this flower and bird market, he had encountered such an overwhelmingly powerful opponent. Lu Yi threw a punch, then immediately turned and fled. In terms of true combat prowess, he could have invoked his spirit manifestation to summon Zhao Yun to fight. Though he'd studied numerous martial arts manuals lately and made significant progress in hand-to-hand combat, his skill still paled in comparison to Zhao Yun's. If Zhao Yun had intervened, he could have dispatched this man within 10 seconds. Yet Yui had no desire to indiscriminately kill on the streets. After all, his relationship with the Qin family hadn't yet deteriorated to the point of mutual hostility. Moreover, he wished to conceal his abilities. If Zhao Yun attacked, any sharp-eyed observer might catch a glimpse of his true nature. By relying solely on brute strength and modern combat techniques, he could ensure the enemy detected nothing. At most, they'd note his immense power. Brute strength proved nothing. White Tiger Amber possessed immense strength, but the Su family's Fierce Bear Amber, one of the 3 great clans, also granted power-enhancing abilities. The Fierce Bear Amber's Madness ability grants 10-fold strength at the initial level, 20-fold at D rank, 30-fold at C rank, 40-fold at B rank, and 50-fold at A rank. When the Fierce Bear Amber activates its giant spirit power, it can wield 80-fold strength. It can be said that the Fierce Bear Amber's Madness ability is not far behind the 9 bulls and 2 tigers' strength. This is evident from the historical account where Zhang Fei, wielding the Fierce Bear Amber, fought Lubu, possessor of the Green Qilin Amber, for 80 rounds without defeat. Who the hell are you? The burly man erupted in rage, suddenly bellowing at Yui with a deafening roar. Upon hearing that voice, Yui felt his entire body go limp, his limbs suddenly weak. What's going on? Yui frowned deeply. Zhao Yun replied, I don't know either. I never fought Dian way back then, and we were on opposing sides. All I know is that the White Tiger Amber also possesses immense strength and innate damage resistance. Beyond that, I'm not entirely sure about its other abilities. But judging from the current situation, this seems to be a power that rapidly weakens you, my lord. At present, all your abilities have decreased by 20%. Fortunately, the opponent is only a C-grade White Tiger Amber. A B grade could reduce abilities by 30%, and a grade by 40%, and a Master Amber might even reduce them by 60%. What a terrifying ability. Once reduced by 60%, few could stand against such a foe. Chapter 224, Descendants of Sima. This ability is truly monstrous, a trump card for close quarters combat. In the heat of battle, a sudden roar like this could strike an opponent, weakening them across all attributes. That would be like slicing through vegetables. Fierce Dianwei, no wonder he ranks third among the Three Kingdoms generals. His reputation is well earned. This ability alone is worthy of praise. Let's go. It's not wise for the Lord to continue fighting now. The Sima clan's men are closing in, and they might even have spears. Zhao Yun shouted urgently. Yui gritted his teeth. His body felt 2/10 weaker, as if he were carrying an extra 40 pounds. Yet his running speed remained astonishingly swift. Now I finally understand the value of your weighted training regimen, Yui sighed. Had I not undergone that regimen, the single debilitated debuff alone would have ensured I couldn't escape this time. At first, he had complained incessantly about the weight training. But after persevering, he discovered many benefits. For instance, his body had grown stronger and his limbs more powerful. It's good you understand, Lord. Weight training is merely the foundational stage. If you can effortlessly bear 300 pounds, then you'll be ready for the second phase. Once you enter that stage, your physical prowess will rival that of ancient generals, Zhao Yun explained. Hearing this, I must admit I feel rather eager. Yui gritted his teeth and accelerated his pace. He had long since progressed beyond the 100 gene training and was now attempting 220 gene. Though the weight still strained his back considerably, his current physical condition allowed him to endure it. If he could persevere for another fortnight or so, he might be able to try 250 gene. At this rate, 300 pounds wouldn't be far off. Once he entered the second phase of training, he could reach the level of an ancient general? That was truly something to look forward to. Surround him. Don't let him escape. Members of the Sima clan swarmed toward him, scattering like ants and closing in from every alleyway. As locals, they knew the terrain here like the backs of their hands. Yui, an outsider visiting for the first time, knew only the path he'd come by and intended to retreat the same way. This is bad. They outnumber me, know the terrain, and are using shortcuts to cut off my retreat. If they were unarmed, I wouldn't fear their numbers. What I dread is that they might have guns. As Yui fled, his eyes scanned the surroundings. The burly man closed in step by step. Only then did Yui realize the man's running speed was extraordinary, even faster than his own. The distance between them was shrinking by the second. Trained in ancient methods by Zhao Yun, Yui considered himself exceptionally fast when unburdened. Few could match his pace. At present, he outran even world-class sprinters. Yet suddenly, the burly man's pace surged, outpacing even him. My lord, be cautious. I believe I've identified it. This must be the third ability of the White Tiger Amber, enhancing pursuit speed, Zhao Yun suddenly declared. Damn, this is insane. It can both weaken opponents and boost one's own speed. Thankfully, I possess the Qiongqi Amber. If it were someone from the Lu family, they'd be tangled to death. Yui cursed inwardly. Not exactly. The Red Eagle Amber isn't as weak as you imagine, Lord. Those you encountered in Lengjiang City were merely minor players. Were you to face a C rank or higher Red Eagle Amber user, they possess stealth abilities, what you call invisibility. Few could stop them if they chose to vanish. The Red Eagle Amber is no pushover. You know the lethality of its chain arrow ability, Lord. Its ultimate skill, piercing the willow from 100 paces, is even more ruthless, killing silently from 100 paces away, blood splattering 7 steps. Zhao Yun seemed to hold deep respect for the old General Huang Zhong from years past, hence his praise when speaking of the Red Eagle Amber. Now wasn't the time to debate Amber's strength. Damn it, looks like I'll have to waste another teleportation ability. As Yui ran, he suddenly spotted figures ahead attempting to intercept him. Sure enough, the Sima clan had cut through a shortcut to ambush him. With a sudden twist, he spun around and unleashed another 3-hit combo on the burly man. Even with his strength reduced by 20%, it was still far greater than that of a single ox. Thus, in terms of raw power, Yui held the advantage over the burly man. After landing 3 consecutive punches, Louis seized the moment as the burly man stumbled back several steps. He darted into a nearby restaurant. The establishment wasn't large but had 2 floors. Louis charged straight upstairs. He raced up the stairs, then dashed down a hallway and into an empty private room. Before anyone could spot him, he hid behind the curtains. The Sima family men and the burly man reached the restaurant entrance, but they weren't in a hurry. The restaurant wasn't large and it had no back door. Brother Qin, how are you? The man in the Zhongshan suit seemed to notice the burly man's poor complexion and suddenly asked. The burly man clutched his chest, coughing several times before a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Whoever this person is, he's incredibly strong. He's disrupted our Qin family's important affairs this time. We must capture him. No matter who he is, he must pay the price. Rest assured, Brother Qin. I've been to this restaurant before, no back door.
Once he's inside, he's as trapped as a turtle in a jar.
We just need to secure every possible escape route. Besides, this guy seems capable.
Should we ask the old man to send reinforcements? The man in the Zhongshan suit inquired. The burly man shook his head.
No need. If we ask the old man for help over something this trivial, we'll get chewed out when we return. Use the weapon. With so many of us, there's no way we can't take down a single man.
The man in the Zhongshan suit nodded, then reached into his coat and pulled out a compact Browning pistol.
With a flick of his fingers, he handed it to the burly man.
The burly man declined the gun.
I'll pass. I prefer my fists and a knife over a gun.
With that, he drew a military knife about 20 centimeters long from his calf, its cold, sharp edge gleaming.
Everyone, move quickly. In.
The man in the Zhongshan suit gave a signal, dispatching his men to enter.
8 members of the Sima family immediately charged in as the vanguard, heading upstairs.
The restaurant owner, who seemed to recognize these men, watched their impassive faces as they headed straight upstairs. He dared not utter a word, sitting quietly in the corner, hoping these big shots would finish quickly and leave.
He didn't want them ruining his business. Chapter 225, Total Lockdown. In the capital city, it's neither too big nor too small.
For those in power and influence, business owners are the sharpest-eyed and most aware. The restaurant owner ran a small operation and certainly couldn't afford to cross a colossus like the Qin family.
A single word from them could easily make his establishment vanish from the capital.
Therefore, he dared not speak out of turn and even instructed his waitstaff to keep quiet.
8 members of the Sima family led the advance team.
Their methods were meticulous, clearly reflecting military training.
Upon reaching the floor, each immediately took up a position, ensuring the mysterious figure couldn't slip away. They secured the restroom entrance before conducting a thorough search inside.
One man signaled, and 2 others immediately rushed to the men's restroom. One guarded the door with his gun drawn, while the other charged inside, systematically checking each stall.
At the restaurant entrance,
the burly man paused briefly before stepping inside and heading upstairs. The Sima family men searched the men's restroom thoroughly. Not only did they find no trace of the mysterious figure, but there weren't even any ordinary customers. To be fair, it made sense it wasn't mealtime yet, so the restaurant was naturally quiet, and the second floor was completely empty.
If he wasn't in the men's room, then the women's room must be next.
The others guarded the hallway, ready to shout at the slightest sound. The burly man gave a command, then personally led his men into the women's restroom to search for the mysterious figure. But just as they were searching the women's restroom, Yui, hiding behind the curtain of a stall, reached up and touched the Qiongqi pattern on his chest. The moment he closed his eyes, that familiar scene appeared once more.
What a nostalgic feeling.
He hadn't used the teleportation ability in a long time since exhausting its energy. This time, as he activated it, he suddenly realized the red-hued area seemed to have expanded. It now covered roughly a 150-meter radius around him.
Huh, the range increased? Lu Yi was pleasantly surprised.
50 meters wasn't exceptionally far, but sometimes, that distance proved incredibly useful.
Correct, Lord. You have obtained Yun Wanqiu's blood essence, unlocking the second tier of the Qiongqi Amber's power.
Your spirit manifestation can now last 2 minutes, and your strength has increased to that of 2 oxen. Teleportation is also a form of ability, so it naturally upgrades as well. So if I obtain the love blood of a few more women, won't I be able to upgrade again?
Exactly. Is there no upper limit? That remains unknown.
In my time, I could only teleport within a 300-meter radius.
Zhao Yun replied.
300 meters, that means Zhao Yun had only unlocked the 3rd tier back then, possessing the strength of 3 oxen. This was something Yui had long been aware of. So if I obtain the love blood of 100 women, wouldn't that allow me to teleport 10,000 meters in all directions? Just imagine teleporting 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye. In the city, I could appear in the east one moment and the west the next, elusive as a dragon seen only by its head, moving freely and effortlessly, as carefree as a celestial being. Yi Li's excitement surged. Zhao Yun, however, cautioned, when our lord first forged the contract with me, he was most reluctant.
Gathering the love blood of 10 women is already no easy feat. 100 women? That's nothing short of a fairy tale. This bucket of cold water doused Yu Yi's excitement. Talking to you is such a bore.
Louis curled his lips in disdain, then moved his position as far as possible, reaching the 150-meter limit to distance himself from the restaurant.
Transmit.
With a burst of energy, Yui vanished instantly behind the curtains of the private room. The curtains fluttered a few times before the space behind them was completely empty. Meanwhile, on the second-floor corridor of the restaurant, the burly man had emerged from the women's restroom, followed by a female waitress. Her face flushed crimson, a mix of shame and anger, but intimidated by the men's weapons, she dared not utter a word.
Search! Search every single room thoroughly now.
The burly man gave the order, leading his team as they entered each room to search.
Meanwhile, Yui utilized his teleportation ability.
After a single transmission, he found himself in an alley 150 meters away. The alley was extremely narrow, serving as a storage space behind the storefronts. A tourist was relieving himself in a corner when Yui suddenly materialized behind him, startling both men.
Fortunately, the relieving man hadn't witnessed Yui's sudden appearance.
Startled, he wet himself.
Lu Yi immediately took off running. "What kind of person are you?"
Spying on a man relieving himself, the man behind him shouted, filled with resentment. He wasn't some beauty, yet he'd been spied on, and it had even caused him to wet himself. Louis paid him no mind, sprinting away at top speed while simultaneously calling Wu Tao. The call connected, and Wu Tao answered immediately.
Where are you? I've been waiting for you outside the entrance. Haven't seen you come out. Should I keep waiting? Wu Tao asked. Wait. You wanna get arrested? Get moving now. Go as far out of your way as possible. Don't go straight back to the hotel. Circle around first as far as you can.
And change out of that damn t-shirt.
Yui barked.
Wu Tao's t-shirt was an online purchase he'd barely worn.
He was secretly proud of it.
The dog head emoji on it, with its cold, sideways gaze, had a rebellious, edgy vibe as provocative as it got.
Got it. Wu Tao immediately started running, skipping the car. He followed Li's instructions, run as far as possible, heading toward the most remote areas. After a huge detour, he changed clothes and returned to the hotel. On Yui's side, after running down the alley for a while, he finally emerged. Once he reached a less crowded area, he removed his masking flag and tossed it into a trash bin. Then, pretending nothing had happened, he walked out of the antique market onto the main street, boarded a bus, and rode off into the distance. Meanwhile, at the restaurant in the flower and bird market, the Sima family members and the burly man had practically turned the place upside down, yet they found no trace of anyone. The burly man, furious, stormed into the restaurant lobby and smashed a marble table to pieces with a single palm strike. How could this be? They clearly saw him enter. How could he vanish as if he'd evaporated? This place has no back door, and our men sealed every possible escape window long ago. He couldn't have gotten away. But we've searched everywhere and found absolutely no trace of him. This is impossible.
The burly man cursed loudly.
Chapter 226, Complimenting Each Other. Brother Qin, are you certain there's absolutely no trace?
The man in the Zhongshan suit had been stationed downstairs the entire time and hadn't noticed anything unusual either. I personally led the search.
How could there be any doubt?
The burly man retorted angrily. Brother Yong, there's genuinely no sign of that mysterious man inside. Everyone saw him go upstairs, but after he went upstairs, no one knows where he went.
It's like he vanished into thin air.
We searched the first floor too, and he wasn't there either, a member of the Sima family stated.
The man in the Zhongshan suit, Sima Yong, nodded. He must be skilled. The fact we couldn't track him suggests he's no ordinary man.
He glanced up at the surrounding buildings and added, perhaps he escaped through a window.
This restaurant doesn't have security bars. With the windows open, it would be easy to slip into the neighboring building. We overlooked that possibility.
The burly man, Qin Taidian, rushed out of the restaurant upon hearing Sima Yong's words. Scanning left and right, he confirmed Sima Yong's observation. None of the windows had security bars.
With the windows open, anyone reasonably agile could easily slip into the adjacent building.
Seeing this, he sighed in regret. He hadn't noticed this detail earlier, assuming it was safe because all the windows in the upstairs private rooms were tightly shut.
Damn it! Qin Taidian clenched his fists and let out a furious roar. Sima Yong offered consolation. Brother Qin, there's no need for such anger.
I too overlooked this earlier, we were both careless.
Still, this mission wasn't entirely fruitless.
At least we now know that mysterious figure possesses extraordinary skills. Besides our Qin family, others have also set their sights on that Jianli brat.
I know who that mysterious figure is. Qin Taidian declared with certainty.
Oh?
Did you see his true face, Brother Qin? Who is he? Sima Yong asked curiously.
I didn't see his face clearly, Qin Taidian replied, but his power gave it away.
He's definitely from the Su family. The Su family? How can you be so sure? Sima Yong pressed.
Qin Taidian suddenly tore open his own clothes, revealing a bruised chest with several sunken areas, clear signs of broken ribs and punctured lungs. Who else but someone from the Su family could inflict such injuries with sheer strength? Could it be someone from our own Qin family? Our own people would never do this. And if that mysterious figure were from the Lu family, he wouldn't have broken my ribs, he would have pierced my lungs with steel spikes. That man's strength far surpasses mine. He must be from the Su family, wielding the frenzied power of Lai Xiong Hupa.
Qin Taidian declared with certainty. The Su family? Their ambitions are considerable.
This time, they've openly positioned themselves against our Qin family. Everyone knows Jiang Li is the man our Qin family seeks to capture, yet they deliberately approach him.
The Su family.
It seems all these years, our Qin family hasn't exerted enough pressure on them, Sima Yong remarked.
The Su family has never been timid.
It's no surprise they'd pull something like this.
Qin Taidian remarked. Brother Qin, you should go to the hospital first. Your health comes first. Since the Su family has meddled in this, we'll have a reason to explain to the old master once we return. Besides, as long as Jiang Li remains in the capital, I can sense him again. He was lucky to escape this time, but we'll catch him eventually. If need be, next time we'll deploy more experts. That way, it'll be foolproof. Sima Yong said. MHM.
Qin Taidian responded, a cough rattling in his throat as blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. He didn't force himself to stay. He left the place immediately, driving straight to the hospital. Meanwhile, Yui took a bus, traveling a considerable distance, before arriving at a shopping mall. There, he changed into a fresh set of clothes. Only then did he hail a taxi and return to his hotel. After arriving at the hotel, he called Wu Tao, who was already there. Once the two brothers returned to their room, Wu Tao began curiously questioning him about the events of the day. Even now, he was still clueless about what had happened. They had been shopping, and then out of nowhere, Louis had yelled at him to run. Brother E, what the hell happened today? Didn't you know the Qins had their eyes on you? If we'd been a moment later, we'd have been in serious trouble. The Qin family? Why is the Qin family suddenly involved? What's their background? I've told you before there are 9 major amber families across Huaxia. We're not the only ones with Dragon Soul Amber. Besides the Lu family, there's also the Su family and the Qin family. The Qin family controls the White Tiger Amber, ranked 3rd among the 9 major amber families, while the Su family holds the Fierce Bear Amber, ranked 5th. Now that we're in the capital, these 2 major families are the ones we need to watch most closely. Brother E, how did you know? Yi took a sip of water before slowly recounting the day's encounter with Jiang Li. Jiang Li? A descendant of Jiang Boyo? You mean that Jiang Boyo Jiang Wei, the disciple of Zhuge Liang who ultimately perished alongside Wei's General Deng Ai? Exactly. Lately, Wu Tao has been showing signs of enlightenment. Whether it's due to the influence of the Qiongqi Amber or not, his memory has improved significantly. Plus, he's been reading the Romance of the Three Kingdoms recently, so he has some understanding of the figures and events from that era. He actually knew the whereabouts of the main piece of Qiongqi Amber. This was incredible. Back in the day, Zhuge Liang had obtained the Qiongqi Amber. Zhuge Liang was so incredibly powerful, and his disciple Jiang Wei was also formidable. Ego, if you could get your hands on the Qiongqi Amber, wouldn't that be like ascending to the heavens in one step, adding wings to a tiger? Wu Tao exclaimed excitedly. Then you could share a piece of the amber with me. I become a dual amber possessor, just like Wei Yan back in the day. I do covet the Qiongqi Amber. Its powers complement our Qiongqi Amber perfectly together, they'd be a seamless match. If possible, we absolutely must acquire the Qiongqi Amber, said he. Brother E, can we really trust that Jiang Li? For now, he seems trustworthy. Then, while we still have nearly 2 months before school starts and since the admission letters haven't arrived yet, there's no rush. Why not discuss it with him and go find the Qiongqi Master Amber immediately? He said it's impossible. Without the right timing and opportunity, it can't be found. When the time comes, he'll notify us separately. Brother E, what should we do next? Since you mentioned both the Qin and Su families are in the capital, doesn't that mean we're at risk of being discovered even if we stay in the hotel? Wu Tao worried. I just added several beautiful women on WeChat today, planning to arrange, you know. You didn't mention it, but you're right, I hadn't thought of that. Exactly. With the E-grade Qiongqi Amber inside you, even staying in the hotel could eventually lead to discovery. If they pass nearby, they could easily sense it. Under these circumstances, I must retrieve the E-grade Amber from your body. Yi declared. Chapter 227, Mr. Zhuge. What? EGE, you want to take back my E-grade Amber? No way. I'm already used to this power, you absolutely can't take it away. Wu Tao immediately clutched his chest and scrambled away. That power is a curse on you. Rest assured, once I find a way to conceal your aura, I'll return it to you, said Yui. How long will that take? Wu Tao asked reluctantly. Before, he only knew how to play games in real life, he had little confidence. Talking to girls made him even more shy than he. Since obtaining the Qiongqi Amber, he'd gained the courage to face life. For instance, today at the flower and bird market, he dared to ask a beautiful woman for her WeChat ID, something he'd never do before. It was safe to say the Qiongqi Amber had become Wu Tao's pillar of strength. Without it, he'd lose his confidence and revert to his former self. It probably won't be long, said Yui. He has a jammer on him, and it worked well today. Unfortunately, there's only one jammer, so I need to figure out how to get Wu Tao another one. Alright then. Just as Yui was about to act, Zhao Yun and his Dantian suddenly warned, Master, are you truly going to strip Wu Tao of his E-grade Amber? What else? There's only one jammer. The best solution now is to reclaim the E-grade Amber. Once Wu Tao becomes an ordinary person, he'll no longer pose a threat. Zhao Yun replied, that may be true, but there is one thing I must inform you of, my lord. Once the Dragon Soul Amber is stripped away, the recipient will suffer severe damage. At best, they'll fall gravely ill, at worst, they'll be bedridden for half a year. Have you considered the consequences, my lord?
What? The consequences are that severe? Yui exclaimed in shock. Indeed. Whether the primary or secondary amber, once it enters the human body, it becomes fused with the host. They become inseparable. On one hand, it absorbs vast quantities of the host's blood to nourish itself. On the other, it stimulates the body to produce more fresh blood, accelerating metabolism. Once the dragon soul amber is removed, it's as if the body has lost a massive amount of blood. Even a robust constitution will suddenly weaken. This leaves the body vulnerable to disease. If the person's constitution was already poor, removing the dragon soul amber could even cost them their life. Zhao Yun explained. Does that mean someone like Wu Tao's constitution is already considered poor? Asked Yui. Zhao Yun considered for a moment before replying, not poor, but not strong either. Removing the E-grade amber would require at least 2 months of bed rest. Whether he'd suffer a serious illness is still uncertain. That's serious? Lu Yi immediately abandoned the idea of retrieving the amber. Retrieving the sub-amber would indeed safeguard Wu Tao, but the physical toll on him would be too great. Instantly, a new idea struck him. He pulled the jammer from his pocket and handed it to Wu Tao. Forget it. I won't extract the E-grade amber. Removing it would cause immense damage to your body. If it damages your fundamental essence, you might lose the ability to have children. My uncle would never forgive me. Keep this device. Never lose it. As long as you have it, the Qin and Su families shouldn't be able to sense you, said Louis. Does this thing actually work? Wu Tao took it and examined it. Of course it works. I used this very thing to escape danger today. Keep it safe. Don't lose it. Oh. After speaking, Louis gathered his belongings and prepared to leave the room. Brother E, you just got back. Where are you going now? I've given you the jammer. I don't have one now, so we can't stay in the same place. If we're discovered, 2 people won't be able to escape easily. I'll find another hotel. Contact me anytime if anything comes up. Oh. Wu Tao responded, smiling inwardly, not bad. That way, maybe tonight I can call a few beauties over to warm the bed. It's settled then. Louis left the hotel but didn't go far, settling into another hotel just 2 kilometers away. He deliberately chose a lower floor that way, if discovered, he'd have more escape options. After settling his belongings in the new room, he pulled out his phone and dialed a new number. The call rang for about 30 seconds before someone answered. The owner of the Qiongqi Amber is no ordinary person. To escape unscathed from such a large group of pursuers. The Qiongqi Amber truly lives up to its name, no wonder it ranks second among the 9 great amber treasures. Zhongli began with this compliment. Where are you now? Yui asked. I'm in a safe place now. How about you? Did you get hurt? Thanks to you, I've got 2 broken ribs, Louis replied. Surviving that ambush with Qin Taidian chasing you down and only breaking 2 ribs? That's impressive. But Qin Taidian looks worse for wear. He's the pillar of the Qin family. You managed to seriously wound him. That alone is something to be proud of. Enough. I didn't call to hear you brag. I need your help. That jammer you gave me seems useful. Can you get me another one? Sure thing. Thanks. Contact me once it's ready. With that, Yui hung up. He knew continuing this conversation with John Li would yield nothing. What he truly wanted to know were the 3 potential locations of the main amber containing the Shin Turtle Amber, but John Li certainly wouldn't reveal them now. Therefore, he cut straight to the point. After hanging up the phone, John Li found himself not in the city, but in the wilderness, where he had lit a campfire. A plump, tender chicken, roasted to crispy perfection on the outside and juicy on the inside, was now releasing a rich, savory aroma. John Li tucked away his phone and suddenly chuckled. Mr. Zhuge, I never imagined that besides your mastery of military strategy, you also possessed such culinary skills. TSK, this chicken, prepared exactly as you instructed, truly makes one's mouth water just from the aroma alone. Within his dantian, a mist gently parted to reveal a tabletop. Seated behind it was an elegant scholar, wearing a feathered fan and a silk headscarf, holding a feathered bagua fan in his hand. The man smiled faintly, merely a lifelong passion. To eat this chicken, if paired with Nanyang old wine, that would be the perfect match. Oh? Nanyang old wine? Its current name is quite renowned reclining dragon jade nectar. But that high-proof liquor? I'm not accustomed to it. John Li shook his head, then said, By the way, Mr. Zhuge, do you truly believe that youngster named Yui is trustworthy? At this question, the man behind the table, adorned with feather fan and scholar's cape, smiled faintly and nodded slightly. He's still rather naive. He can be used. Just follow this old man's plan step by step. Very well. Chapter 228, Pursuit. At the Tianhe Hospital in the capital city, a group of people were gathered outside a hospital room. These individuals were no ordinary folk, their luxury vehicles alone spoke volumes. The patient in room 413 had been admitted that very afternoon. Several individuals had arrived together, occupying 7 or 8 rooms.
Yet the occupant of room 413 was undoubtedly the most distinguished among them. Within 2 hours of this patient's admission, luxury vehicles began arriving at the hospital one after another: BMWs, Mercedes-Benzes, Rolls-Royces, Ferraris, and more, numbering at least 10. The drivers of these vehicles were now gathered at the door of room 413, waiting for news from inside. Squeak! As the ward door opened, a nurse emerged carrying a tray. The people waiting outside immediately grabbed the nurse and began asking questions. "Nurse, how is my grandson? Where exactly is he injured? Nurse, how is my son? Nurse, how is my nephew?" The nurse didn't dare keep them waiting. "Don't worry too much," she said. "Young Master Su is fine. He's awake now. You can go in to see him." Hearing this, the crowd could hardly stand still. They pushed open the door and rushed inside. There lay a young man on the hospital bed, his jaw and right hand both in casts. "Oh my son, how did this happen to you?" A woman burst into tears upon seeing the young man, overcome with grief. The young man, however, wore a stern expression, his eyes blazing with fury, saying nothing. "Hawen, tell us what happened today." "How did you end up like this?" asked a man in his 60s. This was his grandfather, deeply concerned about his condition. "What's there to ask? I got beaten up." The young man on the hospital bed replied coldly. But the force of his words strained his jaw, causing such intense pain that tears nearly welled up. His father picked up the doctor's diagnosis and X-ray results. The young man had a comminuted fracture in his jaw, and his right palm had also been struck by a heavy object, resulting in a comminuted fracture. "How dare anyone lay such heavy blows on you? Tell me, who was it?" His father erupted in fury. Within the capital, the Su family held considerable standing. They were affiliated with the Su family, one of the 3 colossal powerhouses dominating the city. Their influence was such that a mere stamp of their foot could send ripples throughout the entire capital. And yet, despite the Su family's exalted status, someone dared to beat their eldest son into such a state. I don't know who that person was either. Seems like he was from out of town. After beating him up, he just ran off. Finding him now won't be easy. The young man seemed accustomed to speaking this way in front of his parents and elders. He had been pampered and cherished by his family since childhood. As the sole heir of the Su family, with his uncle also childless, he was essentially the family's only successor. His eldest uncle immediately stepped forward. "Whoever this person is, daring to beat you like this matter won't end here. I'll call my contacts at the police station right now and summon a few sketch artists. Hawen, you just describe the man's appearance, and we'll have the artists draw him. In this capital city, anyone who lays a hand on our Su family will be hunted down, no matter where they flee." Su Hawen glanced at his uncle with gratitude. Among all his relatives, his uncle's affection for him surpassed even that of his own parents. "Yes." Su Hawen responded with a firm nod. Then, Old Master Su spoke up. "Hawen, how has your relationship with that Miss Su been progressing lately?" Su Hawen replied, "Grandfather, she doesn't even look my way. Why should I keep throwing myself at her? Every time I pluck up the courage to approach her, she rebuffs me with icy indifference. Though Su Yuner is beautiful, she's simply not my type." "Nonsense. As a scion of a distinguished family, how can you judge someone so rashly? What's wrong with Su Yuner? She lived abroad for 14 years and entered Purple University at 16 after returning. This woman is highly capable, perfect material for a supportive partner. And that is precisely the kind of girlfriend you lack. Moreover, she is the legitimate daughter of the Su family. If you were to get together with her, it would strengthen the bond between our Su and Su families. Don't you understand this?" The elder pleaded earnestly. "But grandfather, I simply can't stand her." Su Hawen protested. "Hoof. You must endure it. Know this, she treats everyone that way. The key lies in how you change her attitude. Grandfather has seen more than you've eaten in your life. With women like her, once she shifts her attitude toward you, her heart will be yours forever. Understand?" The elder instructed calmly. "But there are no buts. If you marry Su Yuner, your parents will gain prestige through you. Don't you want to spare them and me from having to grovel before the Su family every time we meet? If you marry her, the Su family and the Su family become in-laws. Then we can stand as equals. Our family's many businesses will gain more opportunities for growth. Hawen, I won't say anything about your lack of focus on your studies. But Su Yuner, you must win her over. Understand?" The old man suddenly grew stern. "Yes, Hawen, Su Yuner is both beautiful and intelligent. Marrying her would be a wise choice." His mother chimed in with encouragement. His father added, "If Su Yuner marries into our Su family, it will truly be our moment to rise." His uncle chimed in, "Hawen, I'll let you have your way on other matters, but on this one, you must listen to your uncle. You absolutely cannot let Su Yuner go to another man. Got it?" Seeing his entire family united in this stance, Su Hawen suddenly snapped impatiently, "Enough. I got beaten up today, and you all come to the hospital just to pressure me into pursuing Su Yuner? Hawen, rest assured. The man who attacked you won't get away with it. I'll make him pay dearly, his uncle assured him firmly.
Alright. Pursue her if you must. But if you truly can't win her over, don't blame us. That woman is naturally cold toward everyone.
I have little confidence I can melt her heart, Su Hawen said. His father chuckled.
It's fine.
As long as you try your best, we'll support you.
With your determination, Su Yuner will be yours sooner or later. No matter what, we can't let Su Yuner marry those bastards from the Lu family. That old Lu bastard's grandson has been getting close to her lately. You absolutely must not let him succeed. Both our Su family and the Lu family are subordinate to the Su family.
Whether we can turn our fortunes around depends entirely on you.
Chapter 229, Preparations. About half an hour later, people did indeed arrive at the hospital.
Several carried sketchbooks they'd been summoned by Su Hawen's uncle. They were there to sketch portraits of those who had attacked Su Hawen today.
Upon seeing them, Su Hawen immediately began describing the attackers. After about 2 hours of sketching, the portraits were complete.
It must be said that the two portrait artists were quite skilled. Merely from the descriptions, they managed to capture the subjects remarkably well. This one, Su Hawen declared, pointing at the portrait with his left finger, his teeth gritted in anger. Although there were 5 of them, this one is the most despicable. The portrait depicted none other than Yui. Su Gongzi's jaw and hand had been injured by Yui. His jaw had been punched, resulting in a comminuted fracture. His mouth still wouldn't close properly, and speaking caused excruciating pain. The back of his right hand had been struck by the metal buckle of Yui's belt, causing a comminuted fracture that was even more severe. When had he ever endured such humiliation in his entire life? Seeing Yui's portrait now was like a fuse of rage being instantly lit. Young Master Su was beyond furious. Su Hawen's uncle had considered enlisting a police contact to expedite the search. After all, law enforcement controlled the city's surveillance network, making identification straightforward. Yet he hesitated, realizing that if the police handled it strictly by the book, the assailant might escape with a mere fine and a week's detention. Such a token punishment was not what he desired. After all, Su Hawen was the Su family's sole heir. Those who dared to bully him must pay with their lives, at the very least. Thus, he abandoned the idea of reporting it to the police and instead summoned some underworld figures. In the capital, there were no major gangs. This territory was controlled by the 3 major families, and within their sphere of influence, no gang could gain a foothold. However, at the bottom of society, thugs and enforcers were plentiful. Their networks were extensive, and as long as someone was willing to pay, their efficiency in getting things done was quite satisfactory. Thus, his uncle summoned 3 gang leaders. Su Hawen's uncle took the portrait and showed it to the 3 thug leaders. "Take pictures of this with your phones," he said. "Memorize this face well. With your capabilities, I expect you to find this person within 3 days." The 3 gang leaders were burly men covered in various tattoos, exuding an imposing aura. Yet in front of the Su family, their arrogance vanished completely, replaced by a notably polite demeanor. "Mr. Su, rest assured. Leave this matter to us. We'll handle it flawlessly. But may we ask what fate does Mr. Su envision for the subject of this portrait?" the 3 gang leaders inquired, looking at Uncle Su Hawen.
Uncle Su Hawen, Su Yunxian, replied calmly, "Do I need to tell you? Just make sure it's clean." "Understood, Mr. Su." The 3 gang leaders had likely collaborated with Su Yunxian multiple times before, so they grasped the meaning behind his words perfectly. That night, Yui spent the night at the hotel. When he went to sleep, he was extremely cautious. Not only did he lock the door from the inside, but he also dragged a table over and wedged it against the door. In the capital city, where the 3 major factions held sway, he dared not let his guard down for even a moment. The jammer had been given to Wu Tao. The energy fluctuations emanating from the Qiongqi master amber on his person acted like a wireless transmitter. Should anyone from the Qin, Lu, or Su families possessing C-grade amber or higher pass nearby, they would easily detect his presence. Fortunately, the night passed without incident, remaining completely still. At 8 in the morning, Yui received a call from Zhongli. "What's up? Calling me this early? Are you asking me to join you in searching for the Xian Turtle Master Amber right now?" Yui asked immediately. A chuckle came from the other end of the line. "Don't worry about the Black Turtle Amber yet. I'll notify you when the time is right. I called this morning because you asked me yesterday to get you another jammer. Well, I've brought it with me. Just give me your address, and I'll drop it off right away." "This fast?" Yi had expected it would take at least 3 days. "We're allies now, after all. Since you requested 2 jammers, it means others around you need them too. In that case, I'll see this through to the end. Better to spare you from the clutches of the 3 great families. Any losses you suffer would be my losses too," Zhongli stated. "All right. I'm currently at 296 Fengwei Road, Fukang International Hotel. I'll be right over." After freshening up, Yui headed downstairs. When he reached the lobby, he saw Zhongli now dressed in a suit waiting at the hotel entrance, smiling as he approached.
Yesterday, Jiang Li wore the kind of scholar's attire popular in modern times, but today he's changed into a suit, and he actually looks quite dashing.
Where is your friend? He's not here. Alright, let's go upstairs to talk.
Jiang Li reached into his pocket and pulled out a jammer, handing it to Yue.
Lu Yi accepted the device and tucked it into his pocket. Only then did his tension ease slightly.
With this, he wouldn't have to worry about being detected by the three great families.
Is there something else you need to tell me?
Of course.
Why else would I have come here personally? Jiang Li smiled. Lu Yi led him upstairs.
Once inside the room, Jiang Li clapped his hands and said, "Actually, I came here today to prepare you for something."
Prepare? Prepare for what? Alright, I'll get straight to the point. There are 3 possible hiding places for the main piece of the mystic turtle amber.
I told you this during our first meeting.
I can calculate those 3 locations, and Sima Yong from the Sima family can certainly calculate them too.
Because I possess an A-grade mystic turtle amber, and he possesses an A-grade mystic turtle amber.
Our abilities are equal. So, who gets the main amber first ultimately depends on who moves first. Jiang Li spoke calmly and deliberately. You're finally telling me? Exactly.
Those 3 locations are all extremely perilous, so it's best we start searching from the relatively easier ones.
But before we begin searching, you need to make some preparations. What kind of preparation? What do you need me to do? Actually, for you, it might even be a pleasant task.
To put it plainly, one of the 3 possible locations where the mystic turtle Lord Amber might be hidden is the ancestral home of the Su family, one of the 3 great clans.
Chapter 230, A Woman.
That place is heavily guarded by numerous members of the Su family, including some formidable experts. I once went to observe it from a distance, mind you, and nearly lost my life escaping.
Jiang Li said. The ancestral home of the Su family? Where is that? Xianyan. The Su ancestral grounds are heavily guarded. You possess the black tortoise amber and divination abilities, yet even you nearly died there. How could I possibly find it if you send me? You're different. The Xin turtle amber I possess excels neither in combat nor in escape.
Coupled with my frail constitution, evasion is naturally difficult for me.
But you have the Qiongqi amber.
I know its capabilities well. Its first power allows one to fight 10,000 enemies alone, embodying the legendary strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. The second ability is even more extraordinary: instant teleportation. The third ability, the Dragon Ascending 7 Flashes, is the ultimate skill for both combat and escape. It was this very technique that allowed Zhao Yun to break through Cao Cao's encirclement of 1,000,000 troops back in the day. The fourth ability is said to be called Peerless Awakening, though I don't know exactly what it entails. But even without considering the fourth, the first 3 abilities alone are enough to let you come and go as you please, unstoppable by anyone. Zhao Yun once charged in and out of a 1,000,000-strong army 7 times.
Surely you can handle a mere ancestral estate like the Su families?
You seem quite familiar with the abilities of the Qiongqi Amber.
But I'm curious, who told you all this? Yue asked with a puzzled look. The previous wielder of the Qiongqi Amber was Zhao Yun.
After his death in the Three Kingdoms era, there was no second inheritor until Yue emerged.
Yi became the second.
That means, logically speaking, the powers of the Qiongqi Amber shouldn't be known to outsiders.
Could it be that Jiang Li's a great amber also harbors a hero spirit? Only someone from the Three Kingdoms era could know the Qiongqi Amber's abilities. In later generations, aside from me, no one has ever possessed the Qiongqi Amber. Naturally, no one else could know.
That Jiang Li could describe the Qiongqi Amber's abilities so clearly proves that his great Shen Gui Amber very likely contains a hero spirit, just like Zhao Yun's.
Lu Yi speculated. Simultaneously, he immediately inquired within his dantian, Zhao Yun, can you sense which spirit resides within the opponent's great mystic turtle amber? My apologies, Lord. The mystic turtle amber is profoundly enigmatic, possessing the strongest concealment abilities.
Even though his is only grade A, I cannot see through it, Zhao Yun replied.
But a great amber should be capable of containing a hero spirit, right?
Grade A can indeed contain a spirit. The sub-amber of grade A possesses capabilities very close to the main amber, capable of holding up to 3 spirits simultaneously, Zhao Yun explained. Being a spirit trapped within amber himself, he possessed deep knowledge on the matter. However, generally speaking, Class A amber shouldn't contain any servants.
How so? Because back then, I borrowed the god-defying power from the Qiongqi amber.
The price was my soul becoming eternally bound to guard that amber.
It was a bargain.
Before making that deal, I didn't even know souls truly existed in this world, or that such a bargain could actually become reality. For an A-grade amber, unless it made the same kind of bargain as I did, it's impossible for a soul to be sealed inside.
That's hard to say. The romance of the Three Kingdoms records that Jiang Wei and Deng Ai perished together.
Yet after Jiang Wei's death, his grade A amber not only avoided falling into Wei's hands but returned to his descendants.
Doesn't that strike you as odd? Yu Yi inquired. Zhao Yun's eyes widened at this revelation. Jiang Wei's death should have meant the A-grade amber was seized by Wei forces. Yet how did it return to his descendants, ultimately reaching Jiang Li's hands?
It was highly probable that when Qiongqi died, he had made a secret pact with the Black Tortoise Amber.
If it truly unfolded as you suspect, Lord, could it be that the spirit within Jiang Li's grade a Black Tortoise Amber is Qiongqi?
Zhao Yun felt a surge of excitement. Qiongqi was, after all, an old acquaintance of his. For centuries, he had been trapped within, never seeing the light of day. It wasn't until Yui became the second master of the Qiongqi Amber that he finally reconnected with the world. But the world today had changed beyond recognition, transformed beyond all imagination by technological progress. In such an era, learning that Jiang Li's a great mystic turtle amber might hold someone he knew stirred a profound desire within him. He yearned to meet this person, if only to share a drink and catch up.
It's highly possible, said Yui.
If it truly is Qiongqi, I would indeed wish to meet him, Zhao Yun sighed. Though he yearned for the encounter, he knew it was likely impossible. After all, he remained sealed within the Qiongqi Amber, unable to escape.
At that moment, Jiang Li glanced at Yui and asked curiously, Brother Yu, what are you spacing out about? What's on your mind? Louis snapped back to reality.
I was wondering how you'd help me if I were to steal the amber housing the mystic turtle.
Jiang Li smiled and said, my help would be very limited. I could only offer divination for Brother Lu. If it helps you ward off misfortune and seek good fortune, that would be good enough. Louis scoffed coldly. What good is avoiding misfortune?
Divination might reveal certain things, but his plan to steal was defying the heavens. Such acts invite all manner of unforeseen calamities.
Those unexpected events were far beyond what any divination could foresee.
Thus, divination serves some purpose for escaping danger or plotting schemes, but it's utterly useless for calculating sudden shifts in circumstances.
Oh, and you mentioned earlier that I should make preparations? What kind of preparations? The ancestral lands of the Su family are off limits to most, but I understand outsiders have entered before.
Only, those outsiders were guided by members of the Su family.
You mean?
What I mean is for you to get close to someone from the Su family, cultivate a relationship, and then use their status to gain legitimate access to visit the ancestral lands.
After all, the Su family doesn't know their ancestral lands hide the mystic turtle amber. As long as you don't damage anything there, they generally aren't overly resistant to outsiders.
Especially friends of the Su family.
Jiang Li smiled softly. Louis pondered for a moment before asking, so in your opinion, who within the Su family would be best for me to approach?
If Jiang Li suggested this, she must have already made arrangements. Those who possess the mystic turtle amber are the most calculating of all. If you're going to make the move, naturally it's best to approach someone your own age. I have two targets here, one male, one female, both around your age.
Would you choose the man or the woman?
Jiang Li asked with a sly smile.
Are you kidding? If it were you, would you choose the man? Yui retorted.
Ha! Jiang Li laughed carelessly, suddenly pulling a photo from his sleeve and tossing it to Yui. This woman, he said, is named Su Yuner.
Her status isn't simple, she's the legitimate daughter of the Su family.
If you can establish a connection with her, I believe gaining access to their ancestral lands would be a piece of cake.
Chapter 231, A Special Idea.
Too bad my identity is known to nearly everyone in the three major families. Otherwise, I wouldn't need your help with this, Jiang Li said lazily, as if discussing the most trivial matter. Louis remained silent, studying the photograph Jiang Li had given him. The girl in the picture was undeniably beautiful. A noble lady was a noble lady after all. Even from a photograph, Louis could discern her innate air of privilege and the faint aura of an ice queen. His instincts told him this girl wouldn't be easy to approach. And as the legitimate daughter of the Su family, she certainly wasn't a simple character either.
When would be the best time to visit the Su family's ancestral estate?
That depends on your abilities. If you can become good friends with Su Yuner, you can find an opportunity to suggest visiting their ancestral home.
The Su family's ancestral estate is quite large.
If you use that as an excuse to go there, they won't suspect anything. Once you're at the estate, just avoid touching things you shouldn't, and the Su family members won't bother you.
Jiang Li added, but hurry. The Qin family knows this location too. Sima Yong will calculate it.
As the Qin family's son-in-law, he has no personal agenda against them.
If we don't act quickly, the Qins will seize the initiative. But didn't you say the Su family ancestral home is heavily guarded? Even if the Qins wanted to make a move, it wouldn't be easy, right? Not necessarily. Don't underestimate the Qins.
As the foremost of the three great families, their prominence stems not only from possessing the white tiger amber but also from their own formidable members.
If they've prepared for this, even the Su family's heavily guarded ancestral home won't stop them from infiltrating. You've known about these three locations for quite some time now, haven't you? The Qins likely have as well. If they haven't acted all this time, why are you so certain they possess the means to infiltrate?
Yui questioned, sensing this matter wasn't as straightforward as Jiang Li claimed.
Probably business matters. While the three major families maintain a public facade of non-interference, they secretly engage in rivalry.
Amidst their struggles, they also collaborate on various ventures.
2 years ago, the Su family entered into a business partnership with the Qins that remains unresolved. The Qins likely value this ongoing deal, which is why they haven't acted during the cooperation period. Yet, this very situation presents our opportunity. The Qin family fears the Su family might sever ties, which would mean their investments would go down the drain. But we have nothing to lose. We can proceed as we see fit without worrying too much. Oh, and one more thing, do you know what abilities the Qin family's White Tiger Amber possesses? Yui asked. Without knowing the enemy's capabilities, clashing with their elite fighters would put us at a significant disadvantage. Take yesterday's encounter with Qin Taidian, for instance. We were fortunate he only possessed a C-grade White Tiger Amber. Had he been B-grade, Yui might not have escaped so easily. You don't know? Then let me tell you. The Qin family's White Tiger Amber is the very amber possessed by Dianwei during the Three Kingdoms period. As far as I know, it possesses 4 primary abilities, along with several secondary ones. These 4 primary abilities are Herculean Strength, Cloud Stepping Technique, Tiger's Awe, and Relentless Pursuit. Please elaborate, said Yui. Zhongli explained fluently, 9 bulls and 2 tigers' strength needs no elaboration, its name speaks for itself. As for Cloud Treading Skill, it's an ability that boosts one's speed. I once witnessed a great amber user from the Qin family perform it. It was truly like the lightness skills in martial arts novels. Scaling walls and leaping roofs was no trouble at all. Leaping over eaves and scaling walls. Truly astonishing. Exactly. None of the 9 great amber talismans of Huaxia are simple. As for the third ability of the White Tiger Amber, Tiger Might Intimidation, it unleashes a tiger's roar. The sheer power of that roar creates a sonic shockwave that assaults the nerves, instantly weakening the target. The extent of the weakness depends on the target's physical constitution and resilience. Zhongli explained. Louis listened, and it suddenly clicked, so that's it. Yesterday, that burly man let out a roar, and I immediately felt about 20% weaker. As for the White Tiger Amber's fourth ability, its ultimate power, it apparently has a certain chance to unleash tenfold attack strength. What? Tenfold? Yui couldn't help but be moved. After all, the White Tiger Amber possessed the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. Such immense power wasn't easily unleashed. Lei's Qiongqi Amber possessed this ability too, but to fully activate it, he needed to gather the love blood of 9 women to break through 9 layers of shackles. Though he'd never handled the White Tiger Amber, he knew without a doubt it would require similar sacrifices. Even so, if the Qin family's White Tiger Amber could currently unleash only the strength of 2 oxen, what would happen when its tenfold power was triggered? The result? A full 20 oxen's worth of power. More than double the power of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. Such power was not merely terrifying, it was beyond imagination. Surprised, aren't you? I was shocked when I first found out too. Those who possess White Tiger Amber are unmatched in close combat. Even you would lose if you went up against them. Zhongli stated with certainty. Lui didn't deny this point. Qiongqi Amber specializes in agility. In a direct confrontation, it simply couldn't withstand the sheer ferocity of their power. It also possesses an additional ability, it can increase the wearer's physical strength tenfold, granting them exceptional resilience to blows. It was precisely because of this that Dianwei was able to shield Cao Cao's escape, fighting alone until his death on the battlefield. Zhang Xiu feared Dianwei greatly back then. He got him drunk, had his double halberd stolen, and only then managed to kill him. If Dianwei had had his weapons, he might not have met such a tragic end. Zhongli remarked. And what about the Lu family's Crimson Eagle Amber? What abilities does it possess? Yui suddenly asked a question he clearly already knew the answer to. His intent was to conceal the spirit of Zhao Yun within his own Qiongqi Amber. Normally, he shouldn't have known the abilities of the Crimson Eagle Amber. Zhongli spoke fluently. The Crimson Eagle Amber is also extraordinary, possessing 4 primary abilities: night vision, chain arrows, stealth, and piercing arrows from 100 paces. Zhongli, unaware of any ulterior motive, detailed each ability meticulously. Lui feigned attentive listening, but privately, within his dantian, he posed a question to Zhao Yun. You once said that E-grade amber cannot be retrieved, nor can D-grade amber be taken unless it is destroyed. Can amber of A, B, or C grade be retrieved? Zhao Yun's expression grew solemn upon hearing this. My lord, amber of grades A, B, and C can be retrieved. Once the host is killed, the amber can be extracted after their death. However, B and C grade amber can have their power reclaimed by the master amber. Only a grade amber can break free from this constraint. So if I kill Zhongli now, I can obtain the grade A mystic turtle amber on his body? Yes. Chapter 232, Suspicion. My lord, you wouldn't actually want to kill him, would you? If I kill him and use the spirit manifestation technique, what are the odds of obtaining his A-grade black tortoise amber? Lui asked. If I personally activate spirit manifestation, I could kill him within 2 seconds at this distance. But we don't know if he has any backup plans or preparations. Those possessing black tortoise amber excel at divination. He surely cast a fortune before coming here. If you truly intend to act, he must be guarded. Zhao Yun stated. So what if he's prepared? Didn't you say the Black Tortoise Amber has the weakest combat power? Asked Yui.
Zhao Yun paused, then countered, My lord, do not underestimate the Qiongqi Amber's combat prowess.
Jiang Wei was once the disciple of Chancellor Zhuge Liang. After the Chancellor's passing, he passed the Amber's mastery to Jiang Wei.
That Jiang Wei could rise to become the 9th-ranked military commander of the Three Kingdoms through the Qiongqi Amber was no mere stroke of luck. Hearing this, Yui found some merit in the argument and inquired, You mention it, and I realize I hadn't considered this point. Jiang Wei was indeed ranked 9th among the Three Kingdoms generals. What earned him that position? The Three Kingdoms military rankings go, 1st Lu, 2nd Zhao, 3rd Dian Wei, 4th Quan, 5th Ma, 6th Zhang Fei, 7th Huang, 8th Su, 9th Jiang Wei. This was a ranking based purely on martial prowess.
If Jiang Wei hadn't possessed something extraordinary, he absolutely wouldn't have secured that position.
Remember, fierce warriors abounded in those days. Names like Wei Yan, Lu Meng, Sun Tzu, Sun Jian, Taisher Xiai, Xiao Dun, Zhang Liao, Su Huang, Eugene, and more. All formidable generals, yet none made the list. Jiang Wei's ability to surpass them and claim 9th place on this list was neither luck nor solely due to popular acclaim. The reason lies in the 8 trigram formation.
The 8 trigram formation? Indeed. Zhuge Liang's research into the 8 trigram formation was only in its infancy. During his prime it gradually matured in his later years.
One could say the formation was perfected under Zhuge Liang's guidance, but it reached its pinnacle in Jiang Wei's hands.
A fully developed 8 trigrams formation, it was said, could conjure soldiers from scattered beams, rapidly form battle formations, and confuse the enemy. The strategist deploying it could then seize the opportunity to strike, slaughtering foes trapped within the array.
Jiang Wei himself possessed formidable martial prowess, and combined with the 8 trigrams formation, he naturally became a master tactician.
Once ensnared by the formation's confusion, even the strongest warriors would suffer defeat. Zhao Yun stated. Do you think Zhang Li has mastered the 8 trigram formation? Asked Yui. Hard to say. If his mystic turtle amber truly contains Jiang Wei's spirit, then he's highly likely to have mastered this ability. An I-grade mystic turtle amber would absolutely be capable of deploying the 8 trigrams formation. Zhao Yun replied.
The 8 trigram formation is the ultimate ability of the mystic turtle amber.
Even if Jiang Wei's spirit resides within his amber, it likely won't be so easy to unleash, right? Lu Yi doubted.
Much like his own Qiongqi Amber, for now, Lu Yi could only utilize the first 2 abilities, Herculean Strength and Instant Teleportation. As for the third ability, 7 Dragon Flashes, its difficulty was too high for him to master yet, and the energy cost was enormous.
He couldn't afford the expenditure.
As for the 4th ability, Peerless Awakening, he couldn't even begin to approach it.
That's hard to say. Each Master Amber has its own advancement mechanism.
The Qiongqi Amber requires a woman's blood of affection to advance, but the Qiongqi Amber might not follow the same path.
Its difficulty might be lower. As far as I know, it shouldn't be as demanding as the Qiongqi Amber. Moreover, the owner of the Qiongqi Amber is the most calculating of all. Even if he could wield the 4th ability, it wouldn't be surprising. Zhao Yun stated.
At this point, he paused thoughtfully before adding, My lord, are you truly resolved to kill him?
Eliminating him now brings you no advantage.
You are unfamiliar with the capital's terrain, while he, at the very least, is a local power broker. His ability to survive for so many years amidst the rivalries of the 3 great families without being captured demonstrates considerable skill. Yui smiled inwardly, thinking, I was merely speaking hypothetically.
Turning to Zhang Kai, Yui inquired, regarding your request for me to infiltrate the Su family, do you have specific intelligence to share? Or guidance on how to approach the target? What methods would prove most effective? All I can tell you is that Su Yuner grew up abroad. She returned to the country at 13 and entered Purple University at 15. Of course, both Capital University and Purple University have regulations. They don't admit students who are too young. This rule was established 10 years ago. Students must be at least 18 to enroll. However, Su Yuner has been self-studying at Purple University these past years. Come September this year, she will turn 18 and should formally enroll. If you can gain admission, attending the same university as her would be ideal. Zhang Li looked at Yui with a meaningful expression and added, but since you possess the Qiongqi Amber, your college entrance exam results must be quite impressive. Neither Jingda nor Zeta should pose insurmountable obstacles. The only real question is your choice. If you wish to get closer to Su Yuner, then Zeta would be the best option. Beyond that, how should I get closer to her? That's beyond my expertise. To this day, I'm still a bachelor. When it comes to pursuing women or getting close to them, I have absolutely no experience. So if you ask me about that, I can't offer you any answers or advice. Then at least give me some detailed information like what she likes and dislikes? Sorry, I don't have that kind of information either. After all, I'm someone under the watchful eye of the 3 major families. I don't have the time to investigate someone like that. You'll have to figure that out yourself. Zhang Li glanced at the time on his domestic wristwatch. Unnoticed, 20 minutes had passed. Alright, I should be going. I can't linger here too long. It wouldn't do to involve you.
With that, he knocked on the door and walked straight out. As he reached the doorway, he seemed to remember something.
Oh, right,
Qiongqi murmured with a faint smile, turning back abruptly to face Yui.
Brother you weren't actually thinking of killing me just now, were you?
Hearing this, Yui's heart skipped a beat. He marveled inwardly at the man's keen perception.
He smiled back. What do you think? I don't think brother you would. Of course not. Goodbye.
Qiongqi waved his hand and strode off.
Lui closed the door, his expression turning grave. He wondered, had he really let his killing intent show just now? Chapter 233, Beautiful Women.
Qiongqi stepped into the elevator, his mind sinking into his dantian to converse with the man within the one clad in feathered fan and silk cape.
Master Zhuge, Qiongqi inquired, I cast a divination before coming. The hexagram was the 77th Heavenly Gang's hexagram, with the oracle reading Lu Bang enters Hongmen.
Remember, when Lu Bang attended that banquet at Hongmen, he nearly met his end.
My hexagram suggests danger without real peril. Where might this danger come from? Could it be that Yui truly intends to eliminate me?
It's possible, replied the figure behind the desk in his dantian, gently swaying his feathered octagonal fan.
But it could also mean you've been here too long. Perhaps someone from one of the three great families has taken notice.
His voice was calm and detached.
Master Zhuge, did you not sense his murderous intent? This official has not detected it. The lad possesses a pure and kind nature, still a naive youth.
He should not harbor such malicious intent. However, in dealing with others, this official's principle is to be cautious and vigilant.
One must guard against anyone.
Even if the danger this time was not from Yui, you may as well consider it came from him.
He, too, must be guarded against. Master Zhuge stated. Understood. Qiongqi replied. As for his other accomplice, should I investigate? No need. Investigating now risks revealing clues that could arouse suspicion. There's no urgency. His partner's identity is like an undersea current, it will surface eventually.
Besides, the Qiongqi's master amber is on Yui. His companion likely only obtained a fragment.
We need only focus our attention on Yui. The key is whether we can successfully leverage him this time.
Mr. Zhuge, if that upstart Yui truly obtains the master amber of the black tortoise, retrieving it won't be simple.
Moreover, I've sworn a blood oath with him bound by the dragon soul amber as a medium, that vow holds true.
Ha! Your pact only requires him to avenge you after obtaining the Xian turtle master amber. Should you acquire the master amber, he would no longer be obligated to avenge you, hardly a breach of contract. Rest assured, the Xian turtle master amber must never fall into outsiders' hands. This minister has a clever plan for that. At the Fukang Hotel, within Yuyi's room, he stood by the window, staring intently at the entrance to the hotel lobby. After waiting for over 10 minutes, he still saw no sign of Qiongqi leaving. The man was indeed cautious, he must have slipped out through a back or side entrance. Turning to sit on the sofa, Yui retrieved the photograph Qiongqi had given him.
Su Yuner. No wonder she looks so stunning, she grew up abroad, or perhaps her mother is foreign.
Mixed-race girls are usually beautiful and have great figures. In the photo, Su Yuner looked stunningly beautiful. She had slightly wavy orange hair, very fair skin, and a slender, pointed face that clearly showed traces of foreign heritage. As for her figure, it was naturally impressive, though the photo only showed her upper body.
Her waist was slender, yet her chest area was remarkably full. By visual estimation, she was definitely a C-cup.
To possess such a bust at 18, while maintaining such a slim and proportioned figure elsewhere, was truly exceptional. Unconsciously, Yui began comparing Su Yuner to Qiongqi. In terms of looks, Qiongqi held her own, but when it came to figure, Qiongqi fell significantly short at this stage. Perhaps it was due to regional differences. Girls from the East tended to develop later, reaching their most beautiful years only in their early 20s.
She also attends Zeta University? That really is quite a coincidence.
However, if he wanted to approach her on campus, he'd have to wait until the semester started, which was still 2 whole months away. Louis was growing impatient, not because he couldn't wait to meet Su Yuner, but because he couldn't wait to obtain the amber mastering black tortoise. The amber of the black tortoise, with its power to command the elements and orchestrate grand strategies, suited him perfectly. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. It was Wu Tao calling. Louis answered, and Wu Tao was already yapping about wanting to go out, preferably to the electronics mall to buy a new high-end laptop. The guy couldn't go 3 days without gaming before he started itching to play.
Louis obliged him, inviting him along as they headed straight for the electronics mall. Beijing's electronics mall ranked among the nation's largest, its scale surpassing even the antique market.
Here, one could find many cutting-edge gadgets. Wu Tao had already decided on the laptop he wanted, so he picked out an 18-inch Alienware model costing over 30,000 yuan.
Louis thought about it and followed suit, buying one too.
Of course, he footed the bill for both.
Bro, this rig's specs are insane. Gaming on this will be epic. You got one too? Trying to team up with me for some gaming sessions? FCK that. I've got my own uses for it. Gaming doesn't really interest me much.
Louis mainly needed the laptop for browsing ancient painting references and storing necessary archival materials. After selling the Lady of the Crimson Robe, he gained 3 uses of instant teleportation energy. Unfortunately, he wasted one while covering Wu Tao's escape at the antique market, leaving him with only 2 uses remaining.
Teleportation energy?
The more, the better, of course. For instance, if he ever gets to know Su Yuner and gets a chance to visit the Su family's ancestral home, even if he runs into real danger there, as long as he has enough teleportation energy, no one will be able to hold him back. Only twice is relatively few, which is quite risky.
Moreover, with so much time remaining before heading to the Su family ancestral home, he couldn't be sure if he might squander another chance or 2 in the interim.
Therefore, his 100 shrimp painting was now the top priority. The sooner he finished it, the better. Just as the 2 brothers finished paying and were about to explore elsewhere, a striking sight suddenly caught their attention. A convertible Ferrari emerged from the digital mall, driven by a man. He appeared to be around 19 or 20, but that wasn't the focus. The real attention grabber was the woman in the passenger seat, a stunning beauty. Her outfit was incredibly sexy, clinging to her stunning figure in all the right places. Her arms were as white and smooth as jade, and beneath her swan-like neck, her collarbones were slender and prominent. A little lower down, a deep, obvious cleavage was clearly visible. "Bro, check it out, hot chick." Wu Tao immediately reverted to his typical loser behavior, getting all excited at the sight of a beautiful woman.
Chapter 234, Destiny. Wow, stunning. That face, that figure. Holy crap, such a beauty wasted on that guy. Wu Tao rubbed his hands together. While he marveled at the woman's beauty, he viewed the man in the driver's seat as the pig who'd been given such a prize. The convertible sports car glided past them slowly. The beauty's gaze was fixed ahead, her expression slightly cold. The man behind the wheel swept a contemptuous glance across the entire venue, seemingly flaunting both the convertible sports car and the stunning woman beside him. If one could truly live like him surrounded by luxury cars and beautiful women, perhaps life would hold no regrets. Wu Tao's earlier mutterings seemed to have reached the man's ears, but instead of anger, he merely shot him a contemptuous glance. That look of disdain seemed to say, someone of his stature wouldn't stoop to quarreling with a lowly nobody. Wu Tao felt a surge of irritation at that look and retorted, "What's so great about it? It's just a Ferrari. You should get me one someday." Louis chuckled, patting his shoulder. "Sure thing. I'm dead serious, you know. A Ferrari isn't some BYD. Fine, Ferrari it is. I can afford to buy you one." Louis chuckled and added, "The reason he's so cocky isn't just because he has a Ferrari. He's got a gorgeous babe in the passenger seat. As for you? Even if I gave you a Ferrari, you probably couldn't find a girl half as hot as the one sitting next to him." Wu Tao wanted to argue back, but he had no counter to that. It was true, money could make the devil grind the millstone. With a luxury car, finding women was certainly easier. But a beauty of the caliber he'd just seen? That was something you could only hope to stumble upon. Louis's gaze remained fixed on the car until it left Digital City and vanished from sight. He murmured under his breath, "What a coincidence." Wu Tao turned back, puzzled. "What coincidence?" "Nothing. Do you want to keep looking?" "No, let's go buy a car." "What model was that thing again?" "If I recall correctly, it should be a Ferrari 458. Probably around 3 or 4 million. Alright, let's go with that one." After leaving the electronics mall, the two actually went and got a Ferrari 458. Louis paid the full amount, and the dealership was extremely accommodating, processing the paperwork at lightning speed. By afternoon, Wu Tao couldn't resist taking the Ferrari 458 out for a spin to show off. Louis didn't join him, instead returning alone to the hotel to immerse himself in his painting. He painted from 1 p.m. until 5 p.m. His mastery of the techniques and brushwork for the 100 shrimp painting grew increasingly refined. After resting for an hour, at 7 p.m., he took out a sheet of paper from the era of Qi Baishi's life. With meticulous care, stroke by stroke, he sketched the rough outline of the 100 shrimp painting. With each subsequent stroke, the shrimp sprang to life on the paper, appearing almost real. Their antennae were slender and agile, and the eyes, in particular, were the crowning touch. The 100 shrimp painting shares similarities with the red-furled girl in requiring meticulous attention to detail, precise line work, and masterful control of depth and lightness. Unlike landscape paintings, where wildness often leads to greater boldness and grandeur, this piece demanded a different kind of precision. This painting took him 3 hours from start to finish, wrapping up just after 10 o'clock. The authentic 100 shrimp painting features additional calligraphy and seals on the artwork. But Louis refrained from adding any superfluous embellishments. The 100 shrimp painting was auctioned at Shenzhen Zhonghan Tsinghua Auction House in 2009, fetching a price of 4.48 million yuan. Later, in 2011, another Qi Baishi 100 shrimp painting was auctioned at the Bantian branch venue of the Cultural Expo, setting a new record at 1.2 billion yuan. The two auction houses publicly accused each other, claiming the other's work was entirely counterfeit. This is quite the joke. The painting was auctioned twice in different locations, yet the second sale wasn't even brought by the original owner. So people started questioning, which one is the fake? The two major auction houses accused each other of selling fakes. In the end, no one knows for sure which one was the fake. Once I've aged this painting and put it up for sale, there'll be 3 versions floating around. Heh, who's to say which is real and which is fake by then? The finished painting was left to dry on the table. Once the ink dried, the aging process could begin. Yui also began contacting Qiongqi's uncle, inquiring when he might be available to come to the capital to view the painting. Although Lingjiang City was a bit far, Qiongqi's uncle had made a fortune last year with just the Lady Red Flute. Naturally, he wouldn't pass up this opportunity with the 100 shrimp painting. They agreed that a week later, Chen Jingdong would personally come to the capital to view the painting. If he approved, he promised to pay the entire sum up front. The price remained at 120 million. After finishing the painting, Yui lay on his bed to rest, his thoughts drifting back to the man and woman he'd encountered at the digital mall earlier that day. Suddenly, he pulled out the photo Jian Li had given him. The woman in that picture was none other than Su Yuner, the beauty who had sat in the passenger seat of the Ferrari 458 convertible earlier that day. Louis had assumed they wouldn't meet again until the start of the new semester. Yet, by some strange coincidence, they had crossed paths today at the digital mall. From the photo alone, I could sense a certain aloofness about her. Seeing her in person today confirmed it. She appeared even more distant than in the picture. A girl like that would be hard to approach. Lu Yi felt the challenge was immense. She was an ice queen, and he, a complete stranger. How could he possibly get close to her, get to know her, become familiar with her? After pondering for a moment, he stroked his chin. Waiting until the start of the semester to get to know her would be too long. Instead, he could use this summer break to make her acquaintance. That way, when the semester began, he could create another chance encounter. With that thought, he smiled. It was settled. He immediately dialed Jian Li's number. "Hey, Brother Lo, calling you this late, what's on your mind?" "Not advice, really. I'd like to ask you a few questions." "Go ahead, Brother Lu. I saw Su Yuner today." Lu Yi said frankly. "Oh? That really is fate." "What fate? We merely passed each other by." "Hee, you know that 500 glances in a past life can only earn a single brush past in this one. I just showed you her photo this morning, and then you met Su Yuner. If that isn't fate, then there's no such thing as fate in this world." Jiang Li chuckled. Chapter 235, Song Cici. Let's get back to the point. What I want to ask is, how are the Qin, Su, and Lu families' influence distributed in the capital? If I want to approach Su Yuner proactively, where should I go to have the highest chance of encountering her? Lu Yi inquired. Note, do not attempt to identify the locations mentioned in this story with real-world places. They are entirely fictional. Similarly, Huaxia Kingdom does not refer to China. Due to current restrictions, such references cannot be made. Please do not dwell on the place names. The power distribution among the Qin, Su, and Lu families forms a triangular pattern. The central region belongs to the state, none of them control it. Excluding the state's share, the northwest naturally falls to the Qin family. Western Qin in ancient times, the Qin state was situated to the west. The Blackwater Great Qin, you should know that too. As for the Su family, they naturally reside in the east. In other words, within the capital's 4 districts, the northern district belongs to the Lu family, the western district to the Qin family, the eastern district to the Su family, and the southern district to the state. Explained this way, you should understand, right? I see. But I recall you mentioning the Su family's ancestral home is in Xiangyang. How does that fit? You were asking about the power distribution in the capital, not nationwide. The Xiangyang area is indeed dominated by the Su family and is where their ancestral home is located. As for the entire nation, that's a complex matter that can't be explained in a few words. In short, if you want to approach Su Yuner, the district with the highest chance of success is naturally the East District. No wonder. Today, when Yui and Wu Tao went to the digital mall which is in the East District, it explains how he happened to run into Su Yuner there. Night fell, marking the second evening since Yui and Wu Tao arrived in the capital. Since buying his car and new computer, Wu Tao hadn't bothered Yui with calls. The guy was probably still out gallivanting. Louis went to bed early and rose at dawn the next day, heading straight for the East District. Across the entire capital, the East District was the most prosperous area after the South District. Among the 3 major family clans, the Qins held the top position, the Sus came second, and the Lius ranked third. On the surface, the Lius and Sus were bitter rivals, yet the Lius maintained exceptionally good relations with the Qins. That the Su family could maintain its second-place standing despite the combined influence of the Lu and Qin families speaks volumes about their formidable strength and capabilities across the board. Yui hailed a taxi. When the driver asked his destination, he simply replied, "Just wandering around the East District." The driver was naturally delighted to hear this. Such a juicy fare delivered right to his doorstep was an opportunity he wouldn't pass up.
Usually, to fleece out-of-towners, he'd deliberately take detours or longer routes. In the capital city, while other things might be scarce, there was certainly no shortage of roads, big and small. Sometimes, with just a few turns, the fare would skyrocket. This time, however, Yui had said he just wanted to wander around. That meant the driver could openly take him on a tour, steering him as far out of the city as possible.
You're from out of town?
Where's that? The driver wasn't much older than himself, probably around 26 or 27.
Bored, he struck up a conversation with Yui. I'm from Weinan City. Oh, Weinan City. My grandmother's cousin hails from Weinan. We're quite connected, aren't we?
The driver chuckled and added, you don't look too old.
Are you here for tourism or school? For school. Top student, huh? Anyone who got into a Beijing school must be pretty amazing. New to the city, unfamiliar with the area, so I thought I'd explore. Walking's tiring, though. So, driver, could you give me the lowdown on the East District? That's perfect. I know the East District like the back of my hand. I started driving taxis at 19, and it's been 7 years now.
When it comes to this area, I could find any alleyway or specific spot with my eyes closed. The driver said confidently.
You started driving taxis at 19?
I never would have guessed you were such an old hand, sir.
Yeah, my family wasn't well off. Kids from poor homes have to grow up fast. I finished high school and hit the streets.
Besides, I wasn't much good at studying.
Getting a job early meant I could help my family sooner. The driver was quite talkative. After the car started moving, Yui asked him about the sights and fun spots in the East District. He was quite the storyteller, rambling on about his own life.
Yui patiently listened for over 10 minutes before the driver finally started talking about some of the iconic buildings in the East City.
See that tower over there, about 500 meters ahead? Wow, that tower is pretty tall.
Yeah, apparently it was funded by a wealthy businessman who loved watching The Legend of the White Snake.
He modeled it after the Leifeng Pagoda. It's become one of the landmarks in the East District.
Also, there's a canal up ahead. If you follow it all the way, you'll see the tallest building in the Eastern District, the Huaxia Zun Tower.
It's over 500 meters high. If you don't have a fear of heights, you could go up for a visit. Standing up there, you can see the vast landscape below, almost the entire outline of the capital city clearly visible. Of course, that's assuming you have good eyesight. Lu Yi listened quietly.
After driving a bit further, the driver pointed to an exceptionally luxurious hotel and remarked, "Look at this, the Chaoban Grand Hotel.
It's one of the finest hotels in the capital. There are 2 identical branches in the entire East District, both equally grand in scale and featuring identical exterior designs." Chaoban Grand Hotel, what a peculiar name. Yui chuckled. He had to admit, the name was rather lacking, completely baffling.
They say the name was hastily chosen back then, just Chaoban, but later, everyone caught on to the second meaning, and it actually started to sound profound, the driver explained.
A second meaning? What could that be? Think about it. Take the character for grass and add the character for office. What do you get?
Chao plus ban naturally forms the character Su.
Louis wrote it on his palm. Exactly. Sao plus ban equals Su. This hotel belongs to the Su family. Think about it logically, doesn't that make it profound? The Su family is one of the most prominent clans in the capital.
Their young master is a real ladies' man. He has slept with over 70% of the female celebrities in this vast city.
How about it? Jealous? Jealous? Let me tell you, envy won't help. That level of life is beyond our reach, beyond even our imagination.
The driver chuckled helplessly.
Louis perked up at the mention of the Su family and asked, which young master? What's his name? It's Su Qiongqi.
You're from out of town, so you probably haven't heard his name. But if you were a local here in the capital, you'd know that Su Qiongqi is quite the figure.
Not long ago, there was that hottest female celebrity. What was her name? Song Cece. You should know that woman, right? You young folks should be the most up-to-date on celebrities. Yeah, I know Song Cece. Song Cece is an incredibly popular actress.
Born in '95, she's just turned 21 this year. She sings beautifully and acts brilliantly, truly the top leading lady of her generation. Back in his freshman year of high school, Yui had been infatuated with her for a while too. At the time, he was just an ordinary high school student, and seeing such a beautiful starlet naturally stirred some feelings. Especially since Song Cece was stunningly beautiful, had an amazing figure, and danced incredibly fiercely, showing off her legs and shaking her hips.
Who knows how many people she captivated. That was until Yui met Yun Wanxiu. He found her even more beautiful than Song Cece, and she existed in the real world. Gradually, Yun Wanxiu took the top spot as his goddess. Chapter 236, Not on Good Terms.
This Song Cece, apparently, she's been hounded by that Su Qiongqi lately. Judging by Su Sanhui's past tactics, even the most elusive celebrity couldn't resist him for more than 3 months.
Take his last fling, for instance, a popular Korean actress, a foreigner no less, dubbed an ice queen.
Yet, within a month, Su Qiongqi had won her over.
Rumor has it she even had his child. TSK. The driver felt both envy and a touch of sourness. Only a privileged playboy like Soo Kan-woo could pull off such antics. For someone like him, it was just a fantasy. The gap between people existed, and it was innate. While personal ability could shift things somewhat, for the average person, changing their fate required decades of effort. But the scions of wealthy families? They were born with silver spoons in their mouths. They could live in luxury and splendor from childhood right through adulthood. Who from an ordinary family could compare? If what you say is true, could Song Sisi really withstand Soo San-hwa's relentless advances? Yui felt a twinge of regret. While few women in the entertainment industry were untouched, Song Sisi had once been his dream girl. Learning another man sought to lay claim to his former idealized goddess left a bitter taste in his mouth. That's right. Soo San-hwa's previous fling was a top Korean actress. If he could get a foreign star, domestic ones were no challenge. Plus, Song Sisi's agency was propped up by the Soo family. How could Song Sisi refuse? If she didn't agree to be with him, the company might shelve her. For celebrities like them, time is of the essence. After a year or two on the sidelines, they'd be washed up, unable to regain their fame. I doubt Song Sisi would risk her career by rejecting Soo Kan-woo. The driver remarked insightfully. Oh, and I heard the Soo family has a stunningly beautiful daughter. Have you heard of her? Louis changed the subject, unwilling to dwell on the Soo family's playboy. Oh, you mean Soo Yunner? She is indeed a beauty, and I hear she's quite talented too. Compared to Soo Kan-woo, her image is much more positive. The driver said. Louis perked up at the mention of Soo Yunner. I happened to catch a glimpse of her yesterday. She really is quite beautiful. Tell me more about this girl, driver. The driver suddenly smiled, turned his head, and gave him a meaningful look. Hey, buddy, he said, don't tell me you've been hanging around the East District just to try and pick up Soo Yunner? Louis chuckled, about to deny it, but then thought, what difference would admitting it make? He answered frankly, yeah, a graceful lady is a gentleman's ideal match. I saw her yesterday and was instantly captivated. I just want to see her again. Oh my, buddy, you're quite the romantic. But you should know she's a young lady from a distinguished family. She drives luxury cars when she goes out, and even a single piece of jewelry she wears starts at 5 figures. A woman like that isn't easy to pick up. The driver shook his head, clearly not holding much hope for Louis. Frankly, his skepticism was understandable. If a woman like Soo Yunner were the type to fall for anyone's advances, she wouldn't be Soo Yunner. Not only is she a noble lady, but she's also a prodigy. She returned to the country at 13 and got into Purple University at 15. She's been self-studying there these past few years, and with her level, it's said she's already reached the standard of a master's degree in economics. And you, buddy? I've only just started thinking about this. Don't crush my confidence like that. Louis frowned, certain the driver was deliberately discouraging him. The driver chuckled. Alright, I'll encourage you. Having these feelings isn't wrong, everyone needs dreams, right? What if you succeed? If you manage to win Soo Yunner over, well, you'd never have to struggle again. With her family's background, just the dowry alone would last you several lifetimes. Do you know where I might run into her? Louis asked. The driver thought for a moment. This Soo Yunner. I'm not really familiar with her. I've only heard her name in bits and pieces about her from casual chats with people. Specific details? I don't know. Louis felt a twinge of disappointment. The driver pondered for a moment, then suddenly slapped his thigh as if remembering something. Oh, right. I recall something. What is it? Well, Soo San-hwa's been all over town lately, chasing after Song Sisi, right? Seems like everyone knows about it. And Soo Yunner, she's been showing up at Time Entertainment Company lately, trying to stop Soo Kan-woo, the driver explained. Blocking Soo Kan-woo? Why? Why is she targeting Soo Kan-woo? Why? Because Soo Kan-woo is her brother, her real brother. She's doing this because she doesn't want to see her own brother bring shame upon the family. But what good will it do? Soo San-hwa's reputation is already ruined. The driver chuckled. She actually has a biological brother? Yui recalled Jiang Li mentioning that Soo Yunner was the legitimate daughter of the Soo family, so she shouldn't have any siblings. The driver suddenly lowered his voice. Rumor has it that Soo Kan-woo is an illegitimate child, not recognized by the Soo family. An illegitimate child? Yes. That means he and Soo Yunner are half-siblings sharing the same father. Soo Kan-woo isn't recognized by the Soo family. It's said that Soo Yunner will be the heir to the Soo family, not Soo Kan-woo. Shouldn't family inheritance pass to the male line? What era are we in? Many prominent families have moved beyond such traditions. People are smarter now, the estate passes to whoever can manage it best, regardless of gender. Otherwise, if it always went to the male line, wouldn't that just prove the old saying, wealth rarely lasts beyond 3 generations? True. Yui nodded. The driver might be a bit long-winded, but some of his points were genuinely insightful.
Among the Su family's direct descendants, even if Su Qiongqi is recognized by the clan, he's not the type to hold on to such a vast fortune. He's always been a playboy, good for nothing except eating, drinking, and partying. Back then, the Su family apparently went to great lengths to pull strings and get him into Beijing University, but in terms of talent, he doesn't even measure up to 1/10 of Su Yuner. The driver remarked. How are Su Yuner and Su Tsunhui's relationship? Should be decent, right? Wrong. Completely wrong. Those siblings are like oil and water, utterly incompatible. Oh. As mentioned before, Su Qiongqi isn't recognized by the Su family. Yet they still took him back and showered him with endless wealth and luxury. But Su Qiongqi harbors resentment. He's never acknowledged his sister either. Su Yuner, on the other hand, always believed Su Qiongqi brought shame upon the family name and tarnished the Su family's reputation. She opposed him in many ways. I only heard about this recently myself. Whether it's true or not, I can't say. In that case, take me to the area near Time Entertainment Company. Maybe I'll run into Su Yuner, said Yui. Sure thing, heading there now, the driver replied cheerfully, glancing at the meter. After all the twists and turns, the fare had already climbed to several hundred yuan. Chapter 237, Young Master Su. Time Entertainment was one of the top entertainment agencies in the country, representing over 100 artists in the industry. At least half of the current top 10 singers and actors on the charts were signed to their company. Before his senior year, Yui had been an ordinary student who enjoyed a bit of celebrity fandom and kept up with entertainment news. Of course, his fandom wasn't like those brainless fans who adored someone to the point of near obsession. It stemmed from the restlessness of adolescent hormones and a sense of loneliness, driving him to seek solace in a beautiful celebrity to soothe his turbulent teenage heart. And at that time, his first dream girl was Song Sisi. 2 years his senior, she possessed a striking beauty, vibrant yet elegant. But even though Louis had admired her for a long time, the distance between them, whether through a TV screen or a computer monitor, remained profound. This had created a sense of being worlds apart in his heart, and he believed someone like him would never have any connection with a dazzling star like Song Sisi. But now, he suddenly felt the distance between him and Song Sisi was no longer so vast. But now, he no longer harbored infatuation for Song Sisi. His heart belonged to a woman far more important, Sister Chiu, Yunwanqiu. Alright, buddy, we're here. Time Entertainment is up ahead. It's too crowded over there, so I won't go any further. You can get off right here. The driver pointed ahead and told Yui. Shiguang Entertainment had arrived, but its entrance was now swarming with people, some standing, others sitting nearby. They held microphones or carried cameras. No doubt about it, they were paparazzi. There are so many paparazzi? Louis exclaimed in surprise. It was his first time witnessing such a scene. The sea of people wasn't made up of fans, but rather all kinds of paparazzi, some representing major domestic TV networks, others working independently. This wasn't even the peak. I've seen far more. They wait here, and once the celebrities finish their business, they can usually snap a few candid shots. Let me tell you, being a paparazzo is actually quite lucrative. I know a friend who does it. Not long ago, he secretly photographed some private, intimate shots of that guy, Devour, in Hong Kong. I'm telling you, he sold one photo for over 10,000 yuan, and the entire set went for 70 or 80,000. Paparazzi make money too easily, but capturing valuable shots isn't that simple. The driver said, then took the fare Louis handed him. Thanks, driver. Louis paid and got out of the car. Hey, buddy, here's my card. If you ever need a ride again, give me a call. The driver enthusiastically handed over a business card, probably thinking a fat cat like Yui was a rare catch and worth cultivating for future profits. Sure. Louis smiled and accepted it. Riding with this driver today had yielded quite a few valuable pieces of information. The fare was a bit steep, but for him, it was worth it. After the driver left, Louis made his way toward the entrance of Time Entertainment. The area was packed with people buzzing about celebrity scandals. For instance, rumors swirled about which celebrity had hooked up with which wealthy businessman, and when exactly they'd slept together. Or whether a certain star's slightly protruding belly meant she was pregnant. Or whether a certain star had gotten plastic surgery. In any case, their topics revolved around the same old issues that frequently surfaced in the entertainment world. Strangely enough, even when these topics were recycled, many people still found them endlessly entertaining. Hey, the car's here. Look, Su Gongzi's car has arrived. Haha, he really did come after all. Seems he's dead set on winning Song Sisi over. Song Sisi is one of the few remaining pure-hearted actresses in the entertainment industry. If even she succumbs, it would truly be a major scandal. But it would also prove just how skilled Su Gongzi is at flirting. How long did that Korean actress sleep with Su Gongzi last time? It was about a month, I think. Once Su Gongzi got bored of her, he sent her packing. Heck, who knows how long Su Gongzi would toy with Song Sisi if he managed to get his hands on her before he grew tired of her. That's anyone's guess. It's not even certain he could win her over. Amidst the murmurs, Yui spotted a sapphire blue Maserati GT sports car pulling up. It came to a stop in an open space, and a young man dressed in casual attire and sunglasses stepped out. The young man looked lazily cool, yet every single accessory he wore was an international brand. Just those sunglasses alone were probably worth a pretty penny. On his wrist shone a gleaming gold watch. Judging by the logo, it was a Jaeger-LeCoultre, a prestigious timepiece from Le Centre, Switzerland. Here he comes, young Master Su. Wonder if his sister will show up. She'd come the previous times, and each visit ended in a heated argument with him. It was quite entertaining, really. If she showed up again today, we could capture some valuable news footage. Even if we missed the main story, filming young Master Su arguing with Su Yuner would be worthwhile after all. As descendants of the Su family, they hold significant value. Louis stood among the crowd like a passerby, listening to the reporters' chatter while keeping an eye on the young man. So this was the so-called young Master Su Qiongqi. It all came back to me now. When Jiang Li had instructed me to infiltrate the Su family, he'd given me two options, a man or a woman. I'd chosen the woman. And the man who hadn't been selected? That was precisely this Su Qiongqi. Louis recognized Su Sanhui's face immediately. It was the man in the photo Jiang Li had shown him back then. As Su Qiongqi approached, numerous reporters with microphones already converged on him. Young Master Su, when do you plan to win Song Cc over? Mr. Su, how is your relationship with Song Cc progressing? Mr. Su, I heard Song Cc recently had a face-to-face argument with you. Is that true? Mr. Su, you always brought flowers when you visited before. Why didn't you bring a single bouquet this time? Within a minute, the reporters fired off countless questions. Louis listened from behind and couldn't help but chuckle. Being a celebrity really isn't easy. Beyond the glamorous image on screen, their daily lives are anything but normal. Just being hounded by these paparazzi would drive anyone with weaker nerves to the brink. Suddenly, young Master Su bellowed, "Get lost. Keep babbling in front of me, and I'll have your mouth beaten to a pulp." With that threat, Su pushed past the journalists and strode purposefully into Time Entertainment. Chapter 238, Taking Action. So what if he's a bastard? What gives him the right to act so high and mighty? He's nothing but an illegitimate Su offspring the family disowns. Good thing his mother seduced Su Boss back then. Bearing him a child meant a life of privilege. Oof. Beyond that connection, he's a nobody. Someone like him won't stay in the spotlight for long. Sooner or later, the Su family will kick him out. Enough, you lot. Who's to blame but yourselves for not having mothers skilled in seduction? Holy crap. After being berated, the reporters privately cursed Su Qiongqi. Every vile insult imaginable flew from their mouths, giving Yui another glimpse of journalists' terrifying nature. Louis leaned forward slightly and suddenly asked a reporter who looked more approachable, "Hey, buddy, did Song Cc come to the company today?" The reporter glanced at him and chuckled. "What? Are you a fan? Of course she came today. She's recording songs. Her new album's supposed to drop in September. That's still nearly 2 months away, so Song Cc's been at the studio every day lately. We're only waiting here because she's here. Otherwise, we wouldn't be waiting for. Hey, I heard Su Gonzi has a sister who strongly disapproves of him pursuing Song Cc, right?" Louis asked, sounding quite gossipy. That reporter probably just has the habit of digging into gossip. He's standing here with nothing better to do. Once he gets a topic, he can't keep his mouth shut. He said, "That's right. Su Gongzi's sister is Su Yuner. She's a real beauty. Too bad she's not in showbiz and has no interest in it. Otherwise, she could easily be hyped up to be a top-tier diva. Not only is Su Yuner stunning, but she's also a top student. She got into Purple University at 15. Pretty impressive, huh? Word is she's being groomed as the family heiress. She already handles a lot of the Su family's affairs, but she's a bit peculiar. She meddles in everything publicly, she manages the accounts and projects privately, she even oversees her brother's personal life. Just the other day, I witnessed her arguing with her brother firsthand. Right in front of a crowd of reporters, she berated him, demanding he watch his image and not disgrace the Su family." Louis chuckled. That sister sure doesn't give her brother any face. Exactly. Su Yuner never treated Su Gongzi like a brother. She constantly looked down on him, blaming him for bringing shame upon the Su family at every turn. Come to think of it, this might be connected to her mother. When the Su family brought young Master Su back, Su Yuner's mother was so enraged she fell gravely ill. She's now abroad for treatment and hasn't returned yet. But back then, Mr. Su insisted on bringing young Master Su back. At the time, young Master Su was just a country bumpkin, but now he's risen like a phoenix from the ashes, radiating an air of nobility. Sigh. As the saying goes, this is an era where connections matter most. Having a wealthy father is truly advantageous. But then again, besides connections through fathers, one could also leverage connections through mothers. His mother, skilled in seduction, specifically targets wealthy men. By bearing a son or daughter, she gains prestige through her offspring, instantly ascending to new heights. The reporter's tone dripped with envy, thick with a sour note of jealousy. You reporters have it rough too, huh? Baking in this sun, just waiting here. When do you think they'll come out?
Lu Yi asked. You bet. This job's tough. I've been waiting here for 2 hours already. But what can you do? It's how we make our living. He glanced at his watch, then exclaimed, 10:30. It's about time. They should be coming out soon. These past few days, Song Sisi had been arriving at the studio around 8 a.m., recording for 2 hours, then handling other tasks until around 10:40 or 10:50. Today should be much the same. With that, the reporter didn't linger on the conversation with Yui. It was already 10:30, and Song Sisi would be emerging soon. He needed to seize the moment to move to the front row and snap a few more valuable photos. Lu Yi moved closer too. Suddenly, that starstruck feeling from his freshman year of high school came flooding back. After all, he'd been a fan of Song Sisi for a while back then. Now that he had the chance, he might as well get a closer look at her, see if she was truly as beautiful in person as she appeared on screen. Lu Yi edged forward, pulling out his phone to snap a few shots. That way, he could brag to Wu Tao back home. But completely unnoticed by him, a car that happened to be passing by the street near the entrance of Time Entertainment Company pulled over to the side. 6 tattooed men immediately emerged from the vehicle. Look, isn't that the guy Mr. Su is looking for? The car had happened to pass by earlier. The passenger in the front seat happened to glance at the crowd and spotted a familiar face. That's why they stopped the car, and all 6 men got out. Where? Over there. Look ahead, the one in the purple t-shirt, holding a phone. Huh, he does look somewhat similar. Damn it, what do you mean resembles? That's him, plain and simple. Su Gongzi's uncle has ordered us to spare no effort in finding this guy. That punk's got some nerve, of all people he had to pick on, he had to hit Su Gongzi. Guys, we've spotted him. What now? What's there to discuss? Just take him out, stab him once and it's done. A man with a snake tattooed on his arm drew a military knife from his pant leg and flexed his muscles. Yeah, with all these people around, we can stab him silently and no one will notice. Let's do it. At least we can report back after it's done. All right. Snake and Leopard, you two handle him. The 4 of us will guard the perimeter to prevent him from escaping. The leader bore a dragon tattoo on his right arm. All 6 bore tattoos on their arms: dragon, snake, tiger, leopard, wolf, and skull. Got it. The man with the snake tattoo on his arm deftly wielded his short, sharp military knife. He and Old Leopard moved silently forward, closing in on Yui. Lu Yi was currently in the crowd. If they could get behind him, stab him in the vital spot, and then pull out and leave, no one would know they were responsible. He looks like just some ordinary kid. Old Snake, if you draw your blade, I won't. The man with the leopard tattoo on his arm had intended to unsheath his blade, but seeing that Yui was merely a greenhorn, he couldn't be bothered to draw it. Fine. Leave it to me. You won't have to go in. Old Snake licked his lips, his eyes flashing with a sharp gleam. Suddenly, he accelerated, closing the distance. Chapter 239, Knocked Down. Here she comes, here she comes. Look, Song Sisi is here. Camera, ready, Song Sisi's here. Shoot it. Quick, shoot it.